At the awakening ceremony, I gave up the highly coveted SSS-rank Dragon God Lord that everyone was fighting for, and instead chose the ridiculed deranked entertainer profession. The whole school called me a coward and a worthless weakling, while my ex-girlfriend turned around and jumped into the arms of the school bully. They think the divine lineage of Huaxia has been severed, rendering this profession utterly useless. But they didn't know that in my eyes, I saw the southern heavenly gate and the entire celestial court. When the level 90 beast tide swept through, leaving hundreds of students lying dead across the land, I roared in fury, summoning Nezha's descent. My name is Qin Yun, a teenager who has crossed over into a world ruled by giant beasts. On this day when I awakened my profession at the age of 18, I made an astonishing decision. Crazy. Qin Yun must be out of his mind. He actually chose a D-class profession, entertainer. The divine eagle square buzzed with discussions, all eyes fixed on me. They couldn't comprehend it. I had clearly awakened as an S-rank Hell Knight, with bones sprouting beneath me and eerie blue ghost fire overflowing, creating a sight so astonishing. Moreover, my talent is that of an SSS-rank Dragon God Sovereign, with 100 Zhonglong dragon shadows soaring across the sky, reigning supreme over the continent. They awaited my arrival in the most devout posture. Yet, faced with these two top-tier professions, my gaze was drawn instead to the stage ahead. He chose the neglected D-class profession, actor. Nonsense! Principal Wang Lidong slammed the table, his face livid. Principals from surrounding schools mocked me, believing I dared not step onto the battlefield, calling me a coward. Even my career guidance teacher, Lu Yunxi, who had awakened me, looked as if struck by lightning. I shut out the outside noise, standing in a pitch-black space where the shadows of the Hell Knight and Dragon God Lord loomed tall and mighty. I understand the importance of career choices, and S-class Hell Knight can defend entire regions. The SSS-ranked Dragon God Lord possesses world-destroying power, making it hard not to be tempted. Yet, the long-overlooked shadow of the actor stepped before me, turned, and laughed softly. In his eyes, I saw the southern heavenly gate, the magnificent architecture shrouded in mist and glowing with auspicious purple clouds. That is the mark of the Chinese divine system. Since coming to this world, I have never heard of the Chinese gods. This mythology seems to have never existed. The performer said nothing, merely extending an arm, waiting for my choice. Hell Knight? Dragon God Lord? What are they compared to the gods of China? You control hell, is it enough for my Zhong Kuei to slaughter? You command 10,000 dragons, yet what dragon dares not kneel before Nezha? Without hesitation, I tightened my grip on the actor. Boom! The heavens and earth roared in explosion. The sky obscured by the giant dragon was pierced by a crimson beam, forcing the beast to wail and flee in terror. Above the sky, a magnificent structure looms faintly visible, with ethereal and sacred silhouettes standing solemnly among the clouds. Congratulations, host awakened SSS level hidden profession divine playwright, blessed by the dragon vein of China. Host can perfectly embody the unlocked deity, permanently receiving divine blessings, along with their divine powers and weapons. Congratulations, host has unlocked the deity, Nezha. Hidden profession, SSS grade divine performer, capable of embodying Chinese deities in battle. I reported truthfully. The school principal's excited faces instantly darkened. SSS rank, and even a hidden class, turns out it's just about role-playing as a deity. Isn't that still just putting on a show? The divine lineage of Huaxia has been severed. What use is there in you just playing a role? The classmates around me also scoffed and mocked, calling me a coward and a failure. After the awakening ceremony concluded, we were teleported to the trial grounds for assessment. I checked my status panel. Qin Yun class, SSS rank divine performer level, LV1 attributes, attack 8. Strength 10, spirit 12, magic power 5 skill, divine descent. The host can summon a deity to possess them through corresponding incantations. Talent, divine might. When a deity descends, divine might will manifest. Unlocked deities. Nezha, 10, the actor profession can increase deity unlock progress by earning devotion points through killing enemies. Leveling up can unlock new deities in stages. Currently, my level is too low to bear all of Nezha's energy. At that moment, my ex-girlfriend Lin Shuer and the school bully Su Feng were embracing each other, mocking my profession, and Su Feng even threatened me viciously. I sneered, too lazy to pay attention to this despicable couple. Nezha is a deity who achieved immortality through his physical body, the middle altar marshal and crown prince. If fully descended, he could annihilate entire giant beast clans with just a snap of his fingers. I advanced alone deeper into the dungeon, and soon, several shadow wolves, LV2, charged at me. They have an attack power of 10, with stealth and rending skills. Without hesitation, I shouted loudly, actor Qin Yun humbly requests the third prince of Chentang Pass, Nezha, to descend to the mortal world. I felt an inseparable connection between my soul and a powerful presence. Opening my eyes, it seemed as though flames were swirling before me. Divine might erupted, compressing the surrounding air into sonic booms. Behind me, a faint red apparition of Nezha floated. The descent was successful. I threw a punch, unleashing a surge of crimson divine power that instantly shattered the shadow wolves, clearing their health bars and turning them into a bloody mist. Ding! Killed 26 LV2 shadow wolves. Experience increased by 520. Devotion points increased by 52. Ding! Level raised to LV3. Subsequently, 5 shadow twin-headed wolves, LV5, launched an attack. I withstood a blow, a crimson gold shield appearing around me, with the Dharma form of Nezha showing an angry expression. How could a wild dog's attack threaten a deity? I suddenly spread my arms wide, sending the 5 two-headed wolves flying. With a fierce stomp of his right leg, crimson energy erupted, pulverizing them into dust once more. 1,500. 1,500. Ding. Defeat 5 level 5 Dark Knight two-headed wolves. Experience, 500 incense points, 25. Just as he was about to continue exploring, a deafening roar echoed through the valley, followed by countless beastly howls. Crimson-eyed beasts surged forward like a tidal wave, obliterating everything in their path. A beast tide. A beast tide. How could it be a beast tide? Impossible. Outside the trial grounds, the headmasters must have gone mad. The trial supervisor reported that the trial grounds had been affected by a level 90 energy surge and were now beyond control, unable to get the students out. A level 90 energy is enough to destroy the city, and the highest level principal present is only level 65. Everyone can only wait for a miracle. In the trial grounds, the smell of blood filled the air, with corpses scattered everywhere, students who had died in despair, torn to pieces. I stood before the beast tide, facing ferocious creatures all in a frenzied state, radiating a dark red glow. My expression turned grave as I realized this might be under the control of a colossal beast. I swung my fist, sending a crimson gold energy that formed a spear midair, exploding amidst the beast horde and utterly obliterating the demonic creatures before me. 3,000, critical hit. Amidst the surrounding screams, I furrowed my brows and tore through the beast tide at maximum speed, forcibly creating an opening. Heading straight toward the central zone. Passing by a stranded team, I heard the voices of Su Feng and Lin Shuer. Beside Su Feng lay 3 corpses, their throats slit open by a sharp blade. Did you kill them? I asked coldly. Su Feng chuckled like a devil, admitting that he had killed those disabled people to escape. He also threatened me, telling me to distract the beasts alongside Lin Shuer. The energy exploded as I flashed in front of Su Feng, delivering a powerful slap with restrained force that sent him flying. Teeth mixed with blood sprayed out. Su Feng had just tried to struggle and get up when I stomped hard on his face, eliciting a pig slaughter-like scream. Is that so? I'd like to see just what the Su family is capable of. I raised my right foot, enveloped it in Nezha's energy, and stomped down fiercely. Bang! Su Feng's head instantly exploded, splattering red and white all over the floor. Lin Shuer was stunned. I glanced at her. Do you know? In my eyes, he's just a stray dog biting randomly on the roadside, one that I could kick to death anytime, anywhere. As for you, you're not even worthy of being called a dog. I dashed toward the center without a trace of hesitation. After that little incident, I charged forward relentlessly. Under Nezha's power, no demon beast could withstand a single punch from me. Now, my actor level has surpassed level 10, and my incense points have accumulated to 400. At level 10, the actor class unlocks a new skill, the will to charge. The next deity requires reaching level 30 to unlock. Soon, I arrived at the jungle at the very center. According to past records, this is the territory of the LV-16 Shadow Tiger. I waved aside the leaves blocking my path and plunged into the jungle. Looking up, I froze once again. I saw the Shadow Tiger crouching on the ground like a kitten, affectionately licking its paws. But this is a dragon. Chapter 4, Hell Dragon. Qin Yun concealed himself within the forest, staring in disbelief at the colossal dragon before him. Its body was colossal beyond measure. Even as it lay sprawled on the ground, Qin Yun had to tilt his head back to gaze upon it, as if looking up at a black mountain range. Lava-like patterns flowed across its entire body. Beneath them, dragon scales resembled pieces of black steel forged in intense flames, each shimmering with a cold, eerie glow. Its exposed tail was monstrously thick, and most eerily, its base burned with a ghostly blue flame. The heat it radiated warped the very air around it. Hell Dragon Juvenile. Level, 20. HP, 25,890. Attack, 980. Innate ability, Dragon's Might. Dragons can command and control lesser races. Innate ability, Hell's Rebirth, rapidly recovers from non-lethal damage. Talent, Dragon's Blessing, controlled races enter a frenzied state, boosting all attributes. Skill, Dragon Flame, breathes hellfire, causing 30% burn damage and 5% soul burn. Skill, Power of the Demon Dragon, increases all attributes to 180%, reduces sanity, and diminishes pain perception. Skill, Hell Dragon Roar, emits a thunderous dragon's roar, inflicting soul intimidation on targets within a 10-10 range. Interrupts all actions and controls them for 3 seconds. Effect varies based on terrain. What terrifying stats! Qin Yun found himself gasping for breath. Dragons have always been the pinnacle of colossal beasts. Anyone descending upon humanity is a natural disaster. Even this juvenile hell dragon would leave most level 30-40 adventurers with no choice but to flee. Fortunately, it had merely triggered the beast tide. Had it begun slaughtering, his classmates would likely have perished before he even reached them. Boom! Before Qin Yun could react, a thunderous roar erupted directly ahead. A slender figure charged through the wind, a tang sword gleaming silver in her grasp, aimed squarely at the dragon's neck. The hell dragon couldn't dodge in time. The Tang's sword scraped against its neck scales, sparks flying, but it only pierced the surface layer before being stopped. Roar! The Hell Dragon let out a piercing roar, its massive wings unfurling behind it. The 100-meter-long dragon wings obscured half the sky, instantly casting a chill over the world. It fixed its gaze on the insignificant human, its eyes burning with rage. She dared to offend the Dragon Clan. True to her reputation as the Li family's little princess, she dared to go alone. Li Qingyue, who had awakened as an SS-rank Valkyrie, was the strongest among this year's students. No wonder she could traverse the beast horde alone. Her feat surpasses even her father's in his prime. A hell dragon? How could another dragon have appeared in the trial grounds? That Dragon King must have suffered a loss last time and came specifically to take revenge on Guqing. Where are the reinforcements sent from above? Can they hurry up? Qingyue, hold on. The lives of over 1,000 people depend on you. Outside the trial grounds, people gathered around the screens, holding their breath for Li Qingyue. That's a hell dragon, after all. Not a single recorded kill to date. Forget a newly awakened student, even they might not stand a chance against it. What? The hellish demon dragon? And my daughter is standing in its way? Li, mark my words. If a hair on my daughter's head is harmed, I'll tear your city to shreds. Upon receiving the news, Li Weigua clenched his teeth and summoned every ounce of energy to rush to the scene. As the elite sent by higher-ups to resolve this incident, he only reached halfway when the news struck. His anger nearly crushed his phone. Hang on, daughter. Father is coming. Within the trial grounds, Li Qingyue gritted her teeth as she rose to her feet, swinging her Tang sword horizontally to face the colossal dragon in the sky. Li Qingyue? How did she get here? In her current state, she likely couldn't hold out much longer. Qin Yun scanned Li Qingyue. A faint, shadowy figure clung to her back, moving in sync with her every action, channeling energy into each strike. Is this the power of a Valkyrie? It feels somewhat similar to Nezha. Qin Yun silently compared the two. While the forms were similar, the power was worlds apart. Nezha was a major deity in Chinese mythology. Li Qingyue's Valkyrie, however, was at best on par with celestial soldiers and generals. Boom! Li Qingyue was flung back again, crashing into several large trees before coming to a halt. The faint aura surrounding her had faded to near invisibility. She likely couldn't even withstand a single strike from the Hell Dragon. Should we continue fighting? Qin Yun watched in surprise as the girl rose to her feet. She propped herself up with her Tang sword, wiped a streak of blood from her lips. Her long hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her stunningly beautiful face, framed by the crimson, radiated an even more heroic spirit. She couldn't fall. She must fight. Fight to the death. The girl leapt upward with the force of a sharpened blade, her body radiating an endless sharpness that sliced through the sky, aiming straight for the dragon's neck. The Hell Dragon's jaws yawned wide, its beastly eyes gleaming with amusement as terrifying heat gathered within its maw. Dragon flame. Boom! Deep blue flames erupted from the dragon's maw, engulfing the girl's body in an instant. Qingyue! The principals roared in panic. That's dragon flame. Forget about Li Qingyue, who was already at her last breath. Even a heavily armored meat shield would be reduced to ashes. Damn it! I'm going in. I'll slaughter this evil dragon. What are you thinking? The trial grounds has a level restriction. We can't even get in. She's doing this for over 1,000 students, for our city of Gu. Qingyue. The principal, usually dignified and solemn, now had tears welling in her eyes. Her fists clenched tightly. She yearned to charge into the battlefield and slay the colossal dragon. No, no. Qingyue isn't dead. Look. Someone rescued her. Qin Yun? How could it be him? What? The principals crowded around the screen, staring in disbelief at the man and woman on the display. Isn't he an actor? How did he make it to the central zone? He must be hiding here to avoid the beast-eyed coward. While the rest of us are fighting for our lives, he's deserting the battlefield. He's a disgrace to our entire city. Wang Lidong. If Li Qingyue gets injured protecting this useless piece of trash, I won't let you off the hook. Many principals were nearly beside themselves, bellowing and arguing incessantly. Within the trial grounds, Li Qingyue was cradled in Princess Qin Yun's arms, her mind still reeling. Can you move? Qin Yun asked softly. The girl nodded like a chick pecking at grain. Stay here for now. Be careful. Qin Yun set Li Qingyue down and stood facing the colossal dragon from a distance. You. Li Qingyue was about to protest when a surge of energy interrupted her. She began to tremble. No, it wasn't her trembling. It was her profession. The Valkyrie was trembling. What the hell? She was an SS-class Valkyrie. Who else could make a god tremble? Li Qingyue looked up to see a crimson phantom lowering its gaze. A searing intent to kill flooded her mind, transporting her back to the ancient battlefield where gods fell. Divine might activated. Li Qingyue felt a momentary daze, and the phantom before her vanished, leaving only Qin Yun's retreating figure in sight. Qin Yun lifted his head and offered the dragon a faint smile. Summon the spirit, Nezha. Full power. Chapter 5, Bloodbath of the Hell Dragon. How could Qin Yun have put Qin Yue down? Oomph. Looks like this coward's about to desert. Wait, no, look at his stance. He's preparing to fight. With his trash class, a dragon could swat him dead with a single blow. The principals crowded around the screen, eyes fixed on Qin Yun's retreating figure, hearts pounding in their throats. Wang Lidong frowned. Though he had little faith in Qin Yun, the fleeting red figure that had just flashed across Qin Yun's body caught his particular attention. In that instant, he felt as if he'd encountered an invincible natural enemy, his body trembling involuntarily. His long-dormant class nearly activated. Could it be class pressure? Impossible. He was an S-rank Dragon Knight. Even facing an SSS-rank Dragon God Lord wouldn't elicit such a reaction. Boom! A thunderous roar shattered his thoughts. The Hell Dragon wouldn't give them time. Its claws slammed down with overwhelming force, unleashing terrifying power that sent shockwaves rippling through the air, snapping nearby saplings clean in half. Qin Yue, watching from afar, her beautiful eyes trembling and mouth slightly agape, stared in horror at the dust-filled void beneath the dragon's claw. The strike was too swift. The Hell Dragon's attack came without warning, leaving them no chance to react. Even with her Valkyrie aura active, she might not have been able to dodge it, let alone Qin Yun. As for taking it head-on? That was nothing short of a fool's fantasy. Just as despair gripped Qin Yue, the dust began to clear. A faint red glow stood beneath the dragon's claw. Within that glow stood a figure. Standing beneath the dragon's claw, he seemed like a firefly in the night, moving a boulder. Qin Yun. Qin Yue's pupils dilated in shock. How could this be possible? That was a Hell Dragon. A colossal beast with an attack power of 980. Forget newly awakened students like them, even a level 30 tank couldn't withstand that blow. How did he manage it? Before Qin Yue could recover, the Earth's pulse trembled once more. The Hell Dragon's massive form staggered, violently shaken by a colossal force. Beneath it, a fiery crimson streak shot toward the heavens. The crimson light flowed like molten lava, staining every cloud in the sky red, as if the heavens themselves were ablaze. The Hell Dragon raised its head, gazing at the figure above. For the first time, it felt confusion. As a noble dragon and the demon lord of hell, it had never trembled, not even when paying homage to the dragon god. But who was this man? Why did his soul tremble violently in his presence? Why did he yearn only to prostrate himself in worship, to beg for mercy? He was a dragon. A dragon of the exalted dragon clan. Roar! A fierce roar suppressed the fear within his heart. The hellish demon dragon, enveloped in black light, beat its wings, sending shockwaves through the air. With a series of booms, it leapt into the sky, charging straight toward Qin Yun. The scene resembled a mountain crashing into an ant. A smile spread across Qin Yun's lips. He raised his right fist, blazing energy coiling into golden threads that traced a fist-shaped shadow in the air, meeting the charging dragon head-on. Shattered. This was no fair clash. It was like an egg colliding with a rock. No, an egg colliding with a mountain range. Yet, it was the mountain range that trembled. Boom! Infinite energy exploded through the air, pinning the Hell Dragon's charging form to the spot. A dazzling golden light enveloped its entire body as it plummeted toward the earth like a falling meteor. 9,888. Again! Qin Yun gave the Hell Dragon no chance to recover. He stomped his foot, unleashing an explosion of energy beneath him. Transforming into a streak of light, he instantly appeared beside the Hell Dragon. The Hell Dragon, knocked down, had barely scrambled to its feet when a red figure materialized before its eyes in a blur. Roar! The energy within its body surged violently. Its jaws snapped open, and the deep blue dragon flames were already fully charged. Its reaction was undeniably swift. But someone was faster. Qin Yun's right foot had already landed squarely on the Hell Demon Dragon's head. Boom! The terrifying force slammed the Hell Dragon's jaws shut, forcing the searing dragon flames back down its throat. Not a single speck could escape. The Hell Dragon thrashed wildly, its claws and wings tearing everything around it to shreds. But it couldn't break free. Its once proud strength proved utterly useless. Once again, it felt fear. Crash! Qin Yun's foot pressed down with even greater force. Crimson gold energy shot forth like an arrow, slamming the demon dragon's head into the ground with unstoppable momentum. This. Qin Yue, watching from afar, was utterly frozen. She rubbed her eyes frantically, unable to believe what was unfolding before her. That was a dragon. The pinnacle of behemoths. They always held their heads high, receiving the homage of all races. Yet here, before her very eyes, the once arrogant dragon clan had bowed their heads. Trampled by humans, they crawl on the ground in the most abject posture. Its dignity shattered to pieces. The principals watching beyond the screen were utterly dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? Qin Yun is just an actor. He claims to play the role of a deity, but how could our Chinese deities possibly defeat a dragon? Suppress the power of a dragon? When did our Chinese pantheon ever have such a deity? No! That bastard dragon is going all out. Qin Yun, be careful. Before the principals could exchange more than a few words, their expressions instantly turned tense. The patterns on the hell dragon's body sharpened, and the blue flames at its tail blazed fiercely, nearly reaching the sky. Demon Dragon Power. All attributes boosted to 180%. The sudden surge in power caught Qin Yun off guard. He could only release the dragon's head and leap backward. The hellish demon dragon rose to its feet, its eyes now completely crimson. Patterns swirled across its entire body, and with each step it took, molten lava dripped from its form. Under the influence of the demon dragon's power, its sanity diminished and its sense of pain dulled. Only by killing its opponent would this state be lifted. It sensed threat and fear. It was going all out. Watching the hell dragon's stats skyrocket, Qin Yun's smile didn't waver. Only such an opponent was worthy of unleashing the full power of Nezha. Qin Yun, the actor, invokes the Nezha artifact. Xiankun Hoop, Hun Tian Brocade. Now! A flash of light erupted, and a golden steel ring appeared in Qin Yun's right hand. A crimson silk ribbon threaded through both his arms, wrapping around his entire body. The Heaven-Earth Ring. The Chaos Heaven Brocade. The two divine artifacts Nada possessed from birth. Demon Dragon, you unleashed the beast tide and slaughtered my kin. This is a blood feud. It's time to settle the score. Chapter 6, Divine Artifact. Roar. The Hell Dragon, its senses dulled, couldn't comprehend Qin Yun's words. Its only desire was to tear everything before it to shreds. The dragon flame erupted in an instant, its boundless heat boiling the very air. Go! At Qin Yun's command, the heaven-shaking brocade shot forth, unfurling against the wind to form a broad barrier that blocked the dragon flames. Has Qin Yun lost his mind? Doesn't he know the power of dragon flames? That flame could even overwhelm golden grade equipment. With his current abilities, how could he possibly wield equipment beyond blue tier? Foolish. Outside the screen, the principal pounded the table and stomped his feet, his frustration palpable. Just when they'd glimpsed a sliver of hope, it threatened to be snuffed out instantly. But the next moment, everyone's eyes widened in shock. The frail crimson satin did not turn to ash as expected. Instead, it stood firmly before the dragon flame, not even trembling. What the hell? What is this thing? How could it withstand the dragon flame? Remember, dragon flames aren't just heat, they carry energy capable of obliterating everything. Such power even they couldn't stand against it head-on. Divine tier. A startled cry snapped everyone back to reality. God tier. Only God tier weapons could stand completely unchallenged against dragon flame. But where would Qin Yun have obtained a God tier weapon? There were no more than 10 such weapons in all of China. The principals were utterly dumbfounded, their chaotic minds unable to process the situation. Yet the battle within the instance raged on. The hellish demon dragon, its dragon flames blocked, let out another roar before whipping its massive tail around. The colossal tail obliterated everything in its path as it lashed straight toward Qin Yun. Come on! With a mighty roar, Qin Yun channeled all his energy. The Nezha illusion solidified further, blocking the dragon's tail. He extended his right hand and clenched it fiercely. Boom! The dragon's tail slammed into Qin Yun. The Hell Dragon's power had been amplified twofold. Such a strike could level mountains. The shockwave surged, shaking the heavens and earth. Dust and mist were thrown skyward, obscuring Qin Yun's figure. How is he? Did he block it? Everyone held their breath in anticipation. Squeak! The Hell Dragon's form suddenly swayed. An irresistible force pulled it forward. Even with all 4 dragon claws digging deep into the earth, it could only plow deep trenches, unable to halt its momentum. To the stunned gazes of the crowd, Qin Yun had seized the demon dragon's tail. He was pulling the demon dragon. He was lifting the demon dragon. It was like an ant moving a boulder. Li Qingyue was dumbfounded. She couldn't comprehend what was happening before her eyes. The dragon flapped its wings and clawed wildly, yet neither could halt its forward motion. Qin Yun gripped its tail with both hands, hauling it across his chest, his smile growing even more wicked. Give it to me. Die. Roar. Accompanied by the demon dragon's unwilling roar, its body was completely lifted off the ground, tracing an exaggerated arc through the air before crashing violently into the ground. 5,000. Not enough. Qin Yun's movements didn't pause. He pivoted his body, hoisting the dragon's tail and lashing it out with another fierce swing. Boom! The earth trembled violently, rocks scattered everywhere. The colossal dragon crushed the ground, forming a terrifying deep pit. 5,000. The Hell Dragon roared and snarled, channeling all its power into its tail. Snap! The dragon's tail snapped clean off as it wriggled free from Qin Yun's grasp. Empowered by its demonic dragon essence, its pain threshold plummeted, all agony transformed into the most intense battle will. Simultaneously, the Hell's rebirth talent continuously took effect, rapidly restoring its health at a rate nearly matching the damage Qin Yun inflicted. Damn, it can take a beating. Qin Yun couldn't help but utter a sigh of admiration before waving his hand to recall the heaven-shaking brocade from the air. Time to get serious. Go! The heaven-shaking brocade surged in the wind, hurtling toward the Hell Dragon. The demon dragon did not sit idly by. It channeled its accumulated dragon flames into its limbs, its claws now carrying scorching blazes, determined to tear apart the crimson silk before it. But it couldn't. Its massive claws, capable of splitting mountains and rivers, seemed to have lost all their sharpness. They could only tug at the crimson silk back and forth, utterly unable to tear it apart. The crimson silk fluttered wildly, binding the demon dragon's wings and limbs, nearly crippling its ability to move. Roar! The demon dragon roared like a mad beast, its energy exploding outward. Lava seared through the ground inch by inch, transforming the surroundings into a fiery inferno. Yet it could not break free. It strained with every ounce of strength, yet it truly could not break free. Fear began to creep into its heart. The effect of the dragon's power began to fade not because its enemy had perished, but because it sensed fear at its very soul. This dread was like ants gnawing at its bones, devouring its very insides, threatening to rob it of the courage to resist. Go! Qin Yun pointed his right finger toward the heavens. The Qian ring in his hand surged forth, abruptly expanding in the sky. It swirled and danced ceaselessly, stirring up fierce gusts of wind. Within its swirling vortex, thunder seemed to roar, and fiery flames appeared to surge. Qin Yun channeled all the power Nezha could muster into the Qian ring. With this strike, he would deal the demon dragon a fatal blow. Only then could it be utterly destroyed. The demon dragon ceased its roar, death's terror washing over its entire body. It lifted its head, gazing resentfully at the swirling heaven and earth ring. It was a dragon. A demon dragon from hell. It could not die. It would not die. Roar! Its roar pierced heaven and earth like divine retribution. Hell dragon roar. Area control skill. Enemies hearing the dragon's roar will be immobilized for 3 seconds. 3 seconds more than enough time for it to tear apart the humans before it. Far away, Li Qingyue felt her mind go blank for an instant. Only after 3 seconds did she realize something was wrong, frantically looking toward Qin Yun's direction. In battle, once your energy flow is interrupted, it's no different from waiting to die. Yet what unfolded before her eyes left Li Qingyue utterly dumbfounded once more. Qin Yun remained suspended in the sky, utterly unchanged. The crimson silk on the demon dragon's body remained intact. The golden ring in the sky continued to spin. Qin Yun seemed utterly unaffected by any control whatsoever. How is this possible? Hell Dragon Roar. It can control all races of lower status than itself. Even his own Valkyrie class was under its control. How could Qin Yun possibly escape it? Could it be? Li Qingyue suddenly recalled her class trembling earlier. If true, Qin Yun's class might be several tiers higher than Valkyrie. Wasn't he just an actor? Wasn't he only supposed to portray Chinese deities? Among the deities of China, were there truly such formidable beings who feared no colossal beasts? The Hell Dragon was equally perplexed. The human before him was of such a low rank that even with an exceptional class, he couldn't possibly withstand his skills completely. Unless his profession surpassed that of a dragon god. The Hell Dragon's eyes filled with despair. Qin Yun remained unaware of their thoughts. He only heard Nezha's divine form give a cold snort, instantly drowning out the dragon's roar. Indeed. As the heavenly realm's foremost god of slaughter, Nezha, who only kills and never saves, how could he be intimidated by a mere dragon's roar? He had slain dragons when he was but 7 years old. As for Qin Yun, who now embodied him, he too would slay the wicked dragon today. The heaven and earth ring had already charged to its fullest, transforming in the sky into a spear of intertwined thunder and fire. Its savage energy threatened to pierce through the entire world. Die! The heaven and earth ring descended. Thunder roared, flames erupted. The thunder fire spear pierced through the Hell Dragon's skull, driving straight into its body and obliterating everything within. 50,000. Critical hit. Hell Dragon. Dead. Chapter 7, The Divine Veins of Huaxia. Boom! With a thunderous roar, a swirling mass of pale green energy swept down from the sky. A towering figure emerged from its midst, rushing urgently toward the screen. Where's my daughter? How is my daughter? Li Can! Get your ass out here and tell me what the hell you're doing. Damn bastard dragons. I'll storm into the dragon realm and slaughter every last one of you. Li Weigua stared anxiously at the screen, searching for his daughter's figure but finding nothing. General Li Qingyue should be fine. She held out for a while before being rescued. I'm switching to her camera now. General Li, please hold your ground. The demon dragon has been slain. They'll be out shortly. The principals dared not delay, hastily explaining the situation to Li Weigua. Hearing his daughter was safe, General Li's expression relaxed considerably. He finally noticed the state of the demon dragon on the screen. The Hell Dragon's head was now half shattered, its chest pierced by a gaping hole. Its heart had been ripped out and discarded on the ground like trash. It dead? Killed by a student who had just awakened? This. How could this be? This was the Hell Dragon. A beast ranked within the top 50 of the Great Beast list. Even across all of China, it's been slain fewer than 3 times. What kind of class could possibly slay it right after awakening? Principal Wang, your students this year are truly exceptional. Even the battle-hardened Li Weiguo couldn't help but be moved. He turned and bowed to Wang Lidong in congratulations. General Li, you flatter her. Your daughter commanded the new recruits, united them against the beast tide, and single-handedly battled the demon dragon. She is the true phoenix among men. Wang Lidong returned the gesture, his expression tinged with awkwardness. The person General Li referred to was none other than Qin Yun, the very one they had all mocked. His face burned as if he'd been slapped dozens of times. Without this student, Xingyue would have stood no chance against the demon dragon alone. Her very life would have been in peril. Once they emerge, I shall personally express my gratitude. The only question was what profession this young student pursued. The moment Li Weiguo asked, all the surrounding principals lowered their heads. Not a single one dared meet his gaze, not even daring to breathe loudly. Divine actor. Qin Yun's profession is divine actor. He can embody Chinese deities in battle. A crisp voice echoed from outside as Lu Yunqi strode forward with long strides, standing before Li Weiguo with neither humility nor arrogance. Chinese deities? Li Weiguo's brow furrowed. Our nation has existed for 100 years, and tens of thousands have awakened divine powers. Yet in terms of raw strength, our deities have always fallen short of the Western gods. How could a mere actor impersonating a Chinese deity slay a hellish dragon? I, Li Weiguo, may be a simple man, but I understand this much. Don't try to deceive me. But... Just as Lu Yunqi was about to argue, countless flashes of light erupted ahead, and the figures of numerous students emerged from within. Medical team, tend to the students. Bring back every single one who still has a breath left. All schools immediately take headcounts and report casualties. Move it. If there are any problems, I won't let you off the hook. Accompanied by stern commands, a group approached from the distance. Their medical team sprang into action immediately, while principals scrambled to organize their efforts. Li, you have the nerve to show your face here. Li Weiguo snorted coldly, his face twisted with resentment as he stared at the newcomer. The man had a broad face, a tall, lean build, and muscles that were lean and dark at first glance. He could easily be mistaken for a farmer. None other than Li Kan, Lord of Gucheng. Old Li, I'm just as desperate as you are. I'd have slaughtered that dragon myself if I could, but my level just isn't high enough. Luckily old Wang's student took care of it. Otherwise, I'd have to die 10,000 times to make amends. Li Kan stood beside Li Weiguo, plastering on a smile as he stared at the figure on the screen, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. This kid's got potential. Within the trial grounds. Ding. Defeated 1 level 20 Hell Dragon. Experience, 15,000 high-tier bonus. Incense points, 100. Ding. Dropped materials, Dragon Scales X30, Reverse Scales X1, Dragon Teeth X5, Dragon Heart X1, Dragon Tendons X1. Ding. Acquired critical item, Dragon Tendons. Use? Qin Yun heard the notification in his mind, recalling Nezha's connection to Dragon Tendons, and immediately agreed to use it. Ding. Obtained 500 incense points. Ding. Congratulations, host Nezha has unlocked level 20. After checking his level and abilities, Qin Yun was reasonably satisfied. He shed his powers and landed gently. A graceful figure was already flying toward him from the distance. Is it dead? Li Qingyue's pupils reflected the dragon's corpse, trembling uncontrollably from sheer shock. MHM. Qin Yun nodded, offering no denial. Qin Yun, is your ability truly to embody the deities of ancient China? That's correct. But... Li Qingyue ran her fingers through her hair, hesitating whether to speak her mind. Are you trying to say that the Chinese gods are weak, mere fodder for the great beasts? Qin Yun's face softened into a smile, his tone suddenly turning solemn. The gods of today are merely the lowest tier of the divine lineage of Huaxia, unworthy even of being servants. The true deities of Huaxia lie forgotten in the river of time, yet they have not vanished. They merely watch from afar, awaiting our call. Yes. The world mocks our fall from grace, declaring our gods no better than worthless dogs. Echoing through millennia of China's history, countless deities reign, yet eyes gaze only upon petty men who, like monkeys crowning themselves kings, revel in their petty triumphs. Today, the actor carries the god's will, crossing time and space to descend upon me, proclaiming that the divine lineage of China still endures. You say. Those who have been crawling like flies and dogs, are they prepared to bow their heads in submission, or shattered to pieces? The majesty of the divine, spanning millennia, now resounds across the world once more. Li Qingyue's mind cleared instantly. Though she had never witnessed a true Chinese deity, Qin Yun's power and words convinced her that gods exist in China. There are deities who tower above all. The divine lineage of China shall rise again. Let's go. Everyone's waiting impatiently. MHM. Without further words, both activated their devices simultaneously and departed the trial grounds. With a momentary haze, Qin Yun materialized in the square. In an instant, all eyes focused on him. Qin Yun. Lu Yunqi strode forward with long strides, stepping before him first. Her delicate hand traced his face, her voice filled with concern. How are you? Are you hurt? The medical team is over there. Come with me for a checkup. I'm fine, Teacher Lu. Sorry to have you worry. Qin Yun smiled slightly as several more figures approached. He didn't recognize the two in front, but one bore a striking resemblance to Li Qingyue. It was Li Kan and Li Weiguo. Mr. Qin, I am Li Kan, Lord of Gucheng. On behalf of the Go City government, I extend our deepest gratitude for your contributions to our city. Chapter 8, Faith in the People. Li Kan's tone was solemn, his face devoid of any trace of jest. He stood at attention, his right hand pressed together and raised horizontally before his temple. A military salute. Simultaneously, every officer and soldier behind him saluted in unison. Such deference was unprecedented, even for General Li Weiguo, the commander of Xinhai. Qin Yun straightened his posture, raised his arm, and returned the salute with solemnity. Child, how is my child? Hua, where are you? Principal Wang, what happened in this trial? Why is my child so badly injured? Amidst a chorus of alarmed cries, a crowd of parents surged into the square, frantically searching for their children. They had rushed here the moment they received the news, arriving just as the students were emerging. Li Kan received the gifts, then gave a signal to the people behind him. Several government officials began organizing the scene and calming the crowd. Qin, my child says you saved him. Thank you so much. You saved my child's life. I'll kneel and kowtow to you. Yes. Qin, don't leave. We must properly thank you. Parents who learned the truth swarmed around Qin Yun, forming a tight circle around him. Tears welled in their eyes as they expressed their profound gratitude. Many had already knelt to pay their respects to Qin Yun. No, uncles and aunts, this is what I should do. Qin Yun immediately channeled his magical power, a gentle energy lifting everyone off the ground. But this energy was quickly suppressed. Many of the parents were class changers. Even as they unleashed their power, they still bowed deeply, paying respectful homage to the youth before them. Children are the lifeblood of their parents. If they were to die in an accident, entire families would be shattered. Qin Yun hadn't just saved 100 classmates, he had saved hundreds of families, thousands of lives. This bow, he deserved it. As the parents continued to kneel, waves of invisible energy poured into Qin Yun's body. Ding! Public sentiment detected, 318. Reward, 100 incense points. The energy coursed through his meridians, a wave of warmth spreading throughout his entire body. Beyond the increase in incense points, this public sentiment was fortifying Qin Yun's physique. Divine beings are born from the faith of the people. Now that the divine vein of Huaxia lay dormant, it naturally lacked the power of faith. But as Qin Yun inherits the divine vein of China, once he regains the people's faith, the revival of the deities will no longer be an empty promise. Li Kan stepped before Qin Yun, patted his shoulder, then stood directly in front of him. Simultaneously, a colossal surge of energy lifted everyone, drawing all eyes to him. His expression solemn, his gaze profound, an aura of authority emanated from him, imposing without a hint of anger. Everyone. I am City Lord Li Kan. Today's events are the work of the Dragon Clan. Those beasts broke through our blockade, sent their kin to destroy our trials, and slaughtered our people. Had Qin Yun not slain the dragon's offspring, scarcely 1 in 10 youths of Gu City would have returned. Yes, the beasts are fierce, and the Dragon Clan is mighty, we know this well. But a mere new generation can slay a dragon's offspring. How could the people of Gucheng possibly swallow this humiliation? Li Kan's voice thundered like a clap of lightning. A long blade materialized in his hand, its uncontrollable blade energy erupting into a streak of azure light that pierced through the gloomy drifting clouds in the sky. The skies cleared. I, Li Kan, swear here and now, I shall lead my army into the dragon realm. Let the Dragon Clan pay for their blood debt with their own. Clang! Li Kan's men drew their weapons and pointed them skyward. Kill! The battle cry echoed across the square, igniting the emotions of everyone present. Many citizens had already activated their abilities, raising their weapons and roaring defiantly toward the sky. Even the wounded students struggled to their feet, joining the collective hoarse roar. They had witnessed the terrifying might of the colossal beast, nearly extinguishing their unyielding resolve. But what kind of youth would they be if they didn't fight and strive? How could one be worthy of being human without seeking vengeance? The City Lord Li Kan's words reignited their resolve. Even the colossal beast's terror could not extinguish their murderous intent. Those who rise again are often the strongest. The new generation of Go City, they were no failures. The students' healing proceeded in an orderly fashion, and Qin Yun finally found some free time. He sat down beside Li Kan and the others. Li Qingyue stood beside Li Weiguo, her beautiful eyes fixed on Qin Yun as she whispered occasionally into her father's ear. Li Weiguo wore a smile, his gaze toward Qin Yun growing increasingly approving. Mr. Qin, the Dragon Clan never forgets a debt. Now that you've slain a young dragon, they'll likely seek vengeance immediately. Indeed. But our borderlands are guarded by powerful warriors, so we needn't fear those ancient beasts taking matters into their own hands. Li Weiguo gave Qin Yun a light pat on the shoulder. Rest assured. Our nation fiercely protects its own. Should the Dragon Clan dare to trespass, they shall never return. But beasts are cunning, and our nation has its own internal parasites. We must remain vigilant. Qin Yun, I've already brought your family to the city lord's mansion. You'll live and cultivate there from now on. With the city lord's guards protecting you, those traitors are no threat. Li Kan took over the conversation, handing Qin Yun a token as he spoke. Qin Yun accepted the token, immediately rising to his feet. He bowed deeply, hands pressed together in reverence. Thank you, city lord. Though he had inherited the divine vein of Huaxia, his current level was still too low. He could only command a fraction of the divine energy and required extensive cultivation. In a month's time, when the National College entrance exams are held, I will personally vouch for you and send you to Qin Yun Academy. By then, even if the Dragon Clan dares to invade again, they'll have to weigh whether they're worthy enough. Qin Yun Academy stands as the highest institution of learning in Huaxia. During the National College entrance exams, they select promising youths for cultivation. And graduates of Qin Yun Academy are universally celebrated as formidable masters. Ha! Qin Yun Academy is truly splendid. Old Li and I both graduated from that school. Xingyue, give it your all during the college entrance exams. Aim to secure a spot and enroll alongside Qin Yun. Li Qingyue nodded her head, pleased with her father's suggestion. Xingyue's career is outstanding, and SS-level talent is extremely rare. That spot should be a sure thing for her. Li Kan offered a compliment before turning his attention back to Qin Yun. Qin Yun, you've done a tremendous service today. I'm at a loss for how to reward you. Then choose whatever you desire, even the stars in the sky, I'll pluck them down for you. Li Kan's half-joking remark drew laughter from everyone present. A dungeon run. I need access to a dungeon. Preferably one where a deity has fallen and a divine artifact lies lost. Qin Yun pondered for a moment before stating his requirements. What he lacked most right now was experience. Only through constant combat could he grow stronger. Upon hearing this, Li Kan and Li Weiguo exchanged glances and silently nodded. We do. Old Li and I explored a dungeon in our youth. It was teeming with colossal beasts and fraught with danger. You'd better be sure about this. If memory serves, it was called Qin Yun Mountain. Chapter 9, Qin Yun Mountains. Qin Yun Mountain? Qin Yun froze, then burst into wild excitement. Qin Yun Mountain, the golden light cave that was where Nezha's master, Taishanren, cultivated. Such a sacred site, even if abandoned, still held immense fortune. Uncle Li, Lord Li Chang, this is the dungeon we'll take. I humbly request your approval. Qin Yun's tone was urgent, as if he feared they might change their minds. Qin Yun, you'd better think this through. We could easily give you a simpler dungeon that's perfect for leveling up. No need, uncles. This one is perfect. Very well. I'll head back to my superiors right away and transfer the dungeon permissions to me. Old Li and I will run through the dungeon again with you to ensure your safety as much as possible. Thank you, Uncle Li. Qin Yun bowed respectfully to Li Weiguo. You see, these powerful individuals are always extremely busy. Any spare time they have is spent with their families. Only for their own sons would they invest so much time clearing dungeons and setting the optimal difficulty. These two genuinely wanted to pave the way for Qin Yun. They understood that once Qin Yun fully matured, his achievements would rival theirs. This would be a blessing for all of China. Well then, I must return to report. I'll take my leave now. Seeing the matter concluded, Li Weiguo lingered no longer. After bidding farewell to the others, he leapt into the air and flew toward the imperial capital. What? The Dragon Clan? How dare those beasts? Damn it all, do they really think China has no one left? Xiao Lu, gather the troops. I'm marching straight to the Dragon Domain. Old phone, calm down. All major war zones are stretched thin. Leaving the capital now would only make us more vulnerable. Exactly. Those beasts just want to see us scrambling in panic. In the council chamber, several elders sat around the square table. Though aged, the killing intent radiating from them was undeniable. Even Li Weiguo, seated at the center, couldn't help but tremble. Thankfully, the Dragon Prince's death averted a catastrophe. Young Li, from what you say, a newly awakened youth slew the Dragon Prince. The elder at the center raised an eyebrow, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Reporting to Elder Su, it was a student named Qin Yun. His ability is to impersonate deities. Li Weiguo reported with a bow. Killing the Dragon Prince upon awakening? That Dragon Prince must have been at least level 20. The dragon bloodline is exalted, impervious to blades and arrows. Even a 30 or 40 level powerhouse wouldn't fare well against them. If this child truly managed to slay a dragon's offspring, his future would be limitless. Several elders murmured in discussion, their astonishment tinged with a hint of skepticism. It wasn't their fault. Even if Li Weiguo had witnessed it himself, he wouldn't have believed it. That was a true dragon. Even he, in his newly awakened state, would have had no choice but to flee when facing a dragon's offspring. Yet someone had slain the dragon's offspring. And they did it right in front of everyone. A brutal, crushing defeat. Master Su. I witnessed it with my own eyes. May heaven strike me down and I'll bring my head to you if a single word is false. Li Weiguo spoke again, causing the expression of the elder in the hall to grow even more solemn. Very well. Ensure little Li provides him with extra protection. The Dragon Clan has never been one to follow the rules. Xiao Li, provide us with that child's records. We'll conduct further scrutiny. If possible, have him participate in the East Sea Trials in a few days. The East Sea Trials, a unified examination held before the National College entrance exams in China. It gathers elites from all regions, features fierce competition, and offers generous rewards. Understood. We humbly request your support, esteemed elders. Li Weiguo bowed respectfully before withdrawing from the hall. If what young Li says is true, then our nation is about to gain another national-level powerhouse. Not just him, the youngest son of the Chen family awakened his abilities at 8 years old. In the past fortnight, he swept through the sand abyss, rescuing tens of thousands of civilians. The Zhang family's princess to an SSS tier class awakening. She single-handedly subdued an ice phoenix and even tamed it as her mount. Unheard of. And what about that savage who appeared half a year ago? Raised among beasts, he lived on raw flesh and blood, possessed immense strength, and carried such a bloodthirsty aura that even I felt uneasy. Excellent. Excellent. A new generation brimming with talent. This is precisely the golden age we've longed for. The elders exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. The future of Huaxiao will be a smooth path. Less than 2 days later, Li Weiguo returned to Gulo City. With the technician's assistance, he and Li Can cleared the dungeon once more, capturing every mature giant beast within. Qin Yun, are you planning to go to this dungeon too? Li Weiguo looked at his daughter, fully geared up, somewhat baffled. Yes. I'm uneasy about Qin Yun going alone. We're close, so we can watch each other's backs. Li Qingyue's willow-shaped brows curved slightly, radiating a warm smile. She wore a black combat suit, a tang sword sheathed at her waist, and 2 additional daggers strapped to her calves for quick access. Through her training these past few days, she had broken through the 19th level and reached the threshold of the 20th. Alright, I'll go inform Xiao Yun. Li Weiguo made no further attempts to dissuade her, merely seeking Qin Yun's consent. Qin Yun readily agreed. Soon, with the technician's arrangements, the two entered the instance. What do you say, old Li? Should I hook them up? In the secret chamber of the city lord's mansion, Li Can and Li Weiguo sipped clear tea as a massive screen before them broadcasted the dungeon's live feed. Shut it, old man. Qin Yue has her own rhythm. We old fogies shouldn't meddle in the affairs of the younger generation. All right. Li Can chuckled, suppressing a smile at his old friend's expression, a mix of heartache and admiration. Watching your own cabbage being snatched away by a pig is unpleasant for anyone. But this piglet was a golden one. To break them apart felt like a sacrifice he couldn't bear. Li Weiguo's expression was deeply conflicted. Imperial capital, council chamber. Qianyuan Mountain? Is this the dungeon Xiao Li found for that child? I hear the boy chose it himself, and little Li even cleared it for him personally. Good. Let's hope little Li didn't clear it out too thoroughly. We need to bring out this kid's true potential. 5 elders sat together, their eyes fixed expectantly on the screen before them. Outside the city, Dragon Domain. My child. My child. Whoever killed my child. I'll make the entire city pay with their lives. The dragon's piercing roar filled the entire dragon realm, causing every colossal beast dwelling within to prostrate themselves upon the ground. Not a single one dared lift its head, fearful of inviting misfortune. My dragon clan plotted for months to annihilate the entire generation of Go City. Where did we go wrong? Human. You must give me an explanation. The purple-black dragon circled the heavens, its eyes blazing with fury as it fixed its gaze upon the human below. Uncontrollable murderous intent radiated from every inch of its being. Hell Dragon. Level 91. A being capable of slaughtering an entire city single-handedly. Several other colossal dragons circled its periphery, each radiating a terrifying aura. Deeper within, only pairs of eyes could be glimpsed, an ancient aura so overwhelming that even the dragonkin dared not look directly upon it. I'm sorry. The plan was flawless. It was merely that Gizi was outmatched, unable to defeat a newly awakened human. The human at the center spoke in a deep voice. What did you say? My son was never inferior to humans. You cunning humans must have betrayed my son. The hell dragon roared in fury, its sheer vocal force uprooting surrounding trees by their roots. The human remained unmoved, continuing to speak. The human who killed your son is named Qin Yun. Today, he entered the Qianyuan Mountain instance. I have already sent men to rig it. This portal can only transport beasts below level 35 into Qianyuan Mountain. If you wish, you may send your minions to seek vengeance against him. He waved his hand, conjuring a silver-white gate. Looking through it, he saw a landscape of lush mountains and clear waters, with 2 figures walking within. It was Qin Yun and Li Qinyue. Chapter 10, Qianyuan Boss Earth-themed Golden Clawbear. Ding. Defeated level 16 5-colored deer. Experience, 2000. Incense, 16. Qin Yun withdrew his Qianquan ring as a 5-meter-tall giant deer crashed to the ground. Its hind legs twitched twice before all signs of life ceased. Not far away, Li Qinyue sheathed her blade as another similarly massive deer fell simultaneously. Are you okay? No. Li Qingyue shook her head and jogged over to Qin Yun. Before them lay a majestic mountain, verdant peaks and emerald waters, lush forests, and caves dotted along the cliffs, occasionally radiating pearl-like brilliance. The moment Qin Yun arrived, he sensed Nezha's divine spirit stirring with excitement. It yearned to reach the summit as if something awaited there. If all went according to plan, a divine artifact should be left behind there. However, his goal this time wasn't solely the artifact, he also intended to level up within this instance. Therefore, he did not rush, instead steadily grinding his way upward. By now, the actor had reached level 20, and Nezha's available energy had increased once more. Once Nezha possessed the body, flames surged and thunder roared with a single wave of his hand. The moment the heavenly ring appeared, it claimed a life. Ding! Defeated Forest Elephant LV 20x1. Experience plus 3000, incense plus 20. Ding! Killed 6 LV 18 horned beasts. Experience plus 15,000, incense plus 108. Ding! Killed 1 LV 23 Ghost Shadow Tiger, experience 5,000, incense plus 46. This kid kills so fast, Qingyue can barely keep up. He's a monster. He handles over-leveled beasts with such ease, we seriously underestimated him. If I'd known, I wouldn't have cleared the place out so thoroughly. We should have let him grind more. Oomph, it's all because you're too protective of your daughter. You wouldn't even let me go. The two in the secret chamber bickered while unable to stop marveling. The monsters they left behind in the instance were all below level 30, and the final boss was merely a level 29 Earth-themed golden claw bear. Consider this, both entered the instance at level 20. Under normal circumstances, they'd need to team up just to stand a chance against the boss. But Qin Yun played by his own rules. On the way up the mountain, not a single living thing survived a single punch. How many punches could a mere level 29 Earth-themed golden claw bear withstand? If it could take 3 punches without crying, it would be this. Ah, those folks back in the capital are probably evaluating him too. I feel like I've held little Yun back. Li Weigua clenched his wrist in regret, wishing he could boost Qin Yun's stats right now. Ah well, his overwhelming performance already showed his potential. Just as Li Qin had said, within the imperial capital's council chamber, all 5 elders' eyes gleamed with excitement. To fight so effortlessly against a higher-tier opponent, it seems he truly could annihilate a dragon's offspring. Is this lad channeling the power of our Chinese deities? Could our divine lineage truly be this formidable? With each move, flames surged wildly. Could this youth be embodying the legendary Red Boy? That great deity's lineage was severed a century ago. If he truly inherits it, it would be a blessing for China. The 5 elders murmured among themselves. Had Qin Yun overheard, he would surely have rolled his eyes. Red Boy, indeed? Does he even deserve to be called a great deity? A mere attendant before a bodhisattva, how could he compare to the great deities of the 3 altars and sea assembly? Let's put it this way, Hong Haier and Nezha split the difference. Hong Haier would die 7 times in 3 minutes. Boom! A deafening roar erupted atop Qin Yuan mountain. A 6-meter-tall rhinoceros crashed to the ground, causing the entire mountain range to tremble. Li Qingyue sheathed her blade, panting heavily. Her battle suit clung tightly to her sweat-soaked skin, revealing her graceful curves. This was a level 25 iron armor rhino. Its impenetrable scales and the horn piercing its forehead, capable of slicing through iron like mud, made it a formidable foe. Li Qingyue had fought it with all her energy for a long time, finally slaying it with the aid of the heaven-shaking brocade. Rest for a bit. Li Qingyue sat cross-legged on the ground, restoring the energy within her body. Qin Yun stood before her, his invisible aura surging outward, intimidating the surrounding beasts that watched them hungrily. Once Qingyue recovers, it shouldn't take them more than an hour to reach the summit. Keep an eye on that bear, don't let it wander off and lose the final boss guarding the pass. Li Weigua adjusted the surveillance feed. As soon as he switched to the boss's perspective, he rubbed his eyes in surprise. The Earth-themed Golden Clawbear's camera feed showed none other than Li Qingyue and Qin Yun, resting. Roar! The bear's roar echoed through the valley, sending all the beasts fleeing in terror from the forest, leaving the battlefield to its sole ruler. Damn it! This bear actually has brains, it knows how to ambush. If Qingyue had been alone here, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Though startled, Li Weigua remained composed. Before Li Qingyue stood Qin Yun. This monster who could slay a dragon cub upon awakening. What's a mere earth-themed golden claw bear to fear? Boom! The colossal bear burst from the forest, advancing menacingly toward Qin Yun with drool dripping from its massive jaws. Its entire body was covered in thick earth armor, standing nearly 10 meters tall. Its 4 bear claws gleamed a dark gold, radiating a murderous aura. Earth-themed golden claw bear LV 29. HP 12,300. Attack 524. Innate ability, Earth Smite, can control earth element. Talent, Unbreakable, bear claws can shatter physical defenses of lower levels. Skill, Earth Vein Spike, summons earth spikes to pierce enemies, dealing continuous damage. Skill, Golden Claw Blade Energy, the golden claws unleash a cutting force, dealing 180 attack damage that ignores defense. Skill 3, Rock Armor, increases defense by 200. While Rock Armor remains intact, grants 40% damage reduction. Under normal circumstances, a party of at least 5 is required to defeat it with certainty truly worthy of its status as a stage boss. Qin Yun sensed the situation before her and immediately opened her eyes, ready to rise and fight. Qin Yun pressed her shoulders down, his face radiating a warm, sunny smile. No need. Just rest well. I'll handle it. Qin Yun's voice flowed like a babbling brook, soothingly Qin Yun as she obediently closed her eyes to continue restoring her energy. A level 29 Earth Fiend Golden Claw Bear and that Qin kid is only level 22 now, right? Good thing the gap isn't too wide before level 30. If he couldn't fight above his level, what kind of genius would he be? True enough. The elders in the council chamber chuckled, watching Qin Yun's battle with keen interest. Qin Yun stepped forward, his aura surging as an imposing presence enveloped the entire mountain peak. Invoking the deity, Nezha. Descend. Chapter 11, Undercurrent Stir. Flames surged from within Qin Yun's body. When he opened his eyes again, his pupils had turned crimson. Roar. The distant Earth Fiend Golden Claw Bear, unable to contain its impatience, let out a furious roar. All 4 bear paws slammed into the ground as it charged forward, lunging to bite Qin Yun. Its massive jaws, armed with razor-sharp fangs, threatened to devour not just Qin Yun's head, but his entire upper body. Qin Yun stood his ground, a smile playing on his lips. He raised his right hand, standing perfectly still, waiting. What's going on? The Earth Fiend Golden Claw Bear can break through any defense you have to avoid its sharp edge. Li Wei's heart pounded as he watched the screen with growing anxiety. Don't panic, old Li. What genius avoids the sharp edge? At worst, he'll cleave it apart with a single sword strike. Li Kan sipped his tea, watching Qin Yun's next move with anticipation. Smack! A crisp slap echoed from the screen, followed by the thunderous crash of a colossal impact. Qin Yun's raised hand came crashing down. The colossal bear before him veered off course uncontrollably, smashing through several boulders before finally grinding to a halt. Put! Li Kan spit out the tea he just sipped. Are you kidding me? That was a golden claw bear of the Earth Fiend. A 10-ton colossus. Qin Yun just swatted it away with one slap? We've seriously underestimated him. Li Kan could imagine Qin Yun defeating the Earth Fiend Golden Claw Bear, but a human flinging a giant bear away with a single slap? That was truly dancing on the edge of his comprehension. Yeah. Li Wei felt his heart surge with excitement, his gaze fixed on the screen with growing intensity. Even after being sent flying by that single slap, the bear's ferocity remained undiminished. Its massive paws pounded the ground, unleashing a series of sharp thrusts that surged toward Qin Yun. Qin Yun's expression remained unchanged as he casually stepped forward. Shattered. Vermilion gold energy rippled outward like waves, exploding flames obliterating every thrust in their path before crashing heavily into the giant bear once more, leaving mottled cracks across its armor. Roar! The bear's ferocity undiminished, it struggled to lunge forward. But the space before it was already empty. Where was Qin Yun? The bear looked up at the sky. A massive hand slammed down on its head. The Earth Fiend Golden Claw Bear, standing 10 meters tall and weighing 10 tons, resembled a mobile steel fortress. Even a level 30 berserker would go out of their way to avoid it. Yet at this very moment, a youth who had only recently awakened his class stood before it. His right hand extended, and a crimson gold palm materialized from the void. With overwhelming force, it pinned the bear's head down. The colossal beast thrashed its head violently, yet the earth elemental matter around it kept reforming and disintegrating. Under Qin Yun's control, it couldn't be manipulated in the slightest. Roar! The bear's furious arrow sent shockwaves rippling through the air. Its forelimbs, thick as ancient tree trunks, swelled violently. With unimaginable force, its dark gold claws tore through space, striking directly at Qin Yun above. A smirk spread across Qin Yun's lips as his right hand shifted slightly upward. Simultaneously, the molten palm lifted the 2-ton bear head with brutal force, pulling half its body off the ground. Its hind legs frantically dug into the earth, sparks still flying before they could vanish. Boom! The muffled thud of the collapsing ground mingled with the sharp crack of breaking bones. The crimson gold paw slammed down, using the bear's head as a pivot, forcibly flattening its proud inverted triangle frame into a V-shape. The bear's attacking claws, a natural killing move capable of tearing titanium alloy gates to shreds, halted abruptly 3 inches from the youth's throat. Carried by its own momentum, the bear's body flew backward, never making contact with Qin Yun. The immense impact shattered all the defensive armor on the bear's head, reducing it to fragments that rained down onto the ground. The collision sent shockwaves through the bear's skull, blood rushing to its head. Qin Yun before its eyes blurred into 3 distinct figures. The gap was too vast. Even its prideful strength was utterly crushed by this human. Victory was utterly impossible. But who was it? A bear. A relentless fighter among beasts. Even in death, it would deliver one final blow. Roar! The colossal bear struggled to lift its head, bearing the weight of Qin Yun's massive hand. Its teeth clenched, gums bleeding under unbearable pressure, staining its entire maw crimson. A roar that seemed to tear its chest apart, carrying an unyielding will, awakened all the earth elements around it. Rock armor sprouted from thin air, fusing piece by piece to the giant bear's body, elevating its defenses to a new level. Simultaneously, a fierce, razor-sharp aura erupted from its golden claws. 5 golden claw marks sliced through space, shredding everything in their path as they lunged toward Qin Yun's head. This strike could bypass all defenses, tearing through Qin Yun's neck. Alas, it faced the true god of slaughter. The very Nezha famed for being 1 part lotus root starch, 9 parts rebellious spirit. Would a god of slaughter ever resort to defense? The god of slaughter ends conflict through slaughter. Qin Yun's right finger flickered lightly, summoning the heaven and earth ring from thin air. It spun and accelerated mid-air, locking onto the golden claw mark. Clang! A crisp metallic clang echoed as the golden claw mark surged forward in frustration, unable to budge the heaven and earth ring an inch, not even leaving a single scratch. How could a mere mortal demon possibly shake Nezha's divine artifact? The golden hand once again seized the giant bear's head, then slammed it downward. Boom! 2399 40% damage reduction. The rock armor newly formed on the giant bear's body shattered once more. As the saying goes, you might stand a chance against Sun Wukong, at least he's educated. But when you meet Nezha? Sorry, he's a pure thug. Facing an enemy, he fights without hesitation. Though Nezha's power had only descended at 20%, his spirit had already infected Qin Yun. The giant bear still struggled, its massive body constantly causing thunderous booms within this space. Qin Yun's smile remained unwavering as he soared forward, his massive hand mercilessly snatching the giant bear's head once more. The bear's eyes began to lose their bloodshot glare, revealing a fear never seen before. Boom! The giant hand came crashing down. 3,999. The bear's health plummeted dramatically, its entire head now dazed and unfocused. Both spectators were stunned. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. Oldly, you wouldn't have dared to fight like this in your youth. Li Weiguo stared at the screen, still shaken. The killing machine before him was a world apart from the polite and courteous Qin Yun he remembered. Killing to stop killing, brutality to counter brutality. I must say, I rather like this kid's fighting style. Li Kan's lips curled into a broad smile, his gaze toward Qin Yun filled with even greater admiration. He was a born killer. In his youth, he'd even wiped out an entire race. Nezha's god of war combat style was precisely the kind of fighting he relished most. Qin Yun's performance left the 5 elders in the council chamber utterly speechless. They weren't strangers to prodigies, on the contrary, they had witnessed far more brilliant talents. In their own youth, they had been among the most exceptional prodigies themselves. But this kind of combat beyond his level, in the domain where the colossal beasts excelled, carrying out such a crushing slaughter. Such a feat was utterly unheard of. Seriously, who in their right mind would fight a colossal beast by ignoring its weaknesses and instead focusing on clashing head-on with its strengths? Heaven sent strength. Even if that savage were here, he couldn't do any better. Shaoli has truly discovered a promising prospect. His future is limitless. The girl beside him is also promising a solid talent. Add both of them to the East Sea Dungeon roster alongside Qin Yun. Xianyuan Academy is going to be buzzing this year. Inside the instance, Qin Yun hoisted the giant bear's head and unleashed another charged strike. Blood spattered everywhere, staining the ground crimson. The bear's health bar was completely depleted, its body going limp. Ding! Defeated LV-29 Earth Fiend Golden Claw Bear. Experience, 15,000. Incense value, 58. Ding, incense points 10001000. Actor unlocks a new deity. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the deity, Zhong Kuei. The constant chime of notifications in his mind couldn't help but tug at Qin Yun's lips. Zhong Kuei. The demon-hunting deity. Though his combat prowess couldn't match Nezha's, he dealt with ghostly entities like a dimensional strike. Any necromancer would kneel before him the moment he stood his ground. Qin Yun. Li Qinyue, her energy restored, tugged at Qin Yun's arm with a puzzled look and pointed behind them. Why is it so dark over there? I have a bad feeling about this. Following the direction of her finger, Qin Yun looked up. His smile froze on his face. A tidal wave of black energy surged, nearly engulfing half the mountainside. Those were gigantic black beasts. Chapter 12, The True Lord of Exorcism, Zhong Kuei descends. Oh. Seems Shaoli has high hopes for him, organizing so many hellish beasts. Indeed. I see they've even included demon flame gorillas and underworld foxes, truly a grand display. This overwhelming demonic energy suggests even stronger forces may follow behind the main army. The elders' expressions grew solemn as they stared at the screen, waiting for Qin Yun's reaction. In the secret chamber of Guqing, Li Kan and Li Weiguo exchanged glances, panic growing in their pupils. Old Li, don't tell me you don't know who sent this horde of hellish beasts? I don't know a damn thing. Old Li, we personally cleared this dungeon, there's no way we could have missed any giant beasts. Besides, this is Qianyuan Mountain, not the lava hell. How could it possibly spawn so many hellish beasts? Hell. Beasts. Hell dragons. For a moment, their expressions shifted wildly. First came shock, then disbelief, followed by worry, and finally, rage. Boom! Li Weiguo's aura erupted as he smashed the chamber's ceiling with a single punch. His form shot skyward like a streak of light, hurtling straight toward the instance's control center. This dungeon was under his command. Inside were his beloved daughter and the young man he valued most. He would not tolerate any mishap. Yet the very thing he dreaded most had still happened. Dozens of staff members frantically adjusted settings, their faces twisted with such urgency they seemed on the verge of tears. Report! What's the situation? Li Weiguo forced himself to suppress his rage, waiting for the staff's report. General Li, the Qin Yun mountain instance has been infiltrated and is now completely out of control. Access can only be gained by destroying the internal nodes the intruders have set up. You mean even a level 90 powerhouse outside can't help? I'm sorry, but that's the reality. What's the current maximum level in the instance? It remains at the level 29 you set. Hearing this, Li Weiguo's heart suddenly relaxed and he exhaled a long breath. As long as it doesn't exceed level 30, even dozens of level 29s attacking together, Qin Yun can handle it. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Report! A short staff member approached them, eyes wide with terror. Detected instance changes. They've sent a level 35 colossal beast. What? How dare they? Li Weiguo's aura exploded, unleashing a terrifying pressure that pinned everyone to the ground, making even breathing a struggle. Just as the crowd gasped for air, a cyan blade aura sliced through the air, shattering Li Weiguo's oppressive aura. Everyone, from this moment onward, you are not to leave this place. Now, do everything in your power to salvage the copy. A commanding voice boomed from the heavens as Li Qin materialized, his back flanked by the assembled garrison of the city lord's mansion. Encircle them. Anyone who dares to leave without permission will be executed on the spot. The soldiers sprang into action, encircling the entire building so tightly not even a fly could escape. Li Can. Look at the men you've raised. If anything happens to those two, I'll drag the demon dragon to my grave. Li Weiguo had completely lost the composure of a general. His dark hair was disheveled, his eyes blazing with savagery. He looked like a god of death. 2 consecutive dungeon invasions would drive anyone mad. Li Can's gaze swept the surroundings like a hawk's. Compared to Li Weiguo's fury, his own calm was terrifying. Yet beneath that composure simmered a murderous intent ready to erupt. 2 invasions, even a fool could guess there was a traitor within Ghost City. The first breach targeted the new generation of Goose City's elite, while the second targeted Gulu City's 2 most brilliant prodigies, seeking to nip them in the bud. How dare they? Do you truly believe Goose City is without defenders? If you want to take Guqing's life, then let's see if you have the guts to take it. On Qianyuan Mountain, Qin Yun pulled Li Qingyue behind him. Something's wrong. These are hell's beasts. Uncle Li couldn't possibly have kept them captive. Qingyue, we're in serious trouble. Li Qingyue instantly understood. She activated the return token, but nothing happened. Just like last time. Li Qingyue's gaze turned icy. That dragon has come seeking revenge. Qingyue, hide. They're after me. I'll stall them until Uncle Li and the others figure out how to save you. As soon as Qin Yun finished speaking, Li Qingyue shook off his grasping hand and stood before him, blade in hand. Qin Yun. The Li family has guarded the border for generations. Retreat is not in our vocabulary. If they want to kill you, they'll have to shatter my sword first. Boom! Valkyrie aura activated at full power. A majestic divine form descended upon Li Qingyue, its razor-sharp currents shredding everything around her to smithereens. SS class level 25 Valkyrie. Li Qingyue's face radiated divine majesty as her tang sword swept forward with effortless grace. Slash! She whispered softly. SSSS-rank. The tang sword glowed a deep blue as razor-sharp energy surged from its blade, coalescing into a slender thread of power in the air. Sword chi. Sword energy that cuts through everything. Boom! A single swing. The blade energy seemed to tear through space and time, striking the horde of beasts with unstoppable momentum. The hellish beasts continued their forward surge. Time seemed to freeze for a frame. Snap. Time resumed its flow. Dozens of colossal beasts lay decapitated, their foul blood spurting forth as they were trampled into pulp by their fallen comrades. Li Qingyue's form swayed as her tang sword unleashed wave after wave of blade energy, charging headlong into the massive beasts. Hell's monsters. A smile curled at Qin Yun's lips. He had just awakened Zhong Kuwei. Zhong Kuwei, the master of exorcising demons and banishing evil, the one who subdues all ghosts and monsters under heaven. He was hailed as the thunder god of exorcism, the lord of banishing evil, the protector of homes, and the bestower of blessings. In his eyes, these hellish beasts were scarcely more formidable than the ghost officers of the underworld. Crushing Fengdu's crimson flames, sweeping the 9 netherworlds with golden maces. The horn of the wicked dragon was severed, startling rivers and mountains. The tiger's soul hung at his waist, subduing the 8 desolate realms. The actor Qin Yun now invokes the true lord of exorcism, Zhong Kuwei. Descend. Chapter 13, The Hellhound. Boom! A pitch-black aura pierced the heavens and earth, an overwhelming surge of ghostly energy filling the entire mountain range, even washing away the demonic aura of hell itself. A divine form descended upon Qin Yun. Dressed as a military officer, he bore a leopard's head with ringed eyes, a dark face, and a bushy beard. Clad in crimson robes and black boots, he gripped a sharp sword, glaring fiercely at the specters. Zhong Kuei, answering the call. Compared to Nezha's youthful impetuosity, Zhong Kuei brought Qin Yun a sense of steadiness. A steadiness born of absolute control and unwavering certainty of victory. As the underworld's martial judge, he had never failed to capture a demon. Yet today, summoned by a mere mortal, he faced a wretchedly feeble specter. If he fails to triumph now, where would his honor lie? Boom! Before Qin Yun could move, Zhong Kuei's aura erupted. A colossal pressure swept across the mountain peak, stirring all the surrounding ghostly energies and sketching a spectral silhouette against the sky. Sword in his left hand, hook and chain in his right, his tiger-like eyes wide and fierce, his body radiating a torrent of ghostly energy so overwhelming that all the colossal beasts halted in their tracks, trembling uncontrollably. Wretched beasts! Why do you not kneel before me? Thud! 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 Amidst the clattering sounds, the demonic beasts halted their savage battle, one by one falling to their knees, not daring to breathe a breath. They were filled with dread. A terror rooted in their very blood and souls. Even if they had never seen Zhong Kuei's form before, a single glance was enough to rob them of the courage to lift their heads again. Reaping souls, claiming lives. Qin Yun channeled his energy. The specter above him raised its right hand, and the soul-reaping chain in its grasp lashed out violently. In midair, it split into 10 strands, each hooking directly into the heads of the beasts before them. Ghostly energy spilled from the chains, enveloping the beast's entire body before being yanked upward. Rip! A shadowy form flew out from the beast's head. The beast, drained of all strength, collapsed to the ground and rapidly decayed and crumbled. With a single strike, dozens of beasts perished. Most eerily, even with their comrades dying beside them, the remaining beasts trembled on the ground, not even daring to beg for mercy or flee. Terrifying. Qin Yun had imagined Zhong Kuei could suppress ghosts and monsters, but this was the first time he'd seen them unable to fight back. It wasn't just Qin Yun, even the high-ranking officials of the imperial capital were stunned. Such deathly pressure was something only those god-tier beasts could achieve. Qin Yun must have taken on the role of a different deity, one with innate dominance over ghosts and monsters. Indeed, within our Huaxia divine lineage, there exists such a deity, one who reaps souls and seizes spirits, slays ghosts, and vanquishes demons. Alas, its lineage has long been severed. You mean the great ghost officer? If Qin Yun can embody him, then what hellish fiends could our China possibly fear? The elders grew increasingly agitated as they spoke, itching to seize Qin Yun and train him personally. Roar! A piercing shriek erupted from the screen. Though it was but a single cry, it carried 3 distinct voices, like 3 colossal beasts roaring in unison. Instantly, countless shadows blanketed the sky. Earth-shaking footsteps echoed relentlessly as a colossal figure emerged from behind the demon beast horde. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the monster flung the kneeling beasts aside. Many were unable to dodge, reduced to bloody mist by the impact. It broke through the shadows, revealing its form. It stood as massive as a small mountain, its muscles bulging like undulating peaks, each step sending tremors through the earth. 3 ferocious dog heads grew from its skull, gaping maws filled with dagger-like fangs. 3 pairs of crimson pupils burned with a sinister, ghostly fire, concealing pure malevolence. Covering its entire body were not ordinary hairs, but countless intertwined venomous snakes. Their scales glowed with a cold, bluish-black sheen, hissing softly as they flickered their tongues. Spiked protrusions like razor blades stood erect along its spine, forming a twisted, living armor alongside the serpentine mass. Most astonishing was its tail, a massive serpent whose tail split into 3 serpentine heads. Venom dripped from fangs that corroded the ground upon the slightest contact. The hellhound, Cerberus. What the hell is Shaoli doing? How did he bring this thing over? This is a pure-blooded hellhound. Its lineage rivals that of ordinary dragons. No, this is a level 35 colossal beast. Is Li Weigua trying to kill him? The elders in the council chamber could no longer remain seated. It must be understood that levels are divided into 4 stages. Level 130 marks the novice stage, where players are relatively evenly matched. Even those a dozen levels lower can hold their own against a level 20 opponent. But once the level gap exceeds 30, a qualitative leap occurs. Even geniuses cannot challenge opponents of vastly different tiers. And this wasn't just any ordinary level 30. It's level 35. And a pure-blooded hellhound. Forget 2 newbies under level 30, even 2 level 35 geniuses would get slaughtered. Notify Li Weigua immediately. Cancel the trial. If he harms a single Chinese prodigy, he'll be facing a court-martial. Old Su, something's off. Look closely at the girl beside Qin Yun. That's clearly Shaoli's daughter. No matter how mad he is, he wouldn't kill his own daughter. Yes, this hell. The elder at the head of the group shifted his gaze, a palpable killing intent crystallizing into substance, piercing toward the distant dragon realm. Hell's demon dragon. That beast has come for revenge. Boom. The council chamber's doors shattered instantly. The Fang elder withdrew his fist, his white hair and beard bristling like a raging lion. This is too much. I'll go settle the score right now. Boom! Old Fang stomped through the floor, launching himself skyward like a missile, vanishing from sight in an instant. Old Chen, go with Old Fang. Stay safe. Yes. No sooner had the words left his mouth than an elderly figure flickered and vanished from the spot. Xiao Lu. Here. A thin thread of darkness began to spread, coalescing into a pool of liquid that surged upward, gradually taking shape into a human form. His feet barely touched the ground as he moved, his entire body shrouded in black robes, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes. Take men there and investigate thoroughly with Li can find out who is causing trouble in Gucheng. Yes. After making their arrangements, the three elders fell silent, their gazes fixed intently on the screen before them. A deep, resonant sigh then filled the air. Even they were powerless to help now, left only to wait for a miracle to occur. Upon Qin Yun Mountain, demonic energy had already saturated the entire peak. The arrival of Cerberus had roused all the colossal beasts, which now charged toward the two, defying Zhong Kuei's imposing aura. Monstrous beasts! Zhong Kuei's beard quivered with fury. Due to Qin Yun's current level, the power he could manifest was limited, unable to suppress the beasts once more. From here on, Qin Yun would have to rely on himself. Boom! The demon flame gorilla leapt into the air, blue demonic flames coiling around its right fist as it struck toward Qin Yun with overwhelming force. Poof! Qin Yun let out a cold laugh. They really underestimated me. You really think Zhong Kuei is all bluster? What a joke! The martial judge who slays 10,000 ghosts is equally a god of slaughter. Slashing. Before the demon flame giant ape could hit the ground, its head flew high into the air. A figure darted in front of it, the sacred sword in hand deftly flicking away the blood. Zhong Kuei's sacred weapon, the seven-star demon slaying sword. A wolf's howl echoed as several spectral wolves leaped into the air, their jaws snapping toward Qin Yun's joints. Qin Yun twisted mid-air, his sword tracing an elegant arc that instantly sliced the approaching ghost wolves into shreds. Qin Yun didn't land. Using the corpse as leverage, he propelled himself skyward, narrowly evading the third wave of demonic beasts. Simultaneously, countless streams of dark gray ghostly energy converged like a frenzy, coalescing into a colossal divine form above Qin Yun's head. Zhong Kuei. Zhong Kuei, sword in hand. Slay demons, slaughter monsters. Qin Yun and Zhong Kuei spoke in unison as the towering, 10-meter-long seven-star demon-slaying sword descended from the heavens. Like a celestial star crashing from the heavens. Boom! Terrifying energy erupted, and surging ghostly energy reduced all the approaching demonic beasts to dry bones. You all. No mercy. Chapter 14, The Undying Demon Hound. Roar! Seeing the surrounding beasts cowering in fear, Cerberus roared again, driving them forward. The Hell Dragon commanded countless minions, among whom the Hellhound was its favorite. Not only for its unwavering loyalty, but also for its fearless ferocity. Even when facing overwhelming odds, it would tear flesh from its foes. This particular Hellhound was a standout among the younger generation, dispatched on a mission of vengeance for the demon dragon. There was no room for error. The hellish beasts surged forward once more. No, Qin Yun, we must kill the Hellsilent first. Otherwise, we'll be worn down to death. Li Qingyue cleaved the nether river fox before her with a single stroke, then leapt several paces to stand beside Qin Yun. Yes. Qin Yun sliced through the enemies surrounding him, his gaze lingering hesitantly on the Hellhound in the distance. This was his first time facing an enemy above level 30. He never imagined losing. But he worried about what would happen to Li Qingyue if he left. Without him drawing fire, she'd be swallowed by the beast tide in an instant. Worried about me getting hurt? Li Qingyue wiped the blood from her lips, her long sword held horizontally before her. The Valkyrie's divine form grew more tangible. Qin Yun, you must understand. Gucheng's geniuses aren't just you. Boom! The Valkyrie opened her eyes, the air currents swirling around her growing sharper, almost solidifying into tangible blades. Li Qingyue leapt forward, plunging into the enemy ranks. Amidst blood and fire, she moved like a graceful dancer, each step and slash perfectly timed as she reaped lives like the Grim Reaper. Valkyrie's innate skill, Crimson Dance. In this state, Li Qingyue's senses heightened by 300%, granting her foresight of 1 second. With her masterful martial arts, she could weave through an army like a dragon. 3 minutes. Wait for me. Qin Yun wouldn't let the opportunity Li Qingyue had secured slip away. With a mighty roar, he leapt skyward, a shroud of black-gray ghostly energy enveloping him as he hurtled towards Cerberus like a missile. Cerberus was startled, and in its panic, it swung its forepaws forward, colliding with Qin Yun. Snap! Cerberus staggered, its entire forepaw severed as blood gushed forth like a fountain. Qin Yun stood suspended in midair, sword in hand, as Cerberus's attributes appeared before his eyes. Hellhound. Level, 35. HP, 38,690. Attack, 1,200. Talent, Hell's Rebirth, rapidly recovers from non-lethal damage. Talent, Trinity, each head possesses independent thought and can control the body to fight. Talent: corrosive serpent venom. Attached venomous snakes can attack independently, their venom inflicting corrosive effects. Skill: Eternal Feast. Imprints the river Styx on bitten enemies, reducing all attributes by 5. Skill: Karmic Fire will dance. Left and right heads spew spiraling demonic flames, while the center head fires poison gas projectiles. Flames ignite the gas, triggering massive explosions. Ability: Purgatory descends, unfolds a 50-meter radius projection of hell, scorching the ground into barren wasteland that inflicts sustained burning and slows movement. Wailing soul fragments float in the air, exploding upon contact. Skill: Triple Aria. Creates 3 single-headed shadow clones, each possessing 50% of the master's attack power. Each attack leaves a spatial afterimage lasting 5 seconds. Qin Yun's gaze deepened, his expression growing more serious. The Hellhound truly lived up to its reputation as a race rivaling dragons. Its 3-dimensional attributes and innate skills were genuinely terrifying. Cerberus raised its forepaw, channeling a relentless surge of energy that rapidly regenerated its severed limb. As a high-ranking hellish species, it possessed the same regenerative abilities as hell dragons. Beyond that, its trinity-bound nature meant all 3 heads must be shattered simultaneously, otherwise, it could still command its body. Qin Yun drew a deep breath as the soul-snatching chain materialized in his left hand, which he held before him. His expression solemn, he pointed his right hand toward the sky and chanted aloud. Heaven and earth, reversed and chaotic, evil spirits, manifest and revealed, the soul-snatching lock moves, the 9 netherworlds, tremble and roar. With my might, I bind all dark spirits. Swiftly, as the law commands. Boom! A chilling aura of ghostly energy surged forth, dark gray currents swirling within the soul-snatching lock, sharpening its edge. With a sonic boom, the soul-seizing lock, carrying boundless ghostly energy, surged toward the Hellhound. This strike pierces straight to the soul. Roar! Cerberus wasn't about to go down without a fight. It violently whipped its body, and the giant serpent at its tail opened its gaping maw, swallowing the incoming soul-snaring chain hole. Sizzle! Corrosive venom surged within the serpent's jaws, overflowing onto the ground. It seared through the gravel, carving a deep pit before finally ceasing. Corrosive snake venom, touch it and die. Cerberus roared with maniacal laughter. All 3 heads opened wide simultaneously, lunging toward Qin Yun. If it bit down, Qin Yun would lose at least half his body. Put! Cerberus's body froze mid-air. Its tail suddenly exploded, the soul-snatching chain shredding the serpent's head and slamming directly into its body. The venom was highly corrosive, capable of piercing not just weapons, but even the defenses of a level 50 tank. But this was the soul-snatching chain. Zhong Kuei had used it to claim countless lives, imbuing it with boundless karmic energy. How could mere serpent venom hope to corrode it? The soul-snatching chain exploded outward, transforming into multiple chains that bound Cerberus tightly. Simultaneously, ghostly energy surged forth, covering its body with countless fierce ghosts that devoured it like ravenous wild dogs. These specters devoured not Cerberus's flesh, but the defenses of its very soul. A canine phantom began to materialize, struggling to retreat, yet held fast by the countless vengeful spirits. Roar! Cerberus let out an agonized howl, summoning every ounce of energy to resist the overflow of its soul. Wretched beast! Die already! Qin Yun bellowed, his energy surging forth to reinforce the soul-reaping chain. The vengeful spirits screamed in agony, tightening their grip even further. Rip! Cerberus's soul was violently wrenched out. Qin Yun vanished in an instant, only for a razor-sharp sword chi to reap toward them, carrying terrifying karmic retribution. 7-star demon-slaying sword. Severing soul and spirit. Cerberus's soul didn't even have time to utter a wail before shattering into fragments under the sword's might. Qin Yun reined in his power, taking several deep breaths to steady himself. Not bad. It was far weaker than he had imagined. There was still plenty of time. Qin Yue should be fine. Time to go provide backup. Qin Yun's toes lightly tapped the ground as his figure shot toward the beast horde. No. The Hellhound is dead. But Zhong Kuei's might remains. Why haven't they retreated yet? Qin Yun spun violently, thrusting the 7-star demon-slaying sword before him as he channeled his entire body's energy into a protective barrier. The 3 colossal beasts lunged forward, claws snapping. Chapter 15, The Will to Charge the Battlefield. No retreat, no surrender. Boom! His protective barrier shattered under the colossal force. Sharp canine teeth slammed into the 7-star sword, the terrifying impact hurling Qin Yun backward. He crashed heavily against the cliff face. Qin Yun! Li Qinyue cried out in alarm, but before she could rush to his aid, a black fire colossal elephant blocked her path. Its trunk lashed savagely at her back, sending her flying backward. Qinyue! Outside the instance, Li Weiguo suppressed his rage and worry, biting his lip until blood trickled from his teeth. Is there any solution at all? Li Kan, equally desperate, shouted angrily at the staff. Several staff members frantically tried different methods, but the instance remained completely locked. They couldn't find a solution. Damn it! Li Kan cursed under his breath, about to offer comfort to Li Weiguo, when he saw his brother slowly rise, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Old Li! Li Kan, I'm going to the dragon realm to slaughter that beast. Don't try to stop me, or I'll take you down with me. Rage consumed Li Weiguo. With his daughter's life hanging in the balance, he couldn't possibly remain calm. Li Qin stared at his old friend, saying nothing. Li Weiguo stood ramrod straight, a long spear in hand. His aura erupted, shattering every pane of glass around him. Boom! Sonic boom! Li Weiguo leapt into the air, his flight speed already exceeding the speed of sound, compressing the surrounding air into a continuous roar. Amidst the relentless explosions, a cyan blade aura surged from behind, catching up to him in an instant. Li Qin wielded his long blade, his aura fully unleashed. The razor-sharp blade energy sliced through the swirling clouds ahead, propelling him forward with even greater speed. Brother! I won't stop you. I'll join you in slaying that beast. Dragon Realm. The Hell Dragon descended to the ground, observing the dungeon's events from a comfortable perch. The Hellhound is my most loyal servant. Within minutes, it will return bearing that man's head. He killed your son. This cannot be treated as an ordinary matter. The human's voice was faint, yet it rang particularly harsh in the Hell Dragon's ears. Human! Do you dare question us? The infernal dragon's eyes blazed with fury, its invisible killing intent already locked onto the human before it. Of course not. However, he possesses exceptional talent and will become a formidable foe in the future. I implore your majesty to eliminate him swiftly. The man offered no further argument, nearly turning to bow deeply before the Hell Dragon. His figure then flickered with a white light. Dragon King, someone has come to see you. With those words, the figure vanished, leaving not even a trace of its presence behind. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted behind the Hell Dragon. A lion's phantom form instantly pierced through the dragon guards, tearing open a gap in the dragon realm. Seeking death. The Hell Dragon spread its wings, its roar piercing the dragon realm. Ha! Aren't you afraid of death? Well, I'm already dead anyway. A mountain-tall skeleton shook off mud and debris, its bony wings abruptly unfurling. Pale bones coiled with black currents, lifting the entire form skyward. The Bone Dragon of Nightmares. Woo! An eerie howl pierced the mist, thick gray fog filling the surroundings. A pair of green eyes flashed within it and an elusive, colossal dragon silhouette darted through the air, charging forward. Shadow Dragon of the Dark Mist. Boom! The earth trembled as a massive black dragon, covered in pus-filled sores and slime, crawled out from beneath the ground. With each step it took, the surrounding terrain turned into a toxic swamp, saturated with poisons and plagues. Its wings remained folded as it crawled like a lizard, its corpse-like stench spreading with each advance. Nearly inhaling the air caused the colossal beast to foam at the mouth, its fate uncertain. Foul Earth Corpse Dragon. The Hell Dragon likewise spread its wings, joining its summoned ally to confront the invading foe. Snap. On Qianyuan Mountain, Qin Yun struggled to his feet from the rubble. He had activated his energy shield just in time before the impact, leaving him sore but unharmed. Before him stood three colossal hounds. They resembled the Hellhound, but each possessed only a single head. Skill, triple aria. Qin Yun felt a pang of self-reproach. He had been careless. Under the Trinity talent, the Hellhound possessed 3 souls. He had only slain one of them. Moreover, due to the effects of Hell's Nirvana, that soul had already regenerated. What a troublesome foe. In the distance, Li Qingyue spat out a mouthful of blood but forced herself to her feet. Her Tang sword swung relentlessly, holding back the advancing tide of beasts. She was clinging to life. The moment the crimson dance faltered, she would be torn to shreds. Charge! Qin Yun's eyes narrowed as he activated the skill for the first time. Charge of the Vanguard, all attributes increased by 200%. Boom! Ghostly energy surged forth, making Zhong Kuei's divine form increasingly lifelike. Even the rage etched upon his face became starkly visible. Surge upon surge of energy poured into Qin Yun's body, screaming to be unleashed. Battle charge, no life, only death. Boom! The ground shattered as Qin Yun's figure shot forward. Ghostly energy gathered on his long sword, coalescing mid-air into a colossal storm blade that pointed directly at one of the giant hounds. The hound neither dodged nor retreated, merely opening its massive jaws as a fiery line gathered, poised to strike. Karmic fire will dance. Boom! 2 spiraling streams of fire erupted from the maws of the 2 giant dogs, colliding head-on with the toxic projectile spewing from the central beast. The toxic mist ignited instantly. Flames and venom spread across the area, engulfing beasts too slow to flee. Within mere steps, they were reduced to charred bones. This hellhound possessed considerable combat experience. It instantly recognized Qin Yun's low defensive capabilities. Without sufficient energy shielding, even a meat shield would be crushed to death. Under normal circumstances, Qin Yun would have to abandon his attack and retreat. Doing so would hand the offensive momentum back to the hellhound. But, should I dodge its sharp edge? How could a beggar beast wagging its tail make the Ghost King retreat? Qin Yun's aura surged once more, the ghostly energy on the 7-star demon slaying sword intensifying. The blade became the eye of a storm, darkening the heavens and earth around it. This strike. Exterminate all evil. The blade descended, ghostly energy erupted, and the violent collision of forces unleashed a tempest that uprooted boulders, sending them tumbling down the cliff until they finally came to rest. This terrifying strike not only shattered a demonic clone but also completely scattered the Hellhound's fire poison trap. Qin Yun landed on the ground without hesitation, thrusting his sword straight toward the next colossal hound. The Hellhound's ferocity remained undiminished. Its paws stomped violently, unleashing streams of scorching lava that flowed from the ground, engulfing the surrounding area. Purgatory descends. Chapter 16, Despair? Or. On this scorched land, hundreds of skulls materialized out of thin air. Their eyes flickered with ghostly flames, their mouths spewing vicious curses. Any touch would trigger a violent explosion. Qin Yun couldn't dodge in time, colliding head-on with a skull. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, shrouding him in smoke and debris. This was too much. Qin Yun's level was far too low to withstand that beast's attack. And it was the most troublesome hellhound of all. This kid's luck was truly at rock bottom. Old Fong's group is likely being held up. We'll probably be unable to intervene. The three elders in the council chamber racked their brains for solutions, yet could only watch helplessly as Qin Yun fought, pinning their hopes on a fleeting miracle. No! Look! He's unharmed. What? How is he completely unaffected by the explosion? There's hope! There's hope! The elders couldn't help but grow excited. On Shenyuan Mountain, Qin Yun burst through the smoke unscathed and continued his charge. Ahead, skulls like bombs blocked his path. Qin Yun flicked his sword, and the skulls exploded with a thunderous boom. But this explosion was fueled by the resentment energy of the skulls themselves. Not only did it inflict damage, but it also generated terrifying that affected the mind. In extreme cases, it could even directly possess a soul. But such dangers held no sway over Zhong Kuei. Could any grudge possibly surpass that of a fierce ghost? If he could subdue fierce ghosts with ease, what threat could a bunch of skulls possibly pose? Under the blessing of Zhong Kuei, the true lord of exorcism, these skulls not only failed to inflict harm but became prime nourishment. Seeing its attacks fail, the hellhound opened its jaws and lunged at Qin Yun. He didn't dodge. Qin Yun certainly wouldn't dodge. The shattered resentment energy surged into his sword's edge, channeled by Qin Yun. Eradicate evil. Uphold the way. Swoosh. One strike through the throat. The blade, empowered by the vengeful force, pierced its defenses with effortless ease. One remains. The last hellhound's eyes flickered. An indescribable emotion surged into its eyes. Perhaps it was called fear. Boom! Empowered by the battle charge, Qin Yun shattered the ground beneath his feet. His blinding speed caused the air to roar with pressure. Seeing escape was impossible, the hellhound unleashed all the small snakes coiled on its body. They spewed thick, corrosive poison gas, attempting to block Qin Yun's advance. Simultaneously, the giant serpent's massive tail lashed out, not retreating but counterattacking, lunging toward Qin Yun to devour him. Even the hound's main body channeled energy, forming a pitch-black shield overlaid with ghostly blue flames to block Qin Yun's assault. But was that enough? Zhong Kuei. The man who was the true lord of exorcism. How could mere poisonous mist and ghostly flames possibly stop a deity who had slain countless demons? Slash! Qin Yun's sword slashed out, its black blade carrying a torrent of ghostly energy that cleaved the charging giant serpent in two, carving a bloody path. Stand! Another strike followed, the dense sword chi forming a miniature storm that swallowed the venom-spewing snakes. Not only did it shred them to pieces, but it also completely dispersed the toxic mist. Qin Yun now stood before the hellhound. Decisive. A pillar of black light pierced the heavens and earth. Zhong Kuei's divine form personally grasped the sword, ghostly energy surging with a chilling aura. Like a hot knife through butter, it effortlessly sliced through the shield protecting the hellhound. Splash! The hellhound's head flew high into the air, blood spurting from its severed neck, its death now undeniable. Qin Yun gasped for breath. Though his combat prowess surged under the effect of battle will, the physical exhaustion was even greater. Just 1 minute had already pushed him to the brink of collapse. 2.5 minutes. There was still time. Qin Yun rose to his feet, sword in hand. Just as he turned toward Li Qingyue, a colossal shadow loomed before him. The three-headed hound's form, its hate-filled eyes fixed intently on Qin Yun. The hellhound! How could it still be alive? No! This can't be. The hellhound's ability is far too treacherous. It splits into 3 forms. As long as all 3 bodies aren't destroyed simultaneously, it will resurrect through hell's rebirth. Damn it! How could Qin Yun possibly kill all 3 at once with his current abilities? His previous tactics have completely drained his body, he won't last much longer. Is old Fong finally okay? The elders wiped sweat from their brows, unable to envision any possibility of victory. In the distant dragon realm, under the command of the 4 dragon kings, the dragon clan had completely surrounded the 2 intruders, leaving them unable to advance an inch. Damn beasts! Old Fong cursed furiously, holding off the assaults launched by the dragons closing in from all sides. Old Fong, we have to go. If more dragon kings arrive, we'll be trapped here. Old Qin pressed down with both hands, completely sealing off the surrounding space and preventing the dragon from taking even a single step forward. Fong Tiger's eyes blazed with fury. Each punch he threw shattered mountains and rivers, yet he couldn't land a blow on the Dragon King, let alone slay the Hell Dragon lurking at the rear. He was utterly frustrated. He refused to leave. But if he didn't leave soon, the monsters deep within the dragon realm would awaken. Leave. Boom. A spear plunged from the heavens, pinning two colossal dragons to the earth. Li Weigua, charge. His black hair was disheveled, his expression ferocious, energy surging from his body. He looked like a god of slaughter risen from hell. Demon dragons. Get out here. The spear retracted. Ignoring the surrounding dragon's attacks, Li Weigua charged straight into the dragon horde, heading toward the hellish demon dragon. Charge in. Several flashes of azure blade light severed the heads of dragons poised to unleash their fiery breath. Li Qin charged in as well. Little Li? Little Li? Ha! Today, this old man will slay you to his heart's content. Fan Laoqi's lion form solidified, his roar shattering eardrums as he charged into the dragon horde alongside the two warriors. Ah! Old Qin sighed softly. With a shift of his feet, his form flickered behind the trio. Turning his back to them, he pressed both hands downward. The space behind him instantly solidified, pinning the attacking dragon in place. Seeing the dragon horde struggling to hold their ground, the four dragon kings refused to wait passively for their doom. They charged forward to meet the onslaught head-on. The slaughter intensified once more. Li Qingyue felt despair wash over her. She felt her body stiffening with every passing moment. Each movement grew slower, and even her thoughts began to lag. She was nearing her limit. Her body had long been sending warning signals, but she had stubbornly pushed through with sheer willpower. But now, her consciousness was beginning to collapse. Qin Yun had done his best. He'd killed that beast. But why was it still standing? Why won't it die? Despair, a bone-deep despair, threatened to shatter her will. 3 minutes. Li Qingyue's loosened grip tightened once more on the blade hilt, and with a single stroke, she cleaved the encroaching colossus to pieces. I can't give up yet. Qin Yun said 3 minutes. Not a single second less counts as 3 minutes. Even if it meant her death, she would hold out for 3 full minutes. Qin Yun braced himself against his long sword, staring at the colossal beast before him whose face already bore the triumph of victory. Suddenly, he smiled. You think I'm crazy, don't you? Sorry, I'm not mad. I'm just happy. I'm delighted you've walked into your own grave. Chapter 17, Formation, 3 Elements Suppressing Demons. Qin Yun smiled brightly. Foolish mistakes only need to be made once. From the very start, he had seen through the Hellhound's intentions. Yes, with Qin Yun's current strength, he couldn't kill all 3 giant hounds at once. But he was playing the role of Zhong Kuei. He wasn't merely the martial judge, he also held a more widely recognized title. Celestial Master. The Celestial Master who subdues demons. As a Celestial Master, his expertise extends far beyond mere martial arts. It encompasses magical spells and mystical formations. Though the power he wielded was limited, these innate abilities were never forgotten. Why did he exhaust himself killing 3 giant dogs in succession? To blind the Hellhound's vision and secretly set up his formation. Now, the formation is complete. And the Hellhound stands at its very center. The formation activates. Boom! The corpses of the 3 giant dogs instantly turned to ash. The energy marks beneath them began to melt, tracing intricate mystical patterns. The energy of heaven and earth was channeled by an invisible force field, greedily absorbed by the 3 marks like black holes. This is the formation. Harnessing the might of heaven and earth to slay the evil. The Hellhound sensed the threat and reacted swiftly, retreating immediately. Yet its body was halted by an invisible barrier. No matter how fiercely it charged, it could not break through. Roar! With a deafening roar, the Hellhound's form swelled further, its explosive force shattering everything around it. This is why there's a qualitative leap around level 30. Once a beast surpasses level 30, it taps into its bloodline power, enhancing all abilities and becoming even more ferocious. Similarly, when a class change character surpasses level 30, they forge a deeper bond with their chosen profession. This not only enhances their abilities across the board but may even awaken new innate skills. Yet even so, it couldn't break through the barrier set by the formation. Qin Yun was exhausted. He had channeled nearly 60% of his energy into the formation, which was why he grew weary after only a few strikes. Fortunately, it was all worth it. Triple element. The formation crystallized, 3 crimson beams of light interlocking to trap the Hellhound in the center. The Hellhound roared, spewing venomous flames as a violent explosion echoed across the heavens. But it couldn't break free. Just as Qin Yun had said. It had walked into its own grave. It could only die here. Eerie energies from heaven and earth coalesced, and Zhong Kuei's spectral form emerged once more across the sky. Now, he gripped the 7-star demon-slaying sword with both hands, his tiger-like eyes wide and fierce, radiating the overwhelming pressure of a divine being. The overwhelming aura halted the attacks of the hellish fiends, who feared provoking this mighty deity. Subdue the demons. Qin Yun's right hand descended.
Amidst the howls of the hellhound, Zhong Kuei's divine form brought the sword down. The black blade, infused with boundless ghostly energy and sharpened by the essence of heaven and earth, displayed astonishing sharpness. With a single sweeping strike, it shattered the hellhound's protective barrier. Then, its head shattered. All three heads shattered. Its heart was ripped out. Energy-formed demons swarmed the shattered corpse like cockroaches, devouring it until the hellhound was reduced to a pile of dry bones. Hellhound. Dead. Completely annihilated. You shall all be slaughtered without mercy. Zhong Kuei's divine form swung his sword once more, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy that crushed all the monsters surrounding Qin. Dark clouds dispersed over Qin Yun mountain. A sudden gust swept through, leaving no trace of demonic energy. Only corpses and bleached bones littered the ground. Ding. Defeated 1 level 18 Wailing Crow. Experience, 2500. Incense points, 18. Ding. Defeated LV 21 Magma Crocodile X1, plus 3500 EXP, 42 incense points. Ding. Defeated 1 Poisonous Mist Toad LV 23, experience plus 5000 incense points plus 46. Ding. Defeated 1 level 35 Hellhound, 25,000 EXP, 105 incense points. Ding. Dropped materials, 3 Hellhound Fangs, 1 Hellhound Heart. The reward notifications echoed incessantly in Qin Yun's mind as he dragged himself over to Qin. Qin opened her mouth, her throat moving for a long moment, yet she lacked the strength to utter a single word. She had given everything she had. Now, she couldn't muster even a shred of strength. As a level 25 transcended warrior, she had pushed herself to the absolute limit to endure so long amidst the beast horde. The Li family's daughter is quite remarkable. Her future achievements may well surpass those of little Li. Indeed, this generation of Huaxia truly is an era of raw talent. Qin Yun's battle technique is profoundly mysterious, channeling the power of heaven and earth for his own use. In 100 years of life, this old man has never witnessed such skill. To slay a hellhound of the 3rd rank with a single strike, if this youth continues to grow, he may well overturn the balance between man and beast. The 3 elders in the imperial capital could no longer contain their excitement, their aura surging uncontrollably. Just imagine, if Qin Yun had set up an array in advance, luring the colossal beasts into a trap and using the power of heaven and earth to crush them all. How many warriors' lives could that have saved? The elders dared not dwell on the thought, fearing they might laugh aloud. They issued orders, keep Qin Yun's true strength a secret, preventing prying eyes from discovering it. To the outside world, his profession was listed as a D-rank actor, who only secured his genius quota through the Li family's connections. When the truth finally bursts forth, what kind of shockwave would it send rippling across the world? Ha! On Qianyuan Mountain, Qin Yun carried Qin princess style and placed her in a secure cave. She was too exhausted to accompany him to the summit now. But something awaited him at the summit. Though exhausted, Qin Yun set off. The earth-themed golden clawbear at the summit had already been slain, and no colossal beasts obstructed his path along the way. Nezha's divine essence yearned, as urgent as a mother longing to see her son. Suddenly, a howling gale erupted, tearing the clouds and mist into chaotic shreds. Amidst the swirling mists, Qin Yun reached the summit. Through the hazy mist, a piercing cold light flickered, dancing with leaping flames that burned fiercely in the gale. Li Weigua had seen this spear before. Yet every time he approached, an invisible force repelled him, a power he couldn't resist even at the 91st cultivation level. Atop the mountain, the spear's tip pierced the heavens, its tassel blazing like fire. The divine artifact, the fire-tipped spear. The life-bound artifact Taizhenren bestowed upon Nezha. Qin Yun braved the howling winds, advancing step by step toward the fire-tipped spear. With each step forward, the flames upon the spear blazed more fiercely. It roared with joy, it roared with fury. It had waited 1,000 years, rejecting countless humans. Finally, it had awaited its master's return. Qin Yun closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his pupils burned like fire. Nezha, descend into the world. He extended his right hand and gripped the rifle barrel. A surge of consciousness flooded his mind. Chapter 18, The Demon Child Nezha. Boom! Thunder roared across the sky, dark clouds churned, and lightning flashed. For dragon silhouettes crisscrossed the heavens, trapping the mighty fortress within a storm-tossed cage. Li Jing. Ao Guang's dragon whiskers swept across the city tower, shattering the glazed roof tiles. Surrender nada, or by the 3rd hour of the morning, the waters of the 4 seas shall drown your Chen Tang Pass. From deep within the clouds came the rumble of cracking earth. Below, the moat's water level surged violently. Torrential rain poured from the sky, and it wouldn't be long before Chen Tang Pass was completely submerged. Old mud skipper. One man's deeds are his own to bear. I'm right here. Why drag the innocent into this? The 7-year-old child soared skyward atop his wind fire wheels, the fire-tipped spear humming in his palm. The vermilion mark on Nezha's forehead seemed ready to bleed as his fiery red eyes locked onto the colossal dragon circling overhead. Li Jing. Ao Guang vanished into the clouds, his dragon roar shattering Chen Tang Pass's rubble. Do you want your son's life? Or the lives of this entire city's people? Father, fear not.
I shall slay this wicked dragon and save the people of Chentang Pass.
Nezha pointed his spear toward the dragon, and beside him, the heaven and earth ring and the heaven-shaking brocade moved of their own accord. Rebellious son! Lower your weapon at once and apologize to the Dragon King. Li Jing rushed over, sword in hand, panic-stricken. Gulping hard, he stared at the dragon's silhouette in the clouds. Rebellious son! Rebellious son! You've ruined me! I did nothing wrong. It was the Dragon King who oppressed the people, devouring young boys and girls. Father, step aside. I'll slaughter these 4 loaches. Nezha lunged forward, only to be struck across the face by Li Jing's open palm. You ungrateful son! Kneel before the Dragon King at once. The blow landed with full force, leaving half his cheek flushed red and burning with pain. He clenched his lips, his eyes filled with confusion and hatred, yet he did not lower the fire-tipped spear in his hand. Father, why this? I have done no wrong. You. Li Jing's trembling finger pointed at Nezha's heaving chest. His lips moved incessantly, but the thunder roared overhead and the torrential rain howled, swallowing his words into the storm. Nezha couldn't hear him. He didn't know what he had done wrong. Suddenly, he remembered when he was 5 years old, his father took him hunting. A bird in the sky was squawking incessantly, driving them both to distraction. He drew his bow and shot it down. Everyone cheered, and even his father smiled, praising him for his skill. But why was it wrong to kill the dragon? That bird was just noisy, but that dragon was eating people. Father, what is right to do? What shouldn't be done? Right and wrong, who decides that? You ungrateful son! You were born a demon spawn. Not content with destroying my family, you'll drag the entire city down with you. Nezha finally heard his father's voice. Startled, he turned to look at Li Jing. Suddenly, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Clang! He snatched the sword from Li Jing's grasp. The youth laughed coldly. His heart had died. He discarded his spear, raised the sword, and pointed it toward the colossal dragon in the sky. The Dragon King dared not even show himself from the clouds. Old Dragon King! I killed your child. Today I'll pay with my life. People say flesh and blood are gifts from our parents, but I, Nezha, was born a demon spawn. What do I care for this flesh and blood? Li Jing! I'll return my bones to my father and my flesh to my mother. From this day forward, I shall have no earthly attachments, all ties of gratitude severed. The youth placed the sword across his own throat. Hearing this, the Dragon King finally emerged from the clouds, laughing as he gazed down at the youth below. Very well. If Nezha keeps his word, I shall withdraw my forces and return to the palace at once. Jar, don't. From afar, a woman's shrieks pierced the air as she charged toward them. Why are you stopping him? Do you want me to be buried alive with Chentang Pass? Li Jing grabbed Lady Yin, and the two began wrestling. Poof. The youth chuckled. Splash. Blood spurted forth, like lotus blossoms unfurling in midair. Jar. The heart-wrenching scream did not halt the youth's long sword. He thrust the blade into the abdomen, gouging out the heart, liver, spleen, and lungs until they scattered. He scraped away the bloody flesh, shaving down to the bone, yet the smile on his lips never faltered. The youth's consciousness began to drift upward, where he saw his own body. The body continued its mechanical motions until it became a skeleton, flesh and blood scattered across the ground. The woman finally broke free from Li Jing and lunged toward the pile of flesh. Jar. Mother. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the divine weapon, fire-tipped spear. Ding. Nezha's unlock progress has advanced to level 2. Congratulations, host, on unlocking the demon child Nezha. Qin Yun raised the fire-point spear, which transformed into a crimson beam and merged into his brow. The Nezha he had previously unlocked belonged to the first stage, the third prince of Chentang Pass. Now, having found the fire-tipped spear, he unlocked the second stage. Returning bones to his father, cutting flesh to repay his mother. The demon child Nezha. The most ruthless being in the 3 realms. A demon child who dares to slay even himself. What could he possibly fear? As the deities advance through unlocking stages, their ability to manifest grows stronger, and they unlock new skills and innate talents. Qin Yun descended the mountain. Li Qinyue still lay unconscious in the cave. He carried her back to the real world. Dragon Realm. Old Fong. That brat didn't die. We need to pull out. Old Shen received the message and relayed it promptly to the 3 engaged in combat ahead. He's not dead? That kid slaughtered the 3-headed dog? Ha! Good lad. That's just the kind of spirit I like. Old Fong smashed through the bone dragon with a punch, bursting into hearty laughter. Wei Gua! Qinyue and Qin Yun are safe. Li Kan couldn't hide his joy either, unleashing his blade energy without restraint. For a moment, the corpse dragon was pinned down, unable to lift its head. Li Weigua seemed oblivious, his momentum unabated. His spear, wielded with unstoppable sharpness, clashed relentlessly against the demon dragon. Roar! A faint dragon's roar echoed from the void as the massive tail lashed out, striking Li Weigua's chest. Li Weigua couldn't dodge in time, forced to shield his chest with his spear, hastily blocking the strike. Boom! The immense force propelled Li Weigua into shattering a mountain.
The silver gray dragon vanished from the sky once more, as if it had never been there. Old Li. Li Qin swiftly cleaved through the corpse dragon to rush to his aid. Far away, Li Weiguo had already risen to his feet. His hair was disheveled, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he leaned heavily on his spear. His eyes were filled with apprehension as he stared into the void. Trouble's here. Let's go. Old Chen narrowed his eyes as a tome of law silently materialized above his head. Its pages turned layer by layer, spewing forth intricate silver threads that sliced the space into countless fragments. Silver gray dragon shadows filled the fragments, their eyes cold as ice. Instant! Old Chen flicked his index finger, and dazzling silver light erupted from the fragments. The entire dragon domain trembled uncontrollably. Oomph! A cold snort echoed from the void. When the light faded, the figures of the four vanished from the dragon realm. Imperial capital. In the council chamber, four figures descended with the silver light. Old Chen! How are you, Old Chen? Master Fong supported Old Chen, whose face was now as pale as gold paper, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a stark contrast to his earlier composed demeanor. Su. Old Chen's gaze fixed on the elder standing at the very center. The beast that should never have awakened has stirred. This spells trouble. Chapter 19, Princess Lu. Gu Cheng. Qin Yun appeared in the control center, cradling Li Qingyue. Their sudden appearance silenced the room for a moment, followed by a flurry of commotion. Oh my god! You're back! Quick! Get the medical team over here. I'll go notify the city lord. The medical team rushed over, carefully taking Li Qingyue from Qin Yun's arms and urgently conducting various examinations. Qin Yun, how are you feeling? Is anything wrong? Qin Yun waved at the medical team, signaling them to attend to Li Qingyue first. He's fine, just a bit depleted. And due to the side effects of the battle will, he's very weak now and needs several days of rest to recover. Xiao Qin. No sooner had Qin Yun sat down than a cry echoed from afar. A woman with an impeccable figure rushed over anxiously, throwing her arms around him the moment she saw him. How are you? Are you okay? That beast just won't give up. The woman was none other than Lu Yunxi. She'd rushed over as soon as she received the news and happened to see Qin Yun emerge. I'm fine, Teacher Lu. Sorry to have you worry. Qin Yun wriggled free from Lu Yunxi's embrace, gasping for air. He'd nearly suffocated. As long as you're okay, that's what matters. If Li Qin can't take care of you properly, come live with me. My place is safer than the city lord's mansion. Lu Yunxi muttered under her breath. Several pairs of eyes turned toward them at the sound. The area was already surrounded by the city lord's guards. Speaking ill of someone in front of them was nothing short of audacious. Poof! A cold snort sounded beside Lu Yunxi, and only then did Qin Yun notice the old man standing next to her. Dressed in black, the old man moved silently, his features blending into the crowd. Walking down the street, he would likely be mistaken for just another kind-faced elder. Yet that single snort made all surrounding gazes vanish. Several muffled groans followed, and some even coughed up blood. Master Lu, why did you not announce your arrival? Your humble disciple could have prepared wine and meat to welcome you properly. With a hearty laugh, Li Qin soared in from the sky and swiftly landed before the group. Li Weiguo landed as well, rushing first to his daughter's side. He took her wrist to check her pulse, then exhaled a long sigh of relief. Lord Li has countless matters to attend to daily. This old man dares not delay him. If I'd drunk too much and let a giant beast slip into the city, I couldn't bear the responsibility. The old man clasped his hands together in a humble gesture. His name was Lu Tianhua. In his youth, he was hailed as the Emperor of Assassins, having slain countless royal-class beasts. In one battle, he injured his source energy and retired from the world. Li Can's expression shifted slightly. It seemed word of the previous incident had spread. This old man had come to demand accountability. Grandpa Lu, we agreed not to bring that up. If you keep this up, I'm going to get angry. Lu Yunxi puckered her little mouth and stamped her foot as if in a huff. All right, young lady, you're right. Grandpa won't say another word, not a single one. The old man immediately put on an apologetic smile, flicking his lips as if begging for forgiveness, and fell silent. Li Qin shot a glance at Li Weiguo, who had already set his daughter down and was now fixated on Lu Yunxi. I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, but I'm afraid this young lady must be the Lu family's princess. Just call me Yunxi. Lu Yunxi gave a slight nod, acknowledging Li Weiguo's assumption. Li Can's expression turned solemn, a lingering sense of dread settling over him. The Lu family, a leading clan in Huaxia, teeming with masters. Before stepping down, old Master Lu had even commanded the three armies. Moreover, the Lu family had resisted the great beasts for generations, sacrificing countless descendants in the process, earning them immense prestige across China. Of the 8 children born to old Master Lu, 7 perished in battle, leaving no descendants. The sole surviving youngest son left behind a granddaughter before returning to the front lines. He broke through the city walls and has been missing in action ever since. Thus, the current main branch of the Lu family had only one heir in the new generation. And that one person stood right before him.
No wonder even an invasion of the secret realm could draw a powerhouse like Lu Tianhua. As elders of the Lu family, they have only this one young princess in their branch. Not a single misstep can be tolerated. If anything happened to her here, even if old Master Lu came to Gulu City and chopped him to pieces, Li Qin wouldn't dare utter a single word of protest. Uncle Li, I summon Grandfather Lu to help you identify any remaining issues in Gul City. I hope you won't take offense. How could I possibly mind? Elder Lu, just name it. I'll mobilize the entire city to assist you. Li Qin hurriedly interjected. Having this former assassin turned emperor investigate internal traitors would be like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Lu Tianhua responded with a nod, then lifted his head slightly, gazing toward the east. In the next instant, Li Can and Li Weiguo both turned their heads as well. A shadow on the ground suddenly twisted and shifted, coalescing into a human form that bowed respectfully toward Lu Tianhua. Junior Lu Wing greets Senior Lu. Elder Chen has instructed me to lead an investigation into Gu City. I hope City Lord Li will cooperate. He turned his head to face Li Can, his blood-red eyes betraying no emotion. Cooperation. Absolute cooperation. The higher-ups finally sent someone. I was nearly worn out. Li Can let out a hollow laugh, lightening the tense atmosphere. He'd been itching to catch the mole for ages, but since specialization was key, he'd only managed to nab a few low-level minions after a week of searching. With Lu Tianhua and Lu Ying's help now, things would be much easier. Lu Ying bowed respectfully to Lu Tianhua once more. This junior takes his leave. With that, his figure vanished into the shadows. Admiration flickered in Lu Tianhua's eyes. He had heard of this junior before, and now he could see he was truly extraordinary. His future achievements might even surpass his own. Well then, Uncle Li, I'll be taking my leave as well. Xiao Yun, come over for dinner sometime. The teacher has left his position and is bored out of his mind now. Lu Yunxi ruffled Qin Yun's hair before waving goodbye to the two elders. Sure, I'll definitely come when I get the chance. Qin Yun nodded and waved goodbye to Lu Yunxi. Once the two were out of sight, Li Can nudged Li Weiguo with his elbow. Old Li, you've got to seize this chance. Otherwise, this little golden pig will be snatched away. Poof. Li Weiguo flung his arm dismissively, ignoring his friend and striding straight up to Qin Yun. Little Yun, you've worked hard. This was my mistake, uncle. I apologize to you. And you saved Qingyue. The Li family will never forget this great kindness. Don't blame Uncle Li, it was just an accident. Qin Yun shook his head. He already understood the situation. Especially when there was no solution, Li Weiguo risked his own safety and charged alone into the dragon realm just to save the two of them. He had done more than enough. He harbored not a shred of blame toward the two of them. Sigh. Little Yun, take a few days to rest properly. Uncle Li will bring you some nourishing treats these days. Next week, you and Qingyue will join a national-level raid. You'll need to bring honor to our Ghoul City then. Oh, and the instance is called East Sea. Its main exploration site is the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Chapter 20, The East Sea Trial. The Dragon Palace of the East Sea? Qin Yun was utterly stunned. In this world where divine veins have fractured, he never imagined a dragon palace could still exist. It was once the palace of some mighty dragon, but later driven out by the mighty warriors of China. Now it serves as a testing ground for prodigies. It lies within the East Sea. Since you contestants lack teleportation devices, you must remain vigilant about safety at all times. Li Weiguo offered a brief explanation, leaving Qin Yun somewhat disappointed. This dragon palace was not the legendary one, greatly reducing the possibility of divine artifacts being present. Alright, you must be exhausted. Rest well with Qingyue. After giving these instructions, Li Weiguo departed with Li Qingyue, while Qin Yun returned to the city lord's mansion as usual. The purge in Gucheng had been extensive, uncovering numerous spies. According to Li Can, these individuals were all instructors of the beast god cult, colluding with the giant beast's traitors to the human race. Interrogations revealed they had arrived in great numbers this time. Not only were numerous leaders hiding within various organizations in Gucheng, but even a cardinal had come. His level exceeded 85, and his whereabouts remained undiscovered to this day. As for the beast god cult's true objectives, only he knows. During the few days of rest, Qin Yun sold the items he had obtained through Li Can and donated the majority of the proceeds. These donations were made in the name of the Huaxia deities, earning him immense public favor and pushing his incense value close to 1,000. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the East Sea trial would awaken his third deity. Qin Yun was eagerly anticipating it. Qin Yun killed my son? A roar erupted from the ancestral hall of the Su family in Gucheng. A portly middle-aged man stood guard by the spirit bed, his bulging eyes bloodshot with rage. Listen to what the young master's girlfriend said. Send men. Kill him. No. That's not enough. Kill his entire family. Make him regret ever being born. The man was Su Yu, Su Feng's father and the current head of the Su family. He grabbed the subordinate who came to report, raging like a mad boar. Master, Li Can has him under protection at the city lord's residence. Our men can't get in. There's no way to strike. Li can.
I'll slaughter him sooner or later. Su Feng gritted his teeth, his face contorted, brows furrowed, eyes dark and terrifying.
The East Sea Trials. That brat will definitely participate in the East Sea Trials. I'll contact the old man immediately and send our clan's new generation. At any cost, we must eliminate Qin Yun. Dragon Domain.
A man whose face remained hidden stood amidst the dragon horde. He bowed deeply toward the depths, only to meet a pair of furious dragon eyes.
Human.
Why has my servant, Kerberos, not returned? The infernal dragon coiled before the man, its massive head gazing down from above, its voice brimming with fury.
He is dead.
Killed by the man who took your son's life.
Boom.
Evil energy surged skyward.
The demon dragon's claw slammed down where the man had just stood.
Yet the man vanished like a phantom, not only evading the blow but returning to his original position.
How is that possible? Didn't you say that man wasn't even level 30? How could he possibly defeat my subjects? Cunning humans. Can't you just believe? Ignoring the demon dragon, the man gazed into the depths and declared in a loud voice.
In a few days, he would also participate in the Huaxia East Sea Trials, but numerous powerful beings would guard him.
Dragon, why don't we? Wow.
It seemed everyone couldn't help but gasp at the sight of the ocean. Even the usually stern Qin Yun was no exception. Li Qingyue practically threw herself onto the sand, her delicate pink feet splashing in the cool, refreshing water.
Li Weiguo laughed as he pointed toward the East Sea, explaining to Qin Yun. Master Chen has set up a barrier out here. The moment any giant beast invades, the alarm will sound immediately. This trial is a small-scale preliminary test with limited participants, mostly prodigies from various cities.
Though some got in through connections. You'll see when the genius rankings are posted tonight.
The celestial genius rankings?
Yes. The authorities will release your information, and curious individuals will compile it into a ranking based on your level and profession.
Don't dwell on it too much. Many prodigies didn't participate in this trial.
There are plenty of raw talents among your generation.
Seize this opportunity.
Li Weiguo gave Qin Yun a few encouraging pats on the shoulder before leading the two to register. That evening, Qin Yun stared at his name at the very bottom of the genius rankings, lost in thought.
Qin Yun, lifetime profession, D-rank entertainer, level 30.
According to paparazzi investigations, he maintains close ties with Li Qingyue, daughter of martial god Li Weiguo, and is suspected of being her child-betrothed husband.
Qin Yun? He couldn't help but chuckle.
Sometimes, when you're utterly speechless, you just laugh. Qin Yun couldn't be bothered to look any further and lay down to sleep.
Day 2, East Sea Trial Grounds.
By the time Qin Yun and Li Qingyue arrived, most people had already gathered. Before they could find a spot, several figures approached them. Leading the group was a guy with dyed yellow hair. He raised an eyebrow and eyed Qin Yun up and down.
Qin Yun, right? How dare a good-for-nothing like you stay by Qing Yue's side? Kong Yuan Long, what are you doing here?
Before Qin Yun could speak, Li Qingyue stepped in front of him, her face flushed with anger.
What's wrong, Qing Yue? We were childhood sweethearts, after all. How could you fall for a good-for-nothing? A D-rank actor? What else can he do besides being a pretty boy?
I really don't know what Uncle Li was thinking, letting him participate in the East Sea Trials. The blonde-haired man shot Qin Yun a glance, his eyes brimming with undisguised contempt.
Yeah, sis, what exactly does that loser have that our boss doesn't? Qin, if you know what's good for you, get lost. Don't bother the boss, or I'll break your legs. Hear that? Now get lost. The punk's henchman chimed in immediately. Shut up. Kong Yuan Long. I have nothing to do with you. Keep bothering me, and I'll tell Uncle Kong.
Li Qingyue's chest heaved with fury, her tang sword nearly slipping from its scabbard. The commotion naturally drew attention, and all eyes in the vicinity turned toward them.
So that's Qin Yun? Looks just like the rumors described. He really is Li Qingyue's child-promised husband? A lifestyle actor?
No wonder he's clinging to Li Qingyue. Turns out he's just a backdoor-crawling piece of trash.
Exactly. He hasn't dared to say a word back so far, just a freeloading pretty boy. Don't you see who he's facing? That's Kong Yuanlong, the East Sea's top genius, ranked 3rd on the genius list.
Whispers rippled through the entire venue, fueling the blonde-haired Kong Yuanlong's increasingly defiant glare.
Qin Yun, why aren't you saying anything? How about we make a bet?
You and Qingyue team up against me. If I don't go down within 10 rounds, I lose.
Chapter 21, The Third Deity. The Water God Gonggang. 10 rounds? And he's letting 2 of us team up? Kong Yuanlong is way too cocky. Of course. Qin Yun's a piece of trash. He only relies on Li Qingyue. Beating him is a piece of cake. Go! Get it on.
The spectators, eager for a show, clamored to watch the duel.
What's all the commotion about?
The commotion drew the attention of the event organizer.
Fong Tiger strode into the crowd, eyes wide, his invisible aura silencing all the geniuses. Youngsters want to fight? Fine.
Wait until you're inside the Dragon Palace, then you can fight to your heart's content.
But here?
If anyone dares to lay a finger, I won't mind having your mother come collect you.
Fong Lao's 2 sentences silenced the crowd. Seeing that a fight wasn't happening here, Kang Yuanlong didn't press the issue. He glanced at Qin Yun, then turned his gaze to Li Qingyue with deep affection. Qingyue, there's no future with this kind of person. Once we reach the Dragon Palace, I'll make sure you see exactly what kind of trash he really is. Kang Yuanlong spat out his threat before leading his men away. The onlookers dispersed in frustration. Qin Yun.
Li Qingyue turned, her beautiful eyes filled with guilt and worry. I'm sorry, Qin Yun, for dragging you into this.
Kang Yuanlong was a childhood friend of mine.
That's just how he is, don't pay him any mind. I'll explain everything to him once we reach the Dragon Palace.
I won't let you two duel. It's fine.
Qin Yun gave a faint smile and ruffled Li Qingyue's hair.
Let's go.
The competition's about to start. Li Qingyue's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded like a little bird, following Qin Yun to the starting point.
Soon, everyone gathered.
Elder Qin stood atop a raised platform, robed in white with silver hair and beard, radiating an ethereal aura. Honored guests, he addressed the assembly. For millennia, the land of Huaxia has witnessed heroes as numerous as fish crossing the river. This place, however, is the starting point for nearly all of them. 100 years ago, Sun Wudao discovered a fragment of a divine artifact in the Dragon Palace. Later, he ventured deep into the beast abyss alone, driving them into submission for a decade. 70 years ago, Lu Tianjiao slew a lurking young dragon in the Dragon Palace. He later became commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, leading humanity to 30 years of peace. 30 years ago, Li Weiguo broke through the sea beast's ambush in the Dragon Palace, later revered as the martial god general and rising as the foremost figure of the 6th generation. Young warriors. This trial offers no life-saving devices. The Dragon Palace is riddled with traps and teeming with formidable foes. A single misstep could cost you your life. How will you face this? Are you afraid? Old Shen's voice boomed like thunder, igniting the blood of every warrior present. We are not afraid. The youth stood tall against the wind, raising his head and roaring defiantly. Good. That's the spirit we want. The backbone of Huaxia shall never bend, even in death. Old Shen nodded with satisfaction. A tome of law unfolded from his hands, silver threads unfurling from its pages and flowing into each person's body. During the trial, combat is permitted, but no one may be fatally wounded. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. The 235th East Sea Trial commences now. The codex erupted in dazzling silver light. In a flash, everyone found themselves submerged in water. What an astonishing ability! Qin Yun surveyed his surroundings, an endless expanse of blue. Yet a layer of luminous white light emanated from his body, blocking all water currents and allowing him to breathe freely. Old Shen teleported everyone randomly into the East Sea, preventing any preformed teams from the start. Old Shen, Brother Su's idea was truly brilliant, pinning that label of climbing the ladder by relying on women on that kid Qin. Yeah, but man proposes, heaven disposes. Who knew that Kang's kid would stir up trouble? Otherwise, the younger generation wouldn't have paid Qin Yun any mind. You can't hide the truth forever. With his talent, he'll inevitably be noticed. Don't dwell on it so much. We can only hide it for as long as possible. After all, he doesn't come from a prominent family. If someone determined to target him, we might not be able to protect him. I deliberately teleported Qin Yun far away. The two of them will definitely arrive at the Dragon Palace at different times. As long as they don't run into each other, it'll be fine. Old Shen sighed softly and joined Old Fong in watching the livestream of the East Sea Trials. Ding! Defeated LV-25 Deep Sea Squid Monster. Experience, 7,000. Incense points, 50. Qin Yun withdrew his fist, gasping for breath. His gaze grew solemn as he finally understood why the trial had to be held in the East Sea. In seawater, every attack was dampened by the resistance of the water. If the distance was too great, the attack power could drop by as much as 80%. Sea beasts, however, were born masters of aquatic combat. Not only could they harness their own power, but they could also manipulate the water itself, forcing their opponents to keep their distance. Take the deep sea squid monster from earlier, its 8 tentacles twisted the surrounding currents into whirlpools. Approach it and you'd be sucked in, leaving Qin Yun powerless to strike. It took immense effort to finally slay it. Worst of all, Nezha primarily specialized in fire magic, making it difficult for him to unleash his full power in seawater. Whoosh! Qin Yun abruptly sidestepped as a silver figure darted past him, narrowly missing his chest. A slender silver fish turned, its forehead adorned with a sharp, elongated spine. LV-26, sharp-nosed flying fish. This is too much. Qin Yun's face darkened with rage as a rocket gun materialized in his hand. Intense energy gathered at the barrel's tip, forcibly raising the temperature of the surrounding seawater by several degrees. The sharp-nosed flying fish showed no sign of backing down. Its tail lashed out like a sharp arrow, shooting straight toward Qin Yun's heart. Heaven-shaking brocade. The crimson silt burst from his waist, churning the surrounding seawater. Even the swiftest flying fish couldn't avoid being thrown off course. Die! Qin Yun seized the moment, thrusting his spear forward.
It pierced the flying fish's forehead, unleashing a burst of scorching energy that cooked its entire body. Ding! Defeated level 26 sharp-nosed flying fish. Experience 8,000. Incense points 52. Ding! Incense value 10001000. The actor has unlocked a new deity. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the deity, Gongang. Gong? Qin Yun's eyes sparkled with delight. Gong? That's the ancient water deity. Back then, he battled Zhuanqiu for the throne of heaven. After his defeat, he furiously struck Mount Buzhou, causing the sky to tilt northwest and the earth to sink southeast, triggering cataclysmic changes. Moreover, as the water god, he commands all waters under heaven, possessing formidable water-manipulating abilities capable of summoning clouds and rain, and controlling floods. To channel his essence, wouldn't that make the East Sea feel like coming home? Gurgle. A trail of bubbles drifted from his form as a colossal shadow engulfed the distance, blocking the sun from the deep sea. The scent of blood drew the ruler of the deep. Qin Yun raised his head. His nearly 100-meter-long form brought an almost despairing sense of oppression. Level 33, Deep Sea Demon Whale. Facing it, most would lose all will to fight. Especially underwater, its domain one gape of its massive jaw unleashed a terrifying suction capable of devouring everything. But Qin Yun merely grinned. Perfect. Time to test the water god's power. Chapter 22, The Chinese water god, Gonggong descends. Seriously, old Chen, you didn't do this on purpose, did you? Why did you teleport this kid right into the deep-sea demon whale's territory? That thing isn't just thick-skinned and resilient, it can command the power of seawater. Forget the kid, even our warriors wouldn't dare confront it head-on. Watching the colossal beast before Qin Yun, Master Fong couldn't help but grumble at old Chen. This kid's got some bad luck. Squid monsters are on this whale's menu, so of course it's not happy that Qin Yun snatched its prey. Fortunately, it wasn't particularly fast. If Qin Yun gave chase at full speed, it wouldn't be able to keep up. Old Chen pressed his forehead in exasperation, even considering reassigning Qin Yun to a different location. But with dignitaries from all factions watching the livestream, openly assisting him would surely give them ammunition. Just as Old Chen hesitated, Qin Yun unexpectedly charged forward instead of retreating, heading straight toward the deep-sea demon whale. Old Chen! Teleport him out now! That kid has no idea how powerful the deep-sea demon whale is. Charging in like that is suicide. Seeing this, Old Fawn could no longer sit still. His white hair instantly turned golden, bristling like the mane of a lion. Old Chen's fingers gripped the pages of the spellbook, ready to flip it open and teleport Qin Yun away. But his fingers froze in place. No matter how hard he pressed until his fingertips turned blue, he couldn't turn the page. Old Chen? What's wrong with you? Old Fong shot him a puzzled glance, only to see Old Chen's face drained of color, a clear sign of energy depletion. Old Chen? How could you deplete yourself to this extent? Old Chen released the codex, his power ceasing. He exhaled slowly, his eyes filled with bewilderment. There's an energy field around Qin Yun resisting my teleportation. Even if I muster every ounce of my power, I cannot move. What? Master Fong's expression changed drastically. Old Chen is the foremost master of spatial magic. Even amidst the myriad dragons of the dragon domain, he could teleport everyone back. How could he fail to teleport a mere junior? No, look at that kid. He's channeling a god. What deity is this? In the East Sea. Qin Yun stepped forward, his formless aura churning the waves into ripples radiating outward from his body. Shangliu dances his sword amidst churning clouds, the water emperor's might shakes the 9 gates. His wrath shook the heavens and earth, overturning the world. Qin Yun, the actor, invokes the ancient god Gonggong. Descend. Boom! The sea churned violently. Qin Yun stood at the vortex's center, finger pointing skyward. A blue beam shot upward, driving the water to surge madly, spiraling upward until it pierced the heavens. Dragon's water siphon. The ancient god Gonggong, riding a dragon. A pale blue divine form slowly materialized behind Qin Yun. His form was towering, his complexion as dark as lacquer, and his crimson hair billowed like a coiling dragon. Beneath that robust frame lay a serpentine body, coiling and twisting. Its scales shimmered with an eerie blue glow, and mist spread from its form. A profound sense of majesty welled up within Qin Yun. As a descendant of the Flame Emperor and a leader in his own right, Gonggong possessed an imperial presence that commanded respect without needing to raise his voice. Later, he became the water god, ruling over all waters. His fierce battle with Zhuanqiu over the imperial throne ended in defeat. In his rage, he struck Mount Buzhou, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Thus, Gonggong was not strictly speaking a benevolent deity. Yet who could underestimate his power and presence? Who dares to underestimate him? Roar! The deep-sea demon whale could no longer contain itself. It lashed its colossal tail, instantly unleashing a terrifying tsunami that propelled it through the currents, charging toward Qin Yun. If you collide with that, forget about broken bones, you'd be turned into mincemeat. Qin Yun narrowed his eyes, watching the whale with keen interest. Deep-sea demon whale. Level 33. HP, 46,000. Attack, 800.
Innate ability, Void Gastric Sac, consumed matter is instantly converted into energy. Talent, Abyssal Resonance, manipulates all marine life within 500 meters via infrasound. Talent, Tidal Core, flexibly regulates energy throughout the body and can repair physical damage with energy. Skill, Tidal Blade, generates high-pressure water blades while swimming, dealing 260 slashing damage to contact targets. Ability, Abyssal Gullet, opens a massive maw, generating black hole-level gravitational pull. Swallowed creatures are instantly converted into energy. Skill, Raging Tidal Vortex, summons a rotating water tornado, reducing target movement speed by 50 and dealing 180 damage to contact targets. Skill, Demon Whale Bloodline, increases all attributes to 150, reduces size tenfold, and boosts speed fivefold. Both talents and skills are exceptional. In this test, it was at least a mini-boss level threat. But it faced Gonggong, the water god who rules all seas. Forget a single whale, even the 4 dragon kings of the seas would be no more than 4 loaches to him. Qin Yun didn't dodge. He merely raised his right hand, where azure energy threads coalesced into a fist-shaped aura. The surrounding waters boiled and screeched, as if a horde of children had encountered their father. Uncontrollable joy drove them to wild shouts. The currents surged, the ocean itself had taken Qin Yun's side. They manipulated the water's might, enveloping him completely. In that instant, the ocean seemed to take human form, moving with Qin Yun's actions as it charged toward the attacking demon whale. A fist struck out. Boom! An unimaginable collision erupted. The demon whale measured 100 meters in length and weighed 1,000 tons. Yet it was forcibly halted in its tracks. Held back by a human smaller than its own teeth. It couldn't accept it. It simply could not accept it. Of course. Gonggong, too, could not accept it. How could a mere fish obstruct the path of the gods? A pair of eyes snapped open. Ganggang's Dharma form. He lowered his gaze, his eyes brimming with uncontrollable arrogance. He had the capital. And the power to match. Boom! Frenzied energy erupted from his right fist, transforming into a jet blue dragon that surged toward the demon whale. Thud! The 1,000-ton body was hurled away by the colossal force. Yes. Blown away. Even underwater. Even with unavoidable resistance. But that terrifying force still propelled the demon whale forward, only coming to a halt when it slammed into the ocean floor. Old Fong was stunned. Old Chen was dumbfounded. Their mouths hung open, utterly speechless. Old Fong, were you like this in your youth? Back in my day, I could barely handle 100,000 Jin. I'd never dare collide head-on with something weighing 1,000 tons. This time, it was Old Chen's turn to gasp in astonishment. Old Fong had always been renowned for his immense strength. His lion-like claws could strike a dragon as easily as swatting a fly. And this kid, stronger than Old Fong back in the day? Holy crap! Could he have summoned the giant spirit god? That's the supreme deity recorded in ancient Chinese texts. The very being who tore apart a dragon with his bare hands. If it really is the giant spirit god, then our nation's future holds great promise. Even if those old farts wake up, we've got nothing to fear. Old Chen. Old Master Fong's gaze swept over. His tiger-like eyes blazed crimson, unleashing the aura of a beast king that sent a chill down Old Chen's spine. What's wrong? Enemies? Old Chen narrowed his eyes, ready to respond, when Fong Lao's voice reached him. I'll tell you. This lad is mine. From now on, he's my direct disciple. Closer than my own son. If any of you dare to take him, I'll pull down your old pants. Old Chen. Chapter 23, hearing the proclamation at the East Sea, slaying the whale with a single blade. Master Fawn lived a solitary life, bereft of both offspring and a single direct disciple. Now, seeing Qin Yun, he saw his younger self reflected in him and immediately felt the urge to take him as a disciple. But his brothers had all witnessed Qin Yun's true strength, and likely many others were eyeing him as a potential disciple. Thus, Master Fawn resolved to act first. After the trials concluded, he would take Qin Yun away and become his master first. By the time the brothers realized what was happening, it was already a done deal. Old Chen, we've known each other for 50 or 60 years, don't you dare tell them. Or don't blame me for turning my back on you. Old Fong slapped Old Chen hard on the back, nearly knocking the energy-depleted elder to the ground. Old Chen coughed a few times, too weary to bother with this violent old man. In the East Sea, the demon whale surfaced from the depths, deep blue ripples radiating from its body as it repaired its damaged form. The sheer force of that single punch had instantly reduced its health by 1/5. Boom! Its massive tail smashed the seabed, propelling the demon whale skyward as hundreds of water blades coalesced around its form. Tidal war blades. The sea churned violently as the water blades converged from all directions, sweeping toward the center. Simultaneously, a colossal black shadow loomed menacingly from the distance. The whale circled menacingly, biding its time, waiting for Qin Yun to show a weakness. He must block the water blades while guarding against the demon whale. Qin Yun found himself in a dilemma. But as the water god, how could he allow a sea beast to run rampant before him? With a cold snort from the Gonggong Dharma form, a wave of its right hand swept through, propelling Qin Yun's body along with it. The ocean erupted in a violent boil. Countless dark currents surged forth, shattering every water blade into droplets that dissolved back into the sea. The water god commands all waters under heaven. To play with water in his presence was as foolish as brandishing a broadsword before Guan Yu. Seeing its strike fail, the demon whale immediately churned the surface, stirring the currents into a whirlpool. Raging tide whirlwind. It rose from the depths like a whirlpool, devouring everything in its path. Within the whirlpool, countless water blades whipped through the air. The demon whale unleashed its full power without restraint. Anything caught in its path would be sliced to shreds. Wretched beast. Gonggong lowered his gaze, his expression darkening with anger. The might of the water god had never been so blatantly defied. Get lost. The thunderous roar, its shockwave carrying divine might, stirred the sea. The approaching waterspout, as if caught in the act of wrongdoing, instantly reversed its rotation, disintegrating itself and returning to the ocean. The demon whale spat out a mouthful of blood, its eyes filled with terror as it stared at the human before it. It was the apex predator of the East Sea. Even a dragon would show it some respect. Yet now, facing this human, this creature smaller than even its own teeth, it felt fear. It wanted to kneel, to prostrate itself in worship. As if a subject had encountered a sovereign. Who the hell was he? The demon whale spun around in panic, its will to fight utterly shattered. All it wanted now was to flee from this human as quickly as possible. An energy seemed to erupt from the depths of time, causing the demon whale's entire body to shrink tenfold while its speed increased fivefold. Demon whale bloodline. The desperate ultimate technique of the deep-sea demon whale. Yet it used it to flee. It fled in a panic, never looking back. Boosted by the skill, its speed was blindingly fast. Even the earlier spearfish couldn't keep up. Qin Yun, diving for the first time, couldn't possibly match its speed. Yet, how could a subject who dared to defy the emperor possibly survive? Gonggang's divine form rose, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze piercing and his majestic aura radiating. Announcement: the Eastern Sea pays homage. Hum. Gentle ripples spread across the sea as faint voices echoed from all directions, too faint for Qin Yun's keen hearing to discern. The Gonggong Dharma form glanced at Qin Yun and sighed softly. The power he could manifest was too meager. He couldn't even control the entire East Sea. What a disgrace to the gods. Yet the seas within 1,000 li had already submitted, obeying his commands unconditionally. Bring the sinner before me. I. An unidentified voice echoed, stirring dark currents beneath the sea surface that churned distant waves. A shadowy figure was dragged toward the surface. Qin Yun fixed his gaze. The deep-sea demon whale. Swept along by the currents, it could not escape no matter how it channeled its energy, dragged relentlessly before this human. The power of nature, how could a mere fat fish hope to sway it? Arg. Seeing no escape, the deep-sea demon whale swiftly opened its abyssal maw. Pitch-black energy coalesced into a vortex, unleashing a crushing suction that threatened to devour everything. Abyssal throat. Seeing escape was impossible, the deep-sea demon whale launched its attack. But the Eastern Sea, summoned by imperial decree, would not allow it to threaten the emperor. Water columns surged from the sea, coalescing into a colossal water prison that encased the deep-sea demon whale. No matter how terrifying the suction, it could not break free. The deep-sea demon whale panicked, unleashing the bloodline power it had gained after breaking through level 30. A subsonic wave rippled out. Abyssal resonance. The deep-sea demon whale's innate ability commanded all sea beasts within 500 meters. Yet all that awaited it was silence. Not a single formidable sea beast, not even a minnow, was in sight. When the water god descends, all beasts bow in reverence. How could a mere beast king possibly command such power? Despair flickered in the deep-sea demon whale's eyes. The disrespectful. Execute immediately. Gonggong spoke calmly, his right hand like a blade, striking down with ruthless precision. Azure energy seeped into the waves, and a long blade now stood erect in the deep sea. 100 meters long, though made of water, its razor-sharp aura seemed capable of cleaving the heavens. Boom! The blade descended. A spray of blood erupted. The deep-sea demon whale mustered every ounce of strength to defend, yet the blade sliced through its shields like a hot knife through butter, shattering them completely before striking its body. One cleave. The deep-sea demon whale's body split in two, its life extinguished. Its suspended form slowly sank through the water. This grand whale fall would enrich the entire sea. Ding. Defeated one deep-sea demon whale LV 33. Experience 20,000. Incense points 99. Ding. Dropped material, deep-sea demon whale teeth X5. Gonggong glanced at the corpse, then closed his eyes as his divine form gradually dissipated. The energy required for its descent was too great. To establish its authority over the East Sea and strike down the whale with a single blow had already depleted its reserves, plunging it into slumber. Yet this slumber affected only the divine will. Qin Yun could still draw upon its power. Outside the East Sea, Old Fong rubbed his forehead, utterly certain he wasn't feverish. But if he wasn't feverish, how could he have witnessed the deep-sea demon whale being cleaved in two? Was that right?
This couldn't be right.
In his youth, he could have defeated it, but it would have taken a prolonged battle.
A single, decisive strike like that?
Even in all his years, he'd never witnessed such a thing.
Old Chen, if I were to teach him, would it hold him back?
Old Fong's pride was wounded for the first time.
Old Chen nodded with utmost seriousness, then got blasted away by Old Fong's fist. Uing. East Sea. Qin Yun sat cross-legged, restoring his energy. Several shadowy figures watched from afar. Confirmed.
It's the man the family had mentioned.
The one who could drive Su Gongji to bankruptcy and slaughter indeed possessed some skill. Just a whale. We've killed geniuses like this before.
Qin Yun, disperse and head to the Dragon Palace.
Set up an array within the Dragon Palace to eliminate him. Chapter 24, taken down in 3 moves?
Qin Yun sat cross-legged, the ocean around him endlessly supplying energy to fuel his rapid recovery. Gang's power had made him the master of half the East Sea, capable of commanding the ocean at will. Once fully restored, Qin Yun rose to his feet.
Waves surged behind him, propelling him forward as effortlessly as riding a vehicle.
He sped toward a single destination without expending any energy. No need to guess that place must be the Dragon Palace. Seeing this, Old Chen looked as if he'd seen a ghost, his pupils suddenly contracting.
How could this be? The resistance underwater is 800 times greater than on land.
To move at such high speeds, he must break through the water resistance. His energy would be depleted.
Has this kid lost his mind?
Master Fawn watched intently as well, but Qin Yun's speed not only held steady but actually increased.
His expression remained calm, showing no signs of energy depletion whatsoever. Something's not right. That Qin lad must have mastered the ability to manipulate seawater.
Look, those dark currents are propelling him forward.
Which deity could this be? Could it be the river god?
Master Fawn was utterly perplexed, but Master Chen shot him a glance and muttered under his breath.
What? Any place with water is a river? Does that mean the Milky Way is a river too?
Old Fawn gave a friendly gesture. In the sea, Qin Yun's speed grew ever faster. Various marine creatures dared not even approach, let alone block his path. Since this is a trial ground, the higher-ups have already plowed through the area. The giant beasts left behind are dangerous, but still manageable. Precisely because of this, Gang's formidable presence could suppress all the sea beasts within the trial. As the water receded, Qin Yun's pace slowed, and he could finally make out the scene before him. In the depths of the ocean, a palace stood majestically. The massive palace gates lay in ruins, yet the remaining fragments revealed they had once been forged from pure gold. Intricately carved upon them were lifelike dragon-like creatures, claws and fangs bared, as if poised to soar into the sky at any moment. Beyond the gates lay a vast plaza of white jade, inlaid with countless luminous pearls. Their soft glow illuminated the entire square as brightly as daylight.
The Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Qin Yun took a deep breath, calming his surging emotions. Li Weigua had been wrong. This was the Dragon Palace of China.
Even though it had once been occupied by dragons, it still retained the style of China.
The remaining structures all bore witness to its ancient prosperity.
Here, there was likely more than just the dragon's treasure.
It likely concealed the divine artifacts of China. Remember, the Dragon Palace is incredibly wealthy.
Even that monkey who caused such a ruckus in Heaven's Palace stocked up here. Qin Yun suppressed his inner excitement, adopting a calm and composed demeanor. After all, the others knew nothing of this history. He couldn't afford to give himself away. The White Jade Plaza was already gathering quite a few members, but the Dragon Palace hadn't opened yet.
Most were forming teams outside the entrance. Qin Yun.
The moment Qin Yun stepped inside, a voice called out from his left front.
A head of yellow hair immediately came into view. Thought you wouldn't dare show up. Kong Yuan Long. Will you ever shut up?
A sharp aura surged from behind, locking onto the blonde-haired figure.
It was Li Qingyue.
Her beautiful eyes blazed with fury, her tang sword stained with blood. She had clearly slaughtered numerous sea beasts.
The commotion once again drew the attention of those around them. Qingyue, we made a deal, you and he fight together. If you last 10 rounds, I'll admit defeat.
But if you lose, this good-for-nothing must leave you.
Kong Yuanlong stepped forward, unleashing his full might, completely overwhelming Li Qingyue's momentum.
The Eastern Sea's overlord truly lived up to his reputation.
You!
Li Qingyue stood before Qin Yun, her chest heaving, visibly clearly seething with anger.
So he really is a worthless coward protected by women. The Li family's influence is truly formidable to actually allow such a coward into the trial. Kong Yuanlong, give him a good beating.
Such a person is unworthy of being called a genius alongside us. Mocking voices echoed around him, scornful glances darting over Qin Yun, making him squirm uncomfortably.
What's the matter? Qin Yun, don't you have any backbone? No wonder you're an actor. You really think you're some pretty boy.
If you ask me, you'd be better off leaving Qingyue and going home to sing opera.
Kong Yuanlong's laughter dripped with scorn, while his henchmen behind him cackled wildly. Qin Yun's gaze turned icy. Qin Yun.
Li Qingyue turned around, her voice trembling like a child who'd done something wrong. She wasn't worried about whether Qin Yun could win the fight. But this unwarranted trouble had started because of her. If Qin Yun got hurt and missed his chance because of this, she would regret it forever. Yet Qin Yun showed no sign of blame. He simply reached out and ruffled the girl's hair gently. "It's okay. I'll handle it." The intimate gesture made Kang Yuanlong's eyes bulge with rage. "Qin Yun, huh?" Though the trial couldn't be fatal, misjudging force often led to broken limbs. "This hand of yours, I'm taking it." The chilling words sent a shiver down everyone's spine. They were still students. Though they battled beasts, that didn't mean they were accustomed to death. Forget killing someone, they probably wouldn't even dare watch an execution. Kang Yuanlong's immediate demand to sever his opponent's hand bordered on savagery. Hearing this, Qin Yun didn't grow angry, he smiled instead. "Fine. If you want it, come and take it yourself. Qinyue, you don't need to intervene. I'll handle this alone." "By myself?" Kang Yuanlong raised an eyebrow. "A D-rank actor, and you dare speak so arrogantly? Without Qinyue, what are you?" "Indeed, the bottom ranked on the genius list, how dare he be so reckless?" "Brother Kong, no need for you to lift a finger. I'll cripple this arrogant fool myself." Mocking voices echoed around him. Some indignant onlookers were even ready to step in for Kang Yuanlong, eager to teach this arrogant fool a lesson. Qin Yun paid them no mind, nearly holding up 3 fingers to Kang Yuanlong. 3 moves. If I can't take you down in 3 moves, I'm out. You lose within 3 moves. Then keep your distance from Qinyue. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to seal you here." The words fell, and the crowd erupted in uproar. 3 moves? That kid's lost his mind. Doesn't he know Kang Yuanlong's profession? Yeah, even the top-ranked prodigy in the deep sea might not stand a chance against Kang Yuanlong. He's asking for death. With Kang Yuanlong's temper, forget crippling one arm, I doubt he'll even leave his legs intact. Li Qinyue must be blind, how could she fall for such a braggart good for nothing? Kang Yuanlong's expression directly ahead had lost its mocking edge. He set aside his playful thoughts. He was filled with murderous intent. 3 moves? Take him down in 3 moves? They really think Kang Yuanlong is a piece of trash. Very well. Qinyue, you have some truly fascinating friends. Kang Yuanlong lowered his eyes, his gaze darkening as a trident materialized in his hand. Let me reintroduce it. Level 36. SSS tier class. Sea God. Poseidon. Chapter 25, Sea God? Not so great. SSS tier. Holy crap. No wonder he's ranked 3rd on the genius list. Poseidon, the sea god, doesn't that mean he has no rivals in the ocean? Exactly. Forget 3 moves, I doubt Qin Yun could last even 1. Where on earth does Qin Yun get his confidence? A chorus of gasps rose as the crowd gazed upward at the colossal divine form of the sea god, their astonishment beyond words. The sea god? Qin Yun murmured to himself. In Greek mythology, Poseidon ruled the seas, was warlike by nature, possessed immense power, and was the elder brother of Zeus, the chief god. No wonder Kang Yuanlong was so confident. He really did awaken a pretty good profession. Qin Yun. Kang Yuanlong raised his trident and pointed it at a distant spot. Kneel now and kowtow 3 times to me, and I might consider letting you off. Otherwise, when the fighting starts, don't blame me for holding nothing back. Kang Yuanlong. Don't push your luck. Li Qinyue's sharp cry echoed as the Valkyrie's divine form manifested behind her, its piercing aura clashing directly with Poseidon's oppressive might. Holy crap! Li Qinyue's aura is incredibly powerful, truly the daughter of a martial goddess. If she and Qin Yun fought together, Kang Yuanlong might not even win in 10 moves. Oomph. That Qin Yun is overestimating himself. He refuses to latch onto a powerful ally, he deserves to get beaten senseless by Kang Yuanlong. Exactly. Trying to show off in front of a woman? Doesn't he know his place? Amidst the murmurs, Li Qinyue's delicate brows furrowed. Though Qin Yun forbade her from intervening, she couldn't bear Kang Yuanlong's insults. Qinyue. It was Qin Yun's voice. Li Qinyue detected no anger in his tone, only calmness and confidence. Be good. I'll handle this. Boom. An elusive aura erupted. The Gongyang Dharma form rose from behind Qin Yun. Though slumbering, its majesty remained undiminished. Fiery hair, ink-black face, human-beast serpent form, an intangible pressure forced everyone nearby to lower their heads. Kang Yuanlong felt his heart tremble violently, nearly shattering his sea god Dharma image. Gazing up at the divine figure, his heart pounded violently. An inexplicable dread surged through him, robbing him of even the will to fight. What was happening? Wasn't he just a D-rank performer? Why was his professional aura so overwhelming? How could this be? He was the sea god. Who could possibly intimidate me in the sea? Damn it! Kang Yuanlong roared in fury, launching his attack first amidst the gasps of those around him. With a tiger-like leap, Poseidon's divine form instantly enveloped his entire body. Azure armor materialized from the void, the trident's divine power fully manifested, and a terrifying killing intent locked onto Qin Yun. This strike caught everyone off guard. Under normal circumstances, attacks were only launched when both sides were prepared.
But Kang Yuanlong disregarded the rules. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the divine form behind Qin Yun was too much to bear. Panic seized him, and he launched his attack recklessly. Boom! Their figures collided. The terrifying force sent the surrounding seawater surging, knocking the onlookers off their feet.
They had to summon their abilities just to steady themselves.
That speed is insane. Forget that useless guy, even I couldn't dodge that. And that power is overwhelming.
If Kang Yuanlong holds nothing back, Qin Yun's body might shatter. A good-for-nothing who climbs the ladder using women his death is no loss. As the waves gradually subsided, the two figures emerged amidst the murmurs of the crowd.
In an instant, the entire plaza fell deathly silent. Every pair of eyes fixated on the two figures, mouths agape, utterly speechless.
How could this be possible? Qin Yun stood with one hand behind his back, the other hand extending only 2 fingers. With that single gesture, he firmly pinched the attacking trident. He smiled faintly, his expression as calm as if he faced not a mortal enemy but a docile kitten. In stark contrast, Kang Yuanlong. His entire body was bent like a bow, veins bulging on his face as he gritted his teeth so hard they threatened to shatter. Blood seeped from his tightly clenched knuckles as he poured every ounce of strength into the strike. But it was useless. His all-out strike was blocked by 2 fingers. Just 2 fingers.
Qin Yun's smile remained unbroken. With a casual flick of his wrist, an irresistible force hurled the trident away, sending Kang Yuanlong flying backward.
He only came to a halt after crashing into and shattering a white jade pillar.
Gongong, the water god of China, the very deity who shattered Mount Buzhou. He who could topple mountains that supported heaven and earth, how could a mere western sea god possibly stand against him?
Old Master Fong, witnessing it all, was too stunned to speak.
Qin Yun had just slain a deep-sea demon whale. By all logic, his energy reserves should be depleted. Where did he find the strength to block Kang Yuanlong? Old Chen, is this Kong family brat really the top fighter in Binhai? How come he looks like a weakling in front of Qin Yun? The Kong family lad is a bit arrogant, but his strength is undeniable. I've spoken with the Kong family elder before.
Their entire clan has invested in this boy, aiming for him to lead the next generation.
Old Chen watched Kang Yuanlong struggle to his feet, blood soaked into his clothes, and couldn't help but shake his head. They poured the entire family's resources into his cultivation, yet he still can't match a commoner like Qin Yun? How could such a person lead the new generation? The Kang family's plans seemed destined to come to naught.
In the white marble plaza, Kang Yuanlong rose to his feet, wiping the blood from his lips with his palm.
Gripping the trident once more, he charged back into the fray.
Qin Yun stood silently, showing no intent to strike while his opponent was down.
So you're not entirely useless after all, you good for nothing. Kang Yuanlong flicked his spear, causing azure starlight to shimmer upon it. The entire trident seemed to shed its skin, transforming into a crystalline azure.
A surging chill emanated from it, instantly dropping the surrounding temperature by 10 degrees. Even the sea water began to form faint ice crystals.
An epic tier weapon. How long has he been awakened? He's already wielding an epic tier weapon. The Kong family really spared no expense this time.
A chorus of gasps erupted. In this world, weapons are typically ranked across 6 tiers. From lowest to highest: common iron, refined steel, mithril, epic, legendary, and divine artifact.
Common iron and fine steel are the most common, crafted by blacksmiths.
However, for mithril and above, exceptionally rare materials and masterful smiths are required.
For instance, the dragon tooth Qin Yun obtained from slaying the demon dragon could only forge a mithril-grade weapon.
Epic weapons demand the teeth of a full-grown dragon or even higher-tier materials, requiring the blacksmith to expend their very essence in the forging process. Even a prodigiously talented blacksmith could craft fewer than 10 epic weapons in a lifetime. This scarcity makes epic weapons priceless yet virtually unattainable. Many clans possess none at all.
Yet Kang Yue, a newly awakened young talent, wields an epic weapon as his very first. And this weapon was exceptionally well suited to his profession. The Kang family's investment was truly terrifying. Kang Yuanlong's long spear whirled around his hand, unleashing a burst of frigid energy that crystallized into countless ice shards. Ice Dragon. As he murmured, azure energy threaded through the ice crystals like silk, weaving them into a lifelike ice dragon mid-air. Though not living, the dragon soared freely under the trident's command. Its frigid body generated more ice crystals, causing its form to swell. The ocean was its domain. The power of the technique would rise accordingly. Kang Yuanlong's gaze darkened as the trident plummeted from the heavens. The ferocious ice dragon roared toward its target. Chapter 26, Gongong, Subdue the Demon. The ice dragon roared, unleashing a bitterly cold wind. Qin Yun felt as if his body had been plunged into an ice cellar. Every muscle stiffened, making even movement difficult, leaving him no chance to dodge. But he had no intention of dodging. How could the water god dodge a mere loach? Qin Yun lowered his body, retracted his right arm, and unleashed a punch. An ordinary punch. Yet, this was the water god's fist. Boom! The ice dragon collided with Qin Yun.
A misty white, bitterly cold aura billowed from it, enveloping the entire battlefield. It was impossible to see what was happening inside. What overwhelming might! Qin Yun truly lives up to his reputation. He wields an epic tier weapon with flawless mastery. Attacks of this caliber, I've only witnessed from the previous generation. Never imagined our new generation could grow so rapidly. This strike alone makes me think the top spot on the genius rankings will have to change hands. I was just starting to take an interest in that loser, but unfortunately, Brother Kong is too powerful. He's not giving the opponent a chance to survive. Spectators murmured in disbelief at the white mist, convinced Qin Yun couldn't possibly block it. That was a full power strike from an epic tier weapon. Even a tank of equal rank couldn't block it. Qin Yun. I keep my word, I'll sever your arm with the ice dragon slash. Stay away from Qin Yue from now on, or else it won't just be one arm. Qin Yun withdrew his trident and bellowed his warning toward the center with unshakable confidence. He distinctly felt the ice dragon strike its target, and Qin Yun had no means to defend. Unless the ice dragon was shattered, he couldn't possibly save his arm. His trident was primarily forged from the dragon teeth of ancient ichthyosaurs. The ice dragon he summoned possessed the defensive prowess of a young dragon. How could anyone shatter it in an instant? Ha! Laughter echoed from the white mist. A cold wind swept through, dispersing the surrounding mist. Qin Yun fanned his hands, shaking off the clinging ice crystals. My apologies. Your arm is still intact. Your dragon isn't even worth a single claw of a demon dragon. Qin Yun strode out with unbroken laughter on his face. He was unharmed. Holy crap! How is he unharmed? Could it be some kind of protective artifact? Wait, he's completely clean. Where could he possibly hide anything? Did he really block that ice dragon? With just one punch? Impossible. He's just a performer class. How could he break Qin Yun's attack? Could he actually have something hidden? The onlookers' eyes flickered as their thoughts began to shift. Qin Yun is powerful, yet both strikes were effortlessly blocked. Just how powerful could Qin Yun be? Is he really just the bottom-ranked prodigy on the list? For a moment, everyone's minds were in turmoil. All eyes turned to Qin Yun, utterly baffled by the man before them. Qin Yun, too, fell silent. He could accept having his first strike blocked. After all, it had been a hasty attack. His stats weren't maxed out, and the strike lacked true power. But this second strike he had come prepared, resorting to his epic tier weapon and unleashing his most powerful skill, all to defeat Qin Yun in a single blow. Yet Qin Yun didn't fall. He wasn't even injured. This couldn't be. Qin Yun's worldview began to crumble. He couldn't accept this reality. No. Qin Yun, you must have used some kind of protective weapon. You can't fool me. This time, you make the first move. If I can't defend against it, I'll admit defeat right here. Qin Yun glared with fury, his words as sharp as a sword. Qin Yun sighed softly. There was nothing to say to such a person. Yet that very sigh only fueled Qin Yun's arrogance. What's wrong, Qin Yun? Are you backing down? Or do you simply lack the strength? No sooner had Qin Yun's words fallen than several others chimed in. They simply couldn't believe a D-rank actor could withstand 2 strikes from SSS-rank Poseidon. They'd rather believe this actor possessed some far more powerful protective artifact. Pitiful. Qin Yun turned his gaze toward Qin Yun. He raised his right hand high, and behind him, the form of Gangang materialized. Poseidon, the sea god who rules the oceans, is that what you all believe? But have you ever considered that China also has its own sea god? He commands the waters, leads the sea clans, and once overturned heaven and earth in his wrath. Today, witness what it means to be a water god. What it means to be a deity of China. Boom! As the words fell, the ocean boiled. Countless waves surged, and towering whirlpools erupted from the sea, shooting skyward like dragons sucking water, while sea beasts knelt in reverence. Qin Yun's body rose, and with a single stride, an invisible pressure instantly engulfed Qin Yun, pinning him in place. Qin Yun's face twisted with terror. He frantically swung his trident, conjuring rings of azure starlight that formed a protective shell around him like a turtle's carapace, shielding him from Qin Yun's assault. Gong gong. Qin Yun murmured softly, his finger pointing forward. The seawater twisted and coiled, rapidly forming a long sword before everyone's eyes. Forged purely from seawater, it showed not a hint of sharpness. Yet the moment it appeared, everyone held their breath, feeling the blade's aura press against their throats. The slightest misstep would slice them open, spurting blood. The water sword sliced through the air. Dongdong suppresses demons. As the words suppress the demon were uttered, the water sword instantly plunged downward. The highest virtue is like water, it benefits all things without striving. Everyone seems to think water is gentle. Yet there are floods that rage, torrents that sweep. Excessive water pressure can even cut through steel. Water is not gentle. It is also a weapon of destruction. The earlier sword strike that cleaved the whale. Now, the demon subduing sword strike. These are water's deadly strikes. It is the fury of Gangang. Qin Yun's turtle shell defense shattered like paper, leaving him only to hastily raise his trident in defense.
That was an epic weapon, forged from the dragon's tooth of an ancient ichthyosaur. Yet it could not hold. This strike was too sharp. Cracks already appeared on the azure trident, widening relentlessly under the torrent's relentless assault. Thud! The trident shattered. Qin Yun froze in shock. This was the legendary weapon passed down from his father. Yet it couldn't withstand a single strike from Qin Yun. Was this truly a human? He lifted his head to see the sword looming mere inches away, despair washing over him. If even an epic weapon shattered, his body would be split clean in two. He closed his eyes, accepting this reality. Yet after waiting a long while, the tearing pain never came. He opened his eyes in confusion, the long sword above his head already vanished. In the distance, the divine aura behind Qin Yun faded away, returning him to his previous unassuming appearance. I said it would only take 3 moves. You lost. Stay away from Qingyue from now on. Don't ever disturb her life again. If you refuse to accept this, feel free to come find me again. Of course, be prepared to be crushed. Qin Yun's voice was cold and sharp, devoid of any trace of a smile. He had no desire to kill, but if someone sought to take his life, he wouldn't hesitate to strike back with lethal force. Qin Yun slumped dejectedly on the ground. He didn't even have the strength to argue back. The vast chasm in their strength had forced him to face reality. He had lost. Completely and utterly defeated. The surrounding area was deathly quiet. No one dared speak on the White Jade Plaza, all stealing apprehensive glances at Qin Yun. His power had truly stunned everyone. Suddenly, a beam of golden light burst forth from the palace before their eyes. The Dragon Palace opened. Chapter 27, The Su Family Seeks Revenge. Whoosh! Before the crowd could react, several figures had already pushed through the throng and charged into the Dragon Palace first. Treasures of heaven and earth have always been claimed by force. Make way! Qin Yun's Gonggong Dharma form manifested behind him, churning currents surged forth. 9 thick water columns crashed forward, sweeping aside all who blocked their path. With a single stride, his form seemed to shrink to an inch, instantly appearing at the entrance of the Dragon Palace. Not far away, Li Qingyue glided through the crowd on her blade like a phantom, also charging into the Dragon Palace. The prodigies on the White Jade Plaza displayed their skills, vying to enter the Dragon Palace first. Qin Yun entered the interior of the Dragon Palace, which had been transformed into a dedicated trial ground. Before him lay 9 distinct forks in the path. At the entrance, all 9 paths appeared identical, deep, pitch black, and inscrutable. Soon, Qin Yun's gaze sharpened as he charged down one of them. Though he knew not what lay within, Nezha's spirit trembled with excitement. This was the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. The very place where his enemy had driven him to his death. Returning to this familiar place filled him with excitement. He couldn't wait to plunder the Dragon King's treasure vault. After all, the 3 great rebels of the Celestial Court. The Monkey King, a master, and his disciple. Yang Jian, a military academy graduate. As for Nezha, didn't even finish elementary school. Trying to teach him morality? Might as well teach Asao to climb trees. Seeing Qin Yun step onto one path, Li Qingyue hesitated outside for a moment before finally choosing the one beside it. She had already received too much care from Qin Yun and didn't want to burden him any further. Besides, as a Valkyrie, she had her own pride to uphold. The others entered their respective passages one after another, and the area outside the Dragon Palace gradually fell silent. The silence didn't last long. Several figures suddenly appeared at the Dragon Palace entrance, gathering together. Target entered Channel 8. Third brother had already followed and was maintaining pursuit. Big brother, this guy's a tough nut to crack. Even the Kong family couldn't beat him. What's there to fear, little brother? We've subdued even level 40 opponents before this kid's nothing. Quiet. Follow him. Move on my signal. Roger. Ding. Killed 1 level 28 3-headed sea snake. Experience, 10,000. Incense points, 56. The sea serpent, its 3 heads exploded, crashed to the ground, splattering pools of blood. Qin Yun skirted around it. Ahead, the passageway forked again, turning the entire map into utter chaos. The Dragon Palace trials were meticulously designed to prevent test subjects from encountering each other, forcing them to face challenges alone, the only way to truly gauge their strength. Guided by Nezha's divine spirit, Qin Yun navigated the twists and turns, steadily drawing closer to his objective. Qin Yun rounded a corner. The moment his eyes fell upon the sight ahead, he froze in place, assuming a battle stance as if facing a formidable enemy. Turtle. A colossal dragon tortoise. Its entire body filled the passageway. Its thick shell was covered in sharp, backward-pointing spikes, and its limbs were thick and sturdy, as if they were the pillars supporting the Dragon Palace. Level 38, Ocean-Covering Dragon Turtle. A monster even more terrifying than the deep-sea demon whale. Its defenses alone would require at least 10 levels to breach. But after Qin Yun remained on guard for a long while, the dragon turtle maintained its original posture without launching an attack. This was. Upon closer inspection, a prism-like dagger was embedded in the Dragon Palace's head. Nearly transparent, it had ended the dragon turtle's life with a single strike. Who did this? Was there such a formidable opponent in this trial? Qin Yun couldn't help but feel a surge of tension. He asked himself, while the three deities possessed power sufficient to withstand the dragon turtle, achieving a single strike kill remained difficult. At the very least, it would require several engagements to fully break its defenses. A figure capable of one-hit killing the dragon turtle must be at least a top-tier assassin. If ambushed by such a figure, could he defend himself? Qin Yun's vigilance heightened, and the protective energy surrounding him thickened. Since that person had killed the dragon turtle, their route was likely the same as his. He was indeed a troublesome opponent. But the treasures of the Dragon Palace must not be left unclaimed. Qin Yun held his breath and focused his mind, summoning the Gonggong Dharma form from behind. Pure azure energy transformed within the water into a long spear. The spear unmatched in its power to pierce. Boom! The spear charged forward relentlessly, piercing holes through the dragon tortoise's front and rear limbs, creating just enough space for one person to pass through. Qin Yun strolled through the passageway. HM? Whoosh! No sooner had Qin Yun voiced his confusion than a dagger pressed against his throat. The assailant had materialized behind him in an instant, her labored breathing betraying her own exhaustion. But the dagger against his neck was as cold as a mirror. One wrong move and it would slice through his carotid artery. Before Qin Yun could speak, a water arrow erupted from beneath his feet, striking the assailant's wrist. The water arrow came unexpectedly and with blinding speed. Most people wouldn't even have time to notice it before it struck. Yet Qin Yun only felt a flicker of movement behind her. The dagger at her throat vanished, and the water arrow struck nothing but air. The next moment, a slender, dark figure lay sprawled in the light. A woman with graceful curves. She wore form-fitting night attire, likely made of matte leather, with retractable thin armor plates embedded at her joints. Most astonishing were her eyes, the left, golden amber with a sunray iris, while the right was pitch black as an abyss, its pupil contracted into a vertical diamond. Sacred geometric patterns shimmered across her exposed collarbone, while vein-like shadow tattoos spread from her neck to her jawline, lending her an aura both sacred and seductive. Her silver hair was meticulously braided into tactical plates, each strand tipped with miniature prisms, lending her an air of sharp efficiency. Yet now, her beautiful eyes fluttered as her right hand clutched her abdomen, a steady trickle of blood staining her waist. Qin Yun, no ill will. Qin Yun introduced himself first, but the wariness in the woman's eyes did not fade. She struggled to sit up, leaning against the wall, her left hand gripping a dagger behind her back. She raised her head and declared, "Shu Luwali. If you know what's good for you, leave now. I can't guarantee I'll be able to hold her back any longer." Ha! Shu Luwali's cryptic remark left Qin Yun thoroughly perplexed. Though he'd never heard of Shu Luwali before, her displayed prowess clearly surpassed that of Kong Yuanlong. Could she possibly? Before Qin Yun could process it, applause erupted from behind them, darkening Shu Luwali's gaze. Well, who'd have thought the top-ranked prodigy, Shu Luwali, would be here too? Bro, we've hit the jackpot. Yeah, the bounty the Long family put on our heads would keep us fed and clothed for life. Perfect. Kill two birds with one stone. Right up. The live streams on shore suddenly started glitching. Old Chen, what's going on? Why did everyone's live streams disappear? Old Fong tapped the screen, but there was no sign of improvement. They had just witnessed Qin Yun meeting Shu Luwali and were quietly watching the drama unfold when everything suddenly went static. I don't know. But I've set up a barrier around the perimeter. It couldn't be the giant beast's doing. Old Chen's expression grew grave as he flipped through the pages of the spellbook before him. He sensed the spatial reactions emanating from each student, yet none showed any change. Could it be someone other than the students? Then who could it be? Qin Yun took a few steps back, positioning himself in front of Shu Luwali, and fixed his gaze on the 7 figures ahead. The leader was tall and gaunt. He stepped forward, his smile dark and sinister. Let me introduce myself. Su Yin, of the main branch of the Su family. Su Yu of the branch family. I'm here to claim your life. Chapter 28, The Big Dipper Formation. Su Yu? Qin Yun strained to recall the name, his expression growing colder by the second. He had never heard this name before, but there was a beast named Su Feng. He had killed that man, who had warned him his father would never let him off. Had he come here seeking revenge? Su Feng's father? He has a good memory. That miser spent his entire fortune to kill you. Su Yin's smile turned sinister as he pointed the dagger at Qin Yun. Your life is worth a fortune. You're going to make a move here? Old Chen is watching. Does your Su family truly not fear annihilation? Shu Luwali clutched her wound, gritting her teeth as she issued a vicious warning. What a foolish woman. Once we've made our move, how could we not be prepared? Rest assured, you'll die without a soul knowing. Several figures stepped forward from behind Su Yin. The Su family really has invested heavily, hasn't it? Shu Luwali clearly knew more, and a flicker of despair flickered in her beautiful eyes. We're an assassin clan. Even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit. Qin Yun, old rooster, Su really overestimates you.
The 7 of us brothers are the successors the Su family deliberately cultivated.
That trash Su Feng?
He's not even fit to polish our shoes. With all 7 of us teaming up, you two wouldn't stand a chance even at your peak. Each spoke in turn, their faces twisted in maniacal grins. The Su family's 7-star formation, activated by 7 practitioners, can eliminate targets 10 levels above them.
I can't move now. I'll hold them off as long as possible. You must escape and report to Elder Chen.
Shuluwali slowly pushed herself up against the wall. Pale-faced, the blood at her waist hadn't stopped yet.
Any sudden movement would likely worsen her condition.
Yet she still stood before Qin Yun. Though they were complete strangers, having drawn blades against each other just moments before. She acted like a rational machine, choosing the most valuable course of action without a shred of emotion. Even if the cost was her own life.
I refuse.
Qin Yun shook his head, and a gentle force pressed Shuluwali's body back to the ground, preventing her from moving again.
Why? Hurry out and report. I can hold on until then. You won't last.
Qin Yun glanced at the girl beneath him. Her injuries were severe, she couldn't possibly withstand 7 enemies at once. Especially 7 elite assassins.
Foolish. Shuluwali's expression darkened with anger.
Just as she was about to retort, she coughed up a mouthful of blood and was forced to shut her mouth.
You still think you can escape? Do you really think you can escape from us?
Unnoticed, the 7 had already positioned themselves around her, sealing off every escape route. Their positioning was peculiar, though no discernible pattern existed. It carried an eerie aura, like a coiled venomous snake poised to strike at any moment. It seemed they weren't boasting, after all they truly possessed some skill.
7 shadows rose from behind them as they simultaneously unleashed their abilities. To everyone's astonishment, all 7 were of the same class.
Grade A, puppet swordsman. Swoosh! The sound of tearing air erupted as the wave propelled Qin Yun upward in an instant. 3 long swords had already plunged into the spot he had just occupied. A look of astonishment flashed across Qin Yun's face.
These 3 were too well coordinated. Their strikes were perfectly synchronized, sealing off every angle without leaving any room to dodge.
Had Gongang not been able to manipulate the sea to propel him upward in an instant, he would have fallen victim to their attack.
Poof! Su Yun's sinister grin spread across his face.
Qin Yun instantly felt 3 sword tips closing in, their sharp aura nearly piercing his own throat. Front, back, left, right, all avenues were sealed. Even beneath him, 3 figures waited. With the first strike, Qin Yun was driven into a corner.
The assassin clan truly lived up to its reputation. How dare you!
Qin Yun snorted coldly, unleashing the full might of the Gongang Dharma form behind him.
The sea screamed as a terrifying vortex descended from the heavens.
The water twisted into a whirlwind, like a raging storm. The immense force knocked the sword peak off course, forcing even the 3 beneath him to dodge.
The 6 flashed back to their positions, swords held before their chests. Not only were their movements synchronized, but even their breathing patterns matched perfectly.
The stubble was indeed prickly.
Suin flicked his wrist and the dagger's blade abruptly lengthened, transforming into a long sword. Boom! The walls of the Dragon Palace shook violently. 7 identical auras twisted together, coalescing into a hideous Taoist figure. The oppressive, bloodthirsty aura was suffocating, making breathing itself difficult. As the water tornado dissipated, Qin Yun's eyes blazed like the sun. Wielding a pure white greatsword, he stood directly facing the monstrous figure. Impure entity, you shall be slain. Bang! With a thunderous roar, Qin Yun erupted into motion. As ripples spread from his feet, his form surged forward like a darting fish, his long blade aimed squarely at Su Yun's throat. Block! The 3 Su family members closest to him flickered into motion, their swords clashing together with his blade. Simultaneously, energy surged as they swung with all their might, managing to block the long sword. Clang! The crisp sound of metal striking metal rang out. The ground beneath the 4 cracked like a turtle's shell. Crushed by the immense force, they could only kneel on one knee, barely holding their ground against the blade. Donggang, he who once shattered Mount Buzhou, the pillar supporting heaven and earth. A 1,000-ton deep-sea demon whale was sent flying by a single punch from his enraged fist. The sheer force in his body could easily overturn mountains. Yet this very blow was collectively parried by the 4. Individually, their strength was modest, yet combined, they reached a profound state of harmony. They managed to absorb the immense force and withstand the blow. Swish! 3 long swords thrust forward once more. Qin Yun executed a hawk-turned somersault, evading the blades while simultaneously drawing his broadsword. The 4 suppressed men seized the moment to rise, darting back to their original positions. The 7 stars of the Northern Dipper? Qin Yun couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, having just realized their formation mirrored the Big Dipper constellation. Who would have thought that in this world, someone would actually study formations? Impressive. Suin flexed his arm, still trembling from the immense force, his gaze darkening considerably. That kid's strength was terrifying, he nearly broke through the 4 of them. This was a level even the elders of their clan struggled to reach. We can't let this kid live. Kill! At the command, all 6 moved simultaneously. But this time, they didn't attack together. Instead, they advanced one after another like a pack of wolves. Clang! Qin Yun swung his blade to meet the attack. Individually, these 6 weren't particularly formidable, even Li Qinyue could handle them with ease. Then why did they choose to come alone? Qin Yun's suspicions deepened as energy surged within him, poised to erupt at any moment. Qin Yun! Die! Suing roared, his feet shattering the ground as he lunged forward, striking precisely the instant after the 6th man's attack. Qin Yun dared not be careless. His aura erupted, energy surging forth. A blue dragon coiled around his long sword, its divine might rippling through the air. Blade met blade. The ferocious Taoist behind Suing descended with a savage grin. Crash! The blue dragon let out a mournful wail as it was crushed and shattered by the black sword chi. The sword plunged downward. Qin Yun's figure flew backward with the force. Chapter 29, Sacrificing Life for Ascension, one becomes immortal. Damn it! Chuluwali clutched her abdomen, leaning against the wall to steady herself as she rose. As the top-ranked prodigy, she refused to die like this. A spent arrow's last breath. What good would it do? Suing sneered, his long blade pointing at Chuluwali. Kill her. Whoosh! 3 sword blades arrived in the blink of an eye. Just as Chuluwali prepared to channel her energy, the black abyss's pupils suddenly dilated. Her body froze, leaving her rooted to the spot. Forget blocking, she couldn't even dodge now. Damn it! Chuluwali's eyes widened, filled with unwillingness. Boom! A water dragon surged forth, coiling around to shield Chuluwali beneath its form, blocking the attacks of the 3 assailants. Amidst the distant ruins, Qin Yun kicked aside a falling boulder, his long sword still pulsing with residual energy. It was he who summoned the water dragon, saving Chuluwali at the last possible moment. She's not dead. She's got some nerve. Su Yun's voice echoed. Qin Yun swung his blade, his expression grave. He admitted it, he had indeed been careless. These 7 possessed strange energies, catching him completely off guard. Your energies can transfer between each other, right? Not bad. This coordination of yours wasn't trained into existence. Qin Yun lifted his gaze, fixing it on the ferocious Taoist behind Suing. If I'm not mistaken, once the formation is set, you alone control all 6 of them. To master such split-second control is truly impressive. Qin Yun's assessment sent a chill through Suing, whose face darkened and his forehead veins bulged. With just one exchange, Qin Yun had seen right through him. No wonder Suyu, that miser, was willing to exhaust his entire fortune to deploy all 7 of them at once. Damn it! Su Yun's voice was dark and ominous. The 6 men beside him simultaneously hardened their gazes as black energy overflowed, staining their swords pitch black. They raised their blades to chest height, bending their knees. Bang! Identical thuds echoed from 6 different directions. 6 swords struck simultaneously. Raging waves. Qin Yun swung his blade horizontally. Gangang's Dharma form spread its arms wide and slammed them down with tremendous force. Within the passageway, seawater roared and violently churned, transforming into wave after wave of terrifying tidal surges. Centered on Qin Yun, they surged outward in all directions. The East Sea belongs to Gangang. Under his command, these waves, though born beneath the sea, pounded with the force of 100-meter-high crashes. Human strength could not overcome the heavens. The surging waves scattered all 6 figures. Even their desperate defenses couldn't halt their momentum. Boom! A gap appeared in the massive wave. Qin Yun. He strode across the wave, his long blades dragon-shaped blade whistling as rampant energy surged straight toward Suing. Su Yun's face paled, panic seizing him as he urgently recalled the other 6. The wave continued to surge. The 6 men couldn't even halt their advance, let alone come to his aid. Su Yun's eyes flashed with ferocity as the ferocious Taoist instantly possessed him. His sword moved like freehand inkwash, parrying the attacking blue dragon blade. Clang! 2 utterly contrasting auras erupted, colliding with the precision of a needle against a blade. Was he diverting energy now, disregarding their lives? Qin Yun's strike was a whale-slaying blow, one that could shatter even Kong Yuanlong's epic tier weapon. Logically, Suing should have been unable to block it. Yet he channeled the energy of the other 6 into his own body, forcibly holding it back with sheer abundance. Yet without that energy support, those 6 would become ordinary mortals, destined to be shattered into pieces by the raging tide of fury. What's it to you? Suing, clearly stung by the accusation, snarled and swung his sword, forcing Qin Yun back. The next moment, he knelt on one knee, his energy seemingly drained by more than half. He could only recover slowly, gasping for breath. Qin Yun sensed the 6 figures beginning to stir, though breaking through the surging tide would still require considerable effort. Now, if he could just strike down Suing, the other 6 would pose no threat even if they broke through. With this thought, Qin Yun unleashed his Gangang energy, causing the surrounding seawater to solidify into blades. In an instant, hundreds of water blades filled the passageway. Go! Qin Yun swung his greatsword, unleashing a torrent of water blades. Su Yun's figure flickered violently as he struggled to defend, but these hundreds of water blades emerged endlessly, supporting each other. Even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he couldn't block them all. let alone his single head and 2 arms. Slashing. A water blade sliced through his chest, spilling a torrent of blood. Suing couldn't dodge in time.
His chest wounded, 2 more water blades slashed his back, leaving him utterly disheveled.
Damn it!
Gritting his teeth, he gripped his longsword so tightly his knuckles turned white, the skin on his palms splitting open.
He couldn't hold out alone. He couldn't die here. Roar! Suing roared with fury.
The ferocious monk swung his long sword, summoning a torrent of sword intent that collided with the incoming water blades.
Boom!
The ground cracked as Suing leapt upward.
His black hair flew wildly,
his face twisted in fury as he swung his sword. Qin Yun raised his blade to meet it.
Boom!
Qin Yun's figure was sent flying backward, only gradually coming to a halt as the relentless waves cushioned his fall. His strength had grown once more. The 6 figures in the waves ceased all movement, allowing the sea to crush their bones.
How utterly depraved. It's you!
Suing raised his sword in a frenzy, pointing it at Qin Yun.
You killed them all. I'll kill you to avenge them. What a noble excuse. You think the combined strength of those 6 men could have killed me?
Qin Yun's expression remained cold as his long sword hummed with the dragon's roar. Even now, he hadn't unleashed his full power. A bunch of trash who can't even make it to the stage, thinking they can shake a genius with secret techniques.
Absolute idiocy. Indeed. To Qin Yun's surprise, Suing hadn't lost his confidence. He kept smiling. A sinister smile. He raised his long sword, aiming it at his own heart. Clang! The ink-black blade pierced his heart. Amidst the surging waves, Qin Yun distinctly sensed 6 lives slipping away.
Each had plunged a blade into their own heart. Strands of crimson energy climbed up the sword handles, shot forth, and finally came to rest against Su Yin's chest. Swoosh! Suing drew the ink-black sword, now saturated with crimson. The moment it was drawn, the crimson energy surged into it, sealing and repelling the shattered heart. Ha! He rose to his feet, his eyes glowing crimson, veins bulging beneath his skin, radiating a terrifying blood-red hue.
Sacrificing life itself. One ascends to immortality. Swish!
A crimson phantom swept through layer upon layer, arriving before Qin Yun in an instant. His speed was too swift, akin to teleportation, leaving no time to react. The blood-red phantom blurred its form, making it impossible to discern its position. The long sword thrust forward. Qin Yun's Gangang Dharma form manifested behind him, but in such a short time, the azure energy could only form layer upon layer of protective shields.
SSS-rank. The hasty defense couldn't halt the blood-red blade. Its edge ultimately pierced Qin Yun's chest.
Raging waves roared furiously, tossing Su Yin's body away with endless surges, preventing the blood-stained sword from penetrating further. Qin Yun clutched his chest. Though the sword hadn't pierced deeply, a bloodthirsty energy surged chaotically within him, making suppression exceedingly difficult.
Su Yin's figure flickered, finally evading the waves and landing not far before Qin Yun. His overall energy now exceeded level 45.
Qin Yun stared intently at the shadowy figure of a Taoist priest behind him. How many lives would this dark art, which sacrifices souls to enhance power, claim?
What a beastly performer, charge into battle. Full power. Chapter 30, Ascension through Enlightenment? Evil sorcery. Must be eradicated.
After reaching level 30, the actors charge into battle ability upgrades, boosting all attributes to 300%.
A genuine, life or death divine skill.
Abundant energy surged through Qin Yun's entire body, making the Gangang Dharma form behind him even clearer.
Though its eyes remained closed, its imperial majesty radiated fully.
The snow-white blade grew even more dazzling, revealing faint patterns upon its surface though too sparse to decipher. This was Gangang's weapon, yet unlike the tangible Qiankuan hoops or the heaven-shaking brocade, it existed only as a projection. If Qin Yun could find this divine artifact, the power of Gangang he inherited would be further enhanced.
Beast! Die! Qin Yun roared with fury. The blade sliced through the sea curtain, unleashing a roaring water dragon. It lunged with claws outstretched, twisting its massive body to bite at Suing. Suing, covered in blood, laughed maniacally. His figure flickered as he unleashed blade energy from his blood-stained sword, striking at the charging dragon. The dragon charged without flinching, its fearless momentum shattering the blade energy even after losing half its body, then lunged to bite at Su Yin's throat. Suing swung his sword again, a flurry of slashes finishing off the dragon's remnants. The dragon's form barely dissipated before Qin Yun closed the distance, his greatsword churning up waves as it surged towards Suing. Clang! Suing raised his blood-stained sword to block, but the immense force slammed him to one knee. Blood gushed from burst veins in his hand. Yet Suing licked the blood splattered across his face, his grin twisted and savage. His mind was no longer clear, consumed solely by a bloodthirsty desire. Only by killing Qin Yun and draining his corpse dry could Suing regain his senses. Boom! The flowing blood transformed into countless tiny blood arrows, shooting out from Su Yin's body. If anyone got pierced by those, they'd be covered in bloody holes at the very least. And at this distance, Qin Yun had nowhere to retreat. No retreat? Then he wouldn't retreat. The resolve of a frontline warrior knows no retreat. Qin Yun's eyes narrowed as Gongang's energy surged forth, releasing a chill that instantly froze the seawater before him into crystalline ice lotuses. Ice lotus burial. Blood arrows pierced toward him, but the petals of the ice lotus formed an impenetrable barrier, blocking every arrow. Qin Yun shifted his stance, vibrating his blade as he stepped back. Riding the recoil, he spun his body while holding the blade, freezing the surrounding seawater with his biting cold. Soon, a sea tornado formed once more. Yet unlike before, its core plummeted to freezing temperatures. Any weapon that dared enter would be sliced into shreds. Ice Blade Storm. This time, Ganggong Fazho swung his blade in a single, decisive strike. The Ice Blade Storm roared forth. It was colossal, filling the entire passageway. Even Chuluoli, lying on the ground watching the battle, stared in astonishment, unable to believe her eyes. Could someone barely over level 30 truly unleash such a colossal energy storm beneath the sea? Even she couldn't have done it. These two before her truly possessed the strength to kill her. That title of top-ranked prodigy truly brought more harm than good. Chuluoli bit her lip, her expression shifting constantly. Suyin, drenched in blood, couldn't evade and could only summon energy to shield himself. As crimson phantoms overlapped and intertwined, he plunged into the blizzard. He feared not the bitter cold, driven only by the urge to sever Qin Yun's head as swiftly as possible. Interesting. A smirk touched Qin Yun's lips as he strode forward, plunging into the ice storm himself. Clang! The metallic clang echoed through the passageway. Chuluoli clutched her abdomen as she struggled to rise. Though she couldn't see the battle unfolding, she prepared herself for combat. Especially Suyin, his murderous intent had been unmistakable earlier. He wouldn't let her off the hook. If Qin Yun lost, she would have to fight him to the death. As Chuluoli pondered this, her dark eyes began to tremble violently. Her face twisted with panic. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, she inexplicably closed it again, collapsing back onto the ground with her eyes shut. Her silver hair was gradually darkening, layer by layer. Boom! The ice storm shattered. Suyin stumbled backward, his body battered and bruised. Dozens of ice blades pierced his body, blood gushing out as if it were worthless, coating him entirely in a crimson haze. Qin Yun, on the other hand, was also stained with blood, but his wounds were few and mostly superficial. The only deep cut was from that earlier sword strike. Empowered by the battle-charging will, he utterly dominated Suyin. Sacrificing life to ascend to immortality? Such a heretical immortal was utterly unworthy of comparison to a true deity. Roar! Suyin let out a non-human howl, his prolonged battle having already robbed him of his sanity. His ability to sacrifice others' lives for his own ascension stemmed from the fusion of the Su family's secret arts with his chosen path. This power could temporarily elevate his strength to extraordinary heights. But prolonged use would bring a devastating backlash. Just like now. The monstrous monk's divine form descended from the heavens, seizing control of his body. Slashing. The blood-stained sword pierced his own chest. Suyin erupted in maniacal laughter as he ripped his own heart from his chest. Clutching the organ, he wrung out its blood, coating the blade. Filth! Ganggang's eyes snapped open. As the water god of Huaxia, how could he tolerate such demonic arts endangering the mortal world? East Sea! Hear my command. No mercy! The seawater roared and churned, transforming into hundreds of razor-sharp weapons in midair that shot toward Suyin. A crimson figure flashed explosively. With terrifying reflexes and speed, Suyin dodged the weapons and pressed forward toward Qin Yun. How dare you! Qin Yun roared, his greatsword trailing a curtain of water as he brought it down in a sweeping strike. Clang! Suyin's blood-red sword blocked the strike. Surging blood energy shattered the descending ocean of blades. The surging crimson energy coalesced into a razor-sharp blade, pointing directly at Qin Yun's throat. Swish! The long sword slid downward, disarming the great blade. Seizing the momentum, it pressed down with a stomp, denying Qin Yun any chance to defend. The blade had already probed forward, slicing across his throat. Thud! The unstoppable blood-steel sword severed the head with effortless precision. Qin Yun's expression froze in its final moment of terror. Suyin, unsatisfied, stomped down with his foot. Qin Yun's head exploded like a watermelon. Unexpectedly, no blood or brain matter spurted out. Instead, a watery sphere burst open. Qin Yun's body similarly dissolved into a stream of water and dispersed. SSS-rank. A figure appeared behind Suyin. The long blade in his hand plunged into Suyin's body. Then the blade spun. Accompanied by a bone-chilling grinding sound, Suyin's internal organs were torn to shreds. Carelessness like this only happens once. Qin Yun had already learned a painful lesson at the hands of the Hellhound. He would never underestimate any opponent again. Even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit. Thus, he approached Suyin with utmost caution. That water-based weapon appeared fierce but moved slowly, deliberately leaving space for Suyin to charge. That water form hadn't been unleashed with full force either, granting him an opening to strike. And at the moment of victory, his true form would burst through the water curtain to finish him off completely. Snap!
Qin Yun withdrew his long blade, exiting the state of battlefield ambition. A wave of weakness immediately washed over him, causing him to stumble and nearly collapse to the ground.
Thankfully, he had already won. Is it? Was it?
Suyin, his belly torn open, twisted his body. A maniacal grin split his lips as he lunged forward like a wild beast.
How could he still be alive?
Qin Yun gasped in shock, forcing himself to hold on as he prepared to summon his spirit once more. But a flash of light erupted before his eyes. A slender figure plunged downward, a prism-like dagger slicing clean through Su Yin's head. Thud! Su Yin's body finally collapsed to the ground. The 7 sons of the Su family all dead. Xia! A cold dagger pressed against his throat. Eyes devoid of emotion fixed on Qin Yun. Who are you?
Chapter 31, another Chuluoli? Qin Yun double-checked, certain he hadn't mistaken her.
The girl before him had her black hair spread out, her stunning face covered in frost, cold as a machine. She was Chuluoli. Only her silver hair had turned black.
How could she not recognize him? Hadn't they just met? I'm Qin Yun. I just saved your life.
Oh? The girl raised an eyebrow, glancing down at the headless corpse beneath her.
Killing trash like that counts as saving me? Or is that useless piece of trash finally done for? That loser?
Qin Yun's gaze shifted to the girl's waist. That's an injury. And it was worse. She must have used the dagger to scrape out the barbs, leaving a bloody wound. Yet a light-dark intertwined energy halted the bleeding, slowly mending the flesh.
You're not Chuluoli?
Qin Yun turned to stare directly into those strange, otherworldly eyes.
Of course I am.
The girl extended the dagger, resting it against Qin Yun's chin, her gaze fixed on him without a trace of fear. She bent down, her striking figure fully exposed before Qin Yun. Their faces were inches apart, yet neither flinched.
Qin Yun finally understood why Chuluoli's first words to him had been to leave immediately. She was suppressing the woman before her. Or rather, the second personality.
Whoosh, whoosh. The thick, pungent scent of blood drew new predators. Several massive pythons, each several meters long, slithered out from the depths. Their bodies were pure white, moving with astonishing speed. A pair of fangs dripped emerald venom, corroding the ground with a squeaking sound.
LV-29, corrosive silver snakes.
Under normal circumstances, Qin Yun would have faced them without fear, dispatching them one by one with a few swift strikes. But now, in the weakened state of his battle formation will, he struggled to muster his energy.
One misstep could mean his end here. On the shore. The live stream finally cleared up. Alright, Old Chen. Have you found the cause?
Old Chen shook his head, his gaze heavy. He had already dispatched a team down below, but with the labyrinthine layout of the dragon palace they'd set up, no word had come back yet.
If someone had deliberately plotted this, they'd likely already succeeded. 7 dead?
Staring at the 7 screens that had gone black, Old Fong erupted in fury.
What the hell? This generation is strong. Even if they couldn't win, they should have escaped badly injured. How could they die in the trial? Investigate. If you can't find out what happened, none of you will be leaving.
Old Master Fong's roar startled every staff member on the shore, and he immediately dispatched people to investigate.
What's going on with Qin's side? Why is he so weak? Could it be he fought Chuluoli? Did he lose?
After making his arrangements, Old Fong resumed watching Qin Yun's livestream. At that moment, he was utterly drained, a dagger pressed to his head by a woman, while several sea snakes lurked menacingly ahead.
How did things get this bad in just a few minutes?
Chuluoli ranked first on the genius list, the last surviving heir of the Chu family. Years ago, when this girl was harassed by the Long family's young master, she flew into a rage and crippled one of his legs. Constrained by official face, the Long family couldn't exact revenge and instead offered a bounty on the black market, a reward that remained unclaimed to this day. Old Chen's gaze fixed on the girl on the screen, his tone brimming with satisfaction.
Is that so? No wonder she could suppress Qin Yun. The Puyu era truly lives up to its reputation.
Old Fong sighed in admiration. These youngsters are even more exceptional than they were in their prime.
Even that Kong family lad, though not the sharpest tool in the shed, would be a formidable opponent if I were his age.
Such is the way of the great calamity year.
An image flashed through Old Chen's mind.
Fine beads of sweat glistened on his aged arm, and his body trembled involuntarily. At his stature, few things could instill such lingering dread. But if it existed, it could absolutely destroy China. May the new generation grow strong swiftly. They old fools had little warmth left to give. Who gave these vermin the audacity? As the silver snake slithered closer, the girl's eyes turned cold, and her body vanished instantly before Qin Yun.
Yes, vanished in an instant.
Qin Yun's eyes weren't deceiving him. It wasn't speed, but a more advanced spatial skill that allowed her to instantly shift her position.
The next instant, 6 snake heads flew through the air.
They crashed onto the ground, their expressions remaining calm until the very end. Not only did they fail to retaliate, they hadn't even sensed the girl's attack.
Terrifying.
No wonder she called that blood-covered man trash.
With such speed and ferocity, Suyin wouldn't even have time to counter, let alone muster the energy to fight back.
In a single exchange, she would likely decapitate them. Without knowing their abilities, the girl could easily slaughter them all on first sight. The undisputed top of the genius rankings. The girl flicked her dagger, blood splattering as the prism-like blade regained its pristine purity. She turned her gaze to Qin Yun. Even if she didn't kill him, she wouldn't bother with a crippled. Qin Yun's eyes flickered. Now utterly weakened, if he were truly discovered by the colossal beast or his enemies, his chances of survival were slim. Even if luck spared him, by the time he recovered, the East Sea trials would be long over, and the Dragon Palace's treasures would still be beyond his reach. Qin Yun relented. Take me with you. I'll lead you to the true treasures of the Dragon Palace. Chuluwali teleported before Qin Yun, her dagger once again lifting his chin. Why should I trust you? You can refuse to believe me, but aren't you afraid you'll never find it? Chuluwali tightened her grip, a crimson line appearing above Qin Yun's throat. She was lacking something. Desperately. The rewards from the East Sea trial were decent, but at best, they could only be epic tier weapons. She wanted more. All right. I'll take you there. If you lie, I'll kill you. The dagger at her throat spun back into its sheath. The girl extended her hand. Qin Yun grasped it, pulled up by her strength. Can you move? I can move. Chuluwali's raised arm dropped, maintaining a safe distance from Qin Yun as she let him lead the way. Why would you know about the Dragon Palace's other treasures? Everyone has secrets. Don't you? Speak less, or you'll die. Chuluwali's dark pupils contracted. Though her demeanor remained icy, a palpable heaviness settled over her. A sudden suspicion flashed through Qin Yun's mind, but voicing it now would likely earn him a scathing rebuke from the girl. The two maintained an unspoken silence as they wound their way through the Dragon Palace. They encountered numerous colossal beasts along the way, yet none could withstand even a breath of Chuluwali's terrifying power. Even a water dragon had its head severed in 2 strikes before it could unleash its skills. Qin Yun had previously thought Chuluwali was already formidable after slaying the sea-covering dragon turtle. But now it seemed clear if she possessed the strength she was currently displaying, how could the sea-covering dragon turtle have ever injured her? Even at his peak, what were his chances of defeating her? Only by activating the charge formation will I have a chance to keep up with her movements. We're here. Qin Yun abruptly halted. He gazed at a jade wall. Nezha's divine essence pointed toward it. The true Dragon Palace is hidden here. Chapter 32, Dragon Palace Treasures, Wind and Fire Wheels. Boom! Chuluwali kicked out, shattering the jade wall with a powerful blast of energy, revealing the earth-colored rock beneath. A gaze brimming with murderous intent met his. Qin Yun shrugged helplessly. That's not how you get in. There's an array. An array? Chuluwali toyed with her dagger, her gaze still fixed on Qin Yun, brimming with murderous intent. She was beginning to doubt Qin Yun's words. If he'd been stringing her along with lies all this time, whether out of malice or kindness, she'd take his head off. I'll break the formation. Guard me. Qin Yun said nothing more, merely sitting cross-legged on the ground. The Gonggong Dharma image manifested once more. Chuluwali's dagger was confiscated, and she stared at the Gonggong Dharma image with apprehension. She keenly sensed the threat. She hated this feeling. She kept a wary eye on Qin Yun. Should he make any sudden move, she would kill him without hesitation. As for why the Dragon Palace had an array, Qin Yun had no idea. But under Gonggang's blessing, he now commanded the East Sea. His connection to the ocean had intensified dramatically, allowing him to clearly sense the strange, violent energy fluctuations here. Yet the colossal dragon that had previously lurked here had failed to detect it. The rulers of Huaxia had meticulously designed the East Sea trials, yet even after decades, they had failed to uncover it. This alone demonstrated the profound intricacy of the array the Dragon King had set up. The Dragon King ruled the seas. The seas belonged to water. Water, therefore, falls under the jurisdiction of the water deity. It could be said that Gonggong is the Dragon King's direct superior. When your direct superior comes to visit, how could you possibly refuse to open the door and welcome him? The water god Gonggong, his divine might revealed. On the shore. What the hell have these two brats been circling around for? Everything's waiting at the finish line. I even had old Lu forge an epic dagger. Either of these brats could use it for self-defense. But why have they stopped moving? What are they doing at this wall entrance? Old Fong scratched his head, growing more perplexed by the minute. Qin Yun had mentioned several times that he was searching for the true treasure of the Dragon Palace. Yet ancient Chinese records hold no mention of the Dragon Palace. When it was first discovered, that ichthyosaur was already occupying it. We've already cleared out everything it collected. How could anything remain? This kid must be dreaming. Old Chen shook his head with a smile. Old Chen, don't be so sure. What if? This kid has surprised us more than once. Well, I'll take your word for it. Exactly. Holy. The screen suddenly went black. Old Chen, what's going on? We were watching these two kids. There wasn't even a threat nearby, let alone a giant beast. Why did their screens go black? Old Fong panicked, unable to sit still, his roaring voice making Old Chen's eardrums ache.
Quiet down. I'm going down to check.
Old Chen's face darkened. This East Sea trial had thrown up too many unexpected situations, and he was already struggling to keep up. But before he could activate his ability to teleport, a deep, muffled boom echoed from the distant horizon.
The sound was deafening, echoing across the entire coastline.
Old Chen staggered, grunting as he nearly collapsed to the ground.
Old Fong. Call for backup immediately. East Sea Garrison, heed my command. All units return to the battlefield. East Sea. The beast tide descends. Can you loosen the dagger?
Qin Yun felt the icy chill against his neck and pleaded helplessly.
I can't let go.
I've never even heard of this place, let alone come here. Chuluwali scanned her surroundings nervously, unable to believe her eyes. Just moments ago, everything had flickered before her eyes, and now the surroundings had completely transformed. The scene before her defied all her expectations. The floor pure jade. The pillars were made of golden thread Nanmu wood. The hanging ornaments and carvings above were all crafted from pure gold. Even the pearls illuminating the space were top-grade night pearls. Forget emptying the place, even chipping out a few floor tiles would be enough to live comfortably for the rest of her life. The Dragon Clan has always been fond of amassing wealth, and even the Dragon King is no exception. As the sole ruler of the East Sea, he receives astronomical tributes each year. Over time, it wouldn't be surprising if he paved his floors with jade or even gold with ease. But for the sake of aesthetics, the Dragon Palace's opulence was restrained, otherwise, its extravagance would have been truly horrifying. As for the outer Dragon Palace? Merely scraps cast off by the main structure. That old eel of a Dragon King was truly slippery. Without Nezha's divine guidance, this palace would likely remain undiscovered until the Dragon King's return. Moreover, the palace contained no trace of living beings, not even a single guard had been stationed before the Dragon King's departure. What on earth had these deities been through? Was it worth such a hasty departure? Qin Yun was puzzled, but more pressing matters awaited. The Dragon King's armory. It had been plundered once by the monkey. Now Nezha was here to plunder it once more. Following the guidance, Qin Yun arrived at a large gate. The door bore no sealing enchantments, merely shut tight. The Dragon King's treasure vault. Qin Yun pointed inside and explained to Chuluwali. Chuluwali's beautiful eyes flickered as she pondered the truth behind Qin Yun's words. Go open the door, and I'll believe you. Qin Yun shrugged helplessly, stepped forward, and applied a little force. The vault door swung open with a click. Chuluwali gazed inside. Clang! The dagger fell to the floor. Golden light flooded the girl's eyes, and even her threatening gesture toward Qin Yun vanished. This. She slipped into the treasure vault. Epic tier, there are dozens of epic weapons alone. What's this? Legendary. And not just one legendary weapon. Gold-threaded silver-laced armor? Could this be the original? The girl was like a greedy little kitten rummaging through the Dragon King's treasure vault. Her eyes sparkled with delight, and even her usually cold face began to break into a smile. Qin Yun, however, paid little attention. He wasn't short on weapons. The Heaven-Earth Ring, the Heaven-Shaking Brocade, the Firepoint Spear, all were genuine divine artifacts. He simply lacked the energy to fully activate them. Once he grew stronger, those divine artifacts would unleash their true power. What he sought now were weapons abandoned by the gods. Guided by Nezha's divine essence, he dug through a pile of gold and unearthed a pair of iron rings. The moment they touched his hands, flames surged forth. Layer upon layer of rust peeled away, and brilliant golden light shone through the flames, illuminating the entire room. Divine artifacts, the wind and fire wheels. One of Nezha's true names and sacred artifacts. According to records, the wind fire wheels were passed down by Taishinrin. As the twin wheels spin, they emit the sounds of wind and fire. The left and right wheels generate wind and spew flames, enabling high-speed flight through the skies and travel deep into the earth. They can traverse 10,000 li in a single day, capable of both flight and combat, reaching anywhere without limit. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the divine artifact, wind fire wheels. Ding! Congratulations, host, on unlocking the complete form of the demon child Nezha. Ding! Nezha's divine essence has attained autonomous consciousness. Chapter 33, Eastern Sea Beast Tide. Autonomous consciousness? Qin Yun couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Though during the divine descent earlier, he could sense the deity's attitude. Nezha treated others with fierce arrogance. Zhongkuei's contemptuous disdain toward ghostly beings. Gongang's commanding authority as the ruler of the East Sea. These were the deity's inherent dispositions. They had transformed into primordial spirits slumbering within Qin Yun's body. Once summoned, they would descend in the form of Dharma manifestations. In special circumstances, such as encountering a personal weapon, they might suddenly awaken to issue a warning. Yet they still lack independent consciousness. They cannot actively manipulate Qin Yun's body to act on their own. But why did Nezha's divine spirit suddenly gain self-awareness? Could it be that deities awaken self-awareness upon reaching a certain level of enlightenment? Though Qin Yun didn't know why, it wasn't a bad thing. As the sole heir to the divine lineage of Huaxia, all the deities' hopes rested upon him. They could never harm him.
Even that troublemaker Nezha knew what truly mattered.
Qin Yun stowed away the wind fire wheels and had just stood up when Chuluoli instantly appeared before him. She seemed to have agonized over it for a long time before finally making up her mind.
We'll split everything here evenly, half for you, half for me. Sure, you led the way, but I protected you the entire journey. So you didn't lose out. You have to give me half.
Her expression remained cold, yet her words betrayed her inner conflict.
She really didn't want to share.
Yet she was still willing to split it 50-50 with Qin Yun. If she were ruthless, she could have easily killed Qin Yun and kept all the treasures for herself. This place was so remote that no one would ever know, and whatever she said would be believed.
Qin Yun looked at Chuluoli with some surprise.
She was actually prepared to split it 50-50. He had truly underestimated her.
No need.
I'll just take one for my friend.
The rest is all yours.
Qin Yun waved generously, signaling her to help herself.
Really? Chuluoli leapt up in delight.
But soon, her expression turned cold again.
Thank you.
Chuluoli gave a slight bow, then vanished in a flash, confidently selecting treasures from afar.
Qin Yun no longer paid attention to Chuluoli, instead seeking out blades and swords.
Having finally made it to the Dragon Palace, he needed to bring Li Qingyue a gift. In the center, a deep blue tang sword caught Qin Yun's attention. Its hilt was carved with a Chinese dragon motif, from which azure sparks flowed, dissolving into scattered starlight in midair. Qin Yun picked it up, and abundant energy instantly surged through his body. With just a slight shift of his intent, a sword chi slashed out, carving a deep gash into the wall.
A legendary weapon. Dragon silk. Indeed. I'll give it to Li Qingyue. However, unlike those divine artifacts, this weapon couldn't be stored away.
It had to be carried by his side.
Chuluoli, far away, faced the same dilemma. The Dragon Palace's treasury was simply too vast.
Though she possessed a spatial storage pouch, she could only carry away a small portion.
Take what you need for now. I'll grant you access later. Come back when you have time.
Qin Yun's voice drifted over. Chuluoli hesitated briefly before finally nodding her head.
After careful consideration, Chuluoli packed her belongings and flashed to Qin Yun's side. All set.
Qin Yun looked at Chuluoli, hesitated a few times, then spoke up.
If I may ask, if she returns, would she know about your current experiences?
Chuluoli lifted her head, her beautiful eyes flickering.
She would know. We share memories.
But her memories are so dull I have no desire to delve into them. Even if I'm not here, she'll still remember this place.
Don't worry. Alright, then. Hold out your hand.
Chuluoli obediently extended her right hand. Her hand was small and pale, yet several fingers bore distinct calluses, clearly the result of frequent weapon use.
Yet this did little to diminish their jade-like smoothness.
Qin Yun grasped her hand.
The aura of Gongong was released.
A streak of blue energy shot from Qin Yun's palm, burrowing into the center of Chuluoli's forehead.
An intangible aura crystallized and blossomed from Chuluoli's body. Divine Messenger. The emissary personally chosen by Gonggang. To see her was to see the water goddess. Even the Dragon King would kneel in reverence before her.
As for this Dragon King's formation, it would open the moment it saw her.
It's over.
Next time they reached the spot, they would enter the true Dragon Palace. With a flick of Qin Yun's intent, their figures blurred and shifted, returning them to the cavern of the Dragon Palace.
How many more? Have Qin Yun and Chuluoli found them yet? Hurry up and evacuate. Stop picking up your stuff. Is that more important than your life?
Leave those corpses behind.
Get out first.
A cacophony of voices reached their ears, followed by frantic shouts and footsteps. Before Qin Yun and Chuluoli could grasp what was happening, several soldiers appeared before them, urgently urging the pair to hurry. Chuluoli's golden eyes narrowed several times before she finally let out a sharp click and immediately fainted. Fortunately, Qin Yun acted swiftly, catching her in his arms as he followed the soldiers out of the Dragon Palace.
Report. Qin Yun and Chuluoli have been brought in. All trial participants are accounted for. Withdraw immediately.
On the White Jade Plaza, the trial participants were utterly bewildered as soldiers surrounded them, lifting them out of the water and guiding them ashore one by one.
Boom!
A deafening explosion sent massive waves crashing across the sea, nearly sweeping the newly landed students back into the ocean. All eyes instinctively turned toward the source of the roar.
Ink-black demon clouds shrouded the sky.
Two enormous dragon silhouettes circled above the sea, relentlessly attacking the transparent barrier. One dragon was covered in ice crystals, its mane resembling clusters of icicles. Each breath of frigid air it exhaled froze vast stretches of the sea surface. The other dragon bore scales like fish bones, its spine extending into a phosphocalcic exoskeleton, and its long tail had degenerated into a fishtail.
The frozen abyss WIRM and the ancient ichthyosaur.
The dragon clans had dispatched two formidable oceanic warriors to assault the East China Sea.
Beneath them swam an endless sea of colossal beasts.
Spearfish and deep-sea squid monsters charged in swarms, a scene utterly unlike the trials of the East Sea.
Many watched with hair-raising dread, their legs trembling so violently they could barely move. Under the terrifying tide of beasts, human strength seemed laughable. But was that truly the case? Above the heavens, the old lion's divine form manifested fully, clashing relentlessly with the ancient ichthyosaurs. He shattered countless exoskeletons, scattering even their fishbone like scales. The cold abyss-twisted dragon was dealt with by Li Weigua. His spear pierced through the biting cold, penetrating the icy armor and inflicting horrific wounds. Behind them, Elder Chen wielded his sacred text, shattering and reshaping space to annihilate most of the approaching beast horde. Powerful warriors from the East Sea garrison also rushed to the scene, halting the remaining beasts. A beast tide? So what? With the might of China's elite here, you dare dream of annihilating the Puyu generation? Dream on.
Several individuals had been holding their breath, and now they had an outlet to release it. They unleashed their energy without reserve, employing the very tactics left behind by those two great dragons. Qin Yun's gaze swept toward the distant East Sea, his heart twisting with unease. Knowing full well this place teems with powerful beings, the dragon clan still chooses to attack? Was this not sheer folly? Dragon domain. The black-clad figure's lips curved into a faint smile. The plan had succeeded. Now it's time for them to perform. For dragon shadows stirred at the command. Chapter 34, The Legendary Weapon, Dragon Silk. Get ashore quickly. The battle's impact is widespread, beware of being caught in the crossfire. The commander shouted orders, and soldiers immediately pulled all the students ashore, shielding them closely. Hello, are you her friend? She's injured, let me take her first. The medical team was already in position. A woman in a nurse's uniform took Chuluoli from Qin Yun's arms. At that moment, Chuluoli's long hair faded to silver. Her eyelids fluttered a few times, but she ultimately did not open her eyes. Qin, who is she? Li Qingyue's greeting was cut short as she noticed the girl beneath Qin Yun. Her gaze darted strangely between the two of them. Found her on the road. She's injured. Oh, okay. Li Qingyue nodded briefly, saying no more. Oh, right, I found a weapon in the Dragon Palace. It'd suit you perfectly. Saying this, Qin Yun drew the dragon silk sword from his waist and handed it to Li Qingyue. Li Qingyue took the tang sword, gripped the hilt, and drew it with a light pull. A dragon's roar echoed as its edge pierced the heavens. The dragon silk, like a dormant dragon, raised its head and locked eyes with its master, Li Qingyue. The intense energy fluctuations drew everyone's attention. Holy crap! What kind of weapon is this? How come it feels even stronger than Kong Yuanlong's trident? Epic tier? No, wait, this aura feels so familiar, like the one my grandfather wielded? Holy! This is a legendary weapon. Shouts of astonishment erupted from the crowd. A boy from a prominent clan stared in shock at the dragon silk in Li Qingyue's hands. A legendary grade weapon that was his family's most treasured heirloom. How could a weapon of this caliber end up in the hands of a mere youth? Could it be a reward from the East Sea trials? Did this Qin Yun guy reach the end? Impossible. The East Sea trial rewards at most an epic tier weapon. Could the Dragon Palace hold other treasures? Whispers erupted from all around, every gaze fixed on the tang sword in Li Qingyue's hands, some eyes gleaming with greed. A legendary grade weapon. No, this is far too precious. I can't accept it. Li Qingyue knew exactly what this weapon was worth. She quickly sheathed the tang sword and pushed it into Qin Yun's arms. Qingyue, we're such close friends, why be so polite? Besides, I have no use for a tang sword. This weapon suits you best. Qin Yun didn't take it, instead turning around to offer the tang sword back. The two of them kept passing it back and forth until everyone watching was bored stiff. Come on, that's a legendary weapon, not some common cabbage. If it were given to me, forget pushing it back and forth, I'd consider myself defeated if I didn't cling to it and pledge myself in return. But Li Qingyue wasn't one to make a fuss. After holding the tang sword for a moment, she suddenly threw her arms around Qin Yun. Thank you, Qin Yun. Her soft, fragrant body pressed against him, leaving Qin Yun momentarily flustered. Not knowing where to place his hands, he gently patted Li Qingyue's back instead. Legendary weapons, not even 100 exist worldwide, are invariably wielded by the strongest. Take Li Qingyue's father, for instance. The spear in his hands was legendary. But his weapon was earned through battle, forged through countless victories. Only after becoming a general was it bestowed upon him by the state. Even a powerful clan like the Kangs had to exhaust all resources to secure an epic tier weapon for Kong Yuanlong, a feat that still left his peers in awe. Thus, a single legendary grade weapon was enough to make everyone envious. Many eyes were fixed on Li Qingyue, their minds already plotting. With the Eastern Sea now invaded by colossal beasts and the leaders all on the front lines, once the soldiers escorting them complete their mission, the threat will be eliminated. Celestial treasures and earthly treasures, they belong to those with destiny. Even forcibly seized fortune counts as fate. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed through the sky as a tall, lean figure plummeted from above. A spear gripped in his hand, his armor stained with blood, his chiseled face radiating unmistakable resolve. War God, Li Weigua. Uncle Li. Qin called out, and Li Qingyue immediately stepped back, standing flushed and red-faced to the side. She kept her head bowed, unable to even look up at her father. As his daughter, she felt a bit awkward.
Li Weigua nodded briefly at Qin Yun, then scanned the room and commanded. Elders Chen and Fawn are currently on the front lines fighting the war. The East Sea trials are now under my full responsibility. I hereby declare the 235th East Sea trial officially concluded. Everyone, evacuate the East Sea coast immediately. This area will be taken over by the military. General Li. We can fight too.
A stubborn voice rang out from the corner, quickly followed by murmurs of agreement.
Yes, General Li. You're all fighting on the front lines, how can we just leave? My lifelong dream is to defend our homeland.
General Li, I must go to the front lines.
Let us go, General Li.
The young men stood tall on the beach, heads held high, their voices brimming with anticipation. They were all prodigies from various regions. But genius comes with greater responsibility. When soldiers are fighting tooth and nail against the beast tide, how could they possibly retreat?
Everyone. I understand your feelings.
But each person has different duties at different times.
You are still unpolished jade. What value could your fighting contribute at this moment? In the years to come, when you reach my age, treading the mighty waves and slaying dragons with your own hands, the land of China will be yours to defend. I await the day I see you all again. Li Weigua's voice rang out with conviction, inspiring this new generation. Soldiers swiftly stepped forward to escort them away. You never cease to amaze me, kid. To actually scavenge a legendary weapon. Li Weigua walked over to Qin Yun, patting his shoulder encouragingly.
I'll thank Qin Yue for the weapon on her behalf. If you need anything in the future, just call Uncle Li, we're family.
Qin Yun nodded with a smile. Too bad. With the sudden beast tide here in the East Sea, old Fong has gone to the front lines. He's been talking about you for ages, wanting to take you as his disciple. Looks like that won't happen now. Uncle Li, can the front hold? No problem. Another dragon has arrived, but our reinforcements are on their way too. Basically, every available stronghold is sending reinforcements here. Once they arrive, all 3 dragons will be dealt with. Xia Yun, you should head back to Gulong City first. Old Li is waiting for your report. Got it. Qin Yun nodded and followed the soldiers away from the coast.
Li Qinyue didn't return to Guqing, she stayed in the East Sea with Li Weigua.
Guqing. Grandpa Lu, why are you in such a hurry to leave?
They've even caught that cardinal.
Stay and help them out.
Lu Yunxi pouted, her backpack slung over her shoulder and a baseball cap perched on her head, a decidedly sunny look.
Big Brother's 80th birthday celebration is about to begin. Miss, we can't delay any longer. Lu Ying is more capable than I was in my youth. And trusting the pursuit to him poses no issue. Let us return first.
The old man stood beside the girl, his back hunched, every wrinkle on his face radiating affection.
Right.
We must prepare something special for grandfather.
Soon, the 2 departed Ghoul City, heading toward the imperial capital. Guqing border. Swish.
Lush foliage snapped and shattered as a figure burst from the thicket, crashing to the ground and gasping for breath. Clad in black robes, his face adorned with ferocious tattoos, his entire left arm appeared as if sliced off, gushing blood incessantly. The shadows in the thicket suddenly began to tremble, coalescing like rising ink until they formed a human shape. He said nothing, only tracing a gentle arc downward with his right index finger.
Rip!
For shadows surged from the ground, first pinning the man's remaining 3 limbs, then pressing against his throat.
I ask, you answer.
Speak falsely or wrongly, and limbs shall be severed as punishment.
What are you seeking in Guqing? Chapter 35, Storm Clouds Gathering. Guqing. Interrogation room. Still won't talk? Li Can's expression was stern as his gaze swept across the room.
The man across from him was bound by chains, head bowed, covered in wounds, barely recognizable as human.
Nothing said.
I'll question him myself. Li Can pushed open the cell door and approached the man. Lu Hu, the white-robed deputy bishop of the beast god cult. He orchestrated the destruction of 3 cities, resulting in thousands of casualties.
The newcomer trials in Guqing, that was your doing.
Li Can's face remained expressionless as he lifted his leather boot and pressed it into Lu Hu's wound, grinding it relentlessly.
Roar!
Agony seared through his brain, and Lu Hu let out an inhuman roar, his entire body stiffening from the excruciating pain.
To target the children of Guqing? The beast god cult truly has the audacity.
Li Can harbored no mercy for prisoners.
As a born killer, he was utterly cold-blooded before his enemies. Ha! Lu Hu forced back the agony, letting out a chilling laugh. Li Can tightened his grip on Lu Hu's foot. Ah!
The agony piercing his skull nearly sent Lu Hu into unconsciousness, yet he still managed a grimace of pain, his eyes fixed intently on Li Can. His lips trembled, emitting a barely audible sound. Li Can bent down, leaning close to his mouth.
Li Can's expression darkened abruptly. Guqing, Songxiang Tower, top floor. Old Wang. Your student really made you proud. He actually secured a spot in the East Sea trials. Not just a spot, I reckon he'll place high. Exactly.
We all underestimated him, almost buried this genius talent. Enough said, I'll start by downing 3 cups to apologize to old Wang. You guys all drink 3 cups.
I'm in.
At the dinner table, Wang Lidong raised his cup with a broad smile, toasting everyone. Qin Yun's outstanding performance reflected well on Wang Lidong, not only elevating the school's standing but also promoting him to a higher rank, making him the leader among these principals.
Old Wang, that Qin kid should be back soon, right?
I plan to invite him to give a speech at our school.
Let's wait until after the Gulong City mock exams. Right before the national college entrance exams, I'll have him come give everyone a pep talk. Ha, that's great. It's settled.
During the East Sea trials, Guqing was also organizing mock exams for regular students to prepare for the upcoming national college entrance exams.
Currently, they were taking the dungeon exam.
Since the difficulty wasn't high, the principals weren't supervising.
After 3 rounds of wine, Wang Lidong, seated by the window, rubbed his eyes in puzzlement.
Guqing was a border city of Huaxia, and from the top floor of Songshan Tower, one could see the wilderness beyond the city walls.
The walls were heavily guarded by all logic, nothing out of the ordinary should occur.
But today, for some unknown reason, a thick fog had descended outside the walls, obscuring nearly all visibility.
Over there? Is everything okay?
Wang Lidong set down his wine cup, channeling energy to metabolize the alcohol within himself, forcing his mind to clear.
Thud.
He staggered, knocking over a chair.
Several principals turned to look at Wang Lidong. The next second, they sobered up simultaneously.
They had never seen such a terrifying expression on this gentle old man.
Mom, what's for dinner tonight?
Braised spare ribs, oil-braised prawns, and your favorite fried chicken drumsticks.
Your brother's exams are over tonight too, so let's make something special.
On the street, a middle-aged woman carried a vegetable bag in one hand and held the hand of a child who looked about 7 or 8 years old. She had just picked up her child and was preparing to go home to cook a meal to reward her eldest son for his exam. Their home lay at the foot of the city walls. Her husband toiled at the ironworks, working hard for wages that barely covered the family of 4. Fortunately, housing prices near the city walls were low enough that even they could afford a place. The woman lifted her head and gazed up at the towering city wall. These walls stood 3,000 meters tall, reinforced internally with steel-reinforced concrete and clad externally with a layer of 1 meter thick steel plates sufficient to withstand most giant beasts' attacks. Beyond that, array specialized professionals had set up defensive formations on the walls to counter energy attacks. Along the ramparts, sentry posts were stationed every 100 meters, with crews rotating around the clock to monitor the outer perimeter. Below the walls, the Ghoul City garrison, numbering 20,000 strong, was stationed. Should any unexpected situation arise, they would immediately engage in combat. The woman hummed a tune, gently swaying as she held her child's hand. She had lived here for over 20 years. Though she had witnessed several battles, none had been intense enough to affect their homes. Moreover, with 20,000 troops stationed along the coast, the area was well equipped with all kinds of facilities. This meant she didn't have to travel far for work, and buying necessities was convenient. Life here was comfortable. Watching her child grow up slowly like this, the future would surely be better. Bang! A sharp crack made the boy lift his head in curiosity. Thick blood slowly trickled down his arm. Xiao Zhao was a new recruit, and today marked his first anniversary in the military. For the first time, he stood atop the city walls, gazing out in wonder from the sentry post. He had never seen the world beyond the walls, knowing only that endless wilderness and countless beasts lay outside. And those who had ever ventured beyond the walls and vanished, none had ever returned. The wind howled fiercely. He pulled his coat tighter around himself. The wind at over 300 meters high cut like a knife. Thankfully, the sentry post had a heater to provide some warmth. Beside the stove sat a walkie-talkie, ready to contact superiors at the first sign of trouble. At its very center sat a bright red button. Pressing it meant a catastrophe had struck, a wall breached, a city destroyed. The entire city of Guqing would sound the alarm, open emergency shelters, and evacuate everyone possible. Meanwhile, soldiers like them would rush to the front lines immediately, buying time for the evacuation. Xiao Lu possessed no special talents. He had only awakened a B-rank profession, currently at level 30. But soldiers don't distinguish between strength and weakness. They always stand on the front lines, building a barrier for those behind them. Xiao Lu narrowed his eyes. He sensed the area beyond the walls growing darker, shrouded in a hazy mist. Soon, the mist thickened, like heavy black clouds pressing down upon the city walls. Uneasy, he hailed the squad leader over the radio. Normal. Weather in the wasteland is unpredictable. I've seen thunderstorms here. A little fog is no big deal. The squad leader replied. But he too felt uneasy, adding a few more words. Have Xiao Wang scan the area with the thermal imager. Hearing the squad leader's words, Xiao Lu's worries eased, and he stood quietly at his post. 5 minutes left until his shift ended. The gray haze slowly descended beyond the city walls, as if clouds had fallen to earth. 3 minutes left. Xiao Lu peered out curiously, glancing over at Xiao Wang next to him. Why hadn't he relayed the information yet? He stood on tiptoe, straining his eyes upward. Xiao Wang stood there silently, like a statue. Ha! Had he fallen asleep on his feet? Xiao Lu planned to remind Xiao Wang after their shift change. He glanced over at Brother Wolf on the other side. That guy was a veteran. Though he looked like a vicious wolf, he was incredibly kind-hearted. Brother Wolf remained motionless, his eyes fixed intently on the outside. No matter how Lu signaled with his eyes, Brother Wolf didn't glance this way once he didn't even blink. Xiao Lu withdrew his head, lowered his gaze, and checked his watch. 1 minute left. Huh? Was he seeing things? Xiao Lu's head, just raised, dropped again. His pupils suddenly contracted. A bee the size of a palm was clinging to his chest, its stinger piercing his heart. Xiao Lu felt as if a sledgehammer had struck his head. The world spun violently, and he could no longer control his body. His profession was that of a bee venom physician, granting him innate resistance to venom, otherwise, he would already be dead. Yet even so, he remained kneeling on the ground, teeth clenched against his lips, dragging his body forward. He had never liked insects. Yet today, he crawled like one. Amidst the gray mist, a gaze noticed this writhing human. It seemed to sigh before leaping up. A dragon's tail lashed out toward the sentry. Lu Qingshan's hand pressed against the crimson. Boom! The sentry shattered, a small breach torn in the city wall, but massive fragments flew outward. A woman couldn't dodge in time and was struck squarely by the debris. Blood spattered onto the child. The alarm blared. Year 372 of the Huaxia era. Guqing, the city fell. Chapter 36, The Demon Child Descends. Guqing border. Still not talking? Lu Ying's expression remained unchanged as a shadow slashed downward, severing the man's arm in an instant. Poof. Now, the man had only his right leg left. Yet he still laughed a savage, feral laugh. Lu Ying, is it? I never imagined such a person existed in China. I truly underestimated you all. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression tinged with a strange admiration. Cut the nonsense. Speak up, and I'll put you out of your misery. Lu Ying's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion, like a machine. All right, I'll talk. The man smiled, his lips twitching without sound. Lu Ying bent down, pressing her ear close to his mouth. Wei. The man's faint voice reached her ears. Let's die together. Boom. The man channeled every ounce of power within him into an explosion. The terrifying force obliterated all life within 100 meters, even blasting a gaping crater into the ground that would never be filled. He was dead. A faint shadow drifted from the center, coalescing into a blood-soaked human form. The left half of Lu Ying's body had vanished entirely, leaving only 2/3 of his form intact. His face was as pale as gold paper. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and could barely stand, leaning heavily against a tree for support. Boom! A deafening roar echoed from the walls of Guqing. Lu Ying furrowed his brow, forcing himself to move toward the ramparts. But before he could take a few steps, his body gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, plunging into a deep unconsciousness. They're here. Lu Hu's words sent a chill through Li Can's heart. Guqing's warning sounded frantically in the next instant. The long sword drew from its sheath. Without hesitation, Li Can sliced through the ceiling with a single stroke, soaring into the sky in an instant. A flicker of despair crossed his eyes. The gray mist beyond the walls dissipated, replaced by an endless sea of colossal beasts. The shadow dragon's dark mist blinded all vision. It also drove the mimic swarm to infiltrate the city walls, instantly slaughtering all sentinels. Had Lu Qingshan not possessed innate virus resistance, the dragon wouldn't have needed to deliver that finishing blow. And it wasn't the only dragon to arrive. Hellfire Dragon. Spectral Bone Dragon. Filth Soil Corpse Dragon. The 4 dragon lords gathered in Gulong City. Breaking through the walls. A dragon's roar echoed as all the colossal beasts charged forward. Beast Tide. Guqing has never witnessed such a colossal beast tide since its founding. Request reinforcements immediately. All garrison troops take their positions on the walls to slow the breach as much as possible. Logistics team, open the shelters immediately and organize everyone to take refuge. The rest of you, follow me into battle. Li Can issued his orders, then swung his long sword and charged forward, leading the charge himself. Mock Exam Center. Stop the exam. Evacuate all students immediately. Class teachers, lead your students to the shelters. These children are the future of Guqing. You must protect them at all costs, even if it costs you your lives. If even one is missing, I will hold you accountable to the fullest extent. Wang Lidong stormed into the mock exam hall and swiftly issued orders. All the principals had arrived and ordered their teachers to follow Wang Lidong's commands without question. Their eyes were bloodshot, their expressions so grim you could practically wring water from them. The situation was dire, and time was running out. Even in the best-case scenario, Ghoul City could only preserve the lives within the shelter. No! No! Too slow! Too slow! Wang Lidong's voice was hoarse as he shouted and urged them on repeatedly. But there were too many people. No matter how disciplined they were, it was impossible to evacuate everyone in such a short time. Boom! A formidable force erupted. Ever since becoming a teacher, Wang Lidong had almost forgotten the last time he'd resorted to his profession. He
He disliked fighting intensely. He believed that education thrived on harmony and mutual respect.
But now, for the sake of his teaching, for the sake of his students,
Wang Lidong activated his class. S-Class, Level 67 Dragon Knight. Boom! Dragon wings unfurled from his back as Wang Lidong's figure shot skyward. Old Wang! What are you doing?
The principal beside him hurriedly tried to stop him.
To the battlefield to slay the enemy. You're the principal, now organize the students' evacuation. If I don't buy them time, they won't make it out. The front lines need me more. Wang Lidong's gaze swept over the students beneath him.
As educators, we protect our students. Today, I defend Guqing and protect my students. Those who wish to march with me, I, Wang Lidong, pledge this on behalf of Guqing's students.
I thank you. Boom!
Nearly 100 bursts of energy erupted simultaneously as the combat-capable teacher profession activated, lifting all into the sky. Including the few elderly principals who had just been drinking. The elders must carve a bloody path for the younger generation. All for the sake of preserving a glimmer of hope. The same scene erupted across Ghoul City, as all those still capable of combat activated their professions to support the front lines. This was. Qin Yun had barely been home for 10 minutes when a shrill alarm pierced his ears before he could rest. He had only ever seen this sound depicted in textbooks, described as the signal that would sound during a city annihilation event.
Mr. Qin! Evacuate with me immediately.
Staff from the city lord's mansion rushed out, grabbing Qin Yun and pulling him into a special vehicle.
Outside, waves of roaring and snarling echoed, punctuated by flying debris shattering buildings one after another.
A beast tide currently observed to be led by 4 great dragon lords.
Reinforcements had been requested, but all the powerful warriors were in the East Sea.
It would take at least half a day for them to arrive. The city lord has already led troops into battle to buy as much time as possible. Mr. Qin, once we deliver you to the shelter, please follow the staff's instructions and await the arrival of Huaxia reinforcements. The woman spoke rapidly, conveying every detail as quickly as possible. That was. Qin Yun spotted several familiar figures. They looked like teachers from the school.
Weren't they supposed to be organizing the evacuation? Why did it feel like they were heading to the front lines? The citizens of Guqing have spontaneously headed to the front lines.
They're buying time for your retreat.
Qin, 2 minutes until we reach the shelter. Remember to follow orders, you children are Ghoul City's last hope. May your future be renowned far and wide.
The woman drew a deep breath and let a faint smile touch her lips.
You. Level 56 Rose Assassin. I will fight alongside the city lord. Even if it means dying there. Squeal.
The car slammed on its brakes. The woman kicked open the door, her form shifting several times before vanishing from her original spot. Her mission was to escort Qin Yun to the shelter. Li Kan had tacitly allowed her entry into the shelter. She was still young, with a brighter future ahead. This wasn't the time for her to fight to the death. Yet she chose to fight. Qin Yun stepped out of the car. The shelter before them was now open, with people crowding the entrance, rushing inside as quickly as possible. Mr. Qin, this way, please.
Shelter staff took him by the arm and guided him along the path. Qin Yun walked on. An indescribable emotion choked his heart. He wanted to fight.
But they wouldn't let him fight. He shouldn't act now, he still needed more time to grow.
But, everyone was fighting desperately.
Everyone was dying for the hope of Guqing.
Could he really just stand by and watch? It felt like Nezha watching the waves engulf Chintang Pass. Qin Yun turned around to find 4 dragon kings already scaling the city walls.
Their expressions were arrogant, regarding the humans before them as mere ants.
How utterly repulsive. Truly repulsive, that look.
It was as if the 4 dragon kings of old were looking down upon the people of Chintang Pass. Suddenly, Qin Yun froze. Once, Nezha had slain the 3rd prince of the dragon kings, prompting the dragon king of the East Sea to lead the 3 great dragon kings in flooding Chintang Pass. Now, having slain the young son of the demon dragon, the hell demon dragon led the 3 great dragon kings to invade Guqing.
Guqing. An alternative name for Tianjin Wei. And Tianjin Wei was the place where Nezha was born. Once upon a time, this was Chintang Pass. Ding. Detected Nezha's divine essence rebelling. Seizing host consciousness. Ding. Actor's power lost. Nezha has full control of the body. Ding. Battle will activated at full power. Flames surge skyward. Blood splatters the Milky Way, stars tremble, bones stripped, flesh carved, laughter echoes through the void. All 3 realms speak of fierce demonic nature, I quell the raging tide with my own blood. The demon child descends upon the world. Chapter 37, Swordsman Li Kan, slaying the dragon today. Qin Yun. The shelter staff watched Qin Yun activate his ability, their beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. The sanctuary has limited capacity. Qin Yun was personally selected by higher-ups, a well-connected insider who gained immediate entry. But what was he doing? Was he going to fight the colossal beasts to the death? That was a beast tide. A beast tide led by the 4 dragon kings. Wasn't he just going to throw himself into certain death?
Suddenly, the staff felt a chill, as if they'd been transported from the warmth of early spring to the depths of winter. It was simply because a pair of eyes had swept over her. She struggled to describe those eyes.
Wrath? Solitude? Or perhaps a murderous intent?
They held so much within them that it felt like countless ashes of calamity collapsed deep within the pupils, leaving only a trace of sorrow in the end.
Qin Yun surveyed her surroundings, expressionless. Or rather, he had become Nezha. Nezha's divine essence had awakened, seizing control of his body and unleashing overwhelming divine power, already possessing 80% of his former might. Of course, this descent would damage Nezha's divine spirit, requiring at least a year of recuperation.
During this period, Nezha could not awaken and fight by descending with his Dharma form. But he did not care. This was the place where he had died. Here, under the gaze of the 4 dragon kings, his bones were returned to his father, his flesh to his mother, his blood and flesh scattered to foreign lands. Today, 4 more dragon kings have breached the city walls, slaughtering its inhabitants, intent on destroying this place that nurtured him. Then he must complete what he once failed to do.
Like slaughtering these 4 dragons.
Nezha raised his right hand, and the fire-tipped spear shot forth with a roar, its crimson flames nearly scorching through the heavens. 2 golden wheels emerged alongside it, descending with the momentum, summoning winds and igniting flames as the wind-fire wheels spun.
Wind and fire wheels. Flames shot skyward, and Nezha's form vanished abruptly within the pillar of fire. Boom! The deafening roar reverberated through the entire city wall. 100-meter-long breach tore open once more. Under the relentless onslaught of the beast tide, the city walls had sustained extensive damage. If the beast tide's advance could not be halted, the walls would not last 5 minutes. The nearest reinforcements would take half an hour to arrive. Not to mention mobilizing the top-tier warriors. Guqing's defenses were on the verge of collapse.
Li Kan cleaved the corpse dragon in 2 with a single stroke, then swept his gaze hurriedly around the battlefield, his eyes hardening with resolve. Notify all combat personnel to prepare for a last stand.
In 3 minutes, open the city gates and let the beast tide in. Block the beast tide at the city gates. Aye.
The military order spread swiftly. Defenders on the city walls descended to the ground, taking positions around the gates. They knew well that once the gates opened, the beast tide would sweep through unimpeded, crushing everything in its path. But the walls were already at their limit.
Another impact would cause them to collapse completely. They couldn't collapse. Even if they all perished, it must not collapse. As long as the walls stood, there remained a chance to reclaim Ghoul City. They would leave this hope for those who came after them. Even if it meant dying today.
Brothers! Are you afraid? Zhang Longbiao, chief of staff of the Gu City garrison, stood before the main gate. A cigar dangled from his lips. Broad-shouldered and sturdy, his rugged face was crisscrossed with scars. He exhaled a puff of smoke and chuckled. Don't laugh at me, brothers, but I am afraid. I'm scared as hell. This cigar was bought by my daughter. Even when my son-in-law came, I didn't give it to him. But after I got the order, I lit it up. This thing is so fragrant, I've never smoked anything this good in my life. I wish I could have a few more. That's why I'm scared. Terrified. Scared I'll never get my hands on another one like this. Scared I'll never see my daughter again. But brothers, if even we are afraid, do you think those behind us aren't afraid? They're scared too, probably more scared than we are. But they came. The people we protect, the people behind us. Even they have come to the battlefield. What right do we have to say we're afraid? Zhang Longbiao drew a deep breath, then drew the great horse-slaying broadsword from his back and raised his arms in a roar. Brothers, today we defend the city gates to the death. Even if only one of us remains, those beasts shall trample over our corpses. Never retreat. Kang Yuanlong's roar lifted every warrior's head. Fists slammed against breastplates in deafening unison, followed by a thunderous battle cry. Never retreat. This battle may claim our lives. But what it protects are the lights of 10,000 homes. The seeds of hope scattered across Gu City. Boom! The 100-meter-tall city gate trembled, then began to turn slowly. Zhang Longbiao stood directly before the main gate, his hands gripping the broadsword tightly, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. A Huaxiao officer must lead from the front. Everyone! Prepare for battle. Yes! Tens of thousands of warriors unleashed their might as the entire garrison activated their combat abilities, optimizing their physical states to peak condition. The gate continued to turn. Zhang Longbiao panted heavily, his fierce eyes fixed on the opening gap. Rumble. Footsteps thundered to life. Hundreds of colossal beasts leaped over the city gates, charging forward. A faint smile touched the corners of his mouth. Come on, beasts! Kill! Kill! The climax of the siege battle erupted. Humans, hand over the murderer. Kneel and surrender, and I may take you as my beast slaves, sparing your lives. The hell dragon hovered above the city walls, its massive dragon eyes fixed on the man before it. Kneel? You've got some nerve. Li Kan stood suspended in midair, gently wiping the blade of his great sword. This blade was not his usual weapon, it was already mottled with rust.
He channeled his energy, meticulously honing its edge. The strong must humiliate the weak, that is the rule of this world. You humans are utterly insignificant. We simply refuse to waste our time, otherwise, we would have exterminated your entire species long ago. The Hell Dragon showed no urgency. The forces it had brought this time were overwhelming. Combined with the diversion of China's powerful warriors in other regions, the fall of Zhuge City was merely a matter of time. Indeed. Li Qin continued polishing his blade. Most of the rust had been removed, revealing a cold, gleaming edge. In this era, humanity was as insignificant as dust, forced to build high walls to carve out a tiny corner of existence. Yet in this age, some still shone as brightly as stars. One day, he would lead the human race and drive you beasts out. Not a single one left behind. Clang! Li Qin flickered his right hand, and flakes of rust peeled off the great blade, revealing only its pure, icy white steel. Arrogant! The demon dragon roared, its eyes blazing with boundless fury. Spreading its wings and rising on all four legs, its terrifying presence forced the beast-tide to halt momentarily, bowing and prostrating themselves. LV-91, Hell Dragon. Li Qin looked up at the demon dragon and sighed helplessly. He was still too weak to fight 4 dragons alone. He could only engage the strongest one. If he could slay it, the beasts would be leaderless. Perhaps Ghoul City might still have a glimmer of hope. But at their level, each tier of advancement felt like crossing an abyss. They were a full 3 tiers apart. Li Qin held his blade in his right hand, eyes raised, his gaze filled with nothing but the purest intent to fight. Level 88, Blade Master Li Qin. Today. Slay the Dragon. Chapter 38, The Fatal Battle. Boom! A dragon's afterimage sliced through the beasts with the blade's energy, cleaving several in front to pieces. The blade energy originated from a gray-haired old man. Panting heavily, he leaned on his long sword, half kneeling on the ground. His armor lay shattered, a bull's horn piercing through his chest, blood gushing steadily from the wound. Principal of Ghoul City Academy, Wang Lidong. He was gravely wounded, barely able to fight on. Old Wang. Retreat. You can't hold them off. A principal stepped in front of Wang Lidong, punching away the giant beast charging once more. Several teachers immediately rushed forward, helping Wang Lidong to his feet and pulling him toward the rear. But they hadn't taken more than a few steps before they were forced to halt. A blood-stained hand reached out. The hand was wrinkled and rough, seemingly devoid of strength, yet it clamped down like steel pliers, gripping their arms with iron resolve. It was Wang Lidong's hand. He seized their arms, forcibly halting their retreat. Let go of me. Principal. I said, let go of me. Don't you even listen to me anymore. Wang Lidong's forceful stance made the teachers reluctantly release their grip. Without their support, his body immediately lost balance from overexertion. After stumbling a few times, he finally steadied himself by gripping his long sword. Principal. We can hold them off. You retreat first. Yes, your injuries are too severe. At the very least, you need to get treated in the rear. Several teachers stood in front of Wang Lidong, their voices urgent and anxious. Wang Lidong lifted his head weakly. Before him lay a sea of blood, the colossal beasts' corpses strewn haphazardly across the ground. Before them stood a human wall formed by wave after wave of soldiers. The dead were too numerous to collect, their bodies were crushed into pulp under the next wave of charging foes. The medical units were overwhelmed. Physicians drained their energy reserves and pushed beyond their limits, desperately trying to save every life. Wang Lidong's back straightened. His right hand gripped the long blade, while his left clutched the bull's horn pinned to his chest. Principal. No. No. Slashing. The ox horn sliced through flesh and blood, sending gushes of blood and shredded meat flying. Wang Lidong's long sword ignited with flames, pressing against the wound under the horrified stares of the crowd. Veins bulged on his forehead as unbearable agony twisted his face into a grimace, yet he forced himself to remain silent. The blade descended, searing the wound on his chest into a scarred expanse. He had stopped the bleeding in the most brutal way possible. I'm fine. Wang Lidong's voice was hoarse as he raised his hand to stop the crowd rushing to help him. Intense agony made each step unsteady, yet he reached into his pocket and pulled out a badge, pressing it onto the wound despite the pain. Flesh clung to the badge, and amidst the blood, 2 golden stars glinted. 30 years ago, I earned a second-class merit at the frontier. Today, I will not let this honor be tarnished. I am not only the principal, but also a soldier. Soldiers die on the battlefield. A phantom knight materialized behind the old man. Its armor lay shattered, its form emaciated and skeletal, with entrails and bones exposed in multiple places like a corpse half devoured by beasts and discarded. Yet even so, it bowed low and raised the long sword in the old man's hand. Class activated. Wang Lidong, return to the battlefield. Principal. Damn beasts. I'll fight you to the death. I'll fight to the death. I'll protect the principal even if it kills me. The already exhausted teacher's eyes blazed with fury once more. Unwilling to sacrifice their future career advancement, they forcibly channeled their energy and charged into the fray. The beasts remain endless. Humans? Is this all you've got?
The demon dragon unleashed blazing dragonfire, effortlessly deflecting every slash of Li Kan's blade. As a 91st tier powerhouse, it could even hold its own against the martial god Li Weigua. Against Li Kan, it seemed even more at ease. Li Kan said nothing, only his brow furrowed deeper. Deaths mounted at the city gates every moment, yet reinforcements from Guqing remained nowhere in sight. If this stalemate continued, the gates would truly fall. Especially now that the three great dragon kings had yet to intervene. Once they joined the fray, the gate's fragile defenses would crumble in no time. The demon dragon could afford to wait, but he could not. What a pity. Li Kan sheathed his blade, running his fingers lightly along its edge. His eyes flickered with regret and reluctance. This blade had been given to him by a woman. She had spent 2 months learning in the scorching, grueling forge, personally crafting this long blade. Beaming with joy, she had presented it to him, declaring he must become the greatest swordsman under heaven. He cherished it, carrying it with him every day thereafter. But a month later, she died before his very eyes. A hyena ripped open her chest, tearing out her entrails. No matter how fast he moved, he couldn't save her. Kneeling before her grave, he swore an oath. He would slaughter them all. From that day on, Li Kan became a killing machine. He showed no mercy whenever he faced a giant beast, determined to utterly annihilate them no matter how heavy the cost. As for that blade, he never wielded it again. Too ordinary, not even worthy of being called base metal, it could never withstand the power Li Kan now unleashed. He couldn't bear to break it, nor could he bring himself to discard it. Though now rusted and tarnished, Li Kan still treasured it. Today, he brought it out. He polished it clean, restoring its former cold gleam. Li Kan tore strips from the garment at his waist, binding the blade's hilt to his right hand. The handle would snap, the blade would shatter, and the man would die. Then, let us die together. Boom! A terrifying aura surged skyward. The demon dragon sensed the human before it had evolved once more, and a flicker of fear stirred within its heart. Impossible. He hasn't even reached level 90. How could such overwhelming pressure emanate from him? Behind Li Kan, the phantom of the blade master slowly materialized. His aura was sharp and piercing, his posture rigidly upright, his eyes burning with unwavering resolve. And the great blade in his hand plunged into the chest. SS-rank Blade Master, talent, embrace death to live. Exchanging the brink of death for the pinnacle of combat prowess. Demon Dragon. Li Kan roared. The energy within his body had surged to the brink of shattering. If he didn't release it now, he would explode. Face your death. The long sword slashed out. The demon dragon was startled, spreading its wings to shield itself. A energy instantly spread across them, forming an impenetrable defense. But nothing in this world is truly indestructible. The blade fell. Boom! Blood spurted forth. The dragon's defense was pierced by the blade's edge. Its right wing, which had shielded its body, was severed by a third and plummeted from the sky. Human! The demon dragon howled in agony, its rage intensifying. But the enemy before it vanished. The next moment, a long blade thrust toward its eyes. The dragon scrambled to defend itself, only to be struck again, sent crashing down from the sky and slamming heavily against the city wall. Damn it! Strike now! Level this place! A furious roar echoed from the ramparts as the demon dragon burst from the ruins, unleashing its full power without restraint. It locked in combat with Li Kan. Behind it, the three great dragon kings stepped onto the battlefield. Chapter 39, One Man Against 4 Dragons. How dare you! Li Kan cleaved the demon dragon, his blade suddenly elongating to pierce the heavens and earth, as if splitting the entire world in two. Sword of the Underworld. The bone dragon charged the blade first, its protruding joints radiating a surge of death energy. In midair, it transformed into a spectral figure of the Grim Reaper, scythe in hand, facing the blade head-on. Yet the Grim Reaper's scythe proved no match for the blade. In an instant, both scythe and its wielder were cleaved in two, the fragments landing upon the bone dragon's body. The bone dragon, a legendary creature born from the bones of the dragon god, possessed skeletal hardness far surpassing steel. In the skirmish days prior, even the venerable fawn could only blast it away, never shatter its frame. Its defenses were truly terrifying. The blade struck the bony frame. Snap! A crisp cracking sound echoed as the bones that Master Fong hadn't shattered were now forcibly cleaved apart by the blade. The bone dragon split in two. The demon dragon in the sky widened its eyes, swallowing its raging fury. It dared not attack Li Kan. They were all well aware of the bone dragon's formidable defenses. Now that it had been cleaved in two by a single blow, anyone would feel a chill run down their spine. The long blade continued its descent. Beneath it spread a swirling gray mist. The shadow dragon's form twisted within the haze, unleashing countless black tendrils that shot toward the blade from every angle. These shadow threads were its innate ability, capable not only of physical restraint but even of controlling energy attacks. Yet the blade's edge was too sharp. The threads were severed the moment they neared, leaving no chance for control. The shadow dragon dared not obstruct further, leaping instantly from the mist to evade Li Kan's strike. But Li Kan's killing intent had locked onto them. No matter how it dodged, the long sword still descended. Snap! Sacrificing half its tail, the shadow dragon vanished back into the black mist, breaking the killing intense lock. The filthy earth corpse dragon beneath it was not so fortunate. Moving with its usual sluggish pace, its dragon wings hadn't even spread in time. It could only brace itself against the full force of the strike. A deep, bone-exposing wound erupted across the corpse dragon's back, triggering a frenzied roar that sent the entire creature into a rage. The strike finally ceased. Lee Qin looked at the long sword in his hand, shattered by the intense energy surge. Yet through years of nurturing, every fragment of the blade had absorbed Lee Qin's energy, becoming an extension of his own will. The shattered fragments coalesced around the hilt, reassembling into a blade that, though teetering on collapse, still held its edge. One man against 4 dragons. Lee Qin sacrificed his very life to halt the advance of the 4 dragons. Snap! Crack! The severed body of the bone dragon rose into the air, dark brown energy seeping from the fracture points, coalescing before colliding violently. Roar! Immortal and indestructible. Spectral bone dragon. The dragon's face contorted, its rage palpable even without facial features. Though its body was immortal, each rebirth drained its energy and inflicted immense pain. Worse, the fractured bones could never fully heal, leaving behind a fatal weakness for the future. How dare such insignificant humans harm me? Damn it! The bone dragon soared skyward, its malevolent aura billowing like a swarm of demons, engulfing Lee Qin as it launched the first assault. The shadow dragon followed close behind, circling the battlefield in the air, poised to deliver a fatal strike the moment an opening appeared. The demon dragon dove down, joining the 2 dragon lords in a 3-pronged assault that left Lee Qin no escape. Meanwhile, the corpse dragon targeted the city's defenders. They aimed to leave Lee Qin with no reinforcements, striking him with the most devastating blow while he's at his most desperate. The corpse dragon roared, its body shrouded in swamp poison gas as it charged into the battlefield like a speeding train. Unstoppable. Absolutely unstoppable. Not only the garrison troops, but even the colossal beasts standing before it were instantly dissolved by the poisonous gas, then crushed into a pulp beneath its feet. What to do? The formation will be broken. You dare! A roar erupted as a burly figure, broad-shouldered and bear-like, stepped forward to block the path. Blood drenched his body, a gruesome scar gouged across his chest, yet his fighting spirit remained undiminished. If anything, his ferocity only intensified. Zhang Longbiao, chief of staff of the Goose City garrison. Here, aside from Lee Qin, his rank was the highest. His profession manifested, his aura surged. Zhang Longbiao swung his horse-slaying broadsword, delivering a crushing blow. The blade's energy coalesced into a ferocious tiger, roaring toward the corpse dragon and slamming into its body. It was useless. He wasn't Lee Qin, his attacks couldn't threaten a Dragon King-level enemy. Damn it! Zhang Longbiao stuffed the long-extinguished cigar into his pocket, his eyes devoid of emotion, only pure fury and resolve remained. He stood motionless, channeling his entire being into the energy blade even at the cost of draining his life force. Without energy defenses, the moment the corpse dragon drew near, he would be killed by its poison. But this strike would still be delivered. At the very least, it would hold the corpse dragon back for a few seconds. That would be enough. Boom! A figure descended beside him. The newcomer had snow-white hair and appeared even older than him. Wang Lidong. He too stood before the corpse dragon. Old Sergeant. What are you doing? Zhang Longbiao recognized the man and bellowed. They had enlisted in the same unit, where Wang Lidong had been Zhang Longbiao's squad leader. But due to his lesser natural talent, the two had ultimately chosen different paths. My students are behind him. I have to stop him. Wang Lidong didn't turn back. The streaks of gray at his temples revealed the old man was in his twilight years, yet he still charged forward with unwavering resolve. Bang! More figures descended before Zhang Longbiao. Soldiers, teachers, and ordinary citizens of Guqing. They exchanged silent glances, focusing solely on channeling their energy. Before the corpse dragon, they were as fragile as paper. But before Guqing, their resolve surpassed even the city walls. Guqing united in death, united to slay the dragon. Zhang Longbiao roared with laughter as hot tears streamed down his scarred face. He couldn't remember the last time he'd cried. But today, he wept with laughter. Guqing might fall. But their deeds today would become legends passed down through the ages, crystallizing into the undying spirit of Guqing, inspiring generation after generation. That was enough. Roar! The festering sores on the corpse dragon's body burst open, releasing an even more virulent corpse poison. Anyone who came into contact with it would instantly turn to pus. It gazed contemptuously upon its foes, not a single level 80 among them. They could never harm it. It would trample them all into pulp, forcing the human above to witness the destruction of its city. The corpse dragon, as massive as a dump truck, charged toward the final defensive line with unstoppable momentum. Everyone! Follow me to slay the dragon! Zhang Longbiao led the charge with a heart-wrenching roar, his long sword poised to meet the corpse dragon's advance. But before the dragon could close in, a fiery streak suddenly streaked across the sky. It plummeted like a meteorite, its scorching air currents searing the air even from 100 meters away. Boom! The fiery light plummeted. A spear pierced the heavens, and the fiery meteor struck.
Chapter 40, The Demon Child Slays the Dragon. Boom!
The spear, accompanied by a pillar of fire, pierced through heaven and earth. Intense energy erupted, causing a terrifying explosion. The sheer force of the blast wave alone knocked everyone off their feet.
Reinforcements arrived? No way! Weren't all of Huaxia's powerful warriors tied up elsewhere?
Jiang Longbia was utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation.
Roar! The corpse dragon wailed in agony.
That spear had pinned it to the ground. Not only could it not fight back, but even moving an inch was impossible.
The scorching flames engulfed its entire body.
No matter how it summoned its corpse poison, it couldn't extinguish the fire. Above the burning dragon, a figure suddenly materialized. Tall and lean, with fiery red hair, he wore a crimson silk robe adorned with golden circles.
Qin Yun?
How did you get here?
It's dangerous, child.
Wang Lidong's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he stared at the newcomer in disbelief. Though his hair color and appearance had changed somewhat, Wang Lidong still recognized his former student.
Wasn't he sent to the shelter by Li Kan? How did he end up on the battlefield? A genius like him couldn't die here.
Wang Lidong dragged his heavy body forward, determined to pull Qin Yun away from the corpse dragon. Yet a warm energy barrier halted his advance, blocking everyone in its path. An energy barrier separated the humans from the colossal beast. On the giant beast's side, only Qin Yun remained.
Clang!
He yanked the spear embedded in the corpse dragon's body, leaped down, and stood before the corpse dragon and all the other beasts.
Qin Yun!
Wang Lidong tried to intervene, but Jiang Longbia held him back, shaking his head solemnly.
Though he didn't understand what was happening, years of combat had honed his instincts for danger.
From this youth, he sensed a threat even more potent than that of a colossal dragon. He couldn't explain where it came from, but it was definitely not the aura of a normal teenager. Regardless, he stood firmly on humanity's side. Qin Yun said nothing, not even turning his head.
Or rather, he was now. Nezha. The demon child Nezha.
The divine essence of Nezha, awakened by the 4 Dragon Kings' assault on Gu City, possessed no patience whatsoever. As the foremost god of slaughter in the investiture of the gods, his heart now held only the will to kill. He would nail the 4 Dragon Kings to the city walls of Gu.
Clang!
The spear withdrew, and the corpse dragon let out another agonized howl, frantically channeling energy to mend its wounds. Yet the wounds seemed blocked by some force, refusing to heal. Flames had even begun to lick at the wound. Within the raging inferno, the corpse dragon's eyes widened in fury. After repeated setbacks, its fury had reached its peak. Boom! The ground caved in, and dozens of massive coffins rose from beneath, shattering open as the corpses of dozens of dragons crawled out. Their bodies were rotten, their eyes vacant, clearly dead as a doornail. Yet under the control of the filth soil corpse dragon's power, they unleashed might far more terrifying than that of ordinary dragons. Unless completely destroyed, they would prove as indestructible as bone dragons. Child. The corpse dragon's muffled voice boomed. I shall refine you into a human pig, condemned to endure eternal torment amidst the undead horde.
Hearing this, Nezha remained silent.
He merely raised his spear, his aura surging.
Tens of thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye.
Whoever saw him would bow and address him as the great god of the 3 sea assemblies. Even his father, Li Jing, dared not call him my son. As for threats? The last person who threatened him had seen the grass on his grave wither countless times over. As the leader of the god of slaughter, he tolerates no one.
Threaten me? Let's see if your life is tougher than my gun. Boom! Dozens of colossal dragon corpses surged forth simultaneously, crushing toward Nezha like bulldozers.
Nezha's lips curled into a smile as he gripped his spear tightly, his wind fire wheels erupting from his feet.
Spinning his wheels, Nezha's figure left countless afterimages in his wake.
In the next instant, he leapt atop one of the dragon corpses. A spear thrust down.
SSS-rank.
The flaming spear sliced through the corpse dragon's body like a great blade, cleaving it in two. Crimson flames immediately licked upward, incinerating the still twitching corpse.
With the strike finished, Nezha vanished again.
Following the trail of afterimages, his body soared skyward. The spear was hurled.
Boom!
A searing pillar of fire erupted from the spear, piercing the corpse dragon through and through. Before it could react, Nezha arrived and kicked it into shards. The spear barely touched the ground before Nezha arrived, pulling it up with momentum. Without even turning, he thrust it backward, stabbing the corpse dragon that had ambushed him from behind. The spear tip's energy erupted, instantly shattering the corpse dragon's body into chunks of flesh that plummeted to the ground. Fast. Too fast. In mere seconds, he had slain 3 colossal dragons. Keep in mind, these were dragon corpses summoned by the filth soil corpse dragon. Not only had they retained their former abilities, but they also possessed immortality. One could say they were stronger than ordinary dragons. Yet even such formidable foes fell to a single spear thrust. Killed with effortless precision. Even if the city lord Li Kan himself had arrived, he couldn't have done it. The onlookers were all stunned. They couldn't fathom anyone capable of slaughtering a dragon like that. Is this even human?
Even the mightiest warriors of Huaxia wouldn't fare any better. Qin Yun. Wang Lidong murmured to himself, the shock in his heart almost beyond words. The student they had all once deemed a coward, a failure, a piece of trash, stood before the people of Gucheng. No. He didn't merely shield the people of Gucheng, he even shielded the soldiers who should have been the ones to die. Is such a man a coward? A failure? A piece of trash? Wang Lidong wanted nothing more than to slap himself hard across the face. Fall back. Treat the wounded immediately. Those who can move, join me in setting up defenses and prepare for battle. If that boy needs help, we'll carry him out even if it kills us. Zhang Longbiao issued the orders, his gaze never leaving the crimson figure on the battlefield. This youth is far too young. Though we don't know how he possesses such formidable power, it likely won't last long. But whoever possesses this power must be protected at all costs. This is the power to save an entire city. Even if it meant dying, he would rescue him. The corpse dragon on the battlefield could scarcely believe its eyes. It had barely extinguished the flames engulfing its body when all the corpse dragon minions it had summoned were already annihilated. They were utterly annihilated, reduced to nothing but piles of flesh and blood. Even it couldn't possibly raise those corpses again. This was impossible. The undead dragons it summoned possessed defenses no weaker than those of normal dragons. Attacks below level 80 couldn't even scratch their scales. Who exactly is this person before us? A flicker of terror filled the corpse dragon's eyes. Amidst the flesh and flames, a crimson gold figure stood proudly erect. He grinned widely, his surging killing intent transforming the entire battlefield into a hellish inferno. Even amidst the flames, one felt a chill deep within. Nezha, the demon child, stops killing with killing. His spear blazed with fire as Nezha soared through the air, his spear pointing menacingly at the corpse dragon. In the next instant, he would slaughter this beast. Chapter 41, One man breaks 10,000 armies. Boom! The spear shot forth like an arrow. The corpse dragon scrambled to evade, expending vast energy to propel its massive frame. It never dodged or evaded before. But now, it dared not meet the blow head-on. It sensed an illusion, if it stubbornly charged head-on against the spear, it would surely be pierced and killed. Empty. The corpse dragon's body was too massive. Even if its head evaded, its hind legs were still struck by the spear. The fire-tipped spear erupted with flames, like an unstoppable arrow, piercing through the corpse dragon's hind legs and forcibly tearing off one of its legs. Roar! The corpse dragon roared, spewing corpse gas from its mouth that coalesced mid-air into a ferocious serpent. It opened its massive jaws, intent on swallowing Nezha whole. Nezha did not flinch, his smile unwavering. He raised his arm and unleashed a punch. The venomous corpse breath serpent shattered instantly, yet the fist's momentum remained unabated, striking the corpse dragon squarely in the head. Boom! The impact felt like a high-speed train crashing head-on. The corpse dragon's head twisted violently, only the Dragon King's physical constitution allowing it to endure the blow. It couldn't fight back. It was utterly impossible. The human before it was no ordinary being. Fear filled the corpse dragon's eyes, and retreat began to take root in its mind. Its only hope now lay in the three Dragon Kings swiftly killing Li Kan and joining forces to besiege the human before them. Only then would there be a sliver of chance. It must buy time. Roar! Smash this place to the ground. The corpse dragon roared toward the heavens, unleashing a heart-stopping aura that radiated outward. Even the soldiers defending the rear felt their spirits shaken. Dragon might. The innate skill of the dragon clan. Rage and drive away all the beasts. The corpse dragon dared not advance further. It would let the beasts buy time. Roars and footsteps echoed madly as tens of thousands of colossal beasts charged once more. The ground trembled as if it would shatter beneath their feet, making it difficult even to stand firm. Earlier, tens of thousands of soldiers and countless warriors had fought desperately to hold the beast-tide back at the city gates. Now, only one man stood before the beast-tide. People always say two fists can't fight four hands. As if defeat was inevitable under siege. But when you no longer fear the enemy's numbers, when your power is sufficient to crush them all, then why can't one man break through 10,000 troops? Kongu's eyes blazed with murderous intent. As the god of slaughter, he cares not how many stand before him. Slaughter them all. Boom! Crimson gold energy erupted as Nezha unleashed a fist strike. A devastating blast swept through the air, obliterating the charging colossal beast in an instant. Simultaneously, the heaven and earth rings whistled forth, unstoppable, slicing the attacking beasts in half like a meat grinder. The heavenly robes swirled around him, blocking every diving flying beast before smashing them into mist of blood. The fire-tipped spear roared, flames shooting skyward. A flurry of spear techniques danced like a dragon, striking multiple times in a single second. Each blow unleashed scorching flames, preventing the beasts from crossing the threshold. Boom! Nezha sent an ironclad rhinoceros flying with a single punch, his eyes brimming not only with murderous intent but also with uncontrollable excitement. He planted his feet, propelling his body skyward, and charged headlong into the very heart of the beast horde. The watching soldiers' expression shifted from worry to shock, then from shock to excitement they almost cheered aloud. Could this truly be achieved by human strength? Even the city lord himself wouldn't dare charge alone into a herd of beasts. Forget the city lord, even the martial godly Wegwa wouldn't dare. That was a dead end. What on earth happened to this kid? How could he possess such terrifying combat prowess? Thankfully, he is one of our own, a son of China. A cacophony of shouts erupted from behind. Some shouted with excitement, others offered loud encouragement, and still others cried out in sheer exhilaration.
This beast tide had struck without warning, and Goose City's forces had suffered heavy casualties defending their lines.
Now that someone had returned to exact vengeance, how could the soldiers not be stirred? Nezha slaughtered relentlessly, leaving a trail of corpses and blood in his wake. He resembled a god of death emerging from purgatory, mercilessly taking lives. The stench of blood chilled even the colossal beasts. Their frenzied state dissolved in this scene, their consciousnesses struggling against the Dragon Clan's control. Why were the beasts controlled by the Dragon Clan? Was it not because of the fear of the Dragon Clan ingrained in their very blood? But at this moment, Nezha instilled even greater terror in the beasts. If they fled the battlefield, the dragons might pursue them, but death was not certain. But charging on like this? That was certain death. They weren't stupid. The humans before them could never be crushed by sheer numbers alone. A moon-devouring wolf's eyes regained their clarity. It let out a mournful howl to the heavens, then led its pack away from the beast tide, tails tucked between their legs. Like the final straw that broke the camel's back, many behemoths within the horde regained their senses. Howling, they led their packs toward the rear. Nezha speared the massive bear before him into the air, watching the gradually collapsing beast horde. This trash still as useless as ever. Go! Nezha raised his spear and fired a shot. In midair, it transformed into a fiery dragon, devouring the remaining beasts ahead. The battlefield gradually fell silent. The flames consumed every trace of flesh and blood, leaving only scorched earth at the city gates. Seeing the beast horde scatter, the corpse dragon roared madly, but its dragon might had lost its effect. Even if it tried to block them, it couldn't stop their retreat. The beast tide retreated. Throughout Huaxia's history, beast swarms had destroyed countless cities. The nation decreed that withstanding a beast tide for 10 minutes would earn a third-class merit. 1 hour earned a second-class merit. Successfully halting or repelling the beast tide earned a first-class merit. A first-class merit award was typically something one took home with one's ashes. Not to mention repelling the horde, even holding them back for 10 minutes is a monumental achievement. This alone speaks to the sheer destructive power of the beast tide. But today, the beast tide led by the 4 dragon kings was repelled. And it was repelled by a single individual. Looking back through all of China's history, this is utterly unprecedented. The crowd behind him had fallen silent. Qin Yun's combat prowess far exceeded their wildest expectations, leaving them so stunned they could barely speak. Yet the battle was not over. Nezha withdrew his spear and pointed it at the corpse dragon from afar. The corpse dragon's form had vanished from sight. Beneath it lay only a vast hole. As a dragon, it dared not even flee in Nezha's presence, choosing instead to burrow through the earth to escape. This eel is truly slippery. Nezha's expression remained unchanged. He had vowed to pin the 4 dragon kings to death in Goose City. A god's word is final. Nezha raised his right foot and stomped down with all his might. Flames rippled outward, then locked onto a distant location. Nezha vanished in an instant. His wind and fire wheels spun and surged, leaving behind several afterimages as he arrived at his target location. A spear shot forth. Boom! Like a missile impact, the ground shattered. Nezha soared toward the scene, spear in hand, and thrust upward with all his might. A colossal dragon was forcibly flung upward. Filthy earth corpse dragon! You beast! Nezha laughed wildly. Die! Chapter 42. This strike, unparalleled in splendor. Roar! The filthy earth corpse dragon howled in agony. The fire-tipped spear pierced its spine dead center. No matter how it thrashed, it couldn't break free. Boom! Nezha flung the dragon's body aside, smashing it into the ground and tearing open another deep pit. Now, the corpse dragon's hind legs were shattered, its spine damaged, its energy depleted. Even its once proud puppets had been utterly annihilated. It was no longer the lofty dragon king of old, but a defeated dog begging for mercy. Humans! Spare me! I'll tell you everything. There are traitors among your humankind. I know who they are. Great events have unfolded among us dragons, revealing them will prove invaluable to you. And Goose City. Goose City hides a divine fallen land. I have clues. The corpse dragon frantically spilled its secrets, even clasping its hands in front of it as if bowing, begging for forgiveness from the human before it. Alas, before it stood not a human. It was the demon child Nezha. The demon child cared for nothing. What good is intelligence? To slay gods, intelligence is unnecessary. All he needed was faith in the spear in his hand. Gods stand in my way? Slay the gods. Buddhas block my path? Slay the Buddhas. Thus, from beginning to end, Nezha never gave the corpse dragon a chance to live. A fiery sun sliced through the gloomy sky, a crimson gold spear already coalescing within the clouds. Nezha shouldered the spear and turned around. The crimson gold spear plunged downward with overwhelming force. This strike was peerless in its splendor. Boom! Terrifying energy engulfed the corpse dragon, shattering layer upon layer of its defenses. The world-incinerating three-flame true fire was no match for a mere dragon in the blink of an eye. It was burned to ashes. LV-89, Filth Soil Corpse Dragon. Fallen. Above the heavens. Qin still stood firm. His body was riddled with wounds, 6 ribs shattered. Even raising his blade caused excruciating pain. Rip. Purple-black dragon claws tore 3 fresh gashes across Qin's chest. The shadow dragon glided downward, evading Qin's counterattack with perfect timing. The pressure from the 3 dragon kings was overwhelming. Their seamless coordination had inflicted numerous fatal wounds on the elusive shadow dragon. Its survival thus far was sustained solely by sheer willpower. Is this all you can do? Qin's right arm trembled, bruised and swollen, with fragments of bone rattling audibly within. Under the relentless blows, his arm could bear the strain no longer and snapped. Most of the blade's fragments had already shattered away, leaving insufficient energy to maintain the entire edge's integrity. When this blade finally shattered completely, Qin's life would reach its end as well. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he fixed the 3 colossal dragons with a savage glare. Still unable to do it? Where is the reinforcements from Huaxia? I truly can't hold on much longer. The Hell Dragon gave Qin no chance to rest or falter. It flapped its wings, its demonic patterns boosting its offense and defense nearly double, charging forward with the utmost caution. This man before him was terrifying. He seemed utterly indestructible. The injuries he'd sustained would have killed a normal man 10 times over. Yet he still didn't die. He even had the strength to swing his long sword. That blade is incredibly sharp, capable of piercing through their entire defense. Even the bone dragon had its body cleaved in 2. To endure so long under the assault of the 3 great dragon lords, Qin truly lived up to his reputation as the ruler of Guqing. Beast! Come on! Qin raised his blade with trembling hands. Its edge blazed with intensity as he swung twice in rapid succession, unleashing 2 nearly simultaneous slashes of energy. Chasing the moon, pursuing the stars. The blade energies coalesced into a moon and stars, twisting and churning together to form a circular bladestorm that blocked the demon dragon's advance. The demon dragon spat dragonfire, its surging energy barely held back. The shadow dragon closed in once more. Its claws extended. This time, it wasn't seeking mere wounds. It aimed to rip out this man's heart. Its timing was perfect, leaving Qin no chance to dodge. As the dragon's claws loomed ever larger before his eyes, Qin finally twisted his long sword and struck once more. If evasion was impossible, then he would fight to the death. But reality was always so devastating. The gaunt bone dragon leapt from the side, positioning itself perfectly to block the shadow dragon's path. This strike might have killed the shadow dragon, but it certainly couldn't fell the undead bone dragon. Still no good? A life already steeped in suffering ended in utter ruin. In that final moment, Qin was filled with self-reproach and lingering regret. Boom! A fiery crimson spear plunged into the battlefield. It hurled the bone dragon aside and pierced straight into the shadow dragon's body. Violent energy erupted from the sky. Qin's long sword was knocked away by the shockwave before he could even swing it. It flew for a long time before finally coming to a halt, allowing him to see the situation before him. A lean, youthful figure stood proudly against the sky. His right hand extended, summoning the spear back. Amidst the shadow dragon's agonized screams, it tore open a gaping hole in its chest. Had the bone dragon not blocked the blow, this strike would have pierced the shadow dragon's heart. You! The shadow dragon's voice trembled violently with rage. It had always prowled the battlefield, striking from the shadows, yet this was the first time it had suffered such a severe wound. Mists billowed upward, gray fog billowing from the shadow dragon's body, enveloping the entire sky almost instantly. Within this domain, not only was vision restricted, but the other 4 senses were dulled as well. Even the energy for attacks became difficult to focus. Yet the shadow dragon remained unaffected, moving freely through the fog to attack from all directions. It would transform into a hunter, pursuing its prey. As for its prey, they would become lambs led to the slaughter. Qin flew in, charging into the gray mist. He didn't know who the newcomer was, but having suffered from the gray mist himself, he wanted to warn them in time. Yet, beams of flame erupted from the air. Shaped like lotus blossoms, crimson flames flowed, illuminating the surroundings like lanterns within the mist. No. These weren't lamps. This was. To Qin's stunned gaze, the gray mist ignited, bursting into a raging inferno in the air. The threefold true fire, consuming all evil. Boom! The flames exploded outward. As the smoke and dust cleared, not a single trace of the shadow dragon's summoned gray mist remained. It had vanished completely. Qin finally got a clear look at the newcomer. Qin Yun? How did you get here? This isn't a place for you. Get back to the shelter. Qin roared frantically. In decades, Ghost City has produced only one genius like Qin Yun. We can't let him perish here. Nezha turned, lowering his gaze to meet Qin's.
Li Qin felt a chill run through his heart, instantly realizing the youth before him was not the one he knew. You. Go. Nezha uttered the single word softly, enveloping Li Qin's entire body in warm energy. Ignoring Li Qin's struggles, it propelled him straight into the ground. Before the three colossal dragons, only one man remained. The shadow dragon circled resentfully. Without the gray mist to conceal it, its abilities were severely weakened, rendering it incapable of direct combat. The hell dragon sniffed the air, detecting a familiar scent. Then, the demon dragon erupted in fury. Human, you killed my child. So what if I did? Nezha's voice rang out with defiance. He had slain the crown prince of the Eastern Sea Dragon clan. What does he care about a mere demon? The demon dragon's fury intensified. Flames surged from his tail, and demonic patterns emerged across his body. He had clearly unleashed his full power. I will make you pay for my son. Pay with your life. Chapter 43, Spear Through the Dragon's Spine. Boom! The demon dragon's wings flapped, charging like a falling star. Fueled by rage, it didn't even bother using its skills, charging headlong into battle relying solely on its formidable physique. Yet even steel crumbled like paper before this level 91 powerhouse. Each strike sent the very fabric of space trembling. Under normal circumstances, it would be wiser to evade such a devastating strike. But who was Nezha? The god of war's leader. Dodge its sharp edge? Flames surged from his fire-tipped spear, winds and fire erupted from his wind fire wheels. Nezha transformed into a crimson gold arrow, charging straight toward the demon dragon. A clash of titans. The metallic clang echoed across the dome as crimson and violet energies collided relentlessly, locked in a stalemate midair. Spectators craned their necks upward, gaping in astonishment at the spectacle. Li Qin, in particular, felt a surge of astonishment. He had fought the demon dragon himself. That monstrous physical strength, even sacrificing his own life, had barely allowed him to breach its defenses. Could Qin Yun possibly gain the upper hand in such a direct clash? Yet in the air, the energy clearly couldn't hold out. Crushed beneath the crimson force, it shattered abruptly. Boom! Nezha's figure pierced through the colossal dragon. Simultaneously, a long, narrow gash split open across the demon dragon's chest. Bare bone was exposed, and through the gaps in flesh and bone, one could even glimpse the crimson-red viscera. The demon dragon plummeted like a bird with broken wings. One strike, one defeat. Still the same words. As the god of slaughter, Nezha, would I ever avoid your sharp edge? Rip! The moment Nezha withdrew his strike, the space behind him shattered abruptly. The shadow dragon, sparing no expense of its primordial essence, forcibly ripped open the void. Several black specters transformed into long, sharp spines, piercing toward Nezha from behind. As a roving assassin of the dragon clan, it wouldn't let a single opportunity slip. But the one it faced was, after all, Nezha. Nezha, clad in countless magical artifacts. If sneak attacks were effective, how could he have become a foe to 10,000? A crimson silk robe erupted to shield his body. The chaos-binding sash. It swiftly unfurled, churning the black spines and shattering every attack the shadow dragon had summoned. Seeing his strike fail, the shadow dragon hastily closed the spatial rift, vanishing back into the clouds. But could Nezha possibly let it have its way? Before the spatial tunnel could close, the crimson silk thrust through, piercing the very passage the shadow dragon had created to strike directly at its front. The shadow dragon, utterly unprepared for this, was instantly enveloped in darkness and fled the scene at breakneck speed. But no matter how swift it was, could it outpace the chaos-binding sash? Even the third prince of the Dragon King couldn't escape the heaven-shrouding satin's grasp. How could a mere demon dragon escape before its very eyes? The crimson satin moved like a serpent, instantly catching up to the shadow dragon. It transformed into a rope, binding it tightly. The shadow dragon's expression turned horrified as its claws tore frantically at the bonds. Its claws were sharper than those of a demon dragon, capable of tearing through space under extreme force. But the crimson silk was incredibly resilient, utterly impossible to tear apart. Brother, help me! Unable to break free, the shadow dragon roared at the bone dragon. The bone dragon approached slowly, a sharp bone blade emerging from its claw forged from its own spine, its toughness rivaling even divine artifacts. It gathered its strength and swung at the chaos-binding silk. Boom! The bone dragon's body was instantly hurled backward. In its place appeared a golden ring. The Heaven and Earth Ring. A divine artifact of the same rank as the heaven-shrouding brocade. If my brother is injured, it simply cannot stay behind. A single strike was enough to send even a bone dragon flying. Despair flickered in the shadow dragon's eyes. It still struggled, fighting for its life. But the crimson silk binding its body tightened relentlessly. Struggling was out of the question, even twisting its body became an agonizing ordeal. A figure like death itself stepped closer and closer before its eyes. Bones. Mag. Are you still alive? Come save me. I'll give you everything I own. You can't kill me. I'm a dragon. Kill me, and the dragon realm will never let you go. The shadow dragon howled incessantly. Like the corpse dragon before it, only when death approached did it realize the preciousness of life. Yet when no threat loomed, they treated life as worthless chaff, slaughtering thousands in the blink of an eye. It's not that they don't value life. They only cherish their own lives. Beasts. Nezha showed no emotion, he merely drew his spear and thrust it into the shadow dragon's spine. No. No. I can become your mount. I can reveal all the dragon clan's plans. I hold high status among the dragons. My grandfather was SSS-rank. The pale dragon's sinew was pierced clean through by a spear thrust. Skin and bones. Level 90, Shadow Dragon of the Dark Mist. Fallen. The colossal dragon carcass crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. The crowd gathered before the corpse, exchanging glances, momentarily at a loss for words to describe their emotions. Dragon slaying. This was a heroic feat. Earlier, Qin Yun had merely slain a dragon cub and was hailed as a hero of Gucheng. Now, having slain the colossal dragon with his own hands, he deserved nothing less than the rank of Major General. Just minutes ago, he must have slain the corpse dragon too. Indeed, its corpse and bones were burned to ashes, leaving only a trace of dust. He's slain 2 dragons. Can Qin's body endure it? No. I must go help him. Li Qin forced himself to rise, but stumbled and collapsed back to the ground. Lord City Master. You've only just been revived, you can't possibly move. Damn it. I'm going. Don't make things worse. What can you possibly do at level 60-something? That demon dragon would incinerate you in one breath. Everyone, hold your positions. Prepare for battle. If Qin Yun can't hold out, we take over immediately. We absolutely cannot waste the time he's buying for us. Those on the ground reinforced their defenses once more, gazing anxiously toward the sky. The bone dragon had barely recovered from the shockwave when the shadow dragon before it was impaled through its spine, dying a gruesome death on the spot. A wave of terror washed over his mind. This dread wasn't born of fear for the enemy before them. It was a dread that emanated from the soul, from the very depths of his bloodline. It was inescapable, freezing its body like ice, making even movement tremble. For this body, it must be remembered, originated from the ancient past. And legend said it belonged to the dragon god. An enemy capable of striking terror into the very dragon god, how could this mere skeleton hope to stand against it? The bone dragon began to consider retreat. Even if punished afterward, it dared not advance to fight again. Ghostly energy surged violently, filling the bone dragon's skeletal wings. Like a jet aircraft, it charged rapidly toward the wasteland. But soon, its body halted. It strained to channel the ghostly energy, flapping its skeletal wings to stir up whirlwinds, yet remained utterly immobilized. Finally, it turned its head in disbelief. At the tail end, the youth stood there. Gripping the bone dragon's tail with one hand, he grinned like a child who'd found a fun new toy. Where are you going? Chapter 44, The Undying Bone Dragon? Still fallen. At just 1.83 meters tall, Qin Yun seemed utterly insignificant before the 1,000-meter-long colossal dragon. It was like comparing a pebble to a mountain. Yet this mountain trembled, shook, wept, and cowered before that stone as if it might crumble at any moment. I am immortal. You cannot kill me. If you spare me, I will reveal the location of the dragon god's fall. The bone dragon turned with great effort, its voice sincere beyond measure. Immortal and indestructible? Is that so? Nezha's lips curled into a smile once more. Having battled for 10,000 years, what immortal beings had he not encountered? Take the great sage equal to heaven, Bull Demon King, a demonic elite whose severed head would instantly regrow and return to battle. Yet he still cut off dozens of heads until the beast surrendered. So-called immortality is merely a matter of not having died enough times. If one constantly teetered on the brink of life and death, who could possibly maintain the will to survive? What are you doing? As the bone dragon's voice trembled, Nezha's right hand tightened around its tail. Crimson gold flames surged from his palm, crawling up the skeleton like flesh-eating ants. You dare! The bone dragon's body twisted violently. Its joints shifted rapidly, transforming into bone blades that shot toward Nezha like a hedgehog's quills. Nezha's smile remained unchanged. His hands didn't stop moving, nor did his stance shift. He simply stood there, facing the bone spines coming at him from all sides. Above his head, a fiery lotus blossomed silently, its petals as translucent as glass. Boom! A series of shattering sounds echoed across the sky. Following the sound, countless bone fragments rained down from the sky, transforming into a bone storm that crashed onto the earth. The crimson lotus landed upon Nezha, unfurling indestructible petals that shattered every bone fragment that struck him. The intense agony caused the bone dragon to thrash wildly. This human before him was no ordinary mortal. After all, its bones possessed defense surpassing even that of demon dragons, and the bone blades forged from them were not only unyielding but could slice through iron like mud. Yet this man stood there. Not even flinching. Merely raising its defense had nullified the dragon's full power strike. How could this possibly be human? The bone dragon had lived an incredibly long time and faced countless enemies in battle, yet never had an adversary filled him with such utter despair. It finally understood why it felt a primal, bloodline deep dread toward Nezha. For even the former dragon god trembled and prostrated himself before him. Thud. Another crisp snap of bone shattering. The bone dragon steeled its resolve, twisting its body to snap off the tail controlled by Nezha, then fled like a madman. Poof. Nezha released the pile of bones in his hand, letting them burn to ashes beneath his crimson gold flames. Gazing at the direction the bone dragon vanished, he beckoned with a light wave of his hand. Empty. The fleeing bone dragon abruptly halted in mid-flight. What the hell? The bone dragon's expression turned horrified. For a moment, it couldn't control its body, forced instead to retreat rapidly, drawing ever closer to that god of death. It frantically unleashed a barrage of skills, reducing everything in its path to ruins under its terrifying might. But it was no use. Its backward momentum persisted, still being manipulated like a toy in someone's palm. Why? Because of the flames. Nezha's crimson gold flames had already engulfed the bone dragon's entire body before it could break free, seeping into every crevice. Especially the bone dragon, whose entire body was nothing but a skeleton, was completely saturated by the crimson gold flames. Seeing the bone dragon attempt to flee, Nezha immediately redirected the flames, rendering the creature utterly unable to control its body and forcing it to retreat relentlessly. Soon, the bone dragon returned before Nezha once more. You. Boom. Before the bone dragon could utter a word, Nezha's heavy punch sent it flying, shattering its entire jawbone and splitting its face clean in half. The bone dragon grunted in pain as ghostly energy surged from its body. Countless wailing spirits howled and screamed, poised to pounce on Nezha. But flames suddenly erupted from its body, vaporizing not just the ghosts, but the very ghostly aura itself. The threefold true fire. Consuming all evil. In the next instant, Nezha's body plunged into the bone dragon's interior. Boom! Another punch slammed through. 3 ribs shattered. Boom! He spun and delivered a flying kick, shattering a vertebra. Ah! Agony akin to being skinned alive nearly sent the bone dragon reeling into unconsciousness. It could regenerate, but the agony it endured remained unchanged. Nezha cared not for such things. Mercy to an enemy is cruelty to oneself. When the bone dragon slaughtered humans, who could ever beg for its mercy? The fire-tipped spear and the heaven and earth ring were grasped simultaneously. Thunder and fire surged within the 2 divine artifacts, their violent destructive power filling them to the brim. Each swing unleashed boundless energy. Demolish. Since you refuse to die, I'll shatter every bone in your body. If you can still piece yourself back together, I'll burn your fragments to ashes. Nezha's thoughts were simple. If you can't kill it, beat it to death. If it turned to yellow dust and still crawled out of the earth, Nezha wouldn't mind killing it all over again. The bone dragon's wails faded away. It was too weakened by agony to cry out. Facing Nezha's assault, it couldn't even muster the strength to defend itself, let alone counterattack. At this moment, immortality felt like a curse. Crash! In the sky, the colossal dragon skeleton shattered violently. Like a glass artifact, it shattered into countless fragments. In the constant agony of death, the bone dragon finally relinquished all hope of survival. It voluntarily ceased its energy supply, halting the reconstruction of its body. Before the eyes of all, it died completely. Qin kid, you dismantled the bone dragon? Holy crap, that thing has existed since recorded history in China, having slain countless Chinese masters. Yes, within China, it's even regarded as immortal and indestructible. One should flee upon encountering it. 3. He's slain 3 dragons. Qin Xiaozi has made Chinese history. Shouts of astonishment and cheers erupted from the ground. Those who had been building defenses paused their work, focusing entirely on the unfolding battle. One man slaying 3 dragons, the scales of victory had already tipped. Moreover, Li Kan's body had recovered slightly with the healer's aid. Though not at his peak, he could still hold off a single colossal dragon. 2 against 1, Guqing simply couldn't lose. Li Kan was even more shocked. He had experienced the demon dragon's defenses firsthand. Back then, he had been at his peak. Even the attack unleashed by sacrificing his lifespan had only severed it, only for it to revive the very next moment. And he could only unleash such an attack a handful of times. But the bone dragon's resurrection was different. Its endless ability to regenerate could wear down any powerful opponent. Killing it was harder than one man slaying 3 dragons. Yet Nezha succeeded. He subdued the bone dragon with the 3-flame true fire. Each strike inflicted agonizing pain, and his relentless, devastating assault left the bone dragon utterly defenseless, forced to die in bitter defeat. Seeing the bone dragon vanish, Nezha spun his wind fire wheels beneath him, propelling him back to the city walls. Ever since he had struck down the demon dragon, it had remained motionless. Not even the deaths of the shadow dragon and bone dragon before its eyes stirred it. Could it be that a single strike had killed it? Impossible, surely? Nezha positioned himself above the demon dragon and thrust his spear forward. Boom! The demon dragon's body exploded like a balloon. It escaped. Chapter 45, Escape? Hunted down. Escaped? A dragon king of 91st rank, fleeing without a shred of dignity. The citizens outside the city gates were equally stunned. In their eyes, Dragon Kings were human disasters, each possessed city-destroying power.
Defeating them was unthinkable, even facing one required immense courage.
And now, right before their eyes, the Dragon King had fled. The millennia-old fear weighing upon humanity's hearts crumbled. They had fallen from their pedestals, revealing their health bars, reminding everyone that they were nothing more than a filthy brood of lizards. They could be defeated, they could die, they could flee with their tails between their legs like wild dogs. Nezha's lips curled downward, his eyes flickering with faint anger. He cared little for the strength of the foes before him. To him, if the enemy was too strong to defeat, death was the worst that could happen. A thug raised for 3 years in the womb never cared about life or death. But he despised opponents who fled in the heat of battle. Because chasing a cowardly dog was a waste of time. And it was utterly uncool. After all, what kind of opponent is a coward who won't even fight? Yet gods cannot be without faith. He had vowed to nail the 4 Dragon Kings to the city of Gu. Qin. Qin struggled to lift his head, about to cheer for Qin Yun, only to find a fiery afterimage streaking across the sky. Qin Yun. You can't go. Heaven. Does he intend to pursue the demon dragon? That's the wasteland. It's teeming with colossal beasts everywhere. How could he venture in alone? Officers of company rank and above in Gulong City, assemble immediately. Follow me to rescue Qin Yun. Chaos erupted at Gulong City's gates, footsteps and shouts filling the air as troops rushed to support Qin Yun. The wilderness, a nightmare ingrained in every Chinese person since childhood. From childhood, parents would point to the city walls and warn their children that beyond lay the wasteland, roamed by terrifying beasts that would tear them apart and devour them. The laws of Huaxia strictly forbade anyone from entering the wasteland without permission. Legends of the wasteland abounded, yet all pointed to one inescapable truth. No one who set foot in the wasteland ever returned. This is the source of everyone's terror. Even though Qin Yun had already slain 3 dragons, they still wouldn't trust him to pursue alone. Silence. Ignoring his injuries, Qin roared, silencing everyone before him. Have you all lost your minds? Get back here. He swept his gaze over the assembled soldiers, forcing a stern expression to project the authority of the city lord. Lord, our lives were given to us by that Qin lad. We're not afraid to die. It's far too dangerous for him to venture into the wasteland alone. I've been on missions in the wasteland before I can bring him back. Zhang Longbiao refused to obey, his eyes flashing with defiance against Li Can's order. Li Can did not insist, his expression softening instead. I know you all mean well. But if you all leave, what will become of Gucheng? The city gates are damaged, the people are terrified, and the beasts may attack again. Can you truly abandon this place and risk everything for Qin Yun alone? Li Can's words left Zhang Longbiao speechless, and he could only lower his great sword. Truth be told, they were all severely wounded in battle, barely holding on. Venturing into the wasteland now would be little more than suicide. To be fair, Li Can was deeply concerned for Qin Yun. He would have sent every available man to retrieve him. But as the city lord, he couldn't do that. He still had the entire city of Gu to protect. Hear my command. Half the troops remain to repair and secure the city gates. The other half will enter the city to rescue and comfort the people. Should the colossal beast attack again, block it at the city gates at all costs. At these words, all warriors snapped to attention, right fists pounding their chests as they roared their response. Yes. Then who will rescue Qin Yun? Behind them, Wang Lidong couldn't help but speak up. Li Can rose to his feet, a broken blade appearing in his hand. He tore away the bandages wrapped around his body, letting the blood seep freely. I'll go. Above the wasteland, the demon dragon soared with all its might. Damn it! How could Gulong City possess such combat strength? Those damned humans have deceived us again. Those few probably won't survive. I can't die out there. Truthfully, when it collided with Nezha, the demon dragon felt fear but never intended to flee. It had even planned to ambush Nezha alongside the other 2 dragons. But in the next instant, the shadow dragon was seized. Despite its desperate struggles and pleas for mercy, its dragon's sinew was severed, and it was brutally slain. It was then that the demon dragon panicked. It had lived a lifetime, claiming at least 8,000, if not 10,000 lives, yet it had never witnessed a dragon king die before its very eyes. And by such a brutal method skinned and disemboweled. Its very dragon's soul trembled. Even knowing its son had perished at this man's hands, it lost all courage for vengeance. After all, as long as the mother remained, there was no fear of not having more offspring. As long as it lived, everything could be planned for in the long run. So, disregarding its dignity, it shed its skin and fled before everyone's eyes. Along the way, it glimpsed the ruins where the corpse dragon had perished, and terror gripped its heart even more fiercely. These dragon lords had fought alongside it for years, well aware of each other's strength. Even it itself would struggle to kill one cleanly. But that man had done it. He was like a nightmare for the entire dragon clan. The demon dragon fled, its tail tucked between its legs in a frantic escape. It returned to the wasteland, soaring toward the dragon realm. The wasteland teemed with colossal beasts, some entities even it dared not confront head-on. It flew with extreme caution, even suppressing its aura, gliding cautiously through the high skies. Suddenly, the frigid upper atmosphere began to surge with heat. Though immune to both heat and cold, it couldn't help but wonder. Where did this heat come from? Could it be the migration of the Golden Crow race? The dragon turned its head. Within a swirl of flames, a distinct human figure emerged. It was Nezha. Boom! A deafening sonic boom echoed as Nezha, propelled by his wind and fire wheels, instantly appeared directly above the demon dragon. His hand covered the dragon's head. A lotus blossomed, unfurling its petals. For a moment, the sky seemed to freeze, suspended in an eerie stillness. The next instant, the lotus exploded. Sky! A torrent of frenzied energy erupted, instantly throwing the demon dragon off balance. Its colossal form plummeted vertically under the immense force, like a bird with broken wings. Crash! The dragon's body crashed into the ground, crushing countless rocks and trees beneath it, finally coming to rest only after pounding out a deep crater. The unexpected blow stunned the entire dragon. Combined with the concussion, it felt dizzy and disoriented, struggling to muster its energy. Yet Nezha's form had already descended alongside it. His golden-hued eyes held nothing but icy killing intent. You! The demon dragon cried out in terror, its voice trembling with fear. Nezha said nothing, merely delivering a kick. Boom! Amidst the thunderous roar, the demon dragon was sent flying like a dead dog. Its protective wings shattered instantly, leaving it utterly unable to control its body. Carried by sheer momentum, it crashed into the mountainside. Crash! A mountain ridge snapped clean in two, sending tens of thousands of tons of rock crashing down upon the demon dragon. Despite its formidable defenses, the demon dragon spat out several mouthfuls of blood but did not die. Nezha knew it too. The next instant, the mountain crushing him was shattered. Nezha arrived in an instant. He would drive the demon dragon back to Guqing. Chapter 46, I said I'd nail you all to Gulong City. Boom! Another kick flew out. Nezha paid no heed to the demon dragon's condition, relentlessly pounding it. The dragon's body smashed through the rocks blocking its path and flew out once more. Half its bones were shattered, its brain hemorrhaging, only the hell rebirth talent kept it clinging to life. Roar! The demon dragon, sent flying by the kick, let out a terrifying roar. Twisting its body mid-air, it unleashed a torrent of ghostly purple flames that ignited the entire sky. Even a dying rabbit struggles. Much less a dragon king who could destroy the world. A smile spread across Nezha's face. He didn't fear his enemy's struggle. The stronger the foe, the more exhilarated he became. Bang! The fire-tipped spear was in hand. Golden red flame patterns appeared on Nezha's right hand holding the spear, and a bead-like pattern surged from his brow. The spirit pearl. The source of Nezha's power. Scorching energy erupted, instantly engulfing the entire spear in flames that surged toward the spearhead. The threefold true fire. Boom! Two utterly different flames collided. Dragon flame capable of scorching steel, piercing defenses, and obliterating all barriers in an instant. Yet it faced the threefold true fire. The three purities: essence, energy, and spirit nurtured the fire of separation. Even that monkey who caused chaos in heaven had been humbled by such flames. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a fire that scorches the heavens. How could a mere dragon flame possibly withstand it? The three heavenly fires instantly devoured the dragon's flames, scorching every inch of the demon dragon's skin. Ah! A blood-curdling scream erupted from within the flames. Hell dragons possess extraordinary resistance to fire and, by all logic, should fear no flame. Yet this threefold true fire shattered the dragon's impervious hide, burning with frenzied intensity. The scent of charred meat drifted on the wind into Nezha's nostrils, heightening his excitement. Gazing ahead, the demon dragon's last remaining wing was completely scorched away, and the right half of its body was reduced to a charred skeleton. Even a whale seemed beyond its strength now. Boom! The half-dead demon dragon crashed into a mountain range once more, shattering it open to reveal a jaw-dropping cavern. Nezha's figure followed close behind. Not far from the mountain range stood the towering city walls. The demon dragon was brutally beaten back into Guqing. Qin Yun, Li Kan, who had just exited the city, was drawn by the commotion. Upon entering, he saw Qin Yun standing before the demon dragon. You brought it back? The dragon's half-dead state stunned Li Kan, momentarily silencing his rebuke toward Qin Yun. Nezha offered no reply, not even turning his head. He merely raised his spear, aiming it squarely at the demon dragon's head. He had said it. He would pin the demon dragon to the ground at Guqing. A god's word is final. Crimson gold energy enveloped his form, the fire-tipped spear spewing flames as it trembled under the pressure of the raging energy. This strike pierced the very stars. Boom! The scorching shockwave caught Li Kan off guard. Staggering, he could only brace himself against the stone wall to steady his form. Directly before him, the cavern smashed open by the demon dragon was now fully exposed, flooded with blinding light. Looking up, beneath the glare, a spear pierced through the demon dragon's skull, dragging its mountain-like body straight toward the city walls. This sight caused every head within the city walls to turn upward. The demon dragon!
The demon dragon has returned. No. Look. There's a spear through its head. It's been slain. Heavens. But it had fled. Could it be that Qin Yun had chased this demon dragon back? Their faces lit up with joy, smiles breaking out uncontrollably as they cheered loudly. The people had witnessed the terror of the Dragon King, but none had seen Nezha's heroic slaughter of 3 dragons. Now, a spear pierced the demon dragon through and through, flying toward the city walls before everyone's eyes, a clear declaration of victory in this battle. Boom! The spear slammed into the city wall, leaving the demon dragon's corpse hanging high upon it. Its mangled body swayed in the wind, ending its life in the most humiliating manner. The Hell Dragon had fallen. Thus, the annals of Huaxia recorded this event. Year 372 of the Huaxia era. The 4 Dragon Kings led a beast tide to attack Gulu City. City Lord Li Qin led the defenders of Gulong City in desperate resistance. Ultimately, through the bloody battle of the hero Qin Yun, the beast tide was scattered, and the 4 dragons fell. In this battle, the human race prevailed. Qin Yun, Li Qin cautiously approached the youth before him, familiar yet unfamiliar. After firing a shot, he stood at the cave entrance, gazing at the ruined city of Gu for a long time without moving. 10,000 years ago, this had been Nezha's home. Threatened by the Dragon King, he had died defending the city. Time had turned, and the world had changed beyond recognition. 10,000 years later, he returned to this place, as if reliving the scene from long ago. The 4 Dragon Kings remained. The battle to destroy the city remained. But this time, he was no longer as lonely as he had been then, nor as helpless. Behind him stood the city lord who embraced death to give life, sacrificing his own existence as an offering. Behind him stood warriors who would rather shatter like jade than be shattered like tiles. There were citizens who fought to the death, heedless of their own lives. They guarded the city, refusing to let him die alone. Perhaps in their eyes, Nezha didn't care about such things after all. They couldn't do much to help in a battle of this magnitude. But wasn't it precisely this care and companionship that Nezha lacked? Remember when he became a god and sought out his mother, who had also ascended to immortality? Yet when she saw him, the old woman at the bedside merely bowed deeply and respectfully declared, "Young deity, I pay my respects to the great deity of the 3 altars and ocean assembly." The last remnants of Nezha's emotions withered away at those words. He should have known long ago that his mother was merely one of the bedside grandmother's countless reincarnations. She might remember him, but she was never truly his mother. His mother was dead, perishing on the eve of the investiture of the gods. From then on, Li Jing was his only kin. Yet this sole kin was precisely the person he hated most. Such a situation would be unbearable even for a grown man in his 40s. Much less a child of only 7. Thus, Nezha lost all emotion. In his eyes, there was only mission. Only in battle could he feel his existence. Yet today, 10,000 years later, his long-sealed heart began to beat inexplicably. He heard the cheers and shouts of the crowd, witnessed their protection and support for him. The once still waters of his emotions suddenly rippled, and his eyes grew moist. If he could, he would truly wish to travel back 10,000 years and stand before that 7-year-old child. He would take his sword, shield him from harm, and tell him, "You need not bear such pain. In the 10,000 years to come, you will meet more people, better people. They would care for you, protect you even if as weak as an ant, they would bite into the enemy's flesh. Just like a mother." Under Li Qin's gaze, Qin Yun's body swayed and collapsed before him. Nezha's divine essence fell into slumber. In the wasteland, amidst the skeletal ruins, a lizard, skeletal and bare, quietly scraped away the soil, emerging from the bones. It cautiously scanned its surroundings, and upon finding safety, darted off in one direction. That direction was the direction of the Dragon Realm. Chapter 47, After the Battle. What? 4 Dragon Kings leading a beast tide to attack Gulong City? Is this information confirmed? Li Weiguo, upon receiving the news, felt like he was about to break down. He grabbed the hair on his head, his expression more panicked than ever before. Confirmed. Gul City's gates have been breached. The reporting soldier confirmed it without doubt. Dispatch reinforcements from Shiqing and Shu immediately. Advance at top speed. Li Weiguo forced himself to steady his nerves and dispatched troops from the 2 nearest cities to reinforce Gucheng. But the messenger's face grew even more frantic. Report. Shi City and Shu Province both report being overwhelmed by the beast tide's assault and are desperately holding their ground. They have no troops left to spare. The soldier's report struck Li Weiguo like a crushing blow once more. He rose abruptly, appearing at the sea's edge in the blink of an eye. The battle at the edge of the East Sea raged on, with 5 90-level powerhouses already engaged. One of the invading Dragon Kings had been slain, causing the beast tide's assault to grow even more frenzied. Old Chen. Li Weiguo hurried to the old man's side, urgently relaying the current situation. The expressions of the several powerful figures changed drastically simultaneously. Old Chen, can you teleport us to Gulong City? It's the only way we might make it in time. Old Chen's expression darkened, the wrinkles on his face deepening as if he had aged a decade overnight. Impossible. Old Shen's body was severely injured in the Dragon Realm, and he just presided over the East Sea trials. Performing a large-scale teleportation is utterly out of the question. Master Fong's expression was equally grim, yet he still stopped his old friend's attempt. Shut up. I'm confident. Ignoring Fong Lao's words, old Chen drew a deep breath. His white hair stood on end as energy surged within him, trembling as it turned the pages of the tome. Countless silver threads burst forth from the codex, wrapping around the figures. Yet these threads were far too thin, more than twice as weak as the previous ones. Elder Chen kept his eyes closed, his withered fingers reaching to turn another page. Roar! Over the East Sea, a dragon's roar pierced the heavens. A powerful psychic shockwave instantly engulfed the group. Chen Lao's silver threads instantly disintegrated, and he himself coughed up a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. Old Chen! Medical team! Quick, save him! Old Fong bellowed, but Old Chen struggled to sit up, waving him off. I'm fine. Keep going. Old Chen! You never had a chance. This is suicide. Then tell me what to do about Gucheng. The usually calm and collected Old Chen suddenly roared in fury. His eyes were bloodshot, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his brows knitted into a deep frown, anger etched across his face. It's my incompetence I got injured in the dragon domain. And it was my foolishness to deploy everyone to the East Sea. Now, hundreds of thousands in Gucheng face imminent peril, yet I can do nothing. Fong Zhenyue, tell me. What should I do? His voice trembled with rage, silencing those around him. Fong Zhenyue looked into his old comrade's eyes, speechless. He gently lifted his friend's shoulders, applying a subtle pressure to the back of his neck that sent the already weakened Old Chen into unconsciousness. He couldn't stand by and watch his friend do something foolish. You lot, head straight to Gulu City. Push yourselves to the absolute limit. I can hold this place alone. This matter falls on my shoulders. If I survive by some miracle, I will personally seek forgiveness from Huaxia. Old Fong. Here. Li Weiguo was about to speak up, hoping to keep two men behind to assist him. But Old Master Fong immediately roared, silencing Li Weiguo. I alone can guard the East Sea. Proceed immediately. Anyone who dares disobey this order will face military punishment. Yes. The others ceased their resistance, swiftly grabbing their weapons and accelerating to their absolute limit as they charged toward Gulu City. But Gulu City lay far from the East Sea, at least 2 hours' march away. Li Weiguo could only hope Li Can would hold out a little longer. Even if he died, it must be before his own eyes. After the others departed, Old Fong placed Old Chen with the medical team for treatment, then set out alone once more for the Eastern Sea front lines. Hundreds of sea beasts battered the defenses, while a colossal dragon loomed beneath the distant horizon. An ancient ichthyosaur. Having lived for an unimaginably long time, it had developed a profoundly cautious nature. With its comrade, the cold abyss wyvern, already fallen, it no longer ventured deep into the front lines. Instead, it relied solely on its dragon's might to drive the sea beasts forward. It needed only to buy time, not to fight to the death. Once the objective was secured, it would retreat swiftly. In the ocean, it prided itself on having unmatched speed for escape. Old Fong wore a grim expression, unusually restraining his anger. A man of bold and unrestrained demeanor, he had always been quick to settle scores. Faced with the younger generation being manipulated by the Dragon Clan, he had no hesitation in plunging deep into the dragon domain to seek justice for the children. Yet at this moment, he held back his rage, revealing not even a flicker of murderous intent. He merely fixed his gaze upon the ichthyosaur. Stared intently. A lion emerged from behind him. Then, it leapt into the sky. Boom! A colossal lion, tens of thousands of feet tall, plummeted from the horizon, charging toward the herd. He had made a mistake. A grave mistake. Tens of thousands of lives might pay the price for his mistake. He hated his own foolishness. He hated the cunning Dragon Clan. Only battle could quench this hatred. He would slaughter that dragon. Fong Zhenyue charged against the tide of beasts, striking toward the Dragon King. Li Can carried the unconscious Qin Yun back into the city, immediately sparking cheers. Wang Lidong staggered forward, confirmed Qin Yun was unharmed, and exhaled a long sigh of relief before collapsing unconscious. He had been gravely wounded, forcing himself to hold on until Qin Yun's return. The medical team rushed him away for treatment, and fortunately, his life was stabilized. Long Biao, I'm entrusting Qin Yun to you. Under no circumstances can anything happen to him. Mission accomplished. Xiao Lu, lead a team of elite soldiers to sweep along the perimeter wall. Eliminate any giant beasts found. Xiao Chen, evacuate the shelter's residents. Mobilize as many people as possible for post-battle reconstruction. Dr. Su, dispatch teams to search for the injured. Save every single one, even if they're barely clinging to life. Li Can, propping himself up, issued the orders. Upon receiving confirmation, the entire city of Gulon plunged into the frantic task of post-war reconstruction. However, the earlier battle had destroyed all devices connecting Ghoul City to the outside world, temporarily preventing news of their victory from being transmitted. Reporting to the city lord, Luling was found critically injured and is currently undergoing treatment, but remains in critical condition.
Leaning on his sword hilt, Li Qin listened to the report while walking around the ruins. He must appear in public to reassure the suffering populace. Even if he was now a spent force, ready to collapse at the slightest gust of wind. Reporting to the city lord, all giant beasts within the city have been eliminated. Reporting to the city lord, all casualties have been accounted for and are receiving treatment. Reporting to the lord, nearly 80% of the populace has joined the post-war reconstruction effort. Full operations are expected to resume within half a month. One report after another flooded Li Qin's mind, prompting him to exhale deeply. He looked up at the sun in the distance. Dusk had fallen, the setting sun bathing everything in a golden glow. He bent down and picked up a blood-stained dagger lying at his feet. Wiping away the blood, he saw a rose carved into the blade. The familiar weapon sent a jolt through Li Qin's mind, causing him to stagger and nearly collapse to the ground. But a girl caught him. "Lord City Master, were you looking for me?" Li Qin turned to meet the girl's smiling face, his expression finally relaxing. He looked back at the sunset. For some reason, he even felt as though the sun was slowly rising. At this moment, the setting sun was also dawn in his heart. The sunlight had not faded. Gucheng remained, too. Chapter 48, The Eastern Sea Counterattack. Report. Lord City Master, the communication device has been repaired. We have informed the outside world of our situation. Seeing stability restored within the city, Li Qin finally relaxed. He received medical treatment while handling government affairs in front of everyone. At the city walls, soldiers and citizens worked feverishly on repairs. The colossal beast's assault had severely damaged the walls. Though they hadn't collapsed, the repairs would still take considerable time. The casualties from this battle had been tallied the lowest toll recorded after any previous siege. Li Qin knew this was not his doing. It was Nezha who had turned the tide. Had the beast tide not been driven back, it was doubtful the Gulong city defenses could have held. Even the 4 dragon kings couldn't have handled it. Had he fallen in battle, he might not have taken a single beast with him. It could be said that Nezha had safeguarded the lives of countless citizens of Gucheng. East Sea. Shortly thereafter, Old Chen slowly regained consciousness. Ignoring the medical team's attempts to restrain him, he swiftly ascended to the skies above the East Sea. Frontline soldiers had halted their actions, staring in stunned silence at the battle unfolding ahead. That crimson gold lion pinned the ichthyosaur beneath the waves, leaving it no chance to fight back. Its frenzied aura intimidated all the sea beasts. Not only did they not come to the aid of the fish dragon, they didn't even dare to approach. Fong Zhenyue. Have you lost your mind? Witnessing this scene, Old Chen's eyes bulged, nearly fainting from the rush of adrenaline. That golden lion was none other than Old Fong. And to activate this form, he must pay with his lifespan. Otherwise, how could that ichthyosaur not fight back? It was beaten into submission by sheer, overwhelming power. The lion made no reply, only continuing its assault on the ichthyosaur. The ancient ichthyosaur was dumbfounded. How could a lowly fish dragon, merely following orders, have encountered a reckless, no-holds-barred real deal? Originally, both sides maintained an unspoken understanding strikes were always stopped just short of causing serious harm. But now it was attacking like a madman, fighting as if its life depended on it. Rage flared in the ancient ichthyosaur's eyes. With a piercing shriek, it summoned wave upon wave of tsunami, relentlessly crashing against the lion. Despite its imposing stature, it couldn't withstand the force of nature. The seawater knocked it off balance, allowing the ichthyosaur to break free. Half its body now shattered, the fish dragon's spiny scales were brutally snapped and torn off, even its tail crushed beneath the lion's foot. This grievance must be avenged, it could not bear it in this lifetime. A surge of energy, as if originating from the dawn of time, plummeted straight from the vaulted ceiling, pouring into the ichthyosaur's brow. The ichthyosaur's aura began to surge. It feared death, but that did not mean it was weak. On the contrary, having survived since ancient times, it was incredibly powerful. Level 96, Ancient Ichthyosaur. For the first time, it revealed its true power. Boom! The two colossal beasts commenced their deadly collision once more. The terrifying shockwaves forced the frontline soldiers to retreat another 100 meters to avoid being drawn into the fray. Old Chen was in a bad way. The ichthyosaur, enraged, forced Fong Zhenyue to keep fighting relentlessly. If this fight continued, even victory would leave him gravely wounded. You fool! Old Chen cursed a few times, but still couldn't bear to watch his old friend take such risks. He forcibly summoned his energy, ready to help subdue the fish dragon. Old Chen! Old Chen! Just as he was about to move, he saw the communications soldier rushing over in a panic. What is it? Gucheng! Gucheng! What about Gulu City? Speak up! Old Chen's expression grew grave as he braced himself for the worst. Gucheng held. The beast tide has scattered, and all 4 dragon kings have fallen. The communications soldier's loud shout drew the attention of every officer and soldier. Held? And repelled the beast tide? And even slain 4 dragon lords? How could this be possible? They're the Eastern Seas elite, with 790 level powerhouses commanding their forces, and they've only just slain 1 dragon king. But what about Goose City?
They had nothing. Their strongest, city lord Li Kan, is only level 88. How could they possibly hold out? Has Li Weigua arrived with reinforcements? Good heavens, they sure moved fast. Hearing this, Elder Chen exhaled deeply, settling on the most plausible explanation. No. That's not it. General Li and his men just received the news and haven't headed to Ghoul City yet.
The messenger's words caused Old Chan's expression to darken. The forces stationed in Guqing alone could never repel the beast tide led by the 4 Dragon Kings.
At best, they could only buy time. Could it be that the city had fallen, officials captured, and false intelligence deliberately spread to lull Huaxia into complacency? Advise Li Weigui to remain vigilant and prioritize safety. Perhaps Gulu City had not held. Old Chen has become far more cautious this time.
The cunning Dragon Clan had already inflicted heavy losses upon them. They must not repeat the same mistake. The communications officer immediately went to relay the message.
Elder Chan's body rose into the air, surveying the surroundings with an authoritative voice. East Sea Garrison, heed my command. Rearrange your formations. All units prepare for battle. Follow me in the counterattack.
At his command, the soldiers of the East Sea struck their weapons against the armor over their hearts, producing a deafening clang of metal against metal.
Aye, sir.
They roared in unison like a tidal wave, each soldier as fierce as a tiger or leopard, charging forward from the Eastern Sea's front lines.
The sea beasts have ceased their assault?
Then we'll launch our counterattack. Only by resolving the Eastern Sea incident completely could they better handle the matter of Guqing. The thoughtful Elder Chen walked upon the heavens, his footsteps leaving crystalline fragments of space in his wake. Like blooming lotus flowers, they blossomed one after another along his path. Lotus blooms with every step. Though his body had yet to fully recover, Elder Chen still unleashed his peak energy, joining Elder Fong in suppressing the fish dragon.
En route.
Li Weigua and the others also received the message. Master Chen instructed us to maintain vigilance.
Guqing has likely fallen to the colossal beast, which sent out false intelligence. I implore you all to follow me in retaking the city.
Li Weigua analyzed the current situation and solemnly urged the others. Beside him stood 4 90-level powerhouses, all dispatched to aid the East Sea.
Now heading to Gulu City to confront the 4 Dragon Kings and countless colossal beasts, their chances of success were slim. Yet none of the 4 objected. Instead, they bowed in agreement, channeling their energy as they sped toward Gulu City.
Though belonging to different clans, the blood of Huaxia flowed through their veins. With Huaxia cities now in peril and no supreme orders yet issued. Yet they were prepared to fight to the death.
4 Dragon Kings and a tidal wave of beasts. This battle would be anything but easy. They might even fall in battle. Yet they charged forward without hesitation. Boom!
The 5 mighty warriors descended upon Ghoul City's ramparts, where they saw soldiers and civilians repairing the walls.
Wait, where was the aura of the colossal beast? Could they have truly retreated? Caution! This could be a ruse. They might be lying in ambush. The group heightened their vigilance to the utmost, slowly patrolling Ghoul City. A powerful aura made Li Kan's brow furrow. He glanced at the others, his expression relaxing. Wei Gua! You bastards finally showed up. I'm about to die from holding the fort.
The familiar voice reached his ears.
Li Weigua also noticed the gravely wounded Li Kan.
He flew forward, his aura fierce and menacing.
How did you get hurt like this? Where's the Dragon King? I'll slaughter them all.
Li Kan smiled silently, raising his hand to point toward a section of the city wall. The 5 men turned their heads in confusion. Then their eyes widened in shock.
There, nailed to the wall, lay the corpse of a dragon. Chapter 49, Shock. How could it be him? Holy! A demon dragon.
Old Li, you're amazing, you actually nailed it to the wall here. A level 91 demon dragon, I wouldn't even be confident of victory.
Old Li, did you break through? Just a few days ago you were only level 88.
The major powerhouses looked stunned, crowding around Li Kan in disbelief.
Ha!
Li Kan smiled without a word, merely clapping his hands.
Bring it up!
Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, another dragon corpse was carried in.
Its dragon tendons had been severed, and it was utterly lifeless. What is this?
The shadow dragon of the dark mist. The Dragon King, the assassin of the Dragon Clan.
I fought one of these before. They're like eels, never engaging in direct combat. And it's incredibly fast, capable of cloaking itself. If it wants to escape, forget about killing it, you'd struggle to even find it.
Every voice echoed the terror of the Dragon King. Yet here lay the corpse of this notoriously troublesome dragon right before their eyes. And it had died in the most agonizing, convulsive manner.
Li Kan, how did you manage this?
No single person could withstand the combined might of these 2 Dragon Kings.
And weren't the reports saying there were 4 Dragon Kings? Where are the other 2? Did they flee or perish?
The 5 men were filled with even greater doubts.
Especially Li Weigua, who knew Gulu City intimately.
Guqing simply didn't possess the combat strength to handle the 4 Dragon Kings. Now, with 2 dragon corpses before them, he was utterly bewildered. Seeing the group's state, Li Qin smiled and pointed toward a pile of rubble near the city gate. That's where the filth soil corpse dragon perished. Its entire body was burned to ashes. Go there and sense its aura, you'll understand. Beyond the city walls lay another skeleton devoid of spirit, the body of the Qimei bone dragon. Its soul had been shattered in battle, ending its existence completely. Filth soil corpse dragon? Qimei bone dragon? The expressions on their faces shifted, their shocked gazes now tinged with dread. These two dragon lords were notorious for their ferocity. The filth soil corpse dragon wasn't that the dragon king capable of summoning corpse puppets and unleashing corpse poison? Fighting that thing? That's practically begging for death. And the bone dragon of Qimei, according to ancient Chinese records, it was an immortal being that could never be destroyed. How could it have perished here? Old Li, you're not joking, right? The others couldn't believe it. Everyone except Li Weiguo leapt up and headed straight for the ruins to investigate. Li Weiguo sat beside his old friend, his eyes filled with suspicion. Li Can, tell me the truth, what the hell is going on here? I know you. Even if you played all your cards, you could only take down one. There's no way you could have left all four of them behind. Did someone else come to help you in Guchun? Li Can sighed and replied. No one else. It's Qin Yun. Qin Yun? Li Weiguo's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with confusion. He's only in his 30s, how could he possibly defeat the Dragon King? That Dragon King could incinerate him with a single dragon flame. Old Li, you've lost your mind pushing him into battle. I didn't. Seeing Li Weiguo's rising anger, Li Can could only shout back. After the invasion began, I evacuated him immediately. That boy is Ghost City's hope. Even if I'd lost my mind, I wouldn't have let him face danger. Every other child in Goose City is in the shelter now. And every able-bodied person volunteered for the front lines. Old Li, mark my words. There are no cowards in Goose City. Every last one of them is a true warrior. I single-handedly held off 4 Dragon Kings, sacrificing my life to buy time for your arrival. But no matter how long we held them off, you never came. Li Can's pent-up fury erupted toward Li Weiguo, leaving him momentarily ashamed. Objectively speaking, Li Weiguo wasn't at fault. But facing this dire situation, Gulu City had pinned all its hopes on reinforcements. Yet those reinforcements couldn't arrive quickly enough, leaving the city to fight to the death. How could the city lord not be furious? Old Li. Li Weiguo's intensity waned as he sighed heavily. Weiguo, I know something happened in the East Sea. Those bastards played us all. I wanted to buy more time, but we simply couldn't hold them back. The zombie dragon seized the opportunity and reached the city gates. You know our city lacks major clans. I'm the only one above level 80 in the entire city, there's no way we can hold back the corpse dragon. But just when we'd lost all hope, Qin Yun arrived. But that couldn't have been Qin Yun. Though his body looked the same, his aura was completely off. That zombie dragon couldn't last more than a few blows against him before being forced to summon a beast tide to block his path. Yet Qin Yun single-handedly shattered the beast tide and forcibly wrenched the corpse dragon's head off. Then he took over my fight, single-handedly taking on 3 Dragon Kings and slaughtering them one by one. Especially that bone dragon, he snapped its bones one by one, leaving it in such agony it refused to resurrect. The demon dragon proved even more cunning, slipping away unnoticed right before our eyes. But Qin Yun didn't stop. He pursued it into the wasteland, beat the demon dragon all the way back, and nailed it directly to the city wall. Weiguo, I'm not joking, this was truly the work of that Qin kid. Without him, forget about Goose City, even I wouldn't be sitting here alive. Li Can recounted the earlier events slowly. Qin. Li Weiguo trembled as he pulled out a cigarette and lit it. The impact of this story was too overwhelming. Had it not come from an old friend, he would have slapped him and called him a liar. One man slays 4 dragons. Throughout all of Chinese history, no one had ever achieved such a feat. This young man is no longer just Gulacheng's hope. He might just be the hope of all China. Lao Li confirmed they were the corpse dragon and bone dragon. Those two are dead as a doornail. You folks in Gulong City really keep things under wraps, wiping out all 4 Dragon Kings like that nearly gave us a heart attack. Report this to Elder Chen immediately, don't let him fret any longer. The group had already returned, their expressions filled with astonishment and admiration. Well done, everyone. With Gulo now half destroyed, we cannot keep you any longer. Please forgive us. Next time, I'll host a feast for you all, no one leaves until they're thoroughly drunk. Li Can bowed his hands to the group. The others all returned the bow and, knowing when to leave, departed Gulo City. After all, Huaxia was not a monolithic entity, numerous clans vied for dominance. Li Can and Li Weiguo did not wish for them to learn of Qin Yun's affairs prematurely. Though the men harbored no ill will, they had to guard against the schemes their clans might employ. As the group departed, the two exchanged a glance and breathed a simultaneous sigh of relief. Report, City Lord. A soldier rushed before them. Qin Yun. Qin Yun has awakened. Chapter 50, National Trials. The Rising Stars revealed. My head hurts so much. Goose City. Did we hold the line? Qin Yun struggled to open his eyes, looking around in a daze. He found himself in a hospital ward, with doctors bustling about monitoring his vital signs.
Lord City Master, Qin Yun is fine. He's just exhausted and needs rest. Alright, you may leave now. Footsteps faded from near to far, leaving only two middle-aged men behind. Xiao Yun? Uncle Li. Gu Cheng. Qin Yun's voice was hoarse, each word a struggle to utter.
Li Kan sat by his hospital bed, firmly grasping the right hand Qin Yun tried to extend.
Held on. Gu Cheng is safe. Xiao Yun, this is all thanks to you.
Li Kan's words sent a jolt through Qin Yun's mind. His previously muddled thoughts suddenly flashed with fragments of memory. He recalled how, after receiving his class prompt, his body had become uncontrollable. His consciousness could only lurk in a corner, powerless as Nezha fought. Later, during Nezha's fierce battle with the Dragon King, the sheer intensity overwhelmed his consciousness, plunging him into unconsciousness only now had he finally awakened.
Flashbacks intertwined with images of Chen Tang Pass from 10,000 years ago.
The jumbled fragments of time and space left Qin Yun feeling uneasy, his head throbbing unbearably.
Can't you remember?
It's okay, Xiao Yun, we understand.
Every profession has its unique demands. This might just be the toll your work takes. Yeah. Occupational influence. Qin Yun finally understood why deities gradually awaken self-awareness.
Once they awaken self-awareness, they gain the opportunity to take control of Qin Yun's body, helping him rapidly enhance his abilities to handle matters he cannot resolve alone or address the regrets the deities once carried.
Like Nezha, he controlled Qin Yun's body to annihilate the four Dragon Kings. The cost of borrowing a body is immense. This time, Nezha's divine essence was damaged, plunging him into a prolonged slumber. Though he could still draw upon his power, he would inevitably lose some of his divine aura. Still, it truly is a life-saving divine technique. Rest well. Your Uncle Li has arrived. Gu City is under control. Qin Yun slowly closed his eyes. Nezha had channeled his battle charging will through Qin Yun's body for nearly an hour, leaving his own body utterly drained. He needed more rest. Seeing Qin Yun fall back into a deep sleep, the two stepped out of the ward and instructed the medical staff to provide proper care. How much longer until the national trials?
According to past practice, it should be in about 10 days. Sigh. I hope this kid recovers well. Though I can secure his admission to Xianyuan Academy, he must still earn his spot in the elite class himself. Right. I'll bring Qingyue back later so she can study with Xiao Yun again. I heard that this year, members of the major clans will also be participating? That's right. Elder Su reformed the trials, prohibiting them from directly entering Xianyuan Academy. But those kids have such incredible resources, their participation in the trials is just to put pressure on the other students. Just have Xiao Yun do her best, then no need to push herself too hard. Yeah, unless Xiao Yun activates that special state, it'll be tough for her to compete for first place. No worries, it's just a matter of being born with advantages. Who's stronger or weaker in the long run remains to be seen. The two left the hospital room as they chatted. Imperial capital. A mansion stood atop a platform built of blue stone. 12 winding steps, each carved with dragon and cloud patterns, led upward. Above them hung a vermilion plaque bearing two bold characters in small seal script, Chen family. Passing through the gate, the sound of rushing water suddenly filled the air. Beneath the winding corridors, hidden channels crisscrossed, channeling living water from mountain springs. It cascaded down towering artificial hills, gathering into a waterfall several meters long that thundered through the courtyard. Beneath the cascade stood a youth. Lean and wiry, with striking features, he wielded a long sword with unwavering precision, tracing intricate patterns in the water's relentless spray. Young master, the national trials commence in 10 days. Father instructed me to remind you. A lowly servant entered the courtyard, standing humbly before the cascade, his head bowed low. Clang! The sword cut through the air with a sharp ring. The youth sheathed his sword, picked up his clothes from the rocks, and strode purposefully out of the courtyard. Just as the servant was about to accompany the young master out, a thunderous crash erupted behind them. Boom! He turned back in disbelief. The cascading waterfall below had completely reversed, now surging skyward like a fountain, transforming into a roaring water dragon. The towering rockery split cleanly in two, shattering into countless fragments that crashed down with a thunderous roar. Miss! You've just returned from the far north. How can you be heading south to the desert again? It's all sand out there, so dangerous. You mustn't go. An old woman tugged at the young girl, trying to keep her inside the house. But the girl merely spun around, slipped cheerfully under the old woman's arms, and climbed onto the back of a blue bird. The blue bird rose, its gaze sweeping over the old woman, sending a chill through her heart and nearly causing her to collapse. This was no ordinary blue bird. It was clearly a tamed ice phoenix. Hee. Grandma, I'll be back in a couple of days. It won't affect the trial at all. I'm off to catch something fun. It'll be crucial for the trial. Off I go. With the girl's silvery voice ringing out, the ice phoenix spread its wings and soared away, vanishing into the sky amidst a flurry of ice crystals. Young miss. The old woman shook her head helplessly. The mischievous young miss was simply too endearing to stay angry with, so she could only go report to the master. Hearing this, the old man simply laughed heartily. Xin must have set her sights on that colossal beast. It truly is suitable for her trial. Let's wait for her return. After all these years, it's time for our Zhang family to make a name for ourselves. The wilderness. Night had already fallen. A campfire blazed fiercely in the wilderness. Two figures, one large and one small, sat before the flames. Though described as one large and one small, even the smaller figure stood over 5 meters tall, while the larger one towered to a full 10 meters. Ah Xing, how much longer? A deep, muffled voice emerged from the giant's mouth. The smaller one took a bite of the roasted meat in his hand and hummed in reply. 7 days. The national trials begin in 10 days. I'll take you to meet your peers. The giant's words froze the youth in place, his hand still clutching the meat. They won't like me. Uncle, maybe I shouldn't go? No, you must go. You survived the beasts with such difficulty. You must adapt to human life. Even if they don't accept you, you can always come back. All right. I'll listen to you, uncle. The youth shoved the meat leg into his mouth, crunching through bones until they shattered into fragments before swallowing them whole. Beside him lay the corpse of a colossal tiger. The crimson sky tiger. The pinnacle of tiger-like beasts. Now stripped of its skin and devoured by the youth. China. A graveyard. A light drizzle fell from the sky as a young girl stood silently before hundreds of tombstones, umbrella in hand. These tombstones were all identical in appearance, as if erected on the same day. Yet none bore a name. Only 2 characters were starkly engraved upon them. Huaxia. The girl closed her umbrella, drew 3 incense sticks from her bag, lit them, and reverently placed them in the ground. Dad, Mom, Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Aunt. I've grown up. I will shoulder our family's burdens. In 10 days, the national trials begin. I will not lose. Chapter 51, Ancient God Qin Yun. The trial begins. Qin Yun slept for 3 full days. His eyelids felt heavy. After struggling for a long time, he finally managed to open a small slit. The white light was somewhat blinding, so Qin Yun squinted, taking a moment to adjust before opening his eyes fully. It was still the familiar hospital room, an endless expanse of white. The scent of disinfectant cut through his foggy consciousness like a rusty pair of scissors, gradually sharpening his mind. He pieced together the events that had transpired. Thankfully, Goose City had held firm. The deities of Huaxia never disappoint. Once they descend into the mortal world, they are invincible. Outside the window, neon lights cast mottled, colorful shadows. It was now deep into the night, all sounds hushed. Just as Qin Yun moved, he felt something heavy pressing down on the blanket. Lowering his gaze, he caught sight of a breathtaking profile. A cool white light bathed the girl's tousled hair. Her arms were propped on the hospital bed, her head nestled between them, her eyelashes casting delicate shadows beneath her eyes. Li Qinyue. She had arrived long ago and had been keeping vigil by Qin Yun's bedside for hours. Though the physical exhaustion had faded, 3 days of deep sleep left Qin Yun's throat burning. He couldn't help but cough twice. The sound jolted Li Qinyue awake. Her puffy eyes blinked 3 times before slowly focusing. Qin Yun. You're awake. The girl's face instantly lit up with a smile. She pressed the nurse call button, then helped Qin Yun sit up and handed him a glass cup filled with warm water. Qin Yun gulped it down. His body felt as if a channel had been flushed open, leaving him refreshed as if he'd been reborn. The girl leaned close, her tousled hair carrying the scent of disinfectant. She must have slept on this hard plastic chair these past 3 days. Doctors streamed in, checking Qin Yun's vital signs. After confirming everything was normal, they all breathed sighs of relief and discreetly stepped out, leaving the 2 alone. The national trials were 7 days away. Uncle Li mentioned this trial had 3 stages, with scores determined by overall performance. Li Qinyue peeled an apple as she relayed the information she'd gathered to Qin Yun. Got it. Qin Yun nodded in acknowledgement. He checked his current level. The giant beasts and dragonkin slain while controlling Nezha's body hadn't been counted toward this trial, so his level remained at the Eastern Sea trial stage. However, his incense offering value had skyrocketed to 1,000, clearly the result of the people's gratitude after defending Gucheng. The 4th deity thus awoke. Ancient God, Qin Tian. The war god of Huaxia. Legend tells that Qin Tian challenged the Yellow Emperor for the throne but was defeated and beheaded. Yet after losing his head, he survived by using his own breasts as eyes and his navel as a mouth, wielding a sharp axe in each hand and a shield in battle. Until the blood runs dry, the battle will never cease. His arrival will likely be the most warlike of all. The national trials would be the perfect opportunity to summon him. In the days that followed, Qin Yun recovered swiftly with Li Qinyue by his side. Li Kan and Li Weiguo frequently visited, bringing back numerous updates. The Eastern Sea conflict concluded with Elders Fong and Chen defeating the fish dragon until it could offer no resistance, bringing it back to Huaxia. Interrogation revealed that the Dragon Clan was searching for a secret realm one located within Gulu City itself. This explained why the Dragon Clan had attacked Ghoul City at any cost. Additionally, major races across the wasteland had mobilized, sparking numerous conflicts over territorial disputes. The fish dragons knew little about this place, only its name, the Godfall Land. Upon learning this, the Huaxia authorities not only stationed elders Fang and Chen in Ghoul City but also dispatched an elite squad deep into the wastes to investigate the Godfall Land. As for Lu Ying, he had been transported to the imperial capital for treatment. Upon regaining consciousness, he reported extensive intelligence concerning the beast god cult. The beast god cult's leader maintained close ties with the great beasts of the wilderness, plotting multiple assaults. However, this figure remained elusive, never seen by anyone. Through his investigations, Lu Ying deduced that this individual likely held a high-ranking position within Huaxia, as it would be impossible for them to be involved in so many major events otherwise. Subsequent investigations are thus proceeding in secret. 7 days later, Qin Yun's body had fully recovered, reaching level 38. Li Qingyue had even reached level 40. Guqing streets and alleys were placed under full martial law. Soldiers guarded the roads, ensuring the safety of every candidate participating in the trial. This trial would determine their future paths. Only those who achieved high scores would have the opportunity to enter university and continue leveling up. Those who failed the exam would likely lose their path to advancement, forced instead to pursue occupations aligned with their current professions. This trial would be broadcast nationwide, with viewers able to choose their preferred viewing angle. Scores would be ranked in real time for viewers' reference. Imperial Capital, Council Chamber. 5 elders sat cross-legged, with the live broadcast of the national trial displayed before them. Seated in the position of honor was none other than Elder Su. There were 7 of them in total, each holding high positions and simultaneously serving on the Huaxia Council, collectively determining the future direction of Huaxia. With Elder Chen and Elder Fang stationed at Gulu City, only 5 were present in the council chamber. Brother Ing, how will Qin Yun Academy handle admissions this year? 500 students will be admitted. The top 50 will enter the elite class, personally mentored by the elders. Ing Yuanwu nodded and explained the situation to the assembly. Ing Yuanwu, Dean of Qin Yun Academy and the newest member of the council. With 2 million new students across Huaxia this year, admitting 500 is still a strong crop of promising talent. Rest assured, Brother Ying's educational methods have never faltered. We simply await the growth of the new generation. Yes, Brother Su refined the admissions process this year to prevent major clans from hoarding talent. However, their participation in the trials might undermine the confidence of ordinary students. If they can't even handle this level of pressure, we can't entrust Huaxia's future to them. Ha, you're right. The group conversed as they collectively awaited the commencement of the national trials. Imperial Capital, Chen Residence. Young master, it's about to begin. Father instructed you to bring it. A servant bowed, holding a long sword, standing respectfully by his side. The youth drew the blade, and its razor-sharp aura erupted violently, cleaving the newly reinforced rockery in two. Good. Tell the old man I'm taking first place. The youth fastened the sword to his waist and strode confidently into the trial. Grandma, I told you we'd make it in time. Grandpa, I'm off. Xinshin, stay safe. No need to risk your life just to be first. The old patriarch of the Zhang family sat in his wheelchair, pushed by the elderly woman to face the young girl, gazing at her with affection. Yay! The girl mounted the ice phoenix, waved to the two of them, and flew into the trial. Uncle, it seems like they're all afraid of us. The little giant stood on the playground, towering over the crowd like a crane among chickens. Students kept their distance, their eyes carrying a hint of fear as they looked at him. It's fine. Once inside, look out for them and don't provoke any conflicts. Stay safe. Got it, uncle. The giant sighed, watching the little giant step into the trial. Shall we go? Let's go. Qin Yun and Li Qingyue exchanged a knowing smile before stepping into the trial. The national trials commence now. Chapter 52, The First Gate 5 Tribulations, Alone. After a moment of dizziness, Qin Yun found himself in a pure white void. Surveying his surroundings, he saw only fellow trial participants. This must be the waiting area. As the clock hand approached 12, a majestic toll echoed across all of China, reverberating even within this space. The 316th National Trial. The trial comprised 3 stages, testing individual ability, teamwork, and spiritual integrity. First stage, 5 Tribulations, Solo Journey. Candidates will be randomly teleported to remote corners of the map to coexist with colossal beasts for 3 days. The system will award corresponding points based on the giant beasts each candidate hunts. The stronger the beast, the greater the challenge, and the higher the reward. Note, this stage features 5 distinct terrains. As you venture deeper, the environment will change, and the beast's strength will increase accordingly. If you perish within the 3-day period, no points will be accumulated. Prepare yourselves, the trial is about to begin. A mechanical voice echoed in every candidate's mind, providing an initial assessment of the situation. The first stage is essentially a standard dungeon trial, where points are awarded based on the beast slain. However, the 5 distinct terrains and environments significantly increase the dungeon's difficulty, raising the likelihood of death within. Opportunity and danger coexist only by mastering the balance can one secure a higher score. The instance's death mechanics also necessitate mutual vigilance among candidates.
10. The mechanical voice sounded again.
Qin Yun steeled himself, adjusted his mindset, and prepared to enter the trial. The other candidates did the same, each drawing their weapons in readiness for the trial.
3, 2, 1. The trial began.
A flash of white light filled Qin Yun's vision. He opened his eyes amidst a wave of dizziness. Before him lay a forest.
No other students were visible nearby.
This instance map was vast, even 2 million people would struggle to encounter each other immediately. Qin Yun used the tree trunks to leap onto a large tree, gazing into the distance where two starkly contrasting colors met. Where the forest met the horizon lay a vast expanse of grayish-yellow desert. At the desert's edge, patches of white were visible. His vision stretched to its limit, yet he could see no further.
Qin Yun felt no urgency. 3 days provided ample time for gradual exploration. Boom! While he was still pondering, a thunderous roar echoed from the distance.
Qin Yun lowered his gaze just in time to see a young girl being chased by a brown bear. Before Qin Yun could react, the girl was caught. The bear's paw struck her head, and in an instant, she vanished into a streak of light. Eliminated.
Level 25, Titan Brown Bear. Is a beast of this level only placed on the outermost edge? The national trial seemed far more brutal than he had imagined. But Qin Yun wouldn't let such easy prey slip away. He gripped his fire-tipped spear and summoned the divine power of Nezha. A burst of flame erupted as the spearhead pierced the brown bear's skull, pinning it to a boulder. Qin Yun's wristwatch flashed 25 points. This device, distributed to everyone before the trials, tracked their points in current rankings. Qin Yun glanced at his own. He was already ranked around 30,000, while the top spot had skyrocketed to 200 points. And it hadn't even been 10 minutes since the trial began. Qin Yun's lips twitched involuntarily, the pressure mounting. But his goal lay elsewhere. Advancing deeper to defeat the boss was the true key to victory. Shriek! A piercing bird cry startled countless birds from the forest canopy. Qin Yun looked up to see a blue bird nearly 10 meters in size soaring through the sky. Its feathers were layered with translucent ice crystals, yet retained the lush texture of plumage. 3 long tail feathers crisscrossed like glacial fissures, their tips gathering unfrozen cold mist. As it flew, icy dust scattered, condensing in the air into suspended hexagonal frost flowers. Even from a great distance, Qin Yun could feel the intense cold emanating from it. His pupils suddenly contracted. This is no ordinary bird. It's a bloody phoenix. A colossal beast of the same rank as a dragon. How could it possibly be in the trial? As if sensing Qin Yun's gaze, the ice phoenix lowered its head, shot him a cold, disdainful glare, then soared hundreds of meters higher, vanishing into the clouds. Only then did a slender figure become visible atop its back. Someone was riding on its back. It was actually a mount. To have a phoenix as a mount, just how terrifying must this person be? A smile spread across Qin Yun's lips. The prodigies of Huaxia truly never cease to amaze. But this kind of competition is what makes it interesting. Qin Yun leapt down from the tree and ventured deeper into the interior. Grandpa, look. That's Xiao Yun. At the Lu family residence in the imperial capital, Lu Yunqi sat beside an elderly man, eagerly pointing him in the direction. Though advanced in years, the elder radiated an intangible aura of authority. A blood-stained long blade hung prominently at the front of the hall, lending the entire space an air of grim solemnity. Yet before the girl, he restrained all his presence, merely gazing kindly toward the spot she pointed. Handsome as the wind god, gentle as jade, a fine child indeed. Little Yunqi, do you like him very much? The old man's words made Lu Yunqi's cheeks flush crimson. What nonsense, Grandpa, you're talking nonsense again. He's a student I'm mentoring. Grandpa, don't forget I'm engaging on a mission. And little Yun is my lead. Oh? Old Lu's brow furrowed as he recalled the previous mission. You mean that void divine vein? Yes. Xiao Yun has awakened the divine actor. I also sensed a professional resonance within him. When the opportunity arises, I'll invite him over so we can study it together. Lu Yunqi nodded thoughtfully, a hint of worry clouding his mind. Her mission was top secret to Huaxia. The danger level was equally high. She was conflicted about whether to let Qin Yun take the risk. But this ultimately concerned the future of China. It wasn't something she could decide alone. Fine. Let grandfather see how this young man performs. Old Lu's gaze grew solemn as he and Lu Yunqi tuned into the global trial livestream. Gucheng. At Divine Eagle Plaza, a group of school principals stood before the live broadcast screens. As the city lord, Li Kan also made an appearance, leading the city's high-ranking officials and the school principals to their seats on the elevated platform of Divine Eagle Square. City Lord, this year Ghoul City, represented by Qin Yun, already has over 100 individuals who have ascended to level 35 or above before the trials. Those above level 30 numbered over 10,000, far surpassing previous years. May Gucheng achieve even greater success. Li Kan occupied the main seat, flanked by Elder Chen and Elder Fong, who had come to oversee proceedings.
Li Weigua had already returned to the military to ensure the smooth running of the trials. I don't see Qin making the top 50 as a problem, but cracking the top 10 might be a bit of a stretch. Indeed, those clans have cultivated quite a few prodigies. Old Chen, you're from the Chun family by seniority, that kid is practically your grandson. Ha, Tianzi is truly exceptional, but we've witnessed Qin's journey firsthand. His prowess is equally formidable. The two elders exchanged a few words before being drawn to the screen. Ha! Qin really is an unlucky guy. He's already encountered the first layer gatekeeper boss this early. Spirit-winged white tiger. Chapter 53, Spirit-winged white tiger? Xingtian descends. Within the instance, a white tiger spread its wings, blocking the last glimmer of light filtering through the forest. Its overwhelming presence drove all other creatures away, leaving only a single human standing defiantly before it. Qin Yun gripped his spear, observing the white tiger before him with keen interest. Spirit-winged white tiger. Level 35. HP 42,000. Attack 1,200. Innate talent, Wind God's bloodline, innately resonates with wind elements, enabling effortless manipulation of air currents. Talent, Celestial Wings, flapping its wings generates gale force winds, achieving flight speeds exceeding the speed of sound. Talent, Windspeaker, perceives movements within a 100-mile radius through air current vibrations, even predicting an enemy's next move. Skill, Thousand Blade Storm, releases a dense barrage of wind blades with each swipe, dealing 260 cutting damage to all targets struck. Skill, Hurricane Cage, summons a tornado column to trap enemies within. The extreme low pressure inside reduces target movement speed by 80% and deals 180 damage over time to any contact. Skill, Dimensional Wind Rift, rips open a brief wind elemental passage through space, enabling short-range teleportation. Skill, Apocalyptic Storm, unleashes a tempest domain where countless thunderstorms and tornadoes erupt simultaneously. All air within the domain falls under the absolute control of the spirit-winged white tiger, capable of even extracting oxygen. With this level and talent, it must be a boss-level enemy within the secret realm. But Qin Yun felt not worry, but delight. He'd been fretting over points, and now this white tiger had practically delivered itself. However, Nezha's fire element made him prone to getting trapped in forests. Zhongkuei and Gonggang each had their own specialized domains, and even if summoned, they wouldn't perform well. Perfect timing, the fourth deity had arrived. Qin Yun smiled faintly as the image of Xingtian formed in his mind. As he stepped forward, an extreme killing intent surged skyward, causing the white tiger ahead to tremble violently in its heart, nearly fleeing on the spot. With a horizontal swing of his axe, 3 mountains split. His eternal song shakes the 9 realms. Do not say this broken form lacks a face. When Xingtian's dance ends, even gods and demons weep. Qin Yun, the actor, now invokes the ancient god Xingtian. Descend. Boom. The once clear sky instantly darkened with black clouds. Ink-black killing intent poured down from above. Qin Yun pointed a single finger toward the heavens, standing directly within the heart of that murderous aura. Even his eyes were dyed crimson. Ancient god Xingtian. The war god of China. In ancient times, he fought as a general across the land, battling for supremacy in the Central Plains. His killing intent was so overwhelming that even Nezha would step aside in his presence. A towering, ink-black divine form stood proudly behind Qin Yun. His arms crossed over his chest, muscles coiled like writhing dragons. The gaze swept upward, revealing a pitch-black expanse where his neck should be utterly devoid of anything. He had no head. Yet even headless, his form remained as majestic as a towering mountain, commanding awe simply by standing there. Xingtian, the ancient god who once clashed with the Yellow Emperor, remained standing even after his head was severed. Since then, he had survived with his own breasts as eyes and his navel as a mouth, wielding an axe in one hand and a shield in the other. Unwavering in valor, he fought to the death. Who could stand against such a war god? Boom! A powerful gust of wind uprooted all the giant trees around them. The spirit-winged white tiger's eyes narrowed as currents of air surged around its body. The wind element roared with pent-up energy, ready to burst forth at any moment. The spirit-winged white tiger sensed the opponent's killing intent. As the king of all beasts in the jungle, it tolerates no provocation. Whoosh! A torrent of wind surged. In an instant, the spirit-winged white tiger closed the distance. Its claws, sharp as blades, carried hundreds of wind blades as it struck down at Qin Yun. With its battle-hardened experience, it struck with a lethal move from the start. Qin Yun did not dodge. He merely raised his right hand, shielding himself with a battered shield. Boom! The claws, sharp enough to slice through iron like mud, collided with the shield, hundreds of wind blades tearing through everything in their path. The violet energy swirled the surrounding air, kicking up clouds of dust that obscured all vision. The spirit-winged white tiger's claws could slice through iron like mud. Even tanks of equal level might struggle to withstand them. Moreover, possessing the bloodline of the wind god, it could freely command wind elements, boasting both remarkable speed and devastating attacks. Such a head-on collision would be too much even for us. Qin Yun should avoid the sharp edge and play the long game. The principals watching the livestream in Gucheng couldn't help but rub their temples and sigh. Old Chen and Old Fong merely smiled without comment. For ordinary people, their judgment was sound. But Qin Yun was no ordinary man. He had once sent a deep-sea demon whale flying with a single punch before their very eyes. From that day onward, Old Master Fong no longer believed any beast could match Qin Yun's strength. A mere white tiger dares to strike first? It was practically begging for death. As the dust cleared, the white tiger leapt out, flapping its wings to hover in midair. Its right claw was already drenched in blood. Not only had that strike failed to breach Qin Yun's defenses, but the intense recoil had severed its limb. All the headmasters stared wide-eyed, utterly unable to believe what they were seeing. Was this still the spirit-winged white tiger? What colossal beast would ever injure itself from the recoil? In an instant, all eyes turned back to Qin Yun. There he stood, axe in his left hand, shield raised in his right. Not only was he unscathed, but not a single claw mark marred his shield. That couldn't be right. The axe and shield in Qin Yun's hands were battered and broken, with dozens of chips and cracks visible. They seemed ready to fall apart at the slightest movement. How could they possibly have withstood the spirit-winged white tiger's strike? But why couldn't it? Xing Tian, the ancient war god himself, had wielded axe and shield through countless battles. Every foe he faced was stronger than the spirit-winged white tiger. Not just the enemies themselves, but even their pets were stronger than this thing. In battle, those foes wielded divine artifacts, unleashing earth-shattering might with every strike leveling entire mountain ranges was routine. In battles of such magnitude, how could Xing Tian's weapons be anything but extraordinary? Forget the spirit-winged white tiger. Even if you brought a hell dragon here and had it pound this shield with all its might hundreds of times, it wouldn't break. Qin Yun remained oblivious to the principal's thoughts. Infused with Xing Tian's aura, his battle fervor now burned fiercely, his eyes fixed solely on the white tiger as his sole enemy. Xing Tian's divine form exuded a wisp of black mist, infusing the axe. The axe seemed to come alive, shrieking and roaring within Qin Yun's mind. It craved blood. It could scarcely wait to cleave the enemy before it in two. Ink-black energy surged through his entire body. Qin Yun swung his right arm, bringing the axe down in a single strike. Split the mountain. Boom! The ink-black energy coalesced into a colossal axe, striking straight toward the white tiger in the sky. Heaven and earth seemed to freeze, all existence falling silent under the might of this single blow. The spirit-winged white tiger was startled, flapping its wings frantically to evade. But the bloodthirsty intent had already locked onto it, chilling its entire body as if plunged into an ice cave. There was no chance to evade. Roar! If evasion is impossible, then let's fight to the death. The bloodlust of the king of beasts ignited. The spirit-winged white tiger let out a furious roar, stirring all the air currents around it into a whirlwind that charged toward the giant axe. Chapter 54, Realm of Slaughter. The axe blade cleaved into the storm. They say human strength cannot overcome nature. But there's an ancient Chinese saying, man conquers heaven. If man can conquer heaven, then what is impossible for the gods? Boom! A crimson shockwave erupted from the giant axe at the storm's eye, instantly shattering and calming the tempest. Under the terrified gaze of the spirit-winged white tiger, the axe came crashing down. Rip! The tearing sound echoed through the forest. In panic, the spirit-winged white tiger hastily retracted its wings to shield itself. Its wings, hard as steel, could withstand any attack below level 40. Yet before the axe's edge, they felt as flimsy as paper. Blood spilled at the first contact, and moments later, both wings were cleanly severed. Thud! The spirit-winged white tiger's wings were forcibly severed, its body hurled away by a colossal force, crashing into several trees before finally coming to a halt. Brilliant! Watching the spectacle, Old Master Fawn let out a hearty laugh, cheering without a care for his dignity. Repelling the spirit-winged white tiger with a single strike, this is the true form of a pride of Huaxia. The principals exchanged stunned glances, speechless with shock. They knew Qin Yun was formidable and had witnessed his slaughter of the 4 dragons. But he wasn't in a god-possessed state now. How could he still be this powerful? Where exactly were his limits? Has our Gulong city truly produced a national-level talent? Though unaware of the full situation, the principal's eyes burned with intensity. Worries fell silent as they fixed their gaze steadily on the screen. Arg! The white tiger let out a piercing roar, its tiger eyes blazing with uncontrollable fury as it locked onto the human before it. Both of its wings were snapped clean in half at the middle, with only 1/3 of each wing still hanging limply from its back. Never since its birth had it suffered such severe wounds. It must make its enemy pay. A pale green energy swirled, coalescing into layers of air currents that swirled around the white tiger. The spirit-winged white tiger fixed its gaze on Qin Yun, then tore at the air before it with a claw. Dimensional wind rift. A passageway forged from wind elements stood before them. Unlike the elusive and unpredictable spatial elements. Yet this passage could amplify its speed to the extreme, achieving the effect of instantaneous movement. Remember, in martial arts, speed is the ultimate defense. The faster the speed, the stronger the attack. The white tiger leapt into the passage. While its afterimage lingered on the ground, it had already soared into the sky, its claws slamming down toward Qin Yun's head. A direct hit would have splattered red and white across the ground. Fortunately, its murderous intent was so palpable that Qin Yun was already prepared. His left shield was raised high above his head, while his axe, now shrouded in crimson, seized the moment to unleash a mountain-splitting strike. Swish! The expected outcome failed to materialize. The tiger's claw did not land on the shield, and Qin Yun's precisely timed strike also missed its mark. In the next instant, the white tiger lunged from the side, striking toward Qin Yun's back. Boom! A terrifying force instantly sent Qin Yun flying. Windspeaker's talent. By sensing air currents, the white tiger could anticipate its opponent's next move. By traversing dimensional wind fissures, it not only evaded Qin Yun's assault but seized the opportunity to counterattack. As the guardian boss of the jungle, the spirit-winged white tiger truly lived up to its reputation. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as distant trees toppled. Qin Yun emerged from the gaping hole he'd blasted through, scratching his head in embarrassment. He had underestimated the spirit-winged white tiger. This colossal beast was not only of a lower rank than himself, but its bloodline also paled in comparison to the previous dragon, so he hadn't taken it seriously. That was a mistake. The battlefield tolerates no carelessness. Even the weakest beasts possessed unique traits, and at times, they could pose a life-threatening danger. Fortunately, after summoning the divine Xingtian, his physical strength had been drastically enhanced. Not only could he withstand a direct hit from the white tiger, but he wouldn't even be at a disadvantage in unarmed combat with it. Qin Yun's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on the white tiger once more. Swish! The dimensional rift opened once more. The white tiger left behind a fleeting afterimage as its form vanished before his eyes. Thud! Qin Yun spun, thrusting his shield backward to meet the white tiger's lunging strike. Before Qin Yun could retaliate, the white tiger vanished once more, lurking within the howling winds, waiting for its next opportunity. This ability to teleport was truly troublesome. However, Qin Yun could sense the white tiger's attack direction through its killing intent, allowing him to block the strike in time. Therefore, as long as he could wear down the white tiger, waiting for its energy to deplete and its speed to slow, that would be his chance to strike back and finish it. But Qin Yun had no intention of wasting time on it. For more terrains lay ahead, waiting for him to explore. He must finish this quickly. The Xingtian Dharma form behind Qin Yun released its grip. Though headless, the expression on his chest radiated authority. Xingtian knelt on one knee, his right fist clenched and aimed at the ground. A fist slammed down. Boom! A crimson-black vortex erupted from the earth, transforming into a swarm of sparks that filled the surrounding space. The white tiger felt his vision shift. Before him was no longer a forest, but a desolate, blood-soaked ancient battlefield. Severed limbs sprouted from the ground like weeds, while mountains of corpses burned fiercely, illuminating rivers formed by pooled blood. This was Xingtian's domain of slaughter. Within this domain, the intent to kill would invade an enemy's mind, transforming them into a battle-crazed madman. Here, there was no escape, only a fight to the death. The white tiger's heart trembled. Gazing upon this battlefield resembling a living hell, it felt fear for the very first time. Here, it was no longer the king of beasts, not even a pampered pet. No! No! Must leave. Staying here would truly mean death. The white tiger desperately summoned wind elements, attempting to create a dimensional rift for its escape. But the surrounding elements lay utterly still, offering no response whatsoever. This can't be. He was a descendant of the wind god, how could he fail to command the wind elements? White tiger panicked. He relentlessly unleashed skill after skill, even resorting to the life-draining apocalyptic storm, yet not a single ripple stirred. Yes, within Xingtian's domain, magic was forbidden. Forget wind elements here, no elemental magic could be summoned. Only melee combat remained. Xingtian, the ancient god, forged his reputation as a war god through countless battles. The domain he created mirrored those ancient wars, only cold steel could clash within it. Qin Yun released his shield, hoisted his axe, and with a grin, charged toward the white tiger. Influenced by Xingtian's killing intent, his own battle spirit blazed within him. Crash! The panicked white tiger couldn't react in time. A single axe blow struck its forepaw, shattering the sturdy bone with the blade's edge. The entire limb flew off. The stench of blood grew heavier. Roar! The white tiger roared in fury, baring its fangs, ready to tear into Qin Yun. Not only could it not escape, but the killing intent within the domain affected it. Now it only wanted to tear the human before it to shreds. Alas, before the war god Xingtian, it was no match even for a cat. Qin Yun delivered a knee strike, his formidable physique striking the white tiger squarely on the jaw, forcing it to snap its jaws shut. Meanwhile, the axe in Qin Yun's right hand was already aimed squarely at the white tiger's neck. The blade came down. The massive tiger head flew high into the air. Chapter 55, Opportunity in the Desert. 2 moves and it was done? Qin Yun's combat experience is incredibly rich. Given that he consistently ranked first in every subject at school, this performance comes as no surprise. It seems he has a real shot at cracking the national top 100. At the Divine Eagle Plaza, the principals couldn't help but marvel once more. Though Gulong City was no pushover, it lacked major clans. Its best historical ranking had only reached 832nd place. This year, Li Kan had pulled strings to bring Li Weiguo's daughter to Guqingol for the sake of climbing higher in the rankings.
Now it seems Qin Yun has become the greatest hope. Ding! Defeated level 35 Spirit Winged White Tiger. Experience, 25,000. Incense points, 105. Ding! Dropped materials, Spirit Winged White Tiger Teeth x5, Feathers x10.
The numbers on the wristwatch began to jump, finally settling at 375 points.
This tiger yielded 350 points. Boss level beasts grant 10 times the points of ordinary beasts.
His current ranking stood at 1,372nd place.
Qin Yun was secretly startled.
It seemed there were quite a few students who had killed the boss. Brother Qin, you've really gone all out this year. The number of jungle bosses must exceed 10,000. Indeed, the age of raw talents demands trials worthy of its name.
But jungle bosses won't hold them back.
In the council hall, the 5 elders watched the screen with satisfied expressions, murmuring in quiet admiration. Deep within the jungle, Li Qingyue flashed past, her Valkyrie aura radiating behind her. Her longsword hummed with dragon-like resonance as it cleaved a blocking rhinoceros in two. Not far away, a colossal tree crashed to the ground. Beneath it, the silhouette of a dragon flickered, leaving only the carcass of a white-haired boar in its wake. Further away, the sky was shrouded in black smoke, its eerie shadows casting a grim pall over the surroundings. The area seemed plunged into the underworld, with ominous ghostly flames rising above, where dozens of red wolves rotted away. Boom! Sword energy sliced through the jungle, cleaving every tree in its path clean in two. A single strike created a vacuum hundreds of meters wide.
The surrounding students exchanged horrified glances, their hearts still pounding.
They immediately turned and fled, terrified of provoking this god of slaughter. Chen Tianzi glided through the air like an immortal, his footsteps leaving lotus blossoms in their wake. With no living thing left to obstruct him, he traversed the jungle in mere strides.
Heh, he's so powerful. Behind Chen Tianzi, a towering figure over 20 meters tall stood above the jungle canopy.
It was the little giant from before, his body having grown even larger during the battle.
At his feet lay a black ape, its skull shattered. Let's go, Ah Xing.
Perched on the giant's shoulder sat a girl, swinging her legs with a cheerful expression as she pointed toward the distance.
All right.
Heavy footsteps echoed through the jungle as the giant's figure sprinted toward the horizon. Qin Yun gradually reached the edge of the jungle. The jungle was vast, taking him nearly half a day to traverse. By the time he reached the desert, dusk was approaching. The moment he stepped into the desert, the heat surged up in waves, and sweat poured from his forehead without stopping. Fortunately, Xingtian's body was already impervious to heat and cold, so trekking through the desert posed no problem. Climbing a sand dune, Qin Yun scanned the horizon once more. The white expanse he had glimpsed earlier was a snowfield, forming a stark boundary against the desert landscape.
Now he understood, these 5 environments formed concentric rings.
The inner rings were smaller, increasing the likelihood of encountering other participants. Dusk had fallen, and the sun slowly sank along the horizon. The golden afterglow bathed the desert in a radiant glow, making it appear as if it were made of gold. Qin Yun located several towering rocks, tested the wind direction, and set up camp in the lee to rest. With few natural barriers in the desert, venturing out at night would leave them exposed to the giant beasts. Rushing ahead was not a wise strategy. With plenty of time ahead, Qin Yun felt no urgency. He pulled out some dry rations from his backpack, lit a campfire, and watched as the night gradually thickened.
This must be the place, right? Hey, someone's actually made a fire.
A cheerful girl's voice drifted from the distance. Qin Yun raised his torch and looked up. A blue bird was slowly walking toward him.
Wasn't that the ice phoenix from earlier?
Qin Yun activated his profession without a flicker of emotion, concealing his weapon beneath his hand, ready to strike at any moment.
Hello? Anyone there? Anyone?
Under Qin Yun's watchful gaze, a young girl peeked out from behind the blue bird. Petite in stature and delicate in features, she would have been mistaken for a child were it not for the national trials age restriction of 18.
Hello.
Qin Yun stepped out of the shadows and greeted her.
Wow, you're a hottie. Handsome guy, can I crash at your place tonight?
The girl clasped her hands under her chin, batting her large eyes in a pitiful manner.
Qin Yun didn't refuse, pointing to his tent. Sure, but I'm staying here.
You'll have to find your own spot nearby.
No problem.
The girl hopped to the front of the campfire, holding out her small hands to warm them while swinging her feet back and forth. Bing Feng didn't follow her in, instead guarding the perimeter, her gaze fixed on Qin Yun.
Handsome, which clan are you from? I don't think I've seen you before. I don't belong to any clan. Qin Yun answered the girl's question while roasting his dry rations. Wow. You made it out of the jungle on your first day without a family? You're so amazing, handsome guy. I'm from the Zhang family of the imperial capital. Just call me Xin. Qin Yun offered little else in reply.
Though the girl before him appeared charming, one capable of commanding a colossal beast like a phoenix was clearly no ordinary person. Zhang Xinxin gave an involuntary pout before her eyes lit up, fixated on the food in Qin Yun's hands.
You. Yay. Thanks, handsome.
No sooner had Qin Yun spoken than Zhang Xinxin, like a little kitten, snatched the food from his hand and took a big bite.
The girl's overly lively demeanor left Qin Yun feeling slightly unsettled. He had no choice but to pull out more food from his backpack and heat it over the fire. Hee. You're such a nice guy. How about Qin Yun tells you some good news? What?
Qin Yun raised an eyebrow and looked at the girl. Zhang Xinxin held food in her left hand to her mouth while pointing with her right hand beneath her.
Down there are ruins. Ruins? Yeah, didn't you know, handsome? The national trials aren't just about giant beasts, there are also opportunities to be found.
Like the ruins in the desert or the sacred altars in the snowfields.
Except for the jungle, the other 4 locations all hold rewards. Would you like to join me in exploring them? Zhang Xinxin's words left Qin Yun speechless. He hadn't heard about this before.
After all, opportunities like these are rare and unpredictable.
Who would abandon the trial to search for rewards? You mean, right below us?
Yes, handsome, you're in luck, you're resting directly above the ruins.
If I'm not mistaken, directly below us lies a pyramid.
Within it, a god slumbers.
Chapter 56, Ruins. Treasure hunting rat? A god? Qin Yun's pupils dilated in shock.
As the heir to the divine lineage of China, he bore the hopes of countless deities' revival upon his shoulders. He truly believed in the existence of gods.
Now you tell me a god slumbers within that pyramid? Then it couldn't possibly be a Chinese god. Could this world harbor the presence of outer gods? Hee.
Zhang Xinxin stuck out her little tongue, looking like she'd let something slip.
Just kidding, handsome. It's just a legend, but there are plenty of treasures inside. Want to come with Qin Yun?
Qin Yun recovered from his surprise and looked at the girl. But whether it was legend or not, he had to go and see for himself.
I'm in. Alright, then let's rest up tonight and head out first thing tomorrow morning.
Qin Yun nodded his head in agreement.
The desert night was thick and heavy. Amidst the endless darkness, red eyes kept appearing clearly. The desert's giant beasts were beginning their hunt under cover of night.
Qin Yun intended to keep watch, but Zhang Xinxin stopped him. She pointed at the ice phoenix, explaining that as long as Little Blue radiated its aura, no giant beast would dare to challenge them.
Indeed, the phoenix's racial aura was no less formidable than that of the dragon clan.
How interesting, a young girl from the Zhang family, and she actually crossed paths with Qin Yun.
Ha, I even held this little girl in my arms back in the day. Last time I saw old Zhang, he couldn't stop gushing about his granddaughter.
Never imagined she'd grown so tall already.
That ice phoenix's bloodline is remarkably pure, only a final stage boss could possibly withstand it.
Yes, but that's part of her strength that doesn't constitute a foul. Qin Yun emphasized meticulously, his face brimming with interest. The more geniuses there are, the happier Qin Yun Academy will be. That girl from the Li family is quite something, traveling alone at night. Indeed. To cleave through a dragon-scale mole's defenses with a single strike, whatever weapon she wields, is truly extraordinary. Legendary grade Li Weigua really spared no expense. He couldn't possibly afford a legendary weapon. This was given by Qin Yun, apparently found during the East Sea trials. The elder in the know shared the information with everyone. Inside the Dragon Palace? This kid keeps surprising us. Could it be he scooped up all the rewards from this dungeon too? That seems unlikely. Qin Yun waved the map in his hand. The locations where we placed items are quite hidden, and many are trap boxes. Some rewards are even guarded by behemoths. You'd better gauge your strength before trying to claim them. Besides, there are several ruins scattered throughout the dungeon. Even following the map, we'd struggle to find them, let alone these kids. Qin Yun spoke with confidence, leaving old Su, who knew the ins and outs, smiling silently. The night passed without incident. The sun rose lazily above the horizon. Qin Yun opened his eyes, adjusted his attire, and stepped out of the tent. The campfire had died out. The icebird lay nearby, a small head poking out from beneath its wings. Zhang Xinxin hadn't set up camp. Instead, she had slept nestled in the icebird's embrace. Hearing the movement, the icebird opened its eyes and gently shook the girl in its embrace. It's morning already. The girl rubbed her sleepy eyes, slowly sat up, and stretched lazily toward the sky. After breakfast, the two packed up their gear. It's right down here. Handsome, could you help me break through? The girl blinked her eyes, her pleading gaze fixed on Qin Yun. Hearing this, the ice phoenix took a step back, signaling its own helplessness. As a phoenix, it had no desire to engage in such menial tasks. Qin Yun stared intently into the girl's eyes for a full 2 minutes, confirming she wasn't lying. Then, with a sigh, he summoned his fire-tipped spear and aimed it at the ground. Thankfully, Nezha was asleep. If he found out Qin Yun was using his weapon to dig, he'd be furious. Nezha's divine form gradually rose, its explosive flames causing the ice phoenix to grow wary, even flapping its wings as if ready to flee at any moment. Zhang Xinxin's playful expression vanished, replaced for the first time by a look of genuine seriousness. Crimson gold energy surged from Qin Yun's hands into the spear, forming a colossal phantom that made the shaft appear magnified dozens of times over. The spear shot from his hand, vanishing into the clouds in an instant. Qin Yun's expression turned fierce as his right hand slammed downward. Above the heavens, a spear plummeted like a meteorite, its supersonic speed compressing the air and triggering continuous explosions. Boom! Qin Yun opened his palm, unleashing a crimson gold energy shield that protected both Zhang Xinxin and himself. The spear crashed before them, its violent impact stirring up a whirlwind that shattered a distant sand dune, scattering countless grains of sand into the wind. When the dust settled, a dark, cavernous crater came into view. Yes. You're so strong, handsome. Don't forget to protect me later. Zhang Xinxin waved at the ice phoenix, who obediently flew over, allowing her to place her hand on its head. Under Qin Yun's astonished gaze, the ice phoenix's body slowly shrank until it was no bigger than a fist, resembling a tiny blue chick. The miniature ice phoenix flapped its wings, perched on the girl's shoulder, and half closed its eyes in boredom. Noticing Qin Yun's gaze, Zhang Xinxin made a fist with 4 fingers, pointed her thumb at herself, and declared, S-Class, Level 38 Beast Tamer. Qin Yun's expression shifted slightly, but he remained silent. Seeing Qin Yun didn't introduce himself, Zhang Xinxin puffed out her cheeks in a huff and strode ahead to the deep pit. I'm going first. With that, the girl leaped down. Qin Yun said nothing more and followed her down. Dark. Pitch black. So dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. The first sensation Qin Yun felt upon touching the ground was the darkness. He hastily drew his fire-tip spear, summoning flames to illuminate the surroundings. I'm here. The girl waved at Qin Yun, pointing toward a wall not far away. There's a wall lamp over there. You can light it. Hearing this, Qin Yun leaped toward the wall, where a row of crevices came into view. It wasn't an ordinary lamp, but rather a groove-like structure filled with a pitch-black liquid. Qin Yun transferred his flame, and the liquid instantly burst into blazing flames, spreading across all 4 walls. The light illuminated everything. Qin Yun scanned the surroundings, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Sloping limestone walls rose on all sides, flickering in the shifting light, their joints as fine as hair. The space where the two stood was empty, yet passageways opened on all sides. Their interiors were deep and dark, concealing what lay beyond. Just as expected. Where could it be? Zhang Xinxin narrowed her eyes, studying the passages in all directions. Finally, she rubbed her temples and shot Qin Yun a wary glance. Hey, handsome, how about we split up and see what we find? No way. It's too dark in here. Looks dangerous. I need to stay close to protect you. Qin Yun picked up his weapon and stood guard beside Zhang Xinxin like a bodyguard. He wasn't stupid. If Zhang Xinxin could find this place, she must possess some kind of insider treasure hunting ability. He had no intention of being her digging tool. Seeing she couldn't fool him, Zhang Xinxin flipped her hand, revealing a tiny mouse. Qin Yun's pupils contracted, his breathing becoming strained. He had seen this mouse in the myths of China. Wasn't this the treasure-seeking rat? Chapter 57, The Giant Scorpion of the Sand Sea, the Ice Phoenix reveals its might. The treasure-seeking mouse, a small creature frequently appearing in the Chinese mythological system. Some unofficial histories even claimed that the Buddha's true form was that of a treasure-seeking rat. It appears in every era of Chinese mythology, serving but one purpose: to seek treasures. To encounter one in this era was quite unexpected for Qin Yun. As if sensing Qin Yun's astonished gaze, the treasure-seeking mouse poked its little head out. Its brown nose twitched rhythmically, and the look it gave him was clearly more complex. But Zhang Xinxin seemed oblivious, nearly moving her lips as she murmured something softly. The treasure-seeking mouse leapt from her hand, its 4 tiny paws scurrying forward. Zhang Xinxin followed behind the treasure-seeking rat as a surge of energy slowly rose. The aura was mysterious, one even Qin Yun had never encountered. He shed Nezha's divine form and once again summoned the god Xingtian. After all, within Xingtian's realm of slaughter, no strange or unusual abilities could be utilized. The two followed the treasure-seeking rat, strolling through the desert ruins. Fortunately, the black liquid flowed throughout the entire ruins, casting flickering light everywhere, allowing them to see their surroundings clearly. The ruins were vast. Qin Yun and his companion had already passed through 3 gateways, yet they still hadn't encountered a single living creature. Suddenly, the treasure-seeking rat halted abruptly. Qin Yun darted past, his shield blocking the path before the treasure-seeking rat. Boom! The powerful impact sent Qin Yun reeling back several steps. Fortunately, the treasure rat had already taken the opportunity to flee, otherwise it would surely have been crushed into mincemeat. Qin Yun exerted all his strength, causing the shield to vibrate with crimson ripples. The terrifying killing intent made the approaching figure stumble back 2 steps. As he lowered his shield, Qin Yun finally got a clear look at the creature before him. Its body was grayish-yellow, stretching over 10 meters long, with massive pincers like giant hammers. LV-33, Sand Sea Giant Scorpion. Handsome, need a hand? Zhang Xinxin cradled the treasure-seeking rat in her arms, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the scorpion ahead. A level 33 common giant beast doesn't require both of us to fight it. No need. Qin Yun didn't turn back, merely channeling his axe to meet the charging giant scorpion head-on. A terrifying aura of slaughter, carrying explosive energy, shattered the giant scorpion's 2 pincers as they struck. The scorpion's mind barely registered the thought of retreat before the overflowing blade sliced it clean in 2.
1 strike, 1 kill. Clang. Defeated 1 Sand Sea Giant Scorpion LV 33. Experience 20,000. Incense points 99. Ding. Dropped material, Sand Sea Giant Scorpion Tail X1.
With the system's notification chime, Qin Yun's wrist-mounted scoreboard registered an additional 66 points.
In this trial, beasts below level 30 yield points equal to their level. Beasts above level 30 granted double the points per level. For boss-level beasts, points were 10 times their level. Zhang Xinxin clapped excitedly from behind. Awesome, bro. You handle the ones behind us too, right? The ones behind?
Qin Yun froze, glancing behind the giant scorpion's corpse. In the flickering firelight, a pair of eyes suddenly snapped open.
Damn it! We've stumbled right into their nest. Qin Yun didn't hesitate.
He sheathed his weapon and shielded Zhang Xinxin with his body. He could fight. But Qin Yun wasn't about to be the sucker.
Zhang Xinxin pouted. Brother, do I look like I could beat them? Yes. You. Qin Yun's attitude infuriated Zhang Xinxin.
She clenched her teeth and kicked out at him. But Qin Yun was quick and she missed her target.
Zhang Xinxin's lips puffed out even more.
Stamping her foot in frustration, she saw the giant scorpions closing in and finally couldn't hold back any longer. The miniature ice phoenix on her shoulder flapped its wings and soared above the scorpion swarm. In the next instant, an extreme chill surged forth. Screech! Accompanied by a piercing cry, the ice phoenix reverted to its original form. The biting cold surged like a torrent, sweeping through the surroundings and plunging the temperature to freezing.
This temperature? This wasn't a desert anymore. It was more like an ice field.
The scorpion swarm, long accustomed to extreme heat, had never endured such cold. Their bodies instantly stiffened, and even their exoskeletons were coated with a thin layer of frost.
Icefall. Zhang Xinxin uttered the words coldly, her eyes now dotted with icy blue, all traces of earlier playfulness vanished.
The ice phoenix flapped its wings, expelling a hazy blue mist from its beak that filled the higher reaches of the ruins. The blue mist coalesced into clouds, within which razor-sharp ice spikes crystallized.
In the next instant, countless ice spikes plummeted downward. Boom! The already densely packed giant scorpions had nowhere to dodge, forced to brace themselves for the impact. But with impure bloodlines and low-tier status, how could they possibly stand a chance against the king of beasts? Soon, the ice spikes pierced through the giant scorpion's exoskeleton. Thud! Amidst a series of loud noises, the giant scorpion was struck by the ice spikes, spurting dark green blood that splattered everywhere. Seeing this, Qin Yun inwardly gasped. This young lady from the Zhang family was certainly not as harmless as she appeared. But the sand scorpions were numerous. Several evaded the ice spikes and closed in on Zhang Xinxin, swinging their pincers at her. Beastmasters primarily focused on controlling beasts, leaving their own defenses practically non-existent. If struck, even the most stubborn Zhang Xinxin wouldn't survive. Bang! Qin Yun moved. His long axe blocked the claws, while his left shield thrust forward violently. Crimson energy erupted, knocking all the oncoming scorpions to the ground. Qin Yun planted his foot, leaping upward as his massive axe split into multiple blades, all aimed at the head of the lone giant crab remaining. The axe blade descended. Crack! The giant crab's head burst open like an overripe watermelon beneath the axe's blow. As the sound faded, the ice phoenix flapped its wings, scattering the corpses beneath it before landing on the clean ground. Not a single sand scorpion remained alive. No wonder old Zhang treats her like a precious treasure. This girl truly has what it takes to carry the Zhang family banner. A single casual strike wiped out the entire beast horde. Our earlier assessment of her had been far too low. Mind you, this ice phoenix is merely one of the beasts she's revealed. She likely has many more hidden cards up her sleeve. Take a closer look at that mouse in her hand. I specifically looked it up. It's actually an extinct treasure-seeking rat. A treasure-seeking rat? Does that mean she could uncover every treasure in the trial grounds? Within the Imperial Capital's council chamber, several figures exchanged stunned glances. Even those accustomed to witnessing prodigies found their hearts surging with awe. Qin Yun remained composed. Let her search. Since Xianyuan Academy has given her permission, we can afford the cost. The elders all smiled faintly. None of them were stingy. They had already offered many valuable items during the national trials. For them, hoarding heavenly treasures and earthen gems for a lifetime held no meaning. Entrusting them to the next generation was the true path. The treasure-seeking rat scrambled back down his shoulder, its forehooves scurrying as it searched for direction. It won't lead us to another colossal beast, will it? Qin Yun sheathed his weapon, muttering under his breath. Zhang Xinxin shot him a glance, her lips twitching. Haven't you heard? The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Boom! A deafening explosion cut off Zhang Xinxin's words. Her mouth fell open as her pupils suddenly contracted. Before the treasure-seeking rat, a colossal dragon coiled in the air. Chapter 58, Hidden Treasure, Crimson Desert Dragon. Bad omen. Zhang Xinxin shot Qin Yun a glare, and the ice phoenix before her instantly readied itself for battle. The treasure-seeking rat scurried to Zhang Xinxin's ear, its tiny mouth twitching, causing her expression to grow even more solemn. Qin Yun, equally alert, scanned the towering Dragon King. Scarlet Desert Dragon. Level 44. HP 60,000. Attack 1800. Talent Dragon's Might. Dragons can command and control lesser races.
Talent Sand Crown Sovereign controls all sand and stone within a kilometer radius, capable of transforming any rock or metal it touches into quicksand at will. Talent Mirage Form. Body alternates between tangible and intangible states in the desert, granting a 50% chance for physical attacks to pass through. Skill Desert Tempest summons a sandstorm dealing 190 cutting damage and 60 suffocation damage per second for 15 seconds. Skill Quicksand Dragon's Wrath plunges both claws into the ground, creating a massive quicksand vortex that forcibly pulls enemies within range and deals 320 crush damage. Skill Scarlet Sand Dragon Flame. Scales absorb desert heat energy and convert it into flames, imparting a burning effect to attacks 120 fire damage per second. Skill Mirage Legion consumes 30 energy to resurrect powerful foes devoured within the past century as sand puppets, inheriting 70% of their former combat power until the sandstorm ceases. Terrifying. The Dragon King's abilities before us can only be described as terrifying. It's only level 40 and hasn't fully matured yet. If it reaches level 90 unimpeded, even a demon dragon would likely give it wide berth. Fortunately, it was in slumber. Even the treasure-seeking rat had caused such a commotion, yet it remained frozen in its original posture. Qin Yun gave Zhang Xinxin a hand signal, indicating they should pass by it. Zhang Xinxin shook her head and pointed beneath the dragon's body. Qin Yun's eyes immediately flashed with gravity. Clearly, this colossal dragon was the guardian of this ancient site. What kind of treasure could possibly warrant a dragon's protection? Inside the conference hall, everyone's expressions grew tense. Red Desert Sand Dragon, Old Ing, you Qin Yun Academy folks sure know how to make a grand gesture bringing in an actual dragon. A level 44 Dragon King is powerful enough to be the final boss, yet you placed it in the desert region. This is the Dragon King of the desert. Its power must be amplified several times over in this environment. Old Ing, what exactly is hidden beneath this? Don't tell me you've brought out all your legendary weapons? The crowd murmured, all eyes fixed on Principal Qin Yun before them. Yet Ing Yuanwu's expression was complex, his eyes flitting with alarm. These were men who wouldn't bat an eye at a mountain collapsing before them. Why such a reaction? No. This isn't ours. I remember every location in the trial perfectly. The treasures in this desert ruin were guarded by those scorpions. When we surveyed the site years ago, there was no underground level. And certainly not this dragon. What? The voices of several people rose in unison. Ing Yuanwu had presided over the trials for decades without a single mistake. They had seen this ruin before and assumed the new level was deliberately arranged by Ing Yuanwu. Now you're telling me you didn't know about this layer? How could such a thing possibly happen? Yet the evidence was staring them in the face. Recall them. Get them out immediately. Old Su dared not take this lightly. Forget about Qin Yun. Zhang Xinxin was the Zhang family's precious treasure. If anything happened to her, old Master Zhang would tear Qin Yun Academy to shreds. Ing Yuanwu immediately manipulated his energy, actively teleporting the two out. But no matter what he tried, he couldn't detect their presence. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Impossible. This couldn't be happening. Ing Yuanwu grew frantic. He'd never imagined such an accident could occur. Yuanwu. Calm down. Old Su barked sharply, and the entire council chamber fell deathly silent. Could this be an array? An elderly man stared at the shattered ground on the screen, where rows of intricate patterns stood out starkly among the rubble. An array? Everyone's gaze swept toward it, their brows furrowing involuntarily. It was indeed an array. It must be the treasure-seeking rat's special ability that activated this hidden space. It shielded them from external perception, making it impossible to pull the two out. Under these circumstances, the life-saving devices on their bodies wouldn't activate either. Once they died, there would be no way to rescue them. The trial enforces strict age restrictions. We cannot enter to assist. Can we contact everyone around them? Get everyone to rush to their aid. Foolish. If these two can't handle it, sending others is just sending them to their deaths. An argument erupted among the five of them, a scene unseen in decades. Silence. Old Su's stern rebuke silenced the room. Qin Yun had slain a dragon's offspring. Zhang Xinxin's ice phoenix was hardly weaker than a dragon. If the two of them worked together, they were not impossible to defeat. We sons of China, who defy heaven itself, fear neither life nor death. Since they choose to fight, they have accepted the consequences. There is no need for concern. Should they perish, I shall personally bow before Elder Zhang to apologize. Su Lao's words carried such weight that the entire crowd fell silent. The situation had unfolded beyond their control. They could only let events take their course. Now, all we can do is place our faith in the pride of Huaxia. Within the ruins, Qin Yun summoned his weapon and murmured softly. If we must fight, hold nothing back. Zhang Xinxin nodded solemnly. The colossal dragon before them stood at a formidable level 44, and they were fighting on its home turf. There was no room for holding back. I'll draw its attention.
You handle the attack. Ice blue flared in Zhang Xinxin's eyes once more.
The ice phoenix flapped its wings and soared upward, its body swelling until it matched the colossal dragon's size. As the pinnacle of colossal beasts, they were meant to be as vast as mountains, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun.
Good. Qin Yun unleashed his full might.
The Xingtian phantom surged forth, pitch-black energy activating every fiber of his flesh, pushing his physical strength to its peak. The axe and shield were now swirling with crimson, unleashing a savage, bloodthirsty killing intent. With the first strike, both were prepared to finish the fight. The ice phoenix circled overhead, its crystalline feathers coalescing into azure energy that blossomed into beautiful lotus flowers in the sky.
Ice lotus. Funeral. Boom.
The ice lotus bloomed, filling the entire space with a sky full of blossoms. Infinite chill swept over his body. Even though Xingtian's physique was already impervious to heat and cold, he couldn't help but shiver. But it wasn't just the chill. Those lotus petals were razor-sharp, capable of effortlessly tearing through defenses and injecting the frigid energy into one's body.
Even Qin Yun, caught off guard, couldn't guarantee he wouldn't be injured by this strike.
Fortunately, Zhang Xinxin was now his ally. A smile played at Qin Yun's lips as the battle drums thundered in his heart. His massive axe was already shrouded in crimson, its frenzied killing intent locked onto the dragon.
Boom! He leapt into the air, the Xingtian Dharma form enveloping his form. He swung the axe high, charging toward the Dragon King with an unstoppable momentum. Just as he charged forward, amidst the blue and white lotus blossoms, a pair of brown eyes suddenly snapped open. Chimo Salon, awakened in fury. Chapter 59, I am the storm. Yet the assault had already commenced. Even awakened, it could not evade such a concentrated barrage. Ice lotus blossoms bloomed everywhere, shattering the dragon's protective scales while the chill seeped into its body, stiffening its movements. This axe strike it could not evade. Empowered by Xingtian's divine might, Qin Yun was confident he could sever the dragon's head with a single blow. But the dragon's form suddenly shifted, becoming transparent like an illusory mirage. Boom! The axe passed straight through the sand dragon, plunging into the ground and creating a deep crater with its terrifying impact. Mirage body. The innate skill of the Crimson Desert Sand Dragon. It renders its body as illusory as a mirage, granting a 50% chance to become immune to physical attacks. Facing a fatal strike, the Crimson Desert Sand Salamander activated its innate skill, successfully evading the attack. Qin Yun leaped out of the crater and landed beside Zhang Xinxin. The Ice Phoenix halted its assault, maintaining a combat stance while wary of the enraged Sand Dragon. Soon, the Sand Dragon's form became clear. Its scales shattered, blood gushing like a torrent. Its brown-yellow dragon body was now entirely crimson, a stark contrast to the dormant creature it had been moments before. It glared at the two before it, its eyes blazing with fury. No one wakes up happy after being disturbed, let alone after being beaten awake. Ha! Zhang Xinxin's smile faltered at the corners of her mouth before she spun around and hid behind Qin Yun. Dragon King, it was this handsome guy who beat you up. I'm just a defenseless little girl. Just beat him up, I'm innocent. The enraged Shalon fixed his gaze on Qin Yun. Qin Yun. Bro, go for it. You distract him while I take him down. I believe in you. Zhang Xinxin clenched her little fist, whispering encouragement to Qin Yun. You better be. Qin Yun rolled his eyes, drew his shield and axe, and charged head-on at the Dragon King. The Crimson Desert Sand Dragon wasted no words. With a furious roar, it whipped up the surrounding sand and gravel, condensing them into several sand and stone spears that lunged toward Qin Yun. Sand Crown King. The Dragon King, master of sand and stone, was virtually invincible in the desert. But before the war god Xingtian, who dared claim invincibility? Who dared claim undefeatable? Crimson killing intent surged into his shield. Qin Yun stepped forward, and the shield radiated a layer of jet-black energy, forming a massive energy shield before him. Qin Yun charged forward, the shield plowing through obstructing debris like a bulldozer, shattering each rock in its path. Not even the spears forged from sand could halt his advance. As the shield drew ever closer, Shalon's fury intensified. A bunch of hairless monkeys, daring to challenge the might of a dragon. Seeking death. With a roar, Shalong reared up, his dragon claws striking the shield head-on. As the pinnacle of the great beasts, the dragon clan surpassed their peers in attack, defense, and raw power. Few creatures could stand against them. Even a phoenix of equal stature would never dare to clash with a dragon in a test of raw strength. Boom! Unimaginable force sent waves of sand and dust flying, causing the entire structure to sway under the shockwave. The Ice Phoenix was forced to step back, spreading its wings to shield Zhang Xinxin from the impact. Zhang Xinxin's mouth opened slightly, her eyes flickering. As a member of the Great Clan, she had known the terrifying might of the Dragon Clan since childhood. But today, right before her eyes, someone was actually competing with the Dragon Clan in strength. And even prevail. As the human and the dragon stared in stunned silence, Qin Yun gritted his teeth and violently thrust his shield upward, shattering the delicate balance between them. The violent impact sent Shalong tumbling to the ground.
He rolled twice, crashing into a wall before finally coming to a halt.
Stronger than a dragon? Is this even human?
Zhang Xinxin covered her mouth with her hand, silently relieved. With Qin Yun holding the front line, slaying the dragon before them was only a matter of time.
Boom!
The dragon smashed through the falling debris and charged back toward the two.
Its gaze toward Qin Yun now held a hint of apprehension. This human was no ordinary being.
But as the ruler of the desert, it had no reason to lose. Roar! The sand dragon let out a furious roar, its claws plunging into the ground as the shifting sands before it began to swirl violently.
Sandy Dragon's Wrath.
The sand dragon manipulates the sand, creating a massive vortex that forcibly pulls enemies within its range and deals 320 crushing damage. Qin Yun felt the sand beneath his feet collapse, his body spinning uncontrollably with the vortex.
Trivial trick. Qin Yun roared in fury, stamping his right foot forward.
Jet black energy surged through his entire body, causing him to swell and grow to dozens of meters tall, halting only when he reached the size of a colossal dragon. The shifting sands beneath his feet hadn't even coalesced before he crushed them under his stomp, instantly nullifying the suction force. Seeing this, the sand dragon visibly faltered.
Yet facing the colossal Qin Yun, its ferocity remained undiminished.
It raised both claws, and all the shifting sands began to coalesce.
A storm erupted suddenly. A desert storm.
An extreme weather phenomenon in the desert. If one couldn't escape in time, there was no hope of survival. And Xiaolong had unleashed a natural disaster with a single move.
But who was Xingtian? An ancient god who fought for supremacy in the primordial era. He had fought countless wars. Didn't every one of them take place on the open battlefield? How could a mere sandstorm halt the iron hooves of an army? Qin Yun neither dodged nor retreated, instead donning Xingtian's armor to brace against the desert tempest.
Crackling and booming sounds echoed through the yellow wind as sand and stones, whipped by the storm, pelted his body like bullets.
Impulsive move, Qin Yun.
Enlarging himself like this in the midst of a sandstorm is practically suicide.
Compared to a desert storm, the sand and gravel controlled by the Dragon King must be denser and more terrifying.
How could Qin Yun just stand there and take it head-on? Finding some cover or at least ducking for a moment would have been wise. The principals of Ghoul City rubbed their temples, expressions pained.
With decades of teaching experience, they understood all too well that such impulsiveness was unwise.
But their students were, after all, ordinary people.
Qin Yun was no ordinary man.
With Xingtian's power upon him, how could he possibly fear the storm? Fate once whispered to the warrior, "You cannot withstand the storm."
But the warrior roared back at fate, "I am the storm."
Amidst swirling yellow sand, the giant clad in battle armor stepped out of the storm. Gravel covered his hair and body, yet failed to obscure those crimson eyes. Xingtian, his killing intent crystallized.
Qin Yun swung his colossal axe, its crimson hue mending every flaw. An ancient, weighty aura radiated outward, as if transporting all back to the primordial chaos of antiquity. Xiaolong never imagined this human could emerge from the sandstorm.
Panicked, he forcibly manipulated the sand, instantly forming a sand wall dozens of meters high to block the path. Still unsatisfied, Xiaolong unleashed its energy, clawing at the ground with both paws, attempting to burrow directly underground to evade. This power, it truly feared it. Even the pride of the dragon clan meant nothing to him. This was no longer a dragon.
It was more like a rat. Boom! The giant axe came crashing down. 2. Chapter 60, Phoenix plummets from the heavens slaying the colossal dragon. The axe blade cleaved through the air currents.
Its sheer mass generated terrifying heat as it descended, causing the entire blade to glow fiery red.
The frozen plains solidified.
Zhang Xinxin, stationed to support the attack, naturally gave the sand dragon no chance to escape.
The ice phoenix swiftly soared past Qin Yun, its long wings beating fiercely. Countless snowflakes fell to the earth, instantly transforming the sandy ground into a frozen layer.
The pit-digging sand dragon was stunned. Though its claws could break through the frozen layer, it couldn't match the speed of digging through sand.
The giant axe hung overhead, and its hole was barely halfway dug. Boom! The massive axe slammed into the sand wall. The wall couldn't withstand such force, instantly shattering into chunks of sand and stone.
Seeing escape was impossible, the dragon's ferocity surged. Sand encased its claws, gathering sand yellow energy within. Summoning every ounce of strength, it raised its claws to meet the axe head-on.
The axe slammed into the dragon.
A terrifying shockwave erupted, causing the entire ruins to tremble violently, as if the raging force would tear them apart. Qin Yun grunted.
The dragon race was truly formidable. Even in this state, it could still resist.
But with Xingtian possessing him, he was no weaker than the dragon.
Beast! Die!
Qin Yun's arms bulged with muscle as crimson energy surged around his body, making him look like he'd emerged from the depths of hell. His strength surged once more.
The axe blade descended.
The thunderous roar sent waves of sand surging around him.
The might of an ancient Chinese deity was not something a mere lizard could withstand.
Under the immense force, the sand dragon could no longer hold its ground. Cracks spread across the sand armor covering its claws, shattering completely. Blood spurted forth. Splatter! Both dragon claws crashed to the ground. Thud! After shedding its two deadly claws, the dragon's massive body was sent flying by the force of the blow, narrowly avoiding being cleaved in two by the axe.
The massive axe slammed into the ground, its residual force carving a deep crater. Qin Yun silently lamented the missed opportunity. His strike had been intended to decapitate the dragon outright.
But in the brief moment of his attack, the ice phoenix swept past with a flap of its wings.
Zhang Xinxin's eyes glowed ice blue as she thrust out a finger. Phoenix fall from the heavens. The ice phoenix soared toward the ruin's highest point.
Its crystalline feathers shimmered with a translucent brilliance, radiating a chill that plunged below freezing. Merely gazing upon it was enough to feel the extreme biting cold. Spreading its wings, it cried out to the heavens. A shadowy figure of Xian Feng slowly materialized behind it.
Though the apparition remained indistinct, its intricate details nearly fully sketched the ancestor's form. Ancestral resurgence?
This ice phoenix of the Zhang family is no ordinary creature. If its level catches up, it wouldn't be weaker than Shalon even in a one-on-one fight. A reversion ice phoenix paired with a treasure-seeking rat, just these two pets alone meant her future was boundless. And this was merely the demonstrated potential.
Within the imperial capital's council chamber, several elders exhaled deeply, their worries finally easing.
The pair's performance was outstanding, more than capable of handling the sand dragon, requiring no further concern.
Within the ruins, the ice phoenix's aura reached its zenith. Its eyes blazed ice blue as its beak locked onto the colossal dragon just rising from the ground. Phoenixes fall from the heavens, activate. Boom!
The air screamed as it was violently compressed.
The ice phoenix's form shot forward like an arrow, charging straight toward the ice dragon.
Crystal ice shimmered around its form, its extreme cold nearly freezing the world itself.
If it connected, even the Dragon King would be frozen solid.
Facing certain death, the Crimson Desert Sand Dragon flung aside its severed limb, letting its blood flow freely. As a Dragon King, it possessed its own dignity. The four Dragon Kings of Gulong City had lived countless ages, only to lose their dignity in the end, becoming creatures who feared death and clung to life. But it was still young, still knew how to uphold the dignity of a Dragon King.
Even in death, it would fight to the bitter end.
Sand swirled and surged, whipping up a towering storm. The dragon's form flickered within the chaos, clearly having fully unlocked the innate power of its mirage-like body. Simultaneously, golden sand dragon flames erupted from its maw. The crimson dragon flames met the phoenix's 9 heavens fall. Within the scorching dragon flames, the ice encasing the ice phoenix evaporated instantly, even its crystalline wings beginning to melt. The ice phoenix's rank ultimately fell short of the sand dragon's. Yet this was the limit of the sand dragon's power.
The sky-scorching dragon flames could not withstand the world-ending ice phoenix. Boom! The ice crystal phoenix forcibly pierced through the dragon flames and slammed into Shalong's head. Shalong's form flickered, yet he did not vanish entirely.
It dared not gamble on that 50% chance, instead channeling the force into its body to nullify 40% of the physical attack. In this desperate struggle, it activated this one-time use skill. Even so, the ice phoenix's body still pierced through it. Its sharp feathers ripped open the dragon's chest, shattering nearly half its skull. And that was after reducing 40% of the physical damage. Had the full blow landed, the dragon would have had no chance of survival. Qin Yun was secretly startled. Zhang Xinxin hadn't deceived him, she truly could slay a Dragon King. The geniuses of the imperial capital were truly formidable. Seeing her strike had failed, the ice phoenix showed no desire to linger in battle. Flapping its wings, it retreated to a safe position to face off against the dragon.
Its aura weakened, clearly having expended too much power in the previous strike.
Qin Yun stepped forward, taking over the ice phoenix's role as the primary attacker. The colossal dragon before him had both claws shattered, its chest torn open, and even half its head missing. With such injuries, it could barely muster 50% of its strength.
The dragon lay prostrate on the ground, breathing heavily. Its dragon eyes burned with fury, yet held a hint of resolve. Still resisting? Qin Yun raised his massive axe, intent on crushing its last shred of hope. Roar!
The anguished roar seemed to carry blood itself. The severed limbs of the Crimson Desert Sand Dragon shook the earth, channeling its last reserves of energy into the sand.
Mirage Legion, activate.
Gravel across the ground rose in a frenzy, coalescing into towering figures. Over a century's worth of fallen warriors, all resurrected as sand puppets.
Behind them, the sandstorm followed. As long as the sandstorm rages, the puppets shall never die. The giant Qin Yun was entangled by one colossal beast after another. Even as he felled them one by one with his axe, they swiftly reformed, continuing to block his advance. As long as the sandstorm raged, they could resurrect endlessly. However, these sand puppets possessed little true strength.
Composed entirely of sand, they were merely troublesome.
Qin Yun's energy began to wane, his peak state couldn't be sustained much longer. Zhang Xinxin, I'm leaving this to you.
I'm going to slay that dragon. Qin Yun bellowed toward the rear, then dropped to one knee. Clenching his fists, crimson energy enveloped his hands. Then, his fist slammed out. Boom! A torrent of crimson black energy erupted from the earth, cascading like a waterfall over the dragon's body.
Sparks of light rose and spread. The realm of slaughter activated.
Zhang Xinshan watched helplessly as the man and dragon vanished before her eyes, so stunned her pupils began to contract.
A spatial skill? How could he possess such complex abilities?
Zhang Xinshan forced herself to stay calm. Seeing the sand puppet charging toward her, she reluctantly summoned the ice phoenix to halt its advance.
Qin Yun opened his eyes.
On the desolate ancient battlefield, the half-broken sand dragon surveyed its unfamiliar surroundings before fixing its gaze on Qin Yun. War cries pierced the sky as phantom soldiers of antiquity clashed, their boundless fighting spirit boiling within. Qin Yun hoisted his massive axe, a grin spreading across his lips as he faced the colossal dragon head-on.
Let's fight to the death. Dragon King. Chapter 61, Slaying the Dragon. Treasure Hunt. Roar. The dragon roared with a shrill hiss. It sensed its powers failing, leaving it to rely solely on brute force. But now, gravely wounded, it was no match for Qin Yun. Qin Yun, towering like a giant, charged forward. Boom. War drums thundered. The roaring battle cries ignited the fighting spirit. Qin Yun swung his massive axe high, closing in on the dragon's face. The aura of slaughter infected Xiaolong as well. Facing this strike, he neither dodged nor retreated. Instead, he whipped his massive tail around, channeling colossal force to crash into the axe blade. Bang! The dragon's tail and the massive axe collided violently, sending waves of sand and dust flying. Even if a mountain stood before them, this strike would be enough to level it. But how could the wounded dragon possibly stand against Xingtian? As Qin Yun's muscles bulged once more, the dragon's tail was swept clean away, its entire body thrown upward by the force. Xiaolong's eyes widened in terror. In all its years of existence, it had never experienced anything like this. It had been literally not flying. Was this even human? This was a monster even more terrifying than a dragon. But that wasn't enough. Seeing the dragon sent flying by the axe, Qin Yun seized the moment. He sheathed his giant axe, leaped into the air, and slammed his massive hand down onto the dragon's head. At that moment, Qin Yun's body grew taller once more, now twice the size of the dragon. The once colossal dragon now appeared no larger than a cat or dog in his eyes. Qin Yun grinned, gripping the dragon's head with his right hand and lifting it before his eyes. Then, he slammed his fist down. Boom! An instant deep crater appeared in the ground. As the saying goes, brute force overcomes skill. Qin Yun's attack contained no technique whatsoever, it was pure brute force colliding with brute force. Even so, Xiaolong found no opening to counter. His head took another devastating blow, causing Xiaolong's already depleted health bar to tremble once more, nearing its absolute limit. Roar! Trapped beneath Qin Yun, Xiaolong roared in frustration. His massive tail lashed out once more, this time aiming straight for Qin Yun's face. That tail was sharp as a blade and thick as an iron whip. If it connected, Qin Yun's skull would split open at least a large hole. Even a cornered rabbit bites, how much more so a colossal dragon? Qin Yun understood this truth well. Facing the dragon's desperate struggle, he was already prepared. His other hand shielded his face as he forcibly seized the dragon's tail, refusing to let go even as it sliced open his skin. Now, both the dragon's head and tail were firmly in Qin Yun's grasp. The curve of Qin Yun's lips grew wider. He released the dragon's head. The dragon, dazed from the blows, hadn't yet grasped what was happening. It only knew its head was free and was about to open its massive jaws to bite, but its body shot upward again, beyond its control. What was happening? As terror filled the dragon's eyes, Qin Yun gripped its tail with both hands, hoisting its body high before flinging it with a violent jerk. Boom! Another deep crater appeared on the ground. Roar! The dragon roared in defiance, but its cry was cut short by another thunderous crash. Its body slammed back into the earth. This time, half its bones shattered. Qin Yun grinned, wielding the dragon like a whip, flinging it down with frenzied force. Dragon race? Bold dragons. Under absolute might, they're nothing but a bunch of worthless trash. Thud. Qin Yun had flung it enough. The dragon, no longer resembling a dragon, was casually tossed onto the ground, barely clinging to life. The massive axe was hoisted once more. The dying dragon had no strength left to struggle. Its vacant gaze fixed on Qin Yun, its eyes reflecting not only terror but also a hint of relief. The axe blade descended. The dragon's body split cleanly in two. Red Desert Sand Dragon, dead. Ding. Defeated LV-44 Crimson Desert Sand Dragon. Experience, 50,000. Incense points, 176. Ding. Dropped materials, Red Desert Sand Dragon Teeth X5, Dragon Heart X1, Dragon Tendons X1. As the reward notification sounded, the numbers on the wristwatch flashed simultaneously, ultimately increasing by 280 points. Defeating boss-level enemies grants points based on contribution. Outside the killing domain, the Ice Phoenix's wings glistened with frost, sharp as blades, slicing sand puppets clean in two with each sweep. But the sand puppets were too numerous. Just as Zhang Xinshan was about to unleash a large-scale skill, the puppets before her shattered one by one, turning into fragments of sand and drifting off to sleep. Watching the numbers jump on her wristwatch, Zhang Xinshan pouted slightly before nodding with satisfaction.
Though the points awarded were less than Qin Yun's, at least she had slaughtered the Sand Army.
The realm of slaughter collapsed, Xingtian's divine form retracted, and Qin Yun reappeared within the ruins. Not bad, handsome. I've never heard of you before, I guess I'm really out of the loop. Zhang Xinxin's lips curved into a crescent moon as she teased Qin Yun. The Zhang family princess truly lived up to her reputation.
Qin Yun replied with a mutual compliment. He'd heard of many prodigies in Li Weigui, and Zhang Xinxin had earned his high regard. Moreover, Li Weigui knew nothing about the Ice Phoenix's reversion to its ancestral form. Nor did he know she had reclaimed the long-extinct treasure-seeking rats. Had this information been known, her standing would likely have risen another tier. Moreover, Qin Yun's gaze swept over Zhang Xinxin. This girl, both in speech and demeanor, was utterly adorable, hardly the image of someone calculating and cunning. Yet the more genuine she appeared, the greater the likelihood she was merely putting on a facade. The Ice Phoenix was merely her outwardly displayed pet beast. Powerful, yes, but certainly not her trump card. She must have at least one other pet beast stronger than the Ice Phoenix. With Zhang Xinxin's current setup, does he truly have a 100% chance of victory? Qin Yun couldn't help but draw a deep breath. The new generation of Huaxia must not be underestimated. Imperial Capital Council Chamber. The 5 elders finally let out a sigh of relief. Impressive, Qin Yun. That domain is a law-level skill. It could potentially suppress all forms of energy. Indeed. And to slay a dragon through pure physical combat, it truly reminds me of Old Fong. Ha! Just the other day, Old Fong mentioned wanting to take Qin Yun as his disciple. Seems he intends to cultivate him in this very direction. Great! That's perfect. Let Brother Fong come to our Xianyuan Academy as a visiting professor. The banter lightened the mood considerably. Far away in Gucheng, the principals wiped the beads of sweat from their foreheads and unanimously decided it was best to keep their mouths shut. Their perceptions were stuck in the past, and their criticism of Qin Yun only ended up backfiring on themselves. Look at Elder Fong and Elder Chen, both sat as steady as Mount Tai, smiling without a word, only cheering Qin Yun on. These two had seen too many astonishing feats. Nothing Qin Yun did could surprise them anymore. That was true maturity. Within the ruins, treasure-seeking rats scurried toward the surface, their tiny paws scraping at a pile of debris. Seeing this, the Ice Phoenix flapped its wings, sweeping away all debris above with a gust of air. A dense, intricate network of patterns revealed itself before the two men. Qin Yun's pupils contracted slightly. Before his journey through time, he had studied history, yet he had never encountered such patterns in ancient China. If forced to compare, they resembled the hieroglyphics of the pharaoh's realm. Could it be? Here? Zhang Xinxin's words interrupted Qin Yun's thoughts. She paid no attention to the patterns, instead watching the treasure-seeking rat scurry away. Beneath its feet lay a protruding stone slab. This was the treasure guarded by the dragon. Chapter 62, The God, Anubis. Thud. The Ice Phoenix's claw pressed down on the stone. The ground shook violently. The stone at the center plummeted downward, revealing a stone chest. Want to take a look? Zhang Xinxin nudged Qin Yun's waist and pointed toward the central stone chest. Truth be told, Qin Yun wasn't particularly interested in treasure. He was more concerned about whether a deity truly slumbered within this ancient site. But since they were already here, why not take it? Qin Yun and Zhang Xinxin approached the stone chest together. The long axe materialized in his hand. Controlling his strength, Qin Yun pried open the stone chest. Thud! The lid cracked open. A golden light burst forth. Following the light, two distinctly different objects revealed themselves before the pair. A celestial scale and a scepter. What are these? Zhang Xinxin scratched her little head, clearly puzzled. A scepter could serve as a magical artifact, but what use was a balance? Who would wield this as a weapon? Just as she was puzzling over it, Qin Yun's pupils suddenly contracted. Surprise, panic, curiosity, and urgency all mingled together, filling his entire heart and making it beat faster. Resting upon the pure golden scales was a single feather. The Feather of Truth. This was the sacred artifact of Anubis, the god of the pharaoh's realm. Legend held that Anubis presided over the judgment of the heart, placing the Feather of Truth on one scale and the heart on the other. Should the heart outweigh the feather, Anubis would claim the soul. Anubis, could he be slumbering here? Could gods truly exist in this world? But where have they gone? Why did they allow the beasts to overrun the world? Countless thoughts surged through Qin Yun's mind, yet he couldn't make sense of any of it. Handsome, 50-50? I'll take the staff, the scales are yours. Zhang Xinxin knew nothing of these items' origins, only that they were high quality, at the very least, legendary grade weapons. All right. Qin Yun didn't hesitate. While these two items wouldn't significantly boost his combat power, they could be useful for studying the gods. Zhang Xinxin pulled both items from the stone chest and handed the scales to Qin Yun. Bang! Once empty, the stone chest closed on its own, then retracted into the ground, reforming into the intricate patterns once more. However, these patterns were dull and lifeless, clearly needing to be activated.
Earlier in the Dragon Palace, Qin Yun had relied on the sea god Gongang's power to force his way into the Eastern Sea Dragon King's domain.
But this was Anubis's domain, and he was powerless here.
Zhang Xinshan was equally helpless. She waved at Qin Yun, signaling she couldn't assist, and prepared to depart with the Ice Phoenix.
But that little mouse scurried right to the very center.
Treasure-seeking mouse.
It squeaked incessantly, its eyes filled with nothing but curiosity and fear.
It said there was something inside, asking if we wanted to take a look.
Zhang Xinshan looked puzzled as she translated the treasure mouse's words.
Take a look? Yeah, it says there's a sign of life in there. We'll have to run after taking a look.
Zhang Xinshan cradled the treasure-seeking mouse back in her hands and gave it a little tap on the head. If we can't get the good stuff and have to run after just one look, what's the point of looking at all?
You think I'm going to live forever, huh?
The treasure rat clutched its little head, eyes misting over.
Zhang Xinshan was perfectly rational.
The guardians of the upper levels of this ruin were all dragons. The creatures lurking in the lower levels were likely 1,000 times more terrifying than dragons.
If she couldn't gain anything, why risk her life?
Wait. Just as Zhang Xinshan was about to leave, Qin Yun called out to her.
Let me take a look. What is there to see? Are you interested in a child's physique? Hand over the mouse. No way. I can help you sell it once. Twice. All right.
Zhang Xinshan handed over the treasure-seeking mouse. She stifled a smile as she stood beside Qin Yun. She could choose not to watch. But if Qin Yun was going to watch, she'd be missing out if she didn't. She had to watch. Qin Yun shot the girl beside him a speechless glance. He was afraid of danger too. But this might be his closest chance yet to uncover the truth. The treasure-hunting rat's tiny claws scraped at the center of the pattern. Rip! A faint tearing sound of pages ripped through the air. Following the sound, he saw the treasure-seeking mouse had actually torn the pattern out, forcibly creating a rift in spacetime. Qin Yun's astonishment was almost beyond words.
He finally understood why the treasure-seeking rats remained ever-present in Chinese mythology.
This ability to forcibly break seals was something even the gods themselves could scarcely achieve. Squeak! Entered. A flash of light. Where am I? Qin Yun struggled to twist his body, only to find himself covered in sand, making even the slightest movement difficult. Before him stretched an endless expanse of people just like him. Thud! A thunderous impact echoed from the distance. Qin Yun followed the sound, only to see a pair of enormous feet. That figure stood 100 meters tall, a single foot capable of crushing a person into pulp. That thud? The sound of him stomping through the desert. The towering clouds shattered abruptly. The figure bent at the waist, reaching its hand toward the ground. Qin Yun's eyes widened in terror as he struggled desperately. For that massive hand was reaching straight for him. But the sand bound him like ropes, leaving him utterly immobilized. The giant hand finally seized Qin Yun's body. In the giant's grasp, Qin Yun was as helpless as a fish on a cutting board, utterly powerless to resist. As the palm lifted upward, Qin Yun found himself carried above the clouds. The figure's head came into view before Qin Yun. A dog's head. More accurately, a black jackal's head. Qin Yun swallowed hard, utterly certain. This was Anubis. A living Anubis. Why is he still alive? How could it possibly be alive? A pair of scales appeared amidst the clouds. A pure golden feather rests on one side of the scales, unmoved even by the fierce winds sweeping through the clouds. Heart! Anubis murmured, his claws digging into Qin Yun's chest. The razor-sharp nails sliced open his chest upon contact. A piercing agony instantly shot through his mind. Since his profession's awakening, Qin Yun had never felt such agony. Anubis, he must rip out his heart. Despair of death engulfed his cerebral cortex. His chest was torn open. His fingernails nearly touched the heart. Thud! Qin Yun's eyes rolled back and the pain in his mind receded like a tide. He stood drenched in sweat in the center of the ruins. Zhang Xinshan, standing beside him, felt her legs give way and leaned heavily against him. What was that thing? The girl's eyes held no trace of mockery or composure, only terror filled them. She was a member of an imperial capital aristocratic family, having seen the world since childhood and even accompanied her ancestors onto battlefields, witnessing several level 90 beasts. Yet she had never felt such utter despair. That indescribable, unseeable, and unbeatable figure shattered her entire understanding of the world. A colossal beast? Compared to this thing, colossal beasts weren't even fit to be called pets. God! Qin Yun murmured softly. Why? Why are they still alive? Chapter 63, Gods, they still die. No, this can't be right. How could gods possibly exist in this world? Our Huaxia land once had countless deities, yet now not only do they no longer exist, there are not even any records of them. Why do your Western gods still survive in this world? Qin Yun's mind was in utter chaos. Squeak! A sharp pain shot through Qin Yun's palm, jolting his consciousness back to clarity. The treasure-seeking rat was perched on his palm, having just bitten him. It nudged its snout toward Zhang Xinshan's direction, squeaking repeatedly. Though Qin Yun couldn't understand the words, he grasped its meaning. Beside them, the ice phoenix nestled in Zhang Xinxin's embrace, rubbing its head against her repeatedly. Yet the girl's gaze remained vacant, the shock of encountering a divine being leaving her utterly drained.
She couldn't see the point in continuing the fight. Even if she broke through to level 90 in the future, would she stand a chance against a god? Zhang Xinxin.
Qin Yun crouched beside the girl, softly calling her name.
But the girl showed no reaction, not even turning her eyes toward Qin Yun. Zhang Xinxin. A divine form rose from behind Qin Yun.
His muscles were thick and knotted, tattered armor draped over his body, the exposed flesh covered in scars.
His neck was a hollow void, shrouded in darkness.
He had no head, like a defeated general.
Yet a single glance revealed an indomitable fighting spirit, unrelenting and unyielding. The war god of China. Xing Tian.
The roar infused with divine power startled Zhang Xinxin, her vacant gaze suddenly sharpening with focus. I know you fear it, believing that figure insurmountable. But our ancestors carved the prophecy man conquers heaven onto tortoise shells with bones as their pens.
Gods are merely humans, slightly more powerful.
They bleed too.
They kneel before death, begging for mercy. Take up your weapon. Rise.
The bronze in the knees of the Chinese people is more immortal than any divine throne.
The majestic voice echoed through the ruins, reverberating in Zhang Xian's mind.
When gods force you to kneel with their might, the ancient gods of Huaxia command you to rise.
Consider the gods of China, how many did not ascend from mortal flesh?
The prophecy that man can conquer heaven runs through their blood, etched into their very bones. Words alone may not shatter fear, but Xing Tian's voice carried the divine power that was his own. That indomitable spirit shattered the dread.
Zhang Xinxin's eyes finally flashed with light.
She shook her head, her expression returning to normal.
Pouting, she began randomly pounding Qin Yun with her tiny fists. Damn it!
I told you it was dangerous, yet you insisted on going.
You nearly got me killed, you beauty.
Damn it, damn it, damn it. Her tiny fists pounded against Qin Yun's chest, not exactly painful, but more like a tickle.
Damn it! Why build muscles so hard?
Zhang Xinxin angrily withdrew her fist, huffing and puffing twice.
Alright, pack up your things. It's time to go. Qin Yun ruffled Zhang Xinxin's little head and stood up first.
Zhang Xinxin steadied herself on the ice phoenix and rose to her feet. The two stowed away the staff and scales, then made their way back through the ruins and into the desert. A morning had passed, and the heat was intense. The ice phoenix flapped its wings, forming a crystalline dome overhead.
Snowflakes drifted down, shielding them from the scorching heat. Walk together? There's an altar over there on the snowfield. Zhang Xinxin climbed onto the ice phoenix and asked Qin Yun about their destination.
Sure. Qin Yun agreed without hesitation. Just as he was about to climb onto the ice phoenix's back, he was frozen in place by a murderous glare. The ice phoenix's feathers bristled, its eyes fixed on him, nearly lunging to bite Qin Yun. Xiao Lan is a girl, she doesn't want some stinky man riding her.
Shoo shoo, take him away.
Squeak. The treasure-seeking rat leapt off Zhang Xinxin's back and instantly transformed into a 5-meter-long giant rodent. In one swift motion, it seized Qin Yun in its jaws and carried him behind.
Let's go. The ice phoenix flapped its wings, soaring skyward like an arrow. The treasure mouse sprinted forward, its speed matching the ice phoenix's stride. Qin Yun nearly flew off its back from the jolt and had to cling tightly to its neck as his entire body floated through the air. Fortunately, no giant beasts blocked their path in the desert. The two creatures raced forward at incredible speed, steadily closing in on the snowy plains. The heart of the desert. A terrifying sword scar split the earth. Thick layers of sand piled up on either side of the gash, its lingering energy halting the shifting sands, preventing the wound from ever closing. A youth clad in white stood before the gash. Before him lay the mangled remains of a colossal serpent, only half its body intact. Level 40, Titan Sand Serpent. A desert boss-level enemy. Yet even this colossal beast could not withstand the youth's single strike. The youth strode out, closing the distance in an instant to appear behind the giant serpent. There, nestled in a small sandy hollow, was a patch of lush green vines. Hanging from them were several fruits, crystal clear and glistening. Without hesitation, the youth plucked them all and popped them into his mouth. Boom! An invisible force erupted, forming a whirlwind that swept around him, scattering the sand and dust to reveal a pristine domain. The Chen family lad had struck gold. These spirit wind amber fruits were top-tier rewards. But even the finest things depend on the consumer's innate talent. After eating just a few, the Chen family lad awakened a wind attribute talent, truly a genius among geniuses. A strong contender for first place this time. The elders in the council chamber nodded in unison, thoroughly satisfied with Chen Tianzi's performance. Even old Chen in distant Gulong City shared this sentiment. As his grandson's generation, Chen Tianzi displayed talent and prowess surpassing even his own in his youth. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he would become the new leader of Huaxia. Desert. Oasis. This was the only oasis in the desert. It shone like a brilliant gem, adorning the barren land. Li Qinyue was resting in the center of the lake.
She stood atop a turtle's shell, the giant tortoise beneath her having lost all signs of life. Before its death, it had expelled an ice-blue gem from its mouth. The moment Li Qingyue grasped it, the orb seemed to possess a spirit of its own, instantly adhering to the hilt of her Longshao sword. Longshao trembled, its snow-white blade now tinged with a faint, ghostly blue. HM? Li Qingyue narrowed her eyes in puzzlement, then drew a light slash across the lake's surface. An ice-blue sword aura swept across the lake, its residual power alone freezing the water in its path. Not a bad thing at all. The girl smiled, her toes lightly tapping the turtle shell as she leapt across the lake like a spirit deer, plunging back into the desert. Impressive. That wildling Xing actually wiped out the desert jackal pack. The weapons they guarded are perfect for him. Look at that kid, don't let his scrawny frame fool you. He's an awakened SSS-rank necromancer, commanding 10,000 ghosts. Just now, he wiped out a red sand eagle's nest and looted all its treasures. Yeah, and that girl next to him? Turns out she's an SS-tier elemental envoy who commands all elements. The external environment can't threaten her at all. She's almost reached the snowfields now. That brat from the Long family? He actually awakened a dragonkin class. He bit a sandfire lizard clean in half. His strength is truly extraordinary. Talent is emerging everywhere. Brother Su was right. This is China's Age of Raw Talents. Chapter 64, Snowfields, Endless Blizzards. Whoosh. Sand and dust swirled violently, as if a desert storm had swept through. Put. Qin Yun spat out the sand that had accidentally entered his mouth, then punched the treasure-seeking rat twice with a look of resentment. Not only did this dead rat run fast, but it also braked abruptly, nearly flinging him off and nearly killing him. The treasure rat ignored him, squeaking as it shrank back to its miniature state and scurried onto Zhang Xinxin's shoulder. Zhang Xinxin, however, remained remarkably composed. Riding on the ice phoenix all this time hadn't just been smooth, she'd even managed to get a blissful nap in. Qin Yun took a deep breath, deciding not to dwell on the girl's actions. They were at the edge of the desert, their view ahead obscured by chaotic snowflakes. Anything beyond 10 meters was already a blur. A blizzard. This was no accident. It was part of the trial. This environment would prove to be the most severe dividing line. It looks so cold. Zhang Xinxin shivered, her shoulders hunching as she cast a pleading glance at Qin Yun. She was only wearing summer clothes perfect for jungles and deserts, but heading to the snowfields was practically suicide. Qin Yun pulled his clothes tighter and shrugged helplessly at Zhang Xinxin. He hadn't brought winter clothes either, so he'd have to rely on Xing Tian's impervious body to force his way through the blizzard. Oomph. Useless men. Zhang Xinxin stuck her tongue out at Qin Yun before turning to embrace the ice phoenix. A blue-white protective energy aura emerged from her body. As the sovereign of ice attributes, the ice phoenix was naturally supremely adapted to frigid environments. It formed an energy cloak around Zhang Xinxin, strong enough to block the bone-chilling cold. In such fierce winds, Little Blue could barely fly and had to walk instead. Zhang Xinxin called out to Qin Yun before plunging headfirst into the blizzard. Qin Yun offered no reply, merely following closely behind. White. Endless white. Snowflakes whipped by the gale, swirling wildly as if celestial beings had torn apart clouds and scattered them haphazardly across the earth. The sub-zero temperatures assaulted his body. Within an instant, Qin Yun felt his limbs tremble, forcing him to summon the Xingtian Dharma form to enhance his physical cold resistance. Oomph, I knew you had a way. Seeing Qin Yun was fine, Zhang Xinxin pouted at him before lifting her treasure-seeking rat to navigate through the blizzard. It must be said, though Zhang Xinxin was a bit mischievous, she wasn't willful. Moreover, her formidable strength, coupled with a giant beast as her servant, made tackling various tasks considerably easier. Meeting her during his solitary journey through the 5 tribulations was truly fortunate. Boom! Just as they took a few steps forward, a violent rumble echoed from ahead, and several figures burst into view. Damn it! Frostfawn ice bears! Retreat! Damn it, why do we have to run into this crap right after entering? Hey! You two, run! It's a level 30 ice bear! Several people rushed past them in a panic, their expressions terrified. One was injured, clearly shaken by the sight of the ice bear. Zhang Xinxin and Qin Yun exchanged puzzled glances. How could this group have such incredible luck? They encountered a level 30 giant beast only after reaching the ice fields. What were we up against before? Hell difficulty? Hurry up, you two! That's a Frostfawn ice bear at Moldar tank with a single swipe. That bird right next to you? It'll get torn apart by that bear in one bite. The group was clearly terrified. Seeing the two refuse to leave, they chattered frantically about the giant bear's ferocity. Hearing this, the two showed little reaction, but the ice phoenix grew displeased. It flapped its wings, delivering a powerful swipe at the group. The wings unleashed a fierce hurricane. The light-footed group couldn't withstand such an attack, getting blown high into the air before crashing back down with a thud. You! The leader, choking back blood from his mouth, was just about to sit up and curse when a massive figure burst before them. Frostfawn Ice Bear. Its massive form stood before them, thick white fur billowing wildly in the gale like a moving snow mountain. Its jaws gaped, revealing two massive fangs that glinted with icy light capable not only of shattering defenses but also inflicting freezing effects.
Seeing the two men before it neither dodge nor retreat, the bear's ferocity surged.
Its claws extended from its paws, poised to tear them apart at any moment. Seeing this, Qin Yun drew his axe.
Boom!
The axe blade collided with the bear's paw.
The frostfawn ice bear possessed tough hide and thick muscles.
Not only could blunt weapons not harm it, but even ordinary blades struggled to leave a mark. Yet beneath that battered axe, the bare paw was cleaved clean through with a thud, flying high into the air before crashing down right before the group. The next moment, a round, bulging head rolled toward them.
The frostfawn ice bear's head. Let's go! Zhang Xinshin skipped lightly over the bear's carcass, waving to Qin Yun.
Qin Yun flicked the blood from his axe and followed her back into the blizzard. Behind them, the others stared blankly at the bear's corpse.
Bro, this.
We couldn't withstand a single blow from the ice bear, yet she chopped it down in one strike. These two's strength is beyond measure.
Let's return to the desert.
This place is beyond our reach. The leader's voice was heavy as he spoke.
The gap is too vast. This gap isn't something time can bridge. Terror was the only word that came to mind. Stumbling out of the snowfield, they encountered a slender figure.
Hey, little sister,
It's pretty dangerous in there.
You'd be better off staying in the desert.
Yeah, I see you're alone. Why not join our team? We can watch each other's backs.
Our leader is level 32. He's aiming for the top 5,000 this time.
Is that so?
A cool, detached voice echoed. The girl turned her head. She wore a pure white combat uniform, her silver hair pulled into a sleek ponytail.
Slowly, she removed the mask covering her mouth. Her breathtaking beauty left several people momentarily mesmerized.
Only the leader's expression changed drastically. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead and his lips trembled. Apologies, they're young and inexperienced.
We won't delay your journey, miss.
We'll take our leave now. The leader kicked his subordinates in the backside, his gaze nearly murderous, sending them fleeing in terror. Watching them disappear, the girl pulled her mask back over her face. Her eyes, one golden, one black, betrayed no emotion.
She stepped into the snow. Damn it, stop laughing to strangers, especially those walking alone. Don't you know why she's alone?
The leader, still shaken, clutched his head in pain.
Bro, who is she? She's really pretty. Wouldn't she make a great wife? He. Get lost, you idiot. Think you'd still be alive if you pissed her off? Ever heard of the Long family? Do I even need to tell you how powerful their young master is?
She broke a guy's leg right in front of everyone, and the Long family didn't even dare to make a peep. On Huaxia's turf, even if she killed someone in broad daylight, you'd have to praise her for a job well done.
Those big families? They're backed by just one clan. But standing behind her? The entire Huaxia. Chapter 65, Elemental Messenger, Jian Hanshi. Snowy Plains.
A fierce blizzard raged, not only swirling falling snowflakes but also whipping the accumulated snow on the ground back into the sky. Snowflakes collided, crystallizing into sharp ice shards that stung the face like pebbles. The blizzard intensified relentlessly. Zhang Xinshin was beginning to struggle. Though protected by the Ice Phoenix's energy, the howling wind and blinding snow were not something energy alone could withstand.
Moreover, as a beast master, her physical constitution was weak.
Holding out this long was already impressive.
Qin Yun silently stepped forward.
Releasing his Xing Tian aura, his muscles swelled dramatically once more as he positioned himself in front of Zhang Xinshin, shielding her from the relentless storm.
Boom! A deafening explosion echoed in their ears.
Amidst the chaotic swirling snow, a massive shadow could be seen collapsing to the ground, as if a mountain had crumbled. Soon, the shadow scrambled to its feet and staggered toward them.
Qin Yun's expression turned grave. This oppressive aura, its level must be around 40. Fighting in this environment demanded utmost vigilance. Rumble. Heavy footsteps closed in rapidly, revealing their true form amidst the wind and snow. It was a snow ape. Level 40, Ice Ridge Snow Ape. A snowfield boss-level enemy.
Yet it looked terrified, its white fur bearing scorched patches, a gaping wound in its chest nearly tearing out its heart. Closer and closer it came, fleeing for its life, utterly oblivious to the two figures ahead. From its massive frame, the two looked like mere ants.
Who pays attention to ants while on the move?
Qin Yun grabbed his axe, ready to unleash the Xingtian energy. But suddenly, the space ahead of him shattered with cracks, and a silver white light flashed out of nowhere.
In the next instant, the swirling snow and wind ceased.
Yes, it was as if an airtight transparent house had materialized around them. Within a 5-meter radius, not a single snowflake fell, and even the howling wind couldn't stir. A figure abruptly materialized before the two. She wore a snow-white gown, its folds rippling with faint, silver-threaded patterns. The pale skin exposed beneath the fabric had a semi-translucent quality. Her bare feet hovered above the ground, arches taut, faint blue veins clearly visible beneath her skin. The snow ape seemed to spot her, its eyes widening with terror. It abruptly halted its advance, turned, and bolted off in the opposite direction. Yet the girl merely raised her hand, her jade-white fingers, untouched by dust, pointing toward the sky.
Fire meteor. Starfall.
The sky, shrouded in dark clouds, suddenly brightened. A cluster of stars grew larger and larger, piercing through the clouds and igniting into a blazing inferno.
This meteorite.
Though not as massive as common meteorites, it still packed a powerful punch as it hurtled toward the direction the snow ape fled.
Boom! The meteorite struck the ground. The deafening explosion seemed to pierce the eardrums. Amidst the swirling blizzard, flames roared fiercely, utterly extinguishing the snow ape's life. Qin Yun's pupils contracted sharply. A single strike to kill a level 40 beast?
This man, he must be a prodigy like Zhang Xinxin.
Jiang Hanqi? Zhang Xinxin lifted her small head, eyeing the girl suspiciously.
The girl swayed slightly, her gaze shifting to Zhang Xinxin.
Xinxin? It really is you.
I was wondering who was being so pretentious wearing a skirt and no shoes in the snowfields.
Give me a hug, I'm freezing to death. Zhang Xinxin leapt up, pulling Jiang Hanqi down from where she'd been hovering mid-air.
The girl burrowed into her embrace.
Jiang Hanqi's translucent skin glowed with tiny red sparks, radiating a gentle warmth like a furnace.
Qin Yun sheathed his axe, suppressing the killing intent radiating from his body.
Jiang Hanqi hugged Zhang Xinxin, her gaze turning to Qin Yun.
I found this handsome guy in the desert. He's pretty capable. Hearing this, Jiang Hanqi gave Qin Yun a slight nod.
Jiang Hanqi, elemental messenger. Qin Yun, divine entertainer.
Their expressions differed, yet both betrayed surprise.
Especially Qin Yun.
The profession of elemental envoys was well documented. They could manipulate all elements, though they typically couldn't master them all, making it difficult to reach the pinnacle of power. Yet this girl before them seemed to defy that pattern.
The domain blocking the blizzard clearly utilized both wind and earth attributes.
The meteor strike used to slay the snow ape combined fire and earth attributes, demonstrating absolute mastery.
Even the notoriously difficult spatial element allowed her to traverse dimensions with remarkable ease. This girl is no ordinary talent. Xiaoxi, wanna come with us?
There's an altar on the snowfield legend says it holds something valuable. Zhang Xinxin poked her head out, eagerly seeking Jiang Hanqi's opinion.
Her elementalist profession meant she feared no environment.
Having her along in a blizzard would greatly improve their quality of life.
Jiang Hanqi nodded briefly, saying little else.
Yay! Zhang Xinxin beamed with delight, rubbing against her chest. Qin Yun, standing nearby, had no objections. His sole purpose for taking the exam was to attend school. As long as he accumulated enough points, any method was acceptable. With Jiang Hanqi joining them, the raging blizzard was kept at bay, and the trio's pace accelerated significantly.
Is that it?
The distant snowflakes gradually settled, revealing a structure built of white jade, faintly visible through the snow.
Probably?
The treasure-seeking mouse squeaked, leaving Zhang Xinxin puzzled, her voice tinged with doubt.
The mouse says it's there, but it's not really there? Silly little mouse.
Zhang Xinxin grabbed its little head and gave it a few rubs before stuffing it back into her pocket.
Let's go first. We'll talk about it over there. All right.
The three approached the altar slowly.
Boom!
A colossal serpent burst through the ice, catching the trio off guard and scattering them apart. LV-35, Xian Frost Ice Serpent, the guardian beast of the altar.
Qin Yun silently drew his axe as the Xingtian Dharma form descended, its divine might fully revealed. The ice phoenix soared through the clouds, its killing intent locked onto the ice serpent.
Jiang Hanqi once again stood barefoot in midair, her fingertips lightly touching the air as flames erupted.
The axe fell, the phoenix plummeted, flames erupted.
The trio stepped over the frost-shrouded ice serpent's corpse. Brother Qin, looks like your difficulty settings aren't quite up to par. With these three standing together, no giant beast could stand a chance.
But aren't the Jiang and Zhang families feuding? How come their kids are so close? Who knows?
Perhaps the younger generation has their own judgment.
The elders in the Huaxia Council Hall watched the trio's figures and couldn't help but sigh twice.
But in the trials, each opportunity usually offers only one reward. How will the three of them divide it if they walk together? They couldn't keep searching for opportunities forever. Time simply wouldn't suffice. Within the trial, the trio had already stepped onto the altar. The entire altar glowed with a jade-white hue. Snowflakes melting instantly upon contact left not even a trace of moisture. It sat embedded in the snow like flawless white jade. At the very center of the altar, a jewel was embedded. It glowed a fiery crimson, its temperature rising sharply upon approach, a stark contrast to the swirling snow. The Flame Spirit Orbital Weapon Embedded Artifact.
How do we divide it?
Chapter 66, The Strange Altar.
Zhang Xinxin's words reached every ear. Spectators outside the arena grew tense.
The tale of 2 peaches to kill 3 men was widely known.
Moreover, this Flame Spirit Orb was no ordinary object.
It could enhance weapons regardless of tier, imbuing them with fire attribute power. Each one fetched astronomical prices on the market. Even brothers would fight fiercely over it.
But they overlooked one crucial fact. These 3 men were not lacking in treasures.
Qin Yun, blessed with the divine vein, looked down upon even the treasures of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, let alone such mundane items.
You can enhance fire attribute capabilities, but can you actually embed it into the fire-tipped spear?
If he actually managed to do that, Nezha would likely be so furious he'd snap out of his trance and slap Qin Yun across the face.
As for Zhang Xinxin, she could even tame an ice phoenix as a spirit pet. How could she possibly lack weapons or equipment?
If she desired something, the old patriarch of the Zhang family would sell his wheelchair to procure it for her. As for Jiang Hanxi, as the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, she was showered with endless affection and raised in luxury, just like Zhang Xinxin.
Even the ring on her index finger was an epic tier weapon, designed to channel elemental energy. With 3 such individuals, how could they possibly lack anything?
That's why Qin Yun was puzzled.
How could Zhang Xinxin even ask such a question?
Or what purpose did this altar serve?
Were the 3 of them here just for a single jewel?
This was far too different from the underground ruins in the desert.
I don't need it.
Qin Yun was the first to decline in a low voice.
Hanxi, you take it. The fire attribute enhancement suits your abilities well. Zhang Xinxin lifted the orb and handed it to Jiang Hanxi.
The ring on Jiang Hanxi's finger flashed, instantly drawing the crimson orb toward it. It dissolved into a streak of light and merged inside.
Successful embedding.
This. Jiang Hanxi's icy features fluttered slightly, as if she wanted to speak but held back.
I don't need it anyway. Zhang Xinxin nudged Jiang Hanxi, signaling her not to be so formal.
Qin Yun walked upon the altar. It was strange. This altar seemed to be nothing more than an altar in appearance. Once the gem was removed, snowflakes began to accumulate layer by layer, unable to preserve even its previous pristine whiteness. Moreover, the white jade bricks were smooth as glass, devoid of any patterns, let alone any traces of an array formation. It truly seemed like an ordinary altar model.
Zhang Xinxin pulled out the treasure-seeking mouse again.
It circled the altar once, scratched around here and there, then returned to Zhang Xinxin's hand with its head drooping. The little mouse said, "Something's off here.
The aura has vanished."
It seemed the rumors were unreliable. Zhang Xinxin spread her hands helplessly, her expression filled with resignation. After all, no one could guarantee the truth of rumors.
Take her claim that a god slumbered within the ruins. If not for the treasure mouse forcibly activating the formation, who would have ever seen Anubis? Alright then, let's move on to the next location. Qin Yun abandoned his observation and rejoined the group.
Jiang Hanxi nodded in agreement, a faint, peculiar gleam flickering in her eyes. The blizzard raged on. Fortunately, Jiang Hanxi's control over her energy was impeccable. No matter how fierce the cold wind or how rapidly the snowflakes fell, none could penetrate her defenses. Within the barrier, all was serene and tranquil. Barely 2 steps had been taken when the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from all directions. Pairs of crimson eyes flickered through the snowy mist.
The trio halted, eyes darting warily around them.
Massive snow-white wolves emerged from the blizzard, their exposed fangs glinting coldly. Blood-stained fangs dripped crimson from their jaws, making them look terrifyingly ferocious. Wilderness snow wolves.
An entire pack of them.
Qin Yun quickly scanned them, levels ranging from 30 to 38. Working together, their threat level was likely no less than 40. Still manageable. Even alone, he could fight his way out of this pack.
A wolf's howl pierced the snowy curtain as dozens of massive wolves charged forward.
Jiang Hanxi's beautiful eyes grew cold. Flames flickered on her ring. With a flick of her finger, a line of fire blocked the 3 before them, then a wall of flames rose. This flame was pure energy, blazing fiercely even in the sub-zero snowfields. The heat radiating toward them revealed the terrifying intensity at its core.
Yet the snow wolves showed no intention of halting.
Disregarding the fiery barrier, they charged straight through the wall of flame, forcing their way before the group. Seeing this, Qin Yun instantly darted in front of the 2. The Xingtian Dharma form abruptly descended, crimson energy swirling around his fist as he unleashed a devastating punch. The air exploded with a deafening roar as the punch generated a violent blast wave, sending all the snow wolves flying backward. One struck squarely in the head was even blown apart.
Asking for death.
Zhang Xinxin, seeing the wolves' reckless defiance, flashed anger in her eyes. The ice phoenix beside her instantly took flight, a piercing ice column tearing through a snow wolf's chest.
Fire!
Jiang Hanxi flicked her fingertip at the flames, and the wall of fire surged forward as a tidal wave of blaze, engulfing the pack of snow wolves. Piercing howls instantly echoed across the snowy plains. These creatures, accustomed to life in the snow, had never encountered such a blaze. Their thick fur made the flames cling to them like bone-eating ants, and even rolling in the snow several times couldn't extinguish the fire. Their flesh charred and scorched, the horrific injuries only fueled their frenzied battle rage. Instead of fleeing, the pack coalesced icy blades and charged forward with roars. Jiang Hanxi waved her jade-like hand, and all the ice blades shattered instantly, dissolving into snowdrops that fell to the ground. The ice phoenix descended from the sky, its razor-sharp wings mercilessly slicing off the heads of 2 snow wolves. Qin Yun summoned the Xingtian great axe in his hand. His body suddenly swelled, transforming him into a 10-meter giant. Enveloped in dense, ink-black energy, he charged into the wolf pack like a force of nature. The snow wolves, already scorched by fire and now facing the Ice Phoenix's aerial assault, couldn't even think of counterattacking Qin Yun. Surviving a single axe swing was nearly impossible. With each swing of his axe, another life was claimed. Jiang Hanshi gazed at Qin Yun, who resembled a war god, a hint of apprehension flickering in her beautiful eyes. She had never heard of this headless deity. Could it be some kind of demon god? One possessed by an evil deity might be powerful, but how righteous could they truly be? Just like Zhang Xinxin. As Jiang Hanshi pondered this, Qin Yun had already slaughtered every last snow wolf. The mangled corpses lay scattered across the snowy ground. Soon, the swirling snowflakes would blanket and bury them, as if they had never existed. Qin Yun shrank back to his original size, sheathed his massive axe with a relaxed motion, and turned to walk toward the two of them. "Watch out!" A startled cry pierced his eardrums. It was Zhang Xinxin's voice. Suddenly, a giant eagle burst forth from the persistent clouds, swiftly soaring above the three. Jiang Hanshi's ring had just begun to glow. Qin Yun had only just drawn his axe. Zhang Xinxin's command had barely been issued. The giant eagle had already begun flapping its wings. A violent wind erupted. The wind came too swiftly and too unexpectedly, even Jiang Hanshi couldn't dispel it in time. The three could only brace for the full force. Boom! The ground shattered beneath the fury of the gale. Not only was the wind swift, but it was also ferocious. Caught completely off guard, all three were blown away. A brilliant blue glow erupted from the giant eagle's body as a line of violent tornadoes charged toward them. Unable to change course mid-air, they could only let the gale carry their bodies in different directions. Break! Qin Yun roared in fury as the Xingtian Dharma form descended. The axe blade erupted with crimson killing intent, shattering the tornado. He crashed to the ground. Surveying his surroundings, he saw nothing but a vast expanse of white. Not only was the eagle nowhere to be seen, but even Zhang Xinxin and Jiang Hanshi had vanished. Qin Yun's brows suddenly knitted tightly. A grim possibility crossed his mind. Chapter 67, Lies Jiang Hanshi vs Zhang Xinxin. The blizzard raged on. The sky was a uniform gray-white, thick clouds bringing heavy snow that danced wildly in the storm. Possessed by the Xingtian Dharma form, his body, impervious to cold or heat, braved the blizzard. Each step left deep footprints in the snow. Qin Yun gazed toward the distance, the direction of the altar. Without Jiang Hanshi's protection, the deep snow nearly reached his waist. Qin Yun could only move forward with laborious steps, slowly advancing toward the altar. It all happened too conveniently. Why did the altar merely resemble an altar? Why did the group encounter wolves after taking just a few steps? Why did the wolves show no fear of the unfamiliar flames? Why did giant eagles surge forth after the wolves perished? Why did it not attack, but merely scatter the group? Zhang Xinxin, oh Zhang Xinxin. I've come to find you with the answers. Qin Yun's expression darkened. He didn't truly trust Zhang Xinxin, but after all, they had both entered the ruins together and witnessed the divine. He had thought trust would naturally grow between them. Now it seemed that trust had been nothing but his own wishful thinking. Layers of snow swirled, shrouding the world in chaos. An ice phoenix darted swiftly through the clouds. Icy blue energy radiated from its body, forming layers of defense against the blizzard. Zhang Xinxin sat atop the ice phoenix, a shadow of gloom lingering between her brows. There! Get down! The ice phoenix obediently descended, stepping once more onto the jade altar. The treasure-seeking rat immediately scurried off Zhang Xinxin's back, squeaking and growling as it darted toward a specific spot. Zhang Xinxin approached the treasure-seeking mouse, clenching her pink fist as she closed her eyes. The next second, her eyes snapped open, filled with a blood-ink hue that was both alluring and sinister. A fist slammed down. Boom! What appeared to be a feeble punch instantly shattered the entire altar. No, it wasn't shattered. The altar had cracked open, revealing a crystal-clear jade-like surface beneath. The altar they had seen before was merely a shell. Under Zhang Xinxin's fist, the outer shell shattered, revealing its true form. A pool of water-green color shimmered even more brilliantly amidst the swirling snow, while icy blue patterns were etched upon its surface, spreading and crisscrossing toward the central circular platform. Just as Zhang Xinxin was about to step onto it, a violent gust swept in from the horizon, forcing her to stumble back several paces before regaining her balance. A young girl had already stepped out of the air. Barefoot and clad in a white dress, she resembled a celestial maiden amidst the bitterly cold snow. Her raven-black hair whipped wildly in the gale, adding a hint of fury to her icy features. Zhang Xinxin, you truly live up to the Zhang family name. Use someone and then discard them, truly your family's time-honored tradition. Oomph, and what makes your Jiang family any better? What are you pretending to be a saint for? A deep shadow settled over Zhang Xinxin's brow as the treasure-seeker mouse rapidly grew in size, standing alongside the ice phoenix before her. Oof. Jiang Hanshi fell silent. The ring on her fingertip shimmered, shifting between blue and red as she unleashed her skill first. Wind and fire elements erupted suddenly. Arrows of energy materialized out of thin air. The arrows blazed fiercely, surging with intense heat. A violent blue wind whipped up.
The fiery arrows, accompanied by the hurricane, arrived before the three.
The Ice Phoenix spread its wings and soared, its wings stirring countless ice crystals into a whirlwind that met the arrows head-on.
Ice and fire collided. Thick white steam filled the center of the battle. Zhang Xinxin's expression darkened as she urgently called for the Ice Phoenix to return. But the moment the Ice Phoenix surfaced, it met a pure golden blade aura.
This was not mere blade energy, but a condensed form of metallic chi manipulated by Jian Hanshi. Its sharpness rivaled that of a swordsman of equal rank. It even surpassed its peers. The tearing sound mingled with the Ice Phoenix's mournful cry. Caught off guard, the Ice Phoenix had no time to defend and could only shield itself with its wings. Rip! Half of the Ice Phoenix's wing flew high through the air, crashing down before Zhang Xinxin's eyes.
Jian Hanshi!
Zhang Xinxin's rage surged, her voice thickening with venom.
Wind and fire. Thunderous! Zhang Hanshi paid no heed, relentlessly unleashing her attacks.
Dark clouds thickened overhead, their surfaces twisted with three-colored energies that turned the sky pitch black. Within them, flames churned and thunder roared. Jian Hanshi's attack showed no mercy. His sole aim was to knock Zhang Xinxin out of the competition. The two harbored no affection for each other, if anything, only hostility. Their earlier intimacy had been nothing more than a mutual show of courtesy. After all, the entire nation was watching the live broadcast. If the two major families tore off their masks and started fighting the moment they met, the repercussions would be disastrous. Especially since Zhang Xinxin had greeted her with a smile, Jian Hanshi felt obliged to return the courtesy and uphold her family's dignity. But Zhang Xinxin had deceived her. She was the one who sent the wolves. The eagle was summoned by her. Even the storm that scattered the three had the Ice Phoenix's involvement. Zhang Xinxin, you brought this upon yourself. You show no mercy, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Therefore, Jian Hanshi didn't hold back. She struck with lethal force every time. If need be, he'd beat her out of the competition. Boom! Dark clouds rumbled as thunder and fire coalesced, pinning Zhang Xinxin's form. Jian Hanshi's finger tapped lightly. A tempest surged skyward and plummeted straight toward Zhang Xinxin. The terrifying wind pressure rendered Zhang Xinxin unable to move an inch. The Ice Phoenix and treasure-seeking rat were blown apart, urgently summoning their energy to rush to her aid. Alas, they arrived too late. The thunderfire coalesced into a blue and red dragon, its head emerging from the inky clouds. Thunderfires fall. Crimson and azure energies cascaded down like a waterfall, their frenzied force ripping through the snowy curtain. Even the relentless blizzard was forcibly halted. This killing blow, a fusion of three elements, could obliterate even behemoths above level 40. In the distance, Qin Yun had arrived. Witnessing this, he couldn't help but inwardly gasp. Jian Hanshi's power was terrifying. Under such a downpour of thunder and fire, even Xingtian's body would suffer severe injuries. But Qin Yun wasn't worried about Zhang Xinxin. That girl had never revealed her full potential in front of him. Even when facing Xiaolong, she had been his main force. As fellow prodigies of Huaxia, she couldn't possibly be defeated so easily. The thunder and fire gradually dissipated. Jian Hanshi flicked a finger, and a gale swept away all the smoke and dust. At the epicenter of the explosion, Zhang Xinxin stood tall and straight against the wind. She was unharmed, and even the treasure-seeking rat and the Ice Phoenix had run to her side, equally unscathed. Jian Hanshi's pupils fluttered slightly as she forced herself to calm down. Her gaze fell upon Zhang Xinxin's embrace. There, nestled within her embrace, was a black turtle. A slender little snake coiled around the turtle, flickering its tongue at her. You managed to find a Xuanwu's offspring? Heh, your eyes are sharp indeed. Zhang Xinxin's expression turned icy cold. Fewer than 3 people have ever seen it. Jian Hanshi, I won't hold back anymore. Boom! The Ice Phoenix abruptly grew in size, the colossal beast soaring into the air. Behind it, the ancestral form manifested, its killing intent boiling over. The treasure-seeking rat dropped to all fours. Rows of intricate patterns began spreading from its limbs, distorting even the fabric of spacetime. Zhang Xinxin clutched the turtle, advancing step by step toward Jian Hanshi. How could the prodigy of the Zhang family be weak? Qin Yun thoroughly enjoyed watching women fight. He had no intention of intervening. Both harbored ulterior motives. Neither was a good person. His interest lay solely in the altar. What on earth could make them abandon their noble family's dignity and fight tooth and nail here? As these thoughts swirled, a slender figure wielding a blade burst into view. Qin Yue? Chapter 68 SSS rank, Master of the Wasteland God. Qin Yun? Her eyes lit up instantly as she leaped forward to stand before Qin Yun. Snowflakes clung to her hair, and her cheeks were flushed crimson from the bitter cold. Yet the girl's eyes sparkled with vitality, her figure graceful and striking, every smile and frown radiating captivating beauty. It was Li Qingyue. How did you end up here? Qin Yun pulled Li Qingyue behind a rock and whispered. Li Qingyue pointed in that direction, her voice equally hushed. I sensed an unusually strong energy fluctuation here. Worried someone might be in danger, I came to check. Hearing the girl's words, Qin Yun nearly lost his composure. She's too kind. I'm gonna cry. Don't go. Those two aren't good people.
Let's wait until they're almost done before we go grab the loot.
Li Qingyue obediently nodded her little head. The boulder couldn't block the two combatants' auras, but in their life or death duel, Zhang Xinxin and her opponent had no energy left to observe their surroundings. The blinding snowstorm shattered under the violent energy fluctuations as their battle reached a fever pitch.
To avoid damaging the altar, they even moved their battle location in perfect unison. Zhang Xinxin lived up to her reputation as the capital's prodigy.
When she was serious, she unleashed her full power, completely overwhelming Jiang Hanqi throughout the fight.
However, Jiang Hanqi's strength was undeniably formidable.
Surrounded by the beasts, he still managed to fight back. Had it not been for the Xuanwu's impenetrable defense, the outcome might have been decided long ago. At the altar, two shadowy figures had already crept up.
It was Qin Yun and Li Qingyue.
Li Qingyue peered cautiously, her small head poking out. It was her first time encountering such intricate patterns. Qin Yun circled the altar, meticulously tracing the patterns, yet found no way to decipher them.
Only Zhang Xinxin might know the answer.
A cold gleam flashed in Qin Yun's eyes. Just as he was plotting how to coerce Zhang Xinxin, a voice ancient and weathered pierced his mind. Sacrificing to heaven and earth, the gods bestowed their power.
The ancient god Xingtian? He actually spoke. Qin Yun's heart surged with excitement.
He knew that after invoking deities, they possessed varying degrees of self-awareness, but he had never witnessed them initiating communication. And Xingtian was the first to speak.
Young one, stand at the center and offer your reverent sacrifice.
You shall then receive great power. But you are favored by us, you need not seek such divine power. Xingtian, fearing Qin Yun might not understand, took the trouble to explain further.
Thank you, ancient deity. Qin Yun expressed his gratitude solemnly.
Xingtian, once a human himself, had performed sacrifices as a sovereign ruler.
Yet after endless ages, the heavens and earth withered, the gods vanished, and humanity struggled for survival in the apocalypse.
To encounter the altar from his memories in such circumstances felt like stepping into another world, even to him, and he felt profound reverence. This was precisely why he had taken the initiative to remind Qin Yun. Xingyue, stand on the circular platform.
Upon receiving the instruction, Qin Yun immediately acted, guiding Li Qingyue to the center of the altar.
The platform was small, barely large enough for one person to stand. Though puzzled, Li Qingyue obediently stepped onto the platform.
Suddenly,
the surrounding snowstorm ceased. Blood-red light surged from the patterns encircling the altar, slithering like serpents along their paths toward the center.
An intangible aura surged forth, like a fierce beast opening its eyes and fixing its gaze upon the newcomer.
The pressure surged instantly.
Repeat after me.
Qin Yun's expression turned solemn as he led Li Qingyue in reciting the ritual incantation. We humbly acknowledge, the constellation of Xuanqiu has lost its course, the yellow path has shattered and departed. Earth's fire erupts, scorching 1,000 miles, the celestial river bursts its banks, flooding the 9 provinces. Xiangqi howls at the vermilion gates, Tiaowu tears apart the dark frontier. The 4 spirits vanish, the 8 winds run amok, heaven and earth lie in utter chaos. Should this great burden fall upon us, to realign the celestial spheres and restore the cosmic harmony, we vow to offer our hearts as torches and our bones as soil, forever sealing calamity at Qiangfa.
May the great Wei be merciful. Thus spoke he. The wind rises. Boom!
A frenzied tempest surged upward from below, coalescing into a dragon that split the heavens, scattering every dark cloud overhead. The snowy plains' dark clouds lingered endlessly, and blizzards raged year after year. But at this moment, the sky revealed its true form. All the great beasts dwelling within it instinctively raised their heads to gaze upon the sky, bearing witness to this breathtaking blue.
Oh no!
The commotion naturally caught the attention of Zhang Xinxin and her opponent, locked in fierce combat. There was no room left for fighting. The Ice Phoenix instantly spread its wings and soared toward the altar with unmatched momentum.
Jiang Hanqi's expression darkened dramatically as spatial elements surged violently around her.
With several teleports, she closed the distance. Her eyes blazed with murderous intent as thunder and fire surged, coiling into serpentine bolts that lunged toward Li Qingyue. She couldn't fathom how this person had arrived.
Even more baffling was how she knew the altar's secret. But no matter what, she would never let this opportunity slip away. The Phoenix's cry resounded before her, and the Ice Phoenix arrived on the battlefield, plummeting like a falling star. Phoenix fall from the heavens.
The combined strike of the two was too powerful even for them to withstand.
Boom!
The explosive roar echoed, as surging elements formed a tidal wave that nearly engulfed the entire altar. But in an instant, the Ice Phoenix's body was hurled backward. Even Jiang Hanqi grunted softly, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, clearly suffering from the energy backlash. A figure stood before them. A giant axe gripped in his hand, a cold smile played on his lips. His muscles were like cast iron, and behind him stood a solemn, headless divine form imposing without a trace of anger.
Qin Yun? How did he find this place? Step aside.
A chill flashed across Jiang Hanqi's face as multicolored lights erupted from his ring. The Ice Phoenix rose to her feet, and the treasure-seeking rat arrived, cradling Zhang Xinxin. She too was astonished. Though a flicker of shame crossed her eyes, it was swiftly replaced by fury.
She had no intention of playing second fiddle. What if she refused?
Qin Yun hoisted his massive axe, crimson energy surging through his body as his killing intent flared. Xingtian, the war god, dared to draw his blade against the Yellow Emperor, even continuing to fight after severing his head.
He had no reason to retreat. Zhang Hanqi's eyes turned cold. Without a word, the elements of wind, fire, and thunder began to coalesce. Zhang Xinxin's eyes glowed with blood-red ink as the three colossal beasts resumed their true forms, charging toward Qin Yun from all directions. Rip! A pair of icy wings erupted from her back, while her fingernails transformed into razor-sharp claws.
Ha!
Qin Yun sneered coldly. Zhang Xinxin, you've never once spoken the truth. An S-rank beast master couldn't possibly wield a pet beast's power. Zhang Xinxin caught Qin Yun's gaze. Her wings flapped as she soared into the air, her blood-ink eyes fixed on Qin Yun. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Level 42, SSS class, Master of the Wasteland God. Take my advice, leave now, and I'll guarantee your admission to Qin Yun Academy.
Ha!
Qin Yun's smile remained unchanged. That really is tempting. What a pity. I won't trust someone who deceived me again. Boom! Divine might erupted. Xingtian's divine form had already fused with Qin Yun's body. Killing intent boiled. There was no enmity between the three. But there was only one opportunity. No more talk. The battle begins. Chapter 69, Ascending the 100 Steps to Divinity, Eternal Martial God. Li Qingyue felt a strange sensation. In a daze, she felt as though she had entered another world. She stood atop a mountain peak, with a vast, swarming crowd behind her. So many people spilling from the summit down the slopes, all prostrated on the ground. Beneath her feet lay a sacrificial altar constructed of blue bricks. This altar was immense, with 99 steps alone, each tier gradually narrowing. Offerings were placed upon it, flames blazing, creating a magnificent and grand spectacle. Li Qingyue's steps moved forward uncontrollably. The mountain peak soared high, with clouds swirling around it. The sky seemed within reach, like a celestial realm. As Li Qingyue ascended the steps, an overwhelming pressure suddenly descended upon her. This was the trial of heaven and earth. If a ruler could not even withstand such pressure, what right did he have to be a ruler? What right would he have to claim divine power? Step by step, Li Qingyue pressed forward. Resilient as ever, the pain wrought by the pressure could not break her. Level 30. The pressure surged violently. Li Qingyue staggered, nearly tumbling down. King! Know your limits. A wave of voices surged from below the platform, flooding into Li Qingyue's mind. King? Who is the king? Li Qingyue didn't understand. She always believed she was just an ordinary person. But how many ordinary people would dare to draw their swords against a dragon? And how many ordinary people would dare to charge into a pack of beasts? Her actions alone were worthy of a king. She took another step. Li Qingyue shouldered the pressure and moved upward. Each step was agonizing, as if a colossal boulder were plummeting from her back, threatening to send her tumbling down at the slightest misstep. 50 steps in, the girl was already drenched in sweat. Her gaze grew hazy as she looked toward the bonfire at the base of the steps. Each step could be used for ritual offerings, though the divine power gained varied slightly. King! It is enough. The heaven and earth society shall prosper. The roar of voices persisted, shaking Li Qingyue's resolve. She could stop now. This was enough. But she did not stop. She drew her tang sword. Snap! She drove the tang sword into the next step, gripped the hilt with both hands, and forced herself upward. Her bones creaked under the pressure, as if her spine would shatter at any moment. But Li Qingyue only gritted her teeth, biting down so hard her gums bled. She straightened her back, tilted her head back, and pushed upward. Those 30 steps felt like an eternity. 80 steps. Her entire body felt as if it had fallen apart, unable to muster even a shred of strength. Li Qingyue knelt on the 80th step, gasping for breath. King! 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 The common folk below prostrated themselves. They no longer tried to dissuade her. They only chanted the king's name. Li Qingyue gripped her blades with both hands, pushing herself upright. Her eyes fixed only on the summit. 81 steps. 85th tier. 88th step. Put! At the 90th step, Li Qingyue spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. The tang sword rolled away uncontrollably, rendered useless for support. Her eyes turned crimson as terrifying pressure crushed down on her spine like mountains, squeezing her organs to the point of collapse. Several bones snapped within her frame. Agony, excruciating, heart-wrenching agony nearly overwhelmed Li Qingyue, blurring her consciousness. She possessed exceptional talent, yet there were always those superior to her in this world. She could never reach the pinnacle it was predetermined from birth. Yet she yearned to reach the pinnacle. Because one day, he would stand there, and she didn't want him to be alone. Blood trickled down her neck, veins bulging across her body, many already ruptured, drenching Li Qingyue in crimson. Her consciousness was on the verge of shattering. In a daze, a figure appeared before her.
He took the girl's hand and stepped onto the platform. No pressure, no pain. Only boundless warmth. Her wounds healed rapidly, and her shattered spirit regained clarity. Li Qingyue raised her hand and touched the sky. She had reached the summit. Sunlight pierced the clouds, and a fierce wind swept across the altar's summit. A deep, rumbling sound echoed from the depths of the clouds, as rolling thunder roared like 1,000 chariots crushing the heavens. The ritual begins. Snowy plains. The blizzard ceased. Frenzied energy raged near the altar. The treasure-seeking rat lay sprawled in the snow, limbs splayed upward, its tail drooping limply. A single punch had knocked it unconscious. The ice phoenix's crystalline armor lay shattered, its fragments drifting feebly through the air. Its command over frost energy was now negligible. Jiang Hanqi knelt on one knee in the snow, her otherworldly face filled with shock. Her energy was completely depleted, her fingers trembling uncontrollably from unleashing her skills. The only one able to stand was Zhang Xinxin. The black tortoise lay upon her back, continuously supplying energy. Boom! The massive axe collided with the sharp claws. Zhang Xinxin and Qin Yun each took a step back, gasping for breath. I truly underestimated you. Zhang Xinxin wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her eyes thick with astonishment. Heh, who doesn't? Qin Yun clutched his chest, equally astonished. This Zhang Xinxin was ridiculously strong. After borrowing her pet beast's power, she'd actually managed to go toe-to-toe with Qin Yun, possessed by Xingtian, and hold her own until now. However, all other beast humans had lost their combat ability, and both of them were now fighting on empty. Battling to the bitter end, they were once again in a situation of mutual destruction. This scene unfolded before the eyes of the entire nation. The assembly hall in the imperial capital fell silent. They deliberately created fewer opportunities, hoping the students would clash and grind against each other like rough stones, gradually transforming into precious jade. Yet they never imagined these three would fight with such ferocity. Zhang Xinxin had exhausted all her trump cards, Jiang Hanqi was pushed to the brink of collapse, and even Qin Yun, who had never tasted defeat, was on the verge of collapse. What kind of opportunity could possibly be worth such a desperate struggle? All eyes turned to Ying Yuanwu. Ying Yuanwu frowned deeply and spoke in a grave tone. Legend has it that this altar can bestow divine power, even elevating one's class rank. But unfortunately, we've never triggered it ourselves, treating it merely as folklore. With the divine lineage of Huaxia severed, merely recognizing this as an altar is no small feat. To activate it requires devout worship. They've reached a point where they no longer believe in the divine. How could they possibly be devout? Naturally, they couldn't activate it. So it seems the rumors are true. The young lady of the Li family will likely be the ultimate beneficiary. Indeed, fate has always been cruel. The crowd remained detached after all. As long as the opportunity was granted, it would strengthen the next generation of China. As for who secures it, they truly couldn't care less. While prodigies from major clans might monopolize it for a time, prodigies from the lower ranks will always emerge. Qin Yun took a deep breath, hoisted his axe, and once again aimed it at Zhang Xinxin. Zhang Xinxin stood up as well, meeting his gaze with cold eyes. This was the final strike. It was time to settle the outcome. Boom! As both were gathering their energy, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from behind them. A crimson beam of light descended from the heavens, forming a pillar of light that pierced through the sky and earth at the center of the altar. At the very center of that pillar stood Li Qingyue. The next moment, the pillar shattered, and the girl opened her eyes. An intangible sense of oppression instantly weighed down on Zhang Xinxin's heart. Jiang Hanqi, unable to withstand it, fell to her knees, gazing up in terror. The ritual concluded. SSS-rank, Eternal Martial God. The slaughter approaches. Chapter 70, The Dragon Clan's rebellious son, Long Xingtian. Empty. Space-time trembled, as if the world itself had lost a frame. Li Qingyue's figure materialized before Zhang Xinxin. She did not draw her blade, merely tapping lightly against Zhang Xinxin's head. Thud. In Zhang Xinxin's horrified gaze, an unimaginable force struck her, sending her flying backward instantly. She crashed into several boulders before slowly coming to a halt. Had it not been for the protection of the black tortoise, she would have been reduced to a pile of shattered bones. SSS tier is merely the highest rank in the profession. But that doesn't mean this profession only has SSS rank. Li Qingyue's Eternal Martial God could crush any ordinary SSS tier with ease. As for Qin Yun's Divine Actor, its power defies any ranking system. Li Qingyue floated mid-air, her gaze sweeping downward. Get lost. A voice utterly devoid of emotion. Yet as the sound echoed, an invisible shockwave erupted violently, unleashing a tempest that swept across the land. Every living being except Qin Yun was hurled away, vanishing from sight. Qin Yun scarcely recognized the girl before him. With just one ritual, she had shed her childlike innocence. Every gesture now carried an imperial aura. Such a transformation was something even he had never anticipated. Li Qingyue landed softly, then threw herself into Qin Yun's arms. Are you okay? Are you hurt? If I'd known they'd come looking for trouble, I wouldn't have gone in. Next time something like this happens, you have to call me.
I'm strong now, I could definitely help you.
Li Qingyue's small head rubbed against Qin Yun's chest, her voice trembling with tears. She felt terribly guilty knowing she'd gone inside to seize her opportunity while Qin Yun fought tooth and nail outside.
It's fine. I'm in top shape.
Qin Yun smiled and ruffled the girl's hair.
Thankfully, she was still the Li Qingyue he knew. Snowy plains.
Zhang Xinxin regained consciousness and slammed her fist into the ground.
She never imagined things would turn out this way.
She had prepared meticulously. Not only was her strength unmatched, but her disguise was flawless.
How had it come to this? Damn it! Boom! Amidst her seething indignation, a thunderous roar echoed beside her ears. She followed the sound and saw a colossal figure striding toward them. A giant beast? Zhang Xinxin bit her lip, trying to muster her energy to fight back.
But her body was utterly drained of strength, and all three of her pets had lost their ability to fight. Forget fighting, even evading was beyond her. Despair welled up in her eyes.
Was she really going to be eliminated here? She was so unwilling.
She still had so much left to accomplish. That towering figure had already arrived before her. He blocked out the entire sky, not even letting the sunlight through. Zhang Xinxin stood in the shadow, tears of despair streaming down her face.
Suddenly, sunlight spilled over her.
Zhang Xinxin looked up in a daze. A hand reached down from the sky, extending before her eyes. The figure bent down, revealing a face that was fierce yet kind-hearted. His eyes were crystal clear, as if utterly pure and untainted.
Hello. Having trouble? I'm Ah Xing. I can help you.
When Jiang Hanqi opened her eyes, she was covered in a blanket, a campfire burning before her, warmth slowly enveloping her.
Awake?
A somewhat familiar voice came from nearby. He sat across the fire, his face flickering in the flames.
MHM.
Jiang Hanqi sat up. She had lost consciousness after Li Qingyue cleared the area, and upon waking, found herself here. It was the man across from her who had saved her. Without the energy shield, dressed as she was, she would have frozen to death. She moved closer to the fire and recognized the figure before her.
Long Xingtian? Long time no see. Long time no see.
The man across from her lifted his head, his eyes devoid of emotion, utterly impassive. Long Xingtian, the rising star of the Long family. Legend has it that twin dragons circled the heavens at his birth, hailed as an auspicious sign. The patriarch of the Long family doted on this grandson, raising him in pampered luxury where neither scolding nor punishment could touch him. Unsurprisingly, Long Xingtian grew into a spoiled brat, arrogant and tyrannical, reigning in his behavior only in the presence of the old patriarch.
The Long family, based in the metropolis, wielded immense influence.
Under their protection, he had never caused any major trouble.
That was until he met Chu Luoli, the new transfer student. At first sight, Long Xingtian was utterly captivated, launching a relentless pursuit. Yet Chu Luoli never once acknowledged Long Xingti.
Or rather, she never paid attention to anyone. She lived in solitude, yet this only fueled Long Xingtian's obsession. Accustomed to his arrogance and tyranny in the demon city, Long Xingtian could not tolerate rejection of his affections. He brought men to block Chu Luoli's path. That day, he brought 10 men. These 10 men had their meridians severed, leaving them crippled for life.
Even Long Xingtian himself had his right leg broken and was tossed into a trash bin. The Long family erupted in fury.
The old patriarch personally intervened to retrieve his grandson, mobilizing every resource to exact vengeance.
The entire metropolis plunged into chaos. Yet soon, the city returned to calm.
Dressed in his military uniform, the old patriarch sat alone by his grandson's hospital bed for an entire day. When he left, his face was expressionless, save for the gold star gleaming on his chest. By the time the others entered the ward, Long Xingtian had been beaten beyond recognition. They could scarcely believe their eyes. This was the child the old man cherished most. Even if Long Xingtian's own father dared to touch a single hair on his head, the old man would have taken his cane and whipped his own flesh and blood. No one knew what had transpired. All they knew was that after the old master Long had traveled to the capital, he returned and cancelled all preparations, leaving only a bounty posted on the black market. But strangely, any assassin daring to claim this bounty would die in plain sight the very next day. Even though the reward was enough to live on for generations, no one dared touch it again. That bounty eventually became a taboo within the black market. After that incident, Long Xingtian rarely appeared in public. It wasn't until the day of his professional awakening that he once again caused a sensation. SS class, Twin Dragon Blade Rider. Yet now he was humble and cautious, taciturn, a complete transformation. In truth, Jiang Hanqi had little interaction with Long Xingtian. Their encounters were limited to brief exchanges through family connections. Meeting here felt like fate. How are you? Long Xingtian's voice was low as he stared intently at the flames. I'm fine. Another night's rest should see me fully recovered. You can rest here. I cooked some food. I'll warm it up for you later. Above the flickering flames, an iron pot bubbled and gurgled. Jiang Hanqi's eyelashes fluttered slightly. The man before her was vastly different from the vagabond she remembered. Had she not seen him with her own eyes, she would never have believed this was Longxing Tian.
The man who'd always been so reckless, how could he even know how to cook? Even she, Jiang Hanshi, couldn't do it. Oh, right. Could I ask you a favor?
Beyond the campfire, Longxing Tian finally lifted his head, meeting Jiang Hanshi's gaze.
Find someone for me. Who? Shu Luoli. Chapter 71, Ghost Realm. Shu Luoli?
Jiang Hanshi recalled the name, his expression growing grave as he cautiously spoke.
You still haven't given up? She is. I know. Longxing Tian cut Jiang Hanshi off.
His expression calm, his brow devoid of any emotion.
I just want to see her once. Nothing else. Is that so?
Jiang Hanshi raised an eyebrow, a cold smile playing on her pretty face.
Yes. Longxing Tian ignored Jiang Hanshi's skepticism, meeting her gaze without flinching.
The kettle over the campfire began to boil, steam slamming against the lid with a loud gurgling sound.
The tension between them was broken by the aroma.
Longxing Tian stood up, lifted the lid, and ladled a bowl for Jiang Hanshi. Jiang Hanshi took the bowl, sighed slowly, and nodded.
All right, I'll help you find it. Thanks. Night gradually swallowed the snowy plains. Could this place be the ghost realm?
At the edge of the snowfield, Qin Yun stared ahead with a look of suspicion. It was clearly daytime, yet the interior remained shrouded in darkness, with only scattered blue flames flickering within, providing a faint glimmer of visibility.
Right.
Qin Yun looked astonished.
This place was eerily haunted, permeated by a bone-chilling aura that seeped into every pore. Prolonged exposure would surely affect one's sanity.
Yet what truly astonished him wasn't the environment, but the stirring of Zhong Kuei's divine essence. Here, his artifact was.
Come. Follow me. Zhong Kuei's divine form materialized behind Qin Yun, its icy aura spreading through the air and deepening the already eerie atmosphere.
Qin Yun, following behind, was also protected by Zhong Kuei, minimizing the environment's influence on her. Brother Ing, you actually brought the ghost realm to the fourth gate.
That must have cost you a lot of blood. The ghost realm's environment is extremely harsh, and the beasts there are generally powerful. It's indeed the perfect place for this.
Hope these kids don't get their spines shattered by the ghosts. Within the Imperial Capital's council hall, several figures conversed and laughed.
Ing Yuanwo took up the thread, explaining.
Half a year ago, I acquired 2 weapons radiating relentless ghostly energy enough to transform an entire land into a ghost realm. I contacted many people, but none could suppress it. I had no choice but to bury them underground, creating an artificial ghost realm to serve as part of the exam stages. Hearing this, the others nodded in understanding.
That's excellent.
The children just need to hold their ground. Rest assured, those who made it this far are the cream of the crop.
Few among them would be afraid of ghosts.
True to their words, the students approaching the ghostly domain didn't slow their pace, they strode forward with purpose. The most striking figure among them was a gaunt man. The moment he stepped into the ghost realm, all the ghostly energy surged toward him, enveloping him like a living rice dumpling. For an ordinary person, being engulfed by such a massive amount of ghostly energy would be life-threatening, let alone maintaining consciousness. Yet he not only remained unaffected but seemed to relish the environment, even sitting cross-legged to begin his cultivation.
His profession? An SSS-ranked necromancer. This environment was practically his home turf. Ah Xing, hold on, let me handle this. Oh, alright. I'll hold it down.
Hearing this, the wild man Ah Xing pinned down a venomous python, leaving only its head exposed. The girl skipped over to his side, stabbing the venomous snake repeatedly with her dagger until it was finally dead. Ah Xing cheerfully set down the dead snake and high-fived the girl in celebration. Zhang Xinxin watched the two, her eyes narrowing slightly as a flash of coldness crossed her face. She gently curled her fingers.
Oh whoa! A demon wolf burst from a blind spot, its gaping maw snapping viciously toward Ah Xing.
Unable to dodge in time, Xing roared in fury, spreading his arms to brace against the beast's massive jaws.
The terrifying force prevented the wolf from closing its mouth.
The demon wolf's vicious nature remained unchanged. Even though it couldn't bite through, it took off at full speed, dragging Ah Xing in its jaws deeper into the darkness.
Ah Xing!
The girl's eyes widened in terror as she cried out frantically, yet she made no move to chase after them. Instead, she turned to look at Zhang Xinxin. Sis, hurry and help me save Ah Xing.
He can't leave me. Get lost. Huh? What did you say, sis? I didn't catch that.
Zhang Xinxin looked up at the girl, her face growing colder by the second.
I told you to get lost. You don't deserve to be here. You! How dare you speak to me like that? Ah Xing won't let you get away with this.
The girl sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, pointing at Zhang Xinxin and about to unleash a torrent of abuse. But Zhang Xinxin merely gave a cold snort, her aura surging. The miniature ice phoenix perched on her shoulder instantly grew larger, towering over the girl with overwhelming pressure.
Do you think it's fun to treat people like fools?
I don't know how you two met, but given his temperament, I'm afraid he's just a tool to you. As she spoke, Zhang Xinxin stepped before the girl. Under the ice phoenix's imposing presence, the girl dared not move, allowing Zhang Xinxin to open her wristwatch. The number displayed had already reached 2,000.
With so many points, do you even deserve them? Get out now, or I'll throw you out myself. You!
The girl started to resist, but the Ice Phoenix let out a long cry, and ice crystals began to form around them. If she dared to make a move, the Ice Phoenix wouldn't hesitate to kill her. Her throat trembled, but she ultimately dared not utter a sound.
Resentfully, she ran off in another direction.
Only after she vanished from sight did the Ice Phoenix slowly shrink and climb onto Zhang Xinxin's shoulder.
Zhang Xinxin's expression once again became bright and adorable. Rumble! A frantic pounding of footsteps echoed from nearby.
A Xing, covered in blood, sprinted toward them, appearing before them in an instant.
Ah Xing, are you okay? You're bleeding so much.
Zhang Xinxin covered her mouth, her voice filled with concern. Ah Xing wiped the blood from his face and grinned.
It's all that wolf's blood. I'm fine. What about Xiao Shui? She wasn't captured, was she? No. Sister Xiaoxue said she has friends waiting behind. She's going to find them and told us to go ahead. Xiao Shui's friends? Then we're going too. It's dangerous back there, I need to protect them.
No need, Ah Xing's sister Xiao Shui said we should go ahead.
She'll catch up soon. You have to trust Sister Xiaoxue. Right.
Ah Xing scratched his head and laughed heartily.
Let's go, Ah Xing. We've got a long way ahead.
The two figures, one tall and one small, ventured deep into the ghostly realm.
Qin Yun and Qin Yun moved swiftly.
Under the influence of Zhong Kuei's divine aura, weaker beasts fled at their sight, daring not to obstruct them. They arrived at the shore of a lake. Despite the lingering ghostly aura, the lake water was remarkably clear, reflecting human figures with sharp definition.
A girl stood on the shore.
She wore a pure white combat uniform, her silver white hair cascading behind her, her delicate form trembling slightly. Qin Yun felt the figure looked familiar, though he couldn't quite place her. Li Qingyue's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she whispered softly.
Shu Luoli.
I saw her before in the East Sea. A shadow brimming with lethal intent instantly flashed through Qin Yun's mind.
Why is she crying? Chapter 72, The Haunted Spring. The two approached Shu Luoli cautiously.
Her body trembled uncontrollably, tears soaking her entire face, adding a touch of tragic beauty to her peerless features. Qin Yun and the other exchanged glances, neither understanding what was happening. They could only follow her gaze.
But wasn't that just the calm surface of the lake?
Qin Yun could only see reflections. Suddenly, Li Qingyue's body froze. She stared blankly at her reflection, her pupils contracting wildly as crystal and liquid seeped from them.
What was happening? Why was she crying too?
Qin Yun felt his head was about to explode. His gaze darted back and forth between the two figures and the lake, yet he couldn't make sense of anything. The haunted spring. When you gaze directly into the waters, you will see the things you fear most in your heart.
Strange, how come you're fine?
Just as Qin Yun felt utterly helpless, a ghostly shadow flashed before his eyes. Instantly, a head appeared behind him. Qin Yun instinctively swung his fist, but the figure's movements were too swift, they dodged effortlessly.
Hey, no need to rush. I'm out now.
With those words, the heavy gloom of the ghostly shadow dissipated by half, revealing a clear and bright scene.
A gaunt boy stood before Qin Yun. Who are you? Duga Shan, SSS-rank necromancer. You don't look like a necromancer. How come you're unaffected by the haunted spring? Duga Shan sniffed suspiciously, unable to detect any necromantic aura on Qin Yun.
Indeed, Qin Yun carried no necromantic essence. The ghostly energy emanating from him was the authentic, hellish kind, nothing some wild ghostly creature could fake. Even though Duga Shan is an SSS tier necromancer, he's worlds apart from Zhong Kuei. To put it plainly, the little ghosts Zhong Kuei captured at his peak were called necromancers.
With that explanation, Qin Yun finally understood why he remained unaffected.
Under Zhong Kuei's blessing, the haunted spring dared not lay a finger on him.
Qin Yun offered no reply, merely revealing Zhong Kuei's divine form.
Leopard-headed with bulging eyes, a dark face and a thick beard, clad in a crimson robe and black boots. In his left hand, the demon-slaying sword, in his right, the soul-reaping chain. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the specters. The imposing divine form stood nearly 30 meters tall, towering like a skyscraper before the two men. Lonely Ben could only look up in awe. Overwhelming ghostly energy surged from the manifestation. Its pure essence sent a chill through Lonely Shan's heart, filling him with an unprecedented dread. Like a cat toying with a mouse, he was now nothing but a trapped rat. Thud! The boy's knees buckled, and he fell straight to his knees.
Zhong Kuei's divine form nodded in satisfaction, finding this little ghost rather pleasing. This junior was blind to your presence, master. Duga Shan's voice trembled as he cowered, unable to lift his gaze, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor.
He was a prodigy, but being a prodigy didn't mean he wasn't afraid of death. A man capable of such fierce self-restraint was someone he dared not provoke. Seeing the child nearly scared to death, Qin Yun hastily withdrew the Zhong Kuei manifestation, helped the child to their feet, and asked,
"Can you save them?"
"It is possible, but we must locate the source of the Dark Night Spring."
Shatter the essence within the spring's core and its power will be neutralized.
It will take months to recover.
Dugashan reported the information he knew truthfully.
However, those with strong willpower often find their own way out.
This girl is quite remarkable.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than a voice sounded beside him.
Qin Yun had barely turned around when something soft and fragrant pressed into his embrace.
Qin Yun bit her lip, her face streaked with tears as she threw herself into Qin Yun's arms. Qin Yun could only stroke the hair near her ear, murmuring softly, "As long as you're okay." Dugashan shot the pair a resentful glance before tactfully turning his attention to check on Chu Luoli's condition. She still stood there, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. But her hair color was gradually darkening. Even the aura surrounding her grew sharper, as if a dagger might pierce your skull at any moment.
No! She couldn't hold on.
If this continued, she'd become a puppet of the lake. One of us three must watch her.
The rest of you, destroy the essence immediately.
I'll stay here. Qinyue, you go with him.
Make it quick. Understood. Qinyue naturally wouldn't refuse Qin Yun's arrangement.
Her aura erupted, revealing the killing intent of the eternal calamity martial god, causing Dugashan to stumble back in fright once more.
He didn't recognize these two. But their professions were terrifying.
If they came to blows, he knew he wouldn't stand a chance.
Didn't grandfather say he was unmatched outside? How could he feel outmatched by two people he'd just met? Dugashan scowled in frustration, then swept Qinyue away with him. Qin Yun remained before Chu Luoli.
The girl's hair had turned entirely black, and a chill had settled upon her already hauntingly beautiful face.
That chill wasn't just rejection, it was a desire to destroy everything.
He didn't know what had happened to the girl in her dream, but it certainly wasn't anything good.
Fire. Endless fire.
Young Chu Luoli sat in the basement, staring blankly at the flames above her. The sounds of battle and roaring echoed through the floorboards, flooding into the girl's ears and numbing her emotions further. The plump woman gently lifted her up and tucked her into a box.
Good girl, don't you love playing hide and seek with mommy? How about we play hide and seek now? Hide right here, and you can only come out when someone calls for you.
A radiant smile graced the woman's face, yet the blood staining her white robe added a touch of sorrow to the otherwise tender maternal expression. The stench of blood hung thick and heavy, as if the air itself could be squeezed to yield fresh blood.
Don't go, mommy, don't go. No, no.
Don't go, you mustn't go. Tears welled in Chu Luoli's eyes as she poked her head out of the box, struggling to pull herself free. But she was too small now.
Not only could she not climb out of the box, she couldn't even shout loudly to stop her. All she could do was cry out mommy, over and over.
The woman's smile was beautiful in the girl's memory, it was breathtakingly beautiful.
Little Luoli. Be strong, be good. Mommy loves you so much. Tears fell onto little Luoli's face.
The woman was already weeping uncontrollably.
Goodbye, little Luoli. Remember to think of mommy.
The box was closed.
Darkness enveloped her like a muddy swamp. No. No. I don't want to. Why? Why leave me alone? Why can't you take me with you when you die?
Mom, I'm really not afraid of dying, Mom.
The girl in the box wailed and sobbed. Flames roared and blazed.
Hundreds of figures stood before the flames.
Damn it! Dare to come to my demon ceiling pass? Think the Chu family is made of sugar?
5 heaven tier level 90 beasts and over 10,000 lesser creatures show some respect to the Chu family. Leave that heaven grade beast for me later, I'll make sure it's worth every penny.
Second master, you rest up. Sixth son here will test its mettle first. Ah, it's just a pity for our little Luoli. She'll grow up, but we won't be around to see it.
Her temperament is just like big brothers, she'll shoulder our family's burdens sooner or later. I'd rather see her find someone to marry, save her the hardship.
Ha!
Stop complaining, kill a few more to earn military merit for little Luoli. The figures laughed heartily, only quieting when the woman approached.
Everyone.
The man at the front raised his long sword and roared, raising his arms.
Enough said. The Chu clan shall never fall. The demon-subduing fortress shall never fall. Follow me. To our deaths.
Year 357 of the Huaxia calendar. The demon ceiling pass held firm for 36 hours, 5 heaven-grade beasts fell. At the scene, only one child survived.
Chapter 73, Born Alone. Little Luoli, how are you doing over there? I'm doing just fine, Grandma.
No need to worry about me. At the orphanage, the young girl Chu Luoli stood gracefully before the woman. The woman, dressed in military uniform, was of advanced age yet wore a kind expression. She ruffled Chu Luoli's hair and motioned for her to go play. After Luoli left, the director, looking deeply troubled, approached the woman. Sister, this is a bit tricky. This child is sensible and considerate, even helping us care for the other children. But she's never initiated conversation with us. Every time we try to reach out, we get the same response.
She's still so young, sister. This kind of situation shouldn't be happening to a child. The headmistress's words made the woman frown.
She pressed her thumb to her temple, a headache throbbing there.
You know her background.
If we fail to care for this child properly, it could break the hearts of all Huaxia.
I know, sister. But after what she's been through, the trauma in her heart can't be healed by words alone. She's completely shut herself off now. Though she acts perfectly normal, I'm truly afraid she might do something reckless one day. Sister, I have a suggestion. Perhaps we should let her experience family life. Feeling the warmth of a home might help her heal. Sigh. If you can't help her, then who in Huaxia could?
Both sighed deeply, glancing toward the girl reading alone in the study, their eyes filled with heartache.
Little Luoli, what would you like to eat today? Anything is fine, Aunt Lu. Did you have a good day at school? It was okay. The teacher was really thorough. I redecorated your room. See if you like it. I love it, thank you, Aunt Lu.
Chuluoli sat in the room that felt so out of place, her face beaming with a smile. Lu Qinglan handed the recording to the old dean, her expression grim.
Sister May, it's no use. She doesn't care about her surroundings at all.
The meals I cook are so disgusting I can't even stomach them myself, yet she eats them with a smile, saying they have a unique flavor. This room I fixed up looks like hell. The bed frame feels like stone slabs, impossible to sleep on, yet she never once complained.
I feel so miserable, Sister May. No matter how good or bad I do, she accepts it all with a smile. The more she does this, the worse I feel. Her heart is completely closed off. I have no clue what she's thinking. Sister May, I'm sorry. I really can't help you. The old director sighed deeply, patted Lu Qinglan's shoulder, and said no more. Chu Luoli returned to the orphanage. She told the director she wanted to live independently and had rented a place near the school. The old director offered to look after her, but she politely declined. The girl began living in solitude. Perhaps from that day onward, she had always been alone. In high school, due to the orphanage's relocation, the girl transferred schools. She maintained excellent grades, living a life confined to school, home, and study. Yet someone always barged into her life. Long Xing Tian had latched onto her. That day, as dusk settled heavily, Chuluoli, shoulder bag slung over one arm, passed through a narrow alley. The usually bustling alley felt unusually quiet that day. The girl lifted her eyes to find a group of people blocking her path ahead. She sighed and turned to walk back. But the path behind her was still blocked. Long Xingtian strode arrogantly before her. He declared that there was nothing in this life he couldn't obtain. The girl asked him, "Can you find my parents? Where are they?" "They're dead." Long Xingtian felt tricked and cursed under his breath. The girl lowered her head, her expression darkening. When she looked up again, a smile touched the corners of her mouth. The haunted spring. By the lake. A faint aura of killing intent emanated from Chuluoli, while droplets of crimson appeared in her golden and ink-black pupils. Qin Yun's expression turned fierce. He withdrew the Zhongkue Dharma form and summoned the Xingtian Dharma form in the next instant. Chuluoli was formidable. Especially after her hair turned black, she had once made Qin Yun feel the threat of death. Facing such an opponent, he dared not let his guard down for even a moment. Suddenly, a sliver of killing intent pierced straight toward his brow. Qin Yun felt a sudden emptiness before his eyes and instinctively sidestepped. Rip! The prism-like dagger grazed the back of Qin Yun's waist, tearing a gaping hole in his clothes. Too fast. Even with his guard up, Qin Yun was startled by Chuluoli's attack. Chuluoli! It's me! Can you hear me? Qin Yun slid back to create distance, bellowing twice in her direction. Yet the girl remained expressionless, her eyes and brows radiating murderous intent. She couldn't hear Qin Yun's calls. All she saw was Long Xingtian's infuriating face. The girl spun on her heel, charging toward Qin Yun like a ghostly apparition once more. The prism dagger flashed with a cold, menacing gleam, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. A battered war shield materialized in Qin Yun's hands, ready to forcefully block the attack. But Chuluoli's figure flickered once more. A sudden, searing pain pierced his back. Qin Yun stomped violently on the ground, the powerful impact instantly shattering the surface and forcing the two apart. He wiped his back, his hand stained crimson. His Xingtian-enhanced physique, impervious to heat and cold, could withstand a colossal dragon, yet it proved no match for Chuluoli's strike. Had his reaction been even a fraction slower, had the dagger penetrated deeper, he might well have lost his ability to fight. Qin Yun looked at Chuluoli, his expression clouded with worry. This was quite a challenge. Unlike the earlier opponents, Zhang Xinxin and Jiang Hanxi, whom he could fight without restraint, the Chuluoli before him was merely under control. His task was to engage her, buying time. But this was far more difficult than fighting freely. Especially since Chuluoli's abilities were elusive and unpredictable, one moment of inattention could leave him gravely injured. Qin Yun gritted his teeth as the Xingtian Dharma form enveloped his entire body, reinforcing his physique once more. Even if it meant trading injuries for time, he would hold out until Li Qingyue and the others returned. Empty. Chuluoli vanished once more. The grueling battle continued. Level 45, Terrifying Puppet Octopus. How could a monster of this level be here? Dugushan and Li Qingyue submerged beneath the water. At the very front, a deep black energy mass hovered within the cavern. That was the very essence of the nightmare spring.
But they were blocked by a dark green octopus.
Level 45, a ghost realm boss level enemy. Help me with all your strength. Kill it within 3 minutes.
Li Qingyue's eyes glowed with icy resolve as she activated the Eternal Calamity Martial God ability. Razor-sharp blade she shattered the surrounding lake water, carving out a dry patch of land. Seeing this, Dugashan sucked in a sharp breath, compelled to obey. A skeletal staff materialized in his hand, releasing a ghostly aura. Countless wailing ghost heads rose from the lake's depths, weaving threads of energy into a barrier that firmly trapped the terrifying puppet octopus.
Necromancer, full power activated. Chu Luoli was puzzled. The dragon walker before her was unexpectedly powerful. He had managed to endure her attacks for so long. This was rather interesting. Well then, time to get serious. Chapter 74, Qin Yun vs Chu Luoli. Boom! Qin Yun was sent flying by the explosion, stumbling back several steps. His shield-holding hand trembled slightly. What's going on? How did Chu Luoli's combat power surge so dramatically? A single strike nearly shattered his defenses. Even Shalong couldn't achieve that. The girl hovered in midair, her prism dagger now transformed into a snow-white longsword. Arc-shaped light reflected a cold, divine radiance. Dark elements surged wildly at her side, churning like a swamp. Just moments ago, she had unleashed a jet-black blade aura. Qin Yun raised his shield to block it, only to be sent flying by the sheer force of the strike. Qin Yun looked up at the girl, his eyes narrowing with heightened alertness. Her mastery of elemental control was too refined, even Jiang Hanshi, an elemental messenger, couldn't match it. Empty. The girl vanished once more. A killing intent descended from above, and Qin Yun hastily raised his great axe to block. Clang! A metallic clang resounded as blade and axe collided. Chu Luoli's agile movements carried her down from the blade's edge. Her legs had already swept past the weapons, kicking straight into Qin Yun's chest. With a thud, the two separated, and Qin Yun was kicked back 2 steps. Fortunately, Qin Yun's defenses were strong enough that such an attack couldn't harm his flesh and blood. But as he retreated, Chu Luoli had already closed the distance, her long sword sweeping toward Qin Yun's neck at a vicious angle. Qin Yun had no time to dodge. If evasion was impossible, then evasion be damned. Qin Yun's expression turned fierce. His eyes narrowed, and without flinching, he raised his massive axe to swing it down at Chu Luoli's head. Boom! The massive axe shattered the ground. Chu Luoli vanished. The next moment, Qin Yun felt a sudden weight on his wrist. He looked up to see a slender figure. Chu Luoli. She landed on Qin Yun's arm, then thrust off with her toes, executing a perfect rabbit-kicking eagle maneuver in the confined space. Simultaneously, the blade slashed toward Qin Yun's wrist. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Qin Yun could only release his axe and shield his chest with both arms. Thud! Qin Yun was kicked back several steps. Regaining his balance, he looked ahead. The girl's feet were planted on the axe, a hint of mockery flickering in her icy gaze. After just a few exchanges, she had disarmed Qin Yun. In the Imperial Capital's council hall, the elders watching the duel couldn't help but praise aloud. The Chu family's prowess remains as formidable as ever. Had the Chu family not fallen, this girl would undoubtedly have claimed first place in this trial. Even without the Chu family's backing, her future potential is boundless. Their voices trembled with excitement, astonished by Chu Luoli's performance. With the Chu family absent, Chu Luoli hadn't requested any favors from the state. They couldn't fathom where her abilities came from. Even the most prestigious profession requires exceptional personal talent to uphold. Take Qin Yun, for instance. He was already the top player in Guqing before his class change. Major clans cultivated their members from childhood, ensuring their strength surpassed ordinary people even before class change. But her? How did she manage it? Study. Long, relentless study. This tenacious girl devoted nearly all her free time to relentless study. Martial arts, weaponry, tactical thinking, ability manipulation, whatever proved useful, she mastered. Like a sponge, she greedily soaked up knowledge. No family guidance? So what? The girl was a natural genius, and her diligence was nothing short of astonishing. It was hard to imagine a frail 12-year-old girl wielding a longsword taller than herself. Even as gales howled and torrential rain poured down, she continued to swing her blade through the storm. From 100 swings a day to 10,000, time would polish the rough stone into a brilliant gem. The stubborn girl refused all help, relying solely on her own efforts to rise among the elite. Her prowess let alone ordinary people. How many even from the most meticulously trained great clans could surpass her? Even Jiang Hanshi himself would likely not withstand a single strike. Lake Shore. Qin Yun's eyes held a solemn intensity. As the saying goes, the uninitiated see the spectacle, while the initiated see the skill. The deity he invoked was Xingtian, the war god, a battle-hardened general. Though his combat skills hadn't fully possessed him, he'd inherited 60% of them, more than enough for Qin Yun to handle any foe. Yet before Chu Luoli, Qin Yun felt pressure unlike any he had ever known. Chu Luoli's strength far exceeded Qin Yun's expectations.
He had assumed the girl relied on her elusive teleportation abilities to fight, but now it seemed that power was merely supplementary. Her swordsmanship was exceptional, each strike flawless and seamless, a level even Qin Yun, a blade specialist, couldn't match. Moreover, her combat experience was exceptionally rich. Each counter was the optimal solution, completely unlike what one would expect from someone her age. The mere fact that she could disarm Qin Yun in combat was terrifying enough. But how could the war god Xingtian possibly fear combat? The stronger the foe, the more his blood boiled, the fiercer his battle intent blazed. A smile curved Qin Yun's lips as he retracted his shield. Muscles pulsed like a heartbeat along his arms, his fingers slicing through the air with a faint tearing sound. Boom! His feet slammed into the ground as Qin Yun leapt upward, launching toward Chuluwali like a missile. This time, his speed was blinding. Chuluwali had no time to raise her blade in defense, forced to vanish from sight with a flash of movement. The next instant, a killing intent struck from behind. She had anticipated the opening in Qin Yun's forward charge. But Qin Yun was prepared this time. He had already dissipated most of his forward momentum. Using his right foot as an axis, he spun violently, clenching his right fist. A howling wind followed as he slammed his fist toward the direction of the approaching killing intent. Boom! Amidst the thunderous impact, Chuluwali shielded her eyes with both arms as her slender form was sent reeling by Qin Yun's punch. Qin Yun's fierce momentum unabated, he closed in, his large hand snapping out to seize Chuluwali's wrist. The sheer force of the blow left Chuluwali reeling. Unable to free her hands to resist, she could only allow him to hold her wrists. Qin Yun pinpointed her pressure point and pressed lightly. Thud! The long blade slipped from Chuluwali's grasp. Just as he was about to strike again, Chuluwali finally regained her senses. Her left hand slashed like a blade at Qin Yun's joints, forcing him to release her wrist and create distance. A smile widened on Qin Yun's lips. He had turned the tables. Chuluwali did not retrieve her blade, merely glaring coldly at him. Her body's instincts compelled her to disdain using a weapon that had been disarmed. Qin Yun felt the same way. So be it. Close combat begins. Boom! A blade strike cleaved the lake-bottom cliff, leaving a 50-meter-long gash. The terrifying puppet octopus stared at the gap, its eyes betraying sheer terror. It narrowly avoided the blow at the cost of 3 tentacles. Had it been struck, its brain matter would have been split clean in 2. 1 minute left. Hold it for me. This strike I will sever its head. Qin Yun, possessed by the eternal martial god, radiated a heavy aura of slaughter, her words dripping with murderous intent. Got it. Dugashan's eyes betrayed fear as deep as that of the terrifying puppet octopus. He was terrified that the woman beside him might lose her temper and cleave him in 2. He had to do his best. The bone staff emitted a black aura, summoning 10-20-meter-tall skeletal giants. They wielded battered swords, their eyes blazing with ghostly fire that burned fiercely even in the darkness. Qin Yun gripped her blade's hilt, closing her eyes. Killing intent boiled within her. Chapter 75, Sword Draw and Slash Tyrannosaurus runs heavenward. The shadowy nightmare spring, lakeshore. The two fought fiercely. Qin Yun, in his Xingtian-possessed state, possessed extraordinary physical prowess. Each punch sent shockwaves rippling through the air, and the sheer force of his blows pitted the ground with craters. Though Chuluwali couldn't match him in raw power, her elusive abilities and ethereal footwork allowed her to evade nearly every strike from Qin Yun, seizing opportunities to counterattack. One fought with sweeping, powerful strokes, the other moved like a ghostly apparition. Despite their vastly different styles, neither could gain the upper hand. However, intense combat inevitably reveals weaknesses. Chuluwali sidestepped Qin Yun's heavy punch, but as she turned to counterattack, her body lost its balance. Tripped by the uneven ground, she fell uncontrollably to the earth. Fortunately, her reflexes were lightning fast. As her body tilted, she braced herself with her hands on the ground, poised to roll back up in the next instant. But Qin Yun wouldn't let such an opportunity slip. He tensed his calves, propelling himself forward to wrap his arms around Chuluwali's waist as she was still adjusting her balance. Chuluwali's frame was naturally slender and frail. She couldn't break free from Qin Yun's grip as he pinned her directly to the ground. Inertia carried them rolling several times across the ground before they came to an abrupt halt in an intimate position. Qin Yun now straddled Chuluwali, one hand pinning both her wrists above her head. A flicker of flustered anger crossed Chuluwali's exquisite face. Her long legs shot upward in a startling arc, aiming to kick Qin Yun in the head from behind. Fortunately, Qin Yun was prepared. As her kick came, he ducked his head, not only evading the blow but also grabbing her kicking ankle with his free hand, pinning it so she couldn't pull it back. The flushed embarrassment deepened on Chuluwali's face. And this was while she was still under his control. Had she been fully conscious, she might have killed him. But the hold was solid and secure. Even with all her skills, she couldn't break free. Just as he thought they would remain locked in this stalemate, a sharp, murderous intent pierced his mind. Qin Yun followed the direction of the aura. A man and a woman came into view. Who were they? Jiang Hanqi? Lake bottom. Qin Yu's edge was at its sharpest. She gripped her blade's hilt tightly, her aura surging relentlessly.
Even Dugashan, standing beside her, involuntarily took a few steps back. The terrifying puppet octopus was even more alarmed, wildly flailing its tentacles to shred the encircling skeleton soldiers, desperate to break through. But how could Dugashan give it a chance? Ghostly energy surged, and the shattered skeleton soldiers reassembled in rows, like malevolent specters, swarming around the terrifying puppet octopus. The killing intent grew ever more intense. Li Qingyue's aura surged to its peak. The terrifying puppet octopus dared not sit idly by to meet its doom. Sacrificing 5 severed tentacles, it forced its body to twist, spewing thick ink from beneath itself. The pitch-black ink instantly obscured their vision. Dugashan grunted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He hastily swung his bone staff, recalling the skeleton soldiers. The ink possessed terrifying corrosive properties, devouring more than half of the skeleton soldiers he had summoned in a single encounter. The encirclement was thus broken. The terrifying puppet octopus plunged through the ink, sacrificing energy reserves to accelerate its speed as it fled rapidly into the distance. Li Qingyue posed such a threat that it didn't even dare to attack. But the girl had already opened her eyes. Her gaze locked onto the terror puppet octopus. She drew her blade. Slash! A dragon's roar echoed. A towering water column erupted from the lake's surface, transforming into a colossal dragon that soared straight into the heavens. Li Qingyue stood at the very center of the water column, her eternal calamity martial god aura unleashed in full force, her killing intent boiling over. After advancing her profession, she gained new insights into wielding blades. This strike was executed with complete emptiness, drawing the blade with extreme speed and force. Therefore, she needed someone to buy her time. But if she could successfully draw the blade, the entire battle would end. The terrifying puppet octopus was undeniably swift, pulling away hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Yet a flash of icy steel sent a chill through its body, and it whipped its head around in terror. The blade's aura, murderous and relentless, closed in. SSS-rank. No resistance. No wails. The death knell had already sounded. The terror puppet octopus's body seemed to shift out of place, its eyes rolling in disbelief before finally losing all life. Its body split cleanly in two. Level 45, Terror Puppet Octopus. Sliced in two with a single stroke. Dugashan clutched his chest, trying to calm his frantically pounding heart. Level 45? A boss-tier enemy in the ghost realm, and it was taken down in one strike? Is this what the outside world is like? Grandpa, you lied to me again. A cold gaze swept over him. Dugashan shivered, his expression shrinking as he glanced at Li Qingyue. Is this it? The girl held a long blade, pointing it at the essence within the cave. That's the one, sis. No need for you to intervene. I'll handle this. Dugashan, ever the tactful one, summoned his skeleton soldiers and swung his blade at the essence. You too. The arrival of these two caught Qin Yun off guard. Just as he was about to explain the situation. But the man beside Jiang Hanshi wouldn't give Qin Yun a chance to explain. With a furious roar, he charged straight at Qin Yun. A dragon's phantom emerged from behind him, its aura surging to its peak. He charged like a raging rhino, intent on crushing Qin Yun beneath his hooves. Unable to spare a hand for defense, Qin Yun released Chu Luoli. The Xingtian Dharma form descended, an ancient battle shield rising before him to brace for the impact. The man slammed into the shield. Xingtian, the war god, possessed strength capable of moving mountains and filling seas, enough to tower above all others. Yet in this moment, Qin Yun found himself matched in power. He even felt that the figure before the shield wasn't human at all, but a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Boom! A thunderous crash erupted between them. Qin Yun staggered backward several steps, his arms trembling violently from the immense force. The man retreated as well, his feet gouging deep trenches into the shore. His eyes glowed crimson as his arms transformed into dragon claws, poised to charge forward once more. Qin Yun, unfazed, raised his shield to meet the attack. But a murderous intent swept in from behind. Unrestricted by him, Chu Luoli regained her freedom. Damn! Attacked from both front and rear, Qin Yun found himself trapped between a rock and a hard place. Finally, gritting his teeth, Qin Yun channeled Xingtian's spirit. His battle armor activated, he hoisted the massive shield, preparing to brace against the man's frontal assault. As for Chu Luoli, Qin Yun could only hope his defenses would hold. A thunderous roar erupted as the Tyrannosaurus man dropped to all fours, each stomp shattering the ground beneath him. A golden armored dragon materialized atop him, charging forward like a bulldozer, determined to shatter Qin Yun's defenses. Crimson killing intent surged as Xingtian's power unleashed. Qin Yun's eyes blazed scarlet, he was clearly going all out. But the expected collision never came. Instead, a thunderous crash erupted from ahead. Qin Yun craned his neck in confusion. A slender figure seized the tyrant dragon man by the throat, skillfully flipping him over with the momentum of the strike. His formidable physique instantly pounded a deep crater into the earth. This kind of combat skill? Chu Luoli? Qin Yun's eyes widened instantly. She's awake. In the crater, Chu Luoli held her blade against Long Xingtian's throat. Her eyes, one golden, one black, were cold and devoid of emotion.
Her ponytail had come loose during the fierce battle, and her cascading black hair danced in the wind, partially obscuring her stunningly beautiful face.
What? What are you doing here? Chapter 76, Get Out. Lu Wally. That man intends to harm you. Let go of me. I'll kill him right now.
Long Xingtian shed his previous composure, his eyes blazing with fury. Shu Luoli lifted her eyes and glanced in Qin Yun's direction. Her mind was a bit muddled.
Hadn't he just been beating Long Xingtian in the alley moments ago? How did he suddenly appear here?
Memories flooded her mind, and various emotions flickered in Shu Luoli's eyes before settling into icy coldness. She lifted the dagger from Long Xingtian's throat and flickered to Qin Yun's side. Long Xingtian scrambled to his feet, about to make a dramatic show of his recovery, only to find two all too familiar faces staring back at him.
That useless fool couldn't even handle an illusion like this. What a disgrace. Shu Luoli casually tossed the dagger to Qin Yun and swiftly tied her hair into a ponytail. Witnessing this, Long Xingtian nearly ground his teeth to dust. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He had kept a close watch on Shu Luoli and had never heard of any man approaching her. Where did this guy come from? Hadn't he just been pinning Shu Luoli down to take advantage of her? Why doesn't Shu Luoli seem to care at all? Long Xingtian felt his head was about to explode, his gaze toward Qin Yun growing increasingly furious. You know him? Qin Yun caught Long Xingtian's glare, pointed at him, then turned to ask Shu Luoli. A useless good-for-nothing spoiled by a powerful family. I broke his legs before. Looks like he's recovered pretty well. Shu Luoli secured her hair, took the dagger from Qin Yun's hand, and casually concealed it in her sleeve before fixing her gaze on Long Xingtian. Lu Wally. Get lost. Shu Luoli's icy tone didn't stop Long Xingtian. I was wrong. Back then, I was just a fool. I've longed to make it up to you, but grandfather wouldn't let me near you. I finally found you, please, give me a chance. Long Xingtian stood at 188 centimeters tall, with a double door build and a remarkably robust physique. Yet this very man spoke with such pleading in his voice, as if he might kneel at any moment. I said. Get lost. Got it? Shu Luoli remained utterly unmoved, her demeanor as cold as ever. Shu Luoli, don't push your luck. As a flash of white light flickered, Zhang Hanqi's voice abruptly cut in. Long Xingtian may have made mistakes in the past, but he's reformed. What's wrong with giving him a chance to make amends? A frosty glare swept across Zhang Hanqi's face. You too, get lost. You. Zhang Hanqi's fair face flushed crimson with fury, her fingertips trembling slightly as a bolt of lightning prepared to strike. No. The moment Long Xingtian spoke, a bolt of lightning struck the ground at Shu Luoli's feet. Too bad she was no longer there. Zhang Hanqi's pupils contracted sharply. A chill touched her neck as a wave of intense danger surged through her mind. A dagger pressed against her throat. If she dared to move, the person behind her wouldn't hesitate to slice off her head. After all, Zhang Hanqi was merely a mage. Fighting an assassin? That was nothing short of suicide. Lu Oli. No. It's all my fault. Don't blame others. Long Xingtian roared immediately. Shu Luoli's plunging dagger halted mid-strike. A thin slash appeared on Zhang Hanqi's pale neck, oozing a few beads of blood. Had she not held back, Zhang Hanqi would likely have been eliminated. Her eyes were filled with terror. She wasn't unfamiliar with skilled fighters she'd faced both Zhang Xinxin and Qin Yun before. But never had anyone sought to kill her at first sight. This terror was beyond words. Shu Luoli flickered back to Qin Yun's side. Crack! Zhang Hanqi collapsed to the ground, her eyes drained of all light, her fighting spirit utterly extinguished. Get lost. The girl turned her back on them, casting a cold glance over her shoulder. Long Xingtian gritted his teeth, his expression torn for a moment before finally supporting Zhang Hanqi away from the scene. Is this really okay? Qin Yun watched their retreating figures, feeling a twinge of unease. After all, neither of them had any ill will, especially Long Xingtian, who had come to apologize with such humility. Shu Luoli had just slapped them in the face that was a bit ungracious. What? Does that mean I don't even have the right to forgive him? Shu Luoli snorted coldly, her words leaving Qin Yun utterly speechless. You're right. Qin Yun shrugged and steered the conversation elsewhere. Should we still bring her along? No need. I'll handle this last bit. That useless fool can just stay put. Oh, then come help me? Sure. Before Qin Yun could explain what he needed, Shu Luoli nodded in agreement. In the Dragon Palace, Qin Yun had gifted her an entire treasure vault. She intended to repay the favor. Plop. A splash erupted from the lake's surface as two figures emerged onto the shore. None other than Li Qingyue and Dugushan. Is that all? Sister must continue to cultivate her mental fortitude. Seeing Shu Luoli awaken, Dugushan lectured her like an old monk chanting sutras. A cold glint flared in Shu Luoli's eyes. Whoosh. Holy? Dugushan bent down just as a shadow arrow whizzed over his head. TSK. Seeing it miss, Shu Luoli clicked her tongue and raised her wrist to strike again. Fortunately, Qin Yun immediately grabbed her wrist and forcibly pulled her hand down. Holy crap? Someone actually tried to ambush this young master. If I catch her, she won't get off easy. Dugashan yelled a few curses in the distance, then absent-mindedly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Damn it. Another one I can't beat. Qin Yun, you've worked hard.
Seeing Li Qingyue stroll over, Qin Yun's face broke into a smile as he patted her shoulder.
It's fine. Where are we going next? Over there. There are 2 things underground I need to retrieve.
But it might be dangerous. Qin Yun pointed toward the distance, where Zhong Kuei's magical artifact lay.
Can I join you?
Dugashan was quite curious about these people and quickly poked his head in to sign up.
It's dangerous.
Li Qingyue shot him a glance, her words sharp as knives.
Dangerous? These 3 don't look scared at all? How dangerous could it be? We're not afraid. Dugashan declared with solemn assurance. Alright then, let's go together. Qin Yun didn't mind.
Though this kid's profession seemed shady, his nature was pure and kind, at least more reliable than Zhang Xinxin. Shuluwali said little, maintaining her aloof expression as she stood coolly by. The 4 of them flew forward and soon arrived at their destination. It was an open field, indistinguishable from the surrounding environment. Qin Yun positioned himself at the very center, while the other 3 spread out around him. The Xingtian Dharma form possessed him, crimson energy surging across his body, the veins on his arms bulging prominently. He aimed at the ground and unleashed a punch. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, the ground began to crack, chunks of rock crashing into the earth below. This was a hollow circular structure. Its roof was the ground itself, revealing its true form only after being shattered. A crystal blue obsidian array was laid out, its deep purple patterns radiating outward and converging at the center. There, 2 weapons lay. An umbrella and a banner. Chapter 77, The 5 Ghosts Umbrella, the Soul-Summoning Banner. Zhong Kuei's spirit surged with excitement. These were the magical artifacts that had accompanied him in battle. After 10,000 years apart, he couldn't help but feel moved. What is this? The fearless Dugashan released ghostly energy to probe, only to be flung away by the weapon the moment he drew near. Zhong Kuei made a living capturing ghosts, and his artifact had slain countless demons and spirits. Sparing such a minor ghost was doing Qin Yun a favor. Dugashan scrambled to his feet, his gaze never leaving the 2 weapons. His pupils dilated violently, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst from his chest. Weren't these the very weapons grandfather had rambled about for decades? How could they be here? You recognize them? Seeing Dugashan's fervent gaze, Qin Yun grew intrigued. 5 Ghost Umbrella. Soul Summoning Banner. Legend says these are weapons wielded by Chinese deities, both possessing potent power to suppress ghosts and demons. He actually knows about them? Qin Yun's curiosity deepened. Once the trial concluded, he intended to discuss this matter in detail with Dugashan. The 5 Ghost Umbrella and Soul Summoning Banner were Zhong Kuei's signature weapons. When unfurled, the 5 Ghost Umbrella summons 5 specters to aid in capturing malevolent spirits. When folded, it traps demons within its canopy, transporting them to the underworld for judgment. The Soul Summoning Banner was used to call forth wandering spirits. The talismanic inscriptions on the banner contained mystical power, capable of intimidating and purifying malevolent spirits. With these 2 weapons in hand, Zhong Kuei's rank would be further elevated. Witnessing this scene, the assembly hall's attendees all frowned deeply. Brother Ing, could these truly be the 2 weapons? Ing Yuanwu's expression was deeply troubled. Yes. It's not that I'm afraid they'll take them, it's just that this ghost realm relies entirely on these 2 weapons for its existence. If they vanish, every spirit creature in the realm will likely go berserk. Indeed. Those beasts are savage by nature. If their entire domain is stripped away, how could they not go berserk? These few individuals are formidable, they hold the upper hand even against boss-level beasts. But what if they face a horde of beasts? They'd likely be swallowed whole in an instant by the onslaught of the beast tide. Qin Yun naturally considered this possibility, which is why he emphasized the danger here. Still, as long as he could obtain the weapon, Zhong Kuei's innate suppression over ghostly entities would be sufficient to handle the beast tide. With this thought, Qin Yun once again invoked the divine. Zhong Kuei's divine form descended upon him. Qin Yun stepped into the structure, pressing both hands one on each side against the weapons. Boom! Ghostly energy surged. Intense ghostly energy surged through Qin Yun's body, shooting straight into the heavens. A pillar of light pierced the heavens, causing the entire ghost realm to tremble violently. In an instant, the miasma of the ghost realm grew faint. Ink-black energy poured in from all directions, channeling itself entirely into that pillar of light. Zhong Kuei, reclaiming the ghostly energy he had lost. Shuluwali's gaze turned icy cold as her figure vanished from the spot. The next moment, she reappeared, holding a demon wolf's head in her hand. Be careful. The entire ghost realm was closing in on this location. Buy him time. Without another word, Shuluwali tossed the demon wolf's head to the ground and vanished. Li Qingyue's expression immediately turned serious. The eternal calamity martial god descended, standing proudly with his blade. She had faced beast swarms before. Coincidentally, the last one had also been composed of demonic beasts. Now that her strength had grown, she was certain she could buy more time. The dragon silk sword drew from its scabbard, striking with a single, decisive slash. Dozens of demon beasts at the forefront were instantly cleaved in two. Behind them stretched an endless horde of colossal beasts. Dugashan, leaning on his bone staff, stood trembling behind Li Qingyue, his eyes wide with disbelief. Wait. You said it was dangerous, but you didn't say it was this dangerous. This is suicide. Even as these thoughts raced through his mind, he swung his staff, releasing a thick, viscous ghostly energy from within. In this situation, he had to give it his all. A series of magical formations spread out from beneath his feet. He thrust the bone staff into the center, channeling all his energy into it. Snap! The earth was torn open by bone claws as skeletal soldiers emerged from beneath the ground. Clad in black armor and wielding various weapons, their eyes blazed with ghostly fire. Their numbers ran into the thousands. The Black Armor Legion. The greatest strength of an SSS-rank necromancer lies in the sheer number of their summons and their undead nature. Evidently, Dugashan wielded his powers with considerable mastery. The black-armored soldiers marched forth, 10 unique units confronting the charging behemoth. In the distance, a slender figure moved among the beasts, each strike inflicting casualties. Single-handedly, she slowed the colossal creature's advance. It was Chu Luoli. Her expression remained impassive, her white robes untouched by blood, like a magnificent flower blooming amidst the carnage. With the two of them assisting, Li Qingyue's pressure eased dramatically. Boom! Sword energy cleaved through the rocky cliff. The white-clad swordsman glanced curiously toward the direction the demon eagle had fled. The two were locked in fierce combat, but a purple pillar of light suddenly appeared in the sky. The demon eagle immediately flapped its wings and flew away, not even glancing back as its nest was severed by a sword strike. Interesting. The youth sheathed his sword, retreated swiftly, and hurried toward this location. Boom! The giant Ashing hoisted a boulder, which struck the giant lizard's tail squarely. But the lizard, undeterred by its ferocity, bit off its own tail and fled in one direction, all four limbs moving in unison. Ashing scratched his head, looking puzzled. All the beasts they'd encountered before fought to the death. Why was this one fleeing the battlefield? Ashing, go after it. Zhang Xinxin sat atop the giant's shoulders, gazing toward the direction the lizard fled. A purple pillar of light stood there, greedily sucking up the ghostly energy. Got it. Ashing didn't refuse. He spread his legs wide and began running at full stride. What was that? Zhang Hanqi looked up at the pillar of light. As an elementalist class changer, she keenly sensed the rapid depletion of surrounding energy. If this continued, the ghost realm would vanish before long. No! That's Luo Li's direction. Something must have happened. Long Xingtian's eyes flashed with panic. With a dragon's roar, he transformed into a colossal dragon, poised to charge toward that direction. Hey! Seeing no way to stop him, Zhang Hanqi sighed and activated his spatial abilities, following him along. What's going on? Why are all these beasts suddenly gathering around that pillar of light? No clue. Could it be a treasure emerging? What are you standing around for? Hurry up and grab the loot. I'm in too. All trial participants within the ghost realm sensed the anomaly and converged from every direction. Boom! Li Qingyue cleaved a colossal elephant in two, but before she could catch her breath, a massive palm slammed her away. She crashed into two boulders before finally coming to a halt. The girl knelt on one knee, clutching her chest as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her eyes swept forward with fierce determination. Amidst the horde of beasts, a headless ape radiated overwhelming malevolence, advancing toward her step by step. LV-48, Headless Ghost Ape. Beside it stood several massive beasts brimming with formidable energy. A Ghost Realm boss-level enemy had launched its counterattack. Chapter 78, 3 against 10,000. Boom! Dugashan's body flew backward through the air. His bone staff suddenly extended, plunging into the ground to barely stabilize his position. The black-armored soldiers continued battling within the beast horde, but they clearly struggled against the boss-level foe, their defenses breached. Dozens of level 40-plus beasts, 2 men alone could scarcely withstand them. Awah! A crimson wolf charged at Dugashan with blinding speed, like a burning flame, closing the distance in an instant and lunging for his throat. As a mage, Dugashan feared nothing more than close combat. The red wolf's speed was too overwhelming, leaving him no chance to react. If it landed that bite, he'd have no choice but to log out of the game. A savage glint flashed in Dugashan's eyes. But before he could react, a slender figure appeared above the wolf's head. Ink-black light flickered. The snow-white blade landed alongside the girl's figure. Along with it came the red wolf's head. LV-41, Blazing Demon Wolf. It remained frozen in its killing stance, its head severed cleanly. Chu Luoli landed before the two. Her expression remained unchanged, cold and emotionless like a machine. If you can't handle it, retreat. I can handle this alone. Her icy voice echoed in their ears. Li Qingyue said nothing, merely rising to her feet as her divine form manifested fully. When it came to protecting Qin Yun, retreat was not an option. Behind her, the eternal calamity martial god opened its eyes. A murderous aura as sharp as blades filled the air around them.
Crimson Dance, full activation.
War drums thundered as Li Qingyue leapt forward, her tang sword streaking like a rainbow across the heavens.
Before her lay an endless horde of beasts.
Yet fear did not flicker in the girl's eyes, only boundless battle intent.
Just as in years past, one woman, one blade, charging into the enemy ranks. Dugashan opened his mouth, but ultimately dared not utter a sound. Both girls were fighting. What face would he have to retreat? If grandfather found out, he'd be slapped silly. Dugashan pushed himself up and glanced back at Qin Yun. He was almost curious himself this time, he might really lose his life. Enough.
If he didn't fight desperately now, he truly might lose his life. The bone staff emitted a faint green glow, as if starlight had gathered upon it.
A line of magical formations seeped through the bone staff into the ground. Dugashan bit his index finger, smearing the fresh blood across his brow.
He pressed his right index and middle fingers together before his mouth and roared with fury.
Undying Bone Dragon. Roar.
Accompanied by a thunderous dragon's roar, the formation erupted in blinding crimson light.
A colossal dragon, its entire body composed of bone, leapt forth from within.
Its eyes blazed with ghostly fire, its body stretching 100 meters long, its jagged skeleton bristling with sharp spikes.
Undying Bone Dragon, answer the call. Boom.
Under Dugashan's command, the bone dragon plowed through the enemy ranks like a bulldozer.
Hundreds of beasts dared not block its path, instantly torn apart to create a gaping breach. With the bone dragon drawing fire, Li Qingyue's pressure eased dramatically. Her long blade mercilessly reaped lives, swiftly dispatching two weaker boss-level foes. At Gulong City, numerous academy heads couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Impressive.
Qingyue's performance is outstanding. She's more than qualified for Qin Yun Academy.
Indeed, Qin Yun's brilliance overshadowed Qingyue.
Yet during the demon dragon invasion, it was she who charged ahead, battling the evil dragon with unmatched ferocity.
Holy crap!
Cleaving an iron-armored dragon turtle in two with a single stroke, even I couldn't do that. Our Ghoul City might just snatch a top 10 spot.
Short-sighted. In my opinion, it should be in the top 3.
The principal's discussion drew a knowing smile from Li Kan. Li Qingyue was specifically requested from Li Weigui to help boost Ghost City's performance.
Her current performance far exceeded expectations. With her and Qin Yun on board, even he, the Lord of Gucheng, would reap the benefits. Ha! That brat Qin Yun, what kind of magic does he possess to make 3 people fight tooth and nail for him? Shuluwali, we all know that girl.
She's so reserved she barely socializes.
Why would she agree to help Qin Yun?
Old Master Feng roared with laughter, pointing at Qin Yun, who was still absorbing energy, and teased. Old Shen spoke with a gentle smile to Dugashan, who was gritting his teeth in endurance.
I know this boy too.
His profession as a necromancer left him with few friends. Yet after knowing Qin Yun for barely a moment, they've already formed a bond forged in life and death trials. Qin Yun, this kid is bound to become a leader in the future. The two exchanged a knowing smile, seeing the future unfold in each other's eyes.
The future of Huaxia lies before us, a path of boundless promise.
Not only them, but the other 5 elders in the council chamber nodded in approval, lavishing praise on the group's performance. After all, they had faced every colossal beast in the ghost realm, a veritable beast tide, a battle of catastrophic proportions. Under such circumstances, the trio's performance was nothing short of astonishing. Shuluwali, in particular, moved through the battlefield like a dragon in motion, decapitating foes with every strike. She was a killing machine, dancing on the edge of her blade without a single misstep.
Yet, the enemy's numbers were simply too overwhelming.
Shuluwali's figure materialized behind a lizard. Just as her snow-white blade pierced its skull, a piercing gale swept down from above. Her expression remained unchanged as she cleaved the lizard's head in two, then looked up toward the storm's origin. A massive purple eagle dove down from the sky.
Shuluwali's eyes grew cold.
She drew her blade, preparing to leap and slay the beast. But the energy within her body suddenly froze. No matter how she tried to channel it, she could not react.
A magic-suppressing gale sealing all abilities.
This blow, she'd have to endure it head-on.
Yet the girl possessed an assassin's physique, relying solely on her elusive footwork to endure thus far.
If struck, her combat effectiveness would be severely diminished. She might even suffer injuries, forcing her to withdraw from the competition. Li Qingyue noticed the situation, but she was entangled by the headless ghost ape and couldn't break free. Dugashan's bone dragon had penetrated deep into enemy lines, making even a slight movement difficult. He too couldn't offer support. A fierce resolve flashed across Shuluwali's face as she charged straight ahead, blade in hand. She wasn't about to sit idly by and wait for death.
Boom! A violent wind erupted.
A silver-white figure, radiating boundless might, charged forward at blinding speed. A pair of dragon claws violently hurled the giant eagle into the air.
Double-blade dragon rider, Long Xing Tian. Charge! Lu Oli! Are you okay?
After sending the giant eagle flying, Long Xing Tian spun around in concern.
Shuluwali clicked her tongue, withdrawing the long blade pressed against Long Xing Tian's back.
Long Xingtian had arrived too swiftly, even she hadn't anticipated it, and the blade had nearly pierced him dead. Screech! The giant eagle let out a piercing cry, its vertical pupils blazing with fury. It had finally found an opportunity to strike, only to have it ruined. The man before it deserved to die. Boom! The giant eagle's wings stirred up a storm, sweeping a whirlwind across the sky as it charged toward Long Xingtian. Luoli, be careful. Stand behind me. Long Xingtian transformed into a half-dragon form, spreading his arms wide to shield the girl behind him and brace for the impact. But when he turned back, the girl's figure had already vanished from her spot. The giant eagle dove down. Chapter 79, The Celestial Prodigy joins the battle. In the blink of an eye, Luoli appeared beside Qin Yun, slicing a serpent poised for a sneak attack clean in half. Tell Qin Yun, someone's coming. Hurry, or I'll kill someone. With that, Luoli vanished from Qin Yun's sight. Qin Yun wasted no time, focusing her blade to cleave the headless ghost ape in two before darting toward the center. Long Xingtian. Jiang Hanqi also approached the vicinity, but the chaotic horde of beasts made it impossible for her to draw near. She could only shout from afar. But Long Xingtian was locked in combat with the giant eagle. How could he possibly respond to her? The girl scanned the horde, a rare flicker of panic flickering across her usually composed face. What on earth was happening? Had every giant beast in the ghost realm come out? That idiot Long Xingtian, how could he just dive right in like that? Just as the girl was still pondering what to do, a tentacle suddenly sliced down from the sky. Metal energy surged through Jiang Hanqi's fingertips, a sharp aura radiating from her body as she sliced the tentacle into dozens of segments. Her expression turned icy. She was human. Even without attacking the beasts, she would be treated as an enemy. Clearly, she was being targeted. Dozens of tentacles descended from the sky, sealing off every path Jiang Hanqi could take. She looked up to the sky, where a jellyfish lurked within the clouds. Ghost Realm Boss Level Enemy, Level 43, Magic Tentacle Cloud Mother. Ha! A storm erupted around Jiang Hanqi. Lightning flashed from her fingertips, and her eyes turned silver white. Consider this repayment for Long Xingtian's favor. Jiang Hanqi, engage. Ah Xing, don't touch that skull dragon. Everything else is fair game. The more you slay, the better. Got it. Watch me. Boom. A giant shadow as tall as a mountain suddenly materialized from the horizon. Moving with blinding speed, it plunged into the beast horde in mere moments. Some scrawny beasts didn't even have time to react before being crushed into mincemeat. The giant halted at the heart of the horde. This was incredibly dangerous. Enemies surrounded him on all sides, and one misstep could tear him to shreds. Yet the giant grinned foolishly, his right hand clenched into a fist, crimson energy swirling within it. He brought his fist crashing down onto the ground. Boom! The ground shattered. A powerful shockwave radiated outward from him. Boulders scattered across the ground were hurled skyward by the force, crashing into the beast horde and unleashing a wave of blood. In an instant, the entire herd descended into utter chaos, their hate-filled eyes all fixed on the giant. Ah Xing, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, still grinned foolishly. Ah Xing! Back off! Zhang Xinxin's voice rang out from behind him, and Ah Xing obediently retreated. The beasts wouldn't let him go, immediately closing in for the kill. But at that very moment, a phoenix cry pierced the heavens. The temperature plummeted to freezing, sending a chill through every beast's heart. Phoenix plummets from the heavens. The ice phoenix plummeted to the ground, shattering into blossoms of ice lotus that froze every approaching beast into icy sculptures. Taking advantage of the moment, Xing swung his fist. A terrifying fist wind shattered the ice sculptures, sending flesh and blood flying everywhere as countless beasts met a gruesome end. Ah Xing, you and Xiaolan hold the line here. I'll go check inside. Got it. Zhang Xinxin patted the treasure-seeking rat. The little rodent swelled in size, hoisting the girl onto its back as it began weaving through the horde of beasts. The ice phoenix circled above Ah Xing's shoulder, guarding his flank. Interesting. In the distance, a figure clad in white approached the rear of the beast herd. He was eager to see who could provoke such an extraordinary phenomenon. A faint smile touched his lips as he drew his long sword. Wah woo! A rat with enormous fangs, oblivious to danger, charged toward the human who had appeared beside it. Before it could draw near, it was already reduced to a pile of flesh. The clean, jagged edges of the cuts clearly indicated the work of a sharp blade. Sword energy, outward projection. Even without a deliberate strike, his entire body remained enveloped in sword energy. Any petty villain who dared to tread upon it would be instantly slain. With a single step, he traversed the distance in an instant. Simultaneously, a sword slash descended. A streak of pale blue sword energy shot straight out. The world seemed to skip a frame. Sky and earth suddenly lost their boundaries, the upper and lower halves violently splitting apart. Clack! Clack 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 clack. One by one, the colossal beast's eyes flickered with confusion, then panic. Their bodies were cleaved in two before they even sensed it. The white-robed figure strode through a trail of blood, untouched by the filth, advancing straight toward the center. Even the benevolent Dugu was stunned. What the hell is this?
How did that guy suddenly turn into a dragon? And what the hell is that giant over there? And that ice bird looked more powerful than his own bone dragon. Could it really just be a pet beast? Duga Shandu rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things, then went completely numb. Grandpa, how could you lie to your own grandson? He couldn't defeat any of them. But with these people's help, his pressure suddenly eased. The bone dragon broke free from the beast pack's constraints, churning through the horde like a pestle stirring a cauldron. Excellent. The young generation of Huaxia, upon whom great hopes are pinned, has arrived. Indeed. Each one is performing exceptionally well. They could easily vie for the top spot in any year. This generation truly represents China's era of raw talent. It's anyone's guess who will emerge victorious. But so far, the most formidable presence belongs to the Chen family's young master. He's faced no equal thus far. I'm actually rooting for Qin Yun. Once he absorbs the ghost realm's energy, his power will rise to another level. But with so many colossal beasts and people, can he truly absorb them all? The elders in the council chamber stroked their beards, watching the battle unfold. Even they, who had witnessed countless grand events and commanded wars, found it difficult to predict who would ultimately gain the most advantage in such chaotic circumstances. Within the ghost realm, Li Qingyue had already returned to Qin Yun's side, urging him urgently. Qin Yun, hurry! More people are gathering outside. If they come to stop you, Chuluoli might just kill someone. She didn't know if her voice reached Qin Yun's ears, but she saw his eyelids flicker. Qin Yun's body now hovered in midair, positioned at the center of the purple light pillar. Eerie ghostly energy swirled around him, continuously pouring into his body. The 5 ghost umbrella and soul summoning banner were already clutched in his hands, aiding him in refining this surging energy. This ghostly realm was vast indeed. Even exerting all his strength, he still needed a little more time. Qin Yun? A startled cry echoed from outside the door. Li Qingyue's alarm bells rang, and she immediately turned to look. The newcomer was petite, with delicate features and an utterly adorable appearance. But the childlike girl did not ease Li Qingyue's vigilance. Instead, her gaze grew even sharper. She had seen this girl before. They had even fought before. What are you doing here? Li Qingyue drew her long sword, her aura surging as the illusory form of the eternal calamity martial god descended, its killing intent locking onto the intruder. Ha! The girl recalled the treasure-seeking rat beside her, her expression turning slightly cold. Thought it was someone else? Turns out it's just the sister who tried to steal my opportunity. What? You're going to attack the one who helped you? Facing Zhang Xinxin's accusation, Li Qingyue's expression grew even colder. Get out. Help fend off the giant beast and I'll show my gratitude. What if I refuse? Zhang Xinxin's hands began to transform, revealing a pair of icy wings unfurling from her back. That. Eternal martial god, open your eyes. Don't blame me for being impolite. Chapter 80, Chen Tianzi vs Chuluoli. Boom. The two locked in a tense standoff collided with overwhelming force. Rampaging energy shook the earth, shattering stone pillars and sending debris flying everywhere. Suddenly, both pairs of eyes shifted away from each other, simultaneously turning toward the entrance of the ruins. A figure clad in white blocked the light, their silhouette against the sun bearing a look of surprise. Did I interrupt you? My apologies. Please continue. Pay me no mind. The youth wore a smile, yet Li Qingyue's heart jolted, sensing an overwhelming pressure. This pressure was something she had only ever encountered before in Li Kan, the lord of Gucheng. It wasn't the pressure of rank or profession, but the crushing weight of being utterly outclassed in one's own domain of expertise. Li Qingyue was a master of swords and blades. Yet before this youth, she felt like a child just learning to wield a sword, clumsily swinging a wooden dagger, childishly ridiculous. Chen Tianzi? Zhang Xinxin's expression shifted as her beast-like form reverted to its original shape. She bounded over to the youth. Brother, you're here too? The girl's movements were lively and cheerful, but just as she was about to hug the boy's arm, she dodged away without a trace. Who are you? Chen Tianzi maintained his smile, his expression betraying no other emotion. Xin. We met many times back in the capital. Really? I don't remember. Her eyes darkened. Big brother really is a busy man with a short memory. Li Qingyue watched the two of them and felt a slight sense of relief. If they really were close, she might not be able to handle them both together. Swish. Chen Tianzi murmured in confusion, then looked up. A graceful figure descended from the sky. Clang. The metallic clang echoed as the long sword and dagger locked together. Seeing neither could gain the upper hand, the weapons parted in the next instant. Chuluoli landed beside Li Qingyue. Her expression remained unchanged, like ancient ice on a snow-capped mountain, radiating an icy coldness that kept others at a distance. Go. The girl's killing intent flared as a single syllable escaped her throat. With an overwhelming aura of dominance, she stood before the two. If they refused, she wouldn't hesitate to kill. Interesting. Chen Tianzi's smile remained unchanged, and he showed no intention of retreating. The long sword in his hand hummed softly, an unstoppable killing intent surging toward the two. Chuluoli vanished from her spot. Clang. Blade met blade, a thunderous clang resounding like metal striking stone. Without a word, Chuluoli vanished into the void and struck with her blade. If you won't leave, then die. She had promised Qin Yun she would help and she would guard that vow with her life. Bang! Chen Tianzi's sword blade trembled, blasting the girl's figure away. Brother Tianzi, I'm here to help. Zhang Xinxin flashed a faint smile as her wings flapped behind her. In the blink of an eye, she appeared behind Chuluoli, her claws darting toward the girl's back. Clang! A Tang sword blocked the outstretched claws. Thud! The Tang sword's wielder unleashed a sudden surge of force, sending Zhang Xinxin flying. Her wings flapped frantically several times before she finally halted midair. Li Qingyue's eyes blazed with fury. After the strike, she lunged forward, the Tang sword in her hand pointing straight at Zhang Xinxin's throat. She, too, must protect Qin Yun. Oomph! Zhang Xinxin's fangs sharpened as her beastly transformation deepened, charging head-on toward Li Qingyue. She wouldn't show any mercy to this girl who had snatched her opportunity. In contrast to the fierce battle between these two, the other half remained much calmer. Chen Tianzi stood guard at the doorway, sword in hand, making no move to attack. Chuluoli had launched several attacks, but each was effortlessly parried. The boy's eyes grew increasingly amused. Was this Chen family brat not taking it seriously? Who fights by only defending and never attacking? He awakened his abilities at 8 and has been working for 10 years now. His understanding of his profession surpasses everyone else's, so his combat prowess is naturally extraordinary. Indeed. Before Qin Yun emerged, we always regarded him as the foremost prodigy of his generation. Look at the weapon in his hands, it's the legendary artifact-grade weapon once wielded by old Chen himself. If he were to fight seriously, Chuluoli wouldn't last more than a few rounds. Those in the council chamber knew Chen Tianzi well, their praise flowing freely. Boom! In the ghost realm, Chen Tianzi finally launched his first attack. He merely raised his long blade, delivering 2 horizontal and vertical swings through the air. A cross-shaped blade aura formed in an instant, closing in before her eyes the next moment. Chuluoli gripped her dagger with a backhand, her aura surging as pitch-black dark energy pulsed through the blade, preparing to withstand the blow head-on. The sword energy was fast, but she could still dodge. But if she dodged, the blade would slice Qin Yun behind her into 4 pieces. If she couldn't dodge, then she would endure it head-on. A bone-chilling screech erupted as Chuluoli's legs buckled, leaving scorched footprints on the ground. The darkness on the dagger melted away frantically. Within this annihilating sword energy, even the black hole-like energy couldn't withstand it. She had underestimated Chen Tianzi. This strike wasn't just beyond her ability to block, even a level 50 tank with full defense would be unable to withstand it. A figure clad in white robes, sword in hand, stood silently behind him. SSS tier, sword immortal. At his first birthday, Chen Tianzi chose a long sword during the traditional grabbing ceremony. At 5, he formally began sword training, displaying terrifying talent. By age 8, in pure sword technique duels, no one could stand against him except his father and grandfather. At this very moment, his profession awakened prematurely, the sword immortal descended. Such extraordinary talent and circumstances could only be described as monstrous. Yet despite this, he remained humble and unassuming. He trained even more diligently each day, even suppressing his own class level to prevent it from far exceeding his peers, ensuring he would always have worthy opponents. He disdained using his rank to intimidate others. His purpose was to use that sword intent that tore through everything to cleave all that stood before him. A single, earnest strike from such a man was not something a lone assassin like Chuluoli could block. Thud! The girl's right knee slammed into the ground, the sword's aura pressing down so fiercely she could barely lift her head. Crimson blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, clearly from biting her gums too hard. Chuluoli braced herself, her expression cold yet tinged with an imperceptible stubbornness. A natural swordsman? Awakened at 8? A prodigious genius? So what? She was a member of the Chu family. She would not lose. Absolutely not. Rip! The girl's white combat suit suddenly shattered, revealing a silver battle armor beneath. The dazzling silver gleamed like fresh snow, and upon closer inspection, intricate gold threads could be seen woven throughout. Golden threads and silver weave armor. A treasure of the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, legendary great armor. Clang! A surge of energy erupted from the armor. Chuluoli's right arm tensed violently as dark energy surged forth, swallowing and completely dissipating the cross-shaped sword chi. She rose to her feet, her ponytail undoing to let her black hair cascade freely. Golden inked eyes, silver armor, black hair, the girl's gaze brimmed with murderous intent. Oh? This is getting more and more interesting. Seeing his attack blocked, Chen Tianzi didn't grow angry, instead, he smiled even more broadly. The girl said nothing, merely vanishing from sight. Dark elements surged and erupted. The fierce battle raged on. Chapter 81, Necromantic Possession Defenses Breached. Damn it! Dugashan frantically ordered the bone dragon to turn and block his path, scattering the approaching beasts. The pressure that had eased moments ago surged back with renewed intensity. What was happening? He scanned his surroundings.
Not only was the elusive Chu Luoli nowhere to be seen, but even Li Qingyue had vanished.
No way? Why did you two just run off? At least take me with you. That giant over there, the one I don't even know, turned out to be a good buddy. He drew nearly half the enemy's attention. Rip! Amidst a wail and the sound of shattering bone, a giant eagle's wing was torn clean off. A half-orc figure leapt out from within, covered in blood, clearly having expended a great deal of energy. Boom! Lightning and fire raged within the clouds, dancing sparks and thunderbolts coiling like serpents, piercing the mica creature's body with countless holes. Hundreds of tentacles turned ash-gray as the mica creature plummeted from the sky. Jiang Hanshi hovered beside Long Xingtian, gasping for breath. Mobilizing such immense energy had taken its toll on him as well. Where was Chu Luoli? Long Xingtian turned his head, yet he could not find the figure he sought. Inside there, judging by the aura, she must be fighting someone. Ha! I need to go help. Wiping the blood from his face, Long Xingtian forced himself to maintain his composure as he headed toward the center of the ruins. No! Jiang Hanshi unleashed a storm from her fingertips, trapping him in place. The opponent's aura was far too powerful. It must be Chen Tianzi of the Chen family. You can't beat him. Going in is suicide. As an elemental messenger, Jiang Hanshi possessed acute sensitivity to elements. That metallic, razor-sharp aura pierced her brow from 100 meters away. He was simply not on the same level. So what? As long as I protect Chu Luoli, I'll accept defeat even if I can't win. Long Xingtian cared for nothing else. He tore through the storm and charged toward the ruins. You! A rare flash of anger flickered in Jiang Hanshi's beautiful eyes. That pathetic sycophant. All these years, and he hasn't grown a bit. Despite her fury, Jiang Hanshi's body betrayed her emotions. She summoned wind elements and soared alongside Long Xingtian. After all, Long Xingtian had saved her. She certainly didn't want him to be eliminated so early. Dugashan felt the pressure intensify. His eyes bulged wide, and curses nearly spewed from his mouth. Not buddies. Fight? You're the one fighting. What the hell are you doing in there? If things get too tough out there, won't everyone just give up? Boom! The headless ghost ape surged with power, knocking the bone dragon before it to the ground with a single punch as it strode menacingly toward the ruins. Dugashan spat a mouthful of blood as he struggled to push himself upright. In the distance, the giant was surrounded by several boss-level enemies, covered in blood, unable to come to his aid. Damn it, why am I the only one left? A maniacal coldness flared in Dugashan's eyes. Dugashan, you must remember you are unmatched. The frail boy's eyes turned pitch black. Kneeling on all fours, he gripped the bone staff embedded in the ground, summoning a patch of ghostly purple magic array. Necromancy. Possess. Boom. The boy's form shot upward as flesh and blood peeled away, leaving only a skeletal frame. Pitch-black energy tinged with crimson surged forth, its terrifying might halting every demon in its path. Born from the very essence of ghostly energy, undead mages stood as the pinnacle among these creatures. This overwhelming pressure forced them to halt. But only for an instant. With the headless ghost ape's roar, the beast tide surged forward once more, charging relentlessly. Come on! Beasts! Dugashan's skeletal colossus erupted with a thunderous roar. Surrounded by pitch-black energy swirled with crimson light, he stood like a demon god rising from the depths of hell, facing the surging tide of beasts head-on. One man against 1,000. Clang! Chu Luoli was once again sent flying. Chen Tianzi, however, had lost his earlier composure. The explosive dark energy proved overwhelming, leaving his body lacerated in multiple places. He was powerful, but his strength lay in offense, not in physical fortitude. His body was no tougher than Chu Luoli's. But Chu Luoli was protected by the golden thread silver luster armor. Under the shield of this legendary grade defense, she could withstand not just the residual force of attacks, but even Chen Tianzi's assaults head-on multiple times. The two thus reached a stalemate. Not far away, Li Qingyue's assault intensified. Though drained by the beast tide, her strength was significantly weakened by the absence of Zhang Xinxin's pet beast. Were it not for the impenetrable shield of the black tortoise, Zhang Xinxin would likely have been defeated long ago. The four found themselves locked in an inexplicable stalemate. Boom! A furious figure burst into the fray. Chu Luoli. The newcomer shouted, then fixed her gaze on Chen Tianzi. I'm here to help you. The twin-blade dragon rider possessed him, and Long Xingtian's upper body transformed into a dragon as he instantly lunged toward Chen Tianzi. Chen Tianzi's eyelids drooped slightly. The sword Immortal's phantom raised its blade, delivering a single strike toward the dragon man. Boom! Sword energy erupted violently. Unable to dodge in time, Long Xingtian spread his dragon wings for protection, clasped his arms across his chest, and braced for the impact. His class leaned toward tanking, with armor that deflected blades and spears. Even the previous boss, the giant eagle, had barely scratched him. But he couldn't withstand Chen Tianzi's sword energy. Just as Jiang Hanshi had said, going there was nothing but a suicide mission. This wasn't even a fight between equals. No matter how formidable his defenses were, could they possibly compare to the legendary armor of the Dragon Palace? SSSSHH. In a single exchange, Long Xingtian's dragon wings were instantly torn apart. The scales on his arms shattered, already beginning to ooze blood. Soon enough, his arms would be severed as well. Whoosh! A piercing whistle cut through the air as a pure golden metallic aura coalesced into a long rainbow, blocking before Long Xingtian and dissipating the remaining sword energy. Simultaneously, a violent gale erupted, unleashing countless wind blades that raged around Chen Tianzi. Forced to abandon further attacks, he held his sword to deflect the wind blades. A flash of silver light appeared as Jiang Hanqi teleported to the scene. Surveying the scene, a sharp pang of pain shot through her brow. Chen Tianzi, Zheng Xinchen, these were prodigies renowned far and wide. Li Qingyue, whom she had encountered before, had surged in power after a stroke of luck, nearly costing Jiang Hanqi her life. Zhu Luoli was a born killer and assassin who had tried to eliminate her the moment they met. Looking around, there truly wasn't a single one she could defeat. She had always been confident, and everyone around her called her a prodigy. But before this group, she truly wasn't enough. Let's go. Without a word of thanks, Zhu Luoli pointed her dagger at Long Xingtian, signaling him to leave. Blood trickled down Long Xingtian's arms, yet his heart surged with excitement. Finally, it wasn't a dismissal. This was a huge step forward. She actually cared about him. Zhu Luoli, however, was oblivious to Long Xingtian's self-indulgent delusions. She simply found the more people there were, the more they got in the way. If he unleashed his full power, none of them would stand a chance. Behind Chen Tianzi, the sword immortal opened his eyes, his invisible aura pressing down on every heart. His expression shed all trace of jest, reverting to its original solemnity. He had promised his grandfather he would become the strongest in all of China. To do that, he must eliminate every obstacle in his path. He was getting serious. Boom! The thunderous crash of something hitting the ground shattered the tense atmosphere. Immediately followed by the sound of rapid footsteps. Everyone's expressions darkened as they instinctively turned their gaze toward the ruins' perimeter. Tens of thousands of beasts breached the defenses. Chapter 82, The Hunt Begins, the Final Stand. We can't hold them back. We simply can't hold them back. Dugashan's bone giant was shattered into fragments, clinging to life on the ground. He was powerful, but against tens of thousands of beasts, he was still no match. Black mist gathered around the bones, gradually forming a human shape. As its size shrank, the surrounding darkness transformed into flesh and blood, filling the gaps between the bones until it became fully human. Dugashan lay on the ground, drained of energy, lacking even the strength to rise. The giant in the distance had also returned to human size, yet it now behaved like a madman, tearing into the corpses of the beasts. Its mouth was smeared with fur and blood, resembling a savage from ancient times. The two, utterly drained, could only watch as the beasts charged into the ruins. TSK. Zhu Luoli clicked her tongue in disgust, surveying the scene. They were completely surrounded by the beasts. Blocking them was out of the question, even breaking out would be difficult. Li Qingyue held her long sword horizontally before her, prepared to squeeze out every last ounce of energy to buy Qin Yun time. Zhang Xinchen dropped her combat stance, cradling the little Xuanwu to her chest. Her aura radiated outward. The power of a wasteland godmaster kept the beasts too afraid to approach. She had no intention of aiding Qin Yun. Surviving the horde unscathed was her only goal. Long Xingtian and Jiang Hanqi remained unchanged, adhering to their earlier plan. Long Xingtian protected Zhu Luoli, while Jiang Hanqi protected Long Xingtian. As for who might become the enemy, neither of them gave it much thought. Thud! The giant beast's footsteps drew nearer. They slowed their pace in unison. Dozens of boss-level enemies surged with power, glaring at the humans at the center like malevolent specters. Once within striking distance, they would charge without hesitation. Though the group was formidable, they couldn't defend every angle. Zhu Luoli's heterochromatic eyes shifted, both pupils turning pitch black. Dark energy surged around her, shrouding her golden-threaded silver-embroidered armor in a layer of darkness. It transformed into a night cloak-like garment, possessing a shadow-like texture. At the same time, an intangible fear settled over the group. Their brows furrowed as they all turned to look at the girl. This dread did not stem from any disparity in strength. It was a trembling of the soul, a sense of danger seeping from their very blood and bones. They were being hunted. The hunter was the girl before them. Innate skill, hunting hour, activated. Swish! Zhu Luoli vanished. No energy leaked out, not even a trace of killing intent remained. Yet in the next instant, Zhu Luoli materialized atop the headless ghost ape's shoulder. A blade descended. Blood gushed forth. Her speed was too swift, her attack utterly without warning. There was simply no time to react. By the time the others regained their senses, the ghost ape's right arm had already flown off, crashing onto the ground with a thud. Roar! The excruciating pain made the ghost ape roar in agony. Though headless, its navel served as its mouth, and the sound still shook the earth and mountains. The beast herd, stirred by the roar, charged with a fierce howl. The thunderous clatter of hooves echoed as the group's taut nerves snapped, leaving them no choice but to passively meet the onslaught. Interesting. Chen Tianzi smiled faintly as the illusory figure of the sword immortal behind him raised his blade. A single strike was unleashed. This strike was remarkably unadorned. Yet anyone with even a modicum of swordsmanship talent couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spine at the sight. Terrifying. Such a simple strike was truly terrifying. For there were no superfluous movements, all energy and intent were concentrated, maximizing every ounce of power. The greatest truths are the simplest a realm countless dream of attaining. The sword's wind pierced through the beast herd. The undead iguana at the very front was instantly cleaved in two. The hundreds of colossal beasts behind it met the same fate, none spared. The might of a sword immortal was truly terrifying. Truthfully, he had no desire to intervene, but Chuluwali's abilities made him feel threatened. Battling someone like her promised far more enjoyment than fighting these beasts. Therefore, he must slaughter this horde of obnoxious beasts before engaging Chuluwali in a fair duel. Long Xingtian roared, his body transforming into a dragon as he shielded Chuluwali, blocking the path of the colossal beasts. Jiang Hanshi had no choice but to summon a storm, attempting to slow the beasts' advance as much as possible. But the beasts were too numerous, advancing in a tight encircling formation. Even a combat power like Chen Tianzi's could only hold back one flank. Li Qingyue guarded the altar's center, her long sword gleaming as she unleashed the full power of Crimson Dance, slaughtering every beast that breached the line. Burning every ounce of energy, she accelerated to the absolute limit, darting through the horde with near teleportation speed. Her Tang sword dripped with blood, each swing severing a head. A dull ache gradually crept up her shoulders. The intense combat tore at her arms, each movement feeling like thousands of needles piercing her muscles, scraping open fresh wounds. Slashing sound. With the final swing, Li Qingyue could barely lift her right arm. Most of the flesh and bone connecting her arm had been torn away. Swinging it was out of the question, even moving it brought excruciating, piercing pain. Snap. Chuluwali's right hand relaxed, flinging the dragon-patterned silk scarf into the air before catching it in her left. She bit her lip, her eyes and brows radiating a terrifying resilience. A queen who had ascended 100 steps would never be defeated by such pain. If one arm is useless, then use the other. The eternal martial god, no surrender until death. Boom! Long Xingtian's body was violently hurled backward, crashing through two stone pillars before coming to a halt. A rat clad in full armor seized the moment to strike, sending him flying without warning. Dragon! Before Jiang Hanshi's concerned voice could reach him, a giant python spewed venom, forcing the girl to retreat explosively and leaving an opening. Swish! Chuluwali materialized, accompanied by the corpse of the armored rat. Under Jiang Hanshi's stunned gaze, she launched her dagger, driving it precisely into the giant python's head. She then leapt upward, pulling the dagger free as she vanished from sight. Jiang Hanshi's jaw dropped. Did this girl really need Long Xingtian's protection? She's the one who needs protection. Her combat prowess could only be described as outrageous. Chuluwali danced through the battlefield like a dragon, striking down her foes. But even the strongest have limits. Her pace visibly slowed, and her spatial jumps grew erratic. Were it not for the high defense of her gold-threaded silver-laced armor, she would have been wounded long ago. Chen Tianzi fared better. Few beasts could remain standing after a single strike from his blade. Yet he paid little heed to the advancing beasts, focusing solely on clearing his path. Everyone was nearing their limits. Clang! Li Qingyue's sword was held horizontally across her chest as a tremendous force hurled her body backward. A jet-black rhinoceros charged forward, seizing the moment between her sword swings. Swish! A slender figure descended, a snow-white blade piercing straight through the rhino's skull, pinning it to the ground. Chuluwali, her black hair scattered wildly, her aura raging. Her energy was nearly depleted, sustained only by sheer willpower. Yet before her eyes, the ghost ape closed in. Its ferocity undiminished despite its severed arm, it brought down a crushing blow. Damn it! Chuluwali couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying by the blast wave. Qin Yun, standing directly in the center, was now completely exposed to the colossal beast. Roar! Amidst the deafening roar, the ghost ape swung its massive fist. Dozens of red wolves leapt to tear at him. A bat fired an energy blade. A ghost spider spun a web of solidified silk. Dozens of deadly attacks, impossible to evade. Yet, at that very moment, Qin Yun, within the pillar of light, opened his eyes. Chapter 83, The King of Ghosts, Zhong Kuei descends. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The ghost ape's fist hadn't yet struck its target. The soaring giant wolf hadn't yet torn into its target. The air blades and spider silk still drifted in the air. All attacks remained unrealized. Qin Yun had awakened. Boom! A pillar of light exploded, unleashing a torrent of energy that swept across the battlefield like a tidal wave, obliterating everything in its path. The closest beasts instantly disintegrated, reduced to shrouds of blood mist. The remaining beasts were hurled backward by the terrifying shockwave, crashing heavily to the ground. They could only crawl on the earth, shrinking their forms as much as possible. Ghostly energy rose into the air. Dugashan lay flat on the ground, his mouth forming a perfect circle as he stared speechless at the swirling ghostly mist. This ghostly energy is too pure and potent. Even absorbing a tiny bit would allow him to quickly recover his stamina and even make further breakthroughs.
Qin Yun landed on the ground, scanning his surroundings with an expression devoid of emotion. At this moment, Zhong Kuei controlled his body.
Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the divine artifacts, 5 Ghost Umbrella and Soul Summoning Banner. Ding! Zhong Kuei's unlock progress has advanced to level 2. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the King of 10,000 Ghosts, Zhong Kuei. The true Lord of Exorcism was Zhong Kuei's customary moniker. But the true embodiment of his power is none other than the King of all Ghosts. As a ghostly entity, one might flee or resist upon encountering the true Lord of Exorcism. But before the King of all Ghosts, they can only prostrate themselves in worship. Or face death. A majestic divine form slowly rose from behind Qin Yun. Crimson official robes, an iron-faced countenance with twisted temples, prominent brow ridges, and eyes like molten gold. A bronze Shieji beast head pressed down upon a black turban, its leopard-like face with ringed eyes radiating an innate, unflinching authority. The King of all Ghosts, Zhong Kuei incarnate. Crack! Crack! The colossal beasts, just beginning to rise, all fell to their knees. Their heads pressed against the ground, they lacked even the courage to lift their heads. Born from Zhong Kuei's weapon, they harbored an innate dread of him. Moreover, they had previously dared to attempt to prevent his descent, committing an unforgivable crime. If they did not kneel now, they might never have the chance again. Qin Yun's gaze swept across them. His usually serene eyes now flashed with anger. You were born because of me, yet you have become bloodthirsty and refuse to heed my teachings. Your crimes demand execution. Today, in the name of Judge Zhong Kuei, I consign you to prison. Banners rise, souls come forth. As the umbrella unfurls, the ghosts perish. With the resounding words, the soul-summoning banner stirred, unfurling in the wind. The 5-ghost umbrella hovered mid-air, unfurling of its own accord. 5 malevolent specters emerged, encircling the colossal beast of the ghostly realm from all 5 directions. Boom! Turbulent air surged as ghostly energy surged from the soul-summoning banner. Chains shot forth, snapping precisely around each colossal beast's neck. Now, forget about fighting back, they didn't even have a chance to run. Wah! The beasts let out unwilling howls as their bodies were lifted uncontrollably into the air, dissolving into the soul-summoning banner. Those that resisted were seized by malevolent spirits, their necks gripped and bodies forcibly lifted, stuffed into the soul banner. As the beasts gradually dissipated, the entire ghost realm transformed. Not only was the miasma swept away, but even the lingering ghostly aura vanished, leaving the air with an unprecedented freshness. Zhong Kuei's weapon had influenced this land when he withdrew it, the previous effects naturally vanished. Besides, it wasn't a positive influence to begin with. The elders in the imperial capital's council chamber were nearly dumbfounded. They had witnessed many grand spectacles, but this was the first time they had seen a single individual alter the environment. Is this even a student? Even they couldn't achieve such a feat. Ying Yuanwu's mouth twitched, his face a study in expression. He wasn't stingy. He genuinely wished the younger generation would seize every opportunity that came their way. But to have the domain he'd painstakingly built destroyed like this? Is that appropriate? Polite. Ying Yuanwu refraining from cursing was truly a testament to his refined character. Having absorbed the entire ghost realm's energy, Qin Xiazi's power had likely ascended to a new tier. Indeed. And by slaying so many colossal beasts in one fell swoop, his points have skyrocketed to the top. Even that kid from the Chen family has been outshone. Ha! That dark horse Qin might just pull off an upset. After the initial shock, everyone couldn't help but sigh with relief. Before the competition, they knew Qin Yun was no ordinary talent, but he still lagged behind prodigies like Chen Tianzi. Now it seemed that gap was narrowing and he might even overtake them. Within the ghost realm, the colossal beast had been fully subdued. The soul-summoning banner and 5 ghost umbrella shrank back to their original sizes, returning to Qin Yun's side. Zhong Kuei's divine form swept his gaze across the group. Then, raising his right hand to his chest, he solemnly proclaimed, "You have guarded me faithfully for a long time. You have earned your reward. Today, I shall reward you according to your merits." Several streams of light shot forth from his palm, infusing into each of their bodies. These streams of light varied in form, and their effects differed accordingly. Dukashan stared blankly, feeling the ghostly energy within him melt away violently, only to be replaced by a purer form of the same essence. This ghostly energy represented his ultimate ideal. Achieving it at level 90 would already be remarkable. Yet at this very moment, he had achieved it. His profession had ascended to a new level. Ah Xing, who had just eaten until he was 7/10 full, experienced a sudden convulsion. The side effects of the ghostly corpse vanished instantly, and even his injuries healed simultaneously. He clenched his fist, a sliver of black light appearing upon it, his eyes filled with disbelief. His awakened talent, bone regeneration, rapidly healed physical injuries. Even severed limbs and shattered bones could slowly regenerate. Li Qingyue's arm swiftly mended as well. Her weary body felt refreshed under this glow, energy surging endlessly into her system, restoring her to peak condition. The icy chill of the dragon pattern blade revealed itself as a line of black patterns etched onto its surface, ultimately forming a half face of a ghostly visage. The Ghost King's blessing.
Using the dragon silk blade as a vessel, Qin Yun could now freely channel Zhong Kuei's power. Shu Luoli's pupils returned to their original color, her aura significantly weakened. Her body, which had been struggling to hold itself up, collapsed at that moment. The flowing light swiftly replenished her energy and healed her wounds, yet it could not dispel the exhaustion accumulated from prolonged combat. She glanced at Qin Yun, leaned against the stone wall, closed her eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Beneath the flowing light, phantom specters merged into her shadow. Similar to Qin Yun, she too had received the Ghost King's blessing. In future battles, she could command ghostly entities to fight alongside her dark elemental manipulations. Long Xingtian and Jiang Hanqi likewise had light descend into their bodies, mending their wounds and replenishing their energy. Though their abilities hadn't increased significantly, ghostly energy now lingered within them, ready to be summoned when needed. Especially Jiang Hanqi as an elementalist, she could maximize the use of this ghostly energy, effectively gaining a new trump card. The light would have entered Shen Tian's body as well, but the sword immortal sliced it apart with a single strike. He disdained handouts from others.
Destiny was something best earned through one's own efforts.
Zhang Xinqing cradled the little black tortoise, her eyes dim.
She had gambled wrong. Qin Yun hadn't failed, and she hadn't seized the opportunity to claim the destiny either. One misstep led to another. Did she need to change something about herself?
Biting her lip, she spread her wings and soared out of the ruins. As the light faded, Zhong Kuei's divine form retracted, and Qin Yun returned to her true self. Even Zhong Kuei felt exhausted after subduing so many demonic beasts at once. He needed time to slowly process the energy.
Qin Yun leapt forward to Qin Yu's side and helped her to her feet. Are you okay? I'm fine. Hurry and check on Shu Luoli, she fainted.
Qin Yun propped herself up and looked toward Shu Luoli. Qin Yun's figure flickered as he prepared to reach out and help the girl up.
Shu Luoli's eyelids fluttered.
Her golden eyes fluttered open. Her expression was dazed.
Where is this?
Where?
Chapter 84, The Heartland, the Wilderness.
A cold, clear voice echoed through the ruins, causing Qin Yun's movements to freeze abruptly.
Luoli? What's wrong, Luoli? Did you get hit and lose your memory? Long Xingtian rushed over anxiously, crouching down with a look of concern.
Jiang Hanqi's pupils contracted slightly, and he hurried to speak up and warn her. She'd witnessed Luoli's attitude toward Long Xingtian. Staying this close without getting knocked flying would be a miracle.
Long Xingtian? What are you doing here? Where is this? Wasn't I by the lake? Did you kidnap me here?
A cold glint flashed in the girl's eyes, and she was on the verge of returning to combat mode. But before Long Xingtian could explain, she cautiously scanned the surroundings, her gaze settling on Qin Yun.
You! Qin Yun! What are you doing here? I never got to thank you for last time. Was it her who just appeared?
The clever girl instantly grasped the situation, her expression tightening. In a flash, she appeared before Qin Yun, carefully examining his body.
It's okay. She didn't attack us.
Qin Yun reassured Shu Luoli with a few words, prompting her to exhale deeply and pat her chest.
I'm just glad she didn't hurt you.
She can't control her emotions, and I was afraid she might have.
For what happened last time, I'm truly grateful. If there's anything I can do for you, just ask.
Shu Luoli pressed her hands to her chest and bowed deeply to Qin Yun.
Her clan had been destroyed by a colossal beast, severing their lineage.
As the sole surviving member of the Chu family, she was determined to rebuild it. And the foundation of any clan lies in its weapons and treasures. The Dragon Palace's treasury could rebuild not just one family, but easily 7 or 8. That was precisely why she felt such profound gratitude toward Qin Yun. She's been a tremendous help.
I should thank her too. Is she okay now?
Qin Yun's words startled the girl. Her gaze went blank for a few seconds before she snapped back to reality and shook her head. She's exhausted. She's already fallen asleep. No wonder she didn't share her memories with me.
That's fine. Big bro. Big bro. Big bro, you're so awesome, big bro.
A sudden cry came from outside the door. A gaunt man scrambled in, stumbling and crawling, and threw his arms around Qin Yun's leg.
Big brother. From now on, I'm your most loyal little brother. Through fire and water, I'll never say no. Dugushan clung tightly to Qin Yun's leg, his expression one of utter devotion.
Among this group, his advancement was the most remarkable. An undead mage was already extraordinary, but now, empowered by Zhong Kuei's ghostly aura, he could practically ascend to godhood in the Chinese underworld. At the very least, he'd attained the rank of a judge of the dead. Such immense favor deserved a lifetime of repayment. But Qin Yun likely wouldn't demand his entire life. Qin Yun shook his leg, but Dugushan clung too tightly to be dislodged. Only Dugushan felt a chill run down his spine. He turned his head just in time to meet Li Qingyue's murderous glare. Turning back again, he met Shu Luoli's equally icy glare. Dugushan. The youth wisely released Qin Yun's thigh and snapped to attention. Yet a shiver still ran down his spine. A wave of murderous intent pierced through him. No, this wasn't the killing intent emanating from those two girls. Nor was he the target of that intent.
In the blink of an eye, every pair of eyes in the room turned toward the corner. There, standing with a sword in hand, was a youth clad in white. You, aren't her? Shen Tian's expression darkened, his tone cold. The killing intent emanated from him, and its target was none other than Chu Luoli. No. Chu Luoli's expression turned slightly icy as she met that killing intent head-on. Fortunately, her current personality was much more balanced. If it were the other one, she would likely have drawn her sword the moment she sensed the killing intent. Boring. The youth's killing intent ebbed away like receding tide. With a disappointed glance at the crowd, he strode straight toward the exit. In his eyes, the only worthy opponent was Chu Luoli, who had blocked his path earlier. The others held no interest whatsoever. Luoli? You? Long Xingtian was about to speak when he met Chu Luoli's icy gaze. It wasn't me who struck you then. Nor could I ever forgive her. If you have something to say or something to do it when she's present. Chu Luoli's words made Long Xingtian hang his head in shame. Finally, he clenched his teeth, bowed his hands in farewell, and left. I'm sorry. Should you ever need me in the future, just ask. I, Long Xingtian, pledge my life to repay you. With that, Long Xingtian turned and walked away. His steps faltered and slowed, yet he eventually walked away. Jiang Hanqi remained silent, simply following at his side. The giant and Zhang Xinxin were nowhere to be seen outside either, having clearly departed long ago. Only the original four remained within the ruins. Should we leave too? There's still one area we haven't explored. Qin Yun pondered inwardly. The first four areas were the forest, desert, snowfield, and ghost realm. The fifth location still showed no signs of activity. But that location lies at the very center. All the prodigies will converge there once more. Alright, 18 hours remain until the end. That should be enough time for us to finish exploring. Li Qinyue checked the time and nodded. Chu Luoli also glanced at her wristwatch, hesitation flickering in her eyes. I won't be joining everyone else. If you need help with anything, remember to call me. I'll come find you after everything's settled. Chu Luoli bowed to Qin Yun once more before her figure flickered and vanished. Currently ranked 4th, she still lagged far behind the top spot. Teaming up with Qin Yun would slow her points accumulation. Of course, what she didn't know was that Qin Yun had just wiped out an entire colossal beast from the ghost realm. Those points were substantial, not easily caught up to. Then Dugashan saw everyone leaving and was just about to say he wanted to roam the world with Big Brother when a piercing glance silenced him. I'm off too, big bro. Take care of yourself and the wife. Ha! Black smoke rose from Dugashan's feet and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from the spot. Li Qingyue's knife trembled in her hand as she debated whether to slice him into 8 pieces or enshrine him. Qin Yun covered his face to hide his flushed cheeks, his voice calm as he said. Let's go too. All right. The two stepped out of the ruins. The ghost realm now felt as serene as a cloudless day, a stark contrast to its earlier eerie, ghostly atmosphere. Towering trees emerged in the distance, their leaves alone as tall as a man, completely blocking the view. Qin Yun felt puzzled. He had never encountered such terrain before, not even in books. The two moved swiftly, reaching the edge of the ghost realm within half an hour. A hatchet materialized in Qin Yun's hand. He cleared the obstructing shrubs and leaves, forging a path through the thicket. Stepping inside, Qin Yun couldn't help but marvel. The trees were enormous, each nearly 500 meters tall, soaring into the clouds. Their trunks required 100 men to encircle them, resembling miniature mountains. At the same time, heavy footsteps echoed relentlessly from outside the forest. The two parted the final veil of leaves. The sky was a pure, unblemished blue. Towering volcanoes erupted lava, staining the horizon a deep crimson. Wide rivers raged unchecked, churning up waves upon waves. Countless creatures gathered here. They were mysterious, powerful, and fearsome. They are dragons. This is the wilderness. Chapter 85, The Primordial Dragon. Li Qingyue's pupils dilated in shock. She covered her mouth with both hands, struggling to stifle any sound. She had seen dragons before, even fought one face to face. That feeling of utter helplessness, she never wanted to experience it again in her life. But now, a group of dragons stood before her. Qin Yun's expression shifted slightly. He grabbed Li Qingyue's hand and retreated back into the forest. Qin Yun, are those dragons? They're different. They look quite different from the dragons I've seen. Qin Yun narrowed his eyes, puzzled by the sight. These dragons bore no resemblance to the ones he had battled before. Instead, they resembled the dinosaurs of his own world. In ancient times, they had been unstoppable, dominating the entire blue star. I never imagined I'd encounter them again in this world. Young Ying, is this your latest research breakthrough? Within the Imperial Capital's council chamber, several elders exchanged bewildered glances, clearly encountering such creatures for the first time. Yes. We used captured dragon genes to create this group of creatures. Though not as powerful as true dragons, they possess inherited robust physical prowess, far surpassing other behemoths of their tier. Moreover, they obey commands and fight to the death. They may become a major combat force for our Huaxia in the future. Ying Yuanwu stroked his beard, explaining with unwavering confidence.
Beyond his role as Dean of Qin Yun Academy, he also served as Vice Minister of China's Ministry of Science and Technology, overseeing numerous radical experiments. These dinosaurs were his creations, and he intended to use this opportunity to test their effectiveness. Boom! Help! Help me! Run! This thing's gone mad! Boss! You have to get out of here, you can't stop it! Qin Yun and Li Qingyue were still observing when a commotion erupted from the forest behind them. A massive tree toppled, sending a deafening crash and a cloud of dust skyward. As the dust settled, Li Qingyue and Qin Yun had reached a tree branch, gazing toward the source of the sound. A colossal dragon burst into view. Its rugged back was covered in iron-gray scales overlaid with dark red mineral layers. Prismatic crystalline spikes grew along its spine, pulsing with energy that made them flicker like ancient monuments embedded in the earth. Its stone pillar-like limbs were encased in rock shells, leaving deep craters with every step. Its massive tail was covered in sawtooth crystal clusters. A strike from that would surely leave a gaping wound. LV-48, Stone Spike Stegosaurus. Before the colossal dragon stood 5 figures. The most striking figure was the man at the center. His face was thick with muscle, clad in armor, and wielding a shield as large as a tiger's mouth. He resembled a general stepped out of ancient times. Now, he stood firmly planted in front of the Stegosaurus, arms bulging, eyes locked on the dragon as he braced in a fighting stance. He was the leader of this group, determined to protect his men during their retreat. Boom! The sword dragon charged. No elemental rhythms, no skill releases. Just a plain, unadorned collision. Black light flickered around the armored man. The earth beneath his feet dissolved, enveloping his lower body before petrifying, anchoring half his form to the ground. He intended to withstand this blow head-on. A massive shield blocked his chest as the man roared, facing the colossal dragon with fearless courage. Those who venture into the wilderness are never weak. His strength was formidable, ranking him among the top 100 on the leaderboard. Moreover, the sword dragon before him was clearly a defensive beast, as evident from its very form. Its attacks would be far weaker than those of its peers. He could block them. The man thought to himself. The Stegosaurus charged forward. With a bone-jarring screech, the Stegosaurus slammed into the massive shield. The terrifying force violently shoved the man, plowing him across a chasm. Consider this, half the man's body was still buried underground. Yet before sheer brute force, all skill and ability proved as fleeting as foam. One touch, and it shattered. Crash! The Stegosaurus lowered its head and exerted force, causing the shield to slip from the man's grasp. His body was yanked from the earth and slammed heavily onto the ground. His lower half was now a mangled mess of flesh and blood. A flash of light flickered, and his body vanished before everyone's eyes. Having sustained fatal injuries, the trial mechanism automatically retrieved him. Boss! The remaining 4 stared in utter terror. The boss had led them to hunt several boss-level beasts before even the dark gold clawbearer couldn't break through his defenses. What on earth was this dragon-like colossus? The 4 instantly abandoned any thoughts of revenge, flickering away in all directions as they fled. But the enraged Stegosaurus had no intention of letting them go. Roar! Dragon Roar Valley. The spiked ridges along its spine detached entirely, hovering before the sword dragon. Sharp stones adhered to them, forming dozens of stone swords. The stone swords shot forth. Put! The woman clutched her chest, staring blankly at the blood covering her hands. In a single exchange, the stone swords pierced her chest, completely ripping her apart. The remaining 3 met the same gruesome fate, all slain by the stone blades. Qin Yun stared at the sword dragon, his interest sharply piqued. Not only was the stone blade incredibly fast and nearly impossible to defend against, it also possessed a tracking effect. Even if you dodged it once, it would turn around and continue pursuing its target. This sword dragon's power was truly formidable. Apart from the Crimson Desert Sand Dragon, it was likely the strongest colossal beast Qin Yun had encountered in the trial. Bang! Qin Yun grabbed Li Qingyue and vanished in a flash, dodging the stabbing stone sword. Unfortunately, his reflexes were still a split second too slow, and his palm was lacerated by the sharp shards. The sword dragon's eyes immediately locked onto the 2 of them. They'd been spotted. Its senses were quite sharp. Qin Yun's interest only grew. Just as he brought his axe down, Li Qingyue grabbed his arm. Damn it! The girl's eyes flashed with anger as she drew her dragon-patterned silk sword, her aura surging violently. She already harbored hatred toward the Dragon Clan, and now that an opportunity for revenge presented itself, she would not let it slip away. Besides, daring to injure Qin Yun in front of her? They must have grown tired of living. Eternal Calamity Martial God, manifesting the true form. The girl leapt down from the giant tree, her tang sword gleaming coldly in her hand. The bloodthirsty aura of slaughter made even the sword dragon's eyes contract involuntarily, causing it to retreat several steps. Yet it remained a beast, a dragon forged by creation. Even with fear in its heart, it charged forward. Never retreat until death. The sword dragon roared furiously, forcing its morale to surge as it launched its attack. Li Qingyue stood her ground, sword raised, neither flinching nor retreating. The eternal martial god stopped killing with killing.
Their clash sent powerful energy ripples crashing through the trees, obscuring the battle's center.
Yet Qin Yun felt no concern for the girl. Having transcended her tier through the 100-step sacrifice, a mere sword dragon could not threaten her. Victory was merely a matter of time.
Yet, why did a lingering unease persist within him?
Qin Yun massaged his temples, closing his eyes to carefully sense the surrounding energies. Yet beyond the human and the dragon, he detected no other living presence, let alone any killing intent.
Strange.
Qin Yun frowned deeply and opened his eyes.
Huff. A foul, fishy stench hit him.
Qin Yun stood frozen, his gaze blank.
A colossal dragon's head pressed against his chest.
Chapter 86, The Fall of the Sword Dragon, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's Might.
Whoosh. The dragon exhaled again. The foul, blood-soaked stench made Qin Yun's nose twitch, nearly making him vomit.
He reflexively sidestepped, creating a safe distance. A chill shot through his brow, and a fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on Qin Yun's forehead.
What was going on? Why hadn't he sensed this dragon's presence?
Had it launched a surprise attack just now, he would likely have died multiple times already.
The intense chill of fear snapped Qin Yun into focus.
The Xingtian Dharma form descended, the colossal axe materializing in his hands as he assumed a combat stance.
The dragon's form towered overhead, its head as large as a small mountain, its eyes gleaming with a cold, predatory intent.
Exposed fangs glinted with a chilling light, their sharpness palpable even without contact, capable of crushing steel with a single bite. Its forelimbs were stubby, hook-like claws, while its hind legs were incredibly powerful. Merely standing could crush the ground into deep pits. Its terrifying strength seemed capable of obliterating everything in sight.
The Tyrannosaurus Rex, ruler of the primordial wilderness. Boom!
Qin Yun's legs surged with power as he leapt upward.
The trees behind him couldn't withstand such immense force, snapping instantly.
Crimson energy surged around him as Qin Yun soared higher through the air. His massive axe, carrying a devastating momentum, came crashing down toward the Tyrannosaurus's skull. He wasn't about to sit and wait for death. Taking the offensive was a warrior's instinct.
The Tyrannosaurus didn't dodge.
Instead, it opened its massive jaws, thrust its hind legs forward, and charged Qin Yun head-on. But how could its reflexes possibly match Qin Yun's? With masterful combat skill, Qin Yun's body dodged the Tyrannosaurus's bite just in time, his massive axe already braced against its neck. Qin Yun's arms bulged with muscle as he summoned every ounce of strength, bringing the axe blade crashing down. The blade flashed with a cold gleam. Crash! Blood spurted skyward like a fountain as the monstrous head crashed to the ground, smashing a deep crater. One mighty swing, the dragon's head fell. Qin Yun sheathed his axe and landed lightly on the ground. But before he could steady himself, a shadow already loomed overhead.
Boom! A dragon's claw stomped down, its 100-ton force instantly blasting a deep crater into the ground.
Roar! The dragon's roar pierced the sky. Another pair of cold, beastly eyes peered out from the thicket it had seized the moment to strike. With a roar of frustration, it rampaged madly through the surrounding area, causing the earth to rumble, giant trees to collapse, and the entire forest to become a wasteland.
Qin Yun's figure materialized nearby. Xingtian's combat instincts were razor-sharp.
He had sensed the danger even as the shadows closed in, darting away to let the dragon strike empty air.
The enraged dragon lashed out at its surroundings, its gaze having lost track of Qin Yun.
Qin Yun watched the dragon from the shadows, his brow furrowing slightly.
It too bore the form of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, indistinguishable from the first. Could Tyrannosaurus Rexes operate in groups?
Qin Yun's mind raced with questions, yet he hoisted his axe and leapt into the sky.
A jet-black pillar of light pierced the heavens and earth, its frenzied aura like a demonic presence descending.
Qin Yun stood bathed in the black radiance, his eyes glowing crimson as the intricate patterns on his massive axe came alive, as if he had returned to a distant, primordial age. This single swing made the heavens and earth pale.
The second Tyrannosaurus Rex sensed the attack but was too late to turn away.
It could only swing its massive tail, attempting to withstand the blow head-on. But this was Xingtian's axe.
Even ordinary divine artifacts would shatter instantly under its blow. How could a mere beast's tail possibly withstand it? Swoosh! Like a hot knife through butter, the dragon's tail was instantly cleaved in two.
The next moment, another head fell to the ground.
Qin Yun landed on a tree branch, gasping for breath.
Though both dragons had been dispatched with a single strike, he had expended his full strength, leaving him severely drained. He needed several minutes to recover. But Qin Yun's body suddenly froze. A sharp pain pierced his brow. Pairs of beastly eyes flickered in and out of view through the jungle. He recognized those eyes. All too familiar. They belonged to those two Tyrannosaurus Rexes. Dozens of Tyrannosaurus Rexes were charging through the forest, heading straight for this location. Clang! Sword chi surged wildly, shattering the stone blade the Stegosaurus had painstakingly formed. Li Qingyue stood tall, blade in hand. The Stegosaurus stared at the girl before it, its eyes filled with terror, its body trembling. Its defenses were utterly shattered. The spine blade it once prided itself on had been flattened with a single strike, and even its meteor hammer-like tail had been severed. Terrifying. This girl was terrifying.
Its defenses far surpassed those of its kin. Even the claws and fangs of Tyrannosaurus Rex couldn't pierce them. But this girl could. He couldn't block her long sword. That razor-sharp blade energy could crush any resistance. The Stegosaurus panicked. Even as a dominant predator in this wild wilderness, it had never come this close to death. Boom! The sword dragon stomped its hooves, unleashing a torrent of earth elemental energy that surged toward the girl like a tidal wave. This was its ultimate skill. It had to buy time to escape. Yes. The Stegosaurus twisted its body, lifted its limbs off the ground, and began to flee at full speed. Ha! Qin Yun chuckled softly. Swish! A blur streaked past as the girl advanced straight ahead, blade in hand. Earth element surge? So what? Before the might of the blade's aura, all else is but illusion. The eternal martial god descended into her body. Qin Yun's pupils flashed crimson as murderous intent erupted. A cold gleam strikes first. Boom! Ink-black blade energy surged like a charging dragon, devouring all earth elements in its path and leaving behind a trail of silent emptiness. The girl's figure darted through it. Jianlong felt a chill down his spine and snapped his head up. A graceful silhouette stood before him, silhouetted against the light. Where are you going? Where are you going? Her voice was clear, yet tinged with a hint of anger. Qin Yun's toes touched the top of Jianlong's head, gazing down upon him like a creator observing an ant. Roar! Facing mortal peril, the sword dragon roared and bellowed, its stone pillars erupting like sharp quills, transforming it into a furious hedgehog. Alas, a hedgehog remains but a hedgehog. It couldn't harm a lion. Qin Yun's toes lightly touched the ground as she gracefully flipped and landed, evading the piercing stone spikes. Gripping her blades with both hands, she raised them overhead and drew a deep breath. For a moment, the world stood still. The wind ceased, the clouds froze. Exhaled. Qin Yun's eyes flashed crimson. One strike slashed down. An unstoppable blade aura erupted, slicing through the air with a streak of ink-black light that pierced straight into the sword dragon's body. The sword dragon's roar abruptly ceased. Its eyes were filled with terror, its expression unwilling, yet it could do nothing but face its final moment. Snap! The sword dragon's body split cleanly in two. LV-48, Stone Thistle Stegosaurus, dead. Qin Yun sheathed her blade, took a few light breaths, then flickered away to rejoin Qin Yun. Suddenly, her movement halted. A terrifying killing intent pierced through her body. Qin Yun's eyes instantly turned icy as she followed the direction of the killing intent. There, a figure stood. Qin Yun? Before Qin Yun could recover from her shock, a massive battle axe flew toward her face. Crash! Behind her, a massive tree toppled. The axe blade sliced off a lock of Qin Yun's hair. Had her reaction been even half a beat slower, it might have been her head that fell. Thud! After images overlapped as Qin Yun moved with blinding speed, yanking the axe from the tree trunk before leaping skyward. His eyes blazed with murderous intent. Amidst the jungle, a small lizard darted to the treetop, its form shadowy. Shadowy figures flickered behind it. Chapter 87, Cannibalism, Martial God vs. Xingtian. Clang! The giant axe collided with the Tang sword, their metallic clash reverberating through the jungle. Qin Yun's body recoiled violently. Even she struggled to withstand such overwhelming force. Qin Yun, wake up! It's Qin Yue! Her chest heaved as she kept pleading. But Qin Yun remained oblivious, his assault unrelenting as he fought relentlessly. Crash! The ground beneath Qin Yun's feet cracked open. Kneeling on one knee, she braced her tightly gripped Tang sword against the sky, struggling to withstand the heavy axe blow. Her expression was deeply conflicted. Qin Yun's attacks were relentless. Defending alone would lead to defeat sooner or later. She had to take the initiative and clash head-on to stand a chance. Yet striking back at Qin Yun felt harder than defeating Li Weigua. Qin Yun shifted her stance lightly, sliding her blade to deflect the immense force of Qin Yun's axe before carefully slipping away to the side. The axe slammed into the ground, leaving a deep gash in its wake. Clang! Qin Yun yanked the axe free. Crimson energy surged from its blade, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent that swept across the wilderness. His form shot upward, soaring 50 meters in an instant. Qin Yun's brows knitted tightly. With the eternal calamity martial god possessing her, her speed surged again, propelling her instantly to the treetops. She was still no bigger than Qin Yun's finger, no match for him in a direct confrontation. Roar! Qin Yun roared like a beast, then reached out his palm toward the girl. If he caught her, the lightest outcome would be her body shattered into pieces. Qin Yun leapt upward, her form leaving trails of afterimages as she swung her Tang sword, cleaving through every obstructing tree trunk. The colossal tree crashed down, smashing toward Qin Yun. But Qin Yun, possessed by Xingtian, plowed through like a bulldozer. The tree trunks shattered upon impact, barely scratching him, let alone slowing his momentum. Moreover, as his body swelled, his strength surged further. Obstacles like trees and rocks crumbled like paper, pulverized into dust upon contact. The giant's form steadily closed in on the girl. Crash! Qin Yun struck down with a palm, crushing the giant tree into splinters with his colossal power.
Li Qingyue reacted with lightning speed, adjusting her direction just before the attack arrived, narrowly evading the blow. Yet the palm strike unleashed a shockwave of force. The overwhelming thrust slammed Li Qingyue into a tree, carving a deep gash into its trunk. If that was merely the residual force from the edge of the strike, the consequences of a direct hit were unimaginable. The people of Guqing were stunned. Li Kan, in particular, wore a grim expression as he clutched his phone, displaying dozens of missed calls from Li Weiguo. He knew nothing about this. Answering the call would only earn him a scolding. But it wasn't just Li Kan. Even Old Feng and Old Chen, who had been watching the fight, were dumbfounded. What was going on? Had Qin Yun lost his mind? Why was he relentlessly attacking Li Qingyue? Does he never want to marry? This kid, could he be under someone's control? I took my fair share of losses when I was young. Old Feng narrowed his eyes slightly as he voiced his conjecture. He's not like you, always ready for a fight. Qin's a sharp kid. He wasn't affected at the haunting spring. Why would he get outmaneuvered in the wilderness? Besides, the wilderness is full of Brother Ying's experimental subjects. They shouldn't have such high completion rates. Old Chen stroked his white beard, ignoring Old Feng's murderous glare as he pondered the incident. A troubling suspicion took root in his mind. In the imperial capital, Ying Yuanwu was pondering that very same suspicion. Young Ying, are you suggesting these earth dragons might evolve? Or that they're evolving independently? Developing into a purer, more powerful breed? This batch of earth dragons is the first to return to the wild. They've adapted remarkably well to their environment, with both their numbers and quality of survival improving. Therefore, we suspect they have begun evolving, undergoing changes we never anticipated. To my knowledge, the earth dragons in this trial possess no psychic abilities. But judging by Qin Yun's demeanor, he was clearly affected by it. Hearing this, the elders all fell deep in thought. After a long pause, Elder Su at the center spoke up. After the trial concludes, bring along more personnel for retrieval. Simultaneously, strengthen the Institute's defenses. Under no circumstances should they be disclosed until they are fully developed. Understood. Ying Yuanwu nodded in response. The battle in the forest raged on. Li Qingyue's footwork was exceptional. She managed to evade Qin Yun's attacks almost every time. Frustrated by his repeated failures to seize her, the crimson in Qin Yun's eyes deepened as his form returned to its original size. He knelt on one knee, both fists enveloped in crimson light, then slammed them violently into the ground. Red and black currents surged from the earth, rapidly spreading outward and transforming into countless sparks that filled the air. Xing Tian, Realm of Slaughter. Li Qingyue's eyes flashed with instinct as the scent of blood assaulted her nostrils, and a battle cry pierced her eardrums. Surveying her surroundings, she saw sand swirling through the sky, smoke and flames rolling across the land, sketching out an ancient battlefield where death was the only resolution. Qin Yun stood before her, axe in hand, armor-clad, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Li Qingyue's heart trembled. She tried to summon her energy to flee, but the pathways within her body lay dormant as dead ashes, utterly unresponsive. Her gaze hardened. Here, magic is forbidden. Only a fight to the death remained. Qin Yun. My apologies. The girl drew a deep breath, pressing her blades before her chest as her black hair stirred without wind. The title of martial god isn't some hollow reputation earned through professional skills. Qin Yun roared with fury, shattering the earth beneath his feet as he charged forward. Li Qingyue showed no fear, her tang sword moving with a sharp, piercing motion as she clashed with him in combat. In the treetops, the little lizard blinked its eyes, scratched its head, and was filled with confusion. The sudden disappearance of the two figures left it utterly bewildered. It extended its claw, pulling the dark figure from behind to the front, examining it closely before finally nodding in satisfaction. Control remained intact that human hadn't resisted. What an idiot! Coiling its body with its tail draped before it, the lizard assumed a relaxed, graceful posture. With a flick of its fingertips, a pterosaur flew in from the distance, approaching respectfully and placing the gathered fruits before the small lizard. This pterosaur was more than 10 times larger than an ordinary eagle, its presence matching that of the earlier stegosaurus. Yet before the lizard, it trembled like a child, retracting its claws and fangs, not daring to breathe a sound. The lizard paid it no mind. With a mere wave of its small hand, the pterosaur retreated as if granted a pardon, flapping its wings and swiftly flying away. Thud! Two figures plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the ground. Li Qingyue was covered in blood, her hair strands stained crimson. She gasped for breath, her tang sword plunged deep into the earth as she struggled to pull herself up by its hilt. Qin Yun fared little better. A long gash ran across his chest, blood soaking half his body. The axe in his hand lay discarded on the ground. He lacked the strength even to pick it up. Useless. The little lizard lowered its gaze as the dark shadow behind it surged forward. With a flick of its fingertip, the shadow expanded. Qin Yun's body immediately began to convulse. Bloodshot eyes glowed intensely, and a murderous aura surged skyward, making him look like a demon risen from the depths of hell. Qin Yun! Li Qingyue cried out in panic, but the boy before her could not respond. He charged forward, axe raised. His speed was too swift, only after images could be seen. Boom! Li Qingyue's long sword blocked the massive axe, only to be pushed back by its immense force, slamming her into the tree trunk. That very tree was where the little lizard was perched. The little lizard lowered its head, its eyes gleaming with amusement as it watched the spectacle with relish. Afterimages flickered as terrifying speed compressed the air into a deafening roar. In the next instant, Qin Yun was already before the tree. He did not pause. The lizard's pupils contracted slightly. It dropped to all fours, its energy surging as it prepared to flee. But a large hand seized its body. Blood streaked the boy's face, his smile cold and ruthless. Gotcha. Chapter 88 Evolution Nightmare wounds the Dragon Titan Serpent. The little lizard froze in terror. A dark shadow shifted behind him. Just as he tried to struggle, a long blade pressed against his throat. I surrender. Don't kill me. Li Qingyue's movements froze abruptly. The blade sliced open the lizard's neck, nearly severing its head. Cut. No. Slashing sound. The moment Qin Yun's words fell, Li Qingyue hesitated no longer and brought the blade down. The lizard's head flew off instantly. Qin Yun clenched his palm, crushing the lizard's remaining body into mincemeat. LV-49, Nightmare Wound Dragon, dead. It all happened too fast. Not only did Nightmare Wound Dragon fail to anticipate it, but none of the spectators watching the battle saw it coming. That Qin kid was cunning, pretending to be controlled while seizing the moment to deliver a thunderous strike. And he was ruthlessly decisive, giving the dragon no chance to fight back. Indeed, had he not killed it and listened to its words, who knows what trouble it might have stirred up. The elders in the council chamber wore smiles, thoroughly pleased with Qin Yun's performance. Only Ying Yuanwu's face was as dark as iron, as if he were deeply troubled by something. The others noticed his emotional shift and turned inquiring glances his way. Ying Yuanwu made no attempt to conceal his concern as he spoke with a heavy heart. Brother Su, I've never seen this dragon Qin Yun killed, never even heard of it. I can guarantee it's not one of ours. If I'm not mistaken, this group of earth dragons has undergone evolution. The difficulty of this trial is likely to skyrocket. So what? Old Su's voice cut off Ying Yuanwu. As the pride of Huaxia, would we ever retreat before a formidable foe? Fear not. No matter how difficult it may be, future generations will forge a path and carve out a new world. Old Su's words eased the frown from Ying Yuanwu's brow as he clasped his fists in salute. Indeed, if we were to fear, how could we be called the pride of the heavens? The leaders of China must be mighty warriors who slay gods who stand in their way and Buddhas who block their path. In the jungle, Qin Yun released the corpse in his grasp and looked at Li Qingyue with a hint of regret. My apologies, Qingyue. It was my fault. I let my guard down for a moment and nearly fell for its trick. Hearing this, Li Qingyue hurriedly waved her hands. It's fine, it's fine. Who could have known its abilities were so strange? Good thing you woke up early. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have known what to do. Yeah. Qin Yun sighed with emotion, feeling a renewed sense of dread. From his perspective, he'd been slaughtering the Tyrannosaurus the entire time Li Qingyue hadn't even been in his line of sight. Had he not encountered a troublesome young dragon, he might never have realized. Fortunately, Xing Tian's combat senses were sharp. After several exchanges, he clearly detected Li Qingyue's techniques and aura, prompting Qin Yun to react swiftly and realize his perspective had been altered. He subsequently transformed into a giant, elevating his viewpoint. While feigning pursuit, he searched for the young dragon lurking behind the scenes. Once located, to reach an understanding with Li Qingyue, he pulled it into the realm of slaughter. After discussing their plan, they emerged and put on a show right in front of the young dragon, successfully deceiving it. It was precisely this information gap that allowed Qin Yun and Li Qingyue to dispatch it with decisive precision. Facing such a cunning enemy, Qin Yun dared not give them the slightest opening. After a brief rest, both adjusted their energy to peak condition. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed nearby, followed by a giant crashing through a tree and slamming heavily onto the ground before them. His chest caved in, 2 ribs shattered from the impact, and with each breath, he coughed up streams of blood. Even as a bystander, one could feel the excruciating pain piercing through the crown of his skull. Yet the giant used the tree as a crutch, bracing himself to rise with effort. With a pained roar, he clutched his broken ribs. Snap! The fractured ribs snapped back together, held by sheer force of will. The ground shook violently, sending fallen branches and stones flying. Even Qin Yun and his companion couldn't stay upright, forced to support each other. A colossal dragon, its presence darkening the sky, approached slowly. Its neck stretched impossibly long, its body absurdly massive, and its pillar-like limbs seemed poised to crush the earth beneath them. LV-48, Titan Serpent. Roar! The Colossus's furious roar pierced the heavens as its form grew even taller. A divine aura descended from behind it, its overwhelming presence surging. In the wild, there is no victory or defeat. Only eating and being eaten. Ah Xing had been hunted by many beasts, yet he devoured them all. Dragon, you won't be any different. Boom! Ah Xing's fangs grew frenziedly. Like a beast, he dropped to all fours, stalking like a cheetah hunting its prey. In the blink of an eye, he charged before the coiling dragon. He sank his teeth in. His fangs pierced the neck, tearing away a layer of flesh and blood. Ignoring the foul stench, he chewed voraciously, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction.
In that moment, he was no longer human, he was a predator.
Wanlong howled in agony, the pain fueling his rage. His head whipped like a whip, lashing violently against Ah Xing's back. A bloody gash instantly appeared on his exposed spine, yet Ah Xing seemed oblivious. Clutching the dragon's body with both hands, he lunged forward and sank his teeth into its neck once more.
A howl. Agony shot through its brain.
Unable to bear it, the serpent thrashed wildly, charging forward and backward with Ah Xing still clinging to its body. It smashed through numerous giant trees before finally crashing violently into the cliff face. Such an impact would warp even steel, let alone a human body. Yet when the dust settled, Ah Xing remained clinging to the dragon's back. He clung to the lion's mane like a flea, refusing to let go. His entire skeleton was dislocated, his liver, spleen, heart, and lungs all ruptured. Each breath felt like it might be his last. Yet his eyes burned with unyielding murderous intent as his fangs sank once more into the dragon's neck. Rip. Flesh tore away. Bone was clearly visible through the gruesome wound. Fear flickered in the titan wyvern's pupils. It felt as though it faced not a human, but its natural predator, the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Could such cruelty and bloodshed truly be the work of a human? Bang! An eerie green glow emanated from the dragon's body, and an indescribable force repelled Ah Xing. Repulsion field. The titan wyvern's trump card. But it didn't even consider continuing its attack. Instead, it turned tail and bolted toward the other side. It was scared. It had to run. It wanted to survive. Roar! Xing's throat was already filled with blood, leaving him unable to speak. He could only express his rage through a hoarse roar. Covered in wounds, he struggled to muster the strength to pursue the winding dragon. But a figure stood before the winding dragon. Qin Yun stood before them, a smile on his face, a massive axe slung across his back. Where do you think you're going? Chapter 89, Giant Ah Xing Yanlong's Fall. Roar! The coiled dragon roared furiously toward the heavens, utterly disregarding the human before it. Qin Yun's form was too small, not even as large as the coiled dragon's claw. To its eyes, ordinary humans were nothing more than slightly larger ants. Behind it, Ah Xing thrust his fingers into his mouth, violently gagging at his throat to force out the clotted blood blocking his airway. A deafening roar erupted from his chest. Run! Qin Yun heard the cry, a flicker of heartache flickering in his eyes. This foolish child, even in this state, still cares for others. Qin Yun lowered the axe he just raised, bending his knees slightly into a horse stance. His upper body twisted as his arm muscles pulsed like beating hearts. The Xingtian Dharma form descended upon him, its crimson aura surging like a storm. The coiling dragon charged forward, its massive shadow engulfing the youth. It did not halt, treating the youth merely as a stumbling stone, intent on crushing him beneath its weight. As the dragon's claws descended, Qin Yun pivoted, his right arm moving with the motion. A fist erupted. Boom! The fierce fist wing tore through the trees ahead, which stood 100 feet wide. Yet they couldn't withstand the force, snapping clean through and toppling in all directions. The coiled dragon, caught squarely in the fist's path, possessed no strength to resist. It was sent flying by the punch, hurtling straight toward Ah Xing. Even this was Qin Yun holding back, dispersing his power. Otherwise, a single punch could have shattered its skull. Ah Xing watched the dragon hurtling toward him, utterly dumbfounded. He prided himself on his strength, considering lifting the dragon no great feat. But to be sent flying by a single punch? No way, dude. That was a dragon. 100-ton colossus. How could it just fly away? Just how terrifying is this guy's strength? Roar! The dragon's agonized wail interrupted Ah Xing's thoughts. Though it had crashed down hard, it wasn't fatally injured. Struggling to its feet, its bloodshot eyes locked onto Qin Yun, radiating raw, unadulterated killing intent. Boom! The serpent shattered the boulder, pinning it, twisting its body back into its original form. Its limbs surged forward as it charged at Qin Yun once more. Yet before it could take more than a few steps, no matter how it strained its limbs, it remained rooted to the spot. A force gripped its tail, pinning it in place. The dragon turned its vicious gaze back. Ah Xing was hoisting its tail with his shoulders, digging his legs into the ground as he pulled with all his might. You! Don't you dare leave! Boom! With a furious roar, Ah Xing's entire body erupted with a terrifying black mist. Talent, bone regeneration, activate. The power bestowed by the Ghost King Zhong Kuei now unleashed its might. A crisp crackling sound echoed as Ah Xing's body snapped back into place. Broken bones realigned, shattered organs gradually mended, and his vital energy surged, restoring his vitality. Gritting his teeth until they ground together, Ah Xing's face flushed crimson. His thick, dark brows knitted tightly as every fiber of his being strained to its limit. The dragon's disdainful gaze slowly turned to panic as it realized with horror it could no longer control its body. Its limbs were being lifted slowly off the ground, unable to touch the earth. Xing hoisted the dragon's tail, lifting the entire creature high onto his back. Dragon shoulder slam. Crash. The deafening impact reverberated in all directions as the dragon's body slammed down, gouging a deep chasm in the ground. The dragon's brain was jolted violently, its pupils seeing only blurred human figures. Like a lion, Xing dropped to all fours and in the blink of an eye was at the dragon's throat. The wound from the earlier bite now exposed bone. Fawn-like teeth surged forward, clamping down on the dragon's neck like a pair of pincers. Xing's facial veins bulged like snarling patterns, transforming him into a savage god of the wilderness. Jaw by jaw, it closed. The serpent dragon let out a piercing howl, thrashing wildly as it tried to activate its repulsion field. Yet it was suppressed by an overwhelming force, unable to muster any energy throughout its body. Snap! Bone snapped. Xing snapped his massive jaws shut, whipping his head to sever the dragon's neck cleanly. The dragon's head flew through the air and crashed to the ground. LV-48, Titan Serpent Dragon, dead. Roar! Xing rose from the dragon's corpse, spread his limbs wide, beat his chest with both hands, raised his head, and let out a thunderous roar, venting his battle fury. After the roar subsided, he lay sprawled across the dragon's body, tearing chunks of flesh with his teeth, sucking up the blood, feeding with savage abandon. A faint glow continuously emanated from his body. Qin Yun averted her eyes, covering her nose with her palm, feeling somewhat queasy. Though she had slaughtered countless corpses and bathed in rivers of blood, the sight of raw flesh and animal blood being consumed raw was physically repulsive to her. Especially since both were enormous droplets of blood could easily engulf her, making the visual impact overwhelming. Qin Yun gently patted Qin Yu's back, transmitting a soft energy. His innate talent likely required nourishment through consumption. The stronger the enemy, the greater the power he gained. Look, not only has his injury healed by more than half, but his energy keeps growing. Qin Yun lifted her head and shot Qin Yun a reproachful glance. Oh right, you probably shouldn't watch. Qin Yun scratched his head and gave an apologetic smile. Burp. A belch echoed overhead. Xing hastily waved his arms, preventing the foul stench from drifting toward Qin Yun. He pushed aside the corpse of the winding dragon, gulped down several mouthfuls of water by the riverbank, then scrubbed his body clean, washing away the blood and flesh from his skin and mouth. Soon, he returned to this spot, his form having shrunk in the process. Hello, everyone. My name is Xing. Thank you so much for just now. Xing's eyes shone brightly, pure and untainted like untouched snow. No problem. I didn't get a chance to thank you back in the ghost realm. Qin Yun's lips curved into a smile, expressing his gratitude. Though he'd never met Xing face to face, he remembered him from when Zhong Kuei dispersed his energy. This honest savage and Duga Shan had held off the massive beast horde for an incredibly long time with their lives. Without them, the defenses would have been breached long ago. Xing scratched his head, a shy smile on his face. So it was you. That was impressive, taking them all out in one go. Oh, and thanks for the new talent, it's super useful. Thanks so much. If there's anything I can do for you, just let me know. Seeing Xing like this, Qin Yun was at a loss for words. He'd been so shaken by Zhang Xinxin's performance that he found it hard to tell if this boy was putting on an act. But looking into those clear, innocent eyes, Qin Yun felt it probably wasn't an act. This was a simple, naive kid. Xing, what about the girl beside you? Qin Yu's voice came from beside him. Xinxin? After we arrived, we all went our separate ways. She said she was off to find the final boss, rode off on her little bird, and told me to watch my back. The final boss? Qin Yun's eyes darted around. He exchanged a glance with Qin Yun, both understood each other's thoughts. Do you know the direction, Xing? I do. Xishin flew that way. Xing pointed eastward. Alright, Xing, we're heading that way too. You're coming too? Xing's face lit up with excitement as he grinned. Hell yeah. Chapter 90, Final Boss, End of the World Tyrant. This kid's heart is truly pure. After all, he grew up in the wasteland, knowing only killing and being killed since childhood. Whenever he met someone who showed him even a shred of kindness, he'd give his whole heart to them. Life in the wasteland was harsh, but fortunately, he was adopted by that person and didn't suffer too much hardship. Indeed, that white ape made a special visit just to bring him back to the human race. Such talent stands out even in the age of raw jade. I truly look forward to seeing him grow in the future. The elder in the council chamber wore a smile, holding Xing in the highest regard. Far away in Guqing, old Master Fong grinned widely, utterly delighted. He had believed only Qin Yun could walk his path, but Xing's emergence offered him more choices. Proving the way through strength, shattering myriad methods with sheer power, that was the path he had walked. And Xing's talents surpassed even his own in his youth. Under his guidance, Xing would surely reach even greater heights in the future. Feeling tempted? Then I'll take that Qin kid as my disciple? Old Shen's voice drifted over from the side. Get lost. The wilderness. The three were advancing toward the east. They carefully concealed their presence, fearful of being detected by the earth dragons. After all, with a goal in sight, they couldn't afford to waste energy on them. Along the way, they witnessed countless battles. Many groups hunted the great dragons, but most ended in failure, scattering in defeat. Amidst this chaos, Qin Yun spotted a familiar figure, Kong Yuanlong, whom he had encountered earlier in the East Sea. He led a 5-person squad that had slain a 3-headed earth dragon. Qin Yun observed the fight for a while. It seemed he had matured considerably, demonstrating commendable leadership and teamwork. Moreover, he must have spotted the 3 of them, glancing several times in Li Qingyue's direction, yet he did not approach to greet them. To exercise such restraint truly marked him as someone to reckon with. Li Qingyue clicked her tongue in disapproval but offered no greeting herself, not even turning back to look. She simply tugged at Qin Yun's arm and quickened their pace. Ah Xing scratched his head in confusion, unable to grasp why they'd suddenly started running. Boom! A thunderous impact echoed overhead. Shunin looked up to see a sapphire blue ice phoenix colliding with the wings of a pterosaur. Both bore wounds, the battle fierce and brutal. Zhang Xinxin? Qin Yun spotted the girl atop the ice phoenix and felt a twinge of surprise. She must have been held up. The final boss hadn't moved yet. His luck was holding out. Qin Yun? Zhang Xinxin's senses were exceptionally sharp. She immediately spotted the 3 figures, her expression twisting into a cold, icy mask. No. We can't afford to waste any more time. This must be settled swiftly. Blood-red ink filled her eyes. Icy wings unfurled from her back. Zhang Xinxin's claws surged forth, fangs lengthening as she unleashed her full power. As if sensing her master's intent, the ice phoenix's attacks grew fiercer. Under their combined assault, the pterosaur likely wouldn't last much longer. Let's go. Qin Yun ignored her, grabbing Ah Xing who was about to greet them, and the 3 dashed eastward. Ah Xing was puzzled but said nothing, respecting Qin Yun's decision. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding earth dragons grew increasingly scarce, and even the presence of the colossal beast faded from their senses. Ahead of them rose a towering bamboo forest. No, this couldn't be called a grove, it was a sea of bamboo. Thousands formed a grove, tens of thousands formed a sea. Emerald bamboo leaves undulated in the wind like waves of green, radiating boundless vitality. This should have been a paradise for beasts, yet not a single creature was in sight. The final boss must surely be here. Qin Yun pressed a finger to his lips, signaling the others to stay silent. They understood, suppressing every sound and breath, even walking with utmost caution. The trio advanced cautiously, yet an indescribable weight seemed to press upon their shoulders, compelling them to summon their energy to resist. A domain skill? Qin Yun wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, his vigilance heightening. The final boss truly was extraordinary. Empty. Before he could devise a countermeasure, a thunderous roar erupted directly ahead, followed by a sword chi that pierced through heaven and earth. The sheer power of that single strike sliced the drifting clouds in the sky clean in two, leaving them unable to reunite. The piercing aura poured down, and even from 1,000 meters away, Qin Yun felt a stinging pain across his face, as if wounds would appear at any moment. Someone had already struck. Qin Yun's gaze sharpened considerably. The Xingtian Dharma body descended upon him, and he was ready for battle. Regardless of whether the person could defeat the dragon, he would join the fight. Seeing this, Li Qingyue also activated the Eternal Calamity Martial God. Gripping her long sword, her aura surged, brimming with murderous intent. Ah Xing, though dazed, grasped the situation. He simply hadn't prepared for this. Or perhaps, having grown up in the wasteland, he was perpetually in a state of combat readiness. Boom! The air roared as it compressed, and the 3 charged forward explosively. Li Qingyue swung her dragon silk blade, slicing through every bamboo joint in her path with pale blue blade energy, clearing the way ahead. Emerging from the bamboo grove, a verdant circular lake came into view. It lay like an emerald gem, breathtakingly beautiful. And standing at the very center of the lake was a colossal dragon. Black rings of light radiated from its body, intensifying the oppressive pressure around it. Level 50, End of World Tyrant Dragon. Level 50. This was the chasm of levels. Under normal circumstances, 10 level 49s would struggle to defeat a single level 50. Though Qin Yun and his companions had easily slain a level 48 dragon, facing a level 50 left them with nothing but a sense of helplessness. The sword chi tore through space, instantly reaching the tear. The sword chi seemed to tear through space, instantly reaching the neck of the Tyrannosaurus. Scales as hard as black diamonds emitted a shrill grinding sound, completely deflecting the sword energy, leaving only a faint white mark. This scene evoked memories of Li Qingyue's confrontation with the Hell Dragon years ago. At the same time, within the council chamber, Ying Yuan was face pale with shock. No! It's broken through level 49. What? The others were equally stunned. They were well aware of the significance of the 50th level threshold. Sending a group of children barely in their 40s to fight a 50th level foe? That was as unimaginable as Qin Yun's legendary dragon slaying feat back in the day. No wonder Qin couldn't break through its defenses. No matter how talented he was still just a kid utterly powerless against a level 50 foe. To kill this boss, they'd have to unite, maybe then they'd stand a chance. Team up? They were all prodigies, how could they possibly take orders from others? Only Qin Yun could rally a few, the rest probably wouldn't even form a party. No problem. Let's use this Tyrannosaurus as a test subject to see just how far these kids can go.
Though surprised, the instructors knew the assessment wouldn't endanger lives, so they weren't worried about the students' safety. Just don't let it dampen their spirits. Roar! The Tyrannosaurus in the lake center roared, shattering all the incoming sword chi. Not only that, but the jet-black sonic wave pierced through the sword energy and slammed directly into Chen Tianzi's body. Chen Tianzi held his sword horizontally before him, shattering the sound wave. Yet the dragon's assault still forced him back several paces. A flicker of anger flickered in his ancient, unruffled eyes. He was a man destined to sweep through an era. How could he halt here? The illusory form of a sword immortal materialized from the heavens. Chen Tianzi, the immortal body descends. Chapter 91, The Tyrant Dragon Unleashes Its Fury, The Sword Immortal's Blood Sacrifice. The white-robed sword immortal raised his blade, pressing it against the center of his brow. His right index and middle fingers pressed together, their pads gliding along the sword's length. As his fingers moved, a sliver of silver light slowly rose from the blade's edge. Chen Tianzi's dark eyes transformed into silver white. The sword hung loosely at his side as his entire being radiated the sharpness of a blade drawn from its scabbard. Moon cutter. The youth murmured the two words softly. His figure drifted like a wisp of cloud, and the sword in his hand had already slipped from his grasp, transforming into a streak of silver light that shot straight toward the rampaging dragon. Swish! The naked eye couldn't keep up with the sword's speed. In the blink of an eye, it pierced the Tyrannosaurus's chest. Blood spurted forth. The Tyrannosaurus's vaunted defense was shattered in an instant. The blade pierced its body like a drill, leaving a gruesome hole. Moon slice. A technique capable of slicing the moon in two. How could an earth dragon possibly withstand it? The sheer power of that single strike, capable of wounding an opponent of a higher tier. Chen Tianzi truly lived up to his reputation as a prodigy of huaxia. The three spectators watched in silent awe. Ah Xing hastily rubbed his body, fearing that sword might have pierced him too. Li Qingyue's eyes flashed with admiration as her tang sword trembled slightly in her grasp. Her cultivated techniques weren't vastly different from Chen Tianzi's, but his execution was clearly far superior. To wound a level 50 beast with a single strike, she would need to channel all her power into a draw and slash technique. As for Qin Yun, he was already itching to fight. Empowered by Xing Tian, his battle fervor burned fiercely. Facing this man and beast, he itched to engage them. Fortunately, Qin Yun retained his reason. He knew he couldn't disrupt another's duel without cause, so he suppressed his inner thoughts. The long sword returned to the youth's grasp. Chen Tianzi wore an expression of calm detachment, his gaze as aloof as a fallen immortal surveying mortals. Human! You deserve to die. A furious roar erupted from the Tyrannosaurus's jaws. It clutched the gaping hole in its chest, black light surging from its forepaws. By the time it lowered its arm, the wound had been filled with flesh and blood, restored as if never torn. Thick black mist rose from its body, its aura exploding with power. Doom Tyrant. Level 50. HP 70,000. Attack 2,000. Talent Pressure Collapse continuously distorts space within a 1,000 meter radius, imposing pressure load on all non-dragon units during movement. Talent Gluttonous End, each attack devours 5 points of all attributes from the target, converting them into temporary buffs for itself. Attributes are returned upon taking damage. Talent Entropy Core, as HP decreases, surrounding pressure intensifies, fueling more intense energy combustion and increasing skill damage by 20,100. Skill Annihilation Claw, each attack unleashes gravitational force, creating a miniature black hole that continuously pulls enemies within range. Ability Abyssal Roar, infuses the roar with energy, creating a sonic wave with a black hole effect that continuously pulls enemies within range and deals true damage equal to 4% of their maximum health per second. Skill Tyrannosaurus Rex, channeled energy transforms into flesh, rapidly healing wounds. Ability Gravity Control, manipulates gravity within a 50-meter radius for 5 seconds. Usable only 3 times per day. Skill End of all things, the Tyrant Dragon enters its final form, enhancing all skills and increasing all attributes by 200. What outrageous stats! Such innate talents and abilities would be unmatched even by dragons of equal rank. Waves of black mist surged into the Tyrannosaurus's maw, coalescing into a pitch-black orb. Its pulsing energy radiated gravitational pull like a black hole. Roar! Amidst the deafening roar, the black orb explodes, channeling its entire force into sonic waves that surge toward Chen Tianzi. Abyssal Roar! If struck, the enemy would be continuously drawn in, unable to move. The best countermeasure against such an attack was swift evasion. But Chen Tianzi's pride made him disdain to dodge. A prodigy must crush all before them. Head-on collision, sweeping through the world. That was his way. Chen Tianzi's footsteps shifted lightly, like a white crane's toes skimming the lake surface, sending transparent ripples rippling through the air. Simultaneously, the long sword spun in his palm, generating a blue vortex. Sharp sword chi clung to it, flowing with effortless grace. Green Lotus Crossing Crane. With a piercing sword cry, 9 whirlwinds charged forth, carrying the essence of the blade, colliding with the sound waves. Space violently trembled, its terrifying energy palpable even 100 meters away.
The vortexes loosened, the sound waves faltered, neither gained an advantage in this clash of offense and defense.
Humans, leave of your own accord. I shall not pursue the matter. Though the Tyrannosaurus's beastly eyes burned with rage, the words from its mouth betrayed its defeat. Poof. Only 2 cold laughs answered it. Boom. The end tyrant charged without hesitation, its massive hind legs shattering the earth beneath.
Its twin claws were enveloped in pitch-black currents, layered into a vortex-like form. Each swipe through the void caused momentary spatial fractures.
Claw marks of oblivion.
Chen Tianzi's response forced it to swiftly alter its strategy, launching a surprise charge that left its opponent scarcely any time to react. Having fought its way to level 50 amidst a horde of beasts, its combat experience was nothing short of formidable. Poof. The youth snorted coldly as the illusory figure of the sword immortal descended into his body, his aura surging once more. He crouched low, thrusting his long sword backward into the earth.
Qin Yun, shatter. Boom.
Centered on the sword's body, earth and rocks erupted like a torrential downpour. 72 mystical iron sword chi burst forth from the ground, blocking the path of the rampaging dragon. The black aura on the Tyrannosaurus intensified, yet it did not halt its charge. Instead, it plunged forward through the encircling sword chi. Each blade energy strike weighed over 1,000 pounds, pounding the rampaging dragon like a series of heavy hammers. Despite its formidable physique, the colossal dragon staggered several steps under the assault, nearly losing its balance and falling. One eye was slashed by the sword chi, filling with a mist of blood. Yet it still charged right up to Chen Tianzi. Its claws tore downward. Crash! Chen Tianzi blocked with his sword, but his strength was no match for the Tyrannosaurus. His body was instantly hurled backward, crashing through a dense bamboo grove. Sharp bamboo leaves sliced deep gashes into his flesh.
The strike landed, yet the Tyrannosaurus did not pause.
Powering up its hind legs, it leapt into the air, charging toward Chen Tianzi with savage intent. His body was frail. If it closed in, the consequences were unimaginable.
Damn it!
Chen Tianzi forced himself to his feet, his sword-gripping hand trembling slightly. He had underestimated this level 50 colossal beast. Both in innate abilities and combat experience, it far surpassed any colossal beast he'd encountered before. He had to fight with everything he had. Chen Tianzi slammed his chest, immediately spewing a mouthful of blood that stained his long sword crimson.
A deathly aura enveloped him, dimming his eyes. A dying blade is the sharpest of all.
Kill to stop killing, sacrifice life to slaughter life. Crimson sword energy surged forth like a raging torrent.
Chen Tianzi gripped his sword, waiting for the Tyrannosaurus to draw near. Now, he possessed the power to sever its head with a single stroke. But what appeared was not the Tyrannosaurus, instead, a 100-foot-tall giant. I'm here to help you.
Ah Xing roared, striding forward to wrap his arms around the charging Tyrannosaurus, forcibly blocking its advance. Simultaneously, a slender figure materialized above the Tyrannosaurus's head.
A dragon's silhouette flickered upon her long blade as she launched a fierce attack.
Beside her stood another figure, clad in fiery crimson. He wielded a spear, flames blazing fiercely, a carefree smile on his lips.
3 figures arrived at the crucial moment. Chapter 92, The Demon Child Nezha, Slaughtering the Tyrant Dragon. Chen Tianzi had already coughed up blood.
Now he wanted to vomit more.
Best if it landed on these 3 bastards' heads. Not buddies. I was ready to fight to the death, and then you guys show up?
If you'd shown up earlier, I wouldn't have coughed up blood.
If you'd shown up later, I could have taken down the dragon too.
Chen Tianzi clutched his chest as energy surged wildly within him, desperately seeking an outlet. But all his strength was channeled into his long sword.
Forget chasing the Tyrannosaurus, he couldn't even move a step. Put. Frustrated, Chen Tianzi spat blood once more. This time, it wasn't from strengthening his profession, it was pure rage. Those 3 had blocked the Tyrannosaurus, leaving him no chance to strike. The backlash of the blood sacrifice began to take hold, his energy draining away frantically. Such arcane arts inherently demanded a life-for-life exchange. He needed to kill his enemies within a limited time frame to survive. Clearly, the Tyrannosaurus wasn't going to let him. SSS-rank.
Chen Tianzi thrust his sword into the dragon's chest, shredding its heart to pieces. Rather than be slowly consumed by the backlash, he chose to end it swiftly. In the final seconds before his consciousness faded, he fixed the 3 of them with a piercing gaze. He remembered this debt. Boom! Ah Xing clenched both hands into fists, delivering a hammering blow to the Tyrannosaurus's skull. But the Tyrannosaurus was incredibly stubborn. It charged headlong into Ah Xing's fist, its immense force sending him flying through the air. He crashed heavily into the bamboo grove. He landed precisely where Chen Tianzi had been standing. Thud! Ah Xing spun around frantically, missing Chen Tianzi's spot. His eyes darted around in panic as he searched. But no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find the boy's figure. Oh no! Could he really have been crushed to death by his own weight? Xing's eyes instantly welled up with tears, wishing he were dead. No, we came here to help him. We just didn't have time to check on him. Maybe he bled out. Qin Yun turned back to offer a word of comfort before diving back into the fray. Roar!
Abyssal roar. A roar of repulsive force surged forth. Qin Yun parried with her blade but couldn't fully deflect it, forced to retreat several steps. Qin Yun swept his spear, unleashing its divine might. A streak of crimson gold energy collided with the shockwave, halting the assault. Facing a level 50 end of days tyrant dragon, he had no choice but to unleash his full power. And Nezha was his full power. Blood splatters the Milky Way, stars tremble, bones are stripped, flesh carved, laughter echoes in the void. All three realms speak of fierce demonic nature. I quell the raging tide with my own blood. Qin Yun, the actor, pays homage to the demon child Nezha. Descend. Flames pierce heaven and earth as Nezha's divine form manifests. His eyes remain tightly shut, still in slumber. With the windfire wheels beneath his feet, Qin Yun wields his spear, tracing a crimson arc through the air as he charges the Tyrannosaurus with unstoppable force. The Tyrannosaurus Rex neither dodged nor retreated. Its claws were drenched in black mist, their razor-sharp tips gleaming with a void-like darkness. Annihilating claw marks, facing the divine head-on. Clang! The claws and spear collided. The void ripped open, greedily sucking in energy, even drawing Qin Yun's body in uncontrollably. Qin Yun let out a cold snort. Flames surged from his sword, pouring into the void and sealing it shut in an instant. This strike from the tyrant dragon combined its innate ability, Gluttony's End, with the skill claw scars of oblivion. It could strip away Qin Yun's attributes for its own use. Yet what it absorbed was the power of the gods. The might of the divine. How could it be stolen by a mere beast of the mortal realm? Boom! The two separated. Though the Tyrannosaurus's innate ability failed to take effect, it still held the upper hand in direct combat against Qin Yun. A level 50 colossus was truly formidable. I'll help you. Xing charged forward with a roar, only to be blocked by Qin Yun's outstretched hand. Stand down. I can handle this alone. After summoning Nezha, his demeanor and tone grew noticeably more defiant. Qin Yun said nothing more, merely sheathing her long sword and pulling Xing, who was about to charge again, aside. She had no worries the boy would not lose. Gucheng, Qianyuan Mountain. He had created too many miracles. So much so that the girl trusted him unconditionally. Even if the opponent was the final boss. Even if it was a level 50 dragon. Fire ignites. Qin Yun raised his spear. A torrent of flames erupted from the weapon, engulfing his body. Blending with golden light, it transformed into a crimson gold battle robe. Nezha, the foremost god of slaughter in the investiture of the gods. At this moment, he unleashed his full power, his killing intent boiling. Qiankuan Ring. Golden rings shot forth at his command. Qin Yun gripped the ring in his left hand, spear in his right, as the wind fire wheel spun beneath his feet, propelling him toward the Tyrannosaurus. You're asking for death. The Tyrannosaurus, enraged, unleashed its annihilating claw strike, aiming to knock Qin Yun from the air. But Qin Yun's left hand was already raised. Qiankuan Ring, launch. Under the sunlight, the golden ring rapidly expanded, revealing intricate patterns that grew increasingly luminous. Boom! The Tyrannosaurus's body lurched backward uncontrollably, but it managed to steady itself by taking a timely step back. Its beastly eyes were filled with utter shock. A single collision felt not like striking a weapon, but like colliding with a mountain. Its power was terrifying, yet before a mountain range weighing millions of tons, it still fell short. The heaven and earth ring flew back at the sound of the impact. Qin Yun flicked his spear upward, catching it steadily. He then swung the spear, causing the ring to spin violently. In the next instant, the heaven and earth ring shot out once more. The Tyrannosaurus was utterly horrified. The previous strike had already knocked it back hard enough, and this one carried even greater force. How could it dare to meet it head-on again? Boom! It stomped the ground violently, releasing a dark, expanding ring of light that swept over every part of its body. Gravity control. A divine technique usable only 3 times a day. Snap! The heaven and earth ring plummeted uncontrollably to the ground. The pressure on Qin Yun's shoulders skyrocketed as he flew through the air, surging past 10,000 Jin in an instant. The crushing weight made his bones crackle, forcing him to land on the ground. Oh no! Qin Yun drew her long sword, ready to rush to his aid. But Xing stopped her. Sister, trust brother Yun. Look at him, he never intended to give up. Following Xing's gaze, Qin Yun saw Qin Yun standing tall. A weight of 10,000 Jun pressed upon his shoulders, yet even as he knelt on one knee, his spine remained rigidly upright. Nezha Dharma form, enter the body. The will to charge into battle, activated. Boom! A fiery dragon roared skyward. Qin Yun's battle armor blazed with raging flames as he forcibly withstood the pressure, standing firm with his spear raised. God of War Nezha, fight to the death. A grasshopper's arm against a chariot. The Tyrannosaurus roared with contempt, its attack closing in. The annihilating claw marks were about to strike Qin Yun's head. If hit, forget a cracked skull, his brains would likely spill across the ground. Qin Yun bent his right arm, the spearhead engulfed in flames. Boom! He thrust forward with all his might, hurling the spear. A streak of fire transformed into a colossal flame dragon, snarling ferociously as it slammed into the charging Tyrannosaurus. Clang!
The claws shattered instantly upon contact with the spear's tip.
Not even the annihilating claw marks could absorb the explosive energy.
Before the Tyrannosaurus's horrified gaze, the spear pierced its body.
Boom! Scarlet gold energy erupted.
The Tyrannosaurus's body flew uncontrollably, crashing heavily into the mountains.
An unimaginably large hole was pierced through its chest.
This strike alone could have slain a 50-level colossus. Yet it was an artificial dragon.
Even the behemoths of the wasteland could scarcely match it. Boom!
The Tyrannosaurus broke free from the cave it had smashed through, its body riddled with visible wounds, its aura terrifyingly weakened.
Yet its beastly eyes held only coldness. This is what you forced me into. The end. Descend. Chapter 93, The End of All Things. Thud. Thud.
The thunderous pounding of his heart echoed in his ears. A dark vortex of air swirled around him, enveloping the entire dragon's body.
Ultimate skill, the end of all things.
During this period, all skills of the End Tyrant are enhanced, with each attribute increased by 200.
Boom!
The dragon pierced through the black mist, striding forward.
Roar! Abyssal roar!
The sound waves rapidly coalesce, forming a pillar of light as deep as an abyss, devouring everything in its path.
Qin Yun didn't try to block it head-on.
He pushed off with both feet and dodged swiftly. The pillar of light grazed his shoulder, striking the mountain range behind him.
Boom! A terrifying gaping hole tore open at the mountain's core.
The unsupported mass collapsed, sending boulders tumbling down like rain. The sheer power of that single strike shattered mountains and crushed rocks. This was on an entirely different level from the previous attack. Qin Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, his aura showing no sign of retreat.
The god of war Nezha would never show weakness before a formidable foe.
His spear danced with fiery dragons as the heaven-shaking brocade and the cosmic rings were summoned. Spinning his wind fire wheels, Qin Yun's figure shot forward. A fiery streak streaked across the sky, reaching the Tyrannosaurus in an instant. Flames roared fiercely, blanketing the sky, even dimming the brilliance of the sun itself. High above, Qin Yun brought his spear crashing down, its tip plunging like a falling star.
Scorching heaven. Piercing the sun. The Tyrannosaurus did not dodge.
Facing the blazing inferno, its claws erupted with black light, swelling several times in size as it charged head-on toward Qin Yun.
Annihilation claw marks.
Black light and fiery radiance intertwined, like two colossal beasts locked in a relentless, deadly struggle.
Boom! The flames receded, the black light vanished. The Tyrannosaurus retreated several steps, its body lurching backward.
Only by bracing against the rock wall did it avoid collapsing. Qin Yun was also slammed into the ground by the impact, flattening a large patch of bamboo forest. This clash ended in a stalemate between man and dragon.
Roar!
The Tyrannosaurus roared, clearly enraged. It was a level 50 dragon, having activated its ultimate form, yet it couldn't gain the upper hand against a mere youth.
This outcome was unacceptable. Accompanying the dragon's roar, a black light exploded.
The drifting clouds in the sky instantly scattered, the air violently churning as if it might shatter into oblivion at any moment. Seeing this, Qin Yun swiftly rose to his feet, gripping his spear in his right hand and slinging it behind him. He then traced a circle of burning fire.
Boom!
Flames shot skyward, forming a pillar of fire 3 meters in radius, like divine punishment descending from the heavens.
Yet the pillar's momentum halted mid-air, suppressed downward by an unseen force. Gravity control.
The gravity control of the ultimate form pressed down like a mountain range crushing down from the horizon.
Such force could crush even Ah Xing, with his innate divine strength, into mincemeat.
A cold, murderous intent flashed in the Tyrannosaurus's eyes as it manipulated the gravity, gradually intensifying it. The pillar of fire slowly contracted downward. Soon, this force would crush down upon Qin Yun's head. But ultimately, it remained a skill powered by energy. Any energy could be countered by greater energy. For ordinary people, matching the energy reserves of a level 50 Tyrannosaurus was impossible. But Qin Yun bore the divine lineage of Huaxia that most pure divine power was inexhaustible.
Blazing phoenix. Soaring skyward.
Qin Yun flickered his spear tip, and the pillar of flame transformed into a crimson gold hue.
A flaming phoenix emerged from its ashes, its wings beating as it soared skyward. Boom!
The invisible gravitational barrier visibly trembled, provoking the Tyrannosaurus to roar once more.
Its hind legs stomped the ground, further gathering its energy. The fire phoenix let out a piercing cry.
The flowing flames on its wings resembled a rising sun, brimming with explosive energy. Its shoulders and head jointly bore the weight of the barrier. The two sides stood locked in a standoff before him. Qin Yun gripped his spear with his right hand, crimson gold energy coiling around it like veins.
Give it to me. Break!
The spear pointed skyward, shooting forth with blinding speed.
Boom!
The Tyrannosaurus reared back violently, its internal energy pathways snapping uncontrollably as it lost all grasp on gravity.
Nezha's divine power not only shattered gravity but also unleashed a fierce backlash upon the Tyrannosaurus.
Wind and fire swirled as Qin Yun's figure leapt into the sky. His momentum was at its peak. He wouldn't give the Tyrannosaurus a moment's respite. Gripping his spear, he spun the windfire wheel wildly, accelerating to peak velocity.
His entire form shot forward like an arrow rapid and razor-sharp. Break the army. Shatter the general.
The tyrant dragon had no time to react, clasping its claws before its body to brace for the blow.
The spear pierced through. That black diamond-like defense could block Qin Tian's sword energy, yet it proved utterly useless against Qin Yun.
It shattered like paper upon contact. The spear shattered the clawed arm completely before driving itself deep into the heart.
Boom! Flames erupted and roared. The colossal body of the Tyrannosaurus suddenly collapsed.
Its claws were shattered, a gaping hole blasted through its chest, a spear piercing its heart, and half its body was engulfed in flames.
This strike nearly robbed it of any ability to fight on.
Qin Yun stood atop its chest, pulling the spear free.
Blood gushed forth from its heart, accelerating the drain on its life. Brilliant! Qin Yun truly lives up to his reputation as the strongest dark horse. Defeating a level 50 opponent by crossing tiers in a century, he's the only one to do it.
And this isn't just any level 50, it's a dragon we created ourselves.
Its true value? Brothering understands it perfectly well. In the council chamber, the elders' murmurs of admiration filled the air. Yuanwu explained the Tyrannosaurus's power to them, and its performance proved it was no weaker than pure-blooded dragons. Yet even so, Qin Yun had defeated it.
This kid's strength had become beyond their comprehension.
The crowd from Gucheng reacted with even greater excitement. Many principals rose to their feet, applauding in celebration.
Once Qin Yun secured the Tyrannosaurus's points, his position as the undisputed leader in the 5 Tribulations solo challenge would be cemented. Provided he performed normally in the final 2 stages, securing a top 3 finish would be a mere formality.
He might even become the undisputed champion of China.
Old Master Fawn nodded with satisfaction, thoroughly pleased with his future disciple.
Old Fawn. Can't help but feel this is happening a bit too fast?
Old Chen stared at the screen, a hint of worry in his eyes.
Too fast? Do I need to remind you of all the miracles that Kid Qin Yun has created? Old Fawn laughed heartily, seeing nothing amiss. Old Chen's gaze didn't waver, instead, it grew even more intense.
Within the trial grounds, Qin Yun stared down at the raging dragon beneath him, sheathing his spear. Its life force was fading rapidly, 1 foot already in the grave, no further action was needed. Just as Qin Yun turned to leave, he paused and raised his spear once more. No, we can't afford to be careless. He must confirm its death. With this resolve, Qin Yun's aura surged as the Nezha Dharma form stood spear-wielding, aiming at the Tyrannosaurus's head to deliver the final blow. Boom! The Tyrannosaurus's body suddenly convulsed. The violent jolt threw Qin Yun from its back, crashing him to the ground.
You really can't fool me. Then, I'll kill you. The Tyrannosaurus's deafening roar pierced the air as its powerful hind legs stomped forward, striking Qin Yun squarely in the body. Boom! The ground rumbled and shook as the dragon's stomp created a deep hit. Qin Yun was crushed beneath it. Chapter 94, The End. Tyrannosaurus, meet your end. Qin Yun. Li Qingyue cried out in panic, her tang sword instantly drawn from its scabbard. She leapt forward, blade energy surging toward him. You're courting death. The Tyrannosaurus stomped the ground again, unleashing a surge of black energy from its body. A terrifying pressure crushed down upon Li Qingyue's shoulders, forcing her to halt her movements. The next instant, the pressure shifted direction, hurling her backward. Roar! Xing enlarged himself just in time, catching Li Qingyue in his hands and setting her down on the ground. He then dropped to all fours, charging like a beast, and slammed a fist toward the Tyrannosaurus's head. But even in its end form, the Tyrannosaurus was no match. It merely raised its massive claw, unleashing a devastating claw strike. Rip! 5 bloody gashes ripped open Xing's chest, blood gushing forth. His entire body flew through the air like a. Even gravely wounded, the End Tyrant could effortlessly repel 2 opponents. Its power was truly terrifying. Boom! The eternal martial god descended. Li Qingyue's eyes blazed with fury. With each breath, swirling light danced around her. Her aura sharpened like a concealed blade, poised to sever all in its path once unsheathed. She cared not how powerful her foes might be. Even if you're level 50. Even if you're a dragon. Even if you're in your final form. Before a warrior, there exists only victory or death. Qingyue. Take care of Xing. A voice echoed from beneath the earth, causing Li Qingyue's heart to flutter and her aura to fade considerably. The tyrant dragon's expression froze as his gaze shifted toward the source of the voice. Qin Yun's figure slowly emerged from the bamboo grove. His vigilance had remained at its peak. By the time the Tyrannosaurus had regained its footing, he had already vanished, leaving behind only a flaming afterimage. Ever since his near-fatal encounter with the Hellhound, he would never again let his guard down. Qin Yun's eyes narrowed as he studied the End Tyrant Dragon. Its body bore severe wounds, yet all fatal injuries had vanished, even its claws had fully regenerated. The Taotai Tyrannosaurus. In its end state, its regenerative abilities were vastly enhanced, even fatal wounds could heal instantly. Unless the attack exceeded its healing speed, it could never be killed. That bastard Qin Yun, how did he create this monstrosity? I'll give him a few whacks when I see him. Old Fong slapped his thigh, his face shifting between embarrassment and fury. He truly hadn't expected the Tyrannosaurus to rise again, leaving him thoroughly humiliated before Elder Chen. This level of difficulty would likely be impossible for Qin Yun to overcome alone. Only with Qin Yue and the others would it be possible. Old Chen analyzed the situation carefully and offered appropriate advice. But Qin Yun, deep within the trial grounds, didn't see it that way. Only opponents like this could truly threaten his life. To truly hone his strength, he must fight on the edge of life and death. Qin Yun's spear danced in his hands, weaving a blossom of light. Countless crystalline sparks shot skyward, then rained down like a torrent. Sparks spread like wildfire. The flames seared into the earth, igniting countless bamboo stalks that blazed into towering pillars of fire, engulfing the entire battlefield in a sea of flames. Qin Yun dragged his spear into the inferno, striding like a god of death emerging from purgatory, radiating overwhelming pressure. The Tyrannosaurus stomped the ground, extinguishing the spreading flames, as energy began to gather in its jaws. Abyssal roar. Qin Yun's stride never faltered. With a flick of his spear tip, he swept up the flames from the ground, coalescing them into a majestic fire dragon. Riding the wind. Dragon dance. The fire dragon soared, confronting the roaring energy head-on. No evasion, no retreat. Only a clash of titans. The fire dragon devours the energy yet cannot withstand it, exploding mid-air with a deafening roar. The shockwave sent distant mountain peaks trembling 3 times. Qin Yun continues to advance. A sense of danger surged through the dragon's heart. Rich combat experience told him he couldn't let this youth get any closer. Its energy was largely channeled into offense, leaving its defenses as little more than a dying gasp, utterly incapable of withstanding a relentless barrage. Boom! The ground trembled. Gravity control, full activation. Pressure surged violently, and Qin Yun's body visibly plummeted downward. This time, what rested upon his shoulders was no longer mountains, but an entire lake. A colossal force of 10,000 tons poured down. Even steel would be crushed by such immense force. Yet Qin Yun's movements did not falter. He swung his spear, and the flames in the inferno surged in response. Fire Lotus. Descended. As the words echoed, the flames transformed into blooming lotus flowers, blanketing the entire earth. Bloom. All the lotus blossoms shot skyward, shattering under the terrifying pressure. With each lotus's explosion, the pressure on Qin Yun's shoulders lessened by 1 degree. Boom. A pale crimson energy spread across the sky, while flames raged and spread across the field. Qin Yun emerged from the earth, his figure standing tall and proud. He had not been crushed by gravity. The Tyrannosaurus's gravity manipulation had reached its limit. You! The Tyrannosaurus's voice trembled, rage gradually replaced by fear, his entire gaze beginning to quiver. The human before him was terrifying. Why couldn't he be stopped? How many hidden cards did he have up his sleeve? Roar! The Tyrannosaurus roared in fury, forcing himself to calm down as his fighting spirit surged. Its claws glowed with black light. No longer waiting for Qin Yun, it charged forward. It could tell this wasn't Qin Yun's attack being slow, he was building momentum. With each step, his aura grew more formidable, and his final strike would reach its peak. No! We can't let him build up his momentum any longer. Even if the Tyrannosaurus knew it held no advantage in close combat, it would fight to the death to seize its last chance. As the Tyrannosaurus charged, a smile curved Qin Yun's lips. He stood his ground, flames surging around him. The Nezha Dharma form fused into his body, causing crimson gold patterns to appear across his skin and greatly enhancing his physical strength. The build-up ends. Slaughter, begin. Fiery torrent. Cloud treading. Flames surged beneath Qin Yun's feet, propelling him forward at blinding speed. Trails of flowing fire streaked across his path, as if a fiery dragon were darting through the air. Fast. Too fast. Only fiery afterimages filled the eye. Even the Tyrannosaurus couldn't track his position constantly. By the time the Tyrannosaurus noticed, he had already leapt into the sky, arriving directly above its head. Scorching the sky, piercing the sun. The sky ignited as Qin Yun's spear struck down, like a falling sun. Kill! The Tyrannosaurus roared in fury, black light blazing from its claws as its annihilating claw strike met the spear head-on. Earlier, it had blocked this spear strike. But now, gravely wounded, Qin Yun had built up his power for this moment. How could it block? With what? Crash! The Tyrannosaurus's claws were shattered clean off by the spear's direct impact. The spear had descended like a long blade. Had the Tyrannosaurus not twisted its head away in time, that strike would have sliced open its throat. Instead, the entire right shoulder of the Tyrannosaurus was cleanly severed. Qin Yun landed on the ground, but instead of stopping, he thrust the spear into the earth. Flames surged from the inferno, instantly filling the shaft. Blazing phoenix soars. Boom! Endless flames erupted from the earth's core. The fire phoenix spread its wings and slammed into the Tyrannosaurus's chest. Trapped at the heart of the inferno, the Tyrannosaurus's defenses proved utterly useless against the scorching three flavors true fire. Half its body was charred beyond recognition. Its agonized howls echoed across the wilderness.
Yet Qin Yun merely watched coldly. Gripping his spear, he bent his right arm, aiming directly at the Tyrannosaurus's heart. Star Chaser.
Chasing the moon. Chapter 95, The Great Wall Watch.
The blazing sun suddenly dimmed, as if time had shifted from midday to the dead of night.
Stars aligned in a row, lighting up the sky one after another.
At the edge of the starry expanse, a crescent moon hung, its silver arc casting a cold, piercing glow. In the darkness, crimson gold flames illuminated the world. The youth bent backward, his right shoulder tilted, as he grasped the crimson gold torrent of fire in one hand. The fire-tipped spear, poised and ready to strike. Whoosh! Stars erupted, the crescent moon trembled, and across the heavens, a streak of fire pierced the sky. Chasing stars and moon, the fire spear is unleashed. The Tyrannosaurus felt a flash before its eyes, and the flaming spear was already at its chest. The fear of death gripped its heart, causing it to abandon any thought of fighting back. It scrambled and rolled, desperate to evade. But the killing intent locked onto its target. Escape was impossible, it couldn't even move an inch. The tide was set. Nezha slays the dragon. Boom! The flaming spear slammed into the Tyrannosaurus's chest like a missile. The brutal energy erupted instantly, triggering a terrifying explosion. The blast wave scattered everything around it. The Tyrannosaurus's head drooped as it stared blankly at its chest. More than half its upper body was blown apart, its chest gaping with a gruesome wound. The edges were charred by flames, and crimson gold energy flowed, suppressing the restorative power that had been building up. Such injuries would be fatal not only to it, but even to a pure-blooded dragon. Death's bell had already tolled. Boom! The Tyrannosaurus exhaled its final breath and collapsed heavily to the ground. LV-50, and Tyrant Dragon, defeated. Ding! Defeated LV-50 and Tyrant Dragon. Experience, 80,000. Incense points, 200. Ding! Dropped materials, and Tyrant Dragon Heart X1, Dragon Teeth X10, Dragon Tendons X1. The numbers on his wrist kept flashing, ultimately increasing by 1,500, solidifying his position as the undisputed leader. Detected, Trialist has defeated the final boss. The 5 Tribulations solo trial will conclude in 5 minutes. Please prepare for automatic teleportation back. The system announcement echoed throughout the entire instance. Qin Yun. Zhang Xinxin thrust her right hand into the pterosaur's heart, crushing it to pieces. Her expression darkened as she gazed into the distance, her heart filled with growing resentment. The Ice Phoenix nudged the girl's shoulder and let out 2 soft, gentle cries. The girl exhaled, her expression relaxing. She discarded the wyvern's corpse, adjusted her attire and composure, and waited for the trial to conclude. Over? Shu Luwali drew her dagger. The ground was littered with the corpses of swift dragons. She glanced at her wristwatch, her gaze settling on the second-place position. What a pity. The girl sighed softly, gathering her loose hair into a ponytail to restore her usual sharp appearance. Holy crap? The final boss is dead? So fast? There's still half a day left. Who did it? Chen Tianzi or Zhang Xinxin? Not our guys? Is that even human? How did they rack up such a high score? Upon hearing the trial had ended, the remaining participants checked their wristwatches, and gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the area. First place, there it was, Qin Yun's name. Qin Yun? Have you heard of him? No idea. I don't recall any families with the surname Qin. I've heard a bit. During the East Sea trials, he was at the very bottom of the genius rankings. Yeah, that's him. But back then, he defeated Kong Yuanlong, who wielded an epic tier weapon. That really shocked us all. Dark horse. Definitely a dark horse. To have outranked Chen Tianzi and the others like that, his strength must far exceed our expectations. The buzz among the crowd never ceased, everyone eager to learn more about Qin Yun. After all, someone without a sect or lineage defeating members of a great clan was an inspiration to all the commoner contestants. 5 minutes slipped by unnoticed. Amidst a flash of white light, everyone was teleported back to the waiting area. 1 hour of self-directed rest. After 1 hour, the second assessment would commence, Great Wall Watch. Great Wall Watch is a team-based combat mode. Before the assessment begins, participants may freely form teams and construct defensive structures. Once the assessment begins, each defensive structure will face identical waves of beast attacks. The longer participants withstand the beast tide and the more colossal beasts they slay, the higher their points will be. Points will be distributed based on individual contributions to the team effort. Players are advised to prepare accordingly. During the break, the system voice repeatedly announced the details of the next assessment. Team combat? Qin Yun pondered the assessment with keen interest. Other contestants abandoned their rest entirely, scrambling to introduce themselves. S-rank Titan Knight, currently level 42. Looking for a mage archer team up, I'll tank for you. Anyone willing to take me along? I'm a dedicated healer with ample healing capacity. Hey guys, I want to join your team too. I'm an assassin. Whoa, what's with that assassin? Get lost. The lobby erupted in chaos. With so many combat-focused classes and playstyles, team compositions offer endless possibilities. Healers became the hottest commodity, with many teams scrambling to recruit them. After all, in defensive battles, as long as the healer stays alive, they can hold out longer. But assassins can't beat warriors in a straight fight, they're worse support than healers, and they lack ranged skills. They're practically useless in defense, so naturally they get discriminated against and abandoned. After all, assassins can't just charge in and wipe out the entire horde, can they? Qin Yun. Just as Qin Yun pondered his deployment, a fragrant breeze swept in from afar, followed by the arrival of a spirited young woman. Li Qinyue. Qin Yun gave her a nod before they both crossed their legs and sat down in the waiting area. Their tacit understanding long since required no words. Brother Yun. Brother Yun. It's me. Brother Yun. Remember me? We met in the ghost realm. I'll tell you, I've searched every corner of this place looking for you. The exaggerated voice echoed from afar. Just as Qin Yun lifted his head, he was suddenly grabbed by the leg. Brother Yun. I've come to rely on you, you can't abandon me now. You can't abandon me like that, especially not in front of my sister-in-law. Qin Yun desperately wanted to kick the emaciated boy off his leg. He really did. Why did they give such a pretentious class as necromancer to a chatty, goofy guy? He. Seeing Qin Yun hadn't kicked him away, Dugashan cheerfully let go and obediently sat down beside him. Let me see. I'll be the mage, and you and your wife can be warriors. If we could just find a healer, we'd be unstoppable, right? Don't worry, Yun Ge. I'll go snag a healer for us right now. Guaranteed to be both high healing and easy on the eyes. The moment Dugashan uttered those words, a chill ran down his spine as he caught Li Qingyue's murderous glare. Sis, don't misunderstand. It's all for the sake of battle. Dugashan scrambled to his feet, scrambling 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 to his feet. Would an assassin do? A voice called out from behind him. Assassins? What kind of trash are assassins? Let's go, man. We don't need them. Dugashan refused the newcomer without even turning around. Is that so? Yes. Dugashan turned impatiently, but halted mid-turn. His head snapped back before slowly rotating once more. Dugashan slid to his knees. Shuluwali's lips curved upward as she stood silently behind him. Chapter 96, Team Up, the match begins. He. The girl laughed. Her smile was captivating, yet it made Dugashan break out in a cold sweat, nearly prompting him to bow deeply before her. He'd witnessed her prowess firsthand, not only holding her own against Chen Tianzi in a head-to-head clash, but also single-handedly charging into a herd of behemoths and slaughtering half of them. If she was useless, then he was the most worthless of the worthless. Shuluwali? Qin Yun stared at the newcomer in surprise. Her hair was now silver white, and her expression lacked the previous icy coldness, clearly a persona he wasn't very familiar with. Qin Yun. Shuluwali nodded briefly at the boy. She wants to join your team. Her? Yes, she's awake. Their conversation sounded like it was encrypted. Outsiders couldn't make heads or tails of it. Why? Because she doesn't want to interact with others. You mean? She'll take control of her body during the competition. We need to score higher. All right. Qin Yun nodded in agreement. In the ghost realm, Shuluwali not only shared the burden of fighting numerous colossal beasts but also tied up the strongest among them, Chen Tianzi. Without her, Zhong Kuei's energy absorption would never have proceeded so smoothly. Even if she did it to repay a debt, Qin Yun still held it deeply in his heart. Awesome. Sister Chu, having you here is such a blessing for us. Sit down. I'll be right back. Seeing Shuluwali didn't hold it against him, Dugashan scrambled to his feet, gave a quick order, and dashed off to find the nurse. Shuluwali sat down beside Qin Yun. She said nothing, simply closing her eyes to rest. Truthfully, Shuluwali didn't want her second personality to emerge, but her own strength was significantly weaker than that of her alter ego. To become the nation's top, she had no choice but to make sacrifices. Fortunately, she was somewhat familiar with Qin Yun's group, so safety wasn't a concern. The silver gradually faded, and her waterfall-like hair turned black. Though the girl made no movement, her aura grew noticeably colder. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open, pupils glinting with icy intent as she fixed her gaze in one direction. Sensing her movement, Qin Yun also looked in that direction. A youth clad in white approached, step by step. He carried himself with an air of noble bearing, his white robe spotless. Though the long sword at his waist remained unsheathed, its sharp aura was palpable. Chen Tianzi. Qin Yun, right? Chen Tianzi wore a smile, yet his eyes betrayed no trace of joy. Thanks for coming to help during that fight with the Tyrannosaurus earlier. We're classmates, no need for thanks. Qin Yun grinned back, locking eyes with him. He didn't know what had happened back then, but now he realized he might have ruined someone's plans. Ha! Are these your people? Chen Tianzi's gaze swept over the group, his eyes holding a barely perceptible hint of challenge. Yes. Want to make a bet? What's the wager? Bet on me alone against your entire team. Whoever lasts longer wins. At those words, Li Qingyue and Shu Luoli's gazes turned toward him simultaneously.
They knew Chen Tianzi's strength well.
But taking on an entire team, Qin Yun's team, no less.
That was a bit arrogant.
The surrounding contestants, already grouped into teams, noticed the commotion and turned their attention to the scene.
Ha!
Qin Yun's smile remained unchanged, though a hint of coldness now lingered on his face.
Brother Chen, you're truly confident. Fine, I accept your challenge. But since we're betting, I won't take advantage of you. I'll abandon my team and face you alone. Qin Yun rose to his feet, standing face to face with Chen Tianzi, his posture showing no sign of yielding. Abandon the team? That's Chen Tianzi. We're talking about a prodigy who awakened at 8 years old. Even though Qin Yun took first place, isn't he being way too cocky? I'm from the imperial capital. Brother Chen has dominated every top fighter here. Qin Yun's just a dark horse, how dare he? Facing a prodigy like Chen Tianzi, Qin Yun would be better off conceding defeat. Hearing this, the spectating contestants began whispering among themselves. Most recognized Chen Tianzi, having idolized him since childhood. They never imagined he could have a rival. Especially since Qin Yun was unknown. Even his first-place finish in the initial trial failed to convince them. The faces of Gulong City's delegation darkened considerably. Several principals turned ashen, sighing repeatedly. Qin Yun was being reckless. Why had he agreed to this wager? Chen Tianzi was the rising star of the imperial capital, perhaps even the nation's top talent. Qin Yun was strong, but how could he compare? Even during the final boss battle, Chen Tianzi had been unlucky. Otherwise, he would have defeated it long ago, leaving Qin Yun no chance. The second assessment was solo combat. If he failed, it would affect his overall score. Chen Tianzi had forged an unbeatable legend in the imperial capital, casting a shadow over everyone's hearts. Even Li Can's expression was grim. All his hopes rested on Qin Yun, expecting him to secure a top spot. But with Qin Yun taking this approach, the risks had skyrocketed. If he got eliminated early, there'd be no chance to compete for the top spots. Is that so? Chen Tianzi raised an eyebrow, a sickly mania flickering in his gaze. Qin Yun, I awakened at 8. Over 10 years have passed since then. While our ranks may be close, my professional insight is far beyond your reach. Are you certain you want to wager against me alone? Why not? Qin Yun remained unflappable, responding with a smile. Fine. The sword hummed incessantly. Though Chen Tianzi hadn't drawn his sword, the soaring sword intent caused the scabbard to hum incessantly, its murderous aura enveloping the surrounding wilderness. The wager was sealed. Brother Yun. Brother Yun. Look at this. Dugashan had just returned with a girl when he sensed the tense atmosphere. The sensible child immediately shut his mouth. Li Qingyue bit her lip, her gaze sharp. If Qin Yun hadn't volunteered, she would have interrupted them. In contrast, Shu Luoli remained much calmer. After witnessing the bet sealed, she turned away, closing her eyes to rest alone. This place was remarkable. Returning here restored everyone's physical strength and energy to peak condition, though mental fatigue remained inevitable. For an assassin like Shu Luoli, who lived on the edge of danger, her nerves were perpetually taut. This was one of the rare moments she could truly rest. Then I wish Qin good luck in battle. Chen Tianzi turned and departed, and the onlookers dispersed as well, returning to their respective teams to discuss tactics. Brother Yun? You're really going to duel him? That guy looks like such a show-off. Boss, don't lose, give him a good beating. Upon learning the details, Dugashan immediately positioned himself behind Qin Yun. Qin Yun ignored him, merely offering a brief apology to the group before leaving them to form their own team. The girl Dugashan brought along was no slouch, an S-rank forest priest who would serve as a solid backbone for this team. After a brief rest, the system voice sounded at the perfect moment. Team composition recorded. All contestants, prepare for the next challenge. Second stage, Great Wall Watch. The match begins. Chapter 97, Holding Back the Beast Tide, Great Wall Watch. A moment of disorientation. When Qin Yun opened his eyes, he found himself atop the Great Wall. Looking up, he saw a barren wasteland devoid of any vegetation. Before he could take it all in, the system's voice echoed in his ears once more. The wall is over 80% damaged, meaning elimination. Death in battle or loss of combat capability results in elimination. The match will only conclude when the last member of a team is eliminated. Participants, prepare yourselves. The first wave of beasts is about to begin. As the voice faded, a long, black line appeared on the wasteland directly ahead. It swept up dust and pebbles, stirring gusts of wind as it surged toward the city walls. Level 28, Beepo Rat. Approximately 50 in number. Beepers possess massive incisors capable of gnawing through steel plates with relentless chewing. However, their attacks were one-dimensional, and both their defense and speed were mediocre, placing them among the weaker species. Seeing this, Qin Yun remained vigilant, pointing skyward with one hand. Nada, the demon child, descend. He leapt from the city wall, drawing the attention of every Beepo rat. They bared their fangs and lunged forward, vying to bite him. Hold! Crimson gold energy surged as Qin Yun stepped forward, unleashing a shockwave that engulfed the entire swarm of Beepo rats.
Under the frenzied energy, the beepers' bodies instantly cracked and shattered, leaving only a crimson mist. Beasts of this caliber were nothing but instant kills in Qin Yun's eyes. On the other side, Chen Tianzi swung his sword, its energy slashing wildly, clearing away the beepo rats just as thoroughly. The first wave of the beast tide proved relatively easy, with most teams dispatching them without difficulty. Following the first wave, more beast waves came one after another. However, to accommodate the national average skill level, the initial waves remained relatively straightforward. Qin Yun and Chen Tianzi each dispatched their waves with a single strike. They both tacitly conserved their energy, waiting for the subsequent waves. Soon, the fifth wave arrived. Level 35, Crimson Flame Ghost Wolf. In 5 Tribulations Solo, Qin Yun's first boss encounter was also at level 35. Though the Azure Flame Ghost Wolf's bloodline couldn't match that of the Spirit-Winged White Tiger, it still ranked in the upper middle tier. Especially in this city defense trial, they didn't come alone, but as an entire pack. Faced with the pack, even the Spirit-Winged White Tiger would be surrounded and killed. White-blue flames surged upward, instantly shattering the defenses of numerous teams. Among them was even a level 40 tank, reduced to fragile paper under the wolves' assault. Even with a healer's support, it couldn't withstand the onslaught. The fifth wave was already level 35. The difficulty had clearly ramped up. Whether it's the Colossal Beast or the Crimson Flame Ghost Wolf, half the teams will likely be eliminated. Young Ying, are you absolutely certain this is manageable? In the Imperial Capital's Council Hall, several elders shifted their gaze from the screens and turned to Ying Yuanwu, the responsible party. No problem. Though the difficulty has increased this time, the scoring system is more refined. Even if eliminated early, participants will receive a fair score based on their performance. This trial tests not only individual skill, but also teamwork and attitude toward warfare. Ying Yuanwu's words drew frequent nods of agreement from the others. The Great Wall once served as China's frontier defense. Now, the Great Wall has been destroyed by the beasts, but the spirit that guarded it remains. Never retreat, never surrender. Without this resolve, the Chinese nation would have been wiped out long ago by the behemoths. Therefore, the national trials assess not only individual prowess, but also devotion to family and nation. In this trial, you may be defeated by the beasts, you may lack coordination, but you absolutely must not flee. Even if death comes, it must come before the city walls. Under the wolves' relentless assault, many teams saw their defenses breached, forced to retreat to the city walls for their final stand. Boom! A section of the city wall collapsed with a thunderous crash. The first team to be eliminated appeared. Like a lit fuse, more and more teams saw their defenses breached, their walls crumble, and their elimination sealed. The wolf pack closed in on Qin Yun step by step. Their beastly eyes glowed crimson, blood stained their jaws, and swirling blue-white flames coiled around their bodies. Qin Yun's expression remained unchanged. With a flick of his right hand, the fire-tipped spear appeared in his grasp. Crimson gold energy surged along the spear's tip, igniting invisible flames that blazed fiercely, radiating scorching heat. Burning heaven! The ground shattered violently as Qin Yun leapt upward, holding the spear with both hands and thrusting it backward, as if igniting the entire sky. Pierce the sun! Amidst the wolves' wails, the spear channeled immense force, crashing down with a single strike. Boom! As energy erupted from the spearhead, the ground instantly cracked open. Crimson gold light exploded from the fissure, transforming into towering flames that consumed everything around them. The howling wolves were obliterated in the flames. Enemies of this caliber could not affect Qin Yun. He could still finish them with a single strike. At the same time, Shu Luoli flashed back to the group. Before them lay the headless corpses of all the ghost wolves. Her speed was too swift. Even if Li Qingyue had wanted to help, she wouldn't have had the chance. Damn, stepmom. Xiaoyu, give our foster mom a kiss. Our future depends on her. Duga Shan, who was coasting on her luck, was shamelessly bold. He grabbed the healer and made Shu Luoli kowtow to him, calling her godmother without waiting for her consent. The healer named Xiaoyu promptly activated her ability. Emerald green light shimmered over Shu Luoli, easing her fatigue. Zhang Xinxin teamed up with Xing, joined by several other elite fighters from the imperial capital. Facing the wolf pack, they handled it with equal ease, dispatching them swiftly. Xing tried to join the fray but was pulled back by Zhang Xinxin, who kept him seated in the rear. Only Bing Feng stepped in to assist. Xing fidgeted, eager to join the fight, but Zhang Xinxin whispered something in his ear, keeping him firmly seated in the rear. Boom! Chen Tianzi swung his sword horizontally, its energy slicing through everything in its path like a dividing line. The wolf pack, likewise, was split in two. His expression remained impassive as he sheathed his sword. With a swift step, he began walking toward the oncoming tide of beasts. What is that Chen family brat up to? Abandoning the defense? No, judging by his stance, he's heading straight for the beast's origin point. If he could wipe out every beast along the way, the city walls would remain intact. But along the way, he'd face the beast tide constantly, with no chance to rest. Is it for the wager? That kid's got some serious confidence. The elders in the council chamber saw through Chen Tianzi's plan. Though their eyes held a hint of worry, they were filled mostly with admiration. Both he and Qin Yun possessed overwhelming combat prowess. Even facing the beast tide alone, they would likely hold out until the very end. Thus, Qin Tianzi planned to charge straight ahead, slaughtering every beast before the colossal beasts reached the city walls. That way, even if Qin Yun managed to withstand every wave of beasts, he would still be behind in terms of time. But this approach carried immense risk. Without the walls for defense, he'd have no time to rest and would have to press forward relentlessly. No! Look over there! A startled cry erupted from the elders, and all eyes followed the direction of the shout. Qin Yun! That Qin kid is charging toward the beast tide too. Chapter 98, Endless Tide of Beasts. Within the trial grounds, Qin Yun's footsteps blazed as he swept past charred wolf corpses, charging forward. Qin Tianzi's strength was undeniable. Qin Yun knew full well he couldn't stop him in this trial. To win, he had to outlast the beast tide. Soon, the sixth wave of beasts surged before him. It was a pack of fiery red panthers. Level 37, Crimson Flame Leopards. A species on par with the Azure Flame Ghost Wolves. They moved with blinding speed, their attacks carrying scorching effects. When mobilized in mass, their assaults came in relentless waves, leaving little opportunity for counterstrikes. Against such a horde, the optimal strategy was for a tank to absorb the attacks while mages and archers dealt damage from the rear. But Qin Yun was alone. But so what? Pointing his spear at the horde, Qin Yun's figure shot forward, charging straight toward the fire leopard. As the enemy appeared, the fiery patterns on the crimson flame leopard solidified and rose into the air, coalescing into a 10-meter-tall leopard that lunged to devour Qin Yun whole. Flames erupted violently. Before the leopard could swallow Qin Yun, the spear pierced its throat, shattering it into a sky filled with fiery sparks. Surging heat pulsed through Qin Yun as a smirk touched his lips. He danced the spear through the sky. Riding the wind. Dragon dance. The spear tip manipulated the flames, harnessing the fire leopard's energy to forge a soaring dragon. With an apocalyptic presence, it plunged straight downward. Boom! The fire dragon exploded, its energy erupting wildly, engulfing the wilderness and swallowing the fire leopard herd. Though the crimson flame leopards possessed high resistance to fire, Qin Yun had harnessed flames they themselves produced, infused with the power of the three-flame true fire. Even they could not withstand it. Soon, the entire herd was incinerated, leaving only charred bones behind. Interesting. Using the beast's own energy to destroy them, that kid Qin has some ideas. Though Qin Tianzi had awakened his power far earlier than Qin Yun, it was hard to say who was stronger between the two. Indeed, Li Weiguai has truly brought us a promising young talent. The assembly hall's attendees watched Qin Yun's performance with considerable delight. After all, aside from Elder Fong and Elder Chen, most others had only heard rumors about Qin Yun. His performance in the first stage was dazzling, but it mostly involved one-on-one battles with little group combat, leaving them uneasy. Especially when they saw Qin Yun attempting to break through the beast tide like Qin Tianzi had done, their hearts were in their throats. Now it seemed their worries had been entirely unfounded. The foremost elder, Su, stroked his beard, his face maintaining a gentle smile. He alone knew of Qin Yun's feat, single-handedly slaying 4 dragons and repelling the beast tide at Gu City. He had long known who would claim the title of China's strongest this year. The sword had revealed its edge. It was time to dazzle the crowd. Boom! The spear pierced through the beast horde, detonating the ground. Flames surged skyward from beneath, incinerating everything above. When the flames subsided, only a few colossal skeletons remained on the ground. The 10th wave, level 40 rhino-armored elephants. Their massive frames and resilient defenses rendered ordinary steel useless, while their tusks could pierce through anything. Swish! Qin Tianzi summoned the sword immortal behind him, wielding a divine blade to strike down. Sword energy swept like a storm, engulfing all the rhino elephants. Limb fragments and blood splattered everywhere. When the storm subsided, the scene before Qin Tianzi resembled a hellscape. The white-robed youth remained unflinching, stepping forward steadily. His robes remained untouched by blood as he swept past the beasts, walking straight ahead. Enemies of this caliber could not stop him. On the other side, Li Qingyue drew her dragon silk blade. With a long rainbow of steel, she and Chu Luoli charged into the herd of dragon elephant beasts. Squeak! Chu Luoli's dagger sliced through the dragon elephant's neck, producing an unbearable grinding sound as metal met bone. The dragon elephant roared in fury, swinging its trunk downward to smash the ground, leaving a crater the size of a soccer ball. The girl vanished, only to reappear beneath the dragon elephant's neck the next instant. Her brow furrowed slightly as she stared at the gash left by the blade. The fatal wound she had imagined did not materialize, leaving only a string of blood beads. This strike had barely pierced the skin, causing no damage to the muscles or tendons. Thud! Seeing his strike fail, the dragon elephant swung its trunk downward again, lashing out at Chu Luoli. But Chu Luoli's body drifted sideways, narrowly evading the trunk. Simultaneously, her dagger pressed against the dragon elephant's neck. Her expression was cold and stern. This time, the dagger didn't slice, it plunged directly into the dragon elephant's neck. Splash! Chu Luoli withdrew the dagger, leaving behind only a gaping, blood-soaked hole. Intense agony made the dragon elephant wail in pain, yet no sound escaped its throat. Its windpipe and throat had been completely severed by a single blow.
Blood spurted forth as the dragon elephant gasped for breath, its breathing labored. After struggling for several minutes, it finally collapsed to the ground, dead. Chuluoli's combat experience was too vast, she found the optimal solution in a single exchange. In contrast, Li Qingyue's attacks were broad and sweeping. Empowered by the eternal calamity god, even the dragon elephant's defenses couldn't withstand a second strike. Soon, the dust settled, leaving a field of corpses where the beasts once roamed. Dugashan's raised staff came crashing down once more. Godmother. Sister-in-law. You two are my gods. Xiaoyu, take this staff and protect our gods. With that, Dugashan thrust the staff into Xiaoyu's hands. Xiaoyu clutched the staff in shock. This was a high-quality epic-tier weapon, handed to her just like that. The girl nervously activated its power, and an immense wave of warmth instantly enveloped both of them. It's useful, isn't it? It's yours now. Use it to support our foster mother and sister-in-law well. I'll go get another one. Dugashan generously gifted the staff to Xiaoyu before producing another legendary grade weapon. Before Xiaoyu could utter a word of thanks, she was silenced by action. Swish! Dugashan felt a flash before his eyes, and a slender figure landed on his face. Stepmom! What's wrong? Give me one. Dugashan's gaze darted between the staff and Chuluoli's face. A staff? Foster mother, you're not a mage, are you? Are you giving it or not? Yes. Dugashan immediately knelt, presenting the legendary tier staff with both hands before Chuluoli. Chuluoli accepted it without hesitation. I'll carry you through this round. I owe you one. With those two sentences, Chuluoli turned and walked away. Dugashan, who was on the verge of tears, had just scrambled to his feet when he saw Xiaoyu approaching, twisting the hem of her robe. Brother Shan, how about? Xiaoyu held out the wand, still warm from her grasp, ready to return it. But Dugashan didn't take it. Instead, he patted his chest and said, No need. A mere staff? I'll give it to my foster mother. I've got more. With that, he produced a legendary grade wand. Kind-hearted Xiaoyu's heart ached. Damn rich bastard. Chuluoli's piercing gaze darted over, making Dugashan jump in fright. Fortunately, she looked away, allowing Dugashan to keep hold of this last one. Be careful. Something's coming. Li Qingyue's voice echoed from ahead. Pairs of blood-red eyes surged from the edges. Chapter 99, Difficulty Escalation, the Bloodline of Huaxia. Total berserk mode? And not just one race? This difficulty is approaching real-world levels. Many teams will likely collapse this time. Yes, this will be the defining line of this trial. Those who endure will prove themselves pillars of strength. In the council chamber, the elder stared at the advancing beasts, sighing repeatedly. During the trial, hundreds of colossal beasts charged forward. Their eyes blazed crimson, their bodies swollen. Different species of beasts interlaced, forming a formation with heavy tanks at the front and mages at the rear. Should they collide, they would instantly spread their formation and launch into battle. This was nothing like the mindless charging they'd seen before. Boom! The battle commenced. Dozens of giant elephants and rhinos charged at the forefront, flanked by prowling cheetahs and hyenas hunting their prey, while hawks and falcons circled overhead, swooping down to strike. Countless elemental blades and grenades pelted the rear. The intelligent beasts caught the contestants off guard. Though they managed to barely withstand the charge, the elusive cheetahs and falcons were impossible to guard against. They had already circled around to the rear and torn the healer to shreds. The sky-filling energy storm further blocked the archers and mages' attacks, leaving them unable to spare hands to support the tanks and warriors at the front. Without their backup, the tanks and warriors couldn't hold back the beast horde. The defensive line was instantly trampled by the colossal beasts. The city walls crashed down. One team after another was eliminated. Xinshin, we have to go help. Sheng looked ahead with concern. Even the elite defenders of the imperial capital struggled to hold the line completely, already beginning to contract their defenses for a final stand outside the city walls. All right. Zhang Xinshin stood up, her face bearing no trace of pretense, only solemnity and caution. She no longer showed weakness or pretense. Her eyes now held only victory. The reason Xing wasn't allowed to fight was to conserve his strength for the battles ahead. Moreover, turning the tide in a crucial battle would grant her greater authority. A crimson ink-like hue surged from Zhang Xinshin's pupils. Wings unfurled from her back, her hands transforming into beastly claws, a sharp aura of killing intent solidifying into tangible form. Even Xing, raised among beasts, couldn't help but glance sideways. The girl before him no longer felt like the girl next door, but a fierce beast that ruled the world. Go! Her wings beat fiercely as Zhang Xinshin soared skyward. Her claws flashed with razor-sharp edges, weaving a dense web of lines across the heavens. The carcasses of giant bird beasts plummeted to the ground, the sky cleared in an instant. In the next instant, Zhang Xinshin appeared behind the horde. The speed granted by her ice wings allowed her to dodge countless energy bombs. Each swipe of her claws claimed a giant beast's life, like a sharp sword plunging into the heart of the horde. Seeing Zhang Xinshin charge into the horde, Xing hesitated no longer. With a furious roar, his form abruptly grew larger.
He leaped forward and slammed a fist down. The impact cracked the earth, and the colossal force reduced several beasts renowned for their defense to mincemeat. Without their leaders, the beasts' momentum faltered, their charge slowing considerably.
Shen Nua, Su Wu, you two join Xing to hold the front line.
Yu, Wang Xian, stay behind Xing, watch for beasts flanking from the sides and help the front three clear the wave.
Shen Feng, you protect Sister Ing. Fall back to the rear line and eliminate any stragglers.
After Xing charged into the beast horde, Zhang Xinxin's voice echoed, assigning tactical roles to everyone.
Though these imperial capital elites harbored mutual resentment, Crisis left no room for such thoughts.
They immediately launched their counterattack according to Zhang Xinxin's plan. The colossal beasts' assault halted, and both sides reached a stalemate. But the humans' coordination grew increasingly adept, and the colossal beasts suffered heavier losses. Not only could they no longer advance, but even retreating became difficult. With a final, unwilling roar, the last giant beast collapsed to the ground. Zhang Xinxin expressionlessly flicked the blood from her claws, waiting silently for the next wave to arrive.
She didn't even acknowledge her teammates' compliments.
Her eyes held only victory.
The Zhang family's girl has changed quite a bit. Indeed, the first stage had clearly shaken her to the core, stripping away any trace of her playful demeanor.
After all, she was a prodigy meant to rival Chen Tianzi.
Being blocked consecutively by Qin Yun and Li Qingyue would naturally dent her pride.
But it seemed she'd adjusted quickly, approaching the second stage with serious determination. With her and Xing on the team, their chances of making it into the top 5 are quite high. The elders in the council chamber had such sharp eyes they spotted Zhang Xinxin's transformation immediately. As they had predicted, all of Zhang Xinxin's plans had been thwarted in the first stage, and the rewards she received were negligible. This experience taught her a crucial lesson: in the face of overwhelming strength, scheming and trickery are nothing but worthless scraps of paper. Thus, in the second stage, she held nothing back, unleashing her full capabilities to forge herself through relentless combat.
Look over there, this group of youngsters actually has some fighting spirit.
Old Su suddenly spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. On the screen, a team stood at the base of the city wall.
Boss, are we really going through with this? We can still fight. Even if we have to bite off chunks with our teeth. Yeah, boss, we can't leave you behind. Shut up.
The leader roared fiercely. He clutched his shattered left arm, his brow etched with unrelenting agony.
I'm your leader, my orders stand. Follow my lead, one at a time. If you're going to die, die with purpose. Got it? Fengzi, go. Boss.
The burly man named Fengzi tried to say something else, but the man cut him off, grabbed him, and flung him against the city wall.
Fengzi, don't let me down. The rest of you, stay back and follow my lead.
With that, the man roared, leaping forward with a single bound and charging into the beast horde, arm raised. The charging beasts halted in their tracks, their assaults closing in from all sides, nearly swallowing the man whole.
Fengzi. Do it.
The roar pierced the beastly clamor, reaching the ears of the burly man at the city wall.
Roar.
Tears welled in the burly man's eyes as his face flushed crimson.
His fists pounded relentlessly against the city wall. A rank, iron fist martial artist.
Innate skill, strike through mountains.
Boom.
Amidst the relentless pounding, the city wall shattered and cracked at the 1/5 mark, teetering on the brink of collapse.
Fengzi. Don't hesitate. Smash it toward me. Quick. The roar echoed from afar.
Facing the horde of beasts, the man had almost no means to fight back. All he possessed was this burning passion and an indomitable spirit.
Follow me, let's die together.
The burly man unleashed a punch that shattered the city wall completely. Driven by immense force, the wall crashed down toward the man.
Crash. The wall crashed down upon the horde.
The man's voice fell silent.
It would never be heard again before the match ended.
And with him departed half the lives of the beast herd. He knew his team couldn't hold back the colossal beasts. Forcing a fight would only mean a slow death. Rather than watch the walls crumble after his death, he chose to destroy them himself, using the walls as weapons to slaughter the beasts.
Only then could he buy more time. But the beasts wouldn't stand idly by to be crushed. Someone had to draw their attention.
It was a suicide mission. But his life could save more beasts. On a real battlefield, he could have saved more civilians.
That would be enough. This is the very essence of the Chinese spirit.
Chapter 100, Sword Rain Falls, Dust Lotus Blooms, Candle Fades.
Brother Feng, don't stop. This time, I'll go.
Before the others could recover from their grief, the remaining half of the beasts had already risen, charging toward them. The slender youth pushed aside several people, his body transforming into a cheetah as he charged toward the horde. Though the youngest and weakest among them, he was the second to charge into the beasts.
Nuozi.
The others desperately tried to pull him back, but the youth slipped away like an eel, and they could only watch as he was swallowed by the horde.
Feng.
Nuozi's voice trailed off completely after that single word, replaced only by the muffled whimpers of pain he was desperately trying to suppress.
Boom. The city wall boomed as the burly man pounded it relentlessly.
His strength wasn't enough to shatter stone with a single punch. He needed relentless attacks to break through the wall. Even as an iron fist martial artist, his fists were now drenched in blood.
But he couldn't stop. His eyes turned bloodshot, tears forcibly held back as he poured every ounce of strength into each punch. He absolutely could not waste the opportunity his comrades had created. Boom! Cracks rippled across the city wall. Roar! The burly man's roar seemed to tear his chest apart, spewing a torrent of blood from his mouth as he pushed his body to its physical limits with sheer will. His fists turned ash black, gleaming with a steel-like hue, as he slammed them into the wall. The wall was hurled backward. With a dull thud, the wall crashed into the horde, engulfing the remaining beasts. The battlefield fell silent, broken only by the faint whimpers of the wounded. The 11th wave of beasts had been successfully repelled. The council chamber, too, fell silent. The elders wore solemn expressions, their hearts surging with emotion yet unable to find words. They had seen many prodigies, some of whom held high positions in the nation and military men they had personally nurtured and promoted. Some possessed extraordinary talent, others sharp intellect, and still others came from illustrious families. Yet few possessed innate ferocity. It was forged through witnessing generation after generation of forebears sacrificing their lives. At 18, to be willing to die for country and family in a simulated trial. Such spirit was more precious than any natural talent. The scoring system would record their performance and award marks commensurate with their deeds. It should be so. The crowd murmured in agreement, their expressions visibly brightening. Children possessing such spirit deserve higher scores. An increasingly refined evaluation system will not overlook a single talent. Foster mother, don't be afraid. I've got this. On Li Qingyu's side, Dugashan thrust his bone staff into the ground. Darkness spread outward as 10 skeletal giants clad in tattered armor crawled from the shadows, bellowing as they braced themselves at the front. The colossal beast's charge immediately slowed. Chuluoli's burden was shared, and she flickered behind the horde, coldly reaping their lives. Compared to a monospecies beast tide, she actually preferred the real multispecies beast tide. Within such a horde, her assassination skills could be executed with far greater precision. Those clumsy tanks were no match for her hunt. With each move, she claimed the lives of the fragile ones. To her eyes, this horde was merely a tough bone that needed slow simmering. Li Qingyue met the attacking leopards and eagles head-on, descending like the Grim Reaper himself. No one could stand against her. The fragmented beast horde offered no resistance, collapsing completely before long. The increasingly fierce battle saw over 80% of participants eliminated, leaving only the top students from each city. Among them, the two fighting solos stood out the most. Chen Tianzi thrust his long sword skyward, his eyes glowing silver white. Behind him, the sword immortal's divine form raised its index and middle fingers. A surge of energy shot from the fingertips, infusing the sword in the sky. In the next instant, the sword multiplied into countless blades. Countless silver blades filled the horizon, like rain about to fall, poised to slaughter the mortal world. Sword rain descends. Chen Tianzi raised his right hand high. As the command echoed, his hand transformed into a sword and plunged downward. Swords rained down from the heavens like falling stars. SSS-rank. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed across the battlefield. Not only the fragile beasts in the rear, but even the tanks in the front couldn't withstand the onslaught. They frantically darted about, desperately trying to evade the swords. Yet these blades possessed an unyielding sharpness. Even when shielded by overhead trees and rocks, they still severed limbs and shattered stone, striking the beasts. The sword rain descended, sweeping away all demons and monsters. When the wails finally ceased, the swords coalesced into one, returning to Chen Tianzi's hand. A single man slaughtered the beast tide with effortless grace, truly living up to his reputation as a prodigy of Huaxia. His gaze swept toward the distance, piercing through space to fix upon Qin Yun. To him, Qin Yun was the true challenger. Boom! Qin Yun's spear shot forth, transforming into a ferocious fire dragon that smashed a gap through the colossal beast horde. As if sensing the gaze, a faint smile touched his lips. In the next instant, he appeared amidst the beasts, raising his spear. The Nezha Dharma form merged with his body, and majestic divine power surged forth. Vermilion gold energy surged through his bloodline, seeping from his fingertips before coiling into golden threads that wrapped around the flaming spearhead. He spun the spear, sending countless sparks of fire cascading from its tip. Like seeds, they took root in the earth. Lotus born. As the words fell, the sparks rapidly expanded, forming crimson petals that blossomed among the beasts. The long sword ceased its rotation, pointing instead toward the distant sky. Or perhaps, that blazing sun. Qin Yun's expression remained serene as he spoke softly. The candle extinguished. Snap. As if a benevolent deity had snapped its fingers, the sun discreetly withdrew, plunging the world into gloom. All that could be seen were the blooming fire lotuses. Bang! Boom! The fire lotus exploded violently, its crimson petals like indestructible arrows piercing through the colossal beast, ignoring all defenses. The sky blazed with fire as blood spattered everywhere. The beasts didn't even have time to cry out before petals pierced their hearts, spleens, and lungs, swiftly extinguishing their life. As dawn broke and the flames faded, only a field of corpses remained on the ground. Qin Yun also gazed into the distance, locking eyes with Chen Tianzi across the vast expanse.
The stakes had risen, but for both men, this merely signaled the wager had just begun. They were like two beasts, tearing and gnawing at each other in unseen places, until one was bitten to pieces before they could stop. Footsteps thundered from the distance. Qin Yun ceased all thought, hoisted his rifle, and charged forward. The beast tide raged on. Current data indicated that only 10% of teams survived the 14th wave. At this rate, the outcome would likely be decided by the 20th wave. Inside the council chamber, an elder stared at the data in his hands, predicting future developments. No. Qin Yuanwu's face broke into a smile, his expression brimming with confidence. After the 14th wave, the difficulty will increase again. Under normal circumstances, they'll struggle to survive until the 18th wave. Oh? Brother Ing, we have quite a few prodigies this year. Are you sure you haven't misjudged? His words immediately drew skepticism. The current generation of China's raw talents should be even more formidable than before. Is that so? Qin Yuanwu offered no explanation, merely smiling before pointing at the screen. Look, what's that? Chapter 101, Junior begs for guidance, Oxhead, and Horseface. The group followed Qin Yuanwu's gaze, their brows furrowing as skepticism spread across their faces. They had seen countless colossal beasts, yet these creatures were utterly unfamiliar. Their bodies were covered in mud like black sludge, their forms grotesquely distorted, barely recognizable as animal shapes. Hybrid beasts, a mature creation of the Huaxia Ministry of Science and Technology, were forged from the genes of 100 colossal beasts. They could manifest any trait of a giant beast, their power far surpassing their peers. However, due to the difficulty in obtaining samples from high-tier bloodline beasts, the traits they could manifest were limited to those of ordinary colossal beasts. Seeing the confusion on everyone's faces, Qin Yuanwu patiently explained. Upon hearing this, the others understood, their expressions instantly turning serious. Why were formal beast swarms stronger than single-species beasts? Because they each fulfill distinct roles, creating a seamless, cohesive unit. Hybrid beasts, however, could manifest any giant beast trait, filling any role within the horde. They possessed no weaknesses whatsoever. Such a force could outmatch not just single-species beasts, but even ordinary beast swarms. The participants had never encountered such a horde before. Stunned, they could only resort to their previous countermeasures. Boom! A violent energy surge erupted before the crowd, blasting several tanks attempting to block the path into the air. Seeing this, the warrior class swiftly activated their abilities, charging forward with blades drawn to engage the colossal beasts at the vanguard in melee combat. The ability to unleash such a powerful energy attack meant they couldn't possibly have high defense. Under the warriors' relentless assault, they should have fallen. Yet to the warriors' horrified eyes, their blades failed to pierce the beast's flesh. A layer of rhino-like skin emerged across the beasts' bodies, their defense rivaling that of the tank beasts from the earlier wave. No! This shouldn't be possible. If they possessed such defense, how could they unleash such massive energy attacks? Before the group could process this realization, the beast charge became unstoppable. The city walls collapsed. Brother Ing, this beast herd is quite something. Though each possesses the traits of an ordinary giant beast, their ability to form any configuration transforms them into hexagonal warriors. Their collective strength rivals that of high-tier giant beasts. No wonder they say the contestants might not even survive to the 18th wave. This level of intensity could wipe out 80% of them in a single wave. The combat prowess displayed by the fusion beasts far exceeded expectations, leaving even these veterans in awe. Though not as powerful as the earlier Earth Dragons, their sheer numbers and consistent performance made them nearly as reliable as a regular army. This development gave Huaxia Future added confidence in their impending war against the behemoths. Foster mother, save me. I'm about to go. A black python slithered its way around Dugashan, coiling tightly around him. The fusion beast pack breached the skeleton giant's defenses. The vanguard immediately transformed into a serpent renowned for its speed, trapping the summoning mage. Now, not only could he not command the skeleton giants in battle, but he couldn't even protect himself. The healer, Xiaoyu, scrambled backwards several steps, terrified of becoming the next victim. Swish! The giant serpent's head was severed in one stroke, its body collapsing into a pile of flesh on the ground. Chuluwali's figure appeared beside him. Her expression cold, she kicked the serpent backward with one foot, then blocked its claws with a swift counterstrike. The beast horde had already closed in upon her. As an assassin, once she was forced into a defensive position, it would be difficult to recover. The beasts before her transformed, sprouting various claws and fangs. Attacks surged from all directions, poised to tear Chuluwali to shreds. She could teleport away, but Dugashan behind her hadn't regained his composure yet and couldn't withstand the beast tide's onslaught. If she didn't leave, she wouldn't survive. But if she left, Dugashan would perish, and the city walls would be even harder to defend. Struggle flashed in Chuluwali's eyes. But she seemed to have forgotten. She was no longer alone. Roar! The dragon's roar echoed across the wasteland. Li Qingyue's eyes remained tightly closed, her expression serene. Her right hand gripped the hilt of the blade at her waist. The fierce aura of the sword caused the surrounding space to tremble involuntarily, making her waterfall like black hair move without wind. The phantom of the eternal martial god stood behind the girl, slowly merging into her body. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes. Killing intent boiled. She drew her blade and struck. Boom! A fierce blade aura coalesced in midair into a colossal Chinese dragon, claws and fangs raised as it charged toward the beast horde. The beasts dared not underestimate it, their bodies bristling with rhinoceros-like scales as they raised their defenses to the utmost. But was that truly enough? This blade had slain the savage sword dragon. How could the defenses of ordinary beasts possibly withstand it? SSS-rank. The blade's energy pierced through skin, slicing through the colossus's body like a hot knife through butter, meeting not the slightest resistance. Puddles of flesh splattered onto the ground, instantly relieving Chu Luoli's pressure. The dagger channeled dark energy, clearing away the remaining beasts closing in. Holy! That lady's badass! Duga Shan, still sprawled on the ground, leapt to his feet at the sight, nearly bowing down to Li Qingyue in awe. Get to work. There's more behind them. Li Qingyue said nothing, only letting her killing intent flare as she charged into the remaining beasts with her blade. Chu Luoli shifted her stance as well, reappearing moments later to take the heads of 2 more beasts. Got it. Leave the front to me. Duga Shan's expression turned grave as he thrust his staff into the ground. Intricate purple patterns spread across the earth, and ghostly energy surged from his body, causing the surrounding temperature to drop significantly. Junior begs the shadow spirit to descend. Ox Lord. Horse Lord. Boom! A pillar of purple light pierced the heavens and earth, from which 2 majestic figures emerged. This was Duga Shan's newly mastered technique. Zhong Kuei had bestowed upon him pure ghostly energy, enabling him to summon undead creatures beyond mere skeletons or corpses. Now, he could summon Yin spirits. Even if it was merely a projection of a Yin spirit. The 2 Yin spirits stepped out of the pillar of light, revealing their true forms. They were massive in stature, clad in armor from head to toe, yet their 2 heads were not human. One was a bull's head, the other a horse's. The ox-headed one wielded a steel pitchfork, looking exceptionally fierce. The horse-faced one wielded iron chains, radiating solemn authority. The Yin gods of China ox-head and horseface. They had answered Duga Shan's summons to come to his aid. However, these were not their true forms, merely projections that inherited a fraction of their power. Yet against the beast horde, they were more than sufficient. Wretched beasts! How dare you not kneel before me? The ox-headed demon snorted, stepping forward first. His steel pitchfork, coiled with ghostly energy, instantly impaled a fusion beast. Youngster, how is it that you carry Lord Zhong's aura? The horse-faced demon did not join the battle like the Minotaur, instead sweeping his scrutinizing gaze over Duga Shan. Reporting to Lord Horseface, I am Lord Zhong's disciple. Duga Shan clasped his fists before him, brazenly boasting to Horseface without a flicker of shame. No wonder you possess such formidable power at such a young age. We've certainly learned something today. When you return, remember to convey my regards to Lord Zhong. Ma Mian's expression instantly turned serious. He swung his iron chains and charged into the beast horde, his attacks fierce and relentless. Achoo! Qin Yun sneezed. Just now, the ghostly energy within him had surged uncontrollably, even causing Lord Zhong Kuei's divine essence to tremble. Strange? What's wrong with Lord Zhong Kuei? Chapter 102, The people of Huaxia fear no battle to the death. Qin Yun had no idea that Duga Shan was using Zhong Kuei's name to deceive the ox-head and horseface demons. Fortunately, Zhong Kuei's current unlock level was low, possessing only divine instincts. Had he developed self-awareness like Nezha, Qin Yun would have slapped Duga Shan across the face. Qin Yun shook his head to clear the distraction, then charged into the beast horde with his gun raised. The fusion beasts were formidable and coordinated, but this was merely the first wave. Their low levels meant they couldn't last 2 rounds against Qin Yun. They were scorched by the 3 flame true fire, reduced to piles of black ash. Chen Tian's side faced a similar scenario. His sword chi tore through the beast's defenses, dispatching them with remarkable speed. Their paces were nearly identical, with no clear lead apparent for the moment. The 15th wave of beasts breached 70% of the defenses. Only 3% of the original force remained. The beast tide pressed forward relentlessly. The next wave of fusion beasts ranged between levels 40 and 45, boasting exceptionally high 6-dimensional stats. Even with the contestants' teams prepared, they struggled to withstand the onslaught head-on. Soon, only 10 teams remained. Brothering, I told you were overconfident. Though the fusion beasts are formidable, our Puyu generation isn't all talk. With 10 teams still standing at the 18th wave, I reckon holding out until the 20th wave is no big deal. Especially Duga Shan's team. The kids' 2 Yin spirits are ridiculously powerful, practically slaughtering the fusion beasts single-handedly. With Asphalt Moon and Chu Luoli backing them up, they're probably going to take first place in this stage. Yeah, no one's made of steel. Fighting this long, it's no lie they're exhausted. I've seen Zhang Xinxin's team make quite a few mistakes already, and they've started losing members. They probably won't last many more waves. The elders in the council hall observed the situation and offered their assessments. The Great Wall Watch differs from Five Calamities' solitary path in that it offers no respite. It simulates a real battlefield where the hordes of beasts charge endlessly with short intervals between waves, forcing constant combat. Without proper stamina management, even the strongest fighters will be worn down to exhaustion. Boom! The thunderous footsteps echoed across the sky. The 19th wave of beasts. A horde of level 48 fusion beasts. In the first stage, a level 48 colossal beast could easily serve as the final boss. The sky seemed to have sunk, its grey haze weighing heavily on every contestant's heart. After withstanding 18 waves, both stamina and physical strength had plummeted drastically. Stopping a wave of level 48 beasts in this state was practically impossible. Roar! A non-human roar thundered forth as a 100-meter-tall giant charged forward with unyielding ferocity, plunging into the beast horde. The wild man, Ah Xing. His eyes blazed crimson, his body drenched in blood, fangs protruding from his mouth, a being straddling the line between man and beast. Innate skill, Berserk. The warrior's desperate ultimate skill. With the party on the verge of collapse and everyone utterly exhausted, Xing had no choice but to take up the banner, burning his last reserves of energy to hold back the beast horde as long as possible. Ah Xing. Zhang Xinxian watched Ah Xing charge into the beasts, her expression instantly turning anxious. She turned to see the rest of the team slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. Xinxian, we really can't fight anymore. I'm counting on the two of you. Zhang Xinxian's gaze swept over the group, her eyes dark as blood ink, chilling everyone to the bone. Useless. The icy, mocking words instantly ignited fury in their faces. Zhang Xinxian. You. So you still have the energy to talk? Even a savage from the wasteland knows to fight to the death, yet you princesses and young masters from prestigious families cower in fear? You're a disgrace to your families. Zhang Xinxian tossed out a few words before flapping her wings. The black tortoise materialized behind her, charging into the battlefield at its peak prowess. After the girl departed, the capital's elite grumbled as they rose to their feet. Damn it! I refuse to lose to some woman. Cover me. Today I'll show her who can kill more. Grandfather, your grandson is no coward. Swords clanged, and the air thickened with battle fervor. The men, ready to die, charged like dying wild bulls into the herd. The people of Huaxia fear no death in battle. Even covered in wounds, even on the brink of death, they would leap up and bite through the enemy's throat. This beast actually has some skill. The Minotaur withdrew his steel pitchfork, clutching the wound on his chest. Ghostly mist swirled around it as it slowly healed. Had we not merely manifested as projections, we would never have tolerated this beast's insolence. Ma Mian lashed out with his iron whip, repelling the surging fusion beasts before him, his expression growing grave. They had been summoned here, drawing part of their energy from Dugushan. But to them, Dugushan was too weak. His endurance was limited, forcing them to use his power sparingly. This limitation prevented them from unleashing their full power, allowing themselves to become trapped by the beast horde. Masters! Don't worry about me, I can hold out. Dugushan propped himself up with his staff, his legs trembling as he struggled to stand. His already frail frame had grown even thinner, reduced to little more than skin and bones. His vitality had also dwindled significantly, as if he'd overtaxed himself. This frightened Xiao Yu into constantly restoring his energy, fearing he might keel over at any moment. Well done. Truly worthy of being Lord Zhong's disciple. What incredible perseverance. Ox head. We're both Lord Zhong's men, we can't disgrace our master. Boom. Two beams of light shot skyward, infusing Ox head and Horseface with potent ghostly energy. Their Yin spirits surged with power, solidifying their weapons considerably. Holy crap. This time, Dugushan was so weakened he couldn't even hold onto his staff. He collapsed into Xiao Yu's arms, resting his head on her lap as he watched the battlefield. His energy had been completely drained by Ox head and Horseface. Fighting was out of the question, standing up was already a struggle. But with the energy absorbed, Ox head and Horseface's combat power surged once more. The fusion beasts before them were like lambs awaiting slaughter. A spear thrust and a whiplash left no survivors. Li Qingyue and Chu Luoli, locked in a bitter struggle, were finally freed from the fray. They withdrew from the battlefield to catch their breath. Boom! As the last fusion beast fell, the ox-headed and horse-faced demons sheathed their weapons and bowed respectfully. Our time here is limited, we must return now. May you soon ascend to the ranks of the immortals. With that, the two dissolved into specks of starlight and vanished from sight. Mother, I can't go on. Sister-in-law, it's all up to you now. I'm going to lie down. As soon as Dugushan finished speaking, his eyes rolled back and he lost consciousness. Xiao Yu could only hold him close to prevent him from being trampled by the beasts. Chu Luoli remained silent. The intense battle hadn't left her gasping for breath. Instead, her breathing grew even quieter, almost inaudible. The girl's heterochromatic eyes turned entirely ink black as dark elements surged explosively, filling every heart with an intangible dread. Talent skill, hunting hour, activated. In the distance, beasts surged forward. The 20th wave of beasts. Level 49, Berserk Fusion Beast.
Chapter 103, The Final Bloodbath.
Qin Yun opened her eyes, a trace of crimson flickering deep within her pupils. She stared ahead, her right hand tightening around the blade's hilt as she readied her body for peak combat readiness.
30 level 49 beasts were enough to wipe out a 50-person squad.
And standing before them were only two people. Xiaoyu, cradling Dugashan, stood in a corner of the city wall. Emerald green magical runes spread across the ground, and crystal clear blades of grass poked their heads up, shimmering with jade-like brilliance. Forest Priest, innate skill, Earth's blessing. When the target is fatigued or wounded, each blade of grass heals them until the caster's energy is depleted.
Xiaoyu, activating her final ability. Don't die. Chuluoli, poised for action, drew a deep breath. Gripping her dagger tightly, she lowered her body like a snow leopard stalking its prey. You too.
The divine form of the eternal martial god merged into Qin Yu's body, divine power surging. Her mouth opened slightly as her body emptied.
Inhale. Exhale. Draw the blade, strike. Boom. Sword energy surged forth like a dragon.
Two slender figures plunged into the beast horde.
Ah Xing?
The girl hovered mid-air, her pupils constricting as she surveyed the rows of corpses below.
She had slain countless beasts. No matter how bloody the scene, it never frightened her.
But the boy before her, sprawled among the corpses, eyes bloodshot as he gnawed at flesh, resembled a hyena feasting on a carcass.
Roar!
Ah Xing snapped his head up, still chewing flesh as he roared into the distance. There was no time to rest. The 20th wave of beasts roared toward them. Zhang Xinxin gazed into the distance, her hands trembling slightly. The 19th wave of beasts had slaughtered everyone in the team. Only she and Ah Xing remained. The Ice Phoenix let out a mournful cry, blood spilling from its beak as it struggled to fight alongside its master. The treasure-seeking rat scrambled to its feet, its plump body covered in exposed lumps of flesh, yet it gnashed its incisors, determined to fight hand-to-hand.
Come back. Zhang Xinxin extended her hand.
Two beams of energy enveloped the beasts, pulling them back into her body despite their struggles.
The girl was a refined egoist, but that didn't mean she lacked feelings.
She refused to let the Beastmaster die in this battle. She would rather die fighting herself. Roar! Axing rose from the corpses and charged into the horde of beasts. Zhang Xinxin's wings flapped, revealing her sharp claws. Only 4 teams remained in the second stage.
Their willingness to face death stunned everyone. Viewers nationwide couldn't help but grow solemn, their hearts racing.
Salute to those who charge toward death. Boom! An explosion echoed, hurling a figure through the air. He crashed into and shattered several massive boulders.
Chen Tianzi wiped dust and blood from his face, rising from the rocks with a hint of surprise.
The combined force of 10 colossal beasts had blocked his sword energy, and the recoil had sent him flying, leaving him looking so battered. Poof! The youth snorted coldly. His long sword vibrated, sending fragments of rock flying and clearing a bare patch of ground. The illusory form of the sword immortal slowly merged into his body, unleashing a fierce surge of sharp energy that swept across the wasteland like a storm. The youth, sword in hand, leapt forward and plunged into the midst of the beasts. Blades flashed in chaotic patterns, their edges instantly piercing the beasts' defenses, mercilessly claiming their lives. Chen Tianzi had entered the battlefield at a young age, making his combat experience among the most extensive. Without teleportation or shields, he relied solely on his footwork and foresight to narrowly evade every attack. Even alone against the horde, he weaved through the beasts like a dragon. Impressive! This horde likely won't hold back the Chen family's young master. His footwork and attack timing were flawless. Even the elite soldiers in the unit couldn't match this. Moreover, this combat style conserves energy, making it the optimal approach against beasts. Chen Tianzi's prowess truly far surpasses his peers. The elders of the imperial capital spoke highly of Chen Tianzi, their eyes brimming with admiration. His performance was outstanding. Even they in their prime couldn't have achieved such feats.
Gu Cheng. Old Chen nodded approvingly.
After all, he was Chen Tianzi's elder. Though he rarely returned home, he knew a thing or two about the boy's achievements. A natural swordsman, awakening his talent at age truly rare in all of China's history. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he would lead China's new generation toward an even brighter future. But on this very day, a dark horse had challenged him. Qin Yun. Boom! The divine spear, bathed in flames, whirled through the air. Each strike unleashed towering infernos, transforming the entire battlefield into a searing inferno. Qin Yun chose the same combat style as Chen Tianzi, charging alone into the beast horde. The fusion beast's defenses couldn't withstand the piercing strikes of the fire-tipped spear, each attack tearing open multiple bloody wounds. Moreover, the flames on the spearhead carried explosive properties. Once struck, they detonated instantly, obliterating vast swaths of flesh. The fusion beast was formidable, but could it truly surpass a dragon? Clearly not. This horde, naturally, could not withstand Qin Yun either. The people of Guqing were too stunned for words. The principals, who had been boasting earlier, fell silent, staring blankly at the screen. Ha! Old Chen, I'd say Qin Yun's no worse than Tianzi. It's anyone's game at this point. Old Fawn laughed heartily, pointing at Qin Yun as he teased Old Chen. Yun is indeed formidable.
Old Chen didn't argue.
Personally, he favored Chen Tianzi, but Qin Yun had been pulling off miracles lately. His true strength was hard to gauge, leaving old Chen feeling uncertain. Li Kan watched the screen, his mood couldn't have been better. In the national trials, Qin Yun represented Gu City. The stronger his demonstrated prowess, the greater the honor for Li Kan. Come the future city lords assembly, they might even need to set up a separate table for him.
Imperial capital, Lu family manor.
Lu Yunqi sat beside her grandfather, arms resting on her thighs, hands cupping her small face as she stared at the screen with sparkling eyes.
Grandpa, I didn't lie to you, did I? Little Yun really is incredibly strong.
This youth truly possesses the makings of a prodigy. If he truly rises so swiftly as you claim, his profession must be deeply connected to that void divine vein. Old Master Lu's gaze was deep and distant, never straying from the divine form. Whether it was Nezha, Xingtian, or Zhongkuei emerging from the ghost realm, he committed these divine manifestations to memory for future research and comparison.
18 years ago, China's exploration team discovered an abyss in the wasteland.
Its spatial fluctuations were intense, as if it connected to another realm.
China dispatched teams to investigate, but each expedition returned empty-handed.
At the time, Lu Yunqi was still young and constantly accompanied by Old Master Lu, who brought her along to investigate the abyss. The moment she stepped into the abyss, spatial disturbances erupted, and the girl vanished.
Seeing this, Lu Tianjia nearly lost his mind.
He searched the abyss thoroughly, yet found no trace of her. Yet 3 days later, just as all hope faded, Lu Yunqi returned unharmed to where she had been. She wore a flowing gauze dress, her skin darkened from wandering, now pale and translucent, like a porcelain doll. It was at this moment that she awakened her class.
Songling Divine Guidance. Chapter 104, Void Divine Vein Combo Charge.
The accompanying medical team conducted a comprehensive examination of Lu Yunqi. The results revealed not only was she unharmed, but her physical constitution had significantly enhanced, nearly immune to all diseases and possessing extraordinary healing capabilities. Most astonishingly, her attire far surpassed legendary quality, reaching god-tier standards. At the time, Lu Yunqi was only 6 years old, but her precocious mind could already describe the events clearly. She said she had ascended above the clouds, where bricks and tiles shone like gold and jade, and majestic halls radiated splendor.
The people there were all kind and gentle.
A beautiful sister helped her change clothes and took her on a tour of the palace. She visited the peach orchard, where the peaches were large and round. A sister picked one for her, and it was sweet, juicy, and incredibly delicious. She also visited the alchemy furnace, where a kind-eyed old gentleman with snow-white eyebrows and beard shared several freshly refined pills with her. They tasted just like candy beans. She said the place was magical. Floating clouds swirled around her, and the Milky Way flowed beneath her feet. Everywhere she went, different uncles and aunts patted her head, praising her adorable looks.
Later, homesickness overcame her. She cried and clamored to return home.
Many people came to comfort her, and in the end, they all worked together to bring her back. Before she left, they were all reluctant to part with the girl. Holding her small hand, they said, "Don't forget us.
One day, we will return."
These were Lu Yunqi's only memories from her childhood. The story was too bizarre. No one except Lu Tianjiao believed Lu Yunqi's account. But this abyss was secretly protected. Led by Lu Tianjiao, the higher-ups initiated a research project, defining that space as the Void Divine Vein, hoping to gain more detailed information. Yet, in the end, they found nothing. As Lu Yunqi grew older, her profession leveled up continuously without slaying any giant beasts, reaching level 70 by the age of 18. The divine spirit conduit, a class akin to a priest, could commune with heaven and earth, sense divine power, and level up based on the faith of the people. Among all divine professions, she felt the strongest affinity for the divine path. When Chen Tianzi was 8, Lu Yunqi received an early revelation of the Sword Immortal's descent, causing Chen Tianzi to awaken prematurely. 3 years ago, Lu Yunqi received a divine call and arrived in Gucheng. She was assigned to teach at a high school while undertaking a secret mission, to find the heir to the divine veins of Huaxia. When Qin Yun awakened, her profession felt an immediate kinship, recognizing an overwhelming familiarity in the Dharma image behind him. At 6 years old, she had seen the youth behind Qin Yun. That youth was as cold as an ice sculpture, one of the few who had never interacted with her. Precisely because of this, Lu Yunqi couldn't confirm whether he was a divine being of Huaxia. After interacting with Qin Yun, she returned to the imperial capital to report her findings, leaving the final decision to her grandfather.
When he arrives at the imperial capital, I must see him personally. Lu Tianjiao's gaze grew profound as dormant fervor stirred within him, stirring a flicker of excitement. If this youth truly is the heir to that void divine vein, then what could possibly stand in the way of our Huaxia's revival? Just by walking around inside, my own granddaughter reaped such immense benefits. If he could invite those deities down, establish a school, and take disciples, wouldn't every single one of us in China become prodigies? What's to fear from mere beasts?
Qin Yun, deep within the trial, remained unaware of the reactions unfolding around him, still locked in fierce combat with the beast horde. The 49th level colossal beast proved remarkably formidable. Its coordinated attacks caused him considerable trouble, making victory elusive for the time being. He must unleash his full power. Qin Yun's gaze sharpened as crimson gold energy surged forth. He thrust his spear skyward, and a beam of flame transformed into a soaring fire dragon that exploded across the heavens. Countless sparks rained down like a torrential downpour. Sparks spread like wildfire. The crimson flames took root in the ground like seeds, burning without spreading, blooming like lotus flowers. The beast horde naturally wouldn't let Qin Yun gather his strength unchallenged, charging madly to extinguish the flames. Yet whether trampled or attacked, the flames blazed fiercely, showing no sign of weakening. The threefold true fire, the supreme flame of the divine veins of China, could not even be extinguished by Sun Wukong. How could it be put out by a pack of beasts? Flying fire. Cloud treading. Wind fire wheels materialized beneath his feet, propelling Qin Yun's speed to new heights. He darted through the herd like a fiery streak, leaving only a faint crimson shadow in his wake. The fusion beast's head transformed into multiple chicken heads, their gaze tracking Qin Yun's movements with great difficulty, barely keeping pace with his speed. The fusion beast's strength lay in its ability to reshape its body according to the battle's demands. Its avian dynamic vision was exceptional, a countermeasure against high-speed opponents. But Qin Yun didn't rely on speed alone for victory. He was gathering momentum. Unlike his previous, Tyrannosaurus-like step-by-step build-up, this time, his build-up was for a sustained barrage. Through relentless attacks, he would push his energy and momentum to their peak. The fusion beast lunged with claws and fangs, each parried by Qin Yun. The rippling energy in the air hadn't even settled before it was consumed by the flames erupting from his gun. Wind and fire. Thunder roared. The wind fire wheel spun violently, accelerating its already blinding speed further, producing a series of piercing whistles. Flames surged, and the storm raged fiercely. With each of Qin Yun's strikes, the spear flashed with thunder, his own momentum soaring ever higher. Under Qin Yun's relentless assault, the beast horde descended into utter chaos. Instinct urged them to block Qin Yun immediately, yet no matter how they struck, they could scarcely land a hit, only worsening their own wounds. In just moments, 10 of the fusion beasts lay dead. The survivors, each bearing wounds, were forced to expend vast amounts of energy on protective defenses to block Qin Yun's assaults. Yet the human before them seemed untouched by fatigue. Not only did he show no signs of exhaustion, he made not a single mistake. This damn thing isn't human. The increasingly hopeless battle drove the fusion beasts to the brink of hysteria. Had they not been bound by orders, they would have scattered like a fleeing herd long ago. Roar! Several fusion beasts roared in rage, abandoning all defense. Their claws and fangs grew frenzied as they charged at Qin Yun with fearless ferocity. But it was too late. Qin Yun's combo had already reached 80 hits. Wind, fire, and thunder surged through his body, each movement causing spatial tremors and energy explosions. Boom! The fusion beast's desperate attack collided with the fire-tipped spear. The full power strike of a level 49 fusion beast represented the pinnacle of power below level 50. Even Qin Yun would struggle to withstand it head-on. But at this moment, Qin Yun had channeled most of his power and was at his peak condition. How could they possibly stop him? They couldn't stop it at all. Boom! Several colossal beasts were sent flying by the surging energy. Qin Yun closed the distance without hesitation. His spear crashed down, thunder and fire surging forth. The defenseless fusion beast was instantly torn to shreds. The gruesome sight sent the remaining fusion beasts into a panic. They abandoned their fight, their scales no longer resembling rhino hide but transforming into layer upon layer of turtle shell. Forget normal attacks, even they themselves could scarcely breach their own defenses. Boom! Qin Yun slammed his spear into the ground. The divine form of Nezha surged forth from his body. Though his eyes remained closed, his majesty was undeniable. The tide had turned. Chapter 105, Heavenly Fire Meteor merely falling in battle. Within the trial, Qin Yun stood proudly, spear in hand. All the colossal beasts retreated under their shells, abandoning any thought of attack, hoping only to withstand Qin Yun's next wave of assault. Spark after spark ignited, like countless flying fireflies blanketing the entire sky. Above the heavens, blazing flames raged. Qin Yun's spear pointed toward the heavens, his gaze lowered, as if a god looked down upon mortals. Heaven! Firefall! As the words fell, Qin Yun's spear slashed down with deadly precision. Boom! A crimson crack split open in the sky, from which massive fireballs began to form. They slowly coalesced, their surging energy palpable even before it spilled forth, carrying the explosive aura of impending destruction. Heaven's firefall! The sky shattered, and fire fell. The fused beasts, huddled within their turtle shells, peered out, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed skyward. Scorching heat baked the wasteland, the air itself seemed filled with sparks. Each breath brought a searing pain to their throats. Even with their formidable defenses, they would be cooked into mush by this extreme heat. Besides, Qin Yun's fully charged attack was something even a level 50 end of days Tyrannosaurus couldn't withstand. What could a group of fusion beasts possibly use to block it? With these turtle shells? Dream on! Fireballs coalesced in the sky, forming a colossal sun suspended at the horizon. Through the fusion beast's eyes, that blazing sun slowly grew larger. The scorching heat filled the air, hot enough to boil blood. The setting sun plummeted from the heavens. Qin Yun leapt forward, spear in hand, landing atop the sun. His entire body was enveloped in crimson gold flames, while behind him, the divine form of Nezha towered over heaven and earth. Like a celestial demon subduing sovereign, he was the very incarnation of the earth god. On the screen, only endless flames remained. This. Old Master Lu sprang from his wooden chair, his trembling finger pointing at Qin Yun on the screen. Lu Tianjie, once commander-in-chief of the three armies, leader of tens of millions, a general whose heart thundered like a storm yet whose face remained as calm as a lake. When had he ever shown such disarray? A youth barely in his 40s could cause the heavens and earth to tremble, unleashing such extraordinary phenomena. Yunchi, I'm almost certain this boy is connected to the divine beings of Huaxia. After today, I shall personally oversee the void divine vein until Qin Yun earns the right to set foot upon it. 1,000 thoughts churned within Lu Tianjie as he made his vow before the screen. After all, Qin Yun was still a newcomer without authorization to enter or exit the wilderness. Bringing him to a secret Chinese location outright would violate protocol. Moreover, the void divine vein had seen no discoveries in recent years, leading to a significant reduction in garrison forces. Should it be assaulted by colossal beasts, resistance would likely prove futile. But with Lu Tianjie commanding the defense, even a full-scale assault by the dragon clans would hold no fear. The Divine Pillar of China was no mere empty title. Lu Yunchi blinked her eyes in surprise at her grandfather's display. Her profession as a celestial spirit guide had piqued her interest in Qin Yun, but she never imagined it would provoke such a strong reaction from her grandfather. She truly looked forward to her next meeting with Qin Yun. Imperial Capital Council Chamber. Several elders sighed and shook their heads gently at the screen. Still impossible, then. However, their ability to hold out this long has long surpassed our expectations. A horde of level 49 beasts proved too formidable for them at this stage. The screen showed the fused beast's limbs strewn haphazardly across the ground, pools of thick blood staining the floor. The creature at the center was unrecognizable, its human form discernible only through the pallid bones. He remained in the posture of feeding, his jaws still clenched around flesh even in death. In its embrace, a girl lay motionless. Her face, pale and rosy, remained untouched by blood or dust, yet she showed no sign of life. Axing, flesh and blood gone. Zhang Xinshan, energy depleted. Both had fallen in battle before the city gates. The last two fusion beasts struggled to the city walls, smashing their heads against them one by one, shattering the defenses. Zhang Xinshan's group trial concluded. Foster mother. If it really doesn't work, let's retreat. We've held out this long, that's impressive enough. Dugashan lay limp in Xiaoyu's arms, gasping weakly. Before him, the world had turned into a sea of blood. Two figures stood tall amidst the carnage. Li Qingyue's right arm was completely shattered, leaving her to wield her blade with her left hand alone. Countless wounds marred her body, blood gushing out so profusely that she had become a living statue of blood. Had it not been for the power unleashed by the eternal calamity martial god's innate talent, she would likely have perished long ago. Yet her injuries were ravaging her spirit, leaving her clinging to life by a thread, teetering on the brink of collapse. Chu Luoli, protected by legendary armor, fared better than Li Qingyue. Yet navigating the behemoth horde demanded constant mental vigilance. Every second consumed her vitality and spirit, draining her physical strength to nothing. Moreover, the prolonged activation of her innate hunting moment ability had shrouded her eyes in murderous intent. Only by forcing herself to remain calm could she suppress the urge to strike at Li Qingyue. Both were at the end of their rope. Shut up! The icy voice reached Lonely Shan's ears, causing him to snap his mouth shut. Chu Luoli's body trembled slightly from exhaustion. Her eyes, veiled in bloodlust, still revealed a glimmer of unyielding resolve. The ancestral precept of the Chu family, die, but never retreat. Even if she were the last remaining member of the Chu family in all of China, she would uphold that ancestral creed. Dozens of severely wounded fusion beasts rose from the sea of blood, snarling and roaring at the two. They couldn't fathom how these two could still be alive. They couldn't fathom why humans would fight like beasts, refusing to give up until death. Kill! Li Qingyue's command erupted from her lips as crimson energy coalesced into the eternal calamity martial god, blooming behind her. Eternal life. Divine tribulation. As the words fell, a crimson rose bloomed from the sea of blood. Amidst the piercing sword chi, murderous intent surged. Crack! The rose exploded, its petals transforming into crimson sword chi that scattered outward, slicing through everything in its path. Even immortal gods face calamity. Under the divine tribulation, how could any remain unscathed? The instant the sword energy erupted, Chu Luoli vanished, reappearing in the sky the next moment. Dark elements erupted and multiplied, as shadowy figures rose one after another from the battlefield. Emaciated figures, daggers in hand, mirrored Chu Luoli's form. 10,000 shadows moved as one. No retreat. No surrender. The two girls unleashed their final reserves of energy, fighting to the death. This battle knew no victor or vanquished. The victor was simply the one who survived. Clang!
The sword's edge rang out.
Chen Tianzi cleaved through the fusion beast covering the turtle shell with a single strike, his eyes flashing with irritation.
These beasts proved more troublesome than he'd anticipated.
Whenever they couldn't prevail in direct combat, they retreated into their shells, refusing to expose any weaknesses. If this stalemate continued, he feared Qin Yun would overtake him. A streak of dark crimson surged into his pupils.
SSS-rank. Chen Tianzi's blade sliced through his palm, thick blood coating the sword's edge. Sword Immortal's blood sacrifice. Boom!
A surge of power erupted. Black-red currents surged like writhing serpents, causing the surrounding air pressure to dip noticeably. The ethereal image of the sword immortal behind Chen Tianzi no longer carried the ethereal aura of transcendence. Bloodstains now stained his white robes, as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle, his killing intent surging forth.
Blood Sword. Drawl. Chapter 106, The Final Boss, the Ultimate Fusion Beast.
Unlike the blood sacrifice before the Tyrannosaurus, Chen Tianzi now radiated a prolonged aura, his condition excellent, far from the brink of death. Consequently, his attacks lacked the ferocity of earlier. Yet against this horde of fusion beasts, it proved more than sufficient. The sword chi, like a forbidden taboo, caused the fusion beasts to retreat into their shells, not even daring to peek out.
Chen Tianzi laughed bitterly in exasperation. This bunch of trash truly values their lives.
He rose into the air, his entire body's sharpness drawn inward, like a blade sheath, waiting only to be unsheathed to slay foes and annihilate armies. Suddenly, the youth's pupils seemed to hold a blazing sun and a full moon within them, filling the air with alternating waves of scorching heat and biting cold.
Moon slash. Sun extinction.
The long sword sliced through the air, its icy glint transforming into a silver beam that shot straight into the beast horde. Turtle shells were instantly cleaved apart by the sword's energy, and the indescribable sharpness completely pierced the fusion beast behind it. This strike wounded a 50-level Tyrannosaurus.
How could a fusion beast possibly withstand it?
The assault was far from over. As the heat intensified, golden threads began to weave through the air, emerging from the sun and slowly infusing into the long sword in Chen Tianzi's grasp. Even the sky itself began to dim. The great sun was about to extinguish.
Sword Immortal extinguishes the sun. Boom!
The crimson gold solar flame was cleaved by a single sword strike, becoming the sole radiance in the gloomy world. With a single clash, the fusion beast's shell melted away.
Flames erupted and surged upward, engulfing the entire herd in scorching inferno.
The might of two swords shook heaven and earth. The elders in the council chamber fell silent, awestruck by Qin Yun and Chen Tianzi's combat prowess. They had witnessed decades of national trials, yet never had they seen such a display. A genius unseen for centuries had emerged this year, and not just one, but several. This was the dawn of China's age of raw talent. The battle gradually drew to a close. Li Qingyue's left arm snapped from exhaustion, her long sword embedded in her hand as blood slowly trickled down. Xu Luoli's black hair had faded to silver as she leaned exhausted against a tree, forcing herself to remain standing. Surrounding them lay pools of dried blood and countless corpses.
The 20th wave of beasts was utterly annihilated.
Their god-tier performance had wiped out the entire horde. The remaining fighters, too exhausted to continue, ended the match, securing third place.
The battle for first and second place raged on.
Qin Yun thrust his spear upward, summoning a torrent of flames that engulfed his surroundings, leaving only a field of ashes behind. Chen Tianzi's white robe stained with blood, his long sword trembled, clearing away shards and blood. Both men still possessed the strength to fight again. Brother Ing, this horde of level 49 beasts is the strongest wave we'll face.
Does this mean the trial ends here? Or have you prepared even more terrifying creatures for us later?
Facing the question, Ing Yuanwu's expression darkened slightly. After all, once they reached level 50, the gap between them would become a chasm.
These youngsters hadn't even reached level 50 yet. Under normal circumstances, a level 49 beast horde would be the absolute limit they could defeat.
Yet this cohort's strength had surpassed all expectations. They'd even defeated a level 49 beast horde.
Release them. Ing Yuanwu's face darkened as he rubbed his temples anxiously.
That was an unfinished product from the lab, not only powerful but also prone to losing control. I deployed it for post-tournament testing, never intending for it to actually engage in combat.
These two youngsters, we must be cautious. As soon as Ing Yuanwu spoke, the expressions of several elders darkened. The Ministry of Science and Technology was a bunch of mad scientists. They could invent anything. Blowing up the base wouldn't even be surprising. If even the Minister of Science and Technology called it uncontrollable, what good could it possibly be? Qin Yun and Chen Tianzi were exceptionally talented, but they were still children, not yet fully grown.
Facing an immature product from the lab, they might struggle to handle it.
Boom! A towering figure pierced through the mountain range, slowly approaching the two. Qin Yun looked up and couldn't help but freeze in shock. How could one describe this creature?
It resembled a monstrous beast forcibly stitched together, its entire body covered in a chaotic jumble of fur, scales, and keratinous layers. Its head resembled a dragon's, yet it bared crocodile-like, interlocking fangs. Its pupils were reptilian vertical slits, glowing with the cold, emerald light characteristic of cold-blooded creatures in the darkness. It stood upright, its body resembling that of an ape, yet its limbs extended sharp claws, each as razor-sharp as a dagger. Black feathered wings were embedded in its back, unfurling to cast a sky-darkening shadow. Level 50, Ultimate Fusion Beast. Composed of genes from high-tier behemoths, every part of its body represents the pinnacle of design, making it a well-rounded warrior overflowing with power. Moreover, it could shift forms like a fusion beast, making its combat style remarkably versatile. A level 50 opponent like this is even more troublesome than a Tyrannosaurus. Shen Tianzi's expression remained equally grim. Having already suffered a setback against the Tyrannosaurus last time, he was naturally far more vigilant against this fusion beast. Vertical pupils flickered within its eyes as the fusion beast locked onto the two figures in its field of vision. Suddenly, it raised its right claw. Boom! 5 silver-white blades sliced through the soil, surging forward like earth dragons, shredding everything in their path to smithereens. Qin Yun's form flickered as wind and fire swirled beneath his feet, carefully evading the onslaught. The blade energy continued its rampage until it crashed into a mountain, vanishing only after shattering it. This casual display of power was already the full force of a level 49 colossal beast. Qin Yun's pupils contracted slightly, astonishment welling within him. The Tyrannosaurus's power was formidable enough, but the colossal beast before him seemed to surpass even that. But what was there to fear from any foe, no matter how formidable? Before the god of death Nezha, they were nothing but a pack of beasts. Boom! Flames surged upward. Qin Yun stood bathed in flames, his spear pointing into the distance. He had fought for a long time, his physical condition now less than 80% of his peak. He must end this quickly. Qin Yun closed his eyes and pointed his right finger toward the sky. Charge of the Vanguard, activate. The flames surged violently. Qin Yun opened his eyes, his pupils now engulfed in crimson gold flames. The Nezha Dharma form behind him solidified, its aura intensifying several-fold. Battle charge peak, all attributes increased by 300%. No testing. No hesitation. From the very start, it was all-out war. The boy stepped forward, channeling all the flames into his spear. Crimson gold light flashed across the sky. The wind-fire wheel spun violently, carving a fiery trail across the heavens. Break the army. Slay the general. The spear, carrying the might of invincibility, struck toward the giant beast's head. Roar! The fusion beast's pupils shifted. Not only did the enemy before it refuse to flee, but it dared to launch an attack? This provocative act infuriated the colossal beast beyond measure. Its claws transformed into 2 rhino-like horns, charging head-on toward the spear. Boom! Fierce flames rolled, and fierce winds raged. Before the beast's stunned gaze, Qin Yun's spear shattered its arm and pierced straight through its chest. Plates of dragon scales covered its chest, hard as city walls. Yet even this could not halt the flaming spearhead. It pierced through, unleashing the 3-flame true fire. Boom! The colossal beast's body shattered violently. A figure darted out from within, grabbing hold of the spear. You! Damn it! Chapter 107, Peak Combat Power, Fighting to the Death. Bang! The figure flung the spear violently, sending it flying through the air. Qin Yun had to activate his windfire wheels just to steady himself. Qin Yun's expression grew grave as he scanned the humans before him, his eyes filled with profound confusion. Where was the giant beast? Where did this human come from? Brother Ing! You added human genes to the mix. Holy crap! How could such experiments be permitted? If this were to be released into human society, the destruction it would cause. The elders of the imperial capital were utterly outraged, nearly overturning tables in fury. Ing Yuanwu wiped cold sweat from his forehead, his lips trembling. Though he was the Minister of Science and Technology for China, he wasn't privy to every detail. Those madmen only told him this thing was uncontrollable. No one mentioned it had human genes added. If it were to leak into real society and conceal itself, it would become an utterly terrifying hidden threat. Quiet. Old Su tapped the table, his expression unchanged. A mere handful of humanoid beasts. Has our nation lost all capacity to resist? Beasts now besiege our cities, and humanity's fortunes are waning. Every action we take is for the sake of future development. There is no need for panic. We'll discuss this in detail after the trial concludes. Master Su's words calmed the crowd. All nodded and quietly returned to their seats, though their gazes toward the screen grew significantly heavier. Hybrid beasts enhanced with humanoid genes would achieve their full potential once transformed into human form. Can these 2 children withstand it? Qin Yun steadied himself, his gaze fixed on the human before him. Deep down, he understood. Though it still seemed bizarre, this human was likely the colossal beast from earlier. As if to validate Qin Yun's thoughts, wings spread from the figure's back. Their flapping stirred a sudden gale, and a whirlwind of tornado-like winds instantly swept toward Qin Yun. The gale eagle's wind manipulation. Qin Yun's robes fluttered wildly in the wind as he raised his spear and hurled it with all his might toward the eye of the storm. The spear transformed into a torrent of fire, plunging into the tempest. Flames shot forth like sunlight, engulfing the entire tornado in a fiery crimson glow. Shattered. In an instant, the flames vanished and the wind died down. Ha!
A chilling laugh, like teeth gnashing together, reached his ears, sending a shiver down his spine.
The next moment, the figure vanished before Qin Yun.
Chameleon's color shifting in visibility. The spear flew back into Qin Yun's hands, circling his body once.
A wall of fire rose from all sides, sealing off every direction. Facing this invisible foe, Qin Yun felt as if he had returned to his battle against Chuluwali. But now, he needn't worry about accidentally harming his opponent. A sharp killing intent descended like a bayonet from above. Qin Yun focused his mind, raising the spear. Flames surged forth at his command, coalescing at the spearhead before piercing straight upward. This single opening was deliberately left by Qin Yun. Now, the fish had taken the bait. Clang! A metallic clang erupted. A faint smile touched Qin Yun's lips as the condensed flame at the spear's tip erupted. Red light filled the sky. A dark figure emerged from the flames. Thud! Qin Yun felt a jolt at the spear's tip, a tremendous force forcing him to deflect the weapon's trajectory. Sword and spear parted. The figure was engulfed in flames, leaving only a pair of blood-red eyes visible. Layer upon layer of scales spread across its body, absorbing the flames. The threefold true fire was impossible to extinguish. It could only be forcibly contained in this manner. Were it not for the advanced genes within its body and its myriad abilities, the three-flame true fire alone would have been enough to kill it. After several clashes, Qin Yun steadily gained the upper hand, driving the fusion beast into an even more frenzied frenzy. Roar! Its sky-shaking roar caused the heavens to crack, unleashing a bolt of azure lightning that pierced downward. Simultaneously, dark clouds gathered, churning with rolling thunder within like a gaping beast poised to devour everything. Blazing phoenix. Soared skyward. Qin Yun unleashed a spear of flame, thrusting upward with all his might. A crimson gold glow illuminated the sky as a phoenix, bathed in fire, spread its wings and soared toward the azure thunder above. Boom! The blazing phoenix opened its beak, swallowing the thunderbolt whole. Flames churned within its belly as it refined the energy. Yet as the fiery phoenix rose, not a trace of panic flashed across the man's face. He merely raised his arm and swung it down with brutal force. Thunderbolt. Cataclysmic strike. The world plunged into sudden darkness. Pale thunder coiled like writhing serpents within the black clouds, their fury palpable. Thousands of thunderbolts rained down like a torrent. The thunderbolt struck the blazing phoenix, eliciting piercing screeches. Yet the blazing phoenix did not scatter. She flapped her wings and soared, like a divine beast facing tribulation, charging straight into the heavens against the thunder. Lightning split the world as the phoenix danced across the heavens. The blazing phoenix plunged into the thunderclouds, transforming into an endless sea of flames with a deafening roar, as if intent on scorching through the heavens. In the next instant, the fire dissipated and the thunder faded. Qin Yun gazed at the sky, now restored to its vibrant hues, astonishment filling his heart. Though not at his peak, he had channeled the battle will, multiplying his strength several-fold. Yet he could only match this fusion beast blow for blow. Its power truly seemed bottomless. Meanwhile, Chen Tianzi was sent flying by a single strike, crashing into the ground and gouging out a deep chasm. Had he not activated his energy shield in time, that single strike alone would have shattered him to pieces. Pitifully weak. The fusion beast, wings unfurled from its back, hovered in midair. Its arms transformed into mantis-like forelegs, sharp as blades, and shattered Chen Tianzi's sword chi head-on. Consider this, that was sword energy capable of shattering a Tyrannosaurus's defenses. To be blocked head-on by the fusion beast meant its power absolutely surpassed that of the Tyrannosaurus. Only the final form of a Tyrannosaurus could possibly match it. Clang! The sword's resonance echoed. The ground suddenly cracked open and the youth stepped out. He looked utterly disheveled. In his 18 years of life, he had never been so utterly defeated. Boom! His aura surged wildly. The sword immortal opened his eyes. No longer downcast, he fixed his gaze upon the fusion beast before him. Beneath his ancient, still eyes, rage burned uncontrollably. As a revered sword immortal, he had always pursued the most carefree and romantic sword intent. Yet now, someone dared to act recklessly above him, plunging into the earth and emerging in utter disarray. Where was the dignity of a sword immortal? Oh, right. It wasn't even human. Not even a beast. It deserves death. The sword immortal's aura merged into Chen Tianzi's body, causing his gaze to waver for a moment before a sharp intensity surged forth. The long sword thrusts forward. It was a remarkably unadorned strike. Like children clashing swords, an old man playing a game. Yet the greatest truths are the simplest. In that instant, heaven and earth seemed to freeze, even the drifting clouds halted their movement. The only thing that moved was the fusion beast. It frantically raised its arms, crossing its twin blades as crimson slashes intertwined, attempting to block the long sword. Yet the sword immortal's wrath burned fiercely. How could it possibly be halted? Boom! The crimson light faded, and the sky dimmed. All that remained in sight was that long sword. The blade sliced into its body. The fusion beast, so arrogant moments before, was pierced through the chest, its life force ebbing away. Chen Tianzi flung his sword, sending the fusion beast flying like a dead dog. It slammed into the ground with a thud. His strike had pierced its heart, shredding it to pieces. No chance of survival remained.
This battle, he had won. Just as always, he would not lose. He absolutely could not lose. Rip. Chen Tianzi looked down in shock, staring at his chest.
The mantis blade protruded from his flesh.
Chapter 108. The siege concludes.
3 trials temper the spirit. Qin Yun's gaze darkened as he tightened his grip on the spear in his hand. Though the fused beast before him had its brain matter splattered, its entire body had turned into a pool of fleshy sludge, slowly reshaping itself.
It wasn't dead.
Its earthworm-like regenerative abilities made it a near-immortal monster. Nezha's divine form returned to him, the heaven and earth ring and the chaos binding brocade hanging upon Qin Yun, their aura undiminished.
No, it must not survive. Charge with full force.
The skill, which had nearly concluded, was triggered once more. Even a body as resilient as Qin Yun's couldn't help but spit blood, his face turning noticeably paler. Yet energy boiled within his bloodline, his entire being a furnace filled with searing flames, as if it might erupt at any moment.
Boom!
Vermilion flames surged upward.
Spark! Scorching the plains.
Qin Yun thrust his spear skyward.
A burst of fiery light erupted, scattering into countless sparks that dotted the entire sky.
The fusion beast's body was already half-sculpted, its exposed eyes glowing with a blood-red light. Barriers formed a chain above its head, guarding against Qin Yun's next strike. But whether they could withstand it wasn't up to them.
Scorching heaven. Pierce the sun.
The sparks exploded mid-air, their brilliant crimson light obscuring the entire sky, like a sea of blood boiling. Only the great sun remained visible.
Qin Yun's footsteps trembled as his body leapt skyward.
His spear strike coalesced the blazing flames of the sun, as if intent on piercing through it. The spear swung down.
Boom!
The deafening roar echoed across the entire world.
In Chinese mythology, the sun is the embodiment of the golden crow. Yet before Nezha, the golden crow was but an ordinary divine beast.
Thus, piercing the heavens and piercing the sun was no empty title.
At Nezha's peak, this strike could truly pierce the sun itself. The exploding flame energy shattered the shield, striking the fusion beast's body squarely.
In the fusion beast's horrified gaze, its body was shattered once more. Limbs flew apart, heart, liver, spleen, and lungs all crushed to pieces. Yet the mass of flesh still writhed, strands of flesh worms converging from all directions, attempting to reassemble its form. Qin Yun's gaze turned cold as he thrust his spear into the ground, gathering sparks of light.
Blazing Phoenix.
Soar. As the words fell, the blazing phoenix shot skyward. Its extreme heat scorched the fleshworms, further destroying the fusion beast's body. Yet crimson scales sprouted anew across the fusion beast's form, desperately resisting the flame's scorching assault.
Still not enough.
Qin Yun bit down hard on his tongue, forcing his nearly shattered spirit to steady itself.
Boom!
Qin Yun hurled his spear, plunging it into the sky.
The scattered sparks reignited, blazing fiercely and blanketing the heavens.
This time, they blocked out the sunlight.
This time, they recreated a great sun. Heaven. Firefall. The great sun descended. Even without witnessing it firsthand, merely gazing upon the spectacle, the onlookers couldn't help but hold their breath, hearts pounding with excitement. Who could withstand the might of the setting sun?
Level 50 Ultimate Fusion Beast dead.
Simultaneously, Chen Tianzi's blood-stained sword tore from the fusion beast's body, its lingering blade energy shredding the corpse into tens of thousands of fragments.
Then the sword pressure unleashed, crushing the fragments into pulp once more, ending the fusion beast's final struggle.
The display from both sides left every onlooker swallowing hard. Terrifying. Truly terrifying.
In nearly a century, China had never seen youths possessing such combat prowess.
A youth capable of leading any era forward in this year, there were not one, but two. Boom!
A violent tremor shook the arena, causing distant city walls to collapse with a thunderous crash. The second stage was forced to end. No matter how meticulously Ying Yuanwu had planned, he could never have foreseen newcomers defeating the advanced fusion beasts they had developed. It was nothing short of a miracle. Qin Yun felt a flash before his eyes, and in the next moment, he found himself in a pure white space. His physical exhaustion eased, and even his depleted energy returned. Apart from a lingering weariness, he was now virtually indistinguishable from his peak condition. The second stage was over.
Brother Yun. Brother Yun. How'd it go? How'd it go?
As soon as Qin Yun arrived, he saw Dugashan sprinting toward him, asking questions while giving him meaningful glances. Following Dugashan's gesture, he saw Chen Tianzi had just landed, staring intently at the long sword in his hand.
He too had held out until the very last moment. The outcome was truly hard to call. All right, it's over.
Qin Yun offered a brief explanation to Dugashan, then nodded toward Li Qingyuan nearby. Just as the group was conversing, a sound echoed through the space. The system's broadcast interrupted all conversation. Second stage, Great Wall Watch concluded. The system has assigned precise scores based on individual performance. All contestants are advised to check their results. Contestants will rest in place for 1 hour. The final stage, Path of Heaven's Choice, is about to begin. Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively checked their wristwatches.
8th, long live the foster mother. Dugashan stared at his wristwatch, which displayed not only his score but also related evaluations. Due to his extensive participation in earlier battles but not fighting to the death during the 19th wave, Dugashan received the evaluation, superior strength, decent fighting spirit, resulting in a relatively lower score. This assessment considered multiple factors, not just individual combat prowess, but also the fighting spirit displayed in defending the city and the strategic wisdom employed in battle. Weaker teams, relying on either fighting spirit or tactical wisdom to delay the colossal beast's assault on the city as much as possible, also earned respectable scores. As for Chuluwali and Li Qingyue, both received exceptionally high evaluations, with their scores tying for third place. Chuluwali, a solitary blade that pierces the world, a hawk's bones turned to sorrow. Li Qingyue, a peerless sword in a woman's hands, her spirit anchors the 9 netherworlds. Such praise had not been seen in China for decades. And today, even the third-place finishers received such praise. What, then, must the top 2 places be like? In an instant, all eyes turned to Qin Yun and Chen Tianzi. Chen Tianzi's face remained stern. After glancing at his wristwatch, he said nothing, only the long sword in his palm hummed. He had lost. By a mere 3 seconds. Had he not been deceived by the fusion beast, he could have struck down his opponent faster. But the reality was clear, a loss was a loss. The top spot in this tournament was most likely beyond his reach. Chen Tianzi sighed softly, clutching the humming sword as he slung it behind his back. With a few swift strides, he approached Qin Yun. Under the gaze of the crowd, he bowed his head and clasped his hands together in a respectful salute. I, Chen, accept defeat gracefully. The wager stands. I shall comply with whatever Brother Qin commands. Chen Tianzi's profoundly humble demeanor left the crowd momentarily speechless. This was the capital's top prodigy, yet he'd been knocked off his pedestal by a dark horse. Not only were they stunned, but even the imperial capital's clans were left speechless. They had monopolized the nation's elite for far too long. Virtually every era-defining figure hailed from a prominent family. But how many truly came from those elite families? Weren't most of them born into humble origins, with ordinary family backgrounds? Isn't that precisely what the masses yearn to witness, the dark horse's triumphant rise? And Qin Yun, this living proof, stood right before their eyes. Chapter 109, The Path of Heaven's Choice, Re-encountering the Celestial Court. Qin Yun offered a slight smile and bowed his hands in greeting to Chen Tianzi. It was mere luck. Brother Chen possesses extraordinary talent. Next time, you will surely triumph in martial arts. A loss is a loss. We'll meet again at Qin Yun Academy. Chen Tianzi said no more, gliding away. For a genius who'd never faced a worthy opponent his entire life, this outcome was enough to etch itself into his memory forever. The crowd's gaze gradually shifted away, yet eyes kept drifting toward Qin Yun, whether intentionally or not. For decades to come, the future of Huaxiao would likely be shaped by his leadership. Xiaoyu wrapped her arms around Dugashan's waist, twirling around several times before happily nuzzling him. Under Chuluwali's guidance, even her score had reached 15. As an S-tier support, her strength wasn't exceptional, so achieving this score was quite impressive. Far away, Xing rubbed his head, his expression brimming with surprise and delight. With his simple mind, he'd spent the entire journey alongside powerhouses, assuming everyone was a genius-level talent. When he died in battle, he'd even feared he'd been holding the team back. Zhang Xinxing glanced at her wristwatch, her expression shifting several times before she let out a soft sigh. She had done everything within her power. It simply meant she was outmatched. She would have to wait for the future to catch up. Chuluwali stood alone nearby, her silver hair falling smoothly over her shoulders as she toyed with the dagger in her hand. Her killing persona, exhausted from the intense battle, had fallen back into slumber. Her gaze drifted toward Qin Yun intermittently, her teeth biting lightly into her lip as she wrestled with inner conflict. Her eyes flickered with shifting hues before she finally averted her gaze, sitting cross-legged on the ground to steady herself. Better to wait until she awoke. Outside, the city of Gu had erupted into celebration. Every spectator, including the headmaster, was moved to tears, their excitement overflowing as they embraced and laughed heartily. The national trials consisted of 3 stages, and Qin Yun had secured first place in 2 consecutive stages. By any measure, he had secured the nation's top spot. For centuries, Guqing had never witnessed such an achievement. This dark horse had made history for the entire city of Gu. Ha, old Chen, your boy is truly exceptional, just unlucky. Just look, he was only 3 seconds off. What a shame. That Qin kid, doesn't he know how to give his peers a chance? Ha! Old Fong laughed heartily, teasing old Chen beside him. Old Chen covered his forehead in exasperation, utterly helpless against this old prankster of a friend. As Chen Tianzi's elder, it was only natural for him to side with his junior. But since Chen Tianzi had lost, Master Fong, who supported Qin Yun, naturally began settling the score. Still, their relationship was exceptionally close, and a bit of friendly ribbing was perfectly normal. It was Li Ken who wiped away a cold sweat, fearing these 2 heavyweights might come to blows right here in Gucheng. The trial grounds gradually quieted down. Everyone sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed in meditation, striving to restore their weary spirits. In half an hour, the third trial, the Path of Heaven's Choice, would commence. Following the established tradition, the third trial would test the candidate's mental fortitude. Character encompassed multiple facets, and the assessment varied each year.
Speculation about this year's test was rampant.
In the Great Wall Watch, some would deliberately act virtuous for points, necessitating further scrutiny. Regardless, everyone must adjust to their best state to face it.
Soon, the half-hour passed and the system's voice sounded at the appointed time.
Rest period over. All contestants, prepare yourselves.
Third stage, Path of Heaven's Choice.
The match begins. This kid? He can carry on our legacy?
His natural talent is average, but his character is decent.
Oh?
He carries the aura of that girl from back then. It seems the signal we sent was noticed after all.
Alas, we remain unable to descend into the mortal world. Kid, wake up and get up.
Qin Yun, lying on the ground, opened his eyes and scratched his head sheepishly. He'd woken up quite early but hadn't made a move, wanting to listen in on more information.
You should know who we are, right?
The leader wore silver armor and a white robe, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. A distinctive flesh-colored slit ran down the center of his forehead, marking his identity. Qin Yun, descendant of Huaxia, greets the gods. Qin Yun recognized the figures before him. Suppressing his inner excitement, he bowed deeply, clasped his fists together, and paid his respects to the divine beings. Before him stood the very gods of China. Behind them, the majestic southern heavenly gate emerged from the clouds. Purple mist rose in the east, illuminating the resplendent palaces. This was the realm of the Chinese deities. The celestial court.
What's happening outside? Seeing that Qin Yun knew his identity, Yang Jian wasted no words and asked directly.
The human race is weak, and the great beasts are a scourge. The difficulty of guarding them increases every year.
Oomph.
When the tiger's away, the monkeys will play.
Now even a bunch of worthless beasts think they can rule. If we descended, would we tolerate their insolence? We'd slaughter them all in a single day. What of the gods behind them? Have they awakened? Gods? Qin Yun's expression froze, then snapped back. Like Anubis? Anubis? That dog-headed one?
Sort of.
He counts as a god. Not entirely sure. Our records contain no such official reports. But I caught a glimpse of Anubis.
Though it has awakened, it's sealed within a confined space.
It's unlikely to return. Just as we expected. The gods nodded, their gazes shifting to Yang Jian. It's still early. Let's eat and talk. Yang Jian waved his hand, and the gods immediately understood.
The clouds ahead parted automatically, revealing a long corridor carved from gold and jade. Qin Yun's cloud footing moved without thought, carrying him along as he followed the Huaxia deities deeper into the corridor.
China, imperial capital, council chamber.
Old Kai's power has advanced significantly. To construct an illusion for 1 million people single-handedly, even with assistance, is nothing short of a miracle. Truly a national treasure of our land.
With Elder Kai overseeing matters, this year's third stage will be more precise. The exam question is about one's deepest fears? That's quite a good topic. The elders overseeing China watched the screens with considerable satisfaction. With Master Kai's assistance, the assessment system would extract each candidate's deepest fears and recreate them, objectively scoring their reactions.
To ensure the authenticity of the illusions, each candidate's memories would be temporarily altered, preventing any possibility of deception.
Was the Chen family's youngster most afraid of being surpassed?
That would fit his personality. But he'd already been surpassed by Qin Yun twice today and managed to adjust his mindset. This test shouldn't be a problem either. Look over here. Xing might be a bit simple, but he's surprisingly perceptive.
His deepest fear? Not being accepted.
Born in the wasteland, he finally made it back to civilization and naturally craves acceptance.
Hope he can hold his ground this time.
No. Suddenly, Ying Yuanwu let out a startled cry, his previous composure completely gone. Everyone turned their puzzled gazes toward him, all frozen in place.
Why is this happening? Is there a problem with Old Kai?
A speckled screen obscured all prying eyes.
Qin Yun's surroundings unseen. Chapter 110, Forbidden Tomb of Death, the Dugu lineage.
Old Master Kai, Kaiyuehua, a 97th tier soul-weaving mystic, one of China's foremost masters. She and Lu Tianjiu were contemporaries. Back then, one handled external campaigns while the other managed domestic affairs, anchoring an era like the divine pillar of the sea. If we set aside contributions and judge solely by strength, she could still rank among the top 10 in China. Especially in the realms of spiritual power and illusory realms, she was unquestionably the undisputed leader of China. Yet, despite being such a formidable powerhouse, the illusions she created were deliberately concealed. For a moment, everyone was utterly dumbfounded. Forget anticipating this outcome, they hadn't even dared to imagine it. This was Old Kai's illusion realm. Even they could barely avoid getting lost within it, let alone find a way to break it. Yet someone had managed to conceal the illusion entirely. This feat was far more difficult than simply breaking the illusion. It signified the illusion was no longer under Master Kai's control, it had spiraled completely out of his grasp. Impossible. Who in China could break Master Kai's illusion?
Not even those from other nations could manage it. Could it be a heaven-grade colossus? That can't be. To exert such influence, they'd need to infiltrate China's inner workings, and we'd never fail to notice an operation of this scale. Quiet. Announce publicly that we deliberately concealed it to prevent mass panic. China enters a semi-war footing. All actions await Qin Yun's conclusion. Su Lao was equally perplexed, but as the decision-maker, he made the final call, exercising the best judgment. The others nodded, relaying the orders downward. The live-streaming crowd in Guqing was deeply puzzled, but upon hearing the official statement, they breathed a collective sigh of relief, having feared the worst for Qin Yun. Guqing had only produced this one promising talent in centuries. It must not be squandered. Old Fong and Old Chen exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in unison. As high-ranking officials of Huaxia, they understood the government's procedures well. It was impossible for them to conceal the fate of a single individual. It seemed an accident had indeed occurred. Bound by their mission, they couldn't directly return to the capital to seek clarification. Instead, they feigned nonchalance, waiting for the trial to conclude. Here. Dugashan stood bewildered in the barren wasteland, his feet sinking into muddy black earth tinged with faint traces of blood. In the distance lay row upon row of earthen graves, their blackened, cracked tombstones standing like towering trees connecting heaven and earth. The forbidden wasteland, the graveyard of the dead. This was the place where Dugashan had grown up. What's wrong? A hunched figure approached Dugashan's side, its voice hoarse and deep, like the scraping of aged bark against the throat. Grandfather? Dugashan turned to face the white-haired elder, taking the bamboo basket from his hands. Oh, I remember now. Today is the day we go to the ancestral rites together. I'm fine, Grandpa. Let's hurry, we don't want to keep everyone waiting. As long as you're fine. The old man leaned on his cane, skin stretched taut over bones, his body covered in age spots, his face so pale he barely looked alive. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, one might mistake him for a corpse. Dugashan, however, showed no surprise. He obediently followed behind Grandpa. Ever since he could remember, Grandpa had always been like this, as healthy as an ox. They approached the graves. Dugashan skillfully lit incense and paper offerings, ensuring each tomb received its due. The yellow paper turned to ash in the flames, drifting slowly into the sky. Shaner, do you know who was buried here? The old man gazed at the ashes, his cloudy eyes hiding a world of thoughts. I don't know, Grandpa. Take a guess. Could it be the generals of Huaxia who fell in battle? After thousands of miles of battle, they too were wrapped in horsehide shrouds. They all returned to their homeland for burial, not here. Then are these the remains of some heaven-grade beasts? Requiring burial grounds to suppress them? The beasts are dead. Their corpses serve little purpose. We could destroy them with a flick of our fingers. How could they defile this place? Grandfather, I truly have no idea. Dugashan possessed a sharp mind. Since he could remember, he had come to pay respects at the tomb, yet he had never seen a new grave. Their age likely surpassed his own. The old man extended a hand like a withered tree branch, tracing the mottled gravestone. The heaven-piercing war monument once recorded all that transpired in those days. Alas, over thousands of years, even the sea could turn into fields, and the inscriptions upon it had long since faded beyond recall. Now, only my Dugu family knows the truth. Shaner, here lie the deities. The deities of our Huaxia. They battled against the entire world, fighting until their final breath. Yet divine bodies do not decay, divine spirits do not perish. They will return one day. Shaner, awaiting their return is the legacy passed down through generations of our Dugu family. The old man released the tombstone, slowly turning to gaze at a low, unassuming marker. A long sigh escaped him. There lies our ancestral burial ground. To guard this place, our Dugu clan has fought until our numbers dwindled. This generation, only you remain. We have waited long enough, for thousands of years. Grandfather won't force you. You may choose to abandon this place and seek your own path in life. Time changes everything, turning glory into a curse. The Dugu lineage, relying solely on our own strength, has beaten this land into a forbidden zone. But the cost was the loss of countless lives. His father died here. His brother died here. His child died here too. He himself would die here too. But he would not let his grandson die here. Dogma and love clashed within the old man, ultimately dissolving into a single sigh. He left the choice to Dugashan. Grandfather, for whom did they die back then? For the people. Then grandfather, when they return, will they save the common people? They will. They absolutely will. Grandfather, I will wait here. Shaner. The old man choked back tears, wanting to say more, but the words caught in his throat and he remained silent. Generations of inheritance had etched the dogma into their very bones. They endured unimaginable solitude, guarding the secret alone for 1,000 years. The Dugu lineage has never known cowardice. Boom! The distant sound of charging hooves echoed, accompanied by countless piercing shrieks that seemed to tear at the eardrums. The old man's expression hardened. He tapped his staff on the ground, and a magical formation rose from the air. These beasts still mutter about the divine relics here. Shaner, go home first. Grandfather will guard the tomb. With that, the old man vanished from where he stood. Dugu-shan obediently made his way home. This scene played out several times each month, and he had long since grown accustomed to it. Grandfather is strong, he'll surely be fine. As usual, Dugu-shan lit the fire to cook, waiting for grandfather's return. But this time, he waited for 3 whole days. 3 days later, the rice had gone bad, and people had grown thin. Grandfather's body was brought back. Sorry, we're late. The elders single-handedly slaughtered 5 heaven-grade beasts, scattering the herd until he finally collapsed from exhaustion. Child, come with me. Let's return to live in China. This place will be taken over by the military. Dugu-shan lifted his tear-filled eyes. 3 years. What? Guard it for me for 3 years. After 3 years, I will become the forbidden secret of the Death Tomb. Chapter 111, The Forbidden Tomb, Ma Xing's Choice. Dugu, with your academic record, you're qualified to stay on as faculty. Are you sure you won't reconsider? No, thank you, Professor. I must return home. Dugu-shan flashed a shy smile, yet his eyes held an unshakable gloom. The teacher gazed at the young man before him with a pained expression, finally patting his shoulder before turning away. The very surname Dugu signified the boy's responsibilities, a burden he couldn't escape, however much he regretted it. The youth packed his belongings and bid farewell to the crowd. His arrival had been hasty, but his departure was swift and decisive. Over these 3 years, he had displayed demonic talent, rising to the forefront even among the talent-rich Huaxia. Countless clans extended olive branches to him, and even the highest echelons of Huaxia held him in immense favor. Had he agreed, he could have lived any life he desired. Yet his response to them was always the same, a firm shake of the head. 3 years later, the young man who had journeyed far was returning home. The barren waste's forbidden zone, the Tomb of Death. The Tomb of the Dead remained as eerie and silent as ever. Hundreds of soldiers guarded the site. They dared not approach the central burial grounds, establishing their camps and fortifications only along the outer perimeter. Cut off from the world, supplies were scarce. So the barren lands around the tombs were cultivated, planted with vegetables, bringing a hint of life to the desolate landscape. Who goes there? Dugu-shan, backpack in tow, was stopped by soldiers the moment he reached the camp. Dugu-shan. The boy scanned the soldiers before him. Their armor was battered, their faces weathered. Long-term guard duty would rust even the strongest of men. At the mention of Dugu-shan's name, their eyes sharpened, and they instinctively parted to make way. You've all worked hard. Dugu-shan walked slowly through the barracks, past the graveyard and tombstones, arriving at the wooden hut where he had once lived. After gathering his belongings with practiced efficiency, he carried yellow paper and long incense sticks to pay his respects at the graves. Flames leapt joyfully, sending ash swirling through the sky. Due to the natural formation protecting the graveyard, no one outside the Dugu lineage could approach it safely. Thus, they were forgotten for 3 years. But as the yellow paper burned and the incense smoke curled upward, the Dugu lineage declared their return. The deities who once sacrificed themselves for the world would forever be guarded by the Dugu. Soon, orders arrived from the military, the Dead Tomb Corps was disbanded and sent home. The soldiers erupted in cheers. After 3 years away from home, they had long been defeated by loneliness, relying solely on sheer willpower to endure. The excitement of finally returning home was beyond words. Campfires blazed as Dugu-shan sat beside a wooden hut, watching the lively scene with a faint smile. The soldiers invited him to join them, but he declined. He dared not go. He feared that joining them would soften his resolve. Before seeing the light, he could endure solitude. So he wallowed in the darkness. The soldiers departed. Dugu-shan lived alone within the Tomb of Death. Though his rank fell short of the top-tier warriors, he could control the Dead Tomb's formations, suppressing all invading foes. This was precisely why he had to return. Only the Dugu family could truly guard the Tomb of the Dead, minimizing needless sacrifices. 1 week, 2 months, 3 years. Time ticked away, second by second. Envoys from Huaxia frequently arrived, urging him to return, where greater opportunities awaited. To this, he only shook his head. A decade passed in the blink of an eye. Through countless bloody battles, he grew and transformed, his power long surpassing that of his grandfather. The taboos of the Death Tomb spread across the wasteland, like legends passed down since time immemorial. This boy, his nature is truly extraordinary. Seeing his carefree demeanor earlier, I thought he was just a reckless youth. Little did I know his background was so shrouded in mystery. Thankfully, Brother Su shut down his livestream just in time, otherwise it would have sent shockwaves across the entire nation. Indeed, the Forbidden Tomb is China's highest level secret. Had old man Dugu not contacted us proactively, we'd still be too afraid to approach it. That Dugu elder even entrusted his own son to our care. Tragically, both parents perished in the wilderness, leaving only a 1-year-old child. The child eventually returned to his grandfather's care, only emerging today to participate in the national trials. His prowess is no less than that of our own prodigies. The assembly hall buzzed with murmurs as they studied the screen. Old Kai's illusory realm reflects the comprehensive expression of one's character and innate talent.
Dugashan's ability to surpass his grandfather and become the Forbidden Tomb's taboo signifies his potential to become a top-tier powerhouse.
Such talent is unparalleled even among the prodigies of Huaxia. Though his earlier performance seemed lackluster, he was actually only slightly weaker than Qin Yun and the others. Empowered by Zhong Kuei's ghostly energy, he could now summon Ox Head and Horseface, achieving a leap in strength. Once they reach Qin Yuan Academy, their true rankings will likely become clear. Meanwhile, Ah Xing faced numerous challenges within the illusory realm. After his wildman identity was exposed, malicious rumors spread that he would periodically revert to his savage nature. Adhering to the principle that it was better to believe the worst than to doubt it, no one dared approach Ah Xing anymore, terrified of becoming the next victim. Even without evidence, Ah Xing was branded a monster. His purpose in returning to Huaxia was to rejoin humanity. If he couldn't be accepted, what difference would it make from living among the beasts of the wilderness? Sigh. This kid grew up among beasts, yet he still possesses such a pure and kind heart. Indeed, even when faced with slanderous rumors, he never sought revenge, not even after discovering who spread them. This illusion was too cruel for him. Once it ended, he'd have old Kai erase this memory. Though I'm curious to see what choice he'll ultimately make. Xing and the illusion caught the attention of several people, who watched with anticipation for what would happen next. Ah Xing, where are you going? Home. Ah Xing silently packed his belongings, distributing all the valuable items he had acquired to others. Shouldering his meager bundle, he set off on the journey home, just as he had arrived. He returned to the wasteland. But the place where he once lived lay in utter ruin. Where was his home now? Xing roamed the wasteland like a stray dog, seemingly reverting to the wild man he once was. The elders of the imperial capital understood this well. Just when they thought this would be Ah Xing's life from now on, the beast tide erupted. Powerful herds of beasts battered the city gates as troops urgently assembled to resist. Just as the walls crumbled and casualties mounted, a towering giant burst onto the battlefield. He was Ah Xing. Even though humanity had cast him aside and never trusted him, he still gave his life for them. Like an unloved child who deeply loves his parents, he did not seek repayment, he simply loved. The crowd fell silent. Ah Xing's actions were even more shocking than Dugashan's. After all, Dugashan was shaped by his family's influence, dogma flowed through his veins, so choosing this path was hardly unexpected. But Ah Xing, born among beasts, held a simple affection for humanity. Even as a savage, his virtue surpassed that of most humans. Qin Yun, do you understand now? Why we are here? Chapter 112, The Hidden Path of the Divine. The Celestial Court. Celestial mist drifted faintly. Within the resplendent palace, delicacies filled the table before Qin Yun, while jade-like wine rippled in crystal goblets. Yang Jian sat in the seat of honor, his gaze fixed on Qin Yun. Understanding. Qin Yun fought back, tears welling in his eyes, his heart surging with emotion. 1,000 years ago, the gods descended to the mortal realm, reducing all living beings to mere ants, mere sustenance for the divine. They unleashed colossal beasts to herd humanity into captivity. Freedom was unthinkable, even hope seemed beyond reach. As the heavens tilted, the gods of Huaxia decisively descended. With their own strength, they shattered every divine lineage. This battle raged for centuries, claiming the lives of countless deities across realms. Ultimately, Hao Tian severed the path to heaven, sealing away the gods. The collapse of the heavenly path also prevented the gods of China from descending. A century of war raged until the heavens darkened and the earth trembled. Humans could only survive in the cracks, leading to a gap in the gods' own records. Regrettably, they lacked the strength to deal with the colossal beasts. Instead, they bestowed upon humanity the power of awakening, allowing them to fight independently. This conflict spread over 1,000 years, shaping the world as we know it today. In that ancient battle, the Supreme Heavenly Lord defied the heavens and now lies in slumber. The Celestial Court is now overseen by Lao Jun and myself. Besides us, the underworld, the palace of Empress Niwa, and the Fire Cloud Cave all still exist in the world. When you have the chance, pay them a visit. Yang Jian spoke softly, and Qin Yun nodded in agreement. The underworld is governed by figures like King Yama, functioning as a subordinate entity to the Celestial Court. However, the palace of Empress Niwa and the Fire Cloud Cave are home to ancient Chinese deities. Xingtian and Gonggong, whom Qin Yun can summon, are among these divine beings. He should indeed pay them a visit to express his gratitude when the opportunity arises. However, Yang Jian's gaze sharpened, a fleeting glint of murderous intent flashing across his face. Something was repairing the path to heaven. Those gods could no longer sit idly by. Fire. Endless flames devour everything. Blood. Viscous blood drenches the earth. Blood and fire intertwined in chaotic patterns, leaving only crimson before the eyes. Chuluwali stood frozen in the center of the blood and flames, gazing up at the towering shadow reaching into the clouds. The clamor of battle echoed in her ears, the sounds of combat piercing the heavens as dozens of figures clashed swords in fierce combat. Too few men, too many beasts. Like fools tilting at windmills, fighting a battle they knew was impossible. Sister. Sister. Can you help me? A box nearby rattled.
A small head pushed open the lid, only to be crushed back down the moment it emerged. She was too small, lacking the strength to push the box open. Sister, come quickly. Chuluwali felt her mind foggy, momentarily unsure why she was here. Still, she walked over to the box and lifted the lid. A little girl bounced out. Thank you, sister. The little girl hopped over the box and leaped down from it. Before she could thank Chuluwali, she dashed straight toward the group of shadows. But after just 2 steps, she was scooped up. Sister, let me go. I need to fight. The little girl struggled in Chuluwali's arms, her tiny fists flailing forward. No. You're too little, baby. It's too dangerous over there. Ignoring the girl's struggles, Chuluwali carried her back into the box. No, I don't want my sister. I'm not afraid of dying. I'm not afraid. The little girl clung to the box's opening with both hands, her tiny mouth puckered as she yelled at Chuluwali. Her words sent a ringing through Chuluwali's ears, as if countless silver needles were piercing her muddled mind. Pain. So much pain. Endless agony crashed over her like a tidal wave, forcing Chuluwali to crouch down, clutching her head tightly with both hands. Her silver-white hair gradually darkened to jet black, her heterochromatic pupils dimmed one after another, and her bewildered expression transformed into pure, icy coldness. The dormant personality was forcibly awakened. Sister, what's wrong? I didn't mean to upset you. I'm sorry, sister. The little girl, no longer controlled by Chuluwali, crawled out of the box. Seeing her older sister clutching her head in agony, her small face immediately filled with worry as she reached out to embrace her. Chuluwali suddenly stood up, embraced the little girl, tucked her into her arms, and held her tightly. Sister. The little girl was momentarily dazed by the embrace, blinking her eyes without speaking. You've been through so much. These past days, you've been through so much. 2 streams of tears traced her cheeks. The once icy persona now wept uncontrollably, as if a child who had never known warmth had suddenly been embraced. Sister. The little girl's eyes glistened, her feigned composure and optimism completely shattered as tears the size of beans fell continuously. She was too young. She was terrified. Everything she had shown was to spare her older sister from worry. But even the toughest soldiers fear death. How could a child not be afraid? Chuluwali knelt on one knee, flames surging behind her as blood gushed forth. In this apocalyptic scene, she held the girl tightly. Sister. Don't be afraid. Chuluwali reached out, wiping away the tears from the girl's eyes. Sister, I'll take you away. Chuluwali stood up, taking the girl's small hand in her left, while a dagger materialized in her right. Dark elements erupted and boiled around her, shrouding the crimson hues like shadows, shielding the little girl from the bloody scenes as much as possible. The clamor of battle grew louder and louder. Before they knew it, the two had stepped onto the battlefield. Dark elements transformed into countless thorns, tearing the charging beasts to shreds. Little Luwali? How did you get out here? Boom! The lean old man slashed back the beast before him and hurried over. Second uncle, I'm fine. I came to be with everyone. The girl waved her small hand, calling out to the old man. Nonsense! How could you come here? Suiwa, quickly take little Luwali back. A colossal beast charged from the distance. Second uncle halted his steps, whirled around, and swung his blade at it. Hearing the commotion, the woman with blood staining her fair face hurried over from afar. She released the long sword in her hand and rushed to the girl's side, her face filled with worry as she scooped her up in her arms. Little Luwali, missing mommy, huh? Be a good girl, okay? Mommy will come find you soon. Mommy. 2 voices echoed from ahead. The woman looked around the little girl in confusion, but saw nothing. No, Mom. I'll stay here with you both. Xiao Luwali, stop fussing. This place is dangerous. The woman tugged at the girl's arm, trying to pull her up, but the child seemed rooted to the spot, utterly immovable. Xiao Luwali. Just as the woman was puzzled, a muscular man, radiating a fierce aura, burst in front of the girl. Daddy. Luwali, listen to Daddy. Let's go home. No. Daddy, I'm not afraid to die. I want to stay with you. The girl shook her head stubbornly, tears blurring her vision. The man knelt on one knee, lowering himself to her level, and gazed intently into her eyes. Luoli. You are the only child of the Chu family. As long as you live, the Chu family will endure. Dad understands your thoughts, you want to stay with us. But living alone is far crueler than dying with us. Sweetheart, we're so sorry. All these years, you've endured so much hardship. The man's gaze fell upon Chu Luwali. Chapter 113, She died in the past. Chu Luwali's body swayed. The tears she'd held back burst forth like a dam breaking, leaving her speechless for a moment. This was her illusion. Old Kai had crafted an intricate illusion, transporting Chu Luwali back to the night the Chu family was wiped out. Here, she was an observer. Only the young Chu Luwali could see her and interact with her. The purpose of this trial was to observe Chu Luwali's reaction to the night of the massacre. As her father had said, living alone would be more cruel than dying alongside her parents. Thus, Chu Luoli embraced the little girl, her heart aching for all the suffering the child would endure in the future, and chose to send her back to the battlefield. Yet for some reason, her father looked up and saw her. "Dad!" Chu Luoli's voice trembled, barely audible. She never recovered from that day. Her heart had died long ago on the night the Chu family was wiped out. The only thing keeping her alive was the love of her parents and elders. They had sacrificed everything to save her life. She couldn't help but cherish it. But she couldn't. It was too much for a young girl to bear. She drowned in her pain, her emotions as cold and impenetrable as a hedgehog's shell, enveloping her completely. Even breathing felt like an effort. Ultimately, a second personality emerged within her. Her hair turned silver white, and the dullness in her eyes faded, regaining their sparkle. Though her cold demeanor remained unchanged, she could at least communicate and maintain a friendly attitude toward others. Her primary personality, bearing the memories of the night her family was slaughtered, fell into a prolonged slumber. Each time she awoke, she grew colder and more brutal, her power increasing with every passing day. Thus, the secondary personality rarely allowed the primary one to awaken, only summoning it when faced with insurmountable challenges. It was Chu Luoli's primary personality who shattered Long Xingtian's leg all those years ago. This explains why the secondary personality kept little Luoli locked in the box, while the primary personality brought her into battle. "Child, these years have been hard on you." But for a father, there was no way he could stand by and watch his child die before his eyes. The man drew a deep breath, forcing himself to control his emotions, and thrust little Luoli into the woman's arms. To have a child die in battle by his side was a father's shame. An unconscionable disgrace. The woman held the child tightly, refusing to let go even as he stretched out his hands and struggled desperately. Killing intent boiled within the man. His form flickered as he darted away, unable to bear facing the child any longer. All his rage and anguish transformed into frenzied combat power, unleashed upon the beast horde. Chu Luoli watched her father's receding figure and held back her tears. In countless days past, Chu Luoli had longed to return here, to confront her parents. Why would they not let her die by their side? This was clearly the best possible end. Now, she understood. No parent would ever wish for their child to die by their side. They would fight tooth and nail to keep their child alive. Shouldering the burden of the Chu family name was merely an obsession she had imposed upon herself. All they ever wanted was for her to live a peaceful and joyful life. She gazed at her younger self, gently reaching out to clasp her hand. She had made peace. That girl did not die on the night of the massacre. She survived, carried by the love of countless souls. In a daze, Chu Luoli's hair partially turned silver white, and her eyes of different colors shimmered with a glass-like brilliance. The alter ego born of pain dissolved, enveloped in the warmth of love. The girl of the Chu family, how much she must have suffered all these years. When she first chose to take her former self to her death, my heart nearly wrenched. What kind of agony and sorrow must one endure to choose death without hesitation? Thankfully, she held on and reconciled with her former self. After this ordeal in the illusory realm, her strength will likely be even more formidable. The elders watched the scene unfold, a collective sense of melancholy hanging heavy in the air. For a century, the Chu clan had garrisoned the demon ceiling pass, holding the colossal beasts at bay. Over time, the beasts' desire for vengeance grew. 5 heaven-grade beasts besieged the city, while tens of thousands of beasts unleashed a tidal wave of creatures, assaulting Jinyao Pass. The Chu family held the fort for 36 hours, allowing the citizens to evacuate and holding out until reinforcements arrived. Every last one of them perished on the battlefield. The girl left behind became the sole surviving bloodline of the Chu family. Precisely because of this, Chu Luoli was treated almost as the nation's own daughter, with her personal safety elevated to the highest level of protection. The Long family had been warned by the central authorities back then. Had the elder dragon not acted with reason and cut his losses promptly, the dragon family would likely have been annihilated long ago. Yet this girl remained cold and independent, refusing China's assistance and choosing to live alone. China sought to compensate her, but every effort was rebuffed, leaving them powerless. They could only let Chu Luoli live her own life. Now, witnessing her reconcile with her past self within the illusion, everyone couldn't help but feel joy. Still no signal from Qin Yun's end? I confirmed with Elder Kai, and she doesn't know what happened either. Illusions are born from personal memories. Perhaps something extraordinary has entered Qin Yun's illusion, preventing our surveillance. That's quite possible, but what kind of background could that kid possibly have? I looked into it. Aside from his mysterious profession, he really doesn't have any unusual background. As they discussed Qin Yun, each wore an expression of deep puzzlement. Far away in the celestial court, Qin Yun remained unaware of this, listening intently to Yang Jian's account. The path to heaven had been severed for a millennium. The energy sustaining the seal was nearly depleted. Some deities had already awakened and were using their powers to seduce humans or colossal beasts into rebuilding the path to heaven. Especially the great beasts, many of their races were sent forth by deities, imbued with divine power. Now that the deities had awakened, these beasts were eager to bring their masters down to the mortal realm. However, once the path to heaven was rebuilt, all deities would be able to descend to the mortal realm, sparking conflict, a scenario the divine lineages, who sought absolute rule, did not want to see. Thus, behind the scenes, numerous factions are locked in a power struggle, relentlessly disrupting the rituals to revive the gods. For now, no deity has descended. Yet this fragile equilibrium could shatter at any moment. China must prepare accordingly. How should Huaxia's path to the heavens be built? When I return, I will certainly urge Huaxia to do its utmost to repair it. No. Qin Yun had barely spoken when Yang Jian cut him off. He swirled his wine cup, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Yun. The path to heaven for Huaxia no longer exists. It has come to rest upon you. What? Qin Yun's expression turned stunned. He pointed at himself, his face etched with disbelief. Do you think you can summon the divine beings of China to descend? It is precisely because you bear the divine lineage of China. The path to heaven shows you, granting you the power to communicate with the heavens and earth. Therefore, we need you. Once you've fully matured, you'll be able to personally forge the path to heaven and lead the Chinese deities down to the mortal realm. Only then will the divine vein of China be fully revived. Chapter 114, The Empress of Great Xia, the sovereign dies for the nation. Yang Jian's words reached Qin Yun's ears, one by one. The heaven-reaching path of China had fallen upon his shoulders? A weighty sense of responsibility surged through him, leaving Qin Yun momentarily speechless. Fear not. You are blessed by the divine vein of Huaxia. We shall do all we can to aid your growth. Yang Jian sensed Qin Yun's hesitation and offered reassurance. Qin Yun nodded lightly, signaling his understanding. However, though the gods are not manifest in the world today, we left behind many relics. As they gradually unlock, they may spark contention across all realms. If the opportunity arises, you must help us reclaim the treasures that belong to Huaxia. Yang Jian's expression grew solemn as he spoke earnestly. Hearing this, Qin Yun understood. You mean the divine fallen land? It's almost over 90% of the students have already left the illusion. Zheng Xinxin and the others performed quite well too. Their character has matured considerably. These prodigies from prominent families have always been arrogant and self-reliant. Who would have thought that after being humbled by Qin Yun, they'd undergo such remarkable transformation? Indeed, this dark horse's impact extends far beyond personal excellence. The elders in the council chamber nodded with satisfaction, holding high expectations for China's new generation. This year was indeed a generation of raw talent, with average strength far surpassing previous years. The number of peak prodigies was especially numerous, and they would surely usher in a golden age for China. Ha! That girl from the Li family isn't done yet? What's going on? How did her illusion return to ancient times? Old Kai has constructed a remarkably intricate scene. Following the gazes of the others, Li Qingyue sat enthroned upon a gilded imperial throne, her eyes blazing with fury. So you're suggesting I marry a barbarian? Below the throne, several unkempt barbarian envoys stood before the platform, gazing up at the imperial seat with disdainful eyes. You are mistaken. The Empress of Great Xia and our great king are a match made in heaven. How could it be considered a marriage of subordination? Besides, our army is invincible. The Great Xia forces would likely struggle to resist us. Their insolent attitude incensed those present. A general clad in iron armor strode forward, drew his long sword, and pressed it against the envoy's head. Step back. Li Qingyue barked sharply. Your Majesty, they've gone too far. I said step back. Yes. Several generals reluctantly sheathed their swords and stood aside, seething with anger. The Empress of Great Xia truly knows her limits and understands reason. How does your Majesty feel about this? The envoy swept a mocking glance over the retreating generals, his gaze settling on Li Qingyue. Li Qingyue, clad in imperial robes, descended slowly from the throne. Her pace was deliberate, her voice carrying to every ear. The civil officials lifted their heads, fists clenched, about to speak in protest. The generals gripped their blades, their faces twisted with fury, ready to sever the envoy's neck. All eyes awaited the final decision. Li Qingyue walked to the center and stood before the envoy. Your tribe boasts formidable troops and horses, deploying hundreds of thousands of soldiers to press against our borders. Our great Xia indeed finds it difficult to resist. Making me your clan's consort and uniting our forces is indeed a sound strategy. Your Majesty! The crowd began to protest, but Li Qingyue raised her hand to silence them. But have you considered? What is the foundation upon which our great Xia stands? Our great Xia's iron army reveres battle as beauty, viewing death as returning home. If we surrender our own emperor to others, what becomes of our nation? SSS-rank. Li Qingyue drew her long sword from her waist with a sudden jerk. Before the envoy's stunned gaze, she swung it down. Gurgle. Amidst gushing blood, several heads rolled to the ground. Li Qingyue held the blood-stained blade, swiftly slicing through the tail of the imperial robe with two sharp strokes, her movements sharp and decisive. Her heroic spirit radiated as she raised the sword high above her head, scanning the crowd. Warriors drew their blades, civil officials raised their ceremonial tablets, and in unison they roared.
Great Xia, martial arts flourish. Never surrender. The border is under attack.
Li Qingyue donned her battle armor and rode her mighty steed to the front lines. Behind her stood the last remnants of the Great Xia's army. The barbarian forces proved formidable indeed, and Great Xia suffered defeat after defeat, reaching a critical juncture. Yet the emperor guards the nation's gates. The sovereign dies for his people.
If victory cannot be won, then let us die fighting. Your Majesty, please take care of your royal health.
The generals knelt on the ground, pleading for the empress to retreat to the rear. Yet the only response they received was the clanging of swords. Li Qingyue raised her long sword high, her gaze burning as she stared ahead.
As the sovereign of Great Xia, she would never flee.
Your Majesty, they seek peace negotiations. The envoy from the front lines galloped back, delivering the news.
Their terms?
Cede 13 southern cities and pay an annual tribute of 10,000 taels of gold. They will withdraw their forces immediately.
Ha!
Li Qingyue smiled instead of anger.
Today we cede 10 cities for a night's peace. But if the enemy attacks again, what then?
Great Xia must shatter like jade rather than survive as broken tiles.
Li Qingyue's voice echoed throughout the army, turning every soldier's eyes bloodshot with surging battle fervor. Follow me! Charge! Kill! A deafening roar erupted, countless shrieks echoing across the entire battlefield.
Li Qingyue led her troops into battle, fighting fiercely on the sandy field. This girl of the Li family is cut from the same cloth as her father, truly a heaven-sent general.
Hasn't this very mindset sustained our nation's defense against the colossal beasts all these years?
If we had continued to make concessions and compromises, we would have long since been swallowed by the behemoth. The name of Huaxia must be forged with blood and fought for with honor, otherwise it would have long since faded into mediocrity. Several people were thoroughly satisfied with Li Qingyue's performance. Normally, as long as one did not surrender, the evaluation would reach the passing standard. But Li Qingyue had slain the envoy, boosted morale, and even personally led troops into battle. Her score had long surpassed mere adequacy. On the battlefield, Li Qingyue continued to fight fiercely, charging into enemy lines like a tiger among sheep. The third trial, too, she passed flawlessly. Heavenly Court. Qin Yun munched on a divine peach, his mind replaying the words of Yang Jian and the other gods. In the Great War 1,000 years ago, the gods fought with everything they had, shattering time and space. The battlefield formed a unique dimension that could randomly appear in any corner. The primary objective of the Dragon Clan's assault on Guqing was to seize its divine meteorite site. Qin Yun, it's estimated that Gulu City's divine fallen land will open in about a week. However, due to chaotic spacetime energies, the portal might open in multiple locations beyond Gul City. Exercise extreme caution. We've suppressed the level as much as possible, though, so you'll have a better chance when you go to compete for it.
Thank you, Second Lord Jinjuan.
Hearing this, Qin Yun bowed his hands in gratitude.
You're welcome. We still need your help. Don't let us down. Oh, right.
Yang Jian's lips curved into a faint smile as he lifted his gaze toward the hall's entrance.
An old acquaintance of yours has arrived.
Hearing this, Qin Yun looked up in confusion.
A graceful youth stood at the doorway.
His eyes swept downward, looking down on everyone.
The great god of the 3 sea assemblies, Nezha.
Chapter 115, The Path of Heaven's Choice, the competition ends.
Nezha.
The third prince of the Crimson Lotus, the god of slaughter from the investiture of the gods, and also the first deity Qin Yun could summon. Half a month ago, he gained independent consciousness, took control of Qin Yun's body, slaughtered 4 great dragons, and defended Gu City. In a sense, he truly was an old friend of Qin Yun's. The divine meteor site in Gu City is where I perished.
My belongings are there. They must be retrieved.
Nezha entered the palace, sat beside Qin Yun, and as he spoke, drained the wine in his cup in one gulp.
Ha! Qin Yun's face paled with shock, almost unable to believe his ears. The place where Nezha died? He died? How could he possibly be dead? As the supreme commander of the Heavenly Court's armies, Nezha's combat prowess ranked among the mightiest of all Chinese deities. If even he had fallen in battle, just how devastating must that conflict have been? And if he were truly dead, how could he have appeared before me? As if sensing Qin Yun's confusion, Nezha spoke up to explain.
In that battle, our Huaxia divine lineage fought alone, and many comrades perished. Though our physical forms were destroyed, our consciousnesses returned to the celestial court, allowing us to persist. Moreover, our bodies were buried in the wasteland, protected and nourished by an array. Had they not been destroyed, they would have been fully restored by now. When we descend to the mortal realm, we choose to manifest within our former remains. Only then can we unleash our full power. Nezha's words reached Qin Yun's ears, and he immediately understood.
Clasping his fists in salute, he declared,
I shall not fail in my mission.
Seeing Qin Yun's earnest expression, the gods all laughed. No need to be nervous.
The Huaxia divine lineage possesses profound foundations. You need only do your utmost.
Leave the rest to us.
Just as they spoke, the palace suddenly trembled. The scene before them began to blur, as if it would shift at any moment. Yang Jian's brow relaxed as his third eye snapped open.
Invisible beams of light enveloped the surroundings, stabilizing the space. Your people are about to collapse. It's time to go. The illusory realm created by Elder Kai, along with the celestial court, was an act of defying the heavens from the start. Were it not for Yang Jian and the other gods sustaining it with divine power, it would have collapsed long ago. That it has held out this long is truly fortunate. This junior takes his leave. Qin Yun rose to his feet and bid farewell to the gods. In the next instant, his figure vanished from the celestial court. He's gone. May all go well. One day, the deities of our Huaxia will return to the world. You vermin and demons had better clean your necks and wait. At the same time, all trial participants were teleported back to the waiting area. The third stage, the Path of Heaven's Choice, has concluded. The intelligent scoring system activated, awarding nearly everyone a fair score. However, when it came to Qin Yun's performance, the evaluators found themselves at a loss. How could they possibly score an illusionary realm that hadn't been observed? After deliberation, Qin Yun's third stage score was marked with a question mark, and his overall score was concealed. Ha! Qin Yun stared at his wristwatch, the large question mark leaving him utterly baffled. But upon reflection, his journey to the Celestial Court was a world secret to begin with. It made perfect sense that the news would be suppressed. Brother Yun, how are you? Dugushan approached first. He'd scored exceptionally high, climbing to 5th place overall. Qin Yun raised his wristwatch, revealing the question mark, then shrugged helplessly. Ha! Li Qingyue also approached. Upon seeing the question mark, her expression turned puzzled. Is the system malfunctioning? I'll report it for you. Saying this, Li Qingyue took Qin Yun's wristwatch and began the feedback process. Her score in the third stage was equally impressive, surpassing both Dugushan and Zhang Xinxin to secure third place nationally by a single point. After advancing to the Eternal Martial God tier, Li Qingyue's strength had significantly increased. Aside from the two monsters Qin Yun and Chen Tianzi, she could hold her own against anyone else. Though Qin Yun knew the feedback was likely futile, he didn't discourage Li Qingyue's kindness and stood by waiting for the results. Foster mother. How are you doing, foster mother? While they waited, Dugushan spotted Chuluwali and greeted her enthusiastically. Chuluwali's hair was peculiar streaks of white, like highlights, were hidden within her thick black locks, cascading down like a waterfall. She glanced at the group, her form flickering until she stood before them. Having reconciled with her past self, her alter ego was slowly fading, and her emotions were gradually stabilizing. What's wrong with you? Instead of answering Dugushan first, Chuluwali turned her gaze toward Qin Yun. Her eyes brimmed with confusion, deeply puzzled by the current rankings. There was a problem with the third stage, so no scores are available yet. I see. Chuluwali's expression cleared as she lifted her wristwatch. No wonder I'm in first place. Holy crap. Stepmom, you're in first place. Dugushan's voice instantly drew a wave of stares. A cold glint flashed in Chuluwali's eyes. If she hadn't been in a good mood, she'd have kicked him flying out the door. Damn it, I think I could still be your adopted son for another 3 years. Once we get to Qin Yun Academy, you've got to look out for me, foster mom. The ever-obedient Dugushan slid on his knees toward Chuluwali. Had the girl not dodged swiftly, he would have grabbed her leg. Even without the embrace, Chuluwali's face darkened. She delivered a flying kick that sent Dugushan flying. No, I'll have to ask City Lord Li about this once we're out. MHM. Li Qingyue fiddled with it for a while to no avail, so the two had no choice but to give up. Not far away, Chen Tianzi hurried over. Maintaining his graceful sword immortal demeanor, he looked at Qin Yun with equal confusion. System error. Qin Yun helplessly raised his wristwatch, revealing the question mark for the third stage. Ha! I didn't exactly want this first place. Chen Tianzi raised his wristwatch, displaying his top-ranked score. In the first 2 stages, his scores had been slightly higher than Chuluwali's. However, Chuluwali's third stage had been significantly more challenging, earning her a higher score. This resulted in their overall scores being identical. This year, they were indeed the twin champions of Huaxia. City Lord. This can't be. Qin Yun was guaranteed first place, and now he's not even ranked. Exactly. Whoever set this trap to sabotage Qin Yun, I'll never let them off the hook. How could anyone dare rig the results? What if something truly went wrong? I don't care. We demand an explanation. Seeing this, the principals of Guqing could no longer sit idly by. They all declared they would take the matter to the imperial capital. Li Qin had no choice but to speak up and calm the crowd, finally getting them to sit down. Old Fang and Old Chen exchanged glances, both seeing the same confusion in each other's eyes. This situation likely wasn't being covered up by the authorities. Rather, the authorities themselves didn't know how to handle it. What exactly had that kid Qin Yun done in the illusory realm? Heavenly Court. After Yang Jian and the others saw Qin Yun off, they each returned to their posts. Suddenly, commotion erupted at the southern heavenly gate. The 4 heavenly kings immediately flew to the scene. Report. Outside the gate. There's a monkey outside the gate. Chapter 116, The Uncrowned King, Go City's Revelry. It's about to end. What about Qin Yun's score? The reaction in Gulong City is pretty intense. The inability to observe is our fault. Without a reasonable explanation, Little Lee will probably cause a scene. Yeah, we can't let a promising talent like Qin Yun go to waste.
In the council chamber, Elder Su massaged his temples, thoroughly exasperated by the suggestions offered. This was the first time he'd encountered such a problem, and finding a perfect solution seemed nearly impossible.
Increase this year's allocation to Gucheng by 20%. Admit Qin Yun based on his top 3 national ranking and provide compensation no less than epic tier. Let's proceed with this for now.
I'll pay a visit to Elder Kai. Announce the end of the competition.
Master Su instructed the assembly.
Yuan Wu nodded and activated the system to end the competition.
Within the pure white space, the system's voice echoed.
Attention all candidates, please return to your starting points in 5 minutes. The 316th National Trials hereby conclude. May you all stay true to your original aspirations and make your names resound throughout the 9 provinces.
Cheers erupted from all around.
The National Trials were arguably the most significant event in every person's life in Huaxia.
Its perfect conclusion brought a wave of relief to all. Qin Yun's wristwatch flashed.
Opening it revealed a compensation message from Huaxia, guaranteeing his admission to Qin Yun Academy. Those nearby caught sight of the message, their expressions shifting in various ways.
I'm leaving. If you need anything, just ask. I won't hesitate. Chen Tianzi left these words behind before turning to depart. Chu Luoli gathered her loose hair into a ponytail, a few strands of white hair adding a playful touch. If you come to the Magic City, remember to contact me. See you at Qin Yun Academy. With that, her figure flickered and vanished from the spot. Qin Yun nodded in response to the two.
Dugashan, who had been kicked away, ran back excitedly, declaring he wanted to go to Qin Yun Academy too. Oh, and Yun Ji. If you have time, come home with me sometime. Li Qingyue shot him a murderous glare, making Dugashan shudder in fright.
No, don't misunderstand. I'm not that kind of person. Brother Yun. Believe me, I'm really not a bad person. Would a good person lure a man home? Li Qingyue's retort silenced Dugashan completely. Slap.
Before he could say more, his figure flickered and he was the first to teleport away. Soon, everyone present felt a momentary dizziness before being transported back to their respective competition sites.
Ah Xing, remember to swing by the capital when you get back. Sure thing.
Zhang Xinchen slipped a feather into Ah Xing's hand, waving goodbye with a smile.
Hey, Luoli.
Long Xingtian spotted Chu Luoli teleporting nearby and opened his mouth to greet her, but closed it again.
Speak.
Chu Luoli's gaze softened slightly as she turned to face Long Xingtian. Compared to the woman who had reconciled with him before, she was now considerably more amicable. My grandfather said he'd like to invite you to the Long residence for a visit.
If you're unwilling, it's fine. Grandfather was just mentioning it. I'll simply say I didn't see you.
Long Xingtian stammered out his explanation, terrified Chu Luoli would misunderstand.
All right. Chu Luoli glanced at Long Xingtian and gave him her promise. Is that a problem? No, it's fine. Ha? You mean it's okay?
Muttering to himself, Long Xingtian abruptly looked up, only then realizing the girl across from him had actually agreed. But as the light flickered, before he could say anything else, her figure vanished.
Han Shi. She agreed to me. Does this mean I still have a chance?
I told you she wasn't that heartless.
Jian Hanshi covered her face, watching the ecstatic Long Xingtian with helpless resignation. Both their forms gradually faded away.
A sense of dizziness washed over her mind. Qin Yun gazed at the fading space as she vanished alongside Li Qingyue. The national trials concluded. The moment Li Qingyue and Qin Yun reappeared, they were greeted with a citywide celebration. Third place nationally Gucheng hadn't seen such an achievement in decades. What was most astonishing was that Qin Yun had dominated the first 2 rounds, securing first place in both a true uncrowned champion.
Gucheng erupted into a frenzy of celebration. They couldn't help but be thrilled.
A third-place finisher and an uncrowned king. The mere fact that these 2 men appeared in the same city could only be described as a miracle. Everyone was celebrating this achievement.
Wan Lidong's face was practically split in 2 from smiling.
Qin Yun was from his school, and this achievement reflected positively on him too.
Li Kan couldn't hold back either.
The compensation from above had already arrived, leaving him unable to open his mouth to complain, only to grin from ear to ear. There was no helping it, they had given far too much. The value Qin Yun brought in far exceeded Li Kan's contributions over the past decade. Li Kan used the compensation to launch citywide festivities, transforming Ghoul City streets and alleys into bustling hubs of celebration. The pain from the city's earlier fall was swept away by joy, with festive decorations and laughter filling every corner. Li Weigui even rushed over upon hearing the news, insisting Li Kan treat him to a grand feast of wine. The transformation in his daughter left him utterly speechless. His profession was that of an SS-rank martial god, yet in her presence, his very profession trembled. Such a state had never occurred, not even when facing a pure-blooded dragon. Just how terrifyingly powerful had his daughter's profession become? Regardless, this was a good thing. As a father, he was delighted to see his daughter surpass him. The revelry raged on for 3 full days before finally subsiding. During this time, Old Fong and Old Chen received word about Qin Yun's progress in the 3rd trial. Qin Yun didn't explain what had happened to them, however. Instead, he stated that he had lost consciousness the moment he entered and awoke in this space. After all, the divine lineage of Huaxia had been severed for so long that even if he explained it to the authorities, they likely wouldn't take it seriously. Instead, they'd probably think he was just making things up. Rather than tell them now, it would be better to wait until he truly summoned the gods of China. Seeing that Qin Yun himself was unclear, the two refrained from pressing further. Soon, the results were finalized, and schools began their admissions. Shenyuan Academy admitted only 300 students, almost entirely based on rankings. Though Qin Yun lacked scores, he was granted a compensatory spot. Beyond that, several previously unheard of names also gained admission to Shenyuan Academy. The national trials were designed to ensure absolute fairness. These individuals must possess exceptional talents to gain admission. But with Elder Su bringing in children from major clans to participate in the national trials, who could possibly surpass them and skip the competition? Imperial capital, Chun family. Boom! Chen Tianzi swung his sword through blood, its blade ringing with a mournful wail. A sword chi capable of obliterating a high-level fusion beast erupted, its terrifying might filling the entire arena. Clang! The unstoppable sword energy halted mid-air, pinned down by a pair of massive hands, unable to advance even an inch. Shattered. With a faint sound, the giant hands exerted force, shattering the sword energy. In the next instant, the giant hand slammed down, sending Chen Tianzi flying backward. The nation's top? Useless. Chapter 117, Hidden Plan Divine Fall. Chen Tianzi pressed the blade against his chest, ready to activate the blood sacrifice. But before he could act, a withered, rough arm seized the hilt, halting Chen Tianzi. Grandfather. Chen Tianzi's usual composed and arrogant expression vanished, replaced by a hint of madness and intensity he hadn't even shown when facing Qin Yun. My boy has lost. The Dongfang family truly lives up to its reputation. The old man shot Chen Tianzi a stern glance, which instantly dampened his struggling expression. Ha, old Chen flatters himself. Tianzi possesses extraordinary talent, a true prodigy among men. My son merely holds a few higher ranks. It was nothing more than bullying the younger. The old man seated directly opposite Chen Tianzi on a bamboo chair rose with a smile, clasping his hands in a respectful salute. His gaze fell upon the youth in the center of the arena as he spoke. Sure, apologize to Tianzi at once. Fine. The youth replied with a sullen grunt, bending slightly at the waist as he turned his mischievous grin toward Chen Tianzi. Sorry about that. I got a little carried away. Who told you to be such a weakling? You. Chen Tianzi bit his lip. If old Chen hadn't held him back, he would have drawn his sword and charged forward. Sure. How dare you speak like that? My deepest apologies, Elder Chen. This child was born without manners. I'll have him disciplined with family law upon returning home. The Dongfang elder laughed awkwardly, defusing the situation and preventing the Chen family from retaliating. Heh, it's only natural for young men to be proud and ambitious. Old Master Chen responded with a cold smile. Just don't fall off. Then I'll take you up on that, old Chen. Dongfang Shua understood the old man's hidden meaning perfectly well, but he showed him no courtesy whatsoever, instead seizing the opportunity to retort. Old Chen, we have matters to attend to and won't keep you longer. We'll pay another visit next time. The elder beside Dongfang Shua bowed in farewell, leading Dongfang Shua out the gate under the gazes of the Chun household. Father! That Dongfang family has gone too far. I'm taking men to kick their place to pieces right now. Chen Tianzi's uncle, a burly man with broad shoulders, was now seething with rage, ready to hoist his cleaver and march to the Dongfang residence. Come back. The Dongfang family has lived in seclusion for so many years. They came to visit our Chen family today. Don't you understand their purpose? Trying to establish their authority by targeting the Chen family? What a brilliant plan. You lost, so you lost. Remember this, Tianzi. You youngsters must settle your own affairs. Old Chen's face darkened, his voice deliberate and measured, clearly enraged. Yes. Chen Tianzi bit his lip until it turned red, his eyes blazing with intensity. The same scene played out in several locations, with numerous members of prominent families suffering defeat. The Kai family. Old Kai, are you suggesting Qin Yun's illusion has a higher level interference? You're a level 97, after all. An expression of disbelief flashed across Elder Su's usually unruffled face, as if he could scarcely believe his ears. Hu and Huaxia surpassed Elder Kai in strength, and they wouldn't meddle out of boredom. Besides, even if they wished to interfere, no one understood spiritual energies better than Master Kai. Therefore, it must be interference from outside China. If that were the case, China would find itself at a disadvantage. Master Kai sat in his chair, sipping his tea lightly, his hand pointing faintly toward the sky. Xiao Su, broaden your perspective. Could it be a higher level entity? What do you mean? A look of gravity flashed in Su Lao's eyes, and his entire demeanor grew solemn.
You must be aware that other nations have already begun exploring this. Shouldn't our nation also initiate such efforts? What if our nation's divine lineage isn't weak after all? Guchun.
Qin Yun spent several days in leisure. His level reached 49, just one step away from 50. Since level 50 signifies a qualitative leap, it cannot be achieved solely through experience gained from slaying beasts. It requires the host to attain a deeper understanding of their profession. Even among the most talented practitioners in Huaxia, 60% will never break through level 50 in their lifetime.
This limitation is truly terrifying.
For Qin Yun, however, it wasn't such a hassle. He had long mastered the abilities of the divine actor and was intimately familiar with the divine veins of China. He need only wait a few more days to fully consolidate his current level before the breakthrough comes naturally. Moreover, his incense points had long surpassed 1,000, enabling him to summon his fifth deity. Qin Yun planned to wait until his next dungeon run to summon them, honing their abilities through combat. Once all 5 deities were summoned, invoking another would require 5,000 incense points, significantly raising the difficulty. However, as his level increased, the colossal beasts he faced would grow stronger, naturally yielding more incense points. Thus, he had little cause for concern. Several days passed in the blink of an eye, and Qin Yun smoothly broke through to level 50. On that very day, a cloud appeared in the sky above Gucheng. The cloud shimmered with 7 colors, as if painted by a mischievous child.
The intense energy fluctuations alarmed the 2 elders, Chen and Feng.
Yet when the 2 attempted to summon their energy to fly up and investigate, they found themselves utterly unable to ascend. The entire sky had fallen under an energy blockade, impenetrable even to them. The cloud gradually became transparent, revealing a desolate and ancient battlefield floating mid-air. Like a mirage, it was ethereal and elusive, yet a fierce killing intent permeated the air. Even a few glances caused a stinging pain between the eyebrows. The land of fallen gods. Descending. Soon, the clouds transformed into 7 streaks of rainbow light, flying off in different directions.
One of them remained within Gulong City.
The crimson beam landed in an open space, instantly forming a tombstone-shaped portal of light. Old Chen approached the gate first, probing its energy with his senses. Intense spatial fluctuations indicated a fractured realm within. Moreover, a level suppression was in effect approximately level 55. Seeing the others arrive, Elder Chen began to explain.
His expression darkened immediately. It's highly unstable. We can't control it like a dungeon. If you die inside, it's permanent death.
Old Chen's words stunned everyone present, their expressions twisted with unease. Level 55 strong players won't get stuck here, and weaker ones gain little advantage. Apart from students in their ascending phase, there really weren't many who could participate. But would anyone truly participate in a trial where survival isn't guaranteed? According to our intelligence, the remains of a Chinese deity may lie buried here.
Our nation's divine lineage is fractured. Someone must investigate and vie for it. Master Feng's voice grew solemn.
The 2 had stationed themselves in Ghoul City precisely for the divine relic site, but constrained by their own limitations, they were momentarily helpless, pinning their hopes on the students.
Yet sending such young students into mortal peril weighed heavily on their consciences.
But for the sake of Huaxia, they had no choice but to venture into the divine fall site. Especially since the flowing light had split into 7 locations who knew what people or colossal beasts would enter to vie for it. If they plucked the fruit, China's future would face extraordinary hardship. For a moment, the entire scene fell silent.
Damn it!
The 118th poem, Gathering of Winds and Clouds, Convergence of Divine Fall. The crisp sound reached the ears of several people, who couldn't help but look in the direction of the voice in confusion. A youth's figure burst before them.
It was Qin Yun. Xiao Yun, the dangers inside are unpredictable. Are you sure you want to risk it? You've only just passed level 50.
Your strength isn't solidified yet, you won't have the upper hand in there. Moreover, the creatures entering the divine ruin land this time are unpredictable.
What if we encounter the Dragon Clan? The group exchanged glances, analyzing their predicament.
Especially the Dragon Clan. Ever since Qin Yun single-handedly slain 4 dragons, he had effectively sworn mortal enmity with them. If the Dragon Clan joins the battle for the Godfall land and discovers Qin Yun there, they will launch a devastating attack.
This was not an outcome China wished to see. It's fine.
Qin Yun smiled and shook his head, the divine form of Nezha slowly materializing behind him. He pointed toward the light gate, his voice tinged with a faint deathly chill. The god behind me died here. It was he who sent me here. Qin Yun's words caused the expressions of those present to grow even more solemn. According to Qin Yun's account, he would be the most suitable candidate.
Qin Yun. Think carefully, this is no game. If you get hurt, no one will be able to save you.
Li Kan's expression grew solemn, his tone earnest.
Qin Yun was Goose City's prodigy.
Given the choice, he certainly wouldn't want him to take such risks. But this concerns the future of Huaxia. It's not something a single city lord can decide.
I understand.
Lord Li, I've long been prepared for this. Qin Yun lifted his head, his youthful face radiating confidence.
Brother Li. Xingyue is in seclusion. I'm afraid she can't come.
Li Qin had barely spoken when Li Weiguo cut him off, shaking his head helplessly. Since Li Qingyue had only recently advanced her profession, her understanding of the eternal calamity martial god was still shallow. Therefore, she needed to seclude herself to break through to level 50. The hope of having both of them look out for each other was ultimately dashed. Xiao Li announced the news. Life and death are predestined, fortune and wealth are in the heavens. The acquisition of opportunities does not necessarily favor the strongest. Emphasize the danger and leave the choice to the people. Old Master Fong has spoken. The final outcome of the divine fallen land has been decided. China has never been a bird in a golden cage, but a beast forged through countless battles. They have grown through blood and fire, never fearing death. Though the new generation is still young, there will always be those unafraid of death who seek to claim this destiny. Following Elder Fong's command, the news spread rapidly, drawing many who rushed to the scene. Yet the prospect of an uninsured trial proved unbearable for most. After all, few could muster the courage to face unknown dangers. Old Chen manipulated energy to stabilize the light gate, discovering it would remain open for only 1 hour. After 1 hour, the space would seal shut, reopening only 3 days later to automatically transport everyone back. Thus, prodigies from cities other than Goose City would find it difficult to arrive in time. Qin Yun packed his gear and positioned himself at the very front. His gaze was calm, his expression unchanged, as if he were not stepping into the unknown, but returning to familiar ground. Stay safe. Li Qin patted Qin Yun's shoulder, saying little else. Do your best, and if it doesn't work out, come back. Li Weiguo offered similar words, though his eyes held a hint more of worry. To avoid disturbing Li Qingyue, he hadn't even told his daughter about this matter. If she found out, she'd surely abandon her breakthrough attempt and come out immediately to accompany Qin Yun. The gazes of Elder Fong and Elder Chen fell upon him, adding another layer of responsibility to Qin Yun's shoulders. MHM. Qin Yun nodded with a smile. Whether for the sake of Huaxia or for the divine vein, he had no choice but to go. The youth stepped forward. Dragon Realm. Terrifying dragon might erupted across the heavens, causing all dragons to prostrate themselves upon the ground. Even the pure-blooded dragon kings dared not lift their heads. Deep within the dragon realm, a violet portal quietly unfurled. Child, our dragon clan has exhausted a century's worth of opportunities to seize this sliver of divine providence. You must be most cautious. I shall remember. Beneath the towering dragon's shadow, a youth clad in crimson gold battle armor clasped his hands in salute toward the dragon's head. Dragon energy surged around him, even more potent than that of the hellish demon dragon before. He was no human, but a dragon of such pure bloodline that he could take human form. If not for those useless fools, Gulong City would have been ours long ago. Why all this unnecessary effort? That Bones fellow managed to scrape by with his life, but his centuries of cultivation were utterly destroyed. He still hasn't dared to show his face. He claims that man in Gulo City is invincible. No one can defeat him unless the dragon god himself intervenes. Oomph. My grandson died in Go City. I'll settle this score with him sooner or later. From the depths of the shadows, several voices echoed, sending shivers down the spines of the gathered dragons, who nearly buried their heads in the ground. The 4 hell demon dragons possessed bloodlines of unquestionable purity, true Dragon King level colossi. Yet in the eyes of these dragons, they were nothing but worthless juniors, not even as valuable as domesticated cats or dogs. Silence. The dragon's wings spread behind its silhouette. Though the voice was not loud, its invisible aura silenced the other dragons. My child, take care. A massive dragon claw hooked a pendant-like object, carefully hanging it around the youth's neck. Yes, father. The youth flipped his right hand, drawing a spear that radiated an aura so formidable it sent shivers down one's spine. This light barrier prevented any being above level 55 from entering. This young dragon had deliberately slowed its level progression, precisely hitting the upper limit. Without another word, he stepped through, surrounded by the dragon's presence. China, Kunlun. Endless blizzards raged across the mountain peaks, a vast expanse of white as if celestial beings had torn apart the clouds. Linger. A cry echoed from beyond the mountains, piercing through the blizzard and reverberating across the peaks. A patch of snow suddenly shifted, then snowflakes scattered as a figure rose to its feet. Witnessing this would likely cause one's jaw to drop. After all, the temperature here remained at -40 degrees Celsius year-round, an extreme cold even behemoths shunned. Yet the girl wore only a tank top and hot pants, her limbs entirely exposed, moving with ease through the blizzard. Such a feat would be beyond even an 80-level gun user. Here she comes. The girl carried her sword sheath on her back, stepping lightly through the snow as if weightless. She left no indentations in the snowdrifts, not even footprints. Her pace was swift, like a gust of wind, and in an instant she arrived beside a small temple. She pushed open the temple door. An elderly woman gazed at her with kindness. But her eyes were cloudy white, the pupils long gone. She was clearly blind. Grandma, is it time? Yes. Seek the spirit. Go and see. The old woman shifted her gaze beyond the mountain peaks. Over there, a blue portal flickered in the wind and snow. Be careful. Got it, Grandma.
Wait for me to return. The girl stepped forward and gave her grandmother a gentle hug before walking toward the light gate. Chapter 119, First Entry into Divine Ruin, Invoking the God Yang Jian. Fujimoto, the great serpent gods remains lie within this realm. You must reclaim them for me, Sakura. On a small island in the East Sea, a youth clad in samurai armor bowed his head, listening intently to the teachings before him. Well done. Truly a genius unseen in Sakura for a century. This journey may bring encounters with prodigies from other nations. Remember to be cautious. Especially those from China. Though they've endured the most attacks from the great beasts, they remain unshaken. Their foundations run deep, and I suspect many powerful warriors have emerged in recent years. In an antique-style courtyard, several warrior-like men stood before Fujimoto, each placing a hand upon his body. This is our energy, temporarily stored within you through the Fujimoto family's secret technique. Should you face insurmountable peril, remember to use it judiciously. As they spoke, energy surged from each warrior, flowing into the youth's body. The youth's body trembled, and he could distinctly feel the transformation. Thank you. He bowed deeply to the group, took a deep breath, and looked toward the blue light gate. Go. After completing the transfer, the figures dispersed, clearing a path for the youth. Under the watchful eyes of his elders, the youth stepped into the light gate. Simultaneously, 3 more portals descended across different regions, drawing beings from all realms to participate. The light gate in Guqing ceased its operation and sealed shut. Alongside Qin Yun, a total of 136 individuals entered the Godfall realm. Among them, only a fraction were newly awakened youths with promising aptitude. The majority were university students enrolled at Goose City Academy. Though their talents were unremarkable, they still hoped to seize this opportunity through higher levels and deeper experience. Li Kan and the others respected their choices. As a master of spatial arts, Elder Chen, though unable to directly manipulate this realm, had smuggled a surveillance camera inside, attaching it to Qin Yun. Through it, the group could glimpse the full scope of this divine fallen land. After a moment of daze, Qin Yun regained consciousness, his eyes staring blankly at this world. He knew this was a battlefield and had mentally prepared himself. But only upon seeing it with his own eyes did he realize his preparations had been woefully inadequate. He had been far too unprepared. A battlefield of the gods was beyond human comprehension. The ground here was almost entirely devoid of flat surfaces, pockmarked with craters, the smallest spanning at least 100 meters in diameter. Residual energy continued to explode within them, causing the earth to crack and shift ceaselessly. Looking ahead, dark gold divine blood flowed like a river across the land. A serpent head, as large as a small mountain, was pinned downstream, forcing the golden blood to split into 2 streams, each flowing separately. Beside the blood river stood numerous hills, most of them collapsed and reduced to half their original size. Some were flattened entirely, leaving only their bases visible. Gazing upward, the shattered sky revealed 3 skeletal forms frozen eternally in their falling poses. Crimson gold flames burned ceaselessly within them, illuminating the land like a sun. This was the divine battlefield from millions of years ago. The place where Nezha, the heavenly court's god of war, fell. He had fought the gods to protect humanity, suppressing all invading foes until his strength was finally exhausted. A month ago, Nezha's divine spirit went berserk, took control of Qin Yun's body, slaughtered the 4 dragons, and then fell into slumber. Under normal circumstances, a year of cultivation would be required for his awakening. Yet upon entering this place, Nezha's divine spirit radiated joy. His depleted essence, energy, and spirit accumulated frantically, signaling his imminent awakening. After all, this was the very place where Nezha had once fought. Even if only remnants remained, there was still a great deal of his energy here, making it the ideal place for Nezha's divine spirit to recuperate. Soon, Nezha's divine spirit signaled, pointing toward a specific location. There lay the divine artifact he had left behind when he fell. It was precisely the portion of items Nezha had instructed him to retrieve. Qin Yun composed himself and set off in that direction. He would be staying here for 3 days, so conserving his strength was paramount. Thus, Qin Yun moved at a measured pace, his senses heightened to the surroundings. This place differed from other dungeons. It possessed an intangible force field, much like the one he had once faced against the Yin Tyrant. The closer he got to the center, the more intense the oppressive force became. This pressure differed from the previous gravitational force. It was an all-encompassing suppression. It not only made movement more difficult but also dulled his thoughts, accelerated energy depletion, and even slowed the recovery of injuries. Divine might. As Qin Yun pondered this, a cold voice suddenly pierced his mind. Nezha's divine essence has awakened. As the name implies, divine might is the awe-inspiring presence emanating from a deity. It can intimidate lesser beings, preventing them from unleashing their full power. Qin Yun's profession inherently possessed this talent, but since he was still too weak, no one feared him, so it remained unnoticed. This realization sent a chill down Qin Yun's spine. It was truly unexpected. These deities had perished 10,000 years ago, yet the lingering divine might still carried such overwhelming pressure. Release your energy. Collide. Nezha's voice continued to echo within Qin Yun's mind. With a flick of his thoughts, Nezha's phantom emerged from behind him.
His eyes opened, his gaze complex as he stared at the scene before him. Scarlet gold energy rippled outward like waves, colliding with the intangible divine might. The oppressive pressure on Qin Yun instantly lessened considerably. Nezha had once fought countless enemies here, leaving behind the most residual energy. Once he released the same aura, the oppressive divine might would surely vanish. But others weren't so fortunate. A terrifying force field weighed heavily upon each of their hearts, causing their minds to panic and preventing them from advancing toward the center. Qin Yun, advancing alone, gradually left the others behind. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fujimoto stood at the serpent's head, tears glistening in his eyes.
Lord Yamada no Orochi, I am late. Rest assured, I shall recover your divine essence and welcome your return.
As he spoke, a serpentine mark flashed upon his brow. The force field surrounding him dissipated as well, and he sped forward toward a distant point. Break! A golden figure materialized amidst the mountain range. He jabbed his spear, and a dragon's shadow roared forth, instantly easing the oppressive pressure.
That must be the location? Too many restrictions, not ideal for a swift attack.
The youth sighed softly, retracted the dragon wings on his back, and stepped forward 1 foot at a time.
A deep hit. The girl stretched lazily, her body enveloped in milky white energy as smooth as silk. She leapt lightly, landing on the ground like a sparrow. The moment the pressure field descended, it was blocked by energy. Grandma said there's something I need over there. Don't let me down.
The girl pressed her palms together in prayer before her head, then bounded forward with a skip.
A giant beast? Could there be one here too?
Qin Yun stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at the thunder-flashing tiger before him.
Perfect. Invite a new deity. Qin Yun focused his intent, and the unlock succeeded. Congratulations, host, on unlocking a new deity. Second Prince, the manifested true Lord, Yang Jian. Chapter 120, the Second Prince, Yang Jian, descends to the mortal realm. Hearing the voice echo in his mind, Qin Yun's massive frame trembled, his face etched with utter shock. Yang Jian. Second Prince, the true Lord of Manifestation, Yang Jian. This was a renowned figure in the Celestial Court. Just days ago, Qin Yun had seen him in the Celestial Court. With the Heavenly Emperor in slumber, entrusting him to govern the Celestial Court was not merely a matter of bloodline succession, but a testament to his power and authority. Compared to Nezha, he could crush him in nearly every aspect. In the Celestial Court, few could match him, and even fewer could surpass him. Only that arrogant Monkey King possessed the qualifications to be his rival. Most terrifying of all, he possessed a vast array of weapons, mastered the highest Taoist arts, and had achieved physical immortality, leaving him with almost no weaknesses. If he were to descend to the mortal realm, who could possibly stand against him? Qin Yun's heart swelled with secret delight. He immediately closed his eyes and pointed his right hand toward the heavens. Galloping across Kunlun, devouring sun and moon. Who in the 9 heavens wields the blade? Alone I charge into the vastness to slay calamity.
Qin Yun, the actor, humbly invokes the divine Lord Erlang, Yang Jian.
Boom!
The torn sky suddenly roared, a pure white energy beam piercing downward, entering Qin Yun's body.
Gazing upward, an eye slowly opened. In the next instant, Yang Jian's divine form unfolded behind Qin Yun.
Clad in white robes and golden armor, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, the majestic figure of a celestial deity stood behind Qin Yun. Even Qin Yun's own form seemed imbued with divine authority. With a flick of his right hand, the three-pronged spear was grasped. A thunderous tiger surged forward, its electric light pulsing violently. A bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel descended from the heavens, poised to strike Qin Yun. Break! Qin Yun swung his spear skyward, unleashing a blinding white light. The immense energy fluctuation caused space itself to tremble, effortlessly blocking the opponent's lethal strike with a single gesture. The tiger, startled, whipped its tail in a sweeping strike. Crackling with electricity, the tiger's tail lashed out like a steel whip, aiming for Qin Yun's chest. A direct hit would shatter at least a few ribs. Qin Yun couldn't retract his spear in time, so he clenched his left fist and thrust forward to meet the tiger's tail.
Boom! An explosive crack echoed. The fierce tiger's expression froze. Its entire tail drooped, and it finally let out a pitiful roar. Yang Jian, the epitome of physical ascension to sainthood. His physical prowess rivaled that of a divine artifact. Forget a mere tail, even if a mountain crushed him, he could shatter it with a single punch. Beast! Yang Jian's eyes flashed with faint anger as a voice carrying divine might burst from Qin Yun's mouth. Hearing this, the mighty tiger froze, its expression blank as if paused mid-action, its entire body suspended in place. Qin Yun seized the moment, driving his spear downward in a sweeping strike. A white arc sliced through the air, carrying boundless sharpness, and the spear struck down. Rip! The mighty tiger's body was torn apart by the spear's tip. Without even a cry of agony, it dissolved into a swarm of energy particles and vanished from its spot. They were formed from residual energy within the divine ruin land, possessing only the intent to attack. Once defeated, they would revert to energy once more. Yet as Yang Jian's Dharma form witnessed the tiger's dissipation, his left hand extended. With a gentle gesture, the energy surge immediately flowed toward him, pouring into Qin Yun's body.
Qin Yun shuddered, forcing down the pounding in his heart to steady himself. This energy was exceptionally violent, colliding wildly within his veins.
Ultimately, it was only suppressed by Yang Jian's own divine power and required slow refinement.
Yet the energy left behind by a divine being, once fully assimilated, would greatly benefit both his body and power.
After adjusting his state, Qin Yun continued walking forward. Boom!
Before long, a thunderous explosion echoed ahead, followed by a figure hurtling toward him.
Qin Yun's eyes flickered.
His right hand extended forward, pure white energy coalescing into a soft shield that caught the figure.
Thank you. The figure clutched his chest, gasping for breath.
His energy was chaotic and disordered. Clearly, he was gravely injured.
A Huaxia person? Qin Yun studied his face, trying to guess his identity. You're Qin Yun. Brother Qin. I'm from Gucheng. My companions are still ahead. They're fighting a Sakura person. Please hurry and save them.
Hearing this, Qin Yun was startled.
A Sakura person? The nation inhabiting that small island?
They had previously engaged in a fierce battle with Huaxia, inflicting heavy losses and leaving deep scars.
Had they also become involved in the Godfall land?
Seeing this, Qin Yun couldn't stand idly by. After setting the man down, he bent his knees and launched himself like a cannonball, streaking straight toward the battle.
Boom! An explosion echoed from the distance. A katana sliced through defenses, shattering the shield.
Super! The heavily armored giant had his defenses shattered. Blood gushed from his chest, a deep gash carved by the blade. He was a level 55 Iron Knight, not a prodigy, but still the strongest among them. The man before him was not only lower in level but also younger.
How could a single strike break through his all-out defense?
Before he could process it, the Cherry Blossom warrior's katana struck again, aiming straight for his throat.
No! That man had no intention of holding back. He truly intended to kill.
The burly man's face paled in shock. He raised both hands to shield his throat, trying to muster strength for defense. But his armor had been sliced apart by the blade, and the severe wound to his chest left him with no energy left for intense defense.
Was he going to die?
He wasn't a prodigy, but he'd worked tirelessly to reach his current level. His limited talent made further progress difficult, which was why he'd come to the Godfall land seeking a sliver of opportunity.
Resentment. So damn unwilling.
The burly man closed his eyes in frustration. But just before his eyes closed, a flash of white light caught the corner of his eye.
Instead of the expected pain, a metallic clang echoed from ahead. Clang!
He opened his eyes in confusion, only to find a figure blocking his path. A three-pronged, double-edged weapon pressed against the samurai sword, holding it firmly in place. He knew the Cherry Blossom man's strength well, a force capable of shattering even his own top-tier defenses.
How could he be stopped so easily? In the next instant, the katana was violently knocked aside.
The Cherry Blossom-clad figure was sent reeling backward several steps by the recoil, barely managing to halt.
Qin Yun. The prodigy of Gucheng has finally arrived. You're in for it now, you bastard.
Before the burly man could react, cheers erupted from the surrounding crowd. His companions, who had been completely unable to intervene moments before, saw the new arrival and couldn't help but feel their spirits soar, shouting loudly. They might be outmatched, but that didn't mean China had no one left to fight. Facing the Cherry Blossoms, everyone felt a sense of resistance. Now that Qin Yun had stepped before them, even if he couldn't aid in battle, they would rally behind him. Bastard! Sakura steadied herself, swinging her katana in a wide arc as a murderous aura surged around her.
Dishonorable Chinese.
His gaze darkened, like a cold, venomous snake, flickering its tongue as it fixed its prey.
Ha!
Qin Yun merely sneered coldly.
Yang Jian's Dharma form revealed itself from behind. The battle begins. Chapter 121, Crushed Cherry Blossoms. Qin Yun's body shot forward. The triple-pronged spear, wielded with unmatched momentum, traced a smooth arc through the air, bearing down directly upon his opponent's head. White light blazed forth, like a soaring dragon or serpent, carrying an endless aura of lethality. Qin Yun held nothing back.
Before him stood a Sakura warrior. A Cherry Blossom man who had nearly killed his own kind. Hold back against such a person? That would be courting death. This Cherry Blossom man was none other than Fujimoto from earlier.
His full name is Fujimoto Morikazu, born into a military family of Sakura.
Earlier, as commander of the vanguard forces, he led military and civilian assaults against Huaxia, inflicting immeasurable devastation, a blood feud of the deepest kind. Facing Qin Yun unleashing his full firepower, he merely raised his katana, attempting to block it with a flimsy, half-hearted gesture. They despised the Chinese people in their very blood. Even after Qin Yun had blocked his attack earlier, he still didn't take Qin Yun seriously.
Arrogant trash, they would pay the price. Crash! The spear and katana collided. Amid the deafening roar, Fujimoto Morikazu's expression twisted with terror. His hands frantically grasped the sword hilt, desperate to channel more power. But Qin Yun wouldn't give him the chance. The spear erupted with blinding white light. Amidst the deafening roar, colossal force unleashed, crushing down upon the katana. The ground began to shatter.
The katana in Fujimoto Morikazu's hand was his family's treasured heirloom, a legendary weapon. It wouldn't shatter against Qin Yun's current power. But the blade holding firm didn't mean Fujimoto Morikazu could. Thud. Fujimoto Morikazu's legs buckled, his knees slamming into the ground as he was utterly overwhelmed by the terrifying force. Before the eyes of all, he knelt on the ground. Damn it, do you really think no one in China can beat you? This little cherry blossom, wasn't he so cocky? Why don't you get back up then? Looks like he can't get up. Kneeling is the right move. Brother Yun, go for it. Don't let him off the hook. The crowd erupted in cheers upon seeing Fujimoto Morikazu forced to his knees. The deep-seated enmity between China and Japan isn't something only Fujimoto Morichi remembers. It's a scar etched into every Chinese heart, now ripped open bare, leaving no one untroubled. Outside, Old Master Fawn clenched his fist tightly, then swung it forcefully through the air, causing a sonic boom to echo. His furrowed brow relaxed, a quiet satisfaction spreading across his face. As a staunch advocate for war, he had long yearned to exact vengeance upon the cherry blossoms. Had it not been detrimental to the nation's progress, he would have charged forward as the vanguard. Seeing that Sakura man about to kill a Chinese citizen had nearly driven him to a rage-fueled rampage. Fortunately, Qin Yun had intervened just in time. A single shot had sent him crashing to his knees, finally venting that pent-up rage. This blade? From the Fujimoto family? Old Shen, ever observant, studied the blade's surface and deduced its owner's identity. It seemed the divine fallen land had also fallen into their hands. 7 light gates in total. It wouldn't be surprising if even colossal beasts arrived, let alone cherry blossom people. As the two discussed, their expressions darkened considerably. The divine fallen land. The information first came from the Dragon Clan. They dispatched the 4 great Dragon Kings to invade Ghoul City under the guise of vengeance, but their true aim was to seize this very place, the Godfall land. That the Dragon Clan would devise such an elaborate plan speaks volumes about its importance. Had Qin Yun not slain the 4 Dragon Kings, Huaxia would likely remain oblivious, missing this crucial opportunity. Now, all hopes rested on Qin Yun. Boom! A deafening roar erupted from the divine fallen land. Beneath Fujimoto Morikazu's feet, the ground shattered, revealing a massive crater 10 meters in diameter. Qin Yun's eyes narrowed slightly as he withdrew his force, leaping back before the ground shattered completely. Amidst billowing dust, Fujimoto Morikazu emerged from the earth, his face twisted in fury. He was clever. Seeing himself about to be crushed by the gravity, he disregarded his dignity and channeled his power into the ground, causing the earth to shatter and allowing him to escape. Damn chinks! I'll chop you into a human steak. Fujimoto Morikazu spat a vicious curse from his throat as an eerie green energy spread across his katana, coiling around the blade like venom. Clang! The blade sang. The green energy shot forth along the blade's edge, coalescing mid-air into a serpent's head. Its gaping maw, bristling with fangs, lunged to devour the creature before it. Fujimoto Morikazu's profession was Yamata no Orochi General, inheriting the power of the divine serpent Yamata no Orochi. Thus, this serpent head was not only difficult to dispel but also carried corrosive venom. A single touch would destroy flesh. Seeing this, Yang Jian's divine form merely curled his lips in disdain. Trivial tricks. How dare a creature not even worthy of being called a dragon flaunt its might before a celestial deity? It must be tired of living. Evil specter. Disperse. Qin Yun raised his spear, aimed it at the serpent head before him, and thrust lightly. Divine power unleashed. Boom! The hideous serpent head shattered instantly, dissolving into a shower of green liquid. Fujimoto Morikazu let out a chilling, sinister laugh as he watched the liquid drip onto Qin Yun. This was highly corrosive snake venom. Even purely defensive classes struggled to withstand it. If this man was touched by it, he'd lose at least an arm. But unexpectedly, the green liquid barely rolled twice on Qin Yun's skin before turning into a wisp of white smoke and vanishing completely. Not only did it fail to cause any corrosive damage, it didn't even inflict the slightest toxin. Fujimoto Morikazu's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. This can't be. This is the venom of Lord Yamata no Orochi. How could it have no effect whatsoever? That damned Chinese man must have used some kind of illusion. It was no wonder Fujimoto Shinichi couldn't believe it. After all, Yamata no Orochi was the supreme deity of the cherry blossoms, renowned in records for its immense power. Even if it could only wield a fraction of its abilities, it could still crush the younger generation. Now, seeing Qin Yun completely unaffected by the venom, he truly couldn't believe his own eyes. After all, Qin Yun had just summoned Yang Jian, who had attained physical immortality. Not even a scratch. How could this poison possibly harm him? Besides, among all the deities of Huaxia, who could possibly be poisoned to death? Only the weak resort to poison. Fujimoto Morimiki's expression darkened as his form flickered violently. A serpentine phantom materialized behind him. Retreat! Qin Yun's sword hilt struck the ground, unleashing a gentle, pure white wave that swept the onlookers away. In the next instant, the serpentic shadow abruptly swelled into a colossal emerald green serpent, charging toward Qin Yun like a bulldozer. Yamata no Orochi, full power. Behind Qin Yun, Yang Jian's eyes narrowed slightly as he extended a finger. Milky white energy surged through Qin Yun's body, causing his muscles to swell significantly as a formidable aura erupted. Clang! The spear clattered to the ground. Facing Fujimoto Morikazu's desperate assault, he deliberately released his weapon. Under Yang Jian's command, he braced his physical form to endure the blow. You mere cherry blossom pseudo-gods, it's time you witnessed the might of a true Chinese deity. Qin Yun bent his knees slightly, anchoring himself in a firm stance as his gaze locked onto the colossal serpent surging toward him. One punch, smash down. Chapter 122, Open. The serpent grins savagely. Fujimoto Morikazu had unleashed his full power, channeling the might of the Yamata no Orochi. During the previous cherry blossom trial, he had slain a level 50 colossal beast with this very strike. A Chinese man dares to abandon his weapon and try to block me? A grasshopper trying to stop a cart. Not only did Fujimoto Morikazu think this, but even the two elders observing the battle outside felt a twinge of unease. This Sakura man might be a bit reckless, but his strength was undeniably formidable. Qin Yun had even discarded his weapons. Could he truly block with his bare fists? Remember, Qin Yun's weapons were all divine grade, boosting his power significantly. Now, without his weapons and relying solely on his body, it seemed a bit reckless. Under the watchful eyes of all, the emerald serpent collided with Qin Yun. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed. Contrary to expectations, the youth wasn't sent flying. Instead, the serpent came to a halt where it stood. Its eyes bulged, the top of its head caved in, and all traces of its earlier ferocious demeanor vanished, leaving only terror. Yes, it had been stopped. A 100-meter-long serpent, carrying immense power, had been stopped by a single man with his bare hands. In the next instant, a white light surged from Qin Yun's body, forming a massive phantom from bottom to top, gradually solidifying. The phantom raised both hands, clamping them around the serpent's neck. Fujimoto Mori sensed danger and immediately began writhing in agony. Emerald energy spread like smoke, enveloping Qin Yun's entire body. Under this energy, even the ground began to decay. The corrosive energy of the Yamata no Orochi was not something ordinary people could withstand. But Qin Yun was no ordinary man. As he'd said before, the true value of achieving physical enlightenment, how could those cherry blossom people possibly comprehend it? Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, the giant's phantom form seized the emerald serpent's neck. Ignoring its desperate struggles, he hoisted the entire creature into the air. After lifting it, Qin Yun arched his body backward, his spine straight and taut, forming a perfect iron bridge posture. Gripping the serpent's throat, he hoisted it up, its head pressed tightly against his own, then abruptly flung it backward with all his might. Back throw. Boom! Accompanied by a violent explosion, the serpent slammed into the ground, carving out a deep crater. This attack carried no energy fluctuations, it was pure brute force martial technique. In theory, as an animal deity, the Yamata no Orochi possessed a physique far superior to that of ordinary human deities, granting it an advantage against martial arts techniques. Yet before Yang Jian, it was like a 3-year-old child, utterly powerless to retaliate. Under the crushing blow, the serpent's form dissipated, revealing Fujimoto Morikazu emerging from the rubble. Blood gushed from his head, staining half his face crimson and leaving him looking utterly bedraggled. Beyond that, however, his injuries were minor, and he retained formidable combat capability. A level 55 Sakura prodigy with profound strength, absolutely not to be underestimated. Yet in Yang Jian's eyes, he was merely a bit more resilient. Seeing Fujimoto Morikazu's battered state, Qin Yun did not seize the opportunity to strike. Having summoned the divine Yang Jian, he was influenced by the deity's principles and would never strike while the enemy was down. To slay all invading foes with honor and integrity, that was Yang Jian's creed. As for losing? Sorry, never experienced it. You bastard. Fujimoto Morikazu clutched his head and roared in fury, his eyes burning with hatred. He couldn't fathom why this man before him wasn't afraid of his snake venom, nor could he comprehend how he managed to block the great serpent's charge. But if venom and brute strength couldn't prevail, then he would resort to the Fujimoto family's proudest legacy, the way of the sword. Clang! The sword's edge rang out. Fujimoto Morikazu leaped out of the deep pit, his long sword in hand. That sword, named Wisteria, was a legendary weapon passed down through the Fujimoto family for a century, approaching the status of a divine artifact. Had Fujimoto Morikazu not been the sole participant from Sakura in the Divine Fallen Land, the Fujimoto family would never have entrusted it to him. Boom! A violet light shot skyward, piercing the heavens and earth. Even the violent energies instinctively recoiled as the might of the purple vine sword was fully revealed. You Chinese, my great ancestors once used this blade to slaughter hundreds of your kind. Today, I shall show you what the sharp blade of the cherry blossom truly means. Fujimoto Morikazu brandished his long sword, his gaze fixed on Qin Yun like a ravenous hyena. At these words, Qin Yun's face darkened instantly. Not only him, but every Chinese person nearby grew grim. That battle was an unforgettable scar for China. This sword had claimed the lives of hundreds of Chinese. The hatred it stirred ran too deep for words. As for forgiveness? Ha! Forgiving you is God's business. All I can do is send you to meet God. Qin Yun extended his right hand and the three-pronged double-edged spear flew toward him.
Yang Jian's divine form manifested with majestic authority behind Qin Yun.
He held the spear, its tip aimed squarely at Fujimoto Morikazu.
He had seen countless battlefields and slaughtered innumerable beasts. Yet he had never taken a human life.
But today, he felt the urge to kill.
The intent to kill a human.
A crimson glint flashed in Yang Jian's eyes. The killing intent surged.
Yang Jian's aura surged, erupting in a blazing white light like a dazzling sun.
As a celestial deity of Huaxia, he was meant to protect humanity. Yet bound by the barriers between realms, he had been unable to intervene a century ago. Now, however, he had descended into Qin Yun's body and stood before the enemies of China. It was time to settle the score.
Boom! Fujimoto Mori leapt into the air, hovering above the sky.
With a swing of his sword, purple energy filled the sky.
Die! Fujimoto Morikazu roared in fury.
The purple aura in the sky rapidly coalesced, forming a colossal sword suspended high above, aimed directly at Qin Yun below. With a wave of his hand, the sword descended slowly. This strike could split mountains and fill seas. Nothing was beyond its power. The Fujimoto family's swordsmanship demanded exceptional talent and rigorous training. That Fujimoto Morikazu had mastered this strike at such a young age truly lived up to his reputation as a prodigy.
Among the younger generation, few could withstand such a strike.
But as luck would have it, Qin Yun was one of the few who could.
Clang!
The spear danced through the air, its triple-pronged tip and double-edged blade gleaming with lethal sharpness. 10,000 years ago, Yang Jian had cleaved mountains to rescue his mother. Back then, he could cleave even the sacred mountains bound by the gods.
Now, Fujimoto Morikazu's attack nearly borrowed the power of the wisteria sword far from the might of a deity. How could he possibly be unable to block it? Boom!
His aura surged like a storm. Yang Jian's divine form descended into Qin Yun's body, enveloping his muscles in scattered points of white light, as if he had donned an impenetrable treasure armor. Qin Yun gripped the spear's tail, its tip dragging along the ground. His muscles relaxed, his eyes serene, he waited for the colossal sword overhead to descend, as if he had abandoned all resistance.
Ha, scared stiff?
Kneel, you Chinese dog, and beg for mercy. Knock 3 loud blows to me, and I'll spare you. Fujimoto Mori, seeing Qin Yun cease his struggle, roared with maniacal laughter in the sky.
Is that so?
Qin Yun lifted his head, his gaze cold and unwavering. You cherry blossom people sure do love your fantasies.
They don't even realize they're about to die. A faint smile curled at the corners of Qin Yun's lips, revealing a ghostly grin. He raised his spear, aiming it at the giant's sword overhead. Fire! Chapter 123, Fujimoto Morikazu's Desperate Struggle.
This technique he had learned from Li Qingyue. After reaching the ultimate state of exhaustion came the ultimate power. The spear tore through the void, its terrifying energy causing the very fabric of space to tremble. Before the spear's tip reached its target, the colossal sword suspended overhead was already crushed into distortion. A blinding white light erupted as the spear traced a smooth arc, striking the great sword directly overhead. The collision completely blocked the sword's edge, forcing its sharpness to condense within the great sword itself, unable to touch Qin Yun in the slightest. Yet the massive sword, condensed with boundless energy, split cleanly in two like paper, cleaved by the spear from its very tip.
Fujimoto Morikazu's expression darkened abruptly in midair. His great sword had been cleaved apart? Split cleanly in two? Were it not for the violent energy fluctuations, he would never have believed his eyes. Put! Fujimoto Morikazu's chest convulsed as blood spurted from the corner of his mouth.
This greatsword, summoned by him, would naturally backfire upon being torn apart.
But Fujimoto Morikazu was no weakling.
His hands formed seals before his chest, and a serpentine phantom appeared behind him.
Disperse! Clang!
The severed giant's sword dispersed at his command, dissolving into a swirling purple mist.
From the phantom behind Fujimoto Morikazu, green light shot forth like rain, falling into the purple mist. The moment the green light entered the purple mist, it was instantly enveloped, forming countless daggers and short swords in shades of purple and green. By the time the purple mist dissipated, the sky was completely blanketed by the short blades. A rain of blades. Another of the Fujimoto family's supreme sword techniques. Not only that, Fujimoto Morikazu also drew upon his own profession, infusing the energy of the Yamada no Orochi into the purple mist. This sword rain possessed the power to annihilate a level 50 colossal beast. Fall. Whoosh. The sword rain fell with the sound. A deluge of short blades swept across the sky like a raging storm. But warriors always plunge into the storm, telling it they will not stop. And I am the storm. Facing the swirling storm of blades, Qin Yun neither dodged nor flinched, leaping upward. A dragon's roar echoed. A blue-white aura surged around Qin Yun's spear, and a translucent dragon's shadow blossomed from above. Dragon enters the sword array. The crowd felt transported back to an ancient battlefield of yore, where countless sword-wielding Taoists swarmed the dragon, determined to fulfill their quest to slay the dragon. Both sides plunged into a chaotic melee. Spectators held their breath, eyes fixed on the sky with tense expressions. Sword lights intertwined, shredding the malevolent dragon at its core.
Yet the dragon's shadow surged and twisted, charging back and forth through the sword formation, showing no sign of weakness. Fujimoto Morikazu's face was so grave it seemed as if water could drip from it. He had set up the sword formation himself and knew its intricacies best. The Chinese man across from him didn't seem human at all, more like a robot with cheat codes enabled, managing to dodge every single blade with lightning-fast evasions. Even Fujimoto Morikazu himself couldn't manage that. Forget him, even his grandfather couldn't pull it off. Boom! A soaring dragon coiled upward, its blinding white light as brilliant as the sun, crashing into the storm of swords filling the sky. The sword formation was shattered. Fujimoto Morikazu spat another mouthful of blood. His body could no longer hover in the air, plummeting straight to the ground. It took him a long time to crawl back up. As the dragon form faded, Qin Yun emerged within it. Clad in white battle armor, his gaze was cold as he pointed his spear at a distant target. Awesome! I told you Brother Yun would handle it. That was so cool. A mere Sakura man? How dare he compare himself to our great China? I'll show you what death means. The crowd erupted in cheers as Qin Yun burst out of the sword formation. That little cherry blossom put on quite a show. His skills were no joke, making everyone hold their breath in suspense. But thankfully, Qin Yun never disappoints. His dragon-splitting sword broke through the formation, and the Sakura guy suffered severe backlash damage, giving Qin Yun a huge advantage. Seeing this, the two elders, Chen and Fong, outside also breathed a sigh of relief. They knew the Fujimoto family well. Though these people were devoid of humanity, their sword techniques had been passed down for 1,000 years and still held some merit. Qin Yun's composed and unflappable demeanor in the face of such adversity filled them with satisfaction. Let them be as strong as they wish, a gentle breeze still sweeps the hills. As long as Qin Yun stands, China cannot lose. You bastards! Fujimoto Morikazu clutched his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his entire aura visibly weakened. Yet his eyes burned crimson, his facial muscles twisted into a savage grimace. Qin Yun lowered his gaze, like a god looking down upon an ant. Swoosh! His figure vanished, instantly crossing over Fujimoto Morikazu. At that moment, Fujimoto Morikazu's mouth remained agape. Hand raised, blade fell. Thud! A chunk of flesh hit the ground. Ah! 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 A torrent of blood gushed from his mouth like a fountain. Fujimoto Morikazu's throat convulsed, emitting an inhuman growl. His tongue had been severed clean off by the gun blade. Speak recklessly, lose your tongue. Yang Jian's aura surged forth, filling Qin Yun's eyes with divine fury and icy resolve. He'd heard enough of the voices insulting Huaxia. Though Fujimoto Morikazu was already condemned in his mind, punishment must come first. Fujimoto Morikazu frantically covered his mouth, channeling energy to the root of his tongue to forcibly stem the blood. Rage nearly made his eyes spit fire, transforming him into a rabid dog lunging wildly. A faint green mist began to spread from behind him, and the shadowy form of a colossal serpent gradually rose. Yamata no Orochi, I invoke your spirit. The crowd knew not that the Yamata no Orochi had fallen here. All 8 of its heads had been severed by Nezha, its body shattered into fragments scattered far and wide. Yet the divine essence of a deity is indestructible. Surrounded by countless enemies, Nezha had no time to extinguish its divine spirit and could only let it escape. And so, the divine essence of the Yamata no Orochi slumbered within this sacred land of the fallen god. The Yamata no Orochi generals serve as the serpent's personal guards, bound to it by a profound connection. Fujimoto Morikazu's mission was to retrieve the Yamata no Orochi's divine essence and bring it back to Sakura. But under Qin Yun's relentless pressure, he was forced to play his trump card prematurely, hoping to turn the tide of defeat with the power of the Yamata no Orochi. HM? Yang Jian narrowed his eyes, scanning the serpentine form behind Fujimoto Morikazu. He had never witnessed the Yamata no Orochi slain by Nezha. Yet this ferocious aura was almost as formidable as that of the Dragon Clan. But what of the Dragon Clan before Yang Jian? Dragon liver and phoenix marrow, these were but dishes on the table of the Chinese gods. Qin Yun sidestepped, creating distance. He waited for his opponent to complete his divine descent. Only by defeating an enemy at their peak could he truly crush them into the abyss. Boom! Green light shot skyward. 8 serpent heads emerged from the phantom, coiling around Fujimoto Morikazu's neck. A jet-black armor replaced the man's clothes, and even the purple vine sword was now tinged with a murderous aura. Yamata no Orochi, summoned. Wah! Fujimoto Morikazu let out a roar of unknown meaning. He hammered several pressure points on his body, unleashing surges of immense energy that flooded his entire being. In that instant, his level began to skyrocket, finally halting at level 60. This was the secret art of the Fujimoto family. Elders could store energy within the bodies of their juniors, allowing them to borrow it during life or death crises. The cost was severed meridians, requiring at least half a month of rest. He had played every last card. He began fighting for his life. Chapter 124, The Hard-Fought Battle, The Unexpected Guest. No! This kid's gone mad. The Fujimoto family really spared no expense storing up so much energy for him. They must not fear him exploding from the strain.
In a way, this kid is a genius too. But what's the point of saying that now? What about Qin? He's only level 50.
Old Fang and the others frowned deeply, their expressions grave. The collective relief they'd barely managed to feel was now hanging by a thread once more. Their earlier advantage vanished completely. Now Qin Yun must face the even more terrifying Fujimoto Morikazu. A level 50 battling a level 60, it was almost a guaranteed defeat. How could he possibly fight? With what? Boom! A violent wind erupted. Fujimoto Senichi burst into motion, leaving streaks of afterimages in his wake as he accelerated. In an instant, he stood before Qin Yun. The long sword slashed down. Qin Yun's face froze in shock. He hadn't anticipated such blinding speed. Yet his instincts kicked in, and he raised his spear to block the descending blade. Yet, it merely halted the blade's momentum. The sword's energy shattered, unleashing countless serpentine blades that erupted like bombs across Qin Yun's body. Boom! The boy's body flew backward, smashing into a distant mountain peak. Brother Yun! No! That brat's gone off the rails. We gotta help Brother Yun. Damn it! Those who aren't afraid of death, follow me. The onlookers' hearts immediately sank. Numerous professionals rushed forward, disregarding their own safety to shield Fujimoto Morikazu. They hadn't intervened earlier partly to avoid interfering with Qin Yun, partly because they already held the upper hand and refused to bully the outnumbered. But now that his power has surged dramatically, he sent Qin Yun flying with a single strike. How could they stand by and watch? Even if it meant bearing the shame of outnumbering their opponent, they would protect the pride of Huaxia. Wah! Chap, get lost. Fujimoto Morikazu's tongue had been severed, rendering his speech slurred and indistinct, yet the meaning was clear enough to most. Not a single one retreated. They were university students from Guqing. They had come seeking opportunity and advancement, their own strength being rather limited. Even the strongest among them had fallen to the unaltered Fujimoto Morikazu, let alone this group. Moreover, the Godfall land was no ordinary dungeon. Once injured or killed, there was no going back. But what of it? As humans, they feared death. But some things matter more than life itself. Like protecting those you hold dear. Standing together, their resolve grows stronger against the wind. They weren't strong, but their sheer numbers meant that even without resisting, they could form a human wall to delay the enemy for a while. Gaining enough time would allow Qin Yun to create distance, waiting for Fujimoto Morikazu's enhanced state to fade before resuming the fight. That was the only way to maximize their advantage. With this thought, everyone's gaze hardened with resolve. This battle might cost them their lives. But what awaited them more was eternal glory. Wuhua looking for death. Fujimoto Mori saw the Chinese warriors ahead, showing no sign of retreat or evasion. His ferocity surged as he unleashed both his serpent head and long sword, charging toward the group. The overwhelming pressure from a level 60 player combined with the divine presence was too much to bear. Even with their levels being relatively close, they couldn't lift their heads to resist. A direct hit would mean broken bones at best, near death at worst. Some closed their eyes in terror. But more raised their long blades to strike. Boom! The collision of energies sent billowing dust into the air. Am I okay? Blocked it? This snake man doesn't seem that strong. No. Look up, it's Qin Yun. Qin Yun has returned. A flurry of voices emerged from the dust, mingled with gasps of surprise. A gust of wind swept the dust away, revealing Qin Yun's figure. The three-pronged double-edged spear plunged into the earth, blocking every attack from Fujimoto Morikazu. No! Brother Yun, you shouldn't have come. There's no chance of winning in this state. Brother Yun, get out of here. You can't die here. Brother Yun, we'll hold him off. Remember to avenge us. The others snapped to attention, urging Qin Yun to flee. Qin Yun lowered his head, scanning the group. He didn't lower his gaze. That was how a god looked upon ants. But when he lowered his gaze to meet theirs, it was the look of a friend and brother. Waves of soft white light radiated out, pushing the group backward. Qin Yun would not let them interfere. Their strength was insufficient. They would be useless in this battle and only increase casualties. Moreover, he had summoned Yang Jian, the supreme celestial deity of the Huaxia divine lineage. How could he possibly allow mortals to interfere in his battle? Fujimoto Morikazu's eyes transformed into serpentine vertical slits. Spotting Qin Yun, he slithered forward, his sword glowing with emerald light as he thrust it at an awkward angle toward Qin Yun's throat. Qin Yun shifted his stance slightly, carefully evading the strike. Before, he could withstand attacks by relying on the physical body of the newly ascended Yang Jian. But now, Fujimoto Morikazu's power had surged dramatically, bolstered by divine favor. He was no longer the same opponent. Having not fully inherited Yang Jian's power, Qin Yun wisely chose to evade the sharpest edge of his attack. The thrust missed its mark. Fujimoto Senichi spun on the spot, lashing out with an energy-formed serpent tail that whipped toward Qin Yun's chest. Qin Yun couldn't dodge in time. Holding his spear with both hands, he braced himself to endure the blow. Boom! The energy exploded, sending Qin Yun's body flying once more. This won't work. There's no way to fight him.
The energy gap was too vast. Even a simple collision would completely crush him. Forget killing Fujimoto Morikazu, even blocking the attack was a struggle. For a moment, Old Fawn and the others' brows furrowed deeply. Had they been able to contact Qin Yun, they would have recalled him long ago. The enemy had initiated the attack, how could they possibly fight back? Boom! Qin Yun rose once more. His armor was scraped and torn, his entire body battered and disheveled. A streak of blood at the corner of his mouth made Qin Yun's gaze grow sharper. Having been knocked back twice in succession, Yang Jian was already seething with rage. Heaven's Eye! Open! A searing pain erupted from Qin Yun's forehead as a flesh-colored slit emerged, slowly widening. Yang Jian's innate skill, Heaven's Eye. With the Heavenly Eye activated, his combat prowess would receive a comprehensive boost, allowing him to track enemy movements with greater precision. This was merely the foundational capability. Once Yang Jian levels up, the Heavenly Eye will grow even more powerful, capable of directly slaying gods. A jet-black pupil emerged from the flesh slit, settling precisely between his two existing pupils. Three-eyed Divine General, Yang Jian reporting for duty. Beast! Die! Blinding white light surged as Qin Yun plunged like a sun crashing into the sea, his spear striking straight down. Seeing this, all the serpent heads on Fujimoto Mori's body surged forth. A radiant green light emanated from his pupils, forming a barrier that completely obscured the blinding white light overhead. Boom! The defense shattered. Yet the spear halted at Fujimoto Morikazu's chest, unable to advance an inch. No! Still not enough. Still couldn't kill him. Seeing Yang Jian's rage boiling over, Qin Yun's eyes narrowed as he prepared to activate his battle will. With all attributes boosted by 300%, he was confident he could crush Fujimoto Morikazu. But before he could activate it, he glanced sideways in confusion. The energy net he'd used to isolate the crowd had been breached. Logically, no one from Guqing should possess the ability to breach it. An outsider? As he pondered, a slender figure had already stepped before the two. Chapter 125, Instant Kill? The mysterious Lu Xuanling. The land of fallen gods inherently suppressed energy fields. Qin Yun had relied on Nezha's divine essence to channel residual energy and break through the suppression. Fujimoto Morikazu utilized the remnants of the Yamata no Orochi's corpse to channel divine power into his body, enabling him to resist the suppression. The people of Goose City could only muster their own strength to forcibly resist, their power greatly diminished. Thus, they were utterly defenseless against Fujimoto Morikazu. But the girl before him? Not only was she unaffected by the suppression, Qin Yun couldn't even sense her presence. Were she not standing right before him, Qin Yun would have doubted anyone existed here at all. Even Yang Jian's divine essence couldn't help but utter a soft "huh?" After all, he had only manifested a portion of his will, and couldn't immediately discern the girl's true nature. Fortunately, he could recognize her as Chinese and wouldn't aid Fujimoto Morikazu. You. China, Lu Xuanling. The girl bowed slightly, introducing herself to Qin Yun. Her features were exquisite, her curves graceful. She wore only a tank top and hot pants, revealing expanses of snow-white skin. Yet no one could harbor improper thoughts upon seeing her. Instead, she radiated an ethereal, untouchable aura. Just as Qin Yun was puzzled, Fujimoto Senichi surged forward from the front, his long sword slashing straight toward Qin Yun's head. Qin Yun's third eye flashed, instantly slowing time several-fold. This allowed him to swiftly raise his spear to block the strike head-on. Boom! The clash of sword and spear unleashed a terrifying burst of energy, creating a small whirlwind that tore deep craters into the ground beneath them. Both men staggered back several steps, the blow ending in a stalemate. Roar! The tongue-less vine-like being, Fujimoto Morikazu, raised its head. Its neck swelled to twice its size as it let out a roar so deafening it nearly shattered eardrums. Green tendrils appeared within the spacetime, gathering continuously around him. The energy of the Yamata no Orochi was steadily returning. If this wasn't resolved soon, his power would only continue to grow. Qin Yun's expression turned cold. He pointed his right finger toward the heavens, preparing to activate his battle will. Just as he began channeling his energy, Yang Jian's divine spirit murmured in puzzlement, abruptly halting his action. Seeing this, Qin Yun grew even more puzzled. Logically, Yang Jian should be the most enraged by such an attack, wanting nothing more than to flay Fujimoto Mori alive. So why was he suddenly stopping him? And what was with that tone of confusion? Unable to fathom it, Qin Yun followed Yang Jian's lead and turned his gaze toward Lu Xuanling. A hazy mist swirled around her, as if she were an ethereal immortal drifting through the clouds. One step, light and graceful. In the blink of an eye, the girl's figure appeared before Fujimoto Morikazu. The frenzied green serpent cared not who stood before it. Its head lunged forward, poised to tear the girl to shreds. Qin Yun's third eye flashed, slowing time once more. He raised his spear, ready to block the attack. But the girl extended her hand. Ignoring Yang Jian's heavenly eye, she extended her hand at normal speed. Her jade-like fingers, as green as spring onions, tapped the void before Fujimoto Morikazu. Pardon. A violent wind erupted. A sharp pain pierced the third eye between his brows, causing Qin Yun to stagger, nearly falling to the ground.
A peculiar energy blossomed from the girl's hand, nullifying all external influences.
Even Yang Jian's heavenly eye was forced to shut down temporarily.
Fujimoto Morikazu suffered even greater disruption. The serpentine shadow behind him disintegrated instantly, while emerald green snakes swarmed from his body, scattering wildly like stray dogs in flight. Not only did the energy of the Yamata no Orochi collapse, but the secret arts of the Fujimoto clan crumbled as well. Various energies surged chaotically within him, threatening to tear his body apart at any moment. Splatter! Fujimoto Morikazu's body couldn't withstand the rampant energy, tearing open in multiple places as blood gushed forth alongside the surging power. In an instant, he was transformed into a blood-soaked figure. Qin Yun rubbed his eyes, certain he hadn't misseen. He was stunned, and the Chinese people behind him were stunned too. Was he just instantly defeated? Is this really the same cherry blossom guy? He was an enemy Qin Yun could barely defeat without activating his battle will. And now he's been taken down in one move by a girl? No. This is impossible. Who the hell is she? Does anyone here recognize her? I've studied the top contenders from this year's national trials, and I've never heard of her. Not even in previous years. Where did she come from? The Goose City University student behind them gazed with clear eyes, speculating endlessly about the girl's identity without reaching any conclusion. Outside, Old Chen's gaze was deep. He made a call on his phone and returned with a look of deep emotion. Old Chen, whose kid is this? Did you find out? Old Fong, unable to contain his impatience, turned to Old Chen. Have you heard of Kunlun? Kunlun? Isn't that a forbidden zone near China's borders? Yes. Several heavenly extreme beasts lurk within Kunlun, posing a grave threat to China. To counter this threat, several elders secluded themselves in Kunlun, keeping watch over those heavenly extreme beasts. I know that. Could this girl be from Kunlun? Master Fong naturally knew this secret, yet he remained puzzled. Correct. She is a descendant of the blind old woman, raised in Kunlun since childhood and never participating in the national trials. The divine fallen land must have appeared in Kunlun as well, and she came here for some reason. After confirming the girl's identity, Elder Qin explained to everyone. Though the others grasped the gist, many questions lingered in their minds. Even if she came from Kunlun, her strength was simply too extraordinary. If she were to participate in the national trials, both Qin Yun and Shen Tianzi would fall before her. The only consolation was that she was Chinese and had already attacked Fujimoto Mori. At least they didn't have to worry about her fighting Qin Yun. Bro, are we really going to fight her? Qin Yun gripped his three-pronged spear, repeatedly seeking confirmation from Yang Jian. For some reason, after Lu Xuanling instantly defeated Fujimoto Morikazu, Yang Jian suddenly felt an intense urge to fight, desperate to square off against her. Unable to dissuade Yang Jian, Qin Yun steeled himself and approached Lu Xuanling. Fujimoto Morikazu was now utterly incapacitated, his body a mangled mess. Just as the two were about to deliver a mercy strike, a beam of light pierced through his body, vanishing him from their sight in an instant. Lu Xuanling's expression carried a faint chill. She clicked her tongue in disapproval before pointing a finger lightly toward the distance. He'd been rescued. Sakura really spared no expense this time. She explained calmly, her insight even sharper than Qin Yun's. Just as she said, before coming to the Godfall land, Fujimoto Morikazu had carried a legendary grade weapon capable of tearing through space to carry him away at the brink of death. And departing alongside him was a serpentine green energy. Thud! Fujimoto Morikazu, barely clinging to life, tumbled back into the Fujimoto family residence. Child, you. Put. His father was about to check his injuries when he coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining half his body crimson. The same fate befell several others nearby who had channeled energy. The Fujimoto family's secret technique had triggered a fierce backlash at this moment. Fortunately, these individuals possessed formidable strength. Though severely wounded, none were fatally injured. They struggled to support themselves as they tended to Fujimoto Morikazu. Child, who beat you like this? How much of the 8 banners spirit essence was retrieved? What's that black mark on your forehead? You mean, you want to fight me? Lu Xingning blinked her glassy eyes, her expression more curious than puzzled. But I truly mean no harm. I just want to spar a bit. Xinyan bent at the waist, clasped his hands together above his head, and waved them toward her, afraid of being misunderstood. All right. The girl didn't refuse. Instead, her face lit up with excitement. She unstrapped the long sword from her back. The blade slid from its sheath, gleaming like a streak of water. My apologies. Xinyan clasped his fists in apology once more, then surged with momentum as he grasped the 3-pronged double-edged spear. Yang Jian's Dharma form materialized behind him, the heavenly eye opening between his brows. Golden light radiated outward, elevating his state to its peak. Though it was merely a sparring match, he would still give it his all. The girl's eyes widened with astonishment. With a light flick of her fingertip, the water-colored sword shot forward, her aura solidifying around her. Xinyan froze in shock. The world before his eyes had transformed. Before him stood not a girl, but the very essence of heaven and earth, the cycle of life and death.
An incomprehensible realm pressed down upon Qin Yun's shoulders, robbing him even of the will to strike. Interesting.
The heavenly eye's pupils dilated, showering golden light upon Qin Yun. The radiance sent a shiver through his body, snapping him back to his senses.
Yang Jian's voice echoed in Qin Yun's ear. I never imagined I'd meet that once disciple here. Who?
Rooted in all creation, master of life and death cycle.
The Earth Goddess. Chapter 126, Ho-Tu of Kunlun. What?
Hearing this title, even Qin Yun couldn't help but startle.
Goddess Ho-Tu, the deity who governs the cycle of reincarnation.
Peer to the goddess Nuwa, her status second only to the three purities. Disdaining the strife of the celestial court, she relinquished her divine seat and established the realm of reincarnation upon Kunlun. He never imagined the little girl before him was the successor to Ho-Tu. Qin Yun drew a deep breath, gripping his spear tightly as spiritual patterns surged within him, his aura reaching its zenith.
The spear tip lightly pierced the air, emitting a whistling sound.
With the motion, the girl's figure gradually materialized before Qin Yun's eyes. Her water sword rose slowly, its blade like an ocean vast and boundless.
Here it comes.
Qin Yun roared, his three-pronged spear slicing through the air like a blade. Simultaneously, the heavenly eye opened, pouring forth golden light. Lu Xinning wielded a divine sword of her own, slicing through space from top to bottom.
The two clashed. Space trembled. What appeared to be a simple head-on clash left the surrounding Chinese onlookers utterly speechless. These two were monsters. The Goose City University students behind them wore expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. This was the first time they'd witnessed such a battle. Was this the true power of Kunlun? To actually match Qin Yun blow for blow? They had thought Qin Yun was already a monster, but this woman proved to be no less formidable. And this was merely a sparring match, not even their strongest form. On the other side of the camera, old Master Fong watched the scene unfold, his shock deepening. Kunlun had remained secluded for so long. I thought they wouldn't participate in this trial of the divine fallen land. Yet here they are, appearing before us in this manner. Old Master Fong mused. That they would intervene speaks volumes about the peril of the Godfall land. Old Chen added. Indeed, this time the trouble is likely to be considerable. Other nations are surely eyeing the same opportunity. Yang Jian's divine spirit remained unsatisfied, his battle intent growing ever more intense as he clashed once more with Lu Xuanling. Both fought with all their might, pushing their divine power to its absolute limit. Yet both held back, wary of inflicting fatal wounds. It seemed that Mother Earth had not fully regained her strength either. While battling, Yang Jian's divine essence used his heavenly eye to scrutinize the aura emanating from Lu Xuanling. Her divine power alone should not be this feeble, yet she could only manage a stalemate against Yang Jian, who possessed but a sliver of divine consciousness. It seemed even Ho-Tu, who presided over the cycle of reincarnation, had suffered severe wounds in the previous great battle. Enough. There's no need to continue. Yang Jian's divine essence addressed Qin Yun. By now, they had clashed multiple times, yet the outcome remained deadlocked. HM? Lu Xinning watched Qin Yun sheath his spear, her delicate brows furrowing slightly in instant displeasure. Not fighting anymore? Her sword remained unsheathed, her fighting spirit still burning bright. After all, having been inactive for so long, she finally encountered someone her own age and naturally wanted to spar a bit more. Qin Yun hastily waved his hands. No, thank you. Your martial skills are extraordinary, Mississippi. I'm no match for you. There are still many dangers in this divine ruin land. We should rest for a moment first. Qin Yun gave an awkward chuckle. Oh. Lu Xinning's expression turned slightly disappointed, but she nodded in agreement. The surrounding Chinese onlookers were still reeling from the earlier sparring match. Fascinating. Is this Kunlun? Never imagined this old body of mine would witness such a sight in my lifetime. Those who enter the divine fallen land are truly extraordinary. Old Master Fong's tone carried deep admiration, yet also betrayed a hint of weariness. He was old, yet to encounter such turbulent times at his age was truly regrettable. He only hoped to make one final contribution before his time came. With Kunlun involved, the trials of the divine fallen land must yield extraordinary results. Young Qin made the right choice in coming. Indeed. With Qin Yun and this young lady present, those who dared intrude into the divine fallen land are likely doomed. The others nearby murmured in agreement. Yet the worry on Elder Fong and Elder Chen's faces remained. After all, their first adversary was the cherry blossom genius. Whoever emerged from the Godfall land would hold no surprises for them. The situation was far from simple. Elsewhere. Your name is Qin Yun, correct? Impressive. Though Lu Xinning resided in Kunlun, she had some understanding of affairs in Huaxia. She stepped before Qin Yun, her eyes brimming with unmistakable admiration. You flatter me, young lady. I didn't use my full strength in that last move. Had we continued, I might have truly fallen to you. Qin Yun quickly offered polite words. Lu Xuanling clearly relished the compliment, her brows arching slightly as a radiant smile blossomed across her face. Those exploring the divine fallen land alongside them drew closer. Brother Yun, we owe it all to your help this time. Otherwise, we would have fallen to little Sakura. Yeah, that guy was just too treacherous. You saved our lives. If you ever need anything, just ask.
Though they were university students, they showed Qin Yun great respect, addressing him as brother throughout. They chattered excitedly, expressing their gratitude to him.
Qin Yun hurriedly returned their bows.
We're all children of China, brothers of Gucheng.
Helping each other is only right. Ha, Brother Yun is absolutely right. We've all caused Brother Yun a lot of trouble.
Everyone scratched their heads sheepishly, murmuring their admiration.
We're too weak to bother Brother Yun.
As soon as the leader finished speaking, others chimed in agreement. They knew their limits, but Qin Yun raised his hand to stop them.
Let's go together.
We can watch each other's backs if danger arises.
Ha!
The group was utterly surprised. This wasn't mutual support, it was clearly Qin Yun protecting them. After all, they were all from Gu City. This divine fallen land was extremely dangerous, and Qin Yun didn't want them to get hurt.
Come with us? As soon as Qin Yun finished speaking, everyone's gaze deliberately fell upon Lu Xuanling.
They weren't stupid, they could tell this girl's strength was likely on par with Qin Yun's.
Having one more person would make exploring the trial grounds easier. Even little Sakura had managed to sneak in. Who knew what other beings might lurk within? Qin Yun also turned his gaze toward Lu Xuanling. Then let's go together. Lu Xuanling didn't refuse, merely nodding lightly.
Though she had long resided in Kunlun and rarely interacted with the outside world, it didn't mean she lacked social skills. On the contrary, she was even more outgoing than Shuluwali, possessing a strong urge to interact with others. The others said no more, manipulating their energy to resist the suppression as they followed Qin Yun toward a specific direction.
A gloomy atmosphere hung over the Fujimoto family residence. What on earth had happened? A white-haired elder glared furiously at Fujimoto Morikazu, who lay on the bed.
This man was the head of the Fujimoto family.
One of the pillars supporting modern Japan. Fujimoto Morikazu was his most favored grandson.
Never did he expect him to be reduced to such a pitiful state in the land of the fallen gods.
They had prior knowledge of China. The forces in that small Chinese city alone could never have inflicted such severe damage on his grandson.
Moreover, they had preemptively infused a significant amount of energy into his body, precisely to guard against such an emergency.
Yet ultimately, they failed to prevent it.
How long had the Godfall land been open before it ended up in such a wretched state?
Master, we truly don't know.
The leader bowed his head, unable to meet the head of the family's furious gaze.
Useless. What happened to Fujimoto Morikazu when you in the Godfall land?
The Fujimoto had slammed his fist on the table so hard that the teacup shattered into pieces, scattering across the floor.
Yes.
The Huaxia people.
China?
The head of the Fujimoto family narrowed his eyes, a hint of icy coldness in his expression.
Yes, Fujimoto Morikazu was wounded by the Chinese. He also failed to retrieve much of the Yamada no Orochi's divine essence.
Not only that, but strange black marks had appeared on his body, causing his injuries to linger without recovery.
The leader reported Fujimoto Morikazu's condition in detail. Interesting.
The head of the Fujimoto family pondered for a moment, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. He dismissed everyone except for one personal guard.
Master, what are your orders? I want you to go to the shrine immediately and request their intervention.
His voice was deep and low.
The shrine?
The guard's expression betrayed surprise, not expecting the head of the family to seek the shrine's intervention. The shrine is the supreme authority in Japan, shrouded in countless secrets.
Even the current Fujimoto family knew little about it.
And now the family had actually requested the shrine's people to take direct action.
Yes.
The guard dared not question the order, immediately carrying out the head of the family's command.
China. Prepare to die. Chapter 127, The Golden Sacred Dragon, Gods of Huaxia.
Qin Yun and Lu Xuanling journeyed together, exploring this land where gods fell.
Brother Yun, what's all this stuff here?
The university student behind him asked Qin Yun with clear eyes. They knew only that opportunities lay within, but not what exactly awaited them. This is the place where the gods fell. Not only are there magical artifacts they dropped, but also opportunities from the gods themselves.
Qin Yun, receiving guidance from Yang Jian in his mind, explained to the group.
Yes, countless divine souls still wander here. Though they were merely obscure minor deities, they had once protected our Huaxia for countless generations. My purpose in coming here is to perform a ritual to guide these souls to the afterlife. Only now did Lu Xuanling reveal her primary purpose for being here. As the inheritor of Hotu's legacy, she possessed the power of reincarnation. She could guide these deities into the cycle of reincarnation, freeing them from the torment of wandering spirits. Nezha, as commander-in-chief of the heavenly armies, did not fight alone here but led an entire host. Unlike him, most celestial soldiers and generals could not preserve their divine essence to return to heaven. They were doomed to wander this realm. Yet these deities had wandered this forgotten land far too long.
Some have even faded from existence entirely.
Along their journey, they witnessed the brutal remains of many divine beings, many of which had been carried away by the winds and sands.
What use are the gods of Huaxia? Or lesser deities? Forgotten for so long, what purpose do they serve?
It was far more important to seek treasures within this trial realm. These words came from several students from Guqing who traveled with them. The of Huaxia deities meant few cared about gods, especially lesser ones. They simply lacked any relevant understanding. Yet the words had barely left their mouths when an unprecedented chill washed over them. Icy pillars crystallized all over their bodies, freezing them solid in place. In that instant, life and death were separated. Lu Xining's expression was icy as he extended his palm, pointing forward. The gods have protected Huaxia for millennia. You may forget this history, but you must never defame them. The ice pillars were infused with immense reincarnation energy, causing a whirlwind of memories to flash through their minds.
Black marks even appeared between their eyebrows.
Qin Yun rushed forward, and Yang Jian unleashed his divine power, forcibly pinning her hand down. Only then did the curse ease, and everything returned to normal.
If this continued, these individuals would surely perish on the spot. They didn't understand. Spare them.
Qin Yun explained softly. We're sorry.
We were wrong, sisterling.
We're sorry. Gasping for breath, the group instantly dropped to their knees, slapping themselves across the face. The group fell silent. No one dared say another word, their gazes toward Lu Xuanling tinged with fear. After all, Lu Xuanling's origins were shrouded in mystery, and she had shown no mercy in dealing with them. Though she wasn't their enemy, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease.
Lu Xuanling shot Qin Yun a glance.
She sensed his power also stemmed from the divine, and naturally believed he shared her perspective. Thus, she continued.
You may have forgotten, but I have not. Countless ancient deities lie buried within this trial ground.
They left no names, harbored no regrets, but they should not become wandering spirits.
Lu Xuanling sighed.
Qin Yun nodded in agreement.
Now, China's influence in the world is steadily waning.
These deities have been utterly abandoned, becoming the laughingstock of others.
Some deities have even vanished entirely from the annals of history.
If this continues, the very legacy of Huaxia may be severed.
Let's go. Lu Xingling gazed ahead.
We're nearing the depths of the divine ruin.
I can sense their lingering presence here. Without hesitation, the group pressed forward into the unknown.
Endless yellow sands stretched ahead, their grains stained crimson by blood, creating a mottled and terrifying sight. Gazing upon this vast expanse of ruin, a chill crept into everyone's hearts.
Is this where the gods fell in battle? The group gasped in awe.
Beyond the blood-stained sands lay countless skeletal remains. They wore tattered armor and clutched rusted blades, their forms decayed beyond recognition by the passage of time. All that once was had vanished into the shifting sands, leaving only these fragments to offer a glimpse of the past. Be careful. There's a dragon's aura here.
No sooner had Qin Yun approached the outskirts of the ruins than he sensed a familiar aura. He could confirm it was the Dragon Clan's aura. Had the Dragon Clan also entered the Godfall land? Lu Xuanling's face betrayed her astonishment.
She hadn't expected even the Dragon Clan to choose to enter this place. The information about the divine fallen land had been revealed by the 4 great dragon kings, so the presence of dragon energy here was unsurprising. However, the pressure wasn't particularly strong. The dragon guarding this place was likely not one of the true Dragon Clan. Qin Yun made his assessment. If the Dragon Clan were to appear, it would be in large numbers. The relatively sparse aura detected now was not characteristic of the Dragon Clan.
Shall we proceed inside?
Those around him asked in unison, placing all initiative squarely in Qin Yun's hands. They dared not act on their own initiative, leaving the decision to Qin Yun.
Let's go in and take a look. Understood. The group responded immediately. The group entered the ruins. Qin Yun and Lu Xuanling led the way at the front.
A fierce wind swept through the area, stirring up a foul stench that made everyone instinctively cover their noses. The battlefield here had been so brutal that even after thousands of years, the malevolent aura still lingered.
Ha! Qin Yun and Lu Xuanling froze, lifting their heads to stare ahead. What is it?
The others looked at them in confusion. As they lifted their heads, they felt an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure descend upon them.
A dragon. A golden colossal dragon circled above the ruins. A dragon? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. How could they appear in the Godfall land? And right here, above these ruins? As if sensing the crowd, the golden dragon's cold eyes swept over Qin Yun and the others. Before it, humans were as insignificant as dust. No. Not a physical form, merely a phantom born from residual energy.
Qin Yun activated his heavenly eye, discerning the dragon's origins. The golden dragon stretched its body, growing ever larger.
Alien race began.
A cold voice spat out.
Boom.
A powerful mental pressure descended, nearly suffocating the students of Ghoul City.
They knelt to the ground, struggling to resist. HM?
Qin Yun's mind reeled, nearly causing him to collapse to his knees. This energy struck directly at the soul. Those unable to resist faced nothing but suppression. Meanwhile, on the other side of the lens, Elder Fong and Elder Chen were also closely monitoring the situation within the Divine Ruin Land. Upon seeing this golden colossal dragon, everyone drew a sharp, chilling breath.
How could a dragon still be guarding these ruins? Residual energy from the ancient god wars?
That was far beyond their level to handle. In terms of power, this dragon was even more formidable than Fujimoto Morikazu had been.
Fan Yanshan wore anxious expressions, momentarily at a loss for solutions.
Yet the dragon's overwhelming pressure persisted. Thousands of years ago, it fought alongside the Dragon King in sieges against Nezha, proof enough of its might. Though dead for a millennium, its might endures.
Foreign race, begone. The icy voice echoed once more, its pressure intensifying.
Many students were already struggling to endure, writhing as they tried to crawl away. Searing, tearing pain gnawed at their souls, plunging them into utter darkness.
Qin Yun's third eye expanded between his brows.
Yang Jian's energy forced him to resist this oppressive aura, and he was about to intervene. But suddenly, countless blades and swords hummed in the sky.
Clang.
Swoosh. In the next instant, the dragon's wing was severed, golden blood splattering everywhere.
You beast. Even if I die, you'll never get the upper hand. Follow me, all of you, let's slay this dragon.
A chorus of voices rose from the ruins before them.
The overwhelming battle intent resisted the oppressive force, instantly easing the pressure on the crowd.
Across the blood-stained sands, countless figures stood tall and resolute.
The divine beings of Huaxia.
Clothed in tattered armor, wielding rusted blades, they charged toward the Dragon King. Chapter 128, 1,000 Years of Solitude, Soul Transformed into Ghost.
If the dragon's energy could fight, then the Chinese deities certainly could too. Even if the people of China today cannot recall their names, their strength and conviction remain undiminished by oblivion. I'll join too. Lu Xuanling's icy voice echoed from the side. Beneath the colossal dragon's overwhelming pressure, she seemed utterly unfazed. The soul-crushing suppression proved utterly ineffective against her. The legacy of the Earth Goddess Ho-Tu specifically targeted souls, granting her a natural advantage against such entities. Lu Xuanling stepped forward slowly, extending her hand to strike a wheel of rebirth seal. Disperse. Her crimson lips parted. The power of reincarnation surged forth from her body, enveloping the entire ruin. In that instant, everyone felt their bodies relax completely, the tearing sensation vanishing entirely. Qin Yun's face lit up with surprise. He knew Lu Xuanling possessed the Ho-Tu inheritance. Yet he never imagined the power of Ho-Tu could be so formidable.
Lu Xuanling's expression darkened instantly as the water-colored long sword appeared in her hand.
Oh no, this beast is about to strike. A flash of sharp intelligence flickered in the golden dragon's icy gaze.
Ignoring the encircling Huaxia deities, it unleashed a golden beam from its maw, striking Lu Xuanling squarely in the face.
Death. Watch out. Qin Yun shouted.
But he had no time to react, nor could he make any counter-move.
But Lu Xuanling was no pushover. A mere remnant of energy? What could it possibly do to her? Break!
The aqua-hued longsword thrust forward, and the golden glow instantly shattered, vanishing without a trace in the air. She then formed seals with her right hand, unleashing several wheel of rebirth seals. The golden light vanished from the colossal dragon, transforming into a ball of black flame.
Human! You deserve to die. The dragon writhed in agony, its soul scorched by intense flames.
Its energy reserves were already meager, and this devastating blow left it with scarcely any left.
You beast! How dare you ambush me? I'll chop your dragon head to pieces.
The surrounding Huaxia deities fought with fierce determination, each sword and blade deepening the dragon's wounds.
Disperse! Lu Xuanling flicked his fingers again. Under the wheel of rebirth seal, the black flames instantly dissipated. In that instant, the last remnants of strength within the golden dragon vanished completely. Its massive body crashed to the ground. Qin Yun couldn't help but glance sideways.
Though the golden dragon was merely an energy projection, its power was far beyond what ordinary beings could withstand. These slumbering deities of ancient China had even resorted to summoning their primordial essence to aid them, fearing that the younger generation might be slain by the dragon.
Yet Lu Xuanling had shattered it with just a single wheel seal, rendering their efforts somewhat redundant. This girl is terrifying.
Damn, that dragon's pressure nearly wiped us all out.
Were those the Chinese deities? The college students of Gulu City, having narrowly escaped death, rose to their feet. While marveling at Lu Xuanling's power, they gazed at the ruins.
They knew Lu Xuanling was strong, but only now did they grasp the sheer terror of her power. Before that colossal dragon, they were utterly defenseless, yet she fought with unwavering resolve. If not for her reincarnation seal, they all would have perished here.
Meanwhile, Fan Lao and Chen Lao were equally stunned. One strike, one kill? Is this the power of Kunlun?
That was a dragon's phantom form, and she was this powerful.
Keep in mind, though this dragon was merely an energy-based phantom, it was once a deity. Even a group of level 60 players would struggle immensely to handle it. Who would have thought Lu Xuanling could utterly crush it with just a few words? Blind Granny truly has an eye for talent. With the training she's received, how many rivals could stand against this girl in all of China? Growing up in that environment, it's no wonder she's so formidable.
Old Master Fong mused.
Normally, those old fellows of Kunlun wouldn't interfere with worldly affairs, content to guard the Kunlun mountains. Even Fong Lao and Shen Lao couldn't delve deeper into their affairs. And now, this little girl who emerged from Kunlun has displayed terrifying power before their very eyes. May they all grow stronger. Amidst the ruins, Qin Yun looked at Lu Xuanling, his expression filled with respect. Thank you. Had she not intervened earlier, they all would have perished. Qin Yun was confident he could defeat that golden dragon. Facing the soul attack, Yang Jian had no effective means of defense. Even if he could win, it would take time. During that time, he likely wouldn't be able to protect the group of Gu City students behind him. Lu Xuanling shook her head, indicating it was fine. Young man, thank you. That dragon was vicious back in the day. Even after we took it down, it still wouldn't rest in peace. As the colossal dragon dissipated, the Chinese deities who had just fought also lowered their weapons and turned their gaze toward the group. The power of Mother Earth? We've truly troubled Her Majesty. But young man, though we slew countless foreign deities 1,000 years ago, we could not destroy their souls. Now they have become vengeful spirits. We have suppressed them for a millennium, but now, for the sake of the great dragon, we had to release the seal. They will likely emerge soon. The overflowing vengeful spirits will trouble the Empress. We shall return first to suppress them. No sooner had the celestial soldiers and generals spoken than several terrifyingly cold auras began surging from the surroundings. Qin Yun and Lu Xuanling surveyed their surroundings together. Everywhere their eyes fell, the scene was one of utter ruin. The Godfall land was, in truth, a sealed realm, imprisoning countless divine beings and spectral entities. The souls of those fallen foreign gods had lingered here far too long, their sanity utterly shattered. The souls of the Huaxia deities had also been suppressed here for 1,000 years. Millennia of solitude, it was unimaginable. The students wore expressions of reverence, many feeling ashamed for their earlier words. Let's go. I'll go burn those souls. Lu Xuanling murmured. Qin Yun nodded, and the group followed the two forward. Qin Yun sensed Nezha's divine spirit growing increasingly restless within him. Judging by the proximity, they must be very close to the battlefield where he had fallen. Qin Yun took the lead, clearing the path ahead. Lu Xuanling frowned slightly, staying close behind Qin Yun. She hadn't yet sensed the presence of those fierce ghosts and was thoroughly puzzled by Qin Yun's actions. Where are you going? The final battleground where a mighty deity met his end. Qin Yun replied. That's the central battlefield. Everyone present couldn't help but pause in surprise. The central battlefield, surely the fiercest arena of combat. The malevolent spirits there must be numerous. Let's go. Lu Xuanling showed no hesitation, striding ahead. Though the others felt a twinge of unease, they followed suit. On the other side of the camera, Old Master Fong and Old Master Chen frowned, their expressions grave. These ghostly entities were no easy foes. They were all transformed from the souls of fallen deities. Having lost their reason, their powers grew ever stronger, and they were extremely aggressive. Having roamed the land of fallen gods for ages, their malevolence had multiplied exponentially. Previously restrained by the divine beings of Huaxia, they were unable to act. Now, having escaped their seals, anyone who dared to enter their domain risked being attacked by these malevolent spirits. No sooner had they approached the vicinity than several dark shadows surged toward them from all sides. Their energy was volatile, their aura cold and sinister, nearly matching the malevolence of hell's own demons. Qin Yun spread his arms wide, gripping the trident spear. Pure white energy blossomed, instantly slowing the speed of the malevolent spirits before him. Lu Xuanling focused her mind, forming a seal with her right hand. Black sparks slowly flew forth, injecting into the fiends' foreheads. Boom! The flames surged violently. The black flames of reincarnation instantly engulfed the demon, transforming it into an endless sea of fire. The roaring curses echoed ceaselessly, making the students of Guqing's university tremble in their boots. Chapter 129, Divine Artifact. Nezha's highest tier. These malevolent spirits were no easy foes, but thankfully Qin Yun and that young girl from Kunlun were there, otherwise, they would have suffered greatly. I doubt we'd even have intact bodies left. But this young girl has a kind heart. Old Shen observed meticulously, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The wheel of rebirth flames consumed the evil spirits, reducing them to countless specks of light. Coalesce. Lu Xuanling flicked her fingertip, and the light coalesced into patches of starlight mist, drifting toward the university students. HM? Qin Yun grasped her intent and immediately raised his hand. Do not resist. Adapt and accept. Hearing this, the students, who had been on high alert, relaxed and opened their arms toward the starlight mist. Though unfamiliar with Lu Xuanling, they placed complete trust in Qin Yun. Energy enveloped them like cocoons. Everyone closed their eyes, absorbing it deeply. This was purified divine energy. Even without grasping its profound meaning, it would boost their levels and bring immeasurable benefits. Had Lu Xuanling not been present, Qin Yun could never have produced this. The entire city of Gu was profoundly grateful. Qin Yun bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude to Lu Xuanling. No need. Kunlun needs no thanks. Just don't forget us.
A hint of moisture glistened deep within the girl's eyes, though she concealed it well. Qin Yun had guarded the pass for 1,000 years, witnessing countless personnel come and go, yet none had ever harbored regret. As Lu Xuanling said, they don't need gratitude, it holds no meaning for them. They only hoped not to be forgotten, just as the divine veins of Huaxia had not been. Qin Yun sighed deeply and bowed his hands in gratitude once more. Just as the two were about to continue onward, more wandering souls of deities appeared around them. These were the true souls of Huaxia deities. Incomplete, they could not maintain their forms like the earlier soldiers and possessed almost no self-awareness. Yet through millennia of solitude, they had not become vengeful spirits to haunt the land, but remained in their pure essence. Now sensing the aura of Mother Earth, they approached without regret, even if it meant being destroyed and denied reincarnation. Lu Xingling sensed their presence and slowly approached the multitude of souls. With an outstretched hand, the seal of reincarnation transformed into a silver light, pouring into the souls of the departed. Hutu, the goddess who governs the cycle of souls. Her power extends far beyond mere destruction, it lies in facilitating rebirth and reincarnation, sustaining the world's unbroken cycle. Now, facing the deities of Huaxia, she wielded precisely this power of reincarnation. Guided by this force, the scattered souls gradually solidified, coalescing into individual soul soldiers. They saluted the two with a military salute, then released their energy before stepping into the cycle of reincarnation. This energy was sufficient for them to be reborn into good families, or even possess superior talents in their next lives. Yet they relinquished it all, offering it as a gift to the two. Sir, your magnanimity is profound. Qin Yun bowed respectfully. Though long forgotten by others, they harbored no resentment. Instead, they sacrificed themselves to benefit future generations. After all, who knows when this cycle might end? Better to bless those before them. Qin Yun was filled with profound emotion. In this present age, few would likely even know of their existence. Yet they continued to guard this world. Lu Xingning channeled the energy, gathering it above the heads of the students in Guqing before slowly infusing it into their bodies. This was the energy of the Huaxia deities, pure and simple, far more suitable than what had come before. Even those of limited natural talent could now receive the inheritance of the Chinese gods. To put it plainly, this alone could elevate your profession to S rank. Such an opportunity was truly rare and hard to come by. Outside the Godfall land, the two elders, Fong and Chen, remained unaware of the events unfolding. Yet whatever was happening, it undoubtedly benefited the students of Guqing University. This opportunity was fought for with their lives by Qin Yun and Lu Xuanling. Though dangers lurked here, it presented a rare opportunity for these students from Guqing. Should we let them stay here now? Shall we depart? Qin Yun, guided by Nezha's divine consciousness, sensed he was nearing the weapon he sought. Lu Xuanling did not refuse. The malevolent spirits and deities they had encountered earlier were merely a small fraction, many more awaited her in the cycle of reincarnation. As the two advanced, ghostly entities continually appeared around them, attempting to block their path. Yet these threats posed little challenge to Qin Yun and his companion. With Lu Xuanling's reincarnation seal aiding them, the black flames reduced everything to ashes. The overflowing energy was absorbed by both of them. As they journeyed onward, Qin Yun and Lu Xuanling not only experienced no exhaustion but actually felt their condition improve. As they delved deeper, a muffled voice echoed persistently in their ears. Roar! Woo! Our intrusion must have reactivated the souls of the surrounding deities. They perceive us as invaders. Lu Xuanling's expression grew grave as she looked up at the battlefield now shrouded in darkness. The situation was far worse than anticipated. Originally, they were merely malevolent spirits, but as Qin Yun and his companions drew nearer, those restless souls grew equally frenzied, lunging toward them. Their numbers were staggering, nearly overwhelming in their sheer volume. This won't do. If this continues, we'll be overwhelmed. Lu Xuanling shook her head. I'll buy time. Use your abilities to eliminate those fierce ghosts as quickly as possible. Qin Yun's third eye bloomed between his brows, shooting forth a golden beam that repelled the encroaching darkness. Understood. Lu Xuanling didn't waste words. In this situation, we must act swiftly. She immediately formed a finger seal, activating the Wheel of Rebirth seal. Instantly, the Wheel of Rebirth seal blazed with intense light. Then it transformed into a sky filled with lotus flowers. The lotus platform blossomed, radiating the immortal power of reincarnation. The ghostly entities touched by it instantly turned to ash and vanished. Qin Yun, spear in hand, its silver and gold hues shimmering, charged into the swarm of souls. Though they had once been deities, they were merely fledgling gods of foreign races. Before Yang Jian, they were as insignificant as ants, utterly incapable of harming Qin Yun. Yet as Qin Yun fought, a nagging doubt stirred within him. Buried within this war-torn ruin lay countless deities. Their bones remained undecayed, their souls unbroken. Yet as these souls perished, the bones of the mighty lost their consciousness, becoming the greatest hidden danger here instead. Moreover, these mighty beings had been exceptionally powerful in life, and might still retain certain traits from their existence, such as bloodlust, murderous intent, rage, and the like. Should these bones ever run amok, it would spell disaster.
Boom! The 100-foot spear struck the ground, scattering the last wisp of black mist. Lu Xining's wheel of rebirth lotus bloomed, utterly annihilating the soul-devouring entity within. With their coordinated efforts, even if the numbers were multiplied several times over, they showed no fear. Not long after venturing deeper, Qin Yun sensed that familiar aura. The treasure left behind by Nezha lay here. Ahead lay a deep pit. No bloodstains, no yellow sand, only level ground. Yet strangely, water lilies grew upon this ground, their white petals tinged with pink, sleeping peacefully. Nezha, the place of his fall. Nezha's divine essence trembled violently, prompting Qin Yun to approach without hesitation. Boom! Suddenly, the entire space began to violently tremble. In the distant sky, a fissure seemed to appear. The fissure rapidly widened, ultimately forming a pitch-black passageway. From within the passage, piercing screams echoed incessantly, as if some dreadful creature was imprisoned within. Roar! The sounds never ceased. As the black hole gradually expanded, the crowd could see clearly. It was an endless sea of vengeful spirits. They were the deities slain by Nezha, the heavenly court's deadliest warrior, whose hands held countless lives. Even 1% remaining here would spell disaster. Qin Yun fell silent, but he had no choice but to summon his three-pronged double-edged spear, preparing for battle. The scene before them resembled hell itself, sending chills down everyone's spine. The apparitions took all manner of grotesque forms, every conceivable shape and size. How many had perished here? Lu Xuanling's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her heart pounding with dread. The sheer number of vengeful spirits pouring out of that black hole was terrifying. They outnumbered the malevolent spirits within this canyon by more than threefold. Each of these vengeful spirits was consumed by hatred. They sought to destroy everything they encountered here. How on earth did Qin Yun find this place? Damned mortal, I have waited far too long for this era. I shall awaken. I will exact my vengeance. Ha! Fueled by hatred and malice, they were locked in a battle to the death. With a series of roars, the evil spirits charged forward in unison. Lu Xuanling activated the Wheel of Rebirth seal. In an instant, the power of reincarnation enveloped the surroundings. As a technique inherited from the Earth Goddess, it held immense power to suppress the malevolent spirits. You worthless trash! Slaughtered by me 1,000 years ago, yet you dare seek revival today? Delusional! Flames scorched the heavens. The spear in his hand transformed into a flaming spearhead, and Nezha's divine essence directly enveloped Yang Jian, bypassing the need for divine descent. The three flavors true fire erupted, halting the evil specter's advance. Lotus blossoms burst forth from the heavens. Lu Xuanling's energy coalesced, and the purifying power of reincarnation began its work. Boom! The heavens roared. The sheer number of these lost souls was overwhelming. Despite Lu Xuanling's innate suppression, they forced their way through. Oomph! Nezha snorted coldly. His spear blazed with fiery flames, crimson gold energy flowing like molten lava, shrouding the entire sky. Many souls were instantly scattered and destroyed. Yet their numbers remained overwhelming. Like rabid dogs, they scrambled to emerge, desperate for even a single bite. 1 minute. Buy me time. Seeing the situation was untenable, Qin Yun lowered his head to relay the order. Solidify. Lu Xuanling formed a seal, channeling the power of reincarnation into frost that solidified within the flames. The next moment, Qin Yun's figure flickered and appeared beside the water lily. Through those eyes, he saw what lay beneath the ruins. The 9-dragon divine fire cover and the demon-slaying sword. These were treasures once belonging to Nezha. Qin Yun immediately channeled the power of Nezha's divine spirit. A crimson gold radiance gathered upon the lotus, making the blossom blaze like fire as it proudly opened. Under the crimson glow, the 9-dragon divine fire umbrella and the demon-slaying sword materialized in the air. These two treasures, long sealed away, finally saw the light of day once more. Boom! The earth trembled violently. The entire ruin was affected by these two treasures. The 9-dragon divine fire cover immediately unleashed its power. Flames engulfed the surroundings. This was originally the artifact of the Supreme Immortal, far more powerful than ordinary divine treasures. The surrounding malevolent spirits were instantly consumed by the flames upon contact, reduced to ashes. In terms of purification efficiency, it held its own against Lu Xuanling's Wheel of Rebirth, firmly suppressing the swarming malevolent spirits. After securing these two treasures, Qin Yun felt a surge of power coursing through his body. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the divine artifacts, 9-dragon divine fire cloak and demon-slaying sword. Ding! Congratulations, host, on unlocking the adult form of Nezha, the great god of the 3-tank ocean assembly. Ding! Nezha has ascended to the highest level. A sharp gleam flashed in Qin Yun's eyes. Nezha elevated to the highest level. Chapter 130, Longchen, grandson of the dragon god. With the 9-dragon divine fire shield's aid, the purification of the souls accelerated dramatically. Even as they roared and struggled, they couldn't break free from the divine fire's constraints. But just as the purification was about to conclude, a thunderous roar erupted from behind. Qin Yun turned in surprise, but found no one behind him. Where was Lu Xuanling? Hadn't she just been here performing the soul-guiding ritual and purifying the evil spirits? Now, she was nowhere to be found? Boom! Another deafening roar echoed as a golden beam shot across the sky, illuminating the surroundings. This was the sound of battle. The moment he saw the light, a cold glint flashed in Qin Yun's eyes. The aura of the Dragon Clan. Having witnessed the Golden Dragon earlier, Qin Yun had surmised that a dragon deity must have fallen here, and the Dragon Clan would undoubtedly send agents to retrieve it. And now, the Dragon Clan had indeed appeared before them. Qin Yun dared not hesitate. He left the 9-dragon divine fire canopy behind to evolve the souls, then swiftly rushed toward the explosion site. The Dragon Clan had revealed the location of the divine fall. To reclaim the dragon god's remains and treasures, they would undoubtedly spare no effort. The forces they dispatched were not to be underestimated. Lu Xuanling had never fought the Dragon Clan before the odds were stacked against him. As soon as he reached the edge, Qin Yun saw Lu Xuanling gripping her water sword, locked in combat with a man clad in golden armor. Behind her stood the students of Gucheng, immersed in their own realizations. The girl had sensed the man's presence moments ago and rushed to the scene without informing Qin Yun, shielding the Goose City group behind her. The man before them was encased in golden armor, immense power swirling within him. Dragon-like aura periodically emanated from him. It was a terrifyingly oppressive aura, far stronger than that of the Japanese man they had encountered earlier. It was even more terrifying than the golden dragon they had encountered in the palace ruins earlier. Dragon Clan. 100% dragon. His bloodline is purer than any colossal dragon Qin Yun has ever seen. Even the golden dragon amidst the battlefield ruins couldn't compare. How could such an existence appear here? At this very moment, Lu Xuanling was locked in combat with the golden armored man. Yet even with the water sword and the reincarnation seal bolstering her, she was beginning to lose ground after sustained combat. Through the camera equipment on Qin Yun's body, Fan Lao and Shen Lao were closely monitoring the situation here. And when they saw that golden armored man, everyone's expression changed involuntarily. Old Chen, who knew the most secrets, suddenly grew cold-eyed. They've awakened after all. When we journeyed to the dragon realm earlier, I led you to safety, but I was wounded by a colossal dragon wielding spatial energy. Among the dragon clans, only the legendary spacetime dragon possesses a deeper mastery of spatial manipulation than I. One of the 9 sons of the dragon god. At his words, everyone couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. China's millennia-old traditions contain abundant records of the Dragon Clan, yet the 9 sons of the Dragon God have always remained legendary figures. Each of their awakenings dealt devastating blows to China. Had it not been for the heroic resistance of the nation's elite, China would have perished long ago. Now, they have awakened once more, even involving their descendants in the struggle. What fate awaited the Chinese students within this trial ground? After all, the power of the Dragon Clan was simply too formidable. Even seasoned level 60 soldiers might not fare well against them. Much less these ordinary students. Qin Yun had already struggled immensely against Fujimoto Morikazu. How could he possibly fight the Dragon Clan? Yet despite this, Qin Yun charged forward without hesitation. He awakened Yang Jian's divine essence, gripped his 3-pronged double-edged blade, and charged toward the golden armored warrior. Yang Jian's spirit scanned the golden armored warrior, his eyes narrowing slightly. Interesting. This beast is no ordinary foe. Qin Yun gritted his teeth and smiled bitterly. He knew full well how formidable the Dragon Clan was. But even so, he must press forward. Otherwise, who else could protect Huaxia? Qin Yun gripped his 3-pronged double-edged blade and darted in from the side. The golden armored warrior's massive dragon spear was about to strike Lu Xuanling. The dragon spear collided with Qin Yun's 3-pronged double-edged blade, deflecting it away. From that single clash, Qin Yun was sent flying backward. This was the first time his strength had been surpassed by an enemy. Lu Xuanling also stepped back with the momentum. Purifying the wandering souls had drained him of considerable energy, leaving him panting heavily. Who are you? Qin Yun murmured, gun raised in inquiry. As true pure-blooded dragons, they would never conceal their identity. The golden armored man removed the helmet from his head, revealing golden hair and a face carved like it had been hewn by axe and blade. Dragon Chen, descendant of the dragon god, of the golden sacred dragon lineage. Long Chen introduced himself without fear, his gaze toward the 2 men brimming with scorn. As the first of the dragon god's grandchildren to awaken, he knew little of the current world. Yet in his eyes, who could possibly be an enemy of the dragon god? Lu Xuanling's face remained icy as she channeled her own reincarnation power to heal her body. Her prolonged battle with Long Chen had been relentless, and even she felt exhausted. Having spent long years in Kunlun, she had encountered countless celestial beasts, yet the overwhelming pressure emanating from this figure before her was no weaker than that of any of those colossal creatures. Consider this, his level couldn't possibly exceed 55, yet he possessed the aura of someone above 90. This time, even she sensed the difficulty. Worse still, her most prized reincarnation seal couldn't even inflict significant damage on the sacred dragon of light. The dragon god's grandson?
A cold gleam flashed in Qin Yun's eyes clearly, he hadn't anticipated such a formidable lineage for this dragon. However, such a dragon was not recorded in the Chinese divine lineage. Likely originating from the Western divine lineage, he felt no psychological burden in slaying it. In other words, even if the ancestral dragon of China were here, witnessing his descendants slaughtering the descendants of China, he'd have to give him a good slap across the face. Just as Qin Yun prepared to introduce himself, the dragon across from him spoke up.
Qin Yun? You are the murderer who slaughtered 4 of our dragon kin?
His gaze fixed on Qin Yun's 3-pronged double-edged blade and the familiar aura emanating from him. As colossal beasts, the dragon clan possessed keen senses, and Qin Yun carried the aura of a dragon slayer, something they loathed most.
Thus, he recognized Qin Yun's identity at a glance. Those 4 beasts? Yes, I did indeed take them down. Now that his identity was known, Qin Yun saw no need to hide.
Instead, he channeled the full power of Yang Jian's divine spirit. He watched the dragon before him with utmost caution. The pressure he brought was more terrifying than any enemy Qin Yun had ever faced.
Interesting.
Daring to say such things in my presence, you truly have no fear of death. They may be worthless, but they are still my ancestral uncles. Today, I shall tear you apart right here, rip out your heart, and offer it as a sacrifice to the fallen spirits of the dragon clan. With that, the golden armored warrior slowly raised his hand, radiant golden light spreading outward from his body.
Boom! The entire space began to tremble. Qin Yun's pupils contracted as he distinctly sensed countless divine powers gathering.
He was summoning the souls of the fallen dragon clan. Layer upon layer of dragon shadows coalesced from the ruins. Though devoid of self-awareness and lacking physical form, the residual energy fluctuations emanating from them were no mere illusion powerful enough to shatter a mountain.
Each one alone could obliterate the Chinese students behind him. Such a coordinated assault by hundreds would overwhelm even ordinary people. I'll hold them off. You go kill him.
Lu Xuanling's expression grew grave as he sat cross-legged on the ground, his hands continuously forming seals. The wheel of rebirth markings scattered like petals, coalescing into a storm vortex before the group.
The colossal dragons were instantly ensnared. Good. Qin Yun dared not be overconfident.
He immediately conjured the divine form of Yang Jian behind him, then channeled its aura into his own body, causing his presence to surge explosively.
Open, heavenly eye. Slay demons and exterminate evil.
Qin Yun's voice thundered across the heavens as he swung his 3-pronged double-edged blade forward with all his might.
Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, an invisible gale swept out. Trees in the vicinity snapped and shattered instantly. Roar!
The golden armored warrior roared in fury, his body bursting with dazzling radiance as golden scales covered his entire form. Divine Dragon of Light, Golden Scales Shield. In the next instant, his speed surged as he charged toward Qin Yun, thrusting his dragon spear straight at him. As a dragon, he possessed his own pride.
Dodge? That's what weaklings do. The strong must meet force with force.
They settle the score with their fists.
Chapter 131, Impossible to Defeat? The Fighting Spirit of China.
A violent explosion erupted. The golden armored warrior's body paused momentarily. His now free left hand instantly clenched into a fist, smashing toward Qin Yun's chest.
Qin Yun's face paled. The dragon clan's defense was truly formidable.
His full power strike had been blocked with such ease, and they even found time to counterattack.
How utterly underestimating. Qin Yun didn't flinch either, countering with a punch of his own. Boom! Both figures were sent reeling backwards simultaneously. This punch didn't connect, instead, it slammed into each other's chests.
Qin Yun spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression fierce and resolute.
Again!
Qin Yun leapt forward, channeling every ounce of his strength into the 3-pronged double-edged blade. A blinding white light surged forth as Yang Jian's divine power erupted.
Boom! The air trembled. Longchen didn't dodge or raise his dragon spear. Instead, he clamped the triple-pointed double-edged blade between his arms. He caught the blade bare-handed.
A mocking smile spread across his lips.
Boom! Colossal force instantly seized control of Qin Yun's body. Qin Yun's heart trembled violently.
Logically, this strike should have been impossible to block with bare hands under normal circumstances, it would have severed both arms.
Yet Longchen's body was as hard as iron, impervious even to his own destructive force.
And his strength was no less than his own.
Die!
Longchen unleashed a sudden burst of force, propelling the 3-pronged double-edged spear and hurling Qin Yun flying.
Qin Yun's body shot through the air, spinning uncontrollably. In the next instant, Longchen's figure had already closed in. No! Boom! A fist slammed down. The speed was so blindingly fast that Qin Yun could only clasp his arms over his head, barely managing to block it. Boom! Qin Yun crashed down like a meteorite, pounding a deep crater into the ground. This was the first time he'd ever been completely overwhelmed. The Dragon God's grandson? His power is off the charts. If even Qin Yun is being completely overwhelmed, does that mean China has no rivals left? The Dragon Clan truly is invincible. Outside the Godfall land, despair spread through the hearts of the onlookers.
Qin Yun had slain so many dragons that they had forgotten the true terror of the dragon clan. And the appearance of Longchen cast countless new shadows over their already fading hopes. Shut up! Old Master Fong's face darkened with anger as he forced himself to suppress his emotions. He was more anxious than anyone, but what other choice did they have now but to trust Qin Yun? The dust cleared, revealing Qin Yun's figure. His upper garment shattered under the impact of that punch, revealing his well-defined muscles. Simultaneously, Yang Jian's Dharma form rose from behind him, draping golden armor and a white robe over Qin Yun's body. This punch was indeed beyond Qin Yun's ability to block in his normal state. But now, the battle charge resolve activated. All attributes increased by 300%, a desperate divine skill. Qin Yun unleashed his full power. Seeing this, Longchen paused briefly before a true dragon's Dharma form materialized as a shadowy projection upon his body. Colossal power surged outward through his body. A dragon scale blossomed from his chest. Oh no, he was activating the dragon scales, summoning the power of the ancient dragon deity. Lu Xuanling, who was defending against the dragon clan, sensed something amiss. The power of the dragon clan across the entire divine ruin land was converging toward this location. Qin Yun nodded. He could sense the golden armor warrior's strength continuing to rise. With the dragon god fallen here, he would surely summon it like Fujimoto Morikazu had done. But so what? Kill! Qin Yun showed no fear. A blinding white light erupted. Even the dragon's roar couldn't withstand the explosive divine power. A dragon, after all, is but a beast. Yang Jian, unleashing his full might, would never retreat before beasts even if the power bestowed upon him was but a fraction of what it could be. Golden flames and azure thunder flashed ceaselessly. Dragon might permeated the air, the power of the dragon clan saturating the entire mountain forest. The so-called dragon's roar sent shivers down the spine. Qin Yun and Longchen clashed fiercely. Terrifying power caused the surrounding environment to explode in a continuous roar. Each strike sent shockwaves through space, shattering the ground. Not far away, the meditating Huaxia students slowly awoke. Yet in the next instant, they all froze in place, unable to move. Above their heads, 100 dragons soared into the sky. Before them, the overwhelming presence of dragons loomed. They felt as though they had returned to the day Gulu city fell, overwhelmed by the same helplessness and despair. Especially after Longchen had gathered the power of the dragon soul. They could even sense the dragon god, now elevated, gazing intently upon them. Such divine presence sent a profound tremor through every soul. No, we must go help Qin Yun. We can't give up. At that moment, several individuals struggled to their feet and shouted to those behind them whose legs had gone completely limp. This battlefield is no place for us to meddle. But no sooner had they spoken than others countered. After all, the dragon clan's power was simply too terrifying. For ordinary people like them to intervene would surely only lead to instant annihilation. Weren't there still so many dragons nearby? If we can't defeat the leader, we can still deal with the energy apparitions beside him. Let's go help Lu Xuanling free up her hands to assist Brother Yun. Someone pointed toward a group of giant dragons watching nearby. But overcoming primal fear isn't so simple. No one dared take that first step. You've come all this way to the trial grounds just to hide? Grab a few treasures and head back? Where is our Chinese spirit? I ask you all, where is our Chinese spirit? The student leader stepped forward first, his voice ringing out, and the others echoed his call. Though their strength was meager, in this critical moment, it was better than doing nothing. Within China, the Dragon Clan has always been synonymous with supreme authority. This legacy cast an indelible shadow over their hearts, making resistance difficult. But at this very moment, these people summoned their courage, gripped their weapons tightly, and charged toward the dragons. Boom! A barrage of attacks flew forth, drawing the energy of several dragons. Lu Xuanling's face betrayed a hint of surprise. She didn't hold much affection for the students of Guqing, but being helped stirred an inexplicable warmth within her heart. In just a few more minutes, she would complete her defenses and be able to aid Qin Yun. By then, the scales of victory would inevitably tip. Qin Yun, locked in fierce combat, couldn't respond, yet he sensed the presence of those behind him. The blood of Huaxia died before retreating. The dragon god's descendant? So what? Kill. Meanwhile, outside the camera's frame, Elder Fong and Elder Chen were frantically calling their superiors in Huaxia. After all, the news of the Dragon Clan's revival had been mere conjecture, not confirmed. But today, Longchen stood before them, declaring the Dragon Clan's revival. This forced China to take it seriously. Damn it, never thought the Dragon Clan would revive so quickly. Old Fong gritted his teeth and sighed several times. Yes, we thought that by slaying those 4 dragons, this divine fallen land would be free of the Dragon Clan. Yet here they are, sneaking in after all. Old Chen's eyes also held a look of worry. After all, most of the students from Guqing had entered the divine fallen land this time. And Long Chen's power was too overwhelming, even the relentless Qin Yun struggled to suppress him. They truly did not want to see so many outstanding talents perish within. Both men were deeply anxious. After all, these dragon clans were advancing with fierce momentum, their power exceptionally terrifying.
Even with Qin Yun's formidable strength, he couldn't possibly resist so many dragon clansmen. Old Fong, why not ask the blind lady? After all, we can't afford to lose any of the Huaxia students here. Old Fong nodded in agreement. That girl was trained by her, it's only right to consult her. If she has any hidden cards up her sleeve, we need to know to feel more confident. With that, the two dialed the blind lady's number. After explaining the situation, the blind lady offered only 2 words. Don't panic. Linger cannot lose. Even if the dragon god were here, she couldn't lose. The blind woman's words finally calmed the two, yet their curiosity about Lu Xuanling only deepened. What kind of girl was she, that the blind woman could be so confident? With these thoughts, they turned their gaze back to the scene. Chapter 132, Heaven dares not be a prison, Earth dares not be a cage. In the land of fallen gods, the two combatants parted ways after a stalemate, each panting heavily. Interesting. Long Chen's voice was icy, his eyes still brimming with contempt. Ymir ants have merely served to stretch this lord's limbs. Long Chen was utterly confident in victory, seeing this battle as a foregone conclusion. Here, he held a natural advantage. Qin Yun might temporarily resist, but his strength was steadily waning. Defeat was inevitable. Humph, nothing but a clan of vermin, yet you dare to speak so boldly. Qin Yun retorted coldly. Long Chen's face turned ashen. Human race, you know no bounds. With that, the dragon spear shot toward Qin Yun's forehead like a bolt of lightning. The spear's speed was blinding, nearly tearing through the void itself, carrying immense energy. Qin Yun stood rooted in the dust, thrusting his triple-pronged spear with all his might to parry the dragon spear. Though the spear never truly reached his brow, excruciating pain still shot through it. A single crimson drop of blood trickled down from his forehead. That was the location of Yang Jian's heavenly eye. Wounding this spot enraged Yang Jian completely. You're asking for death. Qin Yun roared in fury, summoning every ounce of power within him to fling the dragon spear away. The intense pain in his brow and the blood trickling down Qin Yun's cheek made the scene look terrifying. In the next instant, a blinding white light erupted from his body as Yang Jian's colossal divine power struck Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't dodge in time. His prideful defense shattered by a single spear thrust, his chest torn open. Stop flaunting your dragon lineage. You're nothing but a lowly insect, what's there to be proud of? Qin Yun roared. Whether dragon or worm, I'll crush them all. Long Chen's bloodline was exceptionally pure, having inherited nearly all the power of the dragon god. Yet he remained undaunted. He possessed an unshakable conviction, believing he could slay any rival of his generation. Watching from the sidelines, the Dragon Clan student assisting in the fight felt his heart surge. That's our brother Yun. He doesn't even flinch against the Dragon Clan. Dragon Clan, what are you so arrogant about? Have you forgotten the 4 dragons that were slain? Even your elders fell to brother Yun. What makes you think you're any different? Long Chen glared at the students of Guqing, his expression turning icy. He snorted coldly. A bunch of ignorant humans. A strange force swept through the space, causing everyone to feel an unbearable headache and their hearts to tremble violently. Dragon might unleashed. Oomph. Qin Yun snorted coldly, unleashing his divine power to block the dragon might. Bullying the weak? Is that all your dragon clan can muster? Long Chen's fury reached its peak. Never before had a human dared to speak so insolently before him. You lowly human scum, how dare you be so arrogant? Long Chen roared. Clothed in golden armor, Long Chen radiated overwhelming divine might. His figure flickered like a ghost as he swiftly closed the distance to Qin Yun, unleashing a punch aimed squarely at his face. This punch carried supreme martial intent, warping the surrounding space itself. As the saying goes, one doesn't strike a man's face. This was meant to humiliate Qin Yun. Qin Yun sidestepped to evade, simultaneously thrusting his 3-pronged double-edged spear toward Long Chen's throat. Long Chen seized the spear with his free hand, simultaneously driving his fist into Qin Yun's ribs. A crisp snap echoed as several of Qin Yun's ribs shattered. But in that instant, the spear's blade twisted, piercing through Long Chen's palm. Thud! Both fighters separated, each bearing wounds. Long Chen flicked his palm, blood spattering out as it visibly began to heal. Outside the screen, both Elder Fong and Elder Chen were filled with deep concern. Qin Yun might possess some skill, but could he truly defeat Long Chen? After all, this was a golden sacred dragon of the purest bloodline. Qin Yun was still too inexperienced. He was no match for Long Chen. Qin Yun clutched his abdomen as divine power slowly mended his broken ribs. Long Chen showed no mercy. The void erupted violently, dust swirling wildly. Golden chains erupted from Long Chen's body, inscribed with mystical golden runes that radiated an aura of sacredness yet brimmed with murderous intent. 9 golden chains descended from the heavens, sealing off the entire space around Qin Yun. They coalesced into a golden cage, trapping him within its confines. Golden sacred dragon skill, sacred cage. Forged from pure energy, it was immune to all physical attacks and nearly impossible to break. Moreover, the cage would steadily contract, squeezing its captive into a pulp. No! Ling, we've got this. Hurry and help brother Yun. The college students confronting the dragons immediately called out to Lu Xuanling for help upon seeing Qin Yun trapped. They were too weak to intervene in the two dragons' battle. You. Lu Xuanling was about to speak when she was cut off by a chorus of voices. Sis Ling, go ahead. We'll hold them off here. Even if I die, I'll take them down with me. I have no regrets for being born Chinese. As a son of China, dying in battle here leaves me nothing to regret. I will fight the dragon clan to the death. Though they knew it was like a moth flying into a flame, they were prepared to die in battle. This is the fighting spirit of the Chinese men. Fight to the death without retreat, die without regret. Outside, Elder Fong and Elder Chen exchanged glances, each seeing concern in the other's eyes. Could Qin Yun break through this formation? It would be difficult. The Dragon Clan possessed profound foundations and wielded powerful, exquisite spells. Even Qin Yun. Their voices grew quieter. This was the legendary Dragon Clan. Not only were records of slaying them non-existent, but even accounts of combat were exceedingly rare. Were it not for this place forbidding beings like them to enter, they old fools would have rushed in to rescue them long ago. Those inside were all descendants of Huaxia. I've changed my mind. I won't kill you here. I'll take you back and humiliate you slowly. Long Chen sneered coldly. Humans are nothing but frogs in a well. How dare you challenge a true dragon? Poof. Qin Yun returned the cold laugh. The white robe and golden armor flashed with a cold glint as Yang Jian unleashed his full power, striking at the cage. But the cage didn't break. Instead, it slowly shrank. A bone-chilling cold seeped into Qin Yun's skin as chain after chain slithered like snakes across his flesh. Suddenly, excruciating pain erupted as the chains pierced through Qin Yun's skin. Blood poured from his entire body, staining countless chains crimson. Qin Yun was now a man drenched in blood. No, it couldn't be broken. This prison wasn't just brimming with energy, it was imbued with the power of law itself, making it truly unbreakable. A cold glint flashed in Qin Yun's eyes. Yang Jian's divine essence seethed with fury. In the era when all human deities emerged, the Dragon Clan was nothing more than their mounts and minions. Now that the times have changed, this lowly beast dares to claim supremacy. Truly, it was courting death. A white light exploded. Yang Jian spared no expense, even at the cost of draining his divine essence, to forcefully channel his power. Break! With a thunderous shout, the chains binding Qin Yun shattered completely, instantly turning to dust. A gust of wind swept through, scattering the dust into nothingness. Qin Yun stood unsteadily in the wind, bloodied and with several broken ribs. The Yang Jian of old obeyed commands, not proclamations. If heaven and earth imposed limits, he would shatter every shackle, swim against the current, and grow so powerful that heaven dared not become his prison, nor earth his cage. Chapter 133, Lu Xuanling joins the battle. Long Chen's face flashed with shock. He couldn't fathom how Qin Yun had shattered his sacred prison. The sacred cage, though not an absolute fatal strike, was still a lethal technique. Yet it had been shattered by Qin Yun, this seemingly insignificant youth. Kill! Long Chen roared like thunder, launching the first strike. His body transformed into a golden streak of light, closing the distance to Qin Yun in an instant. His dragon spear whipped through the air, its tip moving with blinding speed. Countless icy flashes erupted like a torrential downpour, stabbing toward Qin Yun's throat, heart, and other vital points. The assault was ferocious, the air itself shrieking with the piercing whistles of the blades. Qin Yun dared not hesitate. The slightest mistake would leave him pierced like a hedgehog. His triple-bladed sword danced in a dense, impenetrable barrier, deflecting every thrust of Long Chen's spear. The clanging of metal echoed incessantly, sparks flying everywhere. Qin Yun struggled to hold his ground. With every clash of blade and spear, he first felt a tremendous force surge through him, numbing his palms. Seeing this, Long Chen's lips curled into a cruel smile, and his attacks grew even more fierce. He twisted the spear tip, abandoning the direct thrust for a devious arc, aiming for Qin Yun's lower body with a cunning strike. Qin Yun leapt backward in haste, attempting to create distance. But Long Chen gave him no chance, shadowing his every move with an overwhelming sense of pressure. The dragon spear traced a graceful arc through the air, lunging viciously toward Qin Yun's back. Qin Yun sensed the icy chill behind him and dared not slacken his guard, twisting sideways to dodge. Yet even so, the dragon spear pierced his shoulder. Instantly, Qin Yun's shoulder shattered, a mass of flesh and blood exploding into a crimson mist. Qin Yun grunted, his mouth spewing a gush of crimson blood. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, a horrifying sight. If the battle continued like this, Qin Yun would likely be slain by Long Chen. He absolutely could not lose here. A resolute glint flashed in Qin Yun's eyes as he swung his three-pronged double-edged blade, launching a frenzied counterattack. Blades flashed as he slashed at Long Chen's neck, chest, and other vital areas. Yet Long Chen seemed to have anticipated this move. With a light flick of his dragon spear, he deflected Qin Yun's blade. Immediately following, a kick struck Qin Yun squarely in the chest. The sheer force of that kick was terrifying. The air seemed to be instantly sucked out by the impact, hissing with the force. The warrior felt a tidal wave of force crash into him. Before he could react, his chest was struck as if by a heavy hammer. A sharp crack echoed the sound of ribs snapping. Immediately afterward, Qin Yun's chest caved in at a visible speed, as if crushed flat by an invisible giant hand.
Qin Yun flew backward like a crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to rise, but excruciating pain shot through his entire body, as if every bone was about to shatter. Long Chen strode forward slowly, his dragon spear pointed at Qin Yun's throat, his eyes filled with contempt. Qin Yun, today is the day you die. Just as the tip of Long Chen's spear pressed against Qin Yun's throat, poised to deliver the fatal blow, Lu Xuanling struck. Lu Xuanling had finally completed her defensive formation and broke free to aid Qin Yun. Suppress. Lu Xuanling's crimson lips parted as her jade-like fingers formed a seal. Instantly, the air trembled. A mysterious force, rippling like water, blocked Long Chen's dragon spear. Long Chen glanced at Lu Xuanling. You little brat, step back. This isn't a battle you should meddle in. Don't get yourself hurt. Lu Xuanling paid no heed. Mysterious runes erupted from her pure, white palm. A mountain-sized, ink-black heaven-shattering seal materialized in the sky, its edges swirling with terrifying crimson lightning. What a skill, heaven-shattering seal. Legend says it can suppress all foes. Her dark hair whipped wildly as murderous intent flashed in her beautiful eyes. Her exquisite face grew utterly cold. At this moment, Lu Xuanling was terrifying, like a god of slaughter. As her hand shot forward, the entire sky seemed torn apart by an invisible giant hand. The heaven-shattering seal, shrouded in thunder, radiated overwhelming pressure as it plummeted like a falling star, causing the void to crack and shatter. It slammed toward Long Chen, intent on crushing him. Long Chen's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't expected this woman's power to be so formidable, not at all inferior to that of Qin Yun. He had thought Qin Yun alone was already a formidable foe, but this woman proved equally troublesome. Break! Long Chen roared. 9 ancient bronze mirrors appeared around him, each bearing a vividly lifelike dragon that radiated terrifying dragon might. Lu Xuanling remained utterly unfazed by the dragon's might, completely unaffected. The mountain-like colossus continued its relentless advance toward Long Chen. What? This woman is immune to the dragon's pressure? Long Chen was slightly startled. Simultaneously, the 9 bronze mirrors around him shot skyward. Countless illusory dragons reflected within the mirrors coalesced into a vast defensive formation. Golden Dragon Skill, 9 Dragon Mirrors. This defensive type skill possessed astonishing protective power. The clan boasted it was an unparalleled art in the world, a barrier no force could breach. Seizing the moment while Lu Xuanling clashed with Long Chen, Qin Yun swiftly channeled divine power to heal his wounds. The moment the heaven-shattering seal touched the 9 dragon mirror, a deafening roar erupted. Yet in an instant, the mirror's surface shattered like thin ice, its fragments crumbling into dust that drifted down in a flurry. Seeing his chance, Lu Xuanling lightly touched the ground with his toes, stepping through the shards of mirror light to close in. Runes swirled across the heaven-shattering seal, splitting into 6 silver streaks of light that sought to bind Long Chen. Long Chen's lips curved in a faint smile as a blade entwined with golden chains, trailing searing flames, shot straight toward Lu Xuanling's face. She'd fallen for it. Lu Xuanling knew she'd fallen into the trap, yet she remained unflustered. Break! Lu Xuanling's jade-like fingers darted through the air, and the 6 silver streaks coalesced back into the heaven-shattering seal to block the dragon sword. The instant the heaven-shattering seal collided with the dragon sword, the seal exploded with a thunderous boom, while the dragon sword cracked inch by inch. Long Chen moved swiftly, closing the distance to Lu Xuanling and striking out with a palm. Lu Xuanling met Long Chen's strike, her chi and blood surging violently within her body, her face flushing crimson. She swallowed the blood pooling in her throat and swiftly formed a seal. Countless vines erupted behind her, piercing toward Long Chen like sharp blades. Trivial tricks, Long Chen sneered. His dragon spear flickered, severing every one of those seemingly indestructible vines. Seeing Lu Xuanling struggling against Long Chen, Qin Yun channeled his divine power with frenzied intensity. In an instant, the heavens split open with spiderweb-like fissures. Azure thunderclouds churned and roared deep within the cracks, as if a primordial beast were awakening beyond the void. Qin Yun raised both palms toward the heavens, mystical runes swirling across his palms. Astonishingly, these runes resonated with the thunder in the sky. The ground beneath Qin Yun's feet cracked violently within 100 zhang radius. Heaven's wrath! Qin Yun roared, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Severely wounded, he now forced his will to wield divine power at its absolute limit. With Qin Yun's thunderous roar piercing the heavens, bolt after bolt of azure lightning, each as thick as a water barrel, poured down from the sky. Fine chain-like patterns coiled around the thunderbolt's surfaces, warping the surrounding space into vortexes as they passed. Distant mountain ranges appeared as shimmering illusions in the lightning's glow. Trees swept by the thunder's aftereffects instantly turned to dust, filling the air with a pungent, acrid smell. Long Chen hadn't anticipated Qin Yun being so defiant of the heavens, still possessing the strength to fight back and wield such a powerful skill. You've defied the heavens, Qin Yun. I will kill you, Long Chen murmured. Long Chen chanted a mysterious incantation. Immediately, 12 golden banners materialized in the air. The golden dragons painted on their surfaces roared repeatedly, their shrieks so piercing they threatened to shatter one's very soul. Those with fragile souls would surely be roared to death by this deafening roar.
Long Chen's hands formed seals with lightning speed.
Countless golden mists surged from the earth, coalescing overhead into a colossal dragon shadow that obscured the sky. The dragon shadow opened its gaping maw, attempting to devour the thunderbolts crashing down from the heavens. Veins bulged on Qin Yun's forehead. He forced himself to channel more divine power into the runes. The azure thunder grew more formidable, one bolt striking directly toward Long Chen.
Long Chen summoned a golden shield, its surface runes glowing with sacred light to deflect the strike.
At that moment, Lu Xuanling moved again. Her delicate feet lightly touched the ground, and her form rose as lightly as a wisp of smoke, ascending into the air. Her jade-like hand rose, her slender wrist turned slightly, and she murmured a mysterious incantation. In an instant, countless lustrous water droplets gathered from all directions, swirling and circling around her. These droplets seemed imbued with life, shimmering with a soft blue glow like scattered stars. Then, with a flick of her delicate wrist, the droplets instantly transformed into a sky filled with water swords.
Each blade was crystal clear, emanating a faint chill. Reflecting the sunlight, the blades refracted dazzling rays of light.
Beautiful, yet carrying a terrifying intent to kill.
With a piercing whistle, they shot toward Long Chen. Chapter 134, Dragon God Awakens, United Against the Enemy.
The Dragon Clan shall never fall.
Long Chen roared, forcibly awakening every ounce of the Dragon God's bloodline power, seeking to absorb all its might. Only thus could he suppress Qin Yun and Lu Xuanling. In an instant, the skies darkened.
Thick, ink-black clouds churned violently, as if stirred by an invisible giant hand. Long Chen stood mid-air clad in golden battle armor, his divine might radiating with a face etched in grim resolve, emanating a soul-shaking aura of authority. He let out a piercing roar that echoed like a great bell across the heavens, causing the surrounding air to warp violently. In the blink of an eye, boundless dragon god power surged toward Long Chen like a raging torrent.
Forced enhancement. It was excruciating, and the slightest misstep could mean instant death. But to defeat Qin Yun and Lu Xuanling, Long Chen had no choice.
Long Chen's eyes snapped open, his pupils blazing with intense golden light. Immediately, his body began to transform at breakneck speed. Bones cracked and snapped, muscles bulged like mountains, tearing through his golden battle armor.
Layer upon layer of dazzling golden scales covered Long Chen's entire body.
In mere moments, a golden dragon as vast as a mountain stood proudly in the sky.
Long Chen's forced awakening of the dragon god's bloodline had succeeded. He had activated his ultimate form, his power surging dramatically. Long Chen's colossal dragon form obscured the sky, its sheer size overwhelming.
His body coiled and twisted, dragon whiskers fluttering in the wind. Massive claws glowed with an eerie, icy light, and with every breath, he expelled searing flames. Below, Qin Yun and Lu Xuanling stood with solemn expressions, ready for battle. The aura emanating from Long Chen now was utterly terrifying, as if he could tear apart the heavens and earth at will.
You ants, meet your end. Long Chen roared, unleashing a torrent of blazing golden flames from his maw.
The flames warped the very fabric of space.
Golden dragon skill, dragon's flame. This was one of the Dragon Clan's ultimate arts.
Legend told of a dragon master who had reduced an entire mountain to ashes with a single flame.
In an instant, the world seemed consumed by flames. Scorching heat waves rolled out, searing the surrounding peaks crimson red. Qin Yun seized the moment between the dragon's breaths, dodging the flame and closing in. His three-pronged blade darted like a serpent toward the dragon's massive neck.
Yet the moment the blade's edge touched the dragon's scaly skin, a piercing metallic clang erupted. This strike inflicted no damage whatsoever.
Long Chen's reflexes were blindingly fast.
The massive dragon head whipped sharply to the side, evading the deadly strike. Simultaneously, it opened its gaping maw, lunging to bite Qin Yun.
Defend!
Seeing this, Lu Xuanling swiftly cast a spell and formed a seal. Her voice was cold and clear as she stood suspended in midair, her hair drifting like a goddess, ethereal and untouchable.
An icy blue water curtain materialized before Qin Yun. Long Chen sneered contemptuously. A mere defensive spell? How could it possibly withstand me?
Its massive claws effortlessly tore through the ice-blue water curtain Lu Xuanling had conjured.
The barrier shattered into countless droplets, spraying toward Long Chen.
Yet her dragon scales were too impenetrable. Not only did they cause no harm, they failed to halt Long Chen even for an instant.
Heavenly Eye! Qin Yun roared, a single eye appearing between his brows.
The Heavenly Eye fired a golden beam toward Long Chen. This was Yang Jian's trump card skill, capable of shattering nearly any defense. But Long Chen unleashed a torrent of flame, neutralizing the golden beam Qin Yun had fired.
Solar explosion, roared Long Chen.
In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a colossal sun, radiating blinding light as scorching energy surged wildly. The next instant, a terrifying shockwave radiated outward from him, tearing through mountains and shattering rocks as it swept across the land, causing the earth to tremble violently.
Qin Yun's expression darkened.
This was an indiscriminate attack. He had to protect the students of Gu City.
Protect! Qin Yun roared, swiftly forming hand seals.
Divine power surged through his limbs like rushing water, circulating with frenzied intensity.
A banner wrapped in azure thunder appeared around Qin Yun. The divine banner of Huaxia.
As the banner unfurled, it shielded the students of Gucheng. Lu Xuanling gently closed her eyes, murmuring incantations with solemn and dignified demeanor. Powers surged around Lu Xuanling like a tidal wave. Suddenly, the void above her head trembled, a flash of light erupted, and 3 enormous golden lotus flowers slowly materialized. Buddha's skill, flowers of the Great Way. This skill is a Great Way formation, reputed to be able to bind all things in the world. An ancient divine technique of the Tao, it is said, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. 3 golden flowers gathered atop her head, truly extraordinary. The foremost lotus flower spans several zhang in diameter, its petals layered upon one another as if cast from solid gold. Each petal bore mystical runes, radiating divine sanctity. The central lotus, slightly smaller than the one in front, was more exquisitely crafted. This is the energy core, providing an unending supply of power to this formation. The lotus behind the clan radiated boundless killing intent, exerting an overwhelmingly oppressive presence. Outside, Elder Chen and Elder Fong stood in stunned silence. Truly worthy of being Hotu's disciple, her power is formidable indeed. Her skill embodies the true essence of the Tao, truly remarkable. The 2 elders marveled, yet their expressions remained grave as they watched the scene unfold. Lotus petals swirled through the air like whirling blades. Scorch the heavens! Longchen roared, his hands spinning like wheels. In an instant, the void trembled as countless searing runes surged from his palms, coalescing in midair into a colossal crimson gold flame dragon. The crimson gold flame dragon opened its gaping maw, devouring every last lotus petal from Lu Xuanling. Then, like a sharp arrow, the crimson gold flame dragon shot toward Lu Xuanling. Lu Xuanling's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she murmured incantations. With a flick of her jade-like hand, vast swaths of blue light spread from her palm, rapidly coalescing in the air into a colossal ice and snow canopy. Runes flashed across the canopy as frigid air radiated outward, freezing the very void in its path. When the crimson gold flame dragon collided with the icy canopy, a deafening roar erupted instantly. The clash of fire and ice sent sparks flying in all directions. Then, the crimson gold flame dragon shattered the icy canopy, lunging toward Lu Xuanling with the intent to devour her. Lu Xuanling raised her hand to form a seal, her 2 sleeves reduced to ashes, revealing arms as white and smooth as jade lotus roots. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly as she bit her crimson lips. The loss of her sleeves filled her with both shame and fury. Lu Xuanling summoned every ounce of her divine power to resist the crimson gold flame dragon. Seeing this, the dragon immediately lunged forward, extending its sharp, massive claws, intent on tearing Lu Xuanling to shreds. Qin Yun's expression grew grim. He raised his right hand, its palm flickering with lightning, the palm lightning. With a thunderous shout, the palm lightning erupted like a miniature sun, carrying an earth-shattering force as it hurtled toward Long Chen. Though the strike failed to wound Long Chen, it successfully rescued Lu Xuanling. Trivial trick. Long Chen sneered coldly, thunder punishment, heavenly prison. In the next instant, the sky darkened with storm clouds, golden lightning danced wildly, and a colossal bolt of thunder descended upon Qin Yun. Golden dragon skill, thunder punishment, heaven's prison. Chapter 135, Dual Gods Within, Fatal Clash. Qin Yun summoned every ounce of his divine power, yet he still struggled to withstand the assault, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Lu Xuanling sensed the dire situation and knew she must now draw upon the power of Mother Earth. Otherwise, they might never escape the divine ruin realm alive today. Reincarnation. Lu Xuanling's crimson lips parted softly. 3 golden lotuses of the great Tao bloomed above her head, while 6 pure divine moons appeared behind her, radiating a holy, moon-like brilliance that showered the land with resplendent divine light. With each step she took, a golden lotus blossomed beneath her feet. Truly, lotus blooms with every step. In the void, lotus blossoms bloomed one after another under the divine radiance, then withered, only to bloom anew. The 6 divine wheels corresponded to the 6 paths, while the blooming and fading of each lotus step represented the cycle of reincarnation. The power of Lady Hotu was immense, forming an invisible force field in the void that trapped Longchen. Qin Yun, we must retreat now. Lu Xuanling said gravely. I've bound Longchen with the power of reincarnation, this is our best chance to escape. Lu Xuanling won't lose, at least she won't perish because the power of Lady Hotu resides within her. No, we won't retreat, Qin Yun declared abruptly. Lu Xuanling looked utterly bewildered. Why? Have you lost your mind? This is human territory. They are the ones who should leave, Qin Yun said coldly. If he allowed both Yang Jian and Nezha to possess him simultaneously, forcibly unleashing the power of 2 deities, then Qin Yun would not lose. In other words, Qin Yun could die here, but he absolutely could not be defeated here. In the path of cultivation, the most crucial thing is an invincible heart. Without the resolve to ignite the flame array, everything would be for naught. He could die in battle, but he could not be defeated. He could only fight. Retreat was not an option. The fiery spirit of a Chinese warrior would never permit Qin Yun to flee or retreat at this moment. Open! Qin Yun roared, veins bulging on his forehead as 2 divine powers raged within him, nearly tearing his internal organs apart. The divine power of Yang Jian and Nezha surged through Qin Yun's body like a torrential flood. With 2 deities simultaneously possessing him, Qin Yun now felt invincible. Seeing the sudden surge of immense power descending upon Qin Yun, everyone was momentarily stunned. Even Longchen was taken aback. How could this be? How could he grow stronger? Off-screen, Elder Chen and Elder Fawn were equally astonished by Qin Yun's transformation. That energy? Could this kid have channeled two deities into his body? As Old Chen spoke, the expressions of those around him shifted dramatically. Qin Yun's profession resembled that of a summoner, and the cardinal sin for such practitioners was never to summon two deities into their bodies simultaneously. Two entirely different energies are nearly impossible to control. One misstep could cause his meridians to go haywire, leading to his body exploding and his death. How dare this child? A prodigy, a true prodigy. With Qin Yun among us, it's truly a blessing for our nation. Though concern flickered in their eyes, their mouths spilled out endless words of praise. They had witnessed countless prodigies, yet at this moment, all those previous geniuses paled in comparison to Qin Yun. In the scene, Qin Yun stepped through the air. "Execute," he growled. Streaks of light shot forth upon closer inspection. Each was a silver sword forged from divine power. Sword of demon slaying. Myriad sword lights coalesced into a colossal formation, the very embodiment of 10,000 swords converging. The array blazed with intense light, a torrent of swords cascading like the Milky Way, intent on piercing Longchen into a sandglass. Longchen opened his gaping maw, attempting to swallow the torrent of blades. But he had miscalculated. He had gravely underestimated Qin Yun's current power. The sword rain sliced through the energy shield covering Longchen's body, leaving gaping wounds across his flesh. With no other choice, Longchen shifted from his golden dragon form back into human shape. Otherwise, he'd be at a crushing disadvantage under this torrent of blades. After all, the sword rain was simply too overwhelming. "You deserve to die, human," Longchen said coldly. "Beast, meet your end," Qin Yun said indifferently. A vertical eye opened between Qin Yun's brows. The bones in his shoulders creaked as he instantly transformed into a three-headed, six-armed form. Each of Qin Yun's heads possessed piercing eyes that scanned all directions. Each arm could independently wield distinct spells, mastering both offense and defense. This was the fusion form of Nezha and Yang Jian. Dragon Axe. Longchen roared, channeling the power of the dragon god into a golden, sky-piercing giant axe. As he swung it, a golden energy beam ripped through the air, hurtling toward Qin Yun. Qin Yun snorted coldly. One of his arms swung, conjuring the chaos-taming brocade from thin air. The crimson divine cloth transformed into a wall of fire, crashing head-on into the attack. Longchen's golden energy beam collided with the wall of fire, erupting in an earth-shattering roar. Flames and golden mist intertwined, generating a powerful shockwave that radiated outward. Simultaneously, Qin Yun hurled the Qianquan rings from his other two arms. In a flash of golden light, the Qianquan rings split apart. Two massive golden hoops shot toward the demon god like shooting stars. Seeing this, Longchen swung his massive axe, creating a flurry of axe shadows in an attempt to block the Qianquan rings' attack. Yet the Qianquan rings possessed boundless power, shattering the axe shadows one after another before crashing into Longchen with a thunderous metallic clang. Longchen grunted, his form swaying slightly. Seizing the moment, Qin Yun summoned a pair of windfire wheels beneath his feet. The wheels blasted forth raging flames, shooting toward Longchen like arrows released from a bowstring. The fire-tipped spear in his hand flashed like lightning, trailing a ghostly blue flame as it stabbed straight for Longchen's vital points. Longchen swung his massive axe in a hasty block, sparks flying everywhere. Qin Yun activated all three heads simultaneously, roaring, "Three-flame true fire." Nezha's skill, the threefold true fire. It can scorch the heavens and burn the earth, suppressing all evil spirits. Qin Yun unleashed the three heavenly fires from his mouth, and the nine-dragon divine fire shield in his hand surged forth, transforming into 9 fiery dragons that completely encircled Longchen. Trapped within the 9-dragon divine fire shield, Longchen roared madly, swinging his massive axe in a desperate attempt to cleave through the fiery barrier. But the threefold true fire burned ever more fiercely. The temperature within the canopy surged, scorching Longchen's skin and filling the air with the acrid smell of burning flesh. Even his golden battle armor was scorched and charred. A flicker of fear crossed Longchen's eyes. Only now did he realize this human was a complete and utter demonic prodigy. He should never have provoked Qin Yun. But it was too late for regrets now. He, the pride of the Dragon Clan, had emerged from the Dragon Realm, determined to conquer the human battlefield. Yet barely out of the Dragon Realm, he was already on the verge of defeat. It was utterly unbearable. Qin Yun's 6 arms danced in unison. The heaven-shaking brocade, the heaven-earth ring, and the fire-tipped spear launched relentless attacks. Combined with the 9-dragon divine fire shield, they left Longchen utterly defenseless. Lu Xuanling, the students of Guqing University, and even Fong Lao and Chen Lao watching from off-screen were all utterly dumbfounded. Their gazes toward Qin Yun were like staring at a demonic prodigy. Qin Yun had truly defied the heavens. He had actually defeated Longchen like this? Old Chen was bewildered, doubting his own failing eyesight. The Dragon Clan, always radiating overwhelming pressure, the lofty and unparalleled Dragon Clan, had actually become Qin Yun's defeated foe. Master Fong froze for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. "I told you to trust that kid Qin Yun.
He's a true genius. The hope of our human race. Old Chen exclaimed with a laugh. Qin Yun kicked Long Chen flying with a single blow. Like a gah. I refuse to accept this. Defeated by a mere insect. Long Chen growled.
Qin Yun planted his foot squarely on Long Chen's chest, crushing it into a gaping pit.
Now you are the insect. Qin Yun said coldly, preparing to strike and kill Long Chen. Long Chen, though furious, showed not a trace of fear of death. A blinding light suddenly erupted from the pendant around his neck. Chapter 136, The Dragon Realm Trembles.
The on Long Chen's chest flickered with an eerie glow, then vanished from his original spot.
Qin Yun, I will slay you someday.
His first stop outside the Dragon Realm, and Qin Yun had beaten him to a pulp, nearly shattering his Dao heart.
Let that beast escape.
Qin Yun's calm voice echoed as he resumed his normal form, divine power coursing through his body to mend his damaged skin.
Brother Yun. You rock.
The university students of Guqing rushed over, their faces aglow with excitement.
After all, Long Chen possessed the awakened power of Dragon God bloodline, a force of immense might. Yet Qin Yun had driven Long Chen into a panicked retreat.
Moreover, to protect them and uphold the dignity of China, Qin Yun had summoned two divine beings to possess him simultaneously, a truly moving sacrifice.
Remember, invoking two divine beings meant intertwining two divine powers. The slightest misstep could have killed Qin Yun instantly.
Yet, in that critical moment, Qin Yun chose to do just that.
Not only did he protect them, but he also restored honor to China. At that very moment, every university student in Guqing held Qin Yun in profound reverence. Lu Xuanling's beautiful eyes widened as she stared intently at Qin Yun.
She never imagined Qin Yun could be even more powerful than she had ever imagined. Even more astonishing was his willingness to go to such lengths for China. Beyond the screen, the crowd erupted in excitement, rising to their feet as one.
Qin Yun. This name would surely be engraved upon the monumental history of China. Ha!
How fortunate for our nation to have Qin Yun. Qin Yun, risking certain death to summon two divine beings for China's sake, truly a son of China. What courage!
Ha! The Dragon Clan?
They're nothing special after all, still shattered in spirit and fleeing in disarray. In the scene, divine radiance shone brilliantly upon Qin Yun's body. His previously damaged skin was now perfectly restored. He stood muscular and powerful, his physique well defined.
Ding! Incense offering value, 100.
A surge of faith energy coursed through Qin Yun like a warm current, filling him with profound comfort.
He let out a satisfied sigh.
To protect China, Qin Yun had even invoked two divine beings to possess him, winning the hearts of countless people and solidifying his popular foundation.
We're all fellow Chinese. It's only right. Qin Yun responded calmly to the praise and gratitude.
He turned to Lu Xuanling.
Let's keep moving forward.
Lu Xuanling's fair, delicate face suddenly flushed crimson. She stumbled back 2 or 3 steps.
Qin Yun froze, utterly bewildered. Was he some kind of terrifying monster? Why would the usually cool and composed Lu Xuanling react with such unseemly behavior?
Facing Qin Yun's puzzled gaze, Lu Xuanling seemed unable to meet his eyes. She turned her head slightly and whispered, You're not wearing any clothes. Qin Yun's shirt had been blown to shreds during the earlier battle.
Ah, sorry, Qin Yun said apologetically. Being shirtless was indeed unsightly. He pulled out a set of black combat gear and put it on. Dragon Realm.
Terrifying dragon auras erupted across the sky, while roars filled with murderous intent and rage echoed from the depths of the dragon domain.
Who dared wound my son so grievously?
The colossal roar reverberated throughout the entire dragon realm, causing the ground to tremble and the air to warp under the pressure of the sonic waves. All the dragons prostrated themselves on the ground, their eyes filled with fear, shock, and confusion. That someone had managed to gravely wound a prodigy of their dragon kin. This was utterly unimaginable. After all, Long Chen, as the dragon realm's foremost prodigy, had been nurtured with all their heart and soul. The dragon race had always stood supreme, blessed with innate racial advantages.
How could a human possibly have the strength to gravely wound Long Chen?
They had always been confident that Long Chen was unrivaled among his peers, a legendary figure. Yet today, a human named Qin Yun shattered the myth of their dragon clan's genius. He has also trampled their dragon clan's dignity underfoot.
Qin Yun dared to wound my son, I'll make you wish you were dead.
The furious voice echoed across the heavens. He never imagined his beloved son, who had just stepped out of the dragon realm, would be so grievously injured. This was the prodigy he had nurtured with immense effort and devotion. Qin Yun had shattered his son's meridians, causing his heart to bleed.
If Qin Yun is not executed, the dignity of our dragon clan will be utterly destroyed. This human has slain 4 of our great hell dragons and gravely wounded our prodigy. He is provoking our entire dragon clan.
Qin Yun must die.
If this man remains unpunished, will our dragon clan become a laughingstock to the outside world? Will every Tom, Dick, and Harry dare to bully our dragon clan? Emerge! Slay Qin Yun! 9 colossal figures descended, their dragon might sweeping across the heavens like a torrent. They are the 9 sons of the dragon god, now emerging to deal with this human, Qin Yun.
They hunted Qin Yun to restore the Dragon Clan's honor and exact vengeance. For the Dragon Clan is the most vengeful race in existence. Vengeful to the extreme, savage and brutal. Such is the very nature of the dragon race. The 9 overwhelming figures transformed into 9 distinct humanoid forms. Human form is most suited for traversing the world, so they often choose to take on this shape. We emerge to slay Qin Yun, to reduce him to ashes, to extinguish his life and his path. Hold no need to rush into the world. A cold, detached voice rang out among the dragons. Its utter indifference and calm made it jarringly distinct. Among the colossal dragons, a dark human figure stood out. He was the sole human within the dragon realm. Human, what the hell do you think you're doing? Blocking our revenge? I always said those not of our kind harbor different hearts. Humans are no good. In my opinion, we should just kill this human. What use is he? What has he ever done? Didn't you claim Qin Yun could be beaten by one hand? Look at what state Long Chen is in now. Long Chen lay on the ice bed, his body covered by the dragon's finger. Long Chen remains unconscious. His chest is caved in, his divine veins severed. Were it not for the dragon god's bloodline sustaining him, he would have perished long ago. Hold on, let's hear what he has to say first. Long Xiao, Long Chen's father, spoke slowly. He fixed his gaze on the black-clad figure, his words thick with menace. You'd better have something useful to say. Truthfully, he was beginning to doubt this human traitor. Otherwise, why had Long Chen nearly perished in the divine ruin land? This was a glaring oversight. He hadn't even had a chance to settle the score with this black-clad figure yet. If Long Chen truly perished out there, it wouldn't just break Long Zhao's heart, it would be a colossal loss for the entire dragon clan. Long Chen was the most brilliant young talent among their dragon kin. If he truly perished, all their previous efforts would amount to nothing, a complete waste of time. The black-clad figure emerged from among a group of dragons. He possessed some skill, daring to defy the dragon's might. He had brought back the power of the dragon god. The cloaked figure's indifferent voice echoed across the sky. Chapter 137, Official Enrollment at Qin Yun Academy. One sentence caused every dragon's eyes to widen in shock. What? The power of the dragon god has actually been brought back? Every dragon present was overcome with excitement, breathing heavily, their heartbeats pounding like drums. This was the power of the dragon god. If the dragon god could be awakened, then the dragon clan could restore its former supreme glory, conquer the world, and become unrivaled under heaven. Is this true? Long Xiao asked, his voice trembling with excitement. How could he know of a power even he, the dragon god's son, had never sensed? If the dragon god truly awoke, annihilating the human race would be the simplest thing in the world. It is true, not false. The black-clad figure declared proudly. Dragon Roar cast aside past grievances, his eyes burning as he fixed them on the dark-clad figure. He laughed heartily, excellent. If the dragon god truly awakens, you shall be the foremost hero of our dragon clan. Hearing this, the 9 sons of the dragon god knew there was no need to rush their emergence. For if the dragon god were present, conquering the human race would be utterly without suspense. As for Qin Yun, they would crush him like an insect, slaughtering him with effortless ease. Before the black-clad figure, clusters of radiant divine light appeared, each surface entwined with mysterious golden runes, emanating a sacred aura. Simultaneously, a faint yet unmistakable dragon's roar echoed across the heavens and earth. A powerful dragon's might swept over the entire dragon domain like a tidal wave. 10,000 dragons prostrated themselves in submission. Even Long Xiao's body trembled involuntarily, bowing his head in reverence. This was the majesty of the dragon god. This is the dragon god's aura. Pure and utter might. The assembly sought to channel the dragon god's power to awaken the deity. Qin Yun, I will make you pay for your blood debt with your own. Long Xiao declared bitterly, gazing at Long Chen with a face twisted in anguish. Humans are unworthy to contend with the dragon race. Land of the fallen gods. The students of Qin University were stunned by Qin Yun's power, each viewing him as their life idol and role model. We're all classmates. You're flattering me too much, Qin Yun replied modestly. Stop being so modest, Lu Xuanling said, her cheeks flushing slightly. You truly possess remarkable power. Her previous sleeves had been reduced to ashes by Long Chen's flames. Now clad in a white gown, her ethereal aura accentuated her icy demeanor, rendering her goddess-like. This is all the power of the Huaxia deities, Qin Yun explained. Qin Yun and Lu Xuanling led the Goose City students deeper into the divine ruins. They encountered numerous divine spirits, each of which they purified without exception. Heavens! That's the divine wind crossbow, someone exclaimed in shock. He had obtained an epic tier weapon. Envious glances shot his way. An epic tier weapon was a stroke of incredible luck for any ordinary person. Don't worry, Qin Yun reassured them. There are many more divine legacies ahead, and they'll drop plenty of divine weapons. When encountering higher-level spirits, Qin Yun and Lu Xuanling would purify them. They didn't keep any of the divine weapons that dropped, instead passing them all on to the students from Goose City University. This is the epic weapon, the heavy gold sword? Brother Yun, are you really giving this weapon to me? Of course. You put in a lot of effort just now and nearly got hurt.
Qin Yun chuckled. Don't feel pressured, I have plenty of these weapons.
Thank you, Brother Yun, the student exclaimed excitedly, accepting the heavy gold sword and holding it with obvious delight.
The glowing light bow? For me? Thank you, Brother Yun.
A flurry of thanks followed as Qin Yun gifted every divine weapon he'd obtained to the students of Guqing University. At that moment, every student in Guqing stared at Qin Yun with faces flushed with excitement and hearts brimming with gratitude. After all, what Qin Yun was giving them were extremely rare, epic-tier weapons, not just commonplace items. Relying solely on their own efforts, they might never have had the chance to even touch such divine weapons in their entire lives. No, on their own, they wouldn't even have made it out of the divine ruin land. Qin Yun had not only saved their lives and escorted them safely out of the divine ruin land, but also gifted them these rare weapons. You're welcome. We're all fellow Chinese, we rise and fall together. Qin Yun said, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to being surrounded by so many expressions of gratitude, even though this situation had occurred many times before. The exit of the divine fallen land lay just ahead. The moment Qin Yun stepped out, he was immediately surrounded by Chen Lao, Fang Lao, and a group of other masters. Their gazes fixed upon him like wolves eyeing a helpless rabbit, eager to place him on a pedestal. And why wouldn't they? Such peerless genius was likely unmatched anywhere in the entire land of Huaxia. Qin Yun, you invoke two divine spirits simultaneously. Is your body holding up? Take Qin Yun for a physical examination first. He's our nation's treasure, we can't afford any mishaps, declared Elder Feng. Surrounded like a national treasure, Qin Yun found himself both amused and exasperated. I'm perfectly fine now, absolutely no issues, Qin Yun replied. Are you certain? Old Master Feng inquired. Absolutely certain, Qin Yun nodded firmly. Old Master Feng slapped Qin Yun on the shoulder and laughed heartily. Good lad. You truly live up to my expectations. Having a talent like Qin Yun is truly a blessing for China. Lu Xuanling stood alone at the edge of the crowd. Her beauty was breathtaking, a figure of ice and jade, cold and otherworldly, making most people hesitate to approach her. Qin Yun stepped forward to bid farewell to Lu Xuanling. Lu Xuanling offered him a faint, gentle smile. Her autumn-like eyes were as serene as water, radiating softness. Qin Yun, you are extraordinary. We will meet again. A breeze lifted Lu Xuanling's long hair as she turned away, leaving Qin Yun with only the sight of her slender, graceful silhouette. Qin Yun returned home. Finally, a holiday break meant he could rest. A month passed, and the day of the Xianyuan Academy's new semester arrived. Located in the imperial capital, Xianyuan Academy was a renowned institution in Huaxia, having cultivated countless talents and infused the nation with fresh blood. Only the most exceptional and gifted students were granted admission to study and cultivate at Xianyuan Academy. Qin Yun set out, his bearing extraordinary, radiating a vibrant energy. The entrance of Xianyuan Academy was bustling with activity, filled with the lively chatter of many new students arriving to register. At the entrance, a tall, striking figure drew many eyes. Wow, that girl is stunningly beautiful. She's a goddess. I wonder if I could get her contact info. Hey, forget about it. A goddess like that would never give a mortal like you the time of day. Don't you know? Her name is Li Qingyue. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but her combat prowess is off the charts. What? She's that powerful too? Li Qingyue's academic achievements are outstanding too, she's at the top of her class. Then who is she waiting for? Chapter 138, Li Qingyue, Heroic Rescue? Li Qingyue is an SS-rank Valkyrie. And a master swordswoman, ranked 3rd in the national trials. What? The goddess is just too powerful. The buzz of whispers didn't faze Li Qingyue. She stood there quietly, waiting for Qin Yun's arrival. Li Qingyue possessed breathtaking beauty, rosy lips, pearly teeth, and moon-like eyes exuding a unique goddess-like aura. For a moment, it felt as though one had glimpsed the moon goddess herself, stirring the soul. Today, she wore a form-fitting short-sleeved top that accentuated her full, perky bust and curvaceous figure, making her look incredibly hot. Beneath her white miniskirt were 2 pairs of long, slender legs as white and smooth as jade lotus roots. Her entire presence was striking and eye-catching. Li Qingyue possessed a striking contrast. While her figure was stunning, her demeanor remained pure and untainted. A dagger sheath hung from her slender waist, housing a tang sword of remarkable quality. The dragon brocade was Li Qingyue's signature weapon, capable of unleashing terrifying power in her hands. Li Qingyue had arrived at Xianyuan Academy ahead of Qin Yun because she was accompanying her father, Li Weigua, on a mission. Otherwise, she had originally planned to report together with Qin Yun. But waiting for Qin Yun here was perfectly fine. Goddess Li Qingyue, may I have your contact information? Someone approached her, asking for her contact information. Li Qingyue politely declined. I'm sorry, I don't use communication devices often. At that moment, Qin Yun spotted Li Qingyue surrounded by the crowd from afar. Li Qingyue was simply too striking, the kind of presence that stands out instantly even in a crowd. That's why so many people were gathered around her. Qin Yun pushed through the crowd and greeted Li Qingyue. Oh really? Then who made all those dozens of calls? Qin Yun teased. Li Qingyue's face flushed slightly as she raised her hand to strike.
The man who hadn't gotten Li Qingyue's number looked utterly disappointed.
Seeing Qin Yun publicly tease Li Qingyue now, he felt deeply annoyed.
Who the hell do you think you are?
Now any Tom, Dick, or Harry can come hitting on Goddess Li, he sneered.
I'm Qin Yun replied. Qin Yun? What a joke. Your name isn't even on the rankings. You really are just some nobody. The man sneered contemptuously.
He mentally reviewed the names on the rankings, confirming Qin Yun wasn't listed, and then launched into a full-on attack.
Qin Yun, huh? Listen up, Goddess Li isn't someone and nobody like you can touch. Now scram. Stay away from her. Qin Yun was speechless. He hadn't achieved any results in the third stage, so naturally his name wasn't on the leaderboard. None of these people recognized Qin Yun.
Seeing his unfamiliar face, they assumed he must lack any real strength or standing.
The crowd chimed in agreement. Yeah, who the hell is this punk kid?
He just walks up and hits on Goddess Li, what a shameless jerk.
Bro, don't get ahead of yourself. A nobody like you should just back off.
Hey, you Qin Yun, you're really getting in the way standing next to Goddess Li.
Could you please get lost? The guy who started mocking Qin Yun grew bolder seeing so many people echoing him. He sneered at Qin Yun, hear that? Kid, get lost. I'll stand right here if I want to. Qin Yun flashed a smile. Then don't blame me for beating you up. What the hell do you think you're doing, getting tough with me? The man cursed, then began channeling his energy.
He raised his hand, ready to slap Qin Yun.
Snap. The sound of breaking bone echoed.
Qin Yun had actually snapped the man's wrist. Before anyone could process what had happened, Qin Yun delivered a swift slap to the man's face. The man felt as if a primordial bull had kicked him in the face. His body shot backward like a kite released from its string, tracing a smooth parabolic arc through the air.
Finally.
Thud. A thunderous thud echoed as dust swirled into the air. The man was literally embedded into the ground by the force of the blow, leaving a deep crater in the earth. This man was no nobody, he had some skills, which was why he dared approach Li Qingyue to ask for her contact information.
Yet this man, a man of some standing and skill, was sent flying by a single slap from this nobody named Qin Yun?
This was nothing short of a crushing defeat. Everyone present stared at Qin Yun in stunned disbelief, as if they'd seen a ghost.
They asked themselves, could they have knocked this man flying with a single slap? Absolutely not. Yet Qin Yun had done it.
It was clear beyond doubt, Qin Yun was a formidable warrior, a true master. And he was undoubtedly stronger than any of them present.
But why wasn't Qin Yun's name on the global trial rankings? Could it be that Qin Yun belongs to a hidden clan? When did such a formidable figure emerge, yet they remained completely unaware? Countless thoughts flashed through their minds, yet none could be confirmed.
All they knew was that this man named Qin Yun could send a powerful opponent flying with a single slap. Suddenly, a student with a serious expression slapped his forehead and urgently whispered something into his friend's ear.
What?
The friend gasped in shock, only to have his mouth smacked shut.
Damn it, are you stupid or something? Don't you dare expose Brother Yun's identity.
The other whispered urgently.
He suddenly remembered.
Qin Yun was the formidable fighter who defeated Chen Tianzi, the nation's top-ranked fighter. Too bad he messed up in the third round, becoming the uncrowned king. Now, a month later, these idiots have all forgotten.
Next time we head to the Divine Ruin Land, remember to bring me along. Even if I'm in seclusion, I'll drag myself out.
Li Qingyue stood beside Qin Yun, her hand resting on her tang sword, radiating a fierce, battle-ready aura.
Qin Yun's expression softened slightly as he nodded earnestly. All right. Never mind.
Li Qingyue knew Qin Yun well, he'd never willingly put himself in danger. I'll have to follow you myself later.
This isn't the place to discuss matters. Let's go inside and report first. Li Qingyue said.
The two walked side by side into the campus, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, a perfect match.
Everyone present was utterly stunned. Qin Yun, what kind of background did he have?
He seemed incredibly familiar with Li Qingyue, not only chatting and laughing with her effortlessly, but even walking right beside her. After all, not just any man could walk beside the goddess.
Who is this guy? How did he get to walk beside Li Qingyue? His name is Qin Yun, a hidden powerhouse.
You just missed quite the spectacle at the school gate, girl. This guy just sent a top-tier expert flying with a single slap.
What? There's a master like that? Never heard of him? How should I know? His name isn't even on the rankings.
Qin Yun walking beside Li Qingyue sent shockwaves through the campus. Meanwhile, the news of Qin Yun sending a powerful opponent flying with a single slap at the school gate spread like wildfire. Chapter 139, The Mysterious Elder.
New student registration desk. From afar, Qin Yun spotted Du Guishan and Chu Luoli standing there.
Chu Luoli was the very definition of an ice queen possessing a face of unparalleled beauty, yet her expression was as cold and ruthless as ice. Her hair had been dyed silver again, flowing freely in the wind. Her expression was indifferent, like a goddess untouched by the world's dust. She wore only a black leather outfit, accentuating her fiery figure, a stark contrast to her icy demeanor. A group of lecherous men gathered nearby, staring at Chuluwali with drool practically dripping from their mouths.
Yet none dared approach Chuluwali.
It wasn't just her icy demeanor but also her terrifying background.
Being the one the nation cherished like a beloved daughter made her far more coveted than any ordinary family heiress. Dugashan, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, eyed the crowd with impatience. "Big brother. You're finally here. I've missed you so much. Do you have any idea how I've been surviving without you?" Dugashan spotted Qin Yun like a starving wolf spotting a rabbit.
His face instantly broke into a dazzling grin as he sprinted toward Qin Yun. Chuluwali followed behind Dugashan, her expression slightly exasperated, utterly helpless toward this adopted son. Lifting her gaze to Qin Yun, her icy beautiful face softened into a gentle smile. "Long time no see," Chuluwali murmured softly.
Hearing this, those around them stiffened, turning their heads in disbelief. Who is this man?
Not only was he conversing and walking side by side with the goddess Qin, but he had even prompted Dugashan and Chuluwali to come and greet him. After all, Dugashan was a renowned prodigy. Ranked 5th nationwide, he had few rivals among his peers.
Moreover, his profession was the enigmatic necromancer, a class that held immense advantage in solo combat.
Yet such a prodigy actually referred to himself as Qin Yun's younger brother.
Qin Yun was actually Dugashan's elder brother. The crowd was stunned and utterly bewildered, feeling their worldviews shattered that very day. Qin Yun, just who the hell is he?
Never heard of him, yet on the very first day of school, he slaps a powerful opponent across the room and is greeted by Qin, Dugashan, Chuluwali, and a host of other exceptionally gifted experts. Even more crucially, Chuluwali, the Ice Queen who'd always been as cold as a glacier, never cracking a smile, actually smiled at Qin Yun. She even took the initiative to greet him. The onlookers stared at the Ice Queen's radiant smile, feeling as if they'd seen a ghost.
Was I seeing things? Did Goddess Chuluwali actually smile?
Yes, and she's smiling at Qin Yun, the one who just sent a powerful opponent flying with a single slap at the entrance.
Holy crap!
No wonder Goddess Qin mentioned earlier at the school gate that Qin Yun was incredibly popular.
So this is why he actually made the Ice Queen smile. Just how powerful must Qin Yun's backers be? Holy crap! He could be the heir to some reclusive clan.
I heard from my elders that members of hidden families are emerging lately. Qin Yun slammed his palm onto Dugashan's forehead, pinning him to the spot to prevent him from bumping into him.
How'd you manage? Dugashan gave an embarrassed chuckle. Living it up, you know. Thud. Dugashan was sent flying by a kick from Chuluwali behind him. Talk too much. Chuluwali retorted.
Her gaze drifted toward Qin Yun. Those heterochromatic eyes refracted an exceptionally beautiful radiance in the sunlight, captivating anyone who looked into them.
Long time no see.
After exchanging pleasantries, the two signed up together. In the distance, a man walked silently down the road, a long sword strapped to his back. Dressed in white robes, he possessed a handsome appearance and was surrounded by a faint aura that kept others at a distance. This was Chen Tianzi. After losing to Qin Yun, the blow hadn't been too severe after all. In a land as vast as China, the emergence of a dark horse was only natural. But with the emergence of the hidden clans, he suddenly realized there seemed to be far too many dark horses. Having been invincible since childhood, he suddenly faced a setback in life. With his Dao heart teetering on the brink of shattering, he secluded himself for a month, emerging only just before the start of the new semester. Upon arriving at the academy, even though everyone was concealing their aura, he still sensed a threatening presence from many. Xianyuan Academy truly lived up to its reputation as the nation's premier institution. Here, there were far too many prodigies of astonishing talent and extraordinary natural gifts. Genius was merely the threshold for entry. His former status as the top student was nothing but an empty title. Then he would retrace his steps. After registering, Qin Yun headed back to his dormitory. What's going on? Qin Yun muttered in confusion, glancing at the map on his communication device. The route was clearly correct, yet why had he walked for so long without finding his dorm? Logically, the time he'd spent walking should have been enough to make 10 round trips between the new student registration area and the dormitory. Had he gotten lost? No, that couldn't be right. Something was seriously wrong. Even someone with terrible directional sense wouldn't get lost while following a map on a communication device. Especially not someone like Qin Yun, whose perception was extraordinary and whose senses were keen. Qin Yun's heart gradually sank. It seemed someone had deliberately blinded him. Whoever could deceive his eyes must possess terrifyingly formidable power. He just didn't know who this mysterious figure was or why they had come. Suddenly, the world spun violently. The school scene before Qin Yun's eyes blurred into a mosaic pattern, then another unfamiliar landscape slowly came into view. By the time Qin Yun regained his bearings, he found himself deep within a mountain forest. Mountain winds swept through vast bamboo seas, stirring emerald waves like rolling tides. Amidst the rustling of bamboo leaves, a small pavilion with dark-tiled eaves stood quietly atop the mountain. An elderly man with an ethereal, Taoist demeanor sat upon a stone bench, holding a coarse earthenware teacup filled with freshly brewed biluokan tea. The scene resembled an ink painting from a Chinese literature textbook, radiating a serene tranquility.
Yet Qin Yun's vigilance was heightened to its peak.
If the man harbored ill intent, then given his ability to effortlessly blind Qin Yun and bring him here, taking his life would be a mere trifle.
Qin Yun couldn't fathom this old man. He knew only that despite appearing ordinary, the old man possessed an otherworldly aura of returning to simplicity.
Yet Qin Yun could sense the terrifying aura unique to a peerless powerhouse emanating from the old man.
It was an overwhelmingly terrifying presence. Though the old man had restrained it, Qin Yun's keen senses could still detect it.
Moreover, through the old man's simple act of sipping tea, Qin Yun felt as if he glimpsed a sea of corpses and blood stretching behind him. A peerless powerhouse, a demonic god of slaughter.
"Little Yun, come have some tea."
Seeing Qin Yun standing there in a daze, the old man smiled at him, revealing an exceptionally kind expression.
To the uninitiated, he might have mistaken Qin Yun for his grandson.
Chapter 140, The Void Divine Vein, the 6-month Pact. Qin Yun strode purposefully over and took a seat on the stone bench opposite the old man. The old man had intended to reassure Qin Yun not to be nervous, but Qin Yun had walked over and sat down without hesitation, which surprised the old man greatly. "Aren't you wary of me?" the old man inquired, lifting a coarse earthenware teapot to pour Qin Yun a cup.
"If you wish to kill me, you could slay 100 versions of me in an instant," Qin Yun replied calmly, sensing no murderous intent from the old man. If the old man harbored even the slightest intent to kill him, Qin Yun wouldn't be sitting here now. Old Fawn would be wailing for vengeance by now.
The old man seemed taken aback by Qin Yun's response, pausing for a second before bursting into hearty laughter.
"Ha! Qin Yun, you've got guts, boy. That's the spirit. You're a promising young talent."
The old man's gaze toward Qin Yun brimmed with genuine admiration. He'd been following Qin Yun's story all along, but seeing him in person, he still found the young man extraordinary. Qin Yun was the only young man who never flinched in his presence. With Qin Yun around, the restoration of divine glory to Huaxia seemed highly promising. The old man dared not dwell on the thought, fearing his own excitement might overwhelm him, and he couldn't help but laugh aloud. If he could, he would seize Qin Yun right then and there to train him personally. But now, the time was not yet ripe. For now, he could only reach Qin Yun through this method, informing him about that matter. Qin Yun relaxed, taking a sip of the tea the old man had poured for him. The tea's fragrance filled the air, its aroma tantalizing the senses. It was smooth and soothing, a comforting sensation. Moreover, Qin Yun felt a wave of well-being wash over him, as if every trace of illness had been swept away by the tea. Who would have thought this tea possessed such remarkable benefits? Qin Yun was secretly startled. It seemed this old man was no ordinary figure. After all, to possess such transcendent abilities to shift the heavens and alter the sun and bring him here. "What business brings you here, sir?" Qin Yun asked cautiously, not daring to be presumptuous before this seemingly unassuming yet profoundly powerful figure. "I have much to tell you, but for now, I'll make it brief," the old man said, then shifted from his benevolent smile to a stern expression. Qin Yun instinctively sat up straight, his expression growing solemn. "My name is Lu Tianzhou. I was the supreme commander of the armed forces in the previous generation of our Huaxia nation." The old man's simple statement filled Qin Yun with profound respect. His breath quickened as he stared at the old man, his eyes brimming with excitement. The supreme commander of the armed forces of the previous generation of China, his power was unimaginably terrifying and formidable. Moreover, he was the very heart of all China. One man could protect all of China. With Lu Tianzhou present, even if the entire dragon clan invaded, China would possess the strength to wage a fierce battle. "You should know Lu Yunqi, right?" Lu Tianzhou said. Qin Yun nodded. "I know her. She was my former teacher. Could you be her?" "I am her grandfather." Lu Tianzhou cleared his throat before continuing solemnly. "Yunqi accompanied me on an expedition into the wasteland. As you know, we discovered a void divine vein, a temporal turbulence. She accidentally fell into it, but by sheer luck, she awakened her innate talent, the celestial spirit conduit, establishing a connection with the divine beings of China. From then on, she could locate professions related to the divine veins of Huaxia. So now you understand why the eldest daughter of the Lu family would go to Gulon City to become a humble teacher?" Qin Yun's heart trembled violently at this revelation. He had suspected Lu Yunqi's extraordinary background and that her arrival in Gul City served a purpose, but he never imagined it was for him. "Grandfather Lu, are you saying Teacher Lu came for me?" Lu Tianzhou took a sip of tea and looked at Qin Yun. "Yunqi found you. She told me you carry the divine lineage of Huaxia." "Yes." Qin Yun nodded his head, acknowledging the fact. Then he continued. "Grandfather Lu, as a son of Huaxia, I am Huaxia in life and Huaxia in death. As long as I draw breath, I will devote every ounce of my strength to reviving the Huaxia divine vein." "Ha! Good. Good. Good." Qin Yun's declaration made Lu Tianzhou grin from ear to ear. He slapped Qin Yun's shoulder with his large hand, his eyes brimming with satisfaction and admiration. "Truly a son of Huaxia. Ambitious and fiery. Born a Huaxia man, die a Huaxia ghost. That's a fine phrase."
However, I didn't come just to tell you about your responsibility to the divine veins of China.
More importantly, in 6 months, you must come to the void divine veins.
I'll be waiting for you there. Lu Tianjiu said earnestly.
Qin Yun, remember this, you absolutely must come to the void divine veins.
Seeing Lu Tianjiu's solemn gravity, Qin Yun replied earnestly, I will remember.
Sunlight filtered through the crisscrossing bamboo branches, weaving a delicate golden net across the stone table. Its flickering light danced across the old man's deeply wrinkled face. The commander-in-chief of Huaxia's previous generation had grown old.
Yet he had never forgotten the mission to restore China. Never relinquished the responsibility and duty to protect China.
The sons of China stand united as one, determined to restore our nation, fighting to the death without retreat.
Qin Yun, having you is a blessing for our nation.
Lu Tianjiu said, gazing at Qin Yun's earnest face, and let out a hearty laugh of satisfaction. In the distance, mist-shrouded mountains appeared and disappeared, while several white birds swept over the bamboo forest's treetops, stirring rustling bamboo leaves that fluttered like drifting emerald snowflakes. The scene before Qin Yun's eyes rapidly receded, eventually abstracting into a blur of indistinct pixels. When clarity returned to his vision, Qin Yun realized he was already standing at the dormitory entrance. The heart to restore China. China's sons possess countless such hearts. Lu Tianjiu had already departed to guard the sacred veins of China. Though clearly past retirement age, he still clung to the duty of protecting China, unwilling to relinquish that responsibility. Qin Yun murmured, in life, be a hero, in death, be a mighty spirit. Indeed, even in death, one must fight for China, must bear the responsibility of protecting China. How much more so in life? Qin Yun pushed open the wooden door inlaid with copper rings and cloud patterns. A crisp, refreshing aura of spiritual energy washed over him. This was truly an ideal place for cultivation. Who would have thought the dormitory of Qin Yun Academy would be so extraordinary? It truly lived up to its reputation as the nation's premier institution. The floor was paved with sky blue glazed bricks, emitting a warm, gentle glow. Ancient spirit gathering array diagrams, outlined in vermilion, adorned the walls, with faint streams of light dancing across them. The furnishings within the dormitory were arranged with thoughtful precision, creating an elegant and harmonious space. A green jade incense burner sat upon a rosewood table, its wispy smoke carrying the faint, lingering scent of orchids. The most striking feature was the ice soul glass lantern suspended at the center of the main chamber. Within its bowl floated a candle flame the size of a soybean, formed entirely from condensed energy. Qin Yun was secretly startled. Truly, Qin Yun Academy possessed formidable resources. A mere lamp, yet they spared no expense in its creation. Books were neatly stacked on the shelves in the corner. Qin Yun browsed through several volumes, most of which pertained to the history of China. A potted philodendron cascaded from the shelf's top, its leaves glistening with dewdrops that were themselves crystallized energy, shimmering with iridescent halos under the lamp's glow. The energy must be so abundant it's overflowing. Qin Yun gently traced the smooth wood grain on the desk, feeling an immense sense of ease wash over him with every breath. In a few days, Qin Yun Academy would hold its special trial for new students. Chapter 141, Reward Dungeon. After entering the academy, everyone had surpassed level 50. This trial served not only to gauge their strength but also as the academy's assessment of each new student, enabling them to determine who deserved focused cultivation. After all, resources were limited. The most precious resources and the most elite weapons could only be given to the top-tier prodigies. Thud! A knock sounded at the door. Qin Yun opened the door to find Dugashan standing there, beaming like a flower. Brother, I've got some inside information, Dugashan whispered, lowering his voice. What kind of scoop? Qin Yun asked, puzzled. Heard this dungeon has some good loot, Dugashan said mysteriously. I got some info out of a few teachers. They said this instance is set in a modified ancient battlefield. The school teachers have hidden tons of treasure chests inside. You can get them by defeating boss-level beasts. Qin Yun nodded. Dugashan was a chatterbox. Whenever news broke, he was the first to sniff it out. The only downside is this dungeon doesn't allow parties, everyone has to go solo. Dugashan looked regretful, deeply disappointed he couldn't tag along with Qin Yun. Still, ranking 5th nationally, Dugashan was undoubtedly formidable. Even without a team, Dugashan could handle it solo. Soon, the instance opened. Everyone was randomly scattered and entered the instance. This instance featured beasts ranging from levels 50 to 59, presenting a moderately challenging difficulty for newcomers. Especially at Qin Yun Academy, failing to handle a dungeon like this would be grounds for expulsion. Of course, only a handful would manage to defeat the boss and claim the treasure chest. This ancient battlefield stretched vast and wide. Long ago, humans and behemoths had waged a brutal war upon its grounds. The sky was stained crimson with blood during that battle. Stepping into the ancient battlefield, damp mist washed over him. Qin Yun frowned. His entry point into the instance lay precisely within the ancient battlefield's forest. Millennia of decaying corpses had nourished the towering trees here. Giant trees stood everywhere, their vines intertwining like giant serpents, blocking most of the sky's light. Gazing upward, the colossal trees pierced the clouds, their massive trunks requiring 7 or 8 people to encircle. The ground, piled high with decaying leaves, emitted a gas resembling white mist.
An ordinary person might faint upon inhaling it.
Yet none of this affected Qin Yun in the slightest. He advanced with the steadiness of a mountain. Occasionally encountering a few level 50 beasts, Qin Yun either sent them flying with a single punch or dispatched them with a single strike.
50 level beasts posed no challenge whatsoever to Qin Yun.
A mere flick of his wrist was enough to subdue them. In the council chamber of Qin Yun Academy, several elders sat. A massive screen at the front of the chamber displayed live footage of this year's freshmen navigating the ancient battlefield instance.
That lad is Qin Yun, right? Principal Ling mentioned he's the genuine national champion. We must keep a close eye on him.
One teacher adjusted his glasses, thoroughly impressed with Qin Yun's performance. Several others performed exceptionally well too, like that girl Li Qingyue, wielding her Tang sword with fierce, sweeping power. The Dongfang family truly lives up to its reputation as a hidden clan. Their offspring are extraordinary. Look at him, knocking a 9-headed ox away with one hand. I heard that Chen Tianzi, the national champion, once lost to someone from the Dongfang family.
That was Dongfang Shua, a freshman from our cohort.
This lad possesses extraordinary talent beyond ordinary measure.
Ha!
This year's freshmen are truly a treasure trove of talent.
Our nation is brimming with exceptional individuals. An elder exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Indeed.
All these geniuses gathered together, they'll be the future leaders of China. In the scene, Qin Yun calmly wiped the blood splattered on his hand and continued forward. His shoes crushed the accumulated leaves beneath him, producing a crisp crackling sound that pierced the stillness of the surroundings.
Spiderweb-like vines hung from the twisted branches of ancient millennia-old trees, resembling countless slender snakes dangling down.
Suddenly, the spiderweb vines trembled violently.
An immense abyssal giant scorpion burst from the earth, its 3-meter-long tail stinger dragging behind. Its purple-black carapace glowed with a cold light, and its venom sacs flickered like burning ghostly flames in the night. Its 12 pairs of walking legs crushed the humus with a metallic screech. Wherever its 3 compound eyes swept across the ground, the air itself rippled with a sickly sweet stench. Information about the abyssal giant scorpion appeared before Qin Yun's eyes. Abyssal giant scorpion. Level 56. HP 338,000. Attack 12,500. Innate ability Abyssal Concealment can become invisible within abyssal energy environments, making it difficult for enemies to detect its presence. Talent Venom Burst. The venom sacs in its tail store highly corrosive poison, inflicting a persistent poison effect upon attack. Talent Hard Shell Sharp Spines possesses an incredibly hard exoskeleton that absorbs some damage. Its sharp spines can be launched to attack enemies. Skill Poisonous Mist releases a large cloud of poisonous mist, causing enemies within the area to take continuous damage and reducing their hit rate by 10. Skill Frenzied Scorpion Dance rapidly swings its pincers and tail, dealing multiple hits to surrounding enemies with a chance to stun them. Ability Abyssal Summon summons tentacles from the depths to emerge from the ground and attack enemies. Hit targets become bound. Skill Scorpion Shadow Assault instantly splits into 3 illusory forms to ambush enemies in different directions, allowing the main body to close in for a fatal strike. The abyssal giant scorpion spotted Qin Yun with the excitement of a hunter spotting prey. It lashed its 3-meter-long tail stinger and lunged fiercely toward Qin Yun. In an instant, a toxic mist engulfed the area. The abyssal giant scorpion unleashed its beast skill, Toxic Mist. If Qin Yun remained within the mist's range, he would suffer continuous damage until poisoned to death. Avoid it? Ridiculous. Me dodging its attack? He should be avoiding mine. A cold glint flashed in Qin Yun's eyes as murderous intent flickered within. Qin Yun, the actor, invokes the great deity Nezha of the 3 altars and sea assembly. Nezha, descend to the mortal realm. Open. Qin Yun commanded softly. Sacrifice. 9 Dragon Divine Fire Canopy. In an instant, 9 fiery dragons surged forth, forming a colossal canopy of flame that enveloped the abyssal giant scorpion. Divine fire consumes all, its extreme heat capable of continuously refining the scorpion's soul and flesh. Despite its sharp carapace and venomous spines, the abyssal giant scorpion was tormented by the searing divine flames. It never imagined a human could unleash such formidable flames. This was truly defying the heavens. Suddenly, Qin Yun felt the ground tremble. Then, the ground beneath his feet seemed to collapse. One after another, thick, pitch-black tentacles burst upward from beneath the earth, reaching to seize Qin Yun's legs. They sought to drag him down into the depths, suffocating him in the underground abyss. This was the abyssal giant scorpion's monstrous skill, Abyssal Summoning. Windfire wheels materialized beneath Qin Yun's feet. Blazing flames erupted from them as he shot upward like an arrow released from a bow, soaring into the air. Then, a fiery red mystic rune appeared in Qin Yun's palm. Kill. Within a second, searing fireballs struck the ground like lightning, smashing into the chaotic, writhing black tentacles below. Nezha's skill, Fire Control. As the reincarnation of Lingzuzi, Nezha possessed extraordinary innate talent for fire attribute spells.
He could summon the three-flame true fire ablaze born from his very organs, consuming all in its path, burning eternally, its power far surpassing ordinary flames. The fireball blazed, reducing all the black tentacles to ashes. The abyssal giant scorpion let out an agonized roar, its millstone-sized eyes blazing with fury. Qin Yun had enraged the abyssal giant scorpion, for no human had ever managed to wound it before. In the blink of an eye, the abyssal giant scorpion vanished from its spot. The air hung with a pin-drop silence, broken only by the foul stench rising from the scorched tentacles on the ground. The abyssal giant scorpion vanished without a trace, as if it had never appeared before Qin Yun at all. Qin Yun's vigilance reached its peak. He knew the abyssal giant scorpion hadn't fled, it had merely activated its beast talent, abyssal concealment, to hide itself. The abyssal giant scorpion was biding its time, waiting for an opportunity to strike Qin Yun. Qin Yun had to admit, this abyssal giant scorpion was cunning and ruthless. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air, as if something razor-sharp had sliced through it. Qin Yun swiftly shifted position, moving away from the original spot. The scorpion's venom-filled tail darted toward Qin Yun's face, missing him by a mere millimeter. Trivial trick. Qin Yun snorted coldly, raising his hand to summon the Qianquan ring. The Qianquan ring, a treasure of Nezha, a golden orb containing the power to split heaven and earth. As it was hurled forth, golden light blazed, and it instantly grew immense, its power boundless. Qin Yun unleashed it like a mountain crushing down upon the abyssal giant scorpion, its force capable of shattering mountains. Yet the abyssal giant scorpion remained utterly unaffected. At that moment, another venom-filled tail darted toward Qin Yun's face. The first strike was merely a phantom. While unleashing its beast talent, scorpion venom burst, the abyssal giant scorpion had also covertly activated its beast skill, scorpion shadow assault. This phantom could harm Qin Yun, but Qin Yun could not harm the phantom. Because it was merely the abyssal giant scorpion's phantom, Qin Yun's attacks could only affect the scorpion's true body. And this too was a phantom. A protective shield, condensed from divine power, materialized before Qin Yun in an instant. Encircled by fiery red mystic runes, its defensive power was astonishing. The moment the abyssal giant scorpion's tail stinger struck the shield, it shattered instantly, like an egg hitting a rock. Qin Yun spun around, facing the abyssal giant scorpion's true form head-on. Shatter! A sharp command echoed as Qin Yun swiftly formed a seal. Lava suddenly erupted around him, flowing through the void. Its scorching heat warped the very fabric of space. Simultaneously, crimson lotus blossoms bloomed one after another in the void. Each lotus was engraved with golden, mysterious runes, sacred and beautiful, yet radiating a terrifying killing intent. Fear flashed in the abyssal giant scorpion's eyes. He should never have provoked Qin Yun. Who could have known the abyssal giant scorpion would be so unlucky as to meet his match in Qin Yun? Had it encountered anyone else, the abyssal giant scorpion might well have escaped. But Qin Yun unleashed the crimson lotus, incinerating heaven, a wide area attack. Where could it possibly run? The sky, the ground, everywhere was lava, and those crimson lotus flowers. Red lotus incineration. A gust swept through, leaving only scorched earth and a pool of viscous liquid black as ink, reeking of a nauseating stench. Ding! Defeated level 53 Tailed Crow. Experience 5,000. Incense points 205. Ding! Defeated LV 51 Snow Crocodile. Experience 5,500. Incense points 210. Ding! Defeated level 52 Nine-Tailed Spirit Fox. Experience 6,000. Incense points 215. Ding! Defeated abyssal giant scorpion LV 56. Experience 7,500. Incense points 230. Ding! Dropped materials, abyssal giant scorpion tail stinger X1, abyssal giant scorpion heart X1. Qin Yun heard the reward notification chime in his mind. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks and looked up toward the distance. From that direction, it seemed as though Li Qingyue's voice was drifting toward him. Chapter 142, Dongfang Shuo. Li Qingyue was no pushover, she shouldn't run into any trouble in this instance. Qin Yun realized his worries were probably completely unnecessary. Meanwhile, Li Qingyue was panting heavily as she battled a level 57 colossal beast. This particular beast possessed a unique ability, infinite rebirth. Unless it was completely destroyed in one fell swoop, the beast would keep resurrecting, over and over. Li Qingyue struck it once, twice, 3 times, countless times, yet could never finish it off in a single blow, leaving her locked in a stalemate. Logically, this colossal beast required a coordinated hunt by multiple hunters. Yet she stood utterly alone, her body exhausted and strength failing. Her tang sword whirled relentlessly through the air, blue energy ribbons slicing through the sky like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. Her jet black hair danced wildly in the air, accentuating her figure with an even more sensual allure. Rip! Li Qingyue's tang sword sliced open the beast's maw, only to become lodged in its gums, stuck fast for the moment. The beast gritted its teeth against the pain, violently flinging her away. Li Qingyue was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. In the next instant, its spiked tail lashed out toward her. Li Qingyue could only raise both hands above her head, preparing to endure the blow head-on. Execute! As this single word echoed softly, the colossal beast before her trembled in terror as if facing a mortal enemy. Soul attack. The word, accompanied by a surge of energy, pierced directly into the beast's soul. The expected pain never came, and she widened her eyes in confusion. A slender, graceful figure appeared before her, facing the beast. Immediately, countless sword lights sliced through the void like flowing water, their sharp winds cutting through the air. The colossal beast crashed to the ground. Level 57? Nothing special. The person murmured softly. Instant? Instant kill? Li Qingyue was secretly startled. This person's abilities must counteract revival effects, which is why the kill was so effortless. But even so, his strength was unfathomable. Who is he? A freshman at Qin Yun Academy? Yet why had she never seen him before? The man turned his head, gazing down at Li Qingyue kneeling on the ground. His expression was haughty, his gaze amused. It was Dongfang Shuo. Li Qingyue's jet black hair cascaded down both sides of her swan-like, snow-white neck. Her pure, delicate face glistened with a thin sheen of cold sweat from the battle. Her slightly cold, slightly icy eyes were beautiful and deep, like exquisite, precious gems. Dongfang Shuo extended his hand gently. Get up. Thank you. Li Qingyue expressed her gratitude, but did not take Dongfang Shuo's hand. Energy surged through her, and the Tang sword returned to its sheath. Li Qingyue steadied herself with the Tang sword and rose to her feet. I cannot repay this life-saving debt. Should you ever require anything in the future, speak freely. Li Qingyue said solemnly. What if I want you? Dongfang Shuo asked. Li Qingyue furrowed her beautiful brows. Are you joking? Dongfang Shuo shook his head. I don't care for jokes. I'm sorry, but I cannot do that, Li Qingyue replied decisively. Besides, we've only just met. We don't even know each other's names. My name is Dongfang Shuo. Who are you? Dongfang Shuo asked. His expression darkened slightly at her refusal, but quickly softened into a smile. It's fine. We can get to know each other gradually. My name is Li Qingyue. You saved my life, and I will repay you except for this. Li Qingyue stated. I only want this. A stubborn streak flashed across Dongfang Shuo's cold, haughty face. Sorry, I can't do that, Li Qingyue replied just as decisively, her beautiful, deep eyes already beginning to glaze over with coldness. Though she was generally good-natured, that didn't mean she had no temper. If Chuluwali were here, Dongfang Shuo wouldn't dare utter another word, she'd draw her sword. Besides, Chuluwali already had someone who held her heart. Dongfang Shuo stared at Li Qingyue's pale, indifferent face. He reached out as if to restrain her, then withdrew his hand. I can pursue you slowly. You'll fall for me eventually, Dongfang Shuo declared. Li Qingyue said nothing, turning and walking away. No point wasting time on someone so uncommunicative. Dongfang Shuo watched Li Qingyue's slender, elegant legs recede into the distance, a playful smile curling his lips. Meanwhile, Qin Yun hesitated no longer and turned to advance. A terrifying aura suddenly descended from above. Storm Griffin. Level 58. HP 437,500. Attack 33,000. Talent, Storm Affinity, freely manipulates the power of storms, increasing flight speed by 50%. Talent, Hawk's Eye Insight, possesses exceptional vision, precisely locking onto enemies from miles away. Damage to weak points increases by 20%. Talent, Feather Blade Protection, feathers on the body transform into blades that can be fired, simultaneously forming a shield to block damage. Skill, Tornado Storm, flaps wings to create a tornado, sweeping enemies away and dealing sustained damage. Skill, Thunderbolt Strike, summons lightning from the sky, diving down to unleash an electrifying attack with a paralyzing effect. Skill, Wind Vortex Prison, creates a massive whirlwind, trapping enemies within and causing continuous damage. Skill, Lion's Roar Shock, emits a deafening roar, damaging surrounding enemies and briefly interrupting their skills. Dark clouds churned across the sky like torn cotton, pierced by the shrill cry of an eagle tearing through the thick layers. A colossal beast nearly 10 meters long broke through the cloud canopy and dove downward, its silver-gray feathers gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Its lion-like head was covered in dark golden patterns, amber vertical pupils reflecting the tiny figures below. Its hind legs gleamed like a lion's claws, while its outstretched front wings channeled the violent power of thunder. Each feather's edge rippled with fine sparks of lightning, as if poised to transform into deadly blades at any moment. A level 58 Colossus, the Storm Griffin. This race claims to be the kings of the skies, the masters of the aerial realm. Interesting. But let's just switch to another one to play with you. Qin Yun's lips curved into a faint smile as he raised his head and extended his hand. Qin Yun, the entertainer, invokes the divine Lord Erlang. Yang Jian, descend. A colossal divine might erupted in the sky, scattering the very clouds. The Storm Griffin sensed a dangerous aura. How could such overwhelming divine might emanate from this insignificant human? This was utterly unreasonable. Yet it hesitated for but a second before choosing to attack once more. Sacrifice. Trident Spear. A sharp command echoed as mystic runes appeared on Qin Yun's palm. Instantly, a three-pronged double-edged spear radiating a fierce killing intent materialized in his grasp. Qin Yun gripped the triple-pronged double-edged spear tightly, the leather wrist guards flapping fiercely in the surging wind. The storm griffin's twin wings thundered open. Blinding lightning suddenly flashed through the clouds, instantly illuminating the entire valley as bright as day. Immediately following was the devastating tornado storm. Two black wind columns, each several meters in diameter, swept along the rock walls, uprooting trees in their path and grinding them into fragments as they formed a swirling vortex of death. The storm griffin's power was immense and overwhelming. Anyone else hit by this attack would surely be injured and spitting blood. The wisest course was to avoid its sharp edge. But how could Qin Yun choose to evade? He did not. A true warrior fights with courage, fearing neither blood nor wounds. Qin Yun rolled sideways, his blade scraping sparks from the ground as he narrowly evaded the wind column. Then, the tip of his three-pronged double-edged spear pointed straight at the storm griffin's neck, its blade concentrated with divine power, terrifying in its might. The blade of the trident spear collided with the storm griffin's energy shield at its throat, erupting in a deafening clang. Then, the blade pierced through the storm griffin's energy shield, sliding into its thick neck as smoothly as cutting through cake. Powerful divine energy surged relentlessly and violently through the blade tip, leaving a deep, vivid wound gouged into the storm griffin's neck. Blood gushed forth like a torrent. The storm griffin felt the divine power from the triple-bladed spear's tip coursing through its neck, causing excruciating agony. Roar! The storm griffin let out an agonized roar. Qin Yun's single strike had wounded the storm griffin. The storm griffin was enraged. How dare a mere human wound and draw blood from its noble beast clan? This was an utter disgrace. It hadn't known the taste of injury or the feel of blood for so many years, yet this human before it had wounded it with a single strike. This was a trampling of its very dignity. The giant beast clan had always relied on their innate racial advantages, considering themselves noble and never regarding the human race with any regard. Now, wounded and bleeding from Qin Yun's strike, the storm griffin's resolve shattered, unleashing an even more ferocious attack. Amidst thunderous roars, the storm griffin plunged downward like a violet blue bolt of lightning. It unleashed its beast skill, Thunder Glare Strike. The lightning of Thunder Glare Strike coalesced into a spear at the edge of its wings, striking straight for Qin Yun's throat. Qin Yun hovered in midair, responding with calm composure. He swung his trident to block, causing the lightning to explode along the blade. A numbing sensation instantly spread throughout his entire arm. A faint divine glow appeared on Qin Yun's arm as he channeled his divine power, slowly dispelling the numbness. Roar! The storm griffin's landing shattered the ground into cracks. Beast skill, Lion Roar Shockwave. The storm griffin aimed to use this roar to literally shake Qin Yun to death. The shockwave from Lion Roar Shockwave ripped off Qin Yun's hood. The deafening blast made his eardrums ache, nearly causing him to drop the trident. Divine power surged rapidly, shielding Qin Yun's eardrums. At that moment, the feathers covering the storm griffin's body suddenly glowed with a sinister, cold light. They possessed a metallic sheen, appearing utterly extraordinary. Feather blade protection activated, unleashing a hail of silver-white feathers like arrows tearing through the air. Qin Yun swung his trident relentlessly to block the onslaught. Sparks flew everywhere, yet several feather blades still grazed his calf, leaving bleeding wounds. A cold gleam flashed in Qin Yun's eyes. In the nick of time, Qin Yun caught sight of the faint golden patterns exposed beneath the griffin's wings, its weak point. Seizing the moment as the storm griffin paused its attack, Qin Yun channeled all his divine power into the blade of the trident spear. Mysterious runes swirled around the spearhead, blazing with dazzling light. The storm griffin seemed to sense the impending danger and immediately activated its beast skill, Wind Vortex Prison. In an instant, a 10-jang diameter wall of wind, accompanied by a piercing howl, formed a sealed cage. The storm griffin, sensing Qin Yun's terrifying power, was eager to trap him and eliminate him immediately. But such a notion was destined to fail. For standing here was none other than Qin Yun, an SSS-tier professional actor. Kill! Qin Yun leapt upward before the wind wall solidified, propelling himself off its surface. His trident spear thrust at an unorthodox angle, piercing the griffin's vulnerable flank. Divine power surged through his body like rushing water, then exploded like a bomb at the storm griffin's weak point. Strike the snake at its 7-inch point, strike the bird at its weak spot. Qin Yun understood this principle well. The sensation of the blade-piercing flesh mingled with the agony of the divine power explosion. The storm griffin let out a pained shriek, and in that instant, intense lightning erupted from its wings, sending Qin Yun flying. In that instant, Qin Yun summoned the windfire wheels, stabilizing his stance. Kill! Qin Yun roared. He refused to waste any more time on this storm griffin. His true objective was to slay the boss-level Raise Hand and claim the treasure chest stashed by Qin Yuan Academy's teacher Sai. With that command, divine power coalesced in the air into crimson energy bands, crashing down upon the storm griffin like countless streams of fire. Boom! A massive energy explosion echoed, dust billowing as the colossal storm griffin's body crashed into the ground, carving a huge crater. Ding! Successfully defeated LV-56 Storm Griffin. Experience, 7,500. Incense points, 230. Ding!
Dropped materials, Storm Griffin Wings X2, Storm Griffin Heart X1.
After successfully slaying the Storm Griffin, Qin Yun encountered several low-level beasts but chose not to engage them. He refused to waste any more time on such low-tier creatures that offered no treasure chests. Qin Yun sped through the mountain forest. Ahead, the light suddenly brightened. There were no trees ahead, only a vast expanse of marshland. Damp mist churned among the fir trees. The marsh was immense, stretching beyond Qin Yun's sight. Sizzle! The ground, piled high with decaying leaves, suddenly erupted with a series of sharp, crackling sounds. Qin Yun's ears twitched, his heart tightened, and he instinctively gripped his three-pronged spear tighter. The entire marsh erupted into turmoil, dark red mud churning violently like boiling syrup. Viscous bubbles burst in rapid succession, splattering against tree trunks and corroding them into sizzling scorch marks. Qin Yun realized something was emerging from beneath the swamp. Boom! The swamp erupted, splattering half the sky. A foul stench mingled with a fishy odor invaded Qin Yun's nostrils. He channeled his divine power, forming a protective barrier around himself. Splash! Much of the swamp sloshed against the protective barrier. Qin Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Getting drenched by the swamp would be worse than death. First, a giant claw encrusted with molten rock crystals burst from the earth. Between its jagged scales flowed scalding lava, instantly carbonizing any decaying wood it touched. What on earth was this thing? Chapter 143, The Lava Giant Turtle. Qin Yun was momentarily stunned. The claw was enormous, as large as a millstone. Roar! A deafening roar split the heavens, its mental assault warping the very air. A giant bird at the horizon was instantly killed by the sheer force of the roar, plummeting to the ground like a falling star. Qin Yun's eardrums throbbed from the shockwave. Staring at the bird lying dead at his feet, he was left speechless. Simultaneously, a surge of excitement and anticipation swept through Qin Yun's chest, making his blood boil. This was a major encounter. A treasure chest was bound to appear. The colossal body of the lava giant turtle shattered through the mud layer. It was enormous, as massive as a mountain. Information about this colossal beast appeared before Qin Yun's eyes. Lava giant turtle. Level, 59. HP, 400,000. Attack, 41,150. Talent, Lava Sanctuary, covered in molten lava, it reflects a portion of damage when attacked. Talent, Turtle Breath Concealment, entering Turtle Breath state hides its presence, it becomes completely invisible within lava. Talent, Rock Armor Hardening, continuously hardens its shell, increasing defense by 10 after taking a certain amount of damage. Skill, Magma Spew, ejects high-temperature magma from its mouth, dealing heavy damage to enemies in a straight line and inflicting a burning effect. Skill, Earthquake Shock, stomp the ground to trigger a fissure, damaging nearby enemies and reducing their movement speed. Skill, Molten Vortex, creates a swirling vortex of molten fire around you, pulling enemies in and dealing continuous damage. Skill, Shell Counter, retracts into its shell, deflecting all melee attacks while releasing a ring-shaped magma wave outward. Level 59. A boss-level Colossus. Succeed in hunting it down, and you'll claim the treasure chest stashed inside by the teachers of Qin Yun Academy. The lava giant turtle looms over the swamp, its colossal form seemingly capable of obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun, a truly terrifying sight. Those with a fear of large creatures would likely faint on sight at this sight. Volcanic lava pools on its back spewed ghostly blue flames, while each shell emitted a metallic hum like forged steel. Magma chains coiled around its neck snapped and flew apart, sparks streaking through the damp air like slender trails of light. The giant turtle possessed a pair of amber vertical pupils, each as large as a human head. The moment it locked onto Qin Yun, a muffled tremor rumbled from the swamp's depths. Thud! The lava giant tortoise's forelimbs slammed into the ground, sending spiderweb-like cracks spreading at an astonishing speed, uprooting shrubs along the way. The lava giant turtle's strength was truly terrifying. Qin Yun leapt upward in a flash, avoiding the gaping fissures below. Looking down, he saw the swamp spattering as the ground cracked open, revealing one deep, pitch-black fissure after another. Simultaneously, searing magma erupted from the giant lava turtle's mouth, vaporizing trees in its path instantly. Scorching heat waves, carrying a pungent sulfur stench, swept toward him. Defend! Qin Yun roared, channeling divine power into a solid protective barrier while simultaneously summoning the heaven-shaking brocade. The heaven-shaking brocade arrived before the lava giant turtle, radiating divine might. Yet the attack proved largely ineffective. The creature's health pool was simply too immense. Its defensive capabilities were astonishing. Summon! Divine Weapon. Qin Yun hovered mid-air atop his wind fire wheels, his fire-pointed spear angled toward the ground. The dark gold radiance of the heaven-earth ring swirled around him, while the three-pronged double-edged spear lay across his back, its icy glint flickering. The lava giant turtle unleashed its beast skill, Molten Fire Vortex. Open! Qin Yun roared, the wheels blazing fiercely as they transformed into a crimson rainbow streaking forward. The lava giant turtle opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of molten lava with terrifying force. The searing crimson torrent ripped through the air, warping and distorting space in its wake. Qin Yun stomped fiercely on the wind fire wheel, blinking away as an afterimage. Simultaneously, the heaven and earth ring shot from his hand, spinning rapidly through the air. It traced golden arcs of light, deflecting every drop of the molten lava. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, waves of heat surged. Qin Yun was shaken to the core, his blood boiling, yet his gaze grew even sharper. Seeing this, the lava giant turtle slammed its front claws into the ground. It unleashed its colossal beast skill once more, earth-shattering impact. In an instant, the shockwave spread like a spiderweb, cracking the earth and uprooting ancient trees wherever it touched. Qin Yun soared into the air, his fire-tipped spear whirling like a storm of pear blossoms, striking toward the lava giant turtle's head. Yet the lava giant tortoise activated its innate ability, rock armor hardening. A metallic sheen glinted across its shell. The spear tip struck, sending sparks flying but failing to inflict even a scratch. Break! Qin Yun drew his triple-bladed spear, its cold steel gleaming. He channeled divine power within his body, causing ancient runes to appear upon the blade. A single strike unleashed formidable divine might. A fierce blade aura howled toward the lava giant turtle, its onslaught relentless. The lava giant turtle refused to be outdone, unleashing its skill, molten fire vortex. Scarlet whirlpools erupted around its body, their immense suction pulling both the blade's energy and Qin Yun toward it. Qin Yun stood atop his wind fire wheels, the blazing flames and vortex forces locked in a fierce struggle. The heaven and earth ring shot forth once more, transforming into a golden barrier that temporarily resisted the suction. Seeing this, the lava giant turtle abruptly retreated into its shell. Oh no! Qin Yun cried inwardly, swiftly retreating with a burst of speed. A ring-shaped wave of molten lava swept out with devastating force, melting rocks and vaporizing trees in its path. Qin Yun swung his three-pronged double-edged spear, its blade flashing like snow, barely cleaving a path to safety. Yet the shockwave still sent him flying backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. After catching his breath, a fierce glint flashed in Qin Yun's eyes. His hands formed seals as the heaven and earth ring, the wind and fire wheels, the fire-tipped spear, and the three-pronged double-edged spear shot upward simultaneously, coalescing in midair to form the four symbols' great formation. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. Break! With a thunderous roar, the four divine weapons blazed with overwhelming radiance, charging toward the lava giant turtle with world-shattering might. The lava giant turtle attempted to activate its lava shield to reflect the damage, only to find the force overwhelming and utterly unstoppable. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering explosion, the colossal body of the lava giant turtle crashed to the ground, shattering into a torrent of molten lava that flowed in all directions. Qin Yun sheathed his divine weapons, wiped the blood from his lips, and let a faint smile touch his mouth. Ding! Successfully defeated LV-59 Lava Giant Turtle. Experience points, 8,000. Incense points, 300. Ding! Dropped materials, Lava Giant Turtle Claws X4, Lava Giant Turtle Shell X1, Lava Giant Turtle Heart X1. Ding! Dropped S-rank Treasure Chest X1. Would you like to open the treasure chest? Qin Yun's calm voice echoed, open the chest. Acquired, Purple Spirit Crystal X1, Sunstone X1, Spiritual Armor X1. Qin Yun was somewhat surprised. Qin Yun Academy truly possessed immense resources and formidable strength. The teachers had actually packed so many valuable items into the chest. The purple spirit crystal radiated a mysterious deep purple hue, as if forged from the brightest stars in the night sky. Its surface emitted a soft, vibrant glow. It enhances a weapon's spiritual energy transmission speed, allowing the user to cast spells more fluidly while also increasing their potency. When inlaid into a sword, it caused purple arcs of light to flare from the blade during swings, adding agility and deception to sword techniques. The sunstone resembles a miniature sun, radiating a fiery red glow with flames seemingly dancing across its surface. When embedded in a weapon, it imbues it with fire attributes, inflicting scorching effects upon attack that hinder enemy healing. Simultaneously, the sunstone amplifies the weapon's attack power, causing it to unleash blazing flames upon swing, creating a formidable deterrent. The Lynxy soft armor boasts a soft texture as smooth as silk, yet possesses astonishing defensive capabilities. Its pale green hue is adorned with mystical spirit patterns that sense fluctuations in surrounding spiritual energy. Wearing it not only provides effective defense against various attacks but also helps the wearer anticipate enemy intentions, enabling timely defensive maneuvers or evasive actions to gain the upper hand in combat. These three items were priceless treasures beyond measure, yet the teachers of Qin Yun Academy had simply tossed them into a treasure chest. Chapter 144, Li Qingyue vs. Shadow Demon Panther. This truly revealed the depth of effort and dedication Qin Yun Academy poured into nurturing its new students. Outside, wouldn't each of these items be worth a fortune? That the teachers would offer such treasures as rewards for the new students speaks volumes about the immense effort and dedication poured into nurturing this cohort. Though Qin Yun had no use for these items himself, he was deeply moved. The teachers at Qin Yun Academy were truly generous with their students. These treasures could be saved for Li Qingyue, Zhu Luoli, and Duge Shan. They would surely find them useful. Qin Yun carefully stored away all the precious treasures he'd obtained from the treasure chests. Meanwhile, Li Qingyue's exquisitely beautiful face was etched with cold indifference, radiating an icy aura that kept others at arm's length. She was usually approachable and smiled often.
It was extremely rare for anyone to elicit such a cold response from her. What do you want? Li Qingyue turned, her voice icy as she addressed the tall, sword-bearing man behind her. Dongfang Shua's lips curved slightly into a smile. I walk where I please. Li Qingyue frowned at his answer, yet she could do nothing about it. She could only let Dongfang Shua follow her. This Dongfang Shua clung to her like a stubborn plaster. Though infuriated, Li Qingyue couldn't bring herself to strike him directly, knowing he had saved her life. They now found themselves in a valley within this ancient battlefield, and night fell swiftly. The dusk, as dark as ink, permeated the valley. Li Qingyue knelt on one knee, polishing her tang sword. The silver blade reflected her exquisite features, while her cascading hair fell freely behind her, accentuating her curvaceous figure. Dongfang Shua sat cross-legged on the ground, his long sword slung across his back. Suddenly, rustling leaves stirred, and a bone-chilling chill surged through the woods. Shadows around them twisted and writhed like living creatures. A killing intent. Li Qingyue, with her astonishing perception and keen senses, detected the anomaly. She snapped her gaze upward to see two crimson points of light slowly glowing on the trunk of an ancient locust tree 70 feet away. Like ghostly flames peering from the depths of an abyss, they grew increasingly eerie in the thickening night. Dongfang Shua remained immovable as a mountain, seemingly oblivious, still meditating with eyes closed. Hiss! A low, guttural hiss pierced the silence. Bark suddenly cracked open, and a shadow spread across the trunk like spilled ink. Li Qingyue's vision flashed with the beast's information. Shadow Demon Leopard. Level, 59. HP, 360,000. Attack power, 31,400. Talent, Shadow Stealth, blends into shadows, becoming completely invisible in dark environments. Remains undetected when approaching enemies. Talent, Keen Perception, possesses heightened senses, detecting enemy movements early and increasing evasion rate by 20%. Talent, Shadow Assault, each attack has a chance to leave behind a shadow clone that will join the next attack. Skill, Shadow Claw Assault, instantly dashes to an enemy's side, delivering multiple strikes with sharp claws that reduce the target's armor. Ability, Shadow Curse, inflicts a shadow curse on enemies, increasing damage taken by 15% for a duration. Skill, Night Devour, creates a dark realm that drains enemies' health within its range, restoring your own. Skill, Panther's Shadow Clone, splits into 4 shadow clones, each possessing 30% of the master's attack power. Attacks have a chance to blind enemies. The Shadow Demon Panther materializes from the darkness, its streamlined form stretching over 6 feet in length. Though not massive in stature, its hideous and terrifying appearance is deeply unsettling. Its jet-black fur glints with a metallic sheen, while jagged bone spines protrude along its spine. The tip of its tail, curved like a hook, drips with a sinister purple venom. Its blood-red, ghostly eyes locked onto Li Qingyue like the Grim Reaper's gaze, sending a chill through her entire body. Li Qingyue's lips curved slightly, dismissing the Shadow Demon Panther's provocation. She was an SSS tier eternal martial god, her belief unshakable, her life unending. Why should she shy away from its fangs? She feared not, nor did she retreat. The Shadow Demon Panther let out a low, threatening growl from its throat. Shadows surged around it like a tidal wave, swallowing all light within 3 zhang. Li Qingyue's pupils contracted sharply. Mysterious azure runes flickered across her tang sword, divine power surged through it. She held the tang sword, pulsing with blue energy, horizontally before her chest. The Shadow Demon Panther's hind legs tensed instantly, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished from its spot, reduced to a mere black shadow. The Shadow Demon Panther activated its beast talent, Shadow Stealth. Li Qingyue spun violently, sweeping her blade like a coiling blue ribbon. It danced through the air in a breathtakingly beautiful arc, radiating a murderous intent that shook the heavens. Yet, it only sliced through a few drifting withered leaves. Suddenly, a cold sweat trickled down the back of her neck as a bone-chilling chill swept over her from behind. Li Qingyue instinctively rolled forward, claws grazing her hair as they swept past, snatching away a few strands of black silk. In the instant she turned, the Shadow Panther stood atop a rock 10 zhang away, a strand of her hair dangling from its mouth, its crimson eyes brimming with mockery. Execute! Li Qingyue gritted her teeth, her slender fingers gripping the tang sword's hilt tightly as an eerie blue glow flared along its blade. In the next instant, countless azure blue blades streaked across the sky like shooting stars, crashing down upon the Shadow Demon Panther. The energy of the azure blue blades was staggering, nearly tearing through the void itself, causing irreversible distortions in the air. The Shadow Demon Panther, seemingly provoked, vanished once more into the shadows. A sudden gust of wind swept through the forest as countless dark figures darted between the tree trunks. The Shadow Demon Panther unleashed its beast skill, Shadow Assault. Li Qingyue held her breath, her spiritual energy rippling outward like waves. Suddenly, the shadows on her left twisted violently. She swung her blade, only to see the blade's light pierce through the phantom. The real Shadow Demon Panther had already launched its assault from the right. Amid the shrill screech of claws tearing through the air, she sidestepped, her blade grazing the panther's belly and sending sparks flying. The Shadow Demon Panther roared in pain, its dark form swelling violently. Li Qingyue's pupils contracted sharply as 4 identical shadow panthers stepped out of the darkness, each pair of eyes blazing with a blood-red, savage light. Beast skill, shadow clone. Break. Her cold, low command rang out, clear and crisp in the still night. Li Qingyue spun, swinging her blade. A cascading blue-hued blade curtain erupted, only to be deftly evaded by the 4 shadow demon panthers. The shadow panther's true form suddenly dove down from above Li Qingyue's head, its sharp claws aimed straight for her face. Li Qingyue hastily raised her tang sword to block, the immense impact numbing her palm. Li Qingyue was slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Shadow curse. The shadow demon panther roared as eerie purple runes flared around Li Qingyue. Agonizing pain surged through her like a tidal wave, each breath feeling like fire burning within her lungs. Gritting her teeth, Li Qingyue forced herself to endure. She plunged her tang sword into the ground, channeling divine energy into a blue-hued power band. Propelled by the force, she leapt upward, the blade now saturated with shadowy blue energy pointing straight for the shadow demon panther's throat. But the shadow demon panther vanished in an eerie flash. Instantly, its true form materialized behind Li Qingyue, its claws slashing viciously toward her back. The murderous intent solidified behind her, sending a chill down her spine in an instant. In the nick of time, Li Qingyue twisted violently, swinging her tang sword horizontally. The blade collided with the panther's claws. Bang! The blade, charged with blue energy, exploded upon contact with the shadow demon panther's claws, erupting in dazzling sparks and a deafening roar. Seizing the opportunity, the shadow demon panther unleashed its beast skill, Night Shadow Devour. Within a radius of 10 zhang, darkness abruptly engulfed the area. Li Qingyue felt her vitality draining away like sand through an hourglass, a chill creeping up her spine to the back of her head. Li Qingyue extended her delicate pink tongue, her pearly white teeth biting through the tip in an instant. SSS. The metallic sweet blood splattered onto the tang sword, instantly igniting a ghostly blue flame along its blade. Break! She swung the blade, its fiery blade chi tearing through the darkness. The shadow demon leopard let out a pained roar. In the fleeting light, she saw the bone spines on its back greedily draining her vitality. Don't even think about it. Li Qingyue hissed softly. She leapt into the air, her tang sword dancing in a whirlwind of ghostly blue blade shadows. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful, yet utterly murderous. Dongfang Shuo had opened his eyes at some point, now admiring the Valkyrie Li Qingyue's dance-like movements and blade technique. A flicker of panic crossed the shadow demon panther's eyes as it unleashed its shadow assault. 3 demonic shadows lunged simultaneously, while its true form lurked in the shadows, biding its time. Li Qingyue moved like a butterfly, her blades light swirling as she sliced through all 3 shadow figures. Yet the true peril came when the ground beneath her feet suddenly cracked open. The demon panther burst forth from the shadow fissure, its claws striking directly for her ankle. Li Qingyue forced her body to twist mid-air, bringing her blade down in a swift strike, only for the demon panther to dodge it with agile reflexes. Seizing the moment, the demonic panther launched another claw strike, instantly leaving 3 deep, bone-exposing gashes on her left arm. Blood gushed forth. The crimson blood stood out starkly against her fair skin. Dongfang Shuo remained motionless, still meditating quietly as he watched. The searing pain sharpened Li Qingyue's senses. She wiped the blood from her lips as the ghostly blue flames on her tang sword blazed ever brighter. Die! Li Qingyue growled, divine power surging wildly around her as mysterious azure patterns rippled across the tang sword's blade. The shadow demon panther seemed to sense the danger, its surrounding shadows churning violently as it attempted to vanish once more. Li Qingyue gave it no chance. The tang sword slashed out violently, unleashing a massive, deep blue blade aura that tore through space, warping the air in its wake. The shadow demon panther tried to dodge in terror, but the azure blade beam locked onto it. Roar! The shadow demon panther let out a piercing scream as its form was swallowed by the blade's glow. Li Qingyue's crimson lips parted slightly as she panted heavily. Her jet-black hair fell loosely across her slender shoulders, and her exquisite, beautiful face glistened with a fine sheen of sweat from the battle. Her complexion was slightly pale, her eyes moist, reflecting scattered glints of light that only made her appear more delicate and exquisitely beautiful. A faint, azure divine glow slowly swirled around the wound on Li Qingyue's shoulder as she channeled her divine power to heal herself. "You're strong," Dongfang Shuo remarked. "Thank you," Li Qingyue replied. "Be my girlfriend. I can make you even stronger." Dongfang Shuo rose from the ground, his expression earnest as he spoke to Li Qingyue. Li Qingyue was speechless, convinced this man had lost his mind. Had Dongfang Shuo gone completely mad looking for a girlfriend? If it weren't for him saving her, she would have already started a fight with him. Li Qingyue turned and walked away, unwilling to engage Dongfang Shuo further, lest he get any more wild ideas. Dugashan spotted Li Qingyue from afar. After all, her slender figure and curvaceous form made her impossible to ignore. He enthusiastically approached to greet her, but his voice abruptly trailed off the moment he noticed a cold, arrogant-looking man with a sword following right behind her. Dugashan stared at the sword-wielding man behind Li Qingyue, his face a sea of question marks. Who the hell was this guy, following Li Qingyue so blatantly? Who the hell are you? Dugashan demanded. Dongfang Shuo, his long sword slung across his back, shot Dugashan a sidelong glance. The corner of his mouth curved into a faint, haughty smile. The weak are unworthy of knowing my name. Dongfang Shua's cold, haughty voice rang out, completely enraging Dugashan. Damn it! Are you out of your mind? Did I ever cross you? Dugashan bellowed, his expression twisted with fury, as if he could devour someone whole in an instant. Trash. Chapter 145, Dugashan vs Dongfang Shua. Boss, who's this guy? His mouth is asking for a beating. Dugashan asked, his gaze fixed on Dongfang Shua. If that look could turn into blades, Dongfang Shua would already be chopped into mincemeat. He was easygoing with friends, but that didn't mean he had no temper. Every member of the Dugu clan, guardians of the Tomb of the Dead, was ruthless and decisive. Dongfang Shua met Dugashan's gaze, which could devour a man, yet remained as steady as a mountain. Standing tall and graceful, his long sword slung across his back, his face radiated coldness and arrogance. Qin Yun momentarily lost for words, managing only to say, Duga Shua, he just saved me. Dugashan snorted indignantly, out of respect for your past favor to Qin Yun, I won't beat you. By the way, I am Dugashan. Dongfang Shua glanced down at Dugashan with a condescending look, as if observing a mere clown. A contemptuous snort escaped his nostrils, as if he held Dugashan utterly beneath his notice. Dongfang Shua's cold voice rang out, Dugashan? What's that? You don't know the Dugu family? What kind of trash family is that? Dongfang Shua's tone instantly ignited Dugashan's fury. He could endure personal insults, but he would never tolerate the Dugu family's reputation being defiled. A faint, eerie black light emanated from Dugashan's palm, and soon, a rune as black as ink appeared on his pristine white hand. In an instant, the sky filled with chilling winds. Countless ghostly shadows swirled, accompanied by the eerie whispers of demons and spirits, a sound both strange and terrifying. A mental assault. Dugashan felt his soul being torn apart. He redirected his energy to shield his spirit. Dongfang Shua frowned slightly. He sensed that this Dugashan possessed peculiar abilities. The very act of summoning specters was something he detested intensely. Petty clown. Dongfang Shua snorted coldly as the long sword at his back slid from its scabbard. A brilliant silver-white divine radiance flowed over the blade, revealing a mysterious silver-white kiss mark utterly sacred and beautiful, yet radiating a terrifying intent to kill. Instantly, countless silver-white sword lights materialized in the air. His innate skill, 10,000 Swords Galaxy. These countless silver-white sword lights converged in the air, radiating a colossal and astonishing aura. Then, in the blink of an eye, they crashed toward Dugashan like a shooting star streaking across the sky. Dugashan sensed the terrifying killing intent and instantly realized Dongfang Shua was no one to trifle with. Perhaps Dongfang Shua truly had reason to be arrogant, but his brazen manner of speaking and his attitude of looking down on others was simply asking for a beating. A shroud of black mist coalesced around Dugashan, forming a protective barrier. The galaxy of countless silver-white sword lights collided with the black barrier, erupting in a deafening explosion. Crack! The black barrier cracked inch by inch, then the river of sword light slammed into Dugashan's chest. Dugashan felt as if a colossal mountain had slammed into him. His body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, tracing a smooth arc through the air. Thud! Dust swirled violently as Dugashan struggled to his feet, a crimson trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Fifth in the nation? A waste of space among wastes. Dongfang Shua murmured softly. Clang! Qin Yun drew her long sword, pointing it directly at Dongfang Shua. Sis-in-law. No need to act. Solitude wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with darkness. The night was as thick as ink, impenetrable. A blood-red full moon hung high in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the desolate ancient battlefield. Amidst the distant ruins, withered trees swayed in the wind, emitting mournful whispers. A faint glow flickered as a bone staff materialized in Dugashan's hand. Dugashan was a necromancer, capable of summoning all manner of underworld creatures from ancient China. Remember, he was once blessed by Zhong Kuei himself. The bone staff materialized, resting diagonally across Dugashan's shoulder. The staff's head was inlaid with a skull emitting an eerie green glow, its hollow eye sockets flickering with strange, ghostly flames. With each step Dugashan took, faint bone-white imprints were left upon the ground, while a nauseating stench of decay filled the air. Dugashan's gaze toward Dongfang Shua burned with unyielding fighting spirit. Though he usually carried himself with a carefree, easygoing demeanor, unwilling to engage in petty disputes, he was, after all, one of the geniuses who had emerged victorious from the national trials, standing out among a multitude of powerful competitors. Remember, those who gain admission to the academy, who become its students, are no ordinary people. Therefore, Dugashan would not evade Dongfang Shua's challenge. Instead, he chose to fight. Seeing this, Dongfang Shua's lips curled into a cold smile as he snorted, overestimating your abilities. His snow-white robes shimmered as a white rune appeared in his palm, energy coalescing within it. Dongfang Shua stood at the center of the battlefield, his Haotian jade sword in hand. The material of his sword was extraordinary, the rare Haotian jade. This blade possessed unparalleled toughness, slicing through iron like mud, a legendary weapon of the highest caliber. The blade was crystal clear throughout, crafted entirely from Haotian jade, emitting a warm and sacred glow that seemed utterly out of place in this gloomy environment.
Mysterious runes flowed along the blade of the Haotian jade sword. With each breath Dongfang Shua took, the runes flickered in and out of view, as if the power of the stars surged within them. His expression remained serene, yet his gaze was as sharp as a falcon's, radiating an air of commanding confidence.
A necromancer? Nothing but trash. Dogushan's expression was grim.
Today, I shall show you the power of the underworld. Before his words faded, Dogushan swung his bone staff with brutal force. The ghostly flames within the skull's eye at the staff's tip surged violently. In an instant, the ground shook violently as countless bones burst forth from the earth, surging toward Dongfang Shua like a tidal wave. These bones took various forms, some complete skeletons, others scattered fragments, creating a deeply unsettling scene. They moved swiftly, emitting a bone-chilling scraping sound. Dogushan chanted incantations, casting necromantic spells. A thick black mist suddenly erupted from the skeletal horde, accompanied by piercing wails as if countless tormented souls were struggling within.
Break! A faint voice echoed.
Dongfang Shua's expression remained unchanged as he lightly swung the Haotian jade sword in his hand. An exceptionally brilliant sword light sliced through the darkness. Wherever the blade's light passed, the bones shattered into fine dust. Yet the bones surged forward relentlessly, wave after wave. Dongfang Shu shifted his sword stance, transforming into a white blur as he darted through the swarm of bones. The jade sword of heaven danced like a blooming white lotus, each strike precisely targeting the bones' vital points, shattering them completely. Seeing this, a ruthless gleam flashed in Dogushan's eyes. Necromancer Dogushan, beseech the exorcist heavenly lord for divine blessing. I beseech you. Ox head and horse face. Dogushan raised his bone staff high, chanting an ancient incantation. The skull atop the necromancer's staff suddenly opened its jaws wide, unleashing a pillar of eerie green light that shot skyward. The eerie green beam swirled in the air, coalescing into a vast, shadowy vortex. Wails and howls of the damned echoed from within the vortex. Ox head, horse face. Divine beings, descend. Chapter 146, Ox head and horseface besiege Dongfang Shua. The Minotaur, clad in black robes and wielding a steel pitchfork, and the horseface demon, draped in dark cloaks and gripping chains, radiated a terrifying aura of authority. Yet their eyes held no spirit, they were not their true forms. This was Dogushan's latest skill development, utilizing the ox head and horseface's abilities without excessive energy expenditure. The only drawback was that these two were not as powerful as the genuine ox-headed and horseface demons. Execute! Dogushan bellowed. At his command, the ox-headed and horseface beings roared with earth-shaking ferocity, charging toward Dongfang Shua with lightning speed. Their steel forks and chains whipped through the air, stirring up waves of blood-curdling wind. Wherever they passed, the air itself seemed torn asunder. Dongfang Shua felt the immense pressure emanating from the ox-headed and horseface demons. A cold glint flickered in his eyes, a murderous intent gathering in their depths. Dogushan's abilities were indeed unique and formidable. But Dongfang Shua did not regard him as a threat. He drew a deep breath, channeling energy rapidly through his body before channeling all his power into the Haotian jade sword. In an instant, the blade erupted with a dazzling silver-white radiance. Stepping with an intricate footwork, Dongfang Shua murmured, "Sword in man is one." This was Dongfang Shua's innate skill. Sword in man is one. Where the sword stands, so does the man. Where the sword falls, so does the man. Simultaneously, this technique possessed immense offensive power and destructive force, its divine might boundless. In an instant, Dongfang Shua's form merged with the jade sword, transforming into a streak of light as he charged toward the ox-headed and horseface demons. Boom! The jade sword collided with the steel pitchfork and chains, erupting in a blinding flash and deafening roar within a single breath. Dongfang Shua, mastering the art of sword-body unity, weaved through the attacks of the ox-headed and horseface demons with remarkable agility. His movements and footwork were profoundly mysterious, agile as a hare, his speed astonishing. Dongfang Shua narrowed his eyes, searching for an opening in the ox-headed and horseface demon's defense. Energy surged through his body, continuously channeling into the Haotian jade sword in his grasp. Each time the Haotian jade sword touched the ox-head and horseface demon's bodies, sparks flew and a piercing screech echoed. Yet the Haotian jade sword proved incapable of inflicting substantial damage upon the ox-headed and horseface demons summoned by Dogushan. Dongfang Shua felt a surge of frustration and embarrassment. Dogushan's abilities were too peculiar, too otherworldly. His inability to defeat Dogushan quickly made him feel humiliated. Moreover, Li Qingyue, the woman he longed for and pursued, was watching the battle unfold nearby. A mysterious black rune appeared in Dogushan's palm, radiating an even more formidable divine might than the waist ornament had earlier. As his lips moved, a series of obscure, ancient incantations echoed forth. Waves of black mist swirled around him like coiling serpents, constantly shifting and coalescing. Dogushan appeared like a god of slaughter emerging from hell itself, a terrifying and dreadful sight. Standing to the side, he chanted incessantly, channeling an unending stream of black energy into the ox-headed and horseface demons, continuously infusing them with power. Simultaneously, Dogushan periodically commanded the skeletal horde to assist in the assault. Dongfang Shua responded with calm composure. While parrying the fierce assaults of the ox-headed and horse-faced demons with his Haotian jade sword, countless dazzling silver-white sword lights erupted like fireworks, colliding with the relentless waves of skeletal attackers. Puff! Each silver-white sword beam collided with the flailing skeleton, triggering successive explosions.
Dongfang Shua's mind remained unusually calm in this moment.
A faint, mocking curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. After maneuvering for so long, he had identified the weakness of the ox-headed and horse-faced demons. He noticed a fleeting opening in their coordinated attacks.
Now! Kill! Dongfang Shua barked coldly.
Like a cold, venomous snake, Dongfang Shua seized this fleeting opportunity. Sword and man became one as a streak of light accelerated, plunging straight toward the gap between the ox-headed and horse-faced demons.
Thud! The sound of blade piercing flesh.
The Haotian jade sword pierced precisely into the vital point of the horse-faced demon, who let out an excruciatingly shrill scream. Immediately, silver-white energy coalesced at the blade's tip, followed by a small explosion. The horse-faced demon's screams grew even more piercing. Within mere breaths, its body began to dissolve. Seeing his companion, the horse-faced man, slain by Dongfang Shua, the ox-headed man roared in fury. He swung his steel pitchfork wildly, lunging toward Dongfang Shua. Dongfang Shua let out a cold laugh at the sight.
He was courting his own doom.
Unfazed, Dongfang Shua shifted his sword's momentum, deftly evading the steel fork. In the next instant, Dongfang Shua swung his sword in a backhand strike, aiming for the Minotaur's neck.
Ah!
The Minotaur let out a wretched scream. The Minotaur's head was severed, blood gushing forth. Then, the Minotaur's body collapsed to the ground.
After a few seconds, the Minotaur's body dissolved into a wisp of blue smoke, vanishing from the spot.
Though Dugashan was a necromancer and had received the blessing of Zhong Kuei, the exorcist heavenly lord, summoning Minotaurs took an enormous toll on him. Now, each Minotaur was being defeated one by Dongfang Shua. Dugashan coughed up a large mouthful of blood, clutching his chest as he staggered backward several steps. Summoning the ox-head and horseface had drained Dugashan of vast amounts of energy and magical power, leaving him now struggling to keep up.
But Dugashan refused to accept defeat.
Wiping the crimson blood from the corner of his mouth, he swung the necromancer's staff once more. Wave after wave of eerie black mist, condensed from raw energy, coiled around the staff's shaft. Mysterious, ancient black runes now shimmered across its entire length.
Summon! Dugashan growled.
He would summon more creatures from the nether vortex. Thud! The clangor of steel and the clatter of hooves echoed out, causing the entire ground to tremble. Dugashan had actually summoned a disciplined, tightly formed army of shadow soldiers. Li Qingyue, standing nearby, widened her beautiful eyes. A fleeting look of disbelief flashed through her stunning, deep-set gaze. Even Dongfang Shua, who had remained composed throughout, showed a hint of surprise.
Interesting, Dongfang Shua murmured. He hadn't anticipated Dugashan's innate skill could be utilized in such a manner. The ghost soldiers, armed with spears and broadswords, charged toward Dongfang Shua in perfect formation.
Their footsteps were perfectly synchronized, each impact reverberating through the ground.
This squad of shadow soldiers summoned by Dugashan, though beings of the underworld, possessed strict discipline and formidable combat prowess.
They lacked souls and consciousness, after all, being not living beings.
Dongfang Shua stood as steady as a mountain, responding with unwavering composure. Constantly wielding the Haotian jade sword to meet the undead soldiers.
In his grasp, the jade sword of the supreme heaven seemed alive, darting and weaving through the air. Each swing claimed the lives of several shadow soldiers. The bodies of the shadow soldiers disintegrated instantly upon contact with the sword, yet the waves behind them pressed forward without flinching. Dugashan seized the moment to gather his power, preparing to unleash a more potent skill. Muttering incantations, he enveloped his bone staff in black flames, within which eerie black runes flickered faintly. As his incantation continued, the flames grew fiercer, coalescing into a massive black fireball hurtling toward Dongfang Shua. Innate skill, Hellfire. Dongfang Shua sensed the potent cursed energy within the fireball and dared not take it lightly. He realized this fireball possessed not only physical attack but also contained a mental assault, along with a portion of sinister cursed energy.
Dongfang Shua swiftly executed a dodge, leaping backward.
Simultaneously, he swung the Haotian jade sword, unleashing several sharp silver-white sword chi in an attempt to block the eerie black fireball.
Boom!
The sword chi collided with the fireball, unleashing an earth-shattering explosion.
The powerful shockwave sent the surrounding soldiers and skeletal remains flying.
Seizing the moment Dongfang Shua dodged the fireball, Dugashan commanded the ghost soldiers and skeletal warriors to launch an even more ferocious assault upon him. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot.
Dugashan understood this principle well. Surrounded on all sides, Dongfang Shua's face remained serene as he roared, "Break!"
Gripping the Haotian jade sword with all his might, he pushed the realm of sword-body unity to its absolute limit. His body seemed to transform into a single, razor-sharp blade. Countless silver-white streaks of sword light darted left and right through the enemy ranks, scattering like flowers cast by celestial maidens.
Wherever the Haotian jade sword struck, shadowy soldiers and skeletal warriors fell. Dongfang Shua's white robes became splattered with dark blood and fragments of bone. Dugashan's face turned as pale as paper, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his forehead. Summoning creatures from the underworld consumed an enormous amount of Dugashan's energy. And he had summoned an entire squadron of shadow soldiers. His energy was nearly depleted, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, refusing to yield to Dongfang Shua. Dongfang Shua's aura also grew chaotic, and the state of sword in man as one became difficult to sustain for long. Suddenly, a sharp gleam flashed in Dongfang Shua's eyes. He noticed that Dugashan's attention was scattered while controlling the multitude of underworld creatures, leaving a gap in his own defenses. Execute! Dongfang Shua murmured, then unleashed his full might. The flowing light of sword in man merged like a bolt of lightning, striking straight toward Dugashan. Dugashan paled in shock, but evasion was too late. Unskilled in close combat, he could only frantically swing his necromancer's bone staff in a desperate attempt to block Dongfang Shua's strike. The skeletal staff collided with the Haotian jade sword, producing a sharp clang. Seizing the moment, Dongfang Shua surged forward. The Haotian jade sword pierced through the defense of the necromancer's bone staff, striking Dugashan squarely in the chest. Dugashan spat blood as his body flew backward like a kite severed from its string. Thud! Dugashan crashed heavily to the ground. He struggled to rise, only to find all strength drained from him. His black robe was stained crimson, the undead staff lying discarded nearby. Dongfang Shua slowly approached Dugashan, sheathing the Haotian jade sword as he declared, "I told you, ranked 5th in the nation, yet nothing but a worthless piece of trash." Dugashan lay on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with bitter resentment. Silver-white energy coalesced in Dongfang Shua's palm into a mysterious rune, poised to be hurled at Dugashan on the ground. Clang! A long sword blocked the rune, shattering it into pieces. Qin Yun held her blade in her right hand, her face dark and grim, her killing intent overflowing. "You've crossed the line." Dongfang Shua chuckled softly, seemingly finding Qin Yun's innocence naive. Such a worthless piece of trash living serves no purpose. Better off dead. Chapter 147, Skirmish. Inferno Prison Fierce Bear. He intended to strike a fatal blow. Qin Yun narrowed her eyes, feigned an attack, then fled with the gravely wounded Dugashan. It took a long time before she finally shook Dongfang Shua off. That man was cruel and bloodthirsty, she couldn't stay with him. Unbeknownst to them, they had stepped into a vast expanse of sand. This ancient battlefield stretched vast and wide, its terrain shifting dramatically over every 100 li. One moment, it was bitterly cold as snow, the next, scorching hot as fire. The sun blazed like molten blood, its scorching heat waves distorting the horizon. Qin Yun supported Dugashan, beads of sweat the size of beans forming on her pearly white forehead. The temperature here was scorching, even the wind that blew across them was hot and unbearably intense. Her jet-black hair, as smooth as silk, was pulled into a high ponytail, giving her a clean, sharp look and offering some measure of relief from the heat. Dugashan's breath was faint as a thread. Black blood seeped from between his fingers, dripping onto the scorching sand and instantly evaporating into wisps of white vapor. This expanse of sand, known as the Burning Sky Desert, glowed with an eerie crimson-gold hue, like the embers of a million-year-old inferno. With every step, the scorching heat radiating from beneath the surface was palpable. Suddenly, ripples spread across the distant sand ridges. Beneath the seemingly tranquil dunes, something appeared to be lurking. "Back up!" Qin Yun snapped sharply. Her keen senses detected the anomaly instantly. Simultaneously, two shimmering blue protective shields, etched with mysterious runes, materialized, enveloping both of them. Boom! Explosions rang out one after another in the air, sending dust flying and smoke billowing. First, several sharp, obsidian-like claws tore through the earth. Immediately after, the sandy ground within a 10-zhang radius exploded violently. A 3-story-tall inferno bear surged skyward. Its body was covered in molten red scales, its neck ablaze with indigo flames. The scorching breath it exhaled ignited the surrounding air, forming a warped curtain of fire. The moment its blood-red vertical pupils locked onto its prey, the beast opened its maw wide, revealing fangs sharp enough to crush boulders. A thunderous roar rolled from its throat, reverberating so violently it made Qin Yun's eardrums ache. The Inferno Jail Bear. A level 59 colossal beast. A solemn expression crossed Qin Yun's exquisitely beautiful face. This Inferno Jail Raging Bear was a boss-level colossus. Now it's like facing wolves ahead and tigers behind, the infernal prison's ferocious bear up front, Dongfang Shua lurking behind. There seems to be no escape. All they could do was hope Dongfang Shua wouldn't catch up to them too quickly. Qin Yun's original goal was to defeat a boss-level giant beast and claim the treasure chest given by the Qin Yun Academy instructor. If you don't fight the boss in a dungeon, what's the point of clearing it? Should I avoid his sharp edge? No way. A cold, murderous intent flashed in Qin Yun's beautiful, deep eyes as she launched her attack on the Inferno Jail Bear first. Execute! A crisp, melodious command rang out. Immediately, Qin Yun slowly raised both palms facing upward. The surrounding cosmic energy seemed drawn by some mysterious force, converging wildly. Then, above her pristine palms, it coalesced into specks of starlight. This was truly extraordinary.
After secluding herself to break through to level 50 and delve deeper into her profession, Li Qingyue looked up and saw a starry sky. She grasped the skill, Star River Art. The starlight grew more numerous, intertwining and colliding to gradually form a dazzling star river, radiating a dreamlike glow. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful, yet simultaneously brimming with terrifying lethal intent. Within the river, stars flickered and swirled, concealing boundless mysteries and power. As the river took shape, Li Qingyue murmured incantations. With a gentle flick of her jade-like hand, the star river surged like a living dragon, roaring toward the inferno prison bear. Wherever it passed, space seemed to tear apart, emitting crackling sounds. The Milky Way's power was immense, delivering not only physical impact but also soul-piercing attacks. If struck by the starry river, the inferno jail raging bear would not only endure a devastating force that left its body riddled with wounds.
Its soul would be corroded by the stellar force, plunging it into endless agony and chaos.
The Star River technique plunges opponents into a vast cosmic void, crushing them beneath countless stars and inflicting unimaginable agony. The Inferno Prison Raging Bear possessed not only astonishing defensive capabilities but was also exceptionally cunning. It instantly sensed the danger of Li Qingyue's Star River technique and dodged swiftly. Roar! An earth-shaking roar tore through the sky as the Inferno Prison Raging Bear let out a furious bellow. The deep blue flames surged violently around its neck, as if instantly raising the temperature across the entire burning sky desert. As the massive bear paw descended, Li Qingyue reacted swiftly. In a split second, she channeled every ounce of her energy, propelling herself upward with a flick of her toes. Scorching sand grains crystallized into glass like shards beneath the massive paw. The bursting fragments grazed Li Qingyue's soft, white ear, leaving fine trails of blood across her exquisite, delicate cheek. The Tang sword Longshao strapped to her waist was drawn in a single breath, its blue blade gleaming like a dragon slicing through the air. Split River. Li Qingyue spun, unleashing the first strike Split River. The blade's light trailed a 3-zhan-long energy ribbon, solidifying in midair into a translucent blue arc. The Inferno Prison Fierce Bear seemed utterly oblivious, smashing the arc with a palm strike while spewing a scorching whirlwind of flames from its maw. Li Qingyue rolled sideways with lightning speed, scorching a charred trench into the sand. Her robe was already singed at the hem. Such a fierce spirit flame, Li Qingyue thought to herself. She immediately bit her tongue, a metallic sweetness spreading across her white teeth. The Eternal Calamity God's combat technique required resonance between energy and blood essence. Wiping the blood from her lips, she slammed the tango blade's scabbard against her pale palm. The Inferno Prison Bear lunged once more. Li Qingyue chose not to retreat. Instead, she met the colossal shadow head-on, advancing with precision. Gripping the Tang blade dragon silk tightly, she swung it relentlessly. The blade's edge scraped against the bear's claws and scales, sparks flying in a blinding flash. A deep blue energy band coiled around the bear's wrist like a serpent, only to be torn apart by the Inferno Rage Bear's sudden, violent jerk. The intense recoil sent a numbing shock through Li Qingyue's palms, staggering her back 3 steps. The Inferno Rage Bear pressed its advantage, its massive hind legs driving off the ground as it leapt, its colossal frame crashing down like a mountain. Li Qingyue's beautiful pupils contracted sharply as the Tangdao Longshao blade flashed across her head in a split second. Crack! Amid the stinging pain of grapple piercing her flesh, she heard the crisp snap of broken ribs. Li Qingyue spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the Tangdao Longshao blade crimson. It's not over yet, Li Qingyue gritted out, biting down hard on her soft lower lip as blood dripped freely down her chin. The eternal martial god belief never dies, the soul never perishes. The dormant energy within her dantian surged forth like a resurgent tide. She thrust the Tangdao Longshao blade into the sand with a backhand thrust, using the recoil to leap upward. An eerie blue blade aura traced a sinister arc through the air, striking directly for the left eye of the Inferno Raging Bear. The Inferno Rage Bear roared in pain, instantly swiping her away with a claw. Li Qingyue's body arced through the air like a kite released from its string, tracing a fluid curve. She slammed into a distant sandstone outcrop, a metallic taste rising in her throat, yet she sprang back up the instant she landed. Her gaze locked onto the indigo flames at the beast's throat, the very weak point of this colossal Inferno Rage Bear. The dragon silk blade flashed repeatedly, 7 shimmering blue energy bands coiling like chains around the Inferno Rage Bear's limbs and neck. Yet the beast's violent thrashing shattered them inch by inch. Seizing the opening, the Inferno Rage Bear unleashed its full power. A crimson fireball the size of a millstone coalesced between its claws, its searing heat distorting the surrounding air. Knowing evasion was impossible, Li Qingyue held the Tang sword Longshao horizontally across her chest. Dark Dragon, destroy! A deep blue light surged wildly along the blade's surface, and behind her, the illusory form of a dragon materialized. The instant the fireball collided with the blade's radiance, time itself seemed to freeze. Li Qingyue felt energy draining from her like a burst dam, terrifying. Needle-like agony shot through her limbs. But Li Qingyue gritted her teeth, channeling every last ounce of energy within her into the Tang sword Longshao. In an instant, the blade erupted with a blinding blue light, cleaving the fireball clean in two. Yet the flaming prison bear's counterattack followed immediately. Its thick tail swept out. Li Qingyue couldn't dodge in time and was struck hard across the waist.
Her body flew backward like a...
Struggling to rise, she discovered her right leg was fractured, blood soaking through half her robe.
The fierce bear advanced relentlessly, its mouth spewing flames that melted the surrounding sand into molten lava.
Leaning against the sandstone with all her strength, Qin Yun watched the colossal beast draw nearer, a surging tide of battle lust rising within her.
All or nothing.
Qin Yun furrowed her delicate brows and growled under her breath. Gripping her tang sword, Longshao, with her reverse grip, she frantically channeled the energy within her body.
In an instant, an eerie, deep blue glow filled Qin Yun's pupils.
Under the activation of the eternal calamity martial god talent, her chi and blood began to boil throughout her body. As the berserker bear swiped its claws down, she lunged forward, thrusting Longshao straight at the beast's vital throat.
This strike channeled every ounce of her strength and will.
The inferno bear roared with savage fury, its massive form crashing to the ground in a thunderous impact that sent a cloud of dust billowing skyward. Qin Yun, however, was sent flying by the bear's recoil, crashing heavily dozens of meters away. Struggling to rise, she found the world blurring before her eyes as her consciousness began to fade. Yet 100 meters away, the inferno raging bear had risen once more.
No. Don't fall asleep. Qin Yun, wake up! Dugu Shan bellowed. Qin Yun's consciousness jolted violently.
Her eyes snapped open in an instant, regaining their clear focus. She stood up, barely steadying her unsteady form. Crimson blood flowed continuously from the corners of her pale lips, dripping onto her delicate, bare collarbone like scattered plum blossoms. Her high ponytail had come undone during the battle, now cascading like a waterfall through the air. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, her expression stern and cold.
A ghostly face emerged upon the dragon-patterned silk.
The power of Zhong Kuei, the Ghost King, surged forth at this moment.
Chapter 148, The Troublesome Inferno Bear. Ghost Butterfly Illusion Dance.
Qin Yun cried out sharply.
Ghost Butterfly Illusion Dance.
Immediately, Qin Yun gently closed her eyes, and a soft black glow emanated from her entire body. Growing brighter with each breath she took. Suddenly, her crimson lips parted in a sharp command, and countless palm-sized ghost butterflies swarmed forth from her body. These ghost butterflies were translucent and crystalline, their wings shimmering with dazzling runes. Each emitted a unique spiritual energy fluctuation.
The ghost butterflies danced gracefully around the heroine, forming a vast butterfly formation that shielded Qin Yun within. Guided by the heroine's intent, the formation gradually advanced toward the inferno rage bear. The ghost butterflies flew at blinding speed, trailing dazzling trails of light that left observers disoriented. As the formation neared the inferno rage bear, the ghost butterflies instantly dispersed, launching attacks from all directions. Their wings were like razor-sharp blades, a single flick could slice through the beast's energy shield. Immediately after, the ghost butterflies left trails of blood across the inferno frenzy bear's body. Roar! The inferno rage bear let out a furious roar. Its defensive capabilities were astonishing. Energies surged through its wounded body, restoring it to its original state. Then, the inferno rage bear let out a taunting roar. Red gold sand grains trembled in the scorching heat. Qin Yun stood tall and graceful, her expression cool and composed. Her blood-stained dragon-embroidered tang sword was slanted into the scorching sand. Qin Yun's fingertips flickered lightly, and countless tiny starlight sparks emerged from her body like fireflies, glowing with a silvery blue radiance under the moonlight. Eternal Calamity Martial God Skill, Starfall Streamlight Art. As her hand flipped, the starlight abruptly coalesced into a dazzling celestial river, transforming into streaks of light that shot through the air. Each arrow trailed a long streak of light, streaking across the sky like falling meteors. As the streaks struck the inferno frenzy bear, a tremendous explosion echoed. The starlight exploded violently, scattering into countless shimmering sparks like bursting fireworks. The inferno rage bear lunged out from the exploding starlight. A sharp crackling sound of warped air echoed overhead. The inferno rage bear's crimson vertical pupils glowed brightly within the sweltering heat waves, like two burning ghostly flames. Roar! The bear's roar sent sand and gravel flying hundreds of feet in every direction, transforming into a sky-filling barrage of golden red pellets. Qin Yun spun and swung her blade. The azure ribbon of energy unleashed by the river severing strike collided with the sand, erupting in a series of sharp, crackling explosions. The inferno bear's right paw slammed down, its claws spewing azure flames that instantly melted the sand into glassy lava. Qin Yun's toes dug into the ground as she somersaulted backward, her robe grazing the scorching earth and instantly scorching a charred hole. The flames around the inferno bear's neck suddenly surged 3 inches higher, its scales shimmering with the molten glow of flowing lava. Qin Yun's pupils contracted sharply. This was the sign the inferno rage bear was preparing to unleash its innate skill, the heaven-burning art. Before she could react, the inferno rage bear slammed both paws into the sand. Crimson energy spread like a spiderweb beneath the shifting dunes. Boom! The entire sandy expanse transformed into a boiling sea of fire, countless pillars of flame shooting skyward. Qin Yun dodged and weaved through the inferno. The ghostly blue energy whip unleashed by Tang Daolongxiao vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, utterly consumed by the flames. Qin Yun's back slammed into a sudden sandstone outcrop. The scorching heat seared through her clothing, burning her skin painfully.
The Inferno Bear seized the moment to pounce, its gaping maw revealing a swirling flame core that resembled a miniature sun. She thrust the dragon's silk blade into the sandstone behind her, using the force to leap upward. The tang blade scraped against the bear's teeth, sparking a ghostly blue flame. The blade itself hummed under the intense heat, straining to withstand the pressure. The Inferno Bear flung its head, hurling Li Qingyue away, then lashed out with its tail like an iron whip. Li Qingyue twisted mid-air, her dragon's silk blade tracing a flurry of slashes. Yet the ghostly blue energy trails were vaporized by the bear's tail flames. The immense impact sent her reeling, and upon landing, she stumbled, shattering half a sandstone slab. Blood beads seeped from her fingertips, dripping onto the scorching ground and instantly turning to wisps of blue smoke. The colossal bear launched another assault, this time slamming both paws into the earth as flames coalesced around its body into 9 blazing chains. 9 netherworld dragon binding chains. The chains shot toward her, carrying heat intense enough to incinerate all in their path. Li Qingyue charged forward, blade raised. Each clash of her dragon's silk scarf against the chains sent a numbing shock through her palms. The third chain grazed her shoulder, instantly charring her flesh. The wounds left by the Inferno Bear earlier flared violently under the intense heat, a metallic taste instantly rising in her throat. Yet Li Qingyue did not fall. Instead, she drew her tang sword through the air, leaving a long, energy-filled trail behind it, like a reversed Milky Way. Most of the Inferno Bear's chains were severed, but seizing the moment her strike faltered, it lashed out with its forepaws, unleashing the Inferno Burst, a blast containing molten magma from the Earth's core. The blast's shockwave hurled Li Qingyue dozens of meters, slamming her into the sand dunes as her dragon-embroidered silk robe flew from her grasp. The Inferno Bear seized the opportunity to pounce, its right paw coalescing into a colossal vortex of flame. The colossal beast unleashed its skill, heaven-scorching world-destroying claw. The sheer pressure of the claw of heaven's burning destruction warped the surrounding air. In the nick of time, Li Qingyue grits her teeth against the excruciating pain, rolling toward the tang blade. As the bear's paw crashes down, the forbidden technique, Dragon Abyss Pull, activates. A deep blue blade aura collided violently with crimson flames, the energy shockwaves plowing bottomless gullies into the sand. Li Qingyue acutely felt the excruciating pain of her meridians tearing apart inch by inch. Tormented by the searing flames, the world before her eyes began to blur. But the Inferno Bear wasn't unscathed either. The azure flames around its neck visibly dimmed, and it let out an angry roar. Suddenly, the Inferno Rage Bear let out a piercing howl to the heavens, and the flames enveloping its body transformed into a torrential downpour of fire. Li Qingyue forced herself to activate the Eternal Calamity martial god skill, flowing cloud step, dodging and weaving through the fiery downpour. The azure energy whip she swung with her dragon silk scarf grew faint and weak due to her depleted spiritual energy. A fireball grazed her calf. The acrid smell of burnt flesh mingled with the tang of blood assaulted her nostrils, the searing pain nearly forcing her to her knees. I won't lose to this beast. Li Qingyue wiped the blood from her lips, her gaze locked onto the ghostly blue flames encircling the Inferno Bear's neck. She channeled her last ounce of energy into the dragon's silk blade, which hummed under the strain. The Inferno Rage Bear unleashed the heaven-scorching art once more, transforming the entire sandy expanse into a boiling sea of molten lava. Li Qingyue leapt into the heat wave. Amidst the raging flames, her figure merged with the ghostly blue blade aura. Break! Lan Xiao pierced the Inferno Rage Bear's vital point with unstoppable momentum, its blue energy coiling like chains around the colossal beast's neck. The Inferno Rage Bear thrashed violently, flinging Li Qingyue dozens of meters away. Li Qingyue swiftly regained her balance, her breath coming in soft gasps, yet her gaze grew even more resolute and icy. Lifting her pale right hand, Li Qingyue traced mystical runes before her, her fingertips flickering with azure light. The Eternal Martial God skill, Ice Heart Seal, activated. The runes intertwined and merged, gradually forming a colossal seal. It emitted a bone-chilling cold, freezing the surrounding air into ice crystals that drifted down. At the seal's core lay a blue crystal glowing with an eerie light, seemingly containing boundless rigidity. Once the seal was complete, Li Qingyue thrust it forcefully toward the Inferno Bear. Spinning rapidly through the air, the seal instantly covered the ground in ice wherever it passed, freezing flowers, grass, and trees into ice sculptures in an instant. Upon striking the Inferno Rage Bear, the seal erupted with overwhelming frigid energy, enveloping the beast entirely. The Inferno Jail Raging Bear felt as though its body was being pierced by countless ice needles, its blood threatening to freeze solid. Roar! The Inferno Rage Bear let out an agonized roar. Simultaneously, the seal invaded the Inferno Rage Bear's consciousness, planting a frigid imprint within its mind. This curse mark interfered with the Inferno Rage Bear's thoughts. It plunged the Inferno Rage Bear into endless terror and agony, drastically reducing its combat effectiveness. The Inferno Rage Bear tried to forcefully dispel the curse mark, but the icy chill surged back like a raging tide. Instead, it inflicted even more severe damage upon the Inferno Raging Bear itself. Chapter 149 Encounter Dongfang Shua vs Senra Ancient Tree Bear. Li Qingyue dared not slacken her vigilance. With a flick of her wrist, frigid mist surged forth from the dragon brocade. During the national trials, Li Qingyue had slain the giant turtle, enhancing the ice attributes of her dragon silk. Immediately, crystalline patterns froze onto the ground.
As her dance-like footwork spun, translucent ice lotuses blossomed from the void, their petals shimmering with frosty halos. Reaching their zenith, the ice lotuses erupted with a piercing cold, transforming the entire area within 10 jang into a world of ice and snow. What had been scorching sand now became a frozen wasteland. Qin Yun unleashed her full power, and a torrent of ice lotuses poured down like a lotus rain. Each ice lotus instantly freezes upon contact with an object. The Inferno Bear instantly transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture, unable to move. Seeing victory within reach, Qin Yun dared not slacken. Mysterious azure runes surfaced on her skin, followed by an ancient zither materializing before her eyes, formed from condensed energy. As a female eternal martial god, she not only wielded swords but was also a master of the zither. Having broken through to level 50, Qin Yun not only mastered the power of the stars but also gained new weapons and skills. Her jade-like fingers lightly caressed the strings as moonlight solidified, coiling around the instrument and flowing into ethereal melodies. Each note transformed into a silvery moon-like apparition, drifting through the air. As the melody accelerated, the shimmering notes began to spin and coalesce, forming a crescent moon radiating a cool, luminous glow. Ancient blue runes swirled across the crescent's surface. Qin Yun sat quietly on the ground, her slender jade-like fingers plucking the strings. Her jet-black hair cascades like a waterfall to her waist, framing a face of exquisite beauty, her eyes and brows radiating an icy, solemn aura. The scene was undeniably breathtaking. As the music reached its climax, the crescent moon shattered explosively, erupting into countless sharp fragments of moonlight that sliced through space like blades. Simultaneously, the resonating strings formed a sonic barrier, tearing the frozen Inferno Rage Bear apart in a flash. Ding! Successfully defeated LV-59 Inferno Rage Bear. Experience points, 8,000. Ding! Dropped materials, Crimson Demon Snake Fang X1, Intruder Bird Beak X1, Inferno Prison Berserker Bear Paw X4, Inferno Prison Berserker Bear Fang X4, Inferno Prison Berserker Bear Heart X1. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining SSS Grade Treasure Chest X1. Ding! Would you like to open the treasure chest now? Open treasure chest. Qin Yun's crisp, melodious voice rang out. Meanwhile, Dongfang Shua had lost track of Qin Yun and Duga Shan. That woman's movements were eerily swift. She possessed some skill after all. He muttered under his breath, still fuming inwardly, when he realized he had unknowingly wandered into a mountain forest. This primeval forest featured towering trees that pierced the heavens, casting a dense canopy that blocked out the sun. The gloom was deep and profound, severely limiting visibility. Roar! A thunderous roar shook the air, distorting it violently. A colossal creature appeared before Dongfang Shua. Its entire body was covered in thick armor resembling the bark of a 1,000-year-old tree. Its dark green skin was crisscrossed with deep grooves and covered in protruding spikes. These spikes were no ordinary keratinous growths, but crystallized with spines imbued with potent wood elemental power, glinting with an eerie glow in the sunlight. The beast stood 10 jang tall, resembling a mobile mountain when upright. Its thick limbs pounded the ground, causing the earth itself to tremble. Wherever it passed, vegetation grew wildly, vines tangled unchecked, instantly forming an impenetrable jungle. LV-59, Sanluo Ancient Tree Bear. Boss Level Colossus. The dusk was blood red, and these massive trees rustled in the gale force winds. Dongfang Shua stood upon his cloud walking boots, a Hautian jade sword in his hand glowing with a faint silver radiance. Mysterious, ancient runes carved into the blade flickered faintly in the twilight. A thunderous rumble shook the earth from afar as the Sanluo Ancient Tree Bear shuffled forward amidst broken branches and fallen trunks. Their colossal 10 jang tall forms resembled moving mountains. Crystallized wood spikes glinted with a cold, eerie light upon their dark green bark armor. Boom! A thunderous crash reverberated across the heavens. The colossal beast stomped its foot, causing vegetation within 100 jang radius to erupt in frenzied growth. Vines burst from the earth like giant serpents, instantly encircling Dongfang Shua. Dongfang Shua flickered his sword finger, unleashing a silver-white energy ribbon that surged like a reverse Milky Way. With a series of sharp snaps, the encroaching vines were severed cleanly. Yet more thick, robust vines emerged from the earth like agile venomous snakes. The colossal form of the ancient Sanluo tree bore down, its wood attribute might overwhelming the sky. Dongfang Shua retreated swiftly while unleashing 7 sword shadows. Silver-white energy ribbons interwove into a net, howling toward the colossal beast. The Sanluo Ancient Tree Bear growled lowly, activating its innate Sanluo physique. A dark green wooden shield instantly coalesced upon its surface. The energy ribbons slammed into the shield, erupting in earth-shattering booms, yet only leaving shallow marks upon its surface. The Sanluo Ancient Tree Bear's massive paw struck out with a sharp, air-tearing crack. Dongfang Shua spun to evade. Where the paw struck, the ground instantly sprouted a dense thicket of thorns. The Sanluo Ancient Tree Bear immediately unleashed its skill, Wooden Fang rips the earth. Its massive body charged like an arrow released from a bow, its giant, spike-covered maw aimed straight for Dongfang Shua's throat. At the critical moment, Dongfang Shua executed the 7-star step, his Hautian jade sword slicing through the air with 9 silver streaks. The sword's energy crisscrossed, barely deflecting the deadly strike. But the Sanluo ancient tree bear's strength far exceeded expectations. Dongfang Shua felt his palms go numb as his entire body flew backward like a. The Sanluo ancient tree bear, sensing its advantage, let out a deafening roar to the heavens. Its skill, Senra Roar, world-destroying tide, activated. A tidal wave of wood attribute energy surged forth like a tsunami. Dongfang Shua rapidly tapped his sword, weaving silver-white energy ribbons into a shield before him that barely withstood the onslaught. Yet the domain's rule-binding power increasingly hampered his movements, drastically reducing both his accuracy and mobility. Seizing the opportunity, the colossal beast unleashed its innate ability, Forest Dominion. Trees throughout the entire forest began to twist and grow wildly. Ancient, towering trees uprooted themselves, transforming into colossal wooden beings that swung their branches and attack vines shot toward Dongfang Shua like sharp arrows from all directions. Dongfang Shua's sword flashed wildly, his energy ribbons dancing like silver dragons, shredding each incoming vine. Yet the wooden giant's assault proved overwhelming. One's branch lashed savagely across Dongfang Shua's back, snapping his ribs with a sharp crack. The excruciating pain made Dongfang Shua groan, a metallic taste rising in his mouth. Seeing this, the ancient Sanluo tree bear transformed its massive form into afterimages, activating its innate ability, Shadow Slash. 7 phantom forms instantly surrounded Dongfang Shua, each bearing a bone-chilling attack as they whipped toward him. Dongfang Shua's sword-like brows furrowed as the Houtnan Jade sword blazed with dazzling silver light. He unleashed his family's supreme technique, the 36 heavenly swords. Silver-white energy ribbons darted through the forest, shattering each phantom one by one. But the Sanluo ancient tree bear's true form seized the moment, appearing directly above Dongfang Shua. Its massive paw descended with overwhelming force. Dongfang Shua hastily raised the Houtnan Jade sword to block. Crack! A crack appeared on the Houtnan Jade sword. Dongfang Shua was slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Put! Dongfang Shua spat out a mouthful of blood. 5 ribs in his chest were shattered, and the excruciating pain made his vision darken in waves. The Sanluo ancient tree bear gave him no chance to catch his breath, unleashing its skill, Eternal Emerald Sanluo Realm. A terrifying wood attribute domain enveloped the entire battlefield. Dongfang Shua felt his movements grow increasingly difficult, and the circulation of spiritual energy within his body was severely impeded. The colossal beast immediately unleashed its skill, Illusory Wooden Phantom Killing Array. 7 phantoms materialized instantly, each inheriting 75% of the original's attack power. The phantoms' attacks bore the wood spirit mark. Dongfang Shua struggled to defend, quickly accumulating 4 marks on his body. Once the marks reached 6 layers, a fatal burst of damage awaited him. At this life or death moment, Dongfang Shua suddenly recalled his master's teachings from childhood. The way of the sword lies in mastering the blade with the heart and shaping intent into form. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he sat cross-legged, eyes closed, focusing his spirit. The Houtnan Jade sword hovered before him, its runes beginning to glow with a dazzling silver-white light. The attacks from the Sanluo ancient tree bear and the 7 illusions came hurtling toward him, their speed so great it seemed they would tear through the void. Yet, 3 zhang away from Dongfang Shua, they were halted by an invisible force. A brilliant silver radiance emanated from Dongfang Shua's entire body. He slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of enlightenment passing through them. The jade sword of the heavens emitted a clear, resonant hum as the cracks along its blade began to slowly mend. So that's it. The sword is not the sword, the intent is not the intent. I am the sword is me. Dongfang Shua murmured to himself, his sword hand shifting through intricate seals as he unleashed the Taishu sword intent, a technique never before mastered by any practitioner. The silver energy ribbons no longer confined themselves to sword techniques, but transformed into a sky filled with silver dragons, each containing the world-destroying sword intent. The ancient Sanluo tree bear and its illusions launched their assault, but every strike was shredded the moment it touched the silver dragons. Dongfang Shua commanded the silver dragons, unleashing a thunderous assault upon the colossal beast. The Sanluo ancient tree bear activated its innate Sanluo body, causing its astonishingly defensive wooden shield to coalesce once more. But this time, the silver dragon pierced the wooden shield with ease, leaving deep gashes in the Sanluo ancient tree bear's armor. Roar! The Sanluo ancient tree bear let out a pained roar, unleashing the Sanluo roar, world-destroying tide in a counterattack, only to have it completely devoured by the silver dragons. Dongfang Shua flickered his sword finger, and all the silver dragons merged into one, coalescing into a colossal silver sword chi. The sword energy shot straight into the heavens, carving a massive crack across the sky. The Sanluo ancient tree bear sensed the threat of death and frantically unleashed all its skills, yet before the Taishu sword intent, all efforts proved futile. The silver sword energy crashed down. Boom! The earth shook violently. When the dust settled, the colossal form of the Sanluo ancient tree bear lay sprawled on the ground. Its dark green armor was covered in cracks, devoid of all life. Dongfang Shua slowly sheathed his sword. His body swayed, and he finally collapsed to the ground, unable to hold himself up. But moments later, the Sanluo ancient tree bear rose once more. Dongfang Shua stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. In an instant, the entire surrounding forest transformed, green leaves turned yellow, then withered and fell.
The Sanluo ancient tree bear had absorbed the life essence of every tree within a 100-mile radius, forcibly prolonging its own existence.
Chapter 150, Defeat and Pursuit.
The Sanluo ancient tree bear stomped forward like a mountain, sending shards of rock flying. Dongfang Shua lightly touched the treetops with his toes, his form transforming into a swift green shadow as he executed the first technique of the cloud-hiding sword art, cloud concealment. The Sanluo ancient tree bear's claws ripped through the air with a sharp screech, grazing past his ear. With a flick of his wrist, the sword tip flickered like a firefly. It danced between the gaps of the ancient bear's scales, only to be deflected by its tough hide, sparks flying. Cloud surge. Dongfang Shua roared, his sword's momentum shifting abruptly as a dozen phantom blades erupted from his body. The ancient tree bear roared, swinging its massive paw, its furious wind uprooting trees and grass. Yet those illusions dissolved like moonlight on water. His true form had already circled around the falling leaves to strike beneath the bear's belly. The sword tip glowed with icy light, yet upon touching the ancient tree bear's belly, it was violently repelled by the sudden explosion of Sanluo energy, sending Dongfang Shua flying backward, blood spilling from his mouth. Seizing the moment, the Sanluo ancient tree bear lunged forward, its foul stench carrying a putrid reek that assaulted the senses. Dongfang Shua summoned his true energy, pointing his sword skyward, cloud-splitting heaven. The ultimate strike of the floating cloud sword technique manifested, transforming his entire body into a streak of light that pierced straight toward the bear's eyes. The moment the sword's shadow collided with the beast's pupil, the void trembled. The Sanluo ancient tree bear let out a deafening, agonized howl. Its massive body crashed to the ground, while Dongfang Shua stood leaning on his sword, its blade dripping with the beast's blood, glowing with an eerie light. The fallen Sanluo ancient tree bear's body suddenly convulsed violently. Dark purple patterns pulsed beneath its fur like living creatures. It let out a piercing shriek, neither bear nor beast, and ancient trees throughout the entire mountain forest began to twist and grow. Roots burst from the earth, transforming into countless vines that ensnared Dongfang Shua at the center. The air thickened with the sweet-sour stench of decaying matter as the spectral form of the Sanluo ancient tree materialized behind the colossal beast. Vines hanging from the canopy twisted into chains, bearing the weight of mountains as they crashed down upon the swordsman.
Dongfang Shua's sword fingers tapped rapidly, instantly activating the frozen blade art. Innate skill, Frost Blade Art. Frost blue sword energy erupted, freezing the vines closing in to crystalline ice only to shatter into fragments beneath the ancient bear's roar. The branches swung by the ancient tree's phantom were coated in eerie black mist, reducing everything in its path to scorched earth.
In the nick of time, Dongfang Shua leapt into the air, his sword chi surging violently. The Skyhawk sword technique, Eagle Strike the Sky, was suddenly unleashed. Like a soaring eagle diving down, the sword tip aimed straight for the Sanluo ancient tree bear's throat. Yet the ancient tree bear spewed dark green venom from its maw, colliding with the sword's aura and sending toxic smoke billowing into the air. Dongfang Shua was forced to retreat, his robes scorched by the corrosive venom. The illusory form of the Sanluo ancient tree solidified completely. Its canopy spread out like a prison cage, and countless branches transformed into spears, raining down like a storm. 10,000 swords returned to the source. Dongfang Shua roared. Energy surged within him like a raging river. Sword chi within a 10-mile radius converged, manifesting blue blades, broken edges, and shattered swords from the void. They coalesced above his head into a dazzling sword formation. The array, like a reversed Milky Way, carried icy cold and the piercing cry of hawks, shredding the Sanluo ancient tree's phantom into fragments. The Sanluo ancient tree roared madly, countless roots bursting from beneath its fur in a futile attempt to block the onslaught, only to be torn to dust by the sword chi. Finally, myriad sword lights coalesced into a colossal sword piercing the heavens. Wrapped in icy cold and the lingering image of a celestial eagle, it drove through the ancient bear's brow. The Sanluo ancient tree bear let out a defiant roar as its massive body exploded with a thunderous crash. Vines emerging from the splattered flesh froze solid under the lingering might of the converging blades, crystallizing into icy sculptures. Dongfang Shua knelt on one knee, the silver glow of the Hautian jade sword fading from his grasp. The ancient trees in the distance, stripped of their demonic power, returned to stillness. Ding! Successfully defeated LV-59 Sanluo ancient tree bear. Experience points, 8,000. Ding! Dropped materials, Sanluo ancient tree bear paws x4, Sanluo ancient tree bear palms x4, Sanluo ancient tree bear teeth x4, Sanluo ancient tree bear heart x1. A reward notification echoed in Dongfang Shua's mind. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining an SSS grade treasure chest. Ding! Would you like to open the treasure chest now? Open! Congratulations! You have obtained Chaos Spirit Crystal X1, Heavenly Gang's Gem X1, Mysticine Cold Crystal X1, and Stellar Soft Armor X1. Even the well-off Dongfang Shua couldn't help but be overjoyed. These were all rare materials, precious treasures. Outside, these items were priceless treasures unavailable on the market and beyond the reach of even great wealth. They held particular significance for him. For the Dongfang clan foresaw the Dragon clan's imminent descent of divine power and had begun preparations. They sought to forge a divine weapon for their own protection. This demanded vast quantities of rare materials. Rare materials like Chaos Spirit Crystals, Heavenly Gang's Gems, and Mystic Yin Cold Crystals were all desperately needed. Chaos Spirit Crystals, imbued with the power of chaos, appeared as a hazy gray. Countless shimmering lights seemed to swirl within, radiating an aura of profound mystery. It dramatically enhances a weapon's quality and power, imbuing attacks with the force of chaos laws. There is a chance it can shatter an enemy's defenses and inflict soul damage. The Heavenly Gang's gem radiates a golden light as dazzling as the blazing sun, its surface engraved with ancient Heavenly Gang's runes. When embedded in a weapon, it enhances its penetration and destructive power. It enables weapons to effortlessly pierce enemy defenses, unleashing Heavenly Gang's power during attacks to inflict devastating wounds. Mystic Yin Frost Crystal, a deep blue crystal, bone-chillingly cold, its surface seemingly encrusted with frost. It imbues weapons with extreme cold, freezing enemies upon attack and weakening their fire attribute spiritual power, particularly effective against fire attribute foes. Stellar Battle Armor, entirely silver-white in hue, it is inlaid with countless tiny gems that shimmer like stars. Mysterious runes flow across its surface, emitting a soft glow. It greatly enhances defensive capabilities, resisting various spells and physical attacks while absorbing starlight energy to restore the wearer's vitality. It also possesses the ability to conceal the wearer's aura, making them harder to detect in battle. Dongfang Shuo had already obtained insider information. The teachers of Qin Yun Academy had stashed numerous rare materials inside the treasure chest. His participation in the trial was precisely to seize these precious resources. Still, he must eliminate Dugashan to prevent the brat from slandering him to the teachers upon exiting. Dongfang Shuo silently resolved, then donned the stellar battle armor. Dongfang Shuo feared he might fail to kill Dugashan, allowing him to escape and report to the teachers. That would truly tarnish the reputation of their reclusive clan. As for Li Qingyue, Dugashan's lips curved into a smirk. If he could imprison this woman, she too would eventually submit. Shouldering the Hautian jade sword and clad in the starry battle armor, his face like carved jade, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, he was truly a peerless beauty. Mysterious silver-white runes appeared in Dongfang Shuo's palm as he sensed the energy fluctuations nearby. It's nearby, Dongfang Shuo murmured, his brow furrowing. And there's also information about the Sunluo ancient tree bear's kin. He pinpointed the approximate direction and launched himself forward with blinding speed. Chapter 151, The Contest. Congratulations! You have obtained Ethereal Jade Marrow X1, Purple Thunderstone X1, Azurewood Spirit Diamond X1, Dragon Blood Gem X1, Iceheart Jade X1, Flaming Dragon Scale Armor X1. Li Qingyue looked utterly astonished. She never imagined opening this treasure chest would yield so many incredible items. Qin Yun Academy truly lived up to its reputation as the nation's premier institution. Its resources were indeed abundant. The teachers were also generous, packing the treasure chest with so many valuable items. Dugashan was utterly stunned, staring at these rare materials with a look of envy. After all, every single one of these items was of the highest quality. Li Qingyue smiled and said, "This purple thunder glowstone and the flame dragon scale armor are yours." Dugashan stared at Li Qingyue in disbelief. These were truly valuable items. Really? I have no use for these two items anyway, and I feel the purple thunder shining stone complements your necromancer staff perfectly. Li Qingyue said with a calm and composed expression. She didn't care about these material possessions. Having too many rare materials was useless anyway. Thank you. Dugashan's face lit up with gratitude. Li Qingyue was remarkably generous, giving away these two items without hesitation. Just as Dugashan reached to take the purple lightning shard and flaming dragon scale armor Li Qingyue offered, a silver-white sword light darted like a nimble little snake, piercing straight through his palm. Ah! Dugashan let out a piercing scream. His palm had been completely pierced by that silver-white sword light, leaving a gaping hole dripping with blood, even emitting a faint glow. Dongfang Shuo had arrived. Dongfang Shuo, bearing the Hautian jade sword on his back, sneered, "Such a worthless piece of trash doesn't deserve rare materials like these. Giving them to him is worse than feeding them to dogs." Li Qingyue's exquisite, beautiful face flushed with fury. Dongfang Shuo was truly a persistent nuisance. She tucked away the purple thunder glowstone and flaming dragon scale armor, her voice icy. "These belong to me. I'll give them to whomever I choose. No need for your meddling." Dongfang Shuo chuckled lightly. "I've just realized that the rare materials in your possession are precisely what I need. Why not hand them over? I can exchange them for other treasures from my clan. How does that sound? And if I refuse?" Li Qingyue's voice was icy cold, her eyes as beautiful as the clear moon shimmering with frost. "Will you take them by force?" Dongfang Shuo stared at Li Qingyue's icy expression. "I see, Li Qingyue, you truly refuse the wine offered and insist on drinking the punishment. Rejecting someone as powerful as me, choosing to befriend a worthless fool like Dugashan, you'll only be dragged down to your death by trash like him. In the end, you'll realize rejecting me was the most foolish choice and decision of your entire life." Dongfang Shuo closed the distance to Li Qingyue in an instant, unleashing a flurry of palms that carried a gale force wind. Li Qingyue sidestepped and retreated, then swiftly drew the dragon silk scarf bound at her waist. Both moved with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged dozens of blows. The gale force winds sliced through the sky like blades, tearing the dark clouds to shreds. Within the thick clouds, crimson lightning snaked and twisted.
A Haotian jade sword strapped to Dongfang Shua's back trembled faintly.
Silver-white energy flowed along the patterns of his star armor, tracing faint, shimmering star trails around his form. Each flickering light stirred minute ripples in the surrounding space. Li Qingyue knelt on one knee upon the scorched earth, her dragon-embroidered tang sword propped diagonally against the ground. A stream of blue energy dripped from the blade, scorching a sizzling pit into the ground. Waves of smoke, carrying a sweet salty scent, rose from the charred earth.
Is that all you've got?
Before Dongfang Shua's words had fully left his mouth, his figure shot forward like an arrow released from its string. His star armor sliced through the air, producing a sharp sonic boom.
In its wake, space itself tore open, revealing countless tiny black fissures.
Li Qingyue snapped her head up, a resolute glint flashing in her eyes. As she struggled to her feet, Tang Dao hastily blocked the attack, only to have his palm split open by the silver-white energy beam deflected by the Haotian jade sword. Blood dripped from her pale fingertips, splattering into blossoms on the ground. Dongfang Shua's second strike arrived, carrying the biting chill of his ice blade art. The blade's edge whistled past her ear, its fierce sword chi slicing through strands of her dark hair. The severed locks instantly froze into ice crystals, tracing a crystalline arc through the air. Li Qingyue spun backward, her toes digging deep footprints into the scorched earth. Scarlet dance, phantom butterflies traces erupted. A gauzy, pale pink aura swirled around her, splitting in an instant into hundreds of translucent spirit butterflies. Their wings shimmered with a pearlescent glow, mystical runes dancing across their surfaces. Like a pink mist, they spread out, completely enveloping her figure. Yet, with a flick of Dongfang Shua's wrist, the cloud-piercing heaven technique of the flowing cloud sword art transformed into a silver streak of light, piercing through the swarm of butterflies. As the illusory butterflies shattered, specks of pink light faded like fireworks. His heavenly eagle sword technique, eagle strikes the sky, thundered down like a bolt of lightning. His form transformed into a silver eagle silhouette mid-air, moving so swiftly it was nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. The dragon Tang sword erupted with a deep blue glow, meeting the blow head-on. The immense impact sent Li Qingyue flying backward, slamming violently into the mountainside. The solid rock shattered under the impact, raining down fragments that buried her beneath. Cough. Blood stained Li Qingyue's exquisite face crimson. Struggling to crawl free from the rubble, her hair disheveled, scarlet blood continuously trickled from the corner of her mouth. Dongfang Shua gave her no chance to catch her breath, his silver-white figure closing in like a specter. The Haotian jade sword, channeling the sword-shattering form of the Duga Nine Swords, struck directly at her vital points. Li Qingyue gritted her teeth and rolled away, yet the sword tip still grazed her shoulder. As flesh peeled back, the residual force of her starry battle armor shattered 3 of her ribs. The searing pain made her vision darken in waves, yet she forced herself to stay conscious. Still not conceding defeat? Dongfang Shua seized her throat, silver-white energy seeping through his fingertips. Li Qingyue glared at him, her exquisite, flawless face now contorted with fury. Dongfang Shua stared at this stunning face, his eyes brimming with deep, complex emotions. The rose-colored flames of Li Qingyue's crimson flame incinerating heaven technique flared only to be instantly extinguished by the icy sword chi unleashed from Dongfang Shua's other hand. A piercing, bone-chilling pain suddenly shot through her legs. Dongfang Shua had crushed her kneecaps with his bare hands. Li Qingyue let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground, her eyes filled with resentment and fury. Li Qingyue struggled to utter half a sentence before Dongfang Shua forced a jet-black pill into her mouth. Heart-devouring toxin. It would take effect in half an hour. He flung Li Qingyue aside, and she fell to the ground like if you don't want your soul to be scattered to the winds, show me what you're really made of. With that, Dongfang Shua took several steps back, arms crossed over his chest, silently observing his battered opponent. Li Qingyue lay on the ground, gasping for breath as crimson blood trickled from the corners of her mouth. Suddenly, she laughed a laugh tinged with madness and utter resolve. She thought of Qin Yun. She would never admit defeat, fighting to the death. Her fingertips flickered lightly, and the silver-blue starlight of the starfall glow technique instantly enveloped the sky. Countless tiny sparks of starlight emerged from her body like fireflies, glowing with a silvery blue radiance under the moonlight. As the sword technique shifted, the starlight abruptly coalesced into a dazzling celestial river, transforming into streaks of light that shot through the air. Each arrow trailed a long streak of light, streaking across the night sky like falling meteors, transforming the entire battlefield into a dreamlike celestial realm. Dongfang Shua's pupils contracted sharply. The Haotian jade sword swung horizontally, its silver-white energy beam colliding with the meteor arrows in a blinding explosion of light. A deafening roar echoed as the energy shockwave swept through the surroundings like a hurricane, whipping up sand and stones from the ground to form a massive dust storm vortex. Amidst the blinding light, Li Qingyue rose, her severed leg dragging behind her. The frigid aura of the snow soul ice lotus dance spread across the ground. Her pale hands swept lightly, and a cold mist surged from her sleeves, instantly crystallizing into intricate ice patterns on the ground. As she spun with her footwork, translucent ice lotuses bloomed from the void, their petals shimmering with frosty halos. Dongfang Shuo evaded with his cloud-stepping technique, his frost-hued sword chi clashing with the ice lotuses, exploding into a sky of shimmering ice crystals. Suddenly, the illusionary butterfly traces technique activated around him, swarming with spirit butterflies. Hundreds of spirit butterflies reappeared, but this time they did more than merely obscure vision. Runes on their wings flickered with eerie light, releasing hallucinatory scents and mental assaults. Dongfang Shuo felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his consciousness stung as if by countless tiny needles. Trivial tricks. Dongfang Shuo roared, unleashing the sword intent of 10,000 swords converging. Sword chi within a 10-mile radius coalesced into a silvery white sword formation. Countless flying swords materialized from the void, forming intricate formations in the air. At the center of the array, Dongfang Shuo stood like a sword god commanding the heavens and earth.
The moment the spirit butterfly was shredded into fragments, Li Qingyue's moon soul shattered through the air.
Her jade-like fingers gently caressed the strings formed from blue energy.
Moonlight solidified, coiling around the instrument as ethereal melodies flowed forth. Each note transformed into a silver moon phantom, drifting in the air.
As the melody accelerated, the phantom notes began to spin and coalesce, forming a crescent moon radiating a cold, clear light. Ancient runes swirled across the crescent's surface. As the music reached its climax, the crescent exploded with a thunderous roar, erupting into countless razor-sharp fragments of moonlight that sliced through space like blades. Simultaneously, the resonating strings formed a sonic barrier. The silver-white sword formation collided with the sonic barrier, generating energy ripples that spread wildly outward from the two figures at its center. Distant mountain ranges were literally sliced in half by this force, sending cascading avalanches of debris tumbling down.
Scarlet flame incinerating heaven technique.
Li Qingyue, gritting her teeth against the pain, raised the dragon-embroidered tang sword high. A rose-colored flame ignited in her palm, rising and coalescing into the shadowy form of a phoenix. As the phoenix spread its wings, the flames transformed into a sky filled with crimson lotus blossoms. The edges of each petal burned with an eerie blue flame, igniting massive pillars of fire wherever they landed. As the phoenix let out a long, piercing cry, all the lotus flowers exploded simultaneously, forming a massive vortex of flame that engulfed Dongfang Shuo.
As the flames burned, they traced a magnificent phoenix totem in the sky.
Crimson light illuminated the heavens, resembling a grand fire ritual. Dongfang Shuo's Haotian jade sword erupted with dazzling silver light, its piercing momentum clashing head-on with the 9 swords of Dugu. Where sword energy met flame, space began to warp and shatter. Black spatial fissures appeared, threatening to swallow the entire world. Sudden agony struck, and Li Qingyue coughed up a mouthful of blood as the heart-devouring toxin began to take effect. Her face instantly turned as pale as paper, veins bulging on her forehead as her entire body shook violently with agony. Yet her gaze grew even more frenzied. As she swung her tang sword, streaks of blue energy intertwined with crimson flames, coalescing into a colossal vortex of fire.
Dongfang Shuo's stellar battle armor blazed with intensified radiance as the 10,000 swords converging array expanded once more. A torrent of silver white and deep blue energy collided with a thunderous crash between heaven and earth. Ah!
Both roared simultaneously, their voices brimming with power and refusal to yield. The silver-white sword array rolled back like a reversed Milky Way, completely engulfing the fiery vortex. Li Qingyue teetered precariously within the energy storm. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she unleashed the Snow Soul Ice Lotus Dance.
Countless ice lotuses bloomed in the air, attempting to block Dongfang Shuo's assault. Yet Dongfang Shuo's icy sword art proved superior.
A massive frost-colored sword chi swept through, freezing all the ice lotuses into sculptures while completely encasing Li Qingyue in ice.
It's over.
Dongfang Shuo sheathed his trembling Haotian jade sword, gazing at the crystalline ice sculpture. "I'll take you back to the clan to imprison you," Dongfang Shuo declared triumphantly.
"As for Dugashan, I'll deal with him last.
Dying here, devoured by the beasts, is only natural." Li Qingyue, consumed by the heart-devouring poison, revealed an eerie smile. This smile stirred a first flicker of chill deep within Dongfang Shuo's heart. Just as Dongfang Shuo believed everything was settled, the fragments of the shattered ice sculpture suddenly emitted a dazzling, blue light. Within the light, Li Qingyue's figure flickered in and out of view, her aura surging wildly.
"Do you think I'm so easily defeated?" Li Qingyue's voice grew ethereal and eerie.
Around her body, concentric rings of ghostly blue runes slowly materialized, enveloping her within their embrace. Dongfang Shuo's pupils contracted slightly as he gripped the Haotian jade sword with heightened vigilance.
He could sense that Li Qingyue's aura was now several times more powerful than before.
"What have you done?" he demanded in a deep voice. Li Qingyue offered no reply. Instead, she swept her hand, unleashing a towering pillar of ghostly blue energy that pierced the heavens. In the sky, the dark clouds that had already dispersed began to gather once more, growing even darker and denser. Crimson lightning bolts struck relentlessly, each crackling with devastating power.
"This is forbidden magic."
Dongfang Shuo finally recognized the secret art Li Qingyue was wielding, his expression turning grim in an instant. Legend held that such forbidden arts demanded the burning of one's own soul as the price for a fleeting surge of immense power.
Li Qingyue had clearly resolved to destroy herself along with her enemy.
As the pillar of energy rose, her body began to turn transparent, her soul power burning wildly.
Dongfang Shua, even if I die today, I will drag you down with me.
Li Qingyue roared, her hands swiftly forming seals. Dark clouds in the sky began to swirl violently, forming a massive vortex. Countless streams of deep blue energy poured down from the vortex, coalescing into a colossal, shadowy blue hand that lunged toward Dongfang Shua. Wherever the giant hand passed, space was torn apart effortlessly, and massive gullies were carved into the ground. Dongfang Shua dared not take it lightly, unleashing the 10,000 swords returned to the source formation once more at full power. Countless flying swords formed a silver barrier, attempting to withstand the giant hand's assault. Yet the power of this hand, forged from forbidden energies, surpassed all expectations. Under the hand's crushing pressure, the sword formation began to falter. Dongfang Shua gritted his teeth, simultaneously unleashing the drifting cloud sword technique, the heavenly eagle sword technique, the icy sword technique, and the Duga 9 swords. The power of these 4 sword arts merged into a colossal silver-white sword chi, slashing toward the giant hand. The clash of the sword energy and the giant hand erupted in an earth-shattering roar.
The entire world seemed to tremble under the force of the impact. Dongfang Shua's starry battle armor shimmered brightly, continuously bearing the immense pressure exerted by the colossal hand.
Meanwhile, Li Qingyue manipulated the forbidden power from afar. Her body had become semi-transparent, on the verge of dissipating at any moment. Yet her eyes burned with madness and utter resolve. Break! Dongfang Shua roared, channeling his spiritual energy with frenzied intensity, further amplifying the silver-white sword energy's power. Finally, with a thunderous crash, the deep blue giant hand shattered under the sword energy, disintegrating into countless shimmering blue specks that vanished into the air. But before Dongfang Shua could catch his breath, Li Qingyue launched another assault. Muttering incantations, she accelerated the vortex in the sky. Countless dark blue energy arrows shot forth from the swirling vortex, raining down upon Dongfang Shua like a torrential storm. Dongfang Shua danced through the storm using his cloud stepping technique, dodging relentlessly while swinging the Houten jade sword. Silver-white energy blades slashed out continuously, shattering each approaching arrow one by one. Yet the sheer volume of arrows proved overwhelming, and Dongfang Shua gradually found himself struggling to keep up. One arrow whizzed past his arm, leaving a deep gash in his star armor that oozed blood. Li Qingyue saw this and a flicker of satisfaction crossed her eyes as she increased the firing rate of her energy arrows.
Dongfang Shua knew this was unsustainable.
He drew a deep breath, channeling all his spiritual energy into the Houten jade sword. The blade blazed with intense light as silver-white energy surged wildly. 10,000 swords returned to the source, final chapter. He roared, raising the Houten jade sword high. In an instant, all sword energies within a 100-mile radius converged madly toward it. In the sky, countless flying swords coalesced into a colossal silver vortex, confronting the azure vortex controlled by Li Qingyue. The collision of the two colored energies unleashed a devastating energy storm that swept across the land. The earth began to crack, and mountains started to collapse. Li Qingyue watched this scene, a faint smile curling her lips. She knew her time was running out. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she channeled all her forbidden power into the azure vortex. The two colossal vortexes shrank as they collided, finally dissipating completely in a deafening explosion. Blinding light illuminated the entire world, while a colossal shockwave leveled everything in its path.
Now! Run! Li Qingyue shouted.
Without a moment's hesitation, Dugashan grabbed Li Qingyue and began sprinting, casting a protective shield around her as he ran. By the time Dongfang Shua reacted, the two had vanished from the scene. But Dongfang Shua glanced at the materials in his hands. During the battle, he had snatched these rare materials from Li Qingyue. Dugashan and Li Qingyue raced for hours before daring to stop, only after confirming Dongfang Shua hadn't caught up. Li Qingyue frantically searched her body, her face darkening like a sooty pot bottom.
Dugashan watched her expression. No way. Li Qingyue nodded.
Dongfang Shua must have stolen those gems during our close combat, but he didn't take the Yanlong scales.
Dongfang Shua is far too dangerous. We can't guarantee we won't cross paths again. Let's go find Qin Yun. Agreed. Dugashan nodded, then added with a vicious glint, if my elder brother finds out, he'll beat that bastard Dongfang Shua into mincemeat. Li Qingyue smiled and nodded.
In that instant, a cramping pain shot through her heart, as if an invisible giant hand had seized it and was mercilessly twisting it. Li Qingyue's face turned as pale as paper. Beads of sweat the size of beans continuously seeped from her luminous forehead, her breath coming in faint gasps. The heart-devouring poison had struck. Dugashan stroked Li Qingyue's hair. Let's find our eldest brother first. He must have a way to get the antidote from Dongfang Shua. Li Qingyue nodded, biting down hard on her soft, delicate lips to stifle any cries of agony. All right. Meanwhile, Qin Yun had just finished a battle. He opened the treasure chest and retrieved the artifacts. Chapter 152, Qin Yun arrives, explosive slaughter. The dusk was as blood-red as ever, staining the horizon a thick, ochre hue. Qin Yun knelt half-bent upon the mountain peak's green stone, his slender fingers carefully tracing the moonlight patterns flowing across the surface of the spirit feather divine armor. This exceptionally elegant spirit feather light armor now lay quietly upon his knees. Frost-white black iron scales layered upon each other, each inlaid with phoenix patterns outlined in gold thread. The night pearl adorning the tail feathers glowed softly in the dim light, as if shrouded in a layer of flowing moonlight. The spirit feather light armor is exceptionally beautiful, perfect for a young lady. This armor would be perfect for Qin Yun murmured to himself with a smile. A tender smile had just touched Qin Yun's lips when it froze completely upon catching sight of two staggering figures on the distant mountain path. A mountain wind swept in, carrying the pungent stench of blood. With each step the figures took, they dragged winding trails of blood across the stone slabs, like two dying red snakes struggling for life. Qin Yun's pupils contracted sharply. His toes pressed against the ground, and his form shot forward like an arrow released from its string. Zhang covered in an instant, and only then did he clearly see the figures approaching. Li Qingyue's slender frame seemed almost transparent. Her paper-white face was drenched in cold sweat, and her usually lively almond-shaped eyes were now veiled in a layer of ashen haze. A dark purple heart-devouring poison pattern crawled slowly along the veins of her neck, like countless tiny venomous snakes gnawing at her skin. With each inch it spread, her already pale lips deepened into a bluish-purple hue. Beside her, Dugushan knelt on one knee, propping up his tottering body with his necromantic staff. Broken ribs protruded beneath his skin in a horrifying outline, his chest heaving abnormally with each labored breath. A gaping wound in the palm of his right hand opened like a bloody hole through to the back of his hand. The stark white bones glowed coldly in the setting sun, while dark red blood dripped steadily through his fingers, pooling into a small puddle on the ground. Qingyue! Dugushan! Qin Yun's voice trembled as he reached out to steady Li Qingyue, who was about to collapse. Her scorching body heat radiated through his palm, yet it couldn't mask the tremors shaking her frame. Brother, Dongfang Shua Dugushan managed a blood-tinged whimper, his blood-stained fingers clutching Qin Yun's robe so tightly his knuckles turned white. That beast had coveted Qingyue for far too long. Rejected, he flew into a rage. Not only did he attempt to kill me, but he also poisoned Qingyue with a heart-devouring toxin. Only the reclusive Eastern clan possesses the antidote. By the end of his words, his voice was nearly shattered. Qin Yun's aura abruptly turned icy cold, as if the twilight itself dimmed under this chill. He was always calm and composed, but at this moment, his reason had been utterly devoured by a beast. Qin Yun's eyes blazed with overwhelming murderous intent. Seeing Li Qingyue stagger, he swiftly extended his long, powerful arm to steady her. Qin Yun! Li Qingyue murmured softly, a pained moan escaping her crimson lips. Li Qingyue's eyes were filled with anguish. Seeing Qin Yun, all her guard and vigilance instantly dissolved. Then her head tilted sideways, and she collapsed unconscious into Qin Yun's arms. His usually gentle face now bore a layer of frost, the murderous intent churning in his eyes nearly solidifying, causing the very air to tremble. As he rose, his sleeves fluttered without wind, a chilling aura of lethal intent swirling around him. In the distance, Dongfang Shua had already caught up. He watched silently, a look of intense jealousy flickering across his fair, handsome face. The moment he saw Li Qingyue collapse into this man's arms, and the man still holding her, Dongfang Shua's jealousy had already reached its peak. In that instant, the sound of fabric tearing through the air echoed from afar. A sliver of silver sword light ripped through the dusk, streaking toward them. Dongfang Shua's toes lightly touched the treetops, stirring a flurry of withered leaves as he landed. Though the Haotian jade sword at his waist remained unsheathed, a chilling sword aura already coiled around him. His handsome features twisted with envy, his voice dripping with contempt and scorn. A lowly commoner dares lay hands on what belongs to me. What trash blocks my path? Scram! Who are you? How dare you hold Li Qingyue? Don't you know she is my woman? If you crawl away like a dog now, I might consider sparing your worthless life. His gaze swept over the unconscious Li Qingyue in Qin Yun's arms, his pupils suddenly contracting to pinpricks. Let her go. Or else, I'll send all three of you to hell together. Qin Yun rose slowly, his voice low and menacing, like a specter's howl from the depths of hell. I am Qin Yun. Hand over the antidote and I'll spare your body intact. With you? Dongfang Shua sneered. Li Qingyue is my woman. Once I bring her back to the clan, I'll naturally give her the antidote. What kind of trash are you to shout at me like this? No wonder you wield a sword, you're nothing but a complete coward. A sneer curled at the corner of Dugushan's lips. Dongfang Shua's expression darkened instantly. He glared coldly at Dugushan. Who do you think you are? What business do you have butting in here? Dugushan, it seems you've no clue about your own standing or strength. You're nothing but utterly useless trash, a complete waste of space. Got that? Or do you need me to help you see your true worth? The moment the jade sword left its scabbard, the world brightened as if day had suddenly dawned. The runes flowing along the blade glowed with a cold light, identical to the poison mark on Li Qingyue's neck. Let me show you the true power of a hidden clan. Before the words had fully left his mouth, countless slender sword beams erupted from the jade blade, cascading down upon Dugashan like a torrent of the Milky Way. This was none other than Dongfang Shua's famed secret art, 10,000 swords returned to the source. Each blade carried a biting gale, weaving together in midair to form an impenetrable net of death. Wherever the sword beams passed, the air screamed with sharp explosions, and the green stone pavers beneath were carved into gullies an inch deep by the sword chi. Dugashan roared in fury, slamming his necromancer's staff into the ground. A ghostly green flame flared from the eye sockets of the skull atop the staff. In that instant, the earth trembled violently as countless skeletal arms burst from the soil. These ghostly hands from the Chinese underworld glowed a sickly grayish green, their fingernails still caked with dark red rotten flesh, and their barbed fingertips flickering with an eerie, ghostly light. The ghostly hands clashed with the sword's blade, erupting in a series of muffled booms. Amidst flying debris, they tore open several gaps. Trivial tricks. Dongfang Shua sneered coldly. With a flick of his wrist, the Haotian jade sword transformed into a streak of light. Wherever the jade sword passed, frost crystallized, plunging the temperature to freezing. The remaining ghost hands instantly froze into crystalline sculptures. Cracks spread across the ground, crawling up Dugashan's ankles in the blink of an eye. The chill surged through his meridians straight to his heart. His legs felt as if plunged into a millennia-old ice cellar. Every inch of movement felt like thousands of steel needles gnawing at his flesh. Yet Dugashan remained unflustered. His staff traced ancient runes through the air as he chanted, "Underworld, heed my command." In an instant, black mist surged like a tidal wave, obscuring half the sky. Shadowy figures of ox-headed and horse-faced demons materialized from the fog. The ox-headed demon's eyes blazed with savagery as he brandished a massive steel pitchfork, each prong dripping black venom. The horse-faced demon's grin stretched from ear to ear, the barbed chain he swung flashing a sinister blue light as it aimed straight for Dongfang Shua's throat. These were the shadowy figures summoned by Dugashan's dwindling energy. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Dongfang Shua's expression sharpened as he unleashed the floating cloud sword technique, his form shifting as elusive as drifting clouds. A Haotian jade sword traced unbroken arcs, each strike piercing the phantom's vital points with deadly precision. Where the sword's energy passed, the phantom shattered like a bubble, dissolving into specks of faint light that vanished into the air. Seizing the opening, he flashed forward. The jade sword darted like a venomous snake striking, piercing Dugashan's left shoulder with a sharp thud. The blade not only pierced Dugashan's flesh but Dongfang Shua twisted the hilt with malicious glee, forcing the blade to spin within his shoulder. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining half of Dugashan's robe crimson. He grunted, summoning his energy to sweep his necromancer's staff. The shadowy figures of Yin and Yang, the underworld's grim reapers, materialized in response. The bronze bells on the morning staff emitted a blood-curdling ring, while the soul-snatching chains whipped through the air toward Dongfang Shua. Yet Dongfang Shua soared skyward like a soaring eagle, unleashing the heavenly eagle sword technique. The Haotian jade sword transformed into eagle talons, carving 5 fierce slashes through the air. Where the slashes passed, the specters of the black and white impermanents were torn to shreds. Riding the momentum of his descent, Dongfang Shua thrust the jade sword precisely into Dugashan's right shoulder once more. A piercing scream rent the heavens as Dugashan crashed to his knees. Blood gushed from the 2 wounds, pooling into a dark crimson puddle on the ground. The skull on the necromancer's staff dimmed, its glow fading like a dying candle. But he gritted his molars, blood mingled with bone fragments spilling from the corners of his mouth. Dongfang Shua, may you rot in hell. You stubborn fool. 5th in the nation? Nothing but the scum of the scum. Dugashan, today's battle should awaken you completely. You are nothing but trash. Dongfang Shua advanced slowly, his jade sword darting out repeatedly. Several sword chi struck precisely at the major acupoints on Dugashan's chest. Snap! Snap! The crisp sound of cracking bones echoed repeatedly as Dugashan's ribs shattered like withered branches, breaking inch by inch. He coughed violently, spewing blood mixed with bone fragments onto Dongfang Shua's shoes only to receive an even more vicious kick in return. The black iron patterns on Dongfang Shua's boot soles sank deep into Dugashan's back, his spine groaning under the unbearable strain. Still talking tough now? Dugashan's eyes widened in fury, bloodshot and filled with defiance. Dream on. As you wish. Dongfang Shua sneered savagely, exerting all his strength to snap the remaining ribs beneath his foot. The excruciating pain made Dugashan's vision darken, nearly knocking him unconscious. Yet the will to survive propelled him to deliver one final strike. The necromancer's staff struck the ground with a heavy thud. The illusory form of the Bridge of Forgetfulness rose from the earth. Mengpo's bowl of soup glowed with an eerie, ghostly light. At the bridge's edge, the red spider lilies bloomed instantly, their crimson petals swaying in the wind, as if weeping and lamenting. Yet this final struggle only invited Dongfang Shua's more brutal retaliation. Seizing Dugashan's left arm with one hand, he twisted it violently. The cracking sound of dislocated joints mingled with Dugashan's agonized screams, echoing through the valley. Ah! Dugashan nearly lost consciousness from the agony, only to snap back to awareness as excruciating pain shot through his right arm, shattered clean off.
Dongfang Shua tossed him to the ground like a dead dog, watching his limbs contort at unnatural angles with a perverse delight in his eyes. Trash should know its place. Dongfang Shua hooked Dugashan's chin with his jade sword, the tip slicing through skin. Now, it was time to deal with this troublesome fellow. He turned his gaze toward Qin Yun, hidden behind the boulder, and licked his lips. The runes on the jade sword glowed once more. Are you ready to die? The mountain wind carried Dugashan's wails across the battlefield. Qin Yun gently laid the unconsciously Qinyue behind the boulder and used his divine power to envelop her in a protective barrier. As his fingertips touched the girl's icy cheek for the last time, the triple-bladed dagger slid into his palm like a serpent. The blade shimmered with crimson patterns, the markings of ancient beast essence fused with refined steel. Now, resonating with its master's surging killing intent, it emitted a low, humming vibration. Qin Yun rose slowly, his aura erupting like a volcano, surging skyward. Finally decided to act? Dongfang Shua flicked the blood droplets from his sword tip, and the runes on the jade blade suddenly glowed. Let this trash witness the true might of a reclusive prodigy. Before the words faded, he transformed into a silver streak of light, closing the distance. His sword took an unconventional path, aiming straight for Qin Yun's throat. Qin Yun neither dodged nor retreated, raising his triple-bladed double-edged sword horizontally before his chest. The moment the blade of the triple-pointed double-edged blade collided with the body of the Haotian jade sword, the air exploded with a thunderous crack. Dongfang Shua was sent flying backward by the force of the strike. The jade sword traced 7 blossoms of light as the icy aura of the frostblade sword technique spread along the blade's edge. Qin Yun's pupils contracted slightly as he unleashed a sudden burst of force, shattering the ice. The blade traced a crescent-shaped crimson arc, sweeping across with the force to cleave mountains and shatter rocks. Floating cloud sword technique. Dongfang Shua's form twisted unnaturally, evading the blade like a wisp of smoke. The Haotian jade sword stabbed toward Qin Yun's ribs from an awkward angle. Qin Yun spun to evade the vital strike, swinging his blade back in a counter. But his opponent abruptly changed tactics, the sword tip now darting toward the pressure points on his wrist. In that split second, Qin Yun abandoned his blade and struck with his palm. A faint glow flickered from the vermilion birthmark on his palm as he unleashed a heaven-shattering palm. The collision of forces sent shockwaves flying, scattering debris within a 10-zhang radius. Both men staggered back 3 steps. Trash. You're somewhat entertaining. Dongfang Shua licked the blood from his lips, his eyes blazing with excitement. His hands formed seals, summoning the Haotian jade sword to hover midair. Countless sword beams erupted from its blade, cascading down like a reversed Milky Way. Qin Yun roared, his 3-pronged double-edged blade whirling into a dense, impenetrable curtain of steel. The clanging of metal echoed relentlessly as sparks flew everywhere. Suddenly, Qin Yun abandoned his upper guard, sweeping his blade low along the ground. Dongfang Shua leapt upward, only to find Qin Yun shadowing his every move. The triple-bladed sword traced an eerie arc, striking directly at his exposed lower body mid-air. Haotian jade sword scrambled to block, clanging loudly as Dongfang Shua staggered half a step upon landing. Before he could steady himself, Qin Yun closed the distance. The blade's edge flickered like a venomous snake's tongue, forcing Dongfang Shua to retreat step by step. Sky Eagle sword technique. Dongfang Shua roared, suddenly soaring into the air. His jade sword transformed into 5 sharp streaks, weaving a deadly noose in the sky. Qin Yun swung his blade to parry, yet felt a bone-chilling cold seep into his arm. Glancing down, he saw a thin layer of frost had formed on the blade he'd just parried with, instantly slowing his movements. Seizing this opening, Dongfang Shua dove down like a hawk striking its prey. Qin Yun sidestepped the lethal blow, sweeping his 3-pronged double-edged blade across his opponent's midsection. Dongfang Shua spun out of the way, yet his knee slammed heavily into Qin Yun's chest. With a crack, 2 of Qin Yun's ribs snapped and blood gushed from his mouth. Is that all you've got? Truly a worthless piece of trash. Dongfang Shua sneered savagely, thrusting the Haotian jade sword straight at Qin Yun's face. In the nick of time, Qin Yun suddenly abandoned his blade, his hands clamping down on the opponent's wrist like iron pincers. Dongfang Shua's pupils contracted sharply, but it was too late to pull his sword back. A frenzied killing intent flashed in Qin Yun's eyes as his right shoulder slammed into the opponent's elbow joint. A sharp crack echoed as Dongfang Shua's right arm went limp. Ah! Dongfang Shua screamed as he stumbled backward, only to see Qin Yun had already picked up the 3-pronged double-edged blade. The blade sliced through the air, striking with unstoppable momentum. Dongfang Shua gritted his teeth against the agony, hastily blocking with his sword in his left hand. Yet without the balance of his right hand, his defense revealed a fatal opening. Qin Yun twisted the blade, slicing through his opponent's left shoulder. Blood spattered as an arm flew through the air. Dongfang Shua stumbled and fell to the ground, his jade sword clattering to the earth. Qin Yun did not pause, pressing the triple-bladed dagger against his throat. The antidote! His voice was low and growling like a beast's roar. A maniacal grin suddenly spread across Dongfang Shua's deathly pale face. Want the antidote? Dream on! Before the words faded, he suddenly thrust his leg upward, driving his knee hard into Qin Yun's chest. Another sharp crack echoed as Qin Yun's last remaining rib snapped. He staggered back several steps.
Dongfang Shua seized the jade sword, only to find Qin Yun closing in once more. The triple-bladed dagger pressed against his throat. This time, the blade pierced the skin, oozing a fine trickle of blood. "I'll say this one last time," Qin Yun's voice carried suppressed fury.
The Antidote. Chapter 153, Victory, and the Next Visitor.
Though Dongfang Shua's throat was pressed against the icy blade of the triple-pointed double-edged sword, a maniacal grin spread across his lips. Crimson blood dripped from his chin, staining his robe with a grotesque blossom. He jerked his head back, his forehead striking Qin Yun's face like iron. A crisp crack of bone echoed as Qin Yun staggered backward, warm blood gushing instantly from his nostrils. Seizing that fleeting opening, Dongfang Shua lunged like a predatory wolf. His fingers dug deep into the dust as he seized the fallen Haotian jade sword. In that instant, ancient runes on the sword's surface erupted in blinding white light, like a million bolts of lightning exploding simultaneously. Clouds within a 100-mile radius were dyed a sinister silver gray. From deep within the clouds came muffled rumbles of thunder, as if the heavens themselves trembled in anticipation of the terrifying power about to descend.
Countless minuscule sword shadows coalesced from the void.
At first, they shimmered like scattered cold stars, but in an instant, they surged like a reversed Milky Way, converging into a sword formation that obscured the sky and blocked out the sun. Each sword shadow radiated a cold, murderous intent, its whistling as it sliced through the air reverberating across the heavens and earth. 10,000 swords returned to the source, slaying gods and destroying demons. Dongfang Shua let out a piercing howl to the heavens, his voice brimming with madness and savagery. He appeared like a raving demon, the sword glows drifting around him, tearing through the air with shrill screeches, as if countless malevolent spirits were wailing in agony. Thousands of sword energies swirled like a vortex, closing in on Qin Yun. Wherever they passed, the earth cracked inch by inch, boulders were shredded into dust, and clouds of dust billowed into the sky. Qin Yun's expression abruptly changed. His triple-bladed dagger whirled rapidly before him, slicing through the air to form layer upon layer of a blade barrier. Yet under the onslaught of this terrifying sword formation, the blade curtains shattered like thin paper. He staggered backward, his robe slashed open by the sword chi, leaving countless bloody gashes. Blood seeped from the gashes, leaving a startling trail of crimson across the ground. The Haotian jade sword's runes blazed with an intensifying, blinding light. Countless slender sword sparks surged around Dongfang Shua, weaving into a silver vortex in the air. Bright moon in the sky. His innate skill, bright moon in the sky. In an instant, countless silver-white sword lights coalesced into a colossal moon, as large as a millstone. Dongfang Shua intended to unleash this divine moon, crushing Qin Yun to death under its weight. Wherever the moonlight touched, the ground cracked inch by inch, and a chill swept over the land like a rising tide. The moon descended slowly, carrying the force of a devastating storm, poised to crush Qin Yun into dust. Qin Yun's pupils contracted sharply as his aura surged violently. He swung his triple-bladed sword with all his might, roaring, "Scarlet Lotus incinerates the heavens." Divine skill, Crimson Lotus incinerates the heavens. Ripples suddenly spread through the void, and molten lava poured down like cascading waterfalls, its divine might awe-inspiring. Wherever it touched, the air warped and distorted. A blood-red lotus blossomed within the molten lava, its petals dancing with crimson flames, radiating a heart-stopping heat. The crimson lotus collided with the bright moon with a thunderous crash. Where ice and fire intertwined, an earth-shattering roar erupted. Molten rock and sword light sprayed everywhere, blasting a massive crater into the ground. Blood trickled from Dongfang Shua's lips, yet he roared with laughter. "Trash! Qin Yun, I'll make you see your place. Scum like you deserves to die, not compete with me for a woman." He channeled the Haotian jade sword once more, its moonlight blazing brighter, its chill intensifying. Qin Yun wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes flashing with resolve. He raised both hands high and let out a piercing cry to the heavens, heaven's punishment. Divine skill, heaven's wrath. Before his words faded, the sky darkened abruptly. Countless green bolts of lightning plummeted from the clouds, filling the air with the pungent stench of ozone. The thunderbolts danced like silver serpents, carrying an apocalyptic might as they struck toward the bright moon. In an instant, crimson lotus petals, a silver moon, and azure thunder clashed violently across the heavens. The crimson lotus's flames scorched the moon's icy chill, while the thunder's roar drowned out the ringing of the sword's light. Dongfang Shua's expression grew grave as his hands rapidly formed seals. Layers upon layers of luminous halos rippled across the surface of the bright moon, attempting to withstand the dual assault of divine retribution and the crimson lotus. Qin Yun, however, grew more fierce with each strike, his three-pronged double-edged blade dancing in his hands, leaving afterimages in its wake. He commanded the crimson lotus to scorch the heavens, guiding the magma lotus along the thunder's path as it swept toward the silver moon. Crimson and azure silver intertwined, forming a bizarre yet magnificent spectacle in the air. Boom! Another violent explosion erupted, leaving deep cracks across the bright moon. Dongfang Shua's face turned as pale as paper. He roared in fury, channeling every ounce of his strength into the Haotian jade sword in a final desperate struggle. Yet, a cold gleam flashed in Qin Yun's eyes as both hands slammed downward. Thousands of thunderbolts and crimson lotus blossoms erupted simultaneously, their immense force shattering the bright moon completely. The silver sword light plummeted like a meteor.
Dongfang Shua couldn't dodge in time and was struck by a bolt of thunder on his shoulder.
He screamed and flew backward. He slammed heavily to the ground, the front of his robe scorched, blood continuously spilling from the corner of his mouth. Qin Yun stared coldly at Dongfang Shua, the triple-bladed dagger once again pressed against his throat. Ha! Suddenly, countless silver sword lights pierced Qin Yun's chest like lightning. Then, Dongfang Shua's aura surged violently as he leapt upward.
He was burning his life essence to counter Qin Yun.
Dongfang Shua unleashed his most formidable technique once more, 10,000 swords converging.
Countless silver-white sword lights coalesced into a colossal sword formation.
At the critical moment, Qin Yun suddenly bit his tongue, spitting a mouthful of vital blood onto his chest. The moment the essence blood touched his flesh and bone, an eerie crimson glow erupted across Qin Yun's skin.
The actor Qin Yun invokes the third prince Nezha.
Qin Yun bellowed at the top of his lungs, his voice filled with both resolve and reluctance.
Descend!
With this furious roar, the crimson light shot skyward, shattering the clouds with a thunderous explosion. A three-headed, eight-armed apparition materialized from the crimson pillar of light, its form enveloped in raging flames none other than Nezha's divine manifestation. Golden light flared in Qin Yun's eyes as the wind fire wheels on his back abruptly unfolded.
Amidst the surging flames, a roaring whistling sound erupted.
The heaven-shattering brocade swept forth like a crimson rainbow, leaving a dazzling trail of light in its wake as it instantly coiled around the foremost sword chi. The heaven and earth ring transformed into a golden meteor, tracing a perfect arc through the air. It shattered every incoming sword beam in its path, erupting in successive booms.
What a hidden prodigy! Nezha sneered through Qin Yun's voice.
All three heads turned simultaneously, 8 arms swung in unison, their movements fluid as flowing clouds, their momentum overwhelming. The demon-slaying sword cleaved through the icy sword chi, shattering frost wherever it passed. The demon-slaying blade severed the chains binding the void, their shattering sound deafening. The fire-tipped spear spewed blazing flames, melting the sword formation like boiling water on snow wherever it touched, filling the air with a pungent, acrid smell. Dongfang Shua's eyes bulged, bloodshot and wild, as he frantically channeled power into the Haotian jade sword. The sword formation suddenly erupted with overwhelming pressure. Countless sword shadows surged wildly, ultimately coalescing into a colossal blade of light. The blade radiated a heart-stopping glow, descending with the force of a world-shattering strike.
Qin Yun neither dodged nor retreated.
With all 8 arms simultaneously forming seals, he chanted incantations. The heaven-shaking brocade surged 1,000 feet in length, unfurling like a crimson canopy to meet the light sword. Amidst a thunderous roar, the heaven-shaking brocade was torn open in countless places, its fabric flying everywhere, yet it ultimately withstood the deadly strike. Seizing the moment, Qin Yun transformed the heaven and earth ring into a golden vortex.
Its immense suction instantly pulled Dongfang Shua into its depths.
The Haotian jade sword scrambled to defend, only to see the fire-tipped spear dart toward him like a meteor chasing the moon.
Dongfang Shua couldn't dodge in time, and a sharp crack echoed from his right knee. Ah!
He collapsed to his knees in agony, letting out a piercing scream.
Hand over the antidote now!
Qin Yun roared, his voice thunderous and deafening. The three-pronged double-edged blade swept toward him with the force of wind and thunder. Dongfang Shua gritted his teeth, summoning his sword array to block. The runes on the Haotian jade sword nearly ignited, blazing with a blinding light. Yet Qin Yun's 8 arms whirled like a windmill, hurling gold bricks like falling meteors. Each impact tore countless gaps in the sword formation.
Dongfang Shua's left arm was seized by the heaven-shaking silk, which instantly tightened.
The immense pull tore through his arm, shattering bones and snapping tendons. Amidst his agonized screams, he swung the Haotian jade sword in retaliation, only to have his weapon precisely disarmed by the fire-tipped spear. Deprived of his jade sword, Dongfang Shua resembled a stray dog, the madness in his eyes gradually replaced by fear. Qin Yun closed in, his three-pronged double-edged blade flashing repeatedly.
With crisp snaps of breaking bone, Dongfang Shua's remaining 3 limbs twisted into grotesque angles.
Dongfang Shua collapsed to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth and nose. His gaze regained clarity as he looked at Qin Yun, the illusory form of Nezha gradually fading away. The antidote is in my storage ring, Dongfang Shua gasped, his voice barely a whisper as he tremblingly raised his severed hand. Qin Yun ripped the ring from his finger. As he retrieved the jade vial, a faint moan drifted from the distance, Li Qingyue's weak groan. Clutching the vial, his eyes still burning with murderous intent, Qin Yun silently vowed, should Li Qingyue come to any harm, even in death, Dongfang Shua would never find peace. Lead gray clouds hung low, like cotton soaked in ink, pressing heavily upon the earth. Signs of impending rain prompted Qin Yun to hastily administer the antidote to the unconscious Li Qingyue. He then channeled his divine power to heal both her and Dugu Shan. Suddenly, a sickly pale lightning bolt sliced across the sky, like a giant axe cleaving the heavens. Immediately followed by deafening thunderclaps, the rumbling shook the eardrums painfully, causing even the air to quiver. Bean-sized raindrops fell like a dense barrage of arrows, pouring down from the clouds and pelting the ground, rocks, and withered branches and leaves with a sharp patter. The raindrops slammed onto the water's surface, sending up bursts of spray that were swiftly swallowed by the following downpour, leaving behind endless ripples across the water. The downpour washed over the scorched earth, diluting the mottled bloodstains into winding crimson streams. Qin Yun knelt on one knee, his three-pronged double-edged blade propped diagonally beside him. Beads of congealed blood mingled with rainwater, trickling down the blade. He gazed at Li Qingyue, gradually regaining consciousness in his arms. The tension in his spine finally eased slightly as the antidote he had just administered took effect. The twisted heart-devouring poison pattern around the girl's neck had faded by more than half, and a faint flush of color returned to her pallid cheeks. Qin Yun. Li Qingyue's eyelashes fluttered lightly. Her faint, weak murmur sent a tremor through Qin Yun's heart. Just as he was about to respond, a dull crack of shattering bone echoed behind him. Turning his head, Qin Yun saw Dugashan mercilessly smashing his undead staff into Dongfang Shua, who lay sprawled on the ground. The once unrivaled prodigy of the reclusive world now lay like a heap of mud, limbs twisted at grotesque angles, blood mixed with bone fragments gushing from his nostrils and mouth. "You beast! Taste the agony of broken bones!" Dugashan snarled, delivering another kick to Dongfang Shua's shattered ribs. A death rattle rose from Dongfang Shua's throat. His half-open eyes held nothing but terror and despair. Qin Yun rose to intervene, but saw Dugashan raise his staff once more, its icy cold tip pointing directly at Dongfang Shua's face. At that critical moment, a crisp, melodious sound suddenly filled the air. The melodious tune flowed like murmuring water, yet the instant it touched their eardrums, it transformed into an invisible, oppressive force. Qin Yun's pupils contracted sharply as his triple-bladed dagger instinctively swept before him. A moon-white figure stepped slowly through the rain, the faint cloud patterns embroidered on the hem of their robe appearing and disappearing in the downpour. Such a commotion among you all, it's rather spoiling my refined mood. Chapter 154, Nangong Shouchen. A voice as smooth as jade sounded as Nangong Shouchen knelt on a mat 3 zhang away from the group. Energy swirled around him, forming a protective barrier shielding him from the downpour. Before him lay an ancient 5 elements go board. His fingertips plucked a black stone, which he placed gently in the lower right corner of the board. In an instant, the ground silently cracked open like a spider web. Threads of earth elemental energy spread through the fissures, slowly lifting Dongfang Shua's shattered body. Qin Yun's gaze burned like fire as he fixed his eyes on this sudden, uninvited guest. "Who are you?" Nangong Shouchen lifted his gaze, his almond-shaped eyes curving into gentle crescents, dimples appearing perfectly at the corners of his lips. "I am Nangong Shouchen, a junior of the Nangong family. Seeing my friend hanging by a thread, I simply couldn't bear to stand by and do nothing. This friend of mine, arrogant and self-important by nature, is truly lacking in wisdom. I've tried to dissuade him many times, but he insists on this path. I beg your forgiveness." As he spoke, he placed another white stone. Above the board, a sphere of water materialized out of thin air. Crystal clear water enveloped Dongfang Shua, his wounds visibly beginning to heal at a rapid pace. Dugashan staggered forward, leaning on his staff, his eyes blazing with caution and fury. "Do all reclusive clan members meddle so readily? Dongfang Shua has committed countless evils, he deserves to die. Good and evil, right and wrong, they are merely different perspectives." Nangong Shouchen chuckled softly, his slender fingers gliding across the board. 5 stones representing metal, wood, water, fire, and earth glowed simultaneously. In an instant, the power of the 5 elements surged around Dongfang Shua, and his shattered limbs began to mend. Besides, the Dongfang family and my Nangong clan share some history. I couldn't just watch him die alone in the wilderness. Qin Yun gripped his triple-bladed dagger tightly, its blade trembling slightly under his grip. He could clearly sense that the man before him appeared gentle and harmless on the surface. Yet beneath that facade lay a surging, murderous intent. The technique he just used to manipulate the 5 elements to save Dongfang Shua, effortless yet precise and ruthless, was not the work of an ordinary man. "Since you've saved him, you may leave now," Qin Yun said coldly. "You must know that the heart-devouring poison in Li Qingyue's body was administered by Dongfang Shua." Nangong Shouchen's gaze fell upon Li Qingyue. His smile remained unchanged, yet a fleeting, imperceptible coldness flashed in his eyes. "The heart-devouring poison is a forbidden technique of the Dongfang clan. I never imagined he would sink so low." Before he could finish, he suddenly pinched a fire attribute chess piece. With a flick of his fingertip, the piece transformed into a crimson fireball streaking toward Dongfang Shua. Before anyone could react, the water barriers surrounding Dongfang Shua erupted into boiling fury. The searing agony jolted him from unconsciousness, and he let out a piercing scream. Nangong Shouchen maintained his gentle smile, but for wrongdoing, there must always be a price to pay. This bizarre behavior made Qin Yun frown. The man before him was utterly unpredictable, rescuing people one moment, deliberately inflicting torment the next. He appeared righteous and noble, yet carried an inexplicable, sinister aura. "What exactly is your purpose, sir?" Qin Yun stepped forward, his aura surging. Nangong Shouchen calmly adjusted his sleeves as he placed another wood attribute chess piece. Vines instantly wrapped around Dongfang Shua's wounds, stemming the blood. Only then did he lift his gaze, his tone gentle yet laced with hidden menace. "Truth be told, I've heard rumors of a boss-level beast lurking here recently. Its treasure chest contains rare materials. I presume you've come for the same reason? How about a deal?"
I'll ensure Dongfang Shua no longer bothers you.
In return, you hand over those rare materials.
What do you say? Dugashan scoffed. Rare materials?
Those are ours for defeating the boss.
If you want them, go defeat it yourself.
As for you, using rescue as a pretext, you're just trying to profit from this.
That's not quite accurate.
Nangong Shochen's fingertips glided across the chessboard, the metal pieces emitting a crisp, resonant clink.
If I truly wish to act, given your current state, could any of you truly walk away unscathed?
Before his words faded, the 5 elements surged violently. Golden, wooden, watery, fiery, and earthy energies coalesced into a colossal vortex above their heads, its overwhelming pressure crushing their breath. Li Qingyue forced herself to her feet, stepping in front of Qin Yun. If you insist on pushing us, we are not soft targets to be toyed with. Her words barely finished when Qin Yun already shielded her behind him. The triple-bladed sword erupted with a piercing blade aura, while Dugashan raised his necromancer's staff, its skull-shaped tip glowing with eerie green ghostly flames. Tension mounted instantly, the battle on the verge of erupting. Nangong Shochen suddenly chuckled softly, his hands swiftly moving across the chessboard as the 5 elements vortex instantly dissipated. Rising to his feet, he brushed the dust from his robes, his demeanor as refined and courteous as ever. Enough, enough.
Today is merely our first meeting. Why spoil the harmony?
With that, he summoned the floating chess pieces back to his hand and bent down to hoist Dongfang Shua onto his shoulders.
Should the need arise in the future, Nangong will be at your service.
Watching Nangong Shoshen's figure vanish into the rain-drenched curtain, Qin Yun clenched his fists.
He sensed that this suddenly appeared young master of the Nangong clan would prove a far more formidable adversary than Dongfang Shua. Oh no! Dugashan suddenly let out a wail. What's wrong?
Qin Yun and Li Qingyue looked utterly bewildered, their eyes filled with confusion as they stared at Dugashan.
Our rare materials all snatched away by Dongfang Shua. We haven't even gotten them back yet. Dugashan wailed. Those were the ones you worked so hard to get from the boss, Qingyue. She just took them.
Qin Yun frowned inwardly, recalling how Nangong Shoshen had just demanded the rare materials from them.
What exactly are those reclusive clans up to, needing so many rare materials?
Logically, with their vast resources, they shouldn't covet these items. Li Qingyue seemed to read Qin Yun's thoughts, letting out a cold laugh.
They're simply cowards, fearing death.
They sensed the Dragon Clan might soon summon divine beings. Now they're hoarding rare materials to craft divine weapons for self-preservation. Within China, numerous powerful hidden clans existed, maintaining low profiles and never revealing themselves. But with the Dragon Clan's potential descent upon China, they've emerged, seeking ways to protect themselves. After all, they all resided within China. Should the Dragon Clan conquer the land, their own fates would likely be grim. Yet the self-serving nature of these families prioritizing their own survival over the welfare of their homeland is truly distasteful. Are you feeling better now? Qin Yun looked at Li Qingyue and asked gently. Li Qingyue offered Qin Yun a smile as radiant and gentle as a delicate flower, her arm linked through his as she replied, I'm so glad you're here. I feel much better now. Thanks to you, brother. Otherwise, I might have truly fallen victim to that bastard Dongfang Shua. Dugashan said. I'll demand Dongfang Shua return your rare materials. For now, I have several gems and suits of armor here. You may choose any you like or need. As Qin Yun spoke, countless sparkling gems and 3 suits of armor radiating divine light appeared before him. Brother, you're too kind. I'll follow you for life. Dugashan exclaimed, his face brimming with emotion and gratitude as he looked at Qin Yun. Following Qin Yun's lead was undoubtedly the wisest choice of his life. We're brothers, no need for words. Qin Yun couldn't help but smile at Dugashan's fawning expression. Patting his shoulder, he said, between us, you know what I mean. Qingyue, I think this divine feather armor suits you perfectly. How about I give it to you? Qin Yun asked with a smile. Li Qingyue's beautiful eyes widened instantly. Wow, it's so gorgeous. She took the divine feather armor, unable to put it down, her delicate, beautiful face glowing with happiness. How about it? Li Qingyue swiftly planted a kiss on Qin Yun's cheek. Qin Yun stood dumbfounded for a moment. This is my return gift, Li Qingyue murmured softly, her cheeks flushed. Nothing more. Chapter 155, Shin Mingyan. After the newcomer trials concluded, Qin Yun encountered Chu Luoli at the passageway. In Qin Yun's hand appeared a set of Lingxi soft armor. Soft to the touch and smooth as silk, it possessed astonishing defensive capabilities. The soft armor was a pale green, covered in dazzling and intricate mystical patterns that could sense surrounding energy fluctuations. Qin Yun walked slowly toward Chu Luoli, having deliberately saved this treasure armor for her, feeling it suited her perfectly. Chu Luoli possessed a stunning figure, her black combat suit accentuating her curvaceous, fiery physique. Snow-white hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Her face was exquisitely fair, and her heterochromatic eyes refracted beautiful light in the sun, making her resemble a fairy stepping out of a painting. Yet her expression remained icy, radiating an aura as cold as snow that made her seem distant and unapproachable. Upon seeing Qin Yun, she swiftly glided toward him. Her eyes, usually tinged with cool detachment, now sparkled with delight and excitement. Qin Yun held out the lynxy soft armor toward Shuluwali, gesturing for her to take it. Shuluwali extended her slender, jade-like hand to gently take the soft armor Qin Yun offered, her voice clear and pleasant. Qin Yun, is this for me? Qin Yun nodded, offering Shuluwali a smile as warm as spring breeze. I thought this lynxy soft armor would suit you perfectly, so I saved it especially for you. Additionally, I have many rare materials here. You can take a look later and see if there's anything you desire. Shuluwali looked deeply touched and replied softly, all right. She understood Qin Yun's nature between them, formalities were unnecessary. Clutching the lynxy soft armor tightly in her hands, Shuluwali gazed at Qin Yun's handsome face. Her beautiful heterochromatic eyes brimmed with emotion. She understood that this battle armor wasn't just priceless and exceptionally rare, it was also a token of Qin Yun's heartfelt sentiment. At the passageway, many parents waited for their children. This new student trial was taken seriously not only by the teachers of Qin Yun Academy but also by the parents. After all, a ranking list of the new student trials would be released afterward. This ranking would redefine the students' standing within the academy and determine the allocation of Qin Yun Academy's future resources. The more elite the resources, the more limited they were. Only the peerless geniuses standing at the very apex of the pyramid would be worthy of such extraordinary resources. Qin Yun noticed that Chen Tianzi, the national trial's top-ranked student, was nearby. As the prodigy of his clan, Chen Tianzi was surrounded by a crowd. His expression remained steady and serene, showing little emotion in response to the flattery and congratulations pouring in. Noticing Qin Yun's gaze, he approached proactively to greet him. I hear you defeated a beast-tier wolf king. Impressive. Too bad I didn't cross paths with you to exchange techniques. Chen Tianzi's tone carried a hint of regret as he spoke. Qin Yun's lips twitched. What kind of greeting was this? There will be plenty of opportunities to fight again, Qin Yun replied. Chen Tianzi flashed a faint smile at Qin Yun. Qin Yun, you're strong. With that, he departed. After all, many members of his clan were waiting for him in the distance. Li Qingyue's father, Li Weiguo, had also arrived. Spotting her dad, Li Qingyue sprinted toward him and threw herself into his arms. Li Weiguo tenderly stroked her jet-black, silky hair, then smiled helplessly. Qingyue, you're so big now, yet you still act like this. Li Qingyue pouted her rosy lips and whined, Daddy, I missed you. And Xiao Yun protected me again this time. Li Weiguo spotted Qin Yun approaching and his eyes lit up with satisfaction and admiration. He reached out and gave Qin Yun a hearty slap on the shoulder. We all saw how you handled things, Qin Yun. Good work, kid. Keep it up. Thanks for the praise, Uncle Li, Qin Yun replied with a smile, though inwardly puzzled. Had none of them seen his interaction with Dongfang Shuo? Dongfang Shuo must be carrying some kind of secret artifact. It must have activated at a critical moment, obscuring the heaven's secrets and preventing onlookers from seeing. Qin Yun speculated silently. Otherwise, Dongfang Shuo wouldn't have dared to openly attempt to kill them inside the dungeon. After all, this was merely the freshman trial designed to assess new students' abilities and grant rewards. An act like Dongfang Shuo's murdering a fellow student would surely provoke the thunderous wrath of Qin Yun Academy's teachers and parents if discovered. Yet Dongfang Shuo was undeniably arrogant and ruthless. In the distance, members of the Dongfang and Nangong families waited expectantly for their clan's prodigy to return. Shuor is a prodigy of heaven-sent brilliance, a dazzling talent destined to shine brightly in this new student trial, the elderly matriarch of the Nangong family praised to the Dongfang clan members. Dongfang Shuo's grandfather, Dongfang Jing, stroked his beard and roared with laughter, launching into mutual praise. Shuor is formidable, but your little Qilin, Nangong Shouchen, is equally gifted. His heaven and earth as chessboard technique left us old men utterly mesmerized. He must have slain countless boss-level beasts in this trial. At Nangong Shouchen's birth, extraordinary phenomena occurred. A phantom Qilin appeared, and a voice proclaimed his name. Moreover, even as a child, Nangong Shouchen mastered Go-related magical arts with extraordinary talent. Thus, some bestowed upon him the beautiful title of Little Qilin. The matriarch of the Nangong family was Dongfang Shihua, Nangong Shouchen's grandmother. She had married into the Nangong family from the Dongfang clan. Secluded clans rarely appeared in the outside world, and to perpetuate their lineage, they only arranged marriages within their own ranks. The Dongfang and Nangong families were not merely allies, they were closely intertwined, sharing deep familial bonds. The atmosphere was one of pure delight. Members of both the Dongfang and Nangong families were lavishing praise upon each other, completely oblivious to the world around them. This time, I hope Shuor and Xiao Qilin can bring back more rare materials. That way, our top-tier divine clan protecting weapon will be completed soon, Dongfang Jing said with a smile. Dongfang Shihua nodded in agreement. Rest assured, there won't be any mishaps. Shuor possesses formidable strength, while Xiao Qilin's mind is meticulously sharp. Separately, they each stand as formidable forces. Together, they are unmatched under heaven. Besides, just days ago when you took Shuor to challenge those prominent clans of the present age, didn't he defeat every opponent without exception? Among the young generation of Huaxia, Shuor stands unrivaled. Beyond our realm, there exists no youth more formidable than him. At these words, Dongfang Jing's face twisted with utter contempt.
Humph. Those outside families dare call themselves great clans? They don't know their own weight. Could they ever compare to even a single hair on the body of our hidden clan? Dongfang Shihua chuckled. Of course not. Those outsiders are nothing but muddle-headed fools. But if the Dragon Clan truly descends upon China in the future, we'll still need him on the battlefield. They're mere ants. It's their honor to die for us, Dongfang Jing said dismissively, then looked ahead where two figures appeared vaguely. Is that Shuor and the little Qilin? Dongfang Shihua's smile broadened. They must have brought back quite a haul. After all, before they left, he had given Shuor a stealth stone. As long as Shuor used it, none of those old fools from Qin Yun Academy would be able to see him wherever he appeared. The crowd eagerly awaited the triumphant return of the two families' prodigies, their faces beaming with happiness and smug satisfaction. Yet, upon seeing Dongfang Shua's condition, their expressions darkened instantly, clouding over like stormy skies. Nangong Xiuqun stood tall and graceful, his demeanor steady and composed. His features were refined and elegant, his eyes deep and unfathomable. A massive divine protective barrier floated beside him, holding Dongfang Shua covered in blood and in a deep coma, his life hanging in the balance. Dongfang Jing instantly grasped the situation and erupted in fury. Who dared to injure my grandson? He roared. Seeing Dongfang Jing's fury, Nangong Xiuqun slowly raised his hand, its knuckles sharply defined. A swirl of multicolored energy streaked through the air, swiftly forming a sound-dampening barrier around them, muffling their conversation from prying ears. Nangong Xiuqun's expression remained as still as water. He spoke calmly. Dongfang Shua provoked someone very powerful. This person's profession is unique. They can impersonate the deities of Huaxia. What is his name? I will tear him limb from limb and scatter his ashes to the winds. Dongfang Jing roared furiously. He gazed at the pale, unconscious Dongfang Shua with heart-wrenching grief. This was his most cherished grandson, the most gifted and powerful young talent in the entire Dongfang clan. Dongfang Shihua was equally stunned. Who exactly was this man? How could merely impersonating a Huaxia deity grant such overwhelming power? After all, Huaxia deities were notoriously weak. Even if some powerful ones had existed, their lineages had long since been severed. To the reclusive clans, the world outside Huaxia seemed pitifully weak. A single hand could crush their young generation. How could someone suddenly emerge who surpassed even Dongfang Shua in power? And this person had gravely wounded Dongfang Shua to such an extent truly mysterious and extraordinary. Nangong Xiuqun frowned, his voice as gentle as spring rain once more. This man was named Qin Yun, an SSS-tier divine actor. I sensed an incredibly powerful divine aura emanating from him. The jade hairpin atop Dongfang Shihua's head snapped clean in two at that very moment. They, members of a lofty, reclusive clan, had always regarded themselves as superior, viewing the outside world of Huaxia as mere dust and ants. Yet now, hearing such explosive news, their hearts trembled in disbelief. All eyes met in stunned silence. Currently, only Qin Yun possessed the power to make Nangong Xiuqun, a man known for his refined and composed demeanor, furrow his brow. But who exactly was this Qin Yun? No one had ever heard of such a person. Outside their circles, Qin Yun was unknown. Yet he couldn't possibly be the offspring of a hidden clan either. Young powerhouses with genuine strength within those secluded families were impossible to overlook. Qin Yun, the name, was utterly unfamiliar and shrouded in mystery. This person radiated enigma from head to toe. Dongfang Shihua's face was etched with shock as she asked, "Child, if you were to face that Qin Yun, what are your chances of victory?" Nangong Xiuqun raised his hand, and in an instant, the 5 elements chessboard materialized before him. Pieces of 5 colors rapidly shifted across the board. Then, the chessboard transformed into a star chart, where countless points of light collided and ultimately vanished. After a long moment, he let out a bitter laugh. In a direct confrontation, my odds of victory are less than 30%. Dongfang Jing and Dongfang Shihua paled at this revelation. They couldn't believe it, nor could they accept that this young man named Qin Yun was actually stronger than the little Qilin, whom both their families held in the highest regard. Dongfang Jing and Dongfang Shihua exchanged glances, each seeing in the other's eyes the resolve to eliminate Qin Yun at all costs. However, Nangong Xiuqun murmured softly, his eyes clear as black and white, flickering with a hint of murderous intent, "If we can lure him into my chessboard, I shall use the heavens and earth as my playing field and lay a trap specifically designed to eliminate Qin Yun." Little Qilin, find a way to eliminate Qin Yun. Dongfang Jing said grimly, his face dark enough to drip water. The killing intent around him surged, his eyes filled with suppressed fury. But such a prodigious talent is rare in this world. He may well become the mainstay defending Huaxia and opposing the Dragon Clan in the future, someone hesitantly interjected. "You bastard!" Dongfang Shihua roared, striking out with a palm that unleashed a whirlwind of gale force winds. A piercing scream echoed as Dongfang Shihua instantly killed the speaker. "If the Dragon Clan had agreed not to harm my reclusive clan, why would we have to stand against them?" Dongfang Shihua said coldly. "Any more fools like that will meet the same fate." They had come in high spirits but departed in disappointment, their faces darkening as they left, intent on rushing to treat the gravely wounded Dongfang Shihua.
In the main hall of Qin Yun Academy, several elders sat in a circle, passionately debating the performance of this year's freshmen during the initiation trials. They also planned to post the rankings of the initiation trials, announcing them to the world. Yet, sitting among these elders, one figure stood out like a sore thumb, a young woman clad in a form-fitting purple leather skirt, her figure strikingly voluptuous. Her smoky purple hair cascaded softly down her back, nearly reaching her ankles. Her oval face featured large eyes, and beneath one corner of her eye sat a tear mole, lending her an alluring, romantic air. This woman was Qin Mingyan, assistant to the supreme leader of Huaxia. Currently, she served as an instructor in the artifact forging department of Qin Yun Academy and concurrently held the position of head of the legal department. As the nation's top leader was in seclusion, Qin Mingyan had been entrusted to oversee Qin Yun Academy. Within the grand hall, flickering candlelight illuminated the solemn yet gratified expressions of the elders, as well as Qin Mingyan's captivating figure. This new student trial has yielded quite a few promising prospects, remarked a white-haired elder, stroking his snow-white beard as he spoke slowly. I sense that one named Qin Yun is exceptional. I detected a remarkably powerful aura emanating from her, Qin Mingyan remarked with a smile, still holding Qin Yun's file. Occupation, SSS Tier Divine Entertainer. Qin Mingyan studied Qin Yun's file, her crimson lips curving into a faint smile as amusement flickered in her mesmerizing fox-like eyes. Interesting, Qin Yun. Chapter 156, Dragon Clan Invasion. Qin Yun Academy Training Grounds. All students assemble immediately. Qin Mingyan stood solemnly at the front, declaring, this morning, the Dragon Clan descended upon the heavenly abyss at the borders of Huaxia, launching a massive invasion. As the strongest young generation of Huaxia, you must head to the battlefield. Every face grew solemn. Are you afraid? No. Fight or retreat. Fight to the death, never retreat. A thunderous roar erupted across the training grounds as wave after wave of battle-hardened resolve surged skyward. The blood-red sunset bathed the borders of China in a hellish glow, while the 12 soul-binding towers trembled, cracking like spiderwebs. Qin Yun charged through the air, his triple-bladed sword cutting through the void as crimson energy coalesced into a blazing flame totem upon its blade. Below, the colossal form of the demon dragon Evil Execution coiled around ancient city walls. Its three heads roared simultaneously, shattering the clouds. Each dragon's breath carried enough destructive power to obliterate an entire city. Qin Yue. Shatter its array eye. Qin Yun's voice pierced the battlefield's roar. Li Qingyue's dragon's silk-tang sword erupted with a 1,000-jung blade aura. The might of the martial god surged through its edge, transforming into a blue rainbow that struck directly at the right head of the world-ending demon dragon. The demon dragon's malevolent pupils glowed crimson as a blood moon. Its tail swept across the battlefield, kicking up 100-jung dust cloud as it charged toward Li Qingyue with the force of a falling star. Chu Luoli's figure abruptly materialized within the dragon's tail's shadow. Her prism dagger crystallized into a blue dark blade, piercing precisely into the gap between the dragon's tail scales. With a splat, foul-smelling black blood gushed like a waterfall, only to transform mid-air into countless corrosive leeches that lunged madly toward the group. Dugushan frantically swung his bone staff, summoning ox-headed and horse-faced demons wielding chains to shred the leeches to dust. Yet he himself was consumed by the corrosive mist spewed by the rusted dragon in the distance, his cries of agony piercing the air. Chen Tianzi's life-bound sword formation now fully materialized. 36 azure beams coalesced into the Heavenly Gang's northern dipper array, while the illusory form of a sword immortal descended, feet planted upon the starry river. The sword immortal's 3-foot-long blade sliced through the air, tearing open a spatial fissure as it descended toward the dark blazing demon dragon. The dark flames coiling around the demon dragon surged violently, coalescing into a pitch-black vortex that swallowed the sword energy. It spat forth a dark flame imbued with the laws of space, hurtling straight toward Chen Tianzi's face. Watch out! Li Qingyue blocked with her blade. The moment the dragon's silk blade collided with the dark flame, the force of the martial god clashed violently with the spatial laws. The resulting shockwave flattened everything within 10 miles. Qin Yun seized the opening to close in, his triple-bladed axe striking with a fiery intensity meant to scorch the heavens and boil the seas, aimed at the evil dragon's neck. Crimson energy erupted upon contact with the dragon's scales, yet it only left a shallow gash on the dragon's hide. The evil executioner roared in fury. Its 3 dragon heads chanted in ancient dragon tongues simultaneously. A vortex of pitch-black, world-ending dragon breath coalesced within the clouds, tearing space apart wherever it passed. Dugushan's face drained of color as he summoned Zhong Kuei's spectral form with all his might. The judge's brush traced the golden character suppress in the air, yet shattered instantly upon contact with the dragon's breath. Break! Qin Yun and Li Qingyue roared simultaneously. Crimson blade light and golden sword shadows intertwined into a shield of light, barely withstanding the dragon's breath assault. Chu Luoli, harnessing the power of light and shadow, teleported relentlessly around the demon dragon, carving wounds into its body. Each flash of her prism dagger sent sprays of dark blue blood flying. Chen Tianzi seized the moment, unleashing the heaven-slicing sword intent from his sword immortal's phantom. It exploded against the evil dragon's left eye, the excruciating pain momentarily halting its assault. Yet the battlefield shifted in an instant. Sparks of fire dragons suddenly erupted from the scorched earth, their elemental flames igniting the air and transforming the landscape into a molten hell. The Styx dragon's slime rained down, spawning countless parasitic dragon eggs upon contact with the ground. The hatchlings surged forth like a tidal wave. Dugashan's summoned legion of shadow soldiers retreated steadily under the combined assault of corrosive mist and the dragon horde, cracks beginning to appear on the surface of his bone staff.
This can't go on.
Qin Yun's eyes flashed with resolve as crimson energy surged wildly. The triple-bladed sword blazed with a light rivaling the scorching sun.
Thunderclap.
With a thunderous roar, 9 azure bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, coiling around the blade like ancient serpents.
Li Qingyue understood instantly.
Her dragon silk blade executed the martial god slash, merging with the thunder's power to form a crimson pillar of light piercing heaven and earth, striking directly at the heart of the evil executioner.
Chen Tianzi simultaneously unleashed his ultimate strike.
The illusory form of the sword immortal merged with his life-bound sword formation, coalescing into a primordial slash that cleaved toward the demon dragon's neck.
Chu Luoli seized the opening, her prism dagger condensing a dark matter bomb at the evil executioner's brow.
With a flash of light, it sank into the dragon's scales.
Dugashan, draining his life force, summoned the illusory form of the 18 layers of hell from the netherworld, trapping the remaining dragon kin within its confines. The world-destroying demon dragon roared its final fury as its colossal form collapsed, its shockwave flattening a 100-mile radius. Yet the dragon's death throes unleashed even greater fury, the spatial storm from the dark blazing demon dragon's self-detonation, the elemental explosion of the fire ember dragon swarm, and the corrosive slime domain of the river of souls dragon all ravaged the borderlands simultaneously.
Qin Yun deployed a crimson energy barrier, layering it with Li Qingyue's martial god domain to barely withstand part of the onslaught. Chen Tianzi's sword formation transformed into a protective shield, yet it shattered inch by inch within the spatial storm. Chu Luoli continuously shifted everyone's positions with her light and shadow power, evading deadly strikes.
Dugashan's hellish phantom teetered on collapse under the dragon clan's self-detonations.
Gritting his teeth, he channeled his own vital essence into his bone staff, sustaining the last vestiges of defense. When the smoke cleared, all 5 were covered in wounds. Qin Yun's robes were torn, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he still gripped his 3-pronged blade, vigilant against the surrounding threats. Li Qingyue's dragon silk blade was covered in cracks, her martial god power completely depleted. Chen Tianzi's face was as pale as paper. His sword immortal's phantom had long vanished, and 3 blades of his life-bound sword lay shattered. Chu Luoli's prism dagger had lost its luster, its light and shadow power nearly depleted. Dugashan lay collapsed on the ground, his bone staff utterly shattered, the summoned specters and ghostly soldiers completely dissipated. Yet the battle was far from over. The colossal corpse of the evil executioner suddenly convulsed violently. All 3 dragon heads opened their eyes simultaneously, gathering the pitch-black, world-ending power within their maws once more. It's infusing its resentment into the dragon core. Qin Yun's expression darkened. We must destroy it before the core solidifies. The 5 exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with resolve. Chen Tianzi reformed his sword array. Though the illusory sword immortal was less solid than before, its momentum remained overwhelming. Li Qingyue's martial god power surged once more, the dragon silk blade blazing with its final radiance. Chu Luoli's prism dagger absorbed moonlight, transforming into the dark moonblade. Dugashan bit his finger, drawing ancient runes in the air with his blood to summon the final wave of shadow soldiers. Qin Yun drew a deep breath as crimson energy and thunderous power fused completely. His 3-pronged blade became a pillar of light piercing heaven and earth. The 5 launched their attacks simultaneously. 5 beams of light, like 5 sharp swords, plunged straight into the heart of the evil executioner. Yet the world-destroying demon dragon suddenly erupted, condensing a pillar of energy potent enough to obliterate the heavens and earth. Qin Yun, it has been my honor to fight alongside you. Chen Tianzi spoke calmly, then countless sword shadows appeared around him, forming an unparalleled sword formation capable of both offense and defense.
Chen Tianzi!
Qin Yun roared in fury, watching helplessly as Chen Tianzi charged straight toward the world-destroying demon dragon. The world-destroying demon dragon let out a roar of unwillingness as its colossal form completely disintegrated within the blinding light. The dragon's core shattered along with it, scattering into countless stardust particles that vanished into the sky. Chen Tianzi's figure had vanished, leaving only the shattered fragments of his sword lying on the scorched ground.
You will always be the best in the nation. As the last dragon fell, the dawn's first light finally pierced the clouds. The 4 gazed upon the devastated border, their hearts filled with complex emotions. Though the battle ended in victory, the price paid was too heavy. Qin Yun gripped his 3-pronged double-edged blade, his gaze unwavering. As long as we stand, we will never let evil trample upon the soil of China. The other 3 nodded in unison, their scarred bodies standing as straight as pine trees. They knew this was only the beginning. In the morning light, the 4 figures stood shoulder to shoulder, like immortal monuments guarding the land of China. Then, the skies suddenly darkened. Qin Yun, long time no see. Hope all is well. A majestic figure clad in golden battle armor materialized in the void, radiating the awe-inspiring might of a war god. Chapter 157, the final chapter. On the other side. The sky above the Huaxia border was dyed in eerie dark crimson. The dark crimson demon dragon king coiled above the precipice's edge, its body wrapped in roaring black flames. Its scales glowed with a sinister crimson light in the fire's glow. It looked down upon the figure below, whose silver white hair fluttered in the wind, its eyes filled with contempt and murderous intent. Chuluwali stood at the cliff's edge, her one black, one silver heterochromatic eyes blazing with unwavering resolve. Her fingers lightly traced the prism dagger at her waist, causing the blade to ripple with intertwined light and shadow. The dark crimson demon dragon king's roar shook the very air, unleashing a tidal wave of black flames that instantly melted the rocks into crimson lava wherever it touched. Humans! Insignificant ants! Dare you obstruct this king? The dragon king's voice boomed like thunder, carrying boundless authority. Chuluwali remained unmoved. Her form suddenly fragmented into countless streaks of light, weaving through the flames. The prism dagger in her hand shifted length with fluid precision, transforming into a short blade for close-range strikes one moment, extending into a spear for long-range thrusts the next. She masterfully wielded both light and dark energies, forging dazzling blades where light shone and concealing herself in shadows for surprise strikes. Whenever the dark crimson dragon king's attacks neared, she vanished into the shadows, reappearing in unexpected places. Her silver white hair fluttered in the battle, resembling the Milky Way sparkling across the night sky. Yet the dark crimson dragon king remained a formidable dragon. With a furious roar, it unleashed a colossal crimson fireball from its maw. The orb shattered mid-air into countless smaller blazes, transforming the entire sky into a fiery inferno. Even Chuluwali's mastery of light and shadow struggled to evade such a barrage. A searing flame grazed her shoulder, instantly charring the skin and drawing blood. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she formed seals with both hands. Light and dark energies swirled violently in her palms, coalescing into a black and white energy sphere. Annihilation of light and darkness. She hurled the sphere forward with all her might. It collided with the crimson fireball with a thunderous crash, erupting in blinding light and a tremendous shockwave. As the smoke cleared, several fine cracks appeared on the scales of the dark crimson dragon king. Enraged, the dragon king lashed out with its tail, sweeping a black hurricane in its wake. Chuluwali retreated swiftly but was struck by the hurricane's residual force. She flew backward like a, crashing heavily into the cliff face. Blood spurted from her mouth, a thread of crimson staining her lips, yet her gaze remained as sharp as an eagle's. Seizing the opportunity, the dark crimson dragon king dove downward, its massive claws reaching for Chuluwali with an air of utter destruction. At the critical moment, she once again channeled her light and shadow power. Just as the dragon's claws were about to strike, her figure vanished from its original spot, reappearing on the dragon king's back. The prism dagger transformed into a blade of light, stabbing fiercely into the gap between the dragon king's scales. The dragon king writhed in agony, violently twisting its body to shake Chuluwali off. She clung desperately to its scales, channeling light and dark energies into the dagger to inflict greater damage. But the Dragon King's counterattack came faster. A torrent of dark crimson dragon breath erupted from its maw, engulfing Chuluwali. The excruciating pain nearly knocked Chuluwali unconscious. Her garments were scorched to tatters, her skin covered in gruesome burns. Yet she refused to yield, forcing herself to her feet as light and dark energies coalesced around her, forming a flickering protective shield. The dark crimson dragon king launched another assault, this time more relentless and ferocious. Chuluwali dodged desperately between flames and claws, her use of light and shadow energy growing more frequent as her stamina rapidly depleted. Finally, while evading a dragon claw, her footing faltered slightly. The edge of the claw swept her, sending her flying through the air. Chuluwali adjusted her posture mid-air. The moment she landed, her legs buckled, nearly causing her to stumble. The dark crimson dragon king slowly advanced, its eyes gleaming with savage intent. It opened its massive jaws, preparing its final, lethal strike. Chuluwali drew a deep breath, channeling her last reserves of light and dark energy into the prism dagger. The blade erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. Like a streak of light, she charged toward the Dragon King. As its dragon breath erupted, she flickered aside, evading the frontal assault and thrusting toward its throat. Yet the Dragon King was prepared. Its tail swept out, striking Chuluwali with crushing force. The immense impact hurled her directly off the precipice of the heavenly abyss at the border of Huaxia. Chuluwali plummeted through the air, her silver white hair whipping wildly in the gale. Gazing up at the colossal figure above, her dual-colored eyes, one black, one silver, held no fear, only defiance. The dark crimson demon Dragon King looked down upon her, letting out a triumphant roar. Chuluwali clenched the prism dagger in her hand. As she fell, she gathered light and dark energies once more, attempting a final counterattack. Yet the gravitational pull of the ninefold abyss grew ever stronger, and her consciousness began to blur. Finally, Chuluwali vanished into the abyss's darkness, leaving only a lingering afterimage woven from light and shadow, slowly dissipating into the air. Chuluwali! Chuluwali! Qin Yun arrived just in time to witness her plunge into the ninefold abyss. Qin Yun! As she fell, Chuluwali clearly saw Qin Yun's face, and a single tear slowly fell from the corner of her eye. Dragon Clan's Longchen descends. Everyone step back. I'll fight him. Qin Yun declared, his expression grave. He could sense that Long Chen was even more powerful than during its last ascent. Gale force winds whipped sand like razor blades. Qin Yun's black combat suit was already stained crimson. The heaven-shaking brocade flapped behind him, unable to conceal the dried blood crusted upon it. Opposite him, Long Chen's golden battle armor shimmered with a sacred aura. The golden sacred dragon sword refracted a chilling glint under the sunlight, and droplets of blood from its tip seared wisps of white smoke from the scorched earth. Human ants dare oppose the dragon clan? Long Chen's voice carried the weight of dragon might, reverberating painfully in Qin Yun's eardrums. Before the words faded, the golden sacred dragon sword transformed into a golden streak of light, piercing toward his face with a shrill whistle that seemed to tear through space itself. Qin Yun retreated swiftly on his wind fire wheels, his heaven-earth ring bursting with golden light to block the strike. A thunderous clang echoed as sparks flew everywhere. His palm split open, blood trickling down the ring's surface. Qin Yun's pupils contracted sharply as Long Chen's figure vanished from his original position. A chill swept over his back. Instinctively, he swung his three-pronged double-edged blade to block, only to meet Long Chen's dragon fist, packing the force of a mountain, crashing into the blade. The immense power surged along the blade's edge. Qin Yun grunted, stumbling back dozens of steps as the mountain behind him collapsed with a thunderous roar. Sacred cage. Long Chen raised the golden sacred dragon sword high, and 9 golden chains descended from the heavens, weaving themselves into a prison cage in the air. Wherever the chains passed, space twisted and warped, and scorching dragon breath poured through the cracks. Qin Yun swung his heaven-shaking brocade to entangle the chains, thrusting his fire-tip spear to unleash crimson spear light, yet it proved as futile as an ant shaking a tree. Long Chen advanced with a savage grin, unleashing another dragon fist strike. Qin Yun had no way to evade. The crisp crack of shattered ribs echoed from his chest as his body crashed into the cliff face like a. Before the dust settled, Qin Yun forced himself to his feet, blood gushing from his mouth. He opened his heavenly eye, golden light surging from his gaze as countless bolts of azure thunder plummeted from the sky, the very technique of heaven's punishment. Yet Long Chen neither dodged nor retreated. The golden sacred dragon sword danced, weaving layer upon layer of light shields that shattered every bolt of lightning. Trivial tricks. Long Chen flickered, appearing above Qin Yun as the golden sacred dragon sword plunged downward. Qin Yun twisted sideways with all his strength. The blade grazed his shoulder and plunged into the ground, scalding dragon blood instantly soaking through his clothes. The excruciating pain nearly knocked him unconscious. Yet, the instant Long Chen withdrew her sword, the three-pronged double-edged blade swept out, radiating the crimson energy of the burning sky-red lotus. Lava surged through the void, a crimson lotus blooming like a blood-red flower, enveloping Long Chen within its embrace. Long Chen roared in fury, gathering the scorching energy of the sunburst explosion in his palm. The colossal fireball collided with the crimson lotus, erupting in a world-shattering boom. The shockwave hurled Qin Yun backward. He slammed heavily to the ground, both arms now mangled and bloody. Seizing the opportunity, Long Chen closed in. His dragon claws, sharp as steel hooks, seized Qin Yun's arms. Break them! With a bone-chilling tearing sound, Qin Yun's arms were wrenched clean off, blood gushing forth like fountains. The excruciating pain made his vision blacken, yet he gritted his teeth and spat a mouthful of blood into Long Chen's face. You're asking for death. Long Chen roared, planting his foot squarely on Qin Yun's chest. Crack, crack, the sound of bones snapping echoed relentlessly. Qin Yun's ribs shattered completely, his internal organs jolted out of place. Double vision blurred his sight, consciousness fading, yet his gaze remained fixed on the flaw at Long Chen's waist, a minute crack in the golden battle armor. Long Chen raised the golden sacred dragon sword, its tip aimed at Qin Yun's throat. Die! At that very moment, Qin Yun erupted with sudden fury. His battered body launched like an arrow from a bow, crashing into Long Chen. Caught off guard, Long Chen stumbled back half a step. Seizing the moment, Qin Yun grabbed the blade of the golden sacred dragon sword. Blood streamed down the edge, yet he refused to let go. He opened his blood-stained mouth and bit viciously at Long Chen's wrist. Arg! Long Chen roared in agony, trying to pull back the sword, but Qin Yun clung to it with his last ounce of strength. Qin Yun's heavenly eye flashed once more. The golden seal of the Ping Tian seal descended from the heavens, crashing heavily onto Long Chen's head. Spider web cracks appeared on Long Chen's golden battle armor. He struggled frantically, his dragon fists pounding down on Qin Yun like a torrential rain. Yet Qin Yun seemed oblivious, the heaven-shaking brocade having somehow coiled around Long Chen's neck. Qin Yun, the actor, invokes the second lord, the divine lord. Descend! A powerful divine force surged through Qin Yun's body. Summoning every ounce of strength, he yanked Long Chen closer. The triple-bladed sword now gripped in his severed arm. Shatter! Qin Yun roared as he swung the blade. Crimson energy surged, and the triple-pronged blade sliced into Long Chen's body like cutting through tofu. Long Chen's tendons snapped one by one under the scorching heat of the crimson lotus incinerating heaven. He watched in horror as his strength rapidly drained away. Qin Yun's eyes burned with increasing madness. The triple-bladed sword swung wildly, shattering Long Chen's golden battle armor into fragments as flesh and blood flew everywhere.
Finally, with a last agonized scream, Long Chen's body was hacked into mincemeat, his golden blood splattering across the entire battlefield. Qin Yun collapsed heavily to the ground, both arms severed, his body covered in wounds, consciousness fading. Countless dragons circled the sky. Doom had arrived. Yet as Qin Yun collapsed, a magnificent palace rose from his spine and drifted forward. The divine vein of Huaxia, consecrated with life, descended upon the world. When Qin Yun awoke again, he had no idea how much time had passed. The cacophony around him vanished, replaced only by endless sunlight cascading down. In this battle, the gods crushed the colossal beast. In this battle, Huaxia achieved ultimate victory.